A shadowy figure emerged from the darkness, its form slowly taking shape, revealing a monstrous visage with glowing red eyes and sharp horns. Its expression was one of menacing intensity. Ed Rothstaler, the disgraced villain, reflected on his improbable circumstances. He mused that he could never have foreseen such a future. The monstrous figure loomed larger, its presence filling the panel with an oppressive aura, its massive wings unfurling as it descended from the heavens, casting a long, ominous shadow over the town below. Ed's internal monologue continued, lamenting his return to school at his age. A beam of light pierced the night sky, descending towards the earth, its source and purpose unknown. A blinding light erupted from the heart of the city, its radiant energy piercing the sky and illuminating the ancient architecture below. The intensity of the light was so great that it obscured all details, leaving only a stark white column against the darkening sky. A wave of energy that seemed to ripple outwards, distorting the very fabric of reality itself. And then, as suddenly as it began, the light vanished, leaving behind only a lingering warmth and the faint scent of ozone. Ed Rothstaler, the disowned villain, found himself sprawled on the ground, disoriented and gasping for breath, his vision swimming as he struggled to regain his bearings. He was alive, but where was he? A colossal eye, swirling with crimson and gold, opened before him, its gaze intense and unnerving. The pupil was a yin-yang symbol, a stark contrast to the monstrous eye itself. A silent threat hanging heavy in the air. Ed felt a primal fear grip him, a cold sweat beating on his brow, instinct taking over as he drew a gleaming, golden sword. The weapon felt strangely familiar in his hand, its weight comforting in the face of the looming danger. He braced himself, preparing for the inevitable confrontation. The monstrous eye loomed closer, its gaping maw filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the Game Extras Academy, found himself inexplicably inhabiting his own character. His expulsion from the academy and disownment by his family left him living in the woods, far from the game's protagonists. But his attempts at avoiding the main storyline were short-lived. A chilling realization washed over him as he read the stark words, "I ended up fighting monsters." The scene shifted to a fierce battle. Ed, wielding a sword, launched a swift attack, the searing energy of his blow impacting the monstrous foe with a fiery explosion, sending the creature reeling backward. With a powerful follow-through, Ed brought his sword down in a decisive strike, his movements precise and deadly. The monster, wounded but not defeated, roared in defiance, its guttural growl echoing through the night as it prepared for another attack. Ed braced himself, ready for the next onslaught. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain in the Game Extras Academy, found himself in a desperate situation. He leaped backward, his crimson-clad form a blur against the dark, ominous background, narrowly avoiding a devastating blow as dark energy erupted around him. He landed hard, the impact jarring his body. A pained grunt escaped his lips as he struggled to catch his breath. The weight of his situation pressed down on him. He glanced up, his eyes catching sight of a monstrous figure emerging from the shadows, its snarling maw filled with sharp teeth. A chill ran down his spine. In the distance, three figures stood silhouetted against the setting sun. They were the female leads of the game, and they seemed to be heading his way. Ed thought to himself, and who would have thought I would become friends with these little ones? A fiery explosion rocked the room, shattering windows and sending shards of glass flying, the intense heat consuming a large banner hanging on the wall, leaving behind only ashes and smoke. Amidst the chaos, a man in a red military uniform stood protectively over a woman, who appeared injured and distressed. From the shadows, another figure emerged, their blonde hair catching the flickering flames. They questioned the man in red, "Why are you going through all this trouble to stop us?" The woman in the man's care, her face streaked with blood, responded curtly, "I told you." The blonde figure, now revealed to be holding a dagger, stepped forward, declaring, "You can't go past this." The man in red, his expression grim, drew his sword, preparing for battle. The narrative opens with a dramatic introduction of Taylor McClure, the protagonist, a young man with dark hair and intense eyes, clad in a striking red military-style uniform. He stands amidst a fiery backdrop, exuding an air of power and determination. He strides forward, a gleaming sword held firmly in his grasp, its ornate hilt reflecting the surrounding flames. His confident gait suggests a warrior ready for battle. Taylor grips his sword, his mouth open in a fierce expression. The scene is filled with dynamic energy, emphasizing his readiness for combat. Suddenly, the scene shifts. A young man with light brown hair, wearing a white shirt and brown pants, is shown wounded, standing amidst the flames. He appears to be in pain and distress. A dagger is plunged downwards, the motion blurred by speed, suggesting a swift and decisive attack. The flames engulf the scene. Taylor stands, his sword held aloft, bathed in a golden light. His face is partially obscured, but his posture conveys a sense of triumph and resolve. Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain in the game Ignition, found himself in an unfamiliar situation. Disowned by his family and expelled from the academy, he now resided in the woods, determined to avoid the game's protagonists. Yet, a strange power ignited within him, a fiery energy emanating from his outstretched hand. Two fiery slashes erupted from his palm, a display of unexpected power, the intense heat warping the very air around him. A surge of energy coursed through his veins, leaving him breathless but empowered. His eyes glowed with an unnatural intensity. The power subsided, leaving behind a trail of shimmering embers. Ed, however, felt a profound change within himself. Ed Rothsdailer's eyes blazed with a fiery intensity, reflecting the turmoil within. His heart pounded in his chest, a frantic drumbeat against the silence of the forest. A wave of searing heat washed over him as he found himself standing at the foot of a grand staircase, engulfed in flames. A fiery trail marking his unexpected arrival. Above, an archer, poised and ready, watched from the shadows. Ed stumbled back, the heat intensifying, as he felt a searing pain. A burning sensation spreading through his body. He clutched at his chest, a sharp, agonizing pain piercing him. The flames danced around him, a chaotic ballet of fire and destruction. A archer's arrow, tipped with fire, aimed directly at his heart. He braced himself, the arrow hurtling towards him. But the archer's words echoed in his mind. Originally, I was supposed to be a worthless nobody who did not even appear much in the story. Ed Rothstailer, a disgraced villain from the game, found himself in a desperate situation. Surrounded by flames in what appeared to be a dorm room, he leaped through the air, his sword flashing brightly as he delivered a powerful blow. The impact sending his opponent reeling backward. Blood splattered across the man's face as he staggered, clearly injured. But the respite was short-lived. Another attack was imminent. A swift arrow was launched with deadly precision. Aimed directly at two young women, who looked on in terror as the projectile hurtled towards them. One of the women, with long, auburn hair, shielded her companion, a girl with shorter brown hair, as the arrow struck the ground near them. The impact sent up a small burst of flames. And it struck with brutal force, sending the two girls sprawling. The narration box declared a simple truth: even third-rate characters have their own unique methods of survival. A dark silhouette of a girl, her back to the viewer, is shown running, an arrow protruding from her shoulder. Ed, clad in a crimson jacket, engaged in a fierce sword fight with another young man in a white shirt. The clash of steel echoed through the opulent hall, sparks flying as the two combatants traded blows. The fight concluded with Ed standing victorious, his opponent collapsing to the floor, bleeding profusely. A close-up on Ed's face, showing a trickle of blood from his lip. Ed's inner monologue, a declaration of self-reliance: I don't need anyone's understanding. Ed Rothstailer, a disgraced third-rate villain, found himself locked in a fierce confrontation. His opponent, a figure cloaked in shadows and bearing visible wounds, stood before him, a sword held aloft. Ed's face was contorted in a grimace of determination, his own weapon held ready. The scene unfolded in a way impossible for the game's protagonist to experience. A surge of dark energy erupted from the ground, forming a menacing, chain structure that pulsed with malevolent power. A young woman with pink hair knelt before the ominous structure, her expression one of fear and helplessness as a brilliant blue energy coalesced into a sword, aimed at the dark energy. Two more figures emerged from the ensuing chaos, a maid in a black dress and a girl in a red jacket, their eyes fixed on the unfolding events. A dark shadow swept across the ground as another figure approached, revealing a woman in a witch's hat, her eyes glowing with an eerie light, surrounded by crackling energy. Finally, a colossal, shadowy dragon materialized, its eyes burning with malevolent purple energy, holding a mystical circle in its claws. A fiery inferno consumed the city, buildings collapsing into ruin as shadowy figures rained down from above. Leaving a trail of destruction in their wake, a fallen knight lay lifeless beside his fallen steed, a dark blade piercing its flank. The knight's armor, once gleaming, now bore the marks of a brutal battle. Ed Rothstailer, his face bloodied but resolute, stared defiantly ahead. His white shirt was stained crimson, a stark contrast to his icy blue eyes. A silent testament to the ferocity of the conflict. The scene opens in a lavishly decorated room, the air thick with an unspoken tension. A large chandelier casts a warm glow on the opulent furnishings. A young man with blonde hair sits alone, his expression unreadable. He is Ed Rothstailer, the ruffian son of a high-ranking noble family, known for his rebellious nature and disregard for rules. He silently contemplates his situation. A list of Ed's transgressions unfolds, using profanity in the presence of Princess Phenia, meddling in the Holy Sylviana Academy entrance examination, and disregarding decency. He silently questions whether he is being removed from the family register. Ed's face is partially obscured by his hand, but his troubled expression is evident. He is grappling with the consequences of his actions. Outside, Ed is shown being dismissed from his family's estate. His few belongings are packed into suitcases. He is told that this is all he has left. It was over. Two students spotted Ed Rothstailer, a notorious figure in their academy, from afar. One urged caution, fearing his attention. They discussed Ed's current situation: he had been disowned and expelled, leaving his dorm room empty. They speculated that he would not be seen again until the next semester. Meanwhile, Ed sat alone, burdened by his luggage and despair. He muttered to himself, acknowledging his predicament as inevitable. Two other students conversed, expressing their frustration at the unfairness of the situation, specifically mentioning Ed Rothstailer's arrogance. Ed, hearing their words, reacted with distress and despair. Overcome with emotion, Ed vehemently denied being the person they described. Revealing his true predicament, he had entered a game. The narrative opens by showcasing three archetypal protagonists common in webtoons games: a Chable heir, a genius ruffian, and a young clan master. Each exudes power and authority, their images radiating an aura of dominance. Alternatively, a player could embody an SSS rank hunter, a rule breaker operating outside the established order. However, the story's focus shifts dramatically. Instead of these powerful figures, the narrative introduces Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain expelled from the academy at the game's outset. A document displays the stark reality of Ed's situation. He has been disowned by the Rothstaler family. His face, framed by the document, is contorted in a sinister grin, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light. The text emphasizes the protagonist's predicament. He has been thrust into the role of Ed Rothstaler at the worst possible moment. Ed, now inhabiting the body of the game's villain, expresses his disbelief and frustration with his circumstances. His outburst, "This isn't fair. You can't be serious," reflects his utter dismay. Ed Rothstaler, a disowned villain from a prominent family, stood amidst his meager belongings. He clutched a worn suitcase, his expression resolute despite his circumstances. "I've always lived a frugal and simple life without any greed," he declared, a quiet defiance in his voice. His words, however, were met with immediate skepticism. Three figures in the background watched him with disdain. "Look at him. He's saying it's unfair after everything he has done," one of them scoffed, their voice dripping with contempt. Their judgment was harsh and unforgiving. "He's saying he's frugal and simple." "That scumbag," one of them hissed, their anger palpable. Another added, their voice laced with disgust, "Shameless." He let out a quiet sigh of relief, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Phew. A translucent window appeared before Ed, displaying a series of stats: stamina 3, intellect 4, talent 7, willpower 7, luck 6. He stared, bewildered. Whoa. It's a stat window. The narration box confirmed his suspicions, but the reason Ed Rothstaler is the worst starts now. The final panel revealed the truth, no wonder. He was originally just a third-rate trampy villain who appears in the early scenarios. Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain in the game, found himself observing a scene from his past. Two figures, a man and a woman in what appeared to be academy uniforms, were engaged in some sort of altercation. He could only make out blurry shapes, the details were lost to him. A hazy recollection of a pivotal moment he couldn't quite grasp. The memory was fragmented, leaving him with a sense of unease and a nagging question about what happened to the man in the scene later on. Suddenly, a sharp clarity pierced through the fog. Ed's eyes widened as a vivid memory resurfaced. He remembered. The memory revealed a harsh truth: Ed, once a privileged student, was now reduced to a beggar on the streets. He was destitute, his once proud demeanor replaced by desperation. A stark contrast to his former life. A wave of relief washed over him as he realized he was now in the forest, safe and sound, having escaped that fate. He breathed a sigh of relief, but the questions lingered. Why was he here? How did he end up in this body? Ed, now fully aware of his situation, felt a sense of helplessness. He had no answers, no way to understand why this had happened to him. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from a prominent family, found himself expelled from the academy and living in the woods. Despite his family's disownment, a fierce determination burned within him. He resolved to earn a scholarship and secure his future. He packed his meager belongings into a worn leather suitcase, his gaze resolute. The path ahead was uncertain, but his resolve remained unshaken. He silently vowed to himself, his determination hardening into a steely resolve. No matter the obstacles, he would succeed. The Extras Academy was not a typical school. It sprawled across the Arkan Mountains, more akin to a sprawling city than an educational institution. Its vastness was emphasized by the narration box, highlighting the sheer scale of the academy and its surroundings. Ed, seeking solitude, ventured into the northeastern woods, far from the prying eyes of the student body. Hoping to avoid unwanted attention and focus on his studies. His escape, however, was not to be as simple as he had hoped. Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain in the game, found himself in an unfamiliar situation. Disowned by his family and expelled from the academy, he now sat amidst his belongings, a defeated look etched on his face. He was alone, his future uncertain, and the weight of his circumstances pressed heavily upon him. He had some time to process his predicament. That's plenty of time to understand the situation I'm in, he thought, a flicker of determination in his eyes. This was the moment he was disowned. The extreme starting point of his new reality. Fortunately, though disowned, he hadn't yet been expelled from the academy. This was a crucial detail. Because Sylvania Academy was a top-tier institution. Graduation guaranteed a secure future. And since the game was set within the academy walls, Ed could leverage his insider knowledge as a dedicated player to navigate the challenges ahead. He saw the grand academy buildings, a symbol of his new goal. A quiet graduation meant a comfortable life, far superior to his previous existence. The image of a mountain of gold coins flashed before his eyes, representing the financial security he craved. His goal was clear: graduation. But the enormous tuition fees presented a significant obstacle. A challenge that would require all his cunning and resourcefulness to overcome. Ed's eyes glowed with a fierce determination, reflecting the daunting task ahead. Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain in a game, found himself in an unexpected predicament. Disowned by his family and expelled from the academy, he now faced the harsh reality of needing to secure a scholarship to fund his next semester. A daunting task considering his current circumstances. His stats, displayed as if in a game interface, revealed a young man of average abilities, his achievements still listed as none. He sat alone amidst the woods, his 2 suitcases beside him, a stark image of his current state. He reflected on his recent academic performance, acknowledging his luck in avoiding failure. The immediate concern, however, overshadowed the long-term financial worries. Food, clothing, and shelter, the immediate challenges he faced. Ed began to assess his belongings, his gaze falling upon a well-worn suitcase. Wondering how he could avoid becoming homeless in the coming week. Inside, he found showy clothing, a ceremonial dagger, and an ornamental cup, all items with no practical value in his current situation. At least he had enough clothes, he thought, but the pressing issues of food and shelter remained. The lack of a place to stay or food to eat loomed large. Given his reputation, finding a job would be difficult. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from a game, found himself expelled from his dormitory and now residing in the woods. He lamented his predicament, stating that he couldn't return to the dorm. He was, however, grateful for the presence of a nearby stream. With only 10 days remaining until school commenced, Ed resolved to prepare himself for his return. Ed decided to test his magical abilities, shouting the incantation. Wind Blade. A gust of wind sliced through the air. The spell successfully cut through several tree trunks, but Ed was left breathless and exhausted from the exertion. Despite his exhaustion, Ed was amazed by his magical capabilities, but also noted that the physical strain had increased his hunger. Ed, the disowned villain, now living in the woods, grumbled, "It's not that useful." He then added, with a rumbling stomach, "At least feed me before you kick me out." A question arose in his mind: do you get hungry when you use magic? His response was immediate and visceral: very hungry. A memory surfaced from his childhood. He remembered something his grandfather had told him when he was young. About Barley Hump, a story of survival in the harshest conditions. The old tale spoke of eating tree bark in the back mountains. Ed, inspired by the legend, decided to try it himself. He muttered, "Ignition. Ignition." He used his magic to cook a piece of tree bark. The result was surprisingly edible. It looked remarkably like chicken breast, he noted. With a satisfied expression, Ed devoured the makeshift meal. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from a popular game, found himself in an unenviable situation. He awoke as Ed, expelled from his family and the academy, now surviving in the wilderness. A wave of nausea washed over him, the remnants of a particularly unpleasant meal leaving him retching. A violent spasm racking his body. The taste lingered, bitter and foul, leaving him weak and exhausted. Days blurred into a monotonous routine of foraging and survival. The only evidence of his previous life was a crudely carved F on a tree trunk. A silent testament to his current predicament. Day 3 dawned, bringing with it a fresh wave of resentment. Ed, clutching a bundle of firewood, muttered a hateful curse directed at his grandfather. His face was pale, his body trembling slightly from exhaustion and hunger. A harsh reality of his situation settling in. After days of scavenging and repeated bouts of vomiting, he'd reached a grim conclusion. Wood was his only immediate resource. He needed to build a shelter, and for that, he needed wood. Ed began to gather the wood, his movements slow and deliberate. He knew that building a proper shelter would require more than just gathering materials, it would require planning and skill. He started by laying out the framework. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the Game Extras Academy, found himself unexpectedly inhabiting his own character. Disowned and expelled, he now lived a solitary existence in the woods, determined to avoid the game's protagonists and earn his scholarship. He began by constructing a rudimentary shelter, driving a sturdy wooden stake into the earth. The task proving more physically demanding than anticipated. He braced himself against the wooden supports, his face contorted in exertion. A frustrated sigh escaping his lips as he realized the difficulty of his undertaking. "This really isn't an easy job," he muttered to himself, collapsing onto the ground as the structure shifted precariously. He groaned in pain, the weight of the wood pressing down on him. "Erg." Whack, he choked out, struggling against the pressure. With a final heave, he managed to free himself from the collapsing structure, the wooden beams scattering around him. Despite the setbacks, Ed persevered, securing the frame of his shelter. The shelter's frame is finally complete, he noted with a sense of accomplishment. He leaned against the newly finished structure, breathing heavily. Still a long way to go, he admitted, a weary sigh escaping his lips as he felt the pangs of hunger. He looked around at his meager surroundings. "I can't sleep on the bare ground, after all," he thought, surveying his limited possessions. "It's kind of a waste, but it's not like I have a choice." Night fell over the forest, the moon casting long shadows as Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from a game, found himself alone in the wilderness. The next morning dawned, a new day beginning for Ed. Ed surveyed his crudely constructed shelter, a basic lean-to made from branches and leaves. He felt a pang of pride, despite its imperfections. A wave of exhaustion washed over him as he slumped against the makeshift structure. His eyes fluttered closed. A notification appeared before his eyes, a system message confirming the completion of his crafting project, a basic wood shelter. His crafting proficiency had increased. He grumbled, a low sound escaping his lips as he examined his new stats. His handiness was surprisingly high. Ed mused on his surprisingly high handiness skill, a stark contrast to his previous life as a noble. He had never needed such skills before. A narration box appeared, stating a fact about Ed: he possessed greater skill with his hands than with magic. Ed's stomach rumbled loudly, a clear indication of his hunger. Ed's inner thoughts revealed his immediate need for a practical tool. A simple harpoon was crafted, its creation increasing Ed's crafting proficiency. The harpoon, made from a ceremonial dagger strapped to a sharpened tree trunk, was described as lacking sharpness, despite its functionality for fishing or hunting. Ed, wielding his newly crafted harpoon, declared his intention to hunt for food. He braced himself, preparing for the exertion. A narration box appeared, highlighting the harsh conditions Ed had endured: 2 days without food and strenuous physical labor. Despite his weakened state, Ed surprisingly found himself capable of movement, defying his expectations. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from a popular game, now found himself inhabiting his own character's body. His expulsion from the academy and family disownment left him with only one goal: survive until graduation by earning a scholarship. His current plan? Avoid the main characters at all costs and live a quiet life in the woods. But even in his secluded existence, the necessities of life remained. 2 lifeless fish lay before him, the only sustenance he could readily find. A stark contrast to his current craving. With a manic grin, Ed conjured a small inferno, his eyes wide with a desperate hunger. Using his unexpected magical abilities to cook his meager catch, the flames danced beneath the 2 fish, slowly turning them into a simple meal. A week remained until the start of the academy year. Ed's survival strategy was simple: remain hidden until then, ensuring his scholarship and a chance at a normal life. But his quiet solitude was about to be shattered. He devoured his meal with a frantic energy, his eyes darting around nervously. A stark reminder of his precarious situation. He needed to survive this week, no matter the cost, to secure his future. Suddenly, a voice cut through his thoughts. A woman's voice, filled with surprise and disbelief. Only a glimpse of long blonde hair was visible, but the interruption was clear, leaving Ed startled and apprehensive. He held a half-eaten fish, his eyes wide with alarm as he braced himself for whatever was about to happen. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from a prominent family, found himself expelled from the academy and living in the woods. His focus had been solely on survival, so consumed by the immediate struggle that he'd neglected something crucial. Until a chance encounter shattered his solitude. A young woman with long blonde hair, dressed in a flowing white dress, appeared before him, her expression a mixture of surprise and recognition. She questioned him, her voice barely a whisper: Ed Rothstaler? Elsewhere, a different scene unfolded. A young man with blonde hair, dressed in a sharp red jacket and tie, knelt before 2 guards. Their words were harsh: You don't have the slightest sign of remorse. The guards' words were directed at Ed, but the focus shifted to a woman with blonde hair, her face partially obscured, but her stern expression clear. She spoke, her voice laced with authority: Please disappear from this academy. The woman revealed herself to be Princess Venia, her name echoing with power and authority. Back in the woods, a new character appeared, their voice cutting through the quiet: You still haven't left this place? This was the person responsible for Ed's expulsion from the dorms. Episode 1 of the Extras Academy Survival Guide begins with an introduction to Ed Rothstaler, a villain whose presence is felt from the very start of the game. He is known for his disruptive actions. Using his noble status, Ed attempts to pursue the main character's childhood friend, only to face punishment for his actions. Fueled by vengeance, Ed then interferes with the main character's entrance exam for Sylvania Academy, but is caught by Fiona Elias Kloll, the 3rd princess of the Kloll Empire, who was secretly taking the exam herself. Princess Fiona, also known as the Princess of Fenia, possesses the insight ability, allowing her to detect lies and conspiracies. Her ability reveals Ed's malicious actions. Ed, caught in a compromising position, finds himself desperately trying to make excuses. Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain within the game's narrative, found himself in a dire predicament. His lies, meticulously crafted, were shattered by Fiona's insight ability, leading to his expulsion from the academy dormitories. He was left with nothing but his belongings and the harsh reality of his situation. Ed, now ostracized and disliked by everyone at the academy, found himself unexpectedly confronted. A young woman with striking blonde hair and piercing yellow eyes appeared before him, her voice sharp and accusatory: What are you doing here? Despite his attempts at evasion, Ed's encounter was far from over. He had stumbled upon someone he should have avoided at all costs. The blonde woman, clearly displeased by his presence, pressed him further. You're saying that the academy isn't expelling you? Ed, attempting to explain his situation, stated that while he had been forced from the dorms, he remained a student. The blonde woman's expression hardened. She was unconvinced and unwilling to listen to his pleas. I'll keep my words short. Leave. Her anger escalated, and she made her intentions clear. She couldn't tolerate his presence and would personally request his expulsion from the academy. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced third-rate villain from the game, found himself expelled from the academy and living in the woods. His crime? Committing a dishonorable act and sabotaging a fellow student's future. The consequences? Starvation and the bitter taste of burnt food. He scowled, his hunger gnawing at him. Even the simple act of cooking had proven to be a challenge. He had hoped to avoid the protagonists, but his current predicament was far from ideal. This was, to put it mildly, a life crisis. The narrator's voice echoed Ed's inner turmoil, highlighting the gravity of his situation. Suddenly, a new face appeared, Phoenicia's princess, her expression one of furious intensity. Her unexpected arrival added another layer of complexity to Ed's already precarious existence. Given the circumstances, Ed knew he had to act. The princess's appearance was a significant development. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the forest floor, a man appeared, seemingly observing the princess from a distance. The scene was tense, the air thick with anticipation. The man questioned the princess's presence in such a secluded location, noting the unusual lack of royal guards. His tone suggested suspicion and a hint of disbelief. Ed, his eyes narrowed, pondered the audacity of a princess venturing into a remote forest alone. He found the situation both perplexing and intriguing. The princess, undeterred, warned Ed against threatening her, reminding him of her royal escorts. Her magical aura flared, a clear demonstration of her power. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from a prominent family, found himself kneeling in the woods, muttering to himself. His words trailing off as a sly smile crept across his face. He was simply trying to survive. His plan was to avoid the main characters of the game, but his actions were already causing ripples in the timeline. He was attempting to thank the princess. A skill called Insight activated, revealing a hidden truth about Ed's words. The princess, witnessing this, reacted with shock and disbelief. Her wide eyes and gasp spoke volumes. Meanwhile, another woman observed the scene from afar. Her expression one of quiet surprise. The revelation of Ed's family's influence cast a long shadow. A shadowy figure, cloaked and ominous, descends upon a grand, Gothic castle. The crimson sky bleeds into the landscape, casting an eerie glow upon the scene. This is the Rothstaler family estate, known for its outward benevolence. But behind the facade lies a dark secret. The family uses its influence to exploit the populace and conduct unethical human experiments in their relentless pursuit of eternal life. To the main character, however, it is merely a doomed dynasty destined for destruction. The image shifts to a grim tableau. A guillotine stands silhouetted against a blood-red sky, crows circling overhead. A lifeless body lies beneath it, a stark reminder of the family's brutal methods. The narration reveals the fate awaiting the Rothstaler family, imprisonment or execution. However, Ed Rothstaler, our protagonist, has already been cast out. Now alone and destitute, Ed finds himself in the wilderness, a burnt fish lying before him. Despite his hunger and the cold, he finds a grim determination. He reflects that being cold and hungry is preferable to death. His survival instinct is strong. Rather good. Ed's gaze is sharp, his expression determined. He realizes he needs to win over Fenia, a key character in the game. Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain in the game, faced expulsion. He knew that if he didn't follow the rules, he would be kicked out. A fate he desperately wanted to avoid. The consequences of failure loomed large. It would mean game over. Ed knew that expulsion meant more than just leaving the academy, it meant the end of his chances for a scholarship and a secure future. It would truly be game over. Analyzing the game's timeline, Ed realized that his expulsion was about a week away from the start of the school year. He found himself in the woods, a week before the start of classes, and a blonde woman appeared before him. A princess, unexpectedly. This unexpected encounter left Ed questioning the reasons behind her presence. Ed pondered the princess's unusual appearance. She was alone, without any escort, and dressed in simple clothing. This unusual circumstance led him to a startling conclusion. She must be participating in Professor Glast's class placement test. Professor Glast's test was known to be quite vicious. Princess Fenia, a noble woman with striking blonde hair, addressed someone off-panel. She questioned if they were trying to flatter her, adding that they hadn't changed a bit. Fenia continued, stating that as expected, she should request the academy to expel Ed. However, she paused, her expression shifting. She declared that without her help, Ed would never be able to enter Class A. The panel shows Ed, a young man with brown hair, glaring at her. Ed responded, his words implying that if Fenia's words were true, then she could have him expelled. His statement was emphasized by a bold text box reading, "Then you can have me expelled." The scene shifts to a young woman with blonde hair walking near a lake. She is giving directions to someone off-panel. She explains that if they go to the lake at the southeast of the forest, they will find a small grassy island with a giant tree in the middle. The woman reveals that this tree is called the Marilda's Guardian Tree. The panel ends with the word "there." Instructions appeared before Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain in a game, now living in the woods after being disowned by his family and expelled from the dormitory. The message was simple: he would find the present he had left behind. A glowing orb, held delicately in the hands of a young woman with long, blonde hair. Her expression was one of suspicion and guarded curiosity. Meanwhile, a flashback revealed a stern-faced man, his eyes filled with disbelief and anger. He declared that the Ed Rothstaler of 3 days prior was a liar and a charlatan. The man's memory lingered on Ed's previous desperate state, a vivid reminder of his past misfortunes. However, the present Ed, crouched low to the ground, displayed a newfound determination in his eyes, a stark contrast to his former self. The narration emphasized the transformation. This was a different Ed Rothstaler. Back in the present, the blonde woman from before stood before a large tree, seemingly lost in thought, a gentle breeze rustling through the leaves around her. The class placement test at the Extras Academy had officially concluded. The imposing gates of the academy loomed, a symbol of both opportunity and challenge for Ed. Blast, the magic professor, stood before a large assembly, his dark attire stark against the ornate backdrop. He addressed the students with a commanding presence, instructing them to present the magical beads they had collected. For students, their faces rendered in a chibi-like style, approached Blast, each proudly displaying their magical beads. One held a large mushroom, another a collection of orange spheres, a third a dark orb, and the last a purple gem. Blast observed them, a slight frown etching itself onto his features. He announced that all of them would begin their studies in Class F. He then revealed 3 luminous beads in his hand, a clear indication of the required potency. Only 3 students had found beads of this caliber. Zix, one of the students, was shown with a serious expression. Lortel, another student, was also shown, her expression hinting at a subtle confidence. A man with dark hair, glasses, and a distinguished uniform addressed someone unseen. He spoke of a guardian tree in Marilda, and of one who had found a bead there, a bead possessing unusually high magical power. His words sharp and accusatory, he demanded to know the whereabouts of the individual who had discovered the hidden bead. A young woman with long blonde hair, wearing a red and black uniform, appeared. Her expression was one of quiet determination. She declared that the individual in question would be placed at the top of their class. Ed Rothstaler, sitting by a lake, lamented that his spear was burned and unusable. He lacked the strength to even wield it anymore. He crafted a crude fishing rod from twigs, silk thread, and a small nail. The third princess of the empire, Phoenicia Elias Kloll, was identified in the caption. Princess Phenia, from a young age, has developed an uncanny ability to see through flattery and sophistry. This constant exposure sharpened her insight, culminating in the development of her innate skill, insight. No one can escape her scrutiny. Therefore, there was no other option but to provide her with truthful information. This explains why the proud Princess Phenia would eventually become known as the Princess of Love. Her appearance reflects this transformation. After facing failure during the class placement test, if Phenia, who wields considerable influence over the game's narrative, were to fail and be relegated to Class F, the course of events would change. A title card appeared, proclaiming, "Finds the golden bead and enters Class A." The image showed a young woman with long, flowing light hair, her face partially obscured, seemingly emerging from a shattered, dark background. The cracks resembled a spiderweb, suggesting a fractured reality. Ed Rothstaler, the disowned villain, sat alone in the woods, a thoughtful expression on his face. He held a stick, seemingly lost in contemplation. He muttered to himself that even if he avoided expulsion, all the information he had gathered would become useless. A scene shifted to a classroom. A girl with blonde hair and a red jacket, her face partially hidden by shadow, looked down at another girl with gray hair, who was lying on the floor, seemingly unconscious. The blonde girl spoke, stating that the other girl was top of the class. The camera focused on the gray-haired girl, Lucy, lying on the floor. Her name was displayed below the image. The next panel showed a close-up of a speech bubble containing the name Meryl. The blonde girl from the previous panel, Meryl, was shown walking down a hallway, her expression serious and determined. Princess Phenia, her blonde hair framing a face etched with suspicion, narrowed her eyes. A subtle frown played on her lips. Her gaze was intense, focused. Insight, she mused, always reveals the truth. She confirmed the existence of the bead, a fact Ed Rothstaler hadn't lied about. A pair of hands, calloused and worn, carefully cradled a glowing pearl. A palpable tension in the grip. This wasn't a gift, it was something far more significant. Phenia, in a flowing white dress, held the luminous bead. The question lingered, why had she concealed her identity? She was acutely aware of the special treatment she would receive if her true identity were revealed. The thought filled her with discomfort. Phenia's desire to prove herself was paramount. She believed the bead would yield the best results in the upcoming test. However, a significant obstacle presented itself. Phenia couldn't simply take the bead. Lucy, a young woman with long blonde hair, stood pensively by a tranquil lake, her gaze fixed on a distant, ethereal island. She mused that obtaining what she sought would be impossible to achieve alone. For the title of Princess of Love, a title she was destined to receive in the future, was not something easily earned. Lucy's eyes widened in awe as she learned that this title wasn't a skill or a stat, but something far more profound. It was a title she would have to earn, a testament to her character and actions. Ed Rothstaler, a mischievous glint in his eyes, revealed his plan to Lucy. He had set a trap for her, a test of sorts. He declared that she would never reach Class A if she failed to see through his deception. And he boldly offered himself up as a sacrifice, stating that if his words were a lie, she could have him expelled. Whether his words were true or false, Ed knew the outcome wouldn't change. Lucy stood before him, her back turned, a picture of regal composure in the grand hall. For the princess possessed an uncanny ability to discern truth from falsehood. Even if Ed believed she would fail, the princess's judgment was absolute. With a sharp crack, Lucy slammed her fist against a nearby wall, her anger palpable. Confident in her plan to succeed, a woman plotted to rub her triumph in Ed Rothsayler's face. However, Ed Rothsayler, despite his circumstances, did not lie. The princess, unwavering in her resolve, declared that she would keep a close watch on Ed Rothsayler. Her expression was one of intense anger and determination. Meanwhile, Ed Rothsayler, attempting to survive in the wilderness, cast his fishing line into a tranquil stream and felt a tug on the line. With a triumphant cry, Ed reeled in his catch. A large fish. The scene shifts to a peaceful forest setting. Ed Rothsayler, a disgraced former villain from the game, found himself running, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He was far from the academy, having been expelled and disowned, now living in the woods. The thought of earning a scholarship to graduate and secure his future propelled him forward. But the exertion was taking its toll. His face was strained, sweat beading on his brow as he gasped for air. A clear sign of his physical limitations. He looked up, his expression a mixture of determination and exhaustion. Despite his fatigue, a resolute expression settled on his features. "But I'm back," he muttered, a quiet affirmation of his resolve. Ed approached the academy grounds, his gaze fixed on the imposing structure. Several students, mostly female, were walking nearby, their presence a stark reminder of the complications his return would bring. He continued walking, seemingly oblivious to their presence, but a subtle shift in his posture hinted at his awareness of their proximity. The cherry blossoms fell around him, creating a serene yet tense atmosphere. The school's opening ceremony was about to begin. It was announced that the students had made progress before the start of this new semester, and they were invited to enjoy the food while listening to the announcements. The Sylvania Academic Society had also made an announcement. Ed could hear the sweet whispers of those who welcomed him, a survivor. Meanwhile, other students noticed him and wondered how he managed to attend the ceremony, questioning his intentions. He began to eat his meal. Ed considered this meal a reward for his victory, and he decided to savor it. Ed enjoyed his meal. Other students recognized Ed Rothsayler, noting his improved demeanor compared to the entrance exam. Ed's goal was simply to graduate. He had shown a sorry state during the entrance exam, but now, something felt different. Some female students observed Ed, commenting on his improved table manners. Ed stated that he had no ambitions beyond graduation. 3 girls, Anis, Clara, and a third unidentified girl in school uniforms, were discussing plans to eat desserts made by the head chef of the prestigious Ophelia's restaurant. They also planned to discuss their recent vacation together. Anis, however, seemed pensive, finding the situation strangely unsettling. A thought crossed her mind, somehow, she wished for nothing to happen. Her expression reflected a growing unease. She felt that Ed, the protagonist, felt like a different person. The sprawling campus of Sylvanian Academy filled the horizon, a majestic structure of red-tiled roofs and towering spires under a brilliant blue sky. The scene was idyllic, a stark contrast to the events about to unfold. Inside the academy, a figure addressed a large assembly of students. He expressed his excitement for the new semester and the improvements made by the Sylvanian Academic Society. His words, however, masked a looming tension. The work of the Sylvanian Academic Society was not without its shadows. The scene shifted to the dean's office, a place where many a student's hopes and dreams had met their end. On the very first day of the semester, Ed Rothsayler, a third-rate villain thrust into this world, found himself facing expulsion. Ed stood before the dean's office, a palpable sense of dread washing over him. He had almost been expelled. His apprehension stemmed from an unexpected betrayal. Phenia, someone he knew, had reported him to the dean. The dean, a man with a monocle and a seemingly pleasant demeanor, smiled knowingly. Ed, however, remained unconvinced. Ed Rothsayler, a disgraced villain from the game, let out a relieved sigh. He was now living in the woods, far from the game's protagonists, determined to avoid altering the established storyline. He resolved to remain inconspicuous, his gaze hardening with determination. His inner voice echoed a firm resolve, to ensure the story's progression remained true to its original path. In the quiet forest, a white rabbit hopped into view. Only to be swiftly felled by an arrow, the impact sending it tumbling through the air. Ed, his life skills improving, reflected on his growing proficiency. He envisioned a future where he could imbue his arrows with magical properties. He considered the possibilities, but acknowledged the limitations of his current skill set. Spirit formulas, he knew, were beyond his reach for now. Ed Rothsayler, a disgraced villain from a prominent family, found himself expelled from the academy and living in the woods. His sharp, intense gaze reflected his determination to survive and earn his scholarship. Meanwhile, a young woman with long pink hair rested peacefully against the trunk of a large tree, seemingly oblivious to the turmoil brewing nearby. Ed, however, was not so lucky. He tumbled down a steep incline, landing hard on the forest floor. Janica Faylover, a second-year student and prodigious spirit sorcerer, her eyes glowed with an intense, almost predatory focus. She approached Ed, her curiosity piqued by the rumors she'd heard. Janica addressed Ed directly, her words laced with a hint of amusement. She had heard about him from another student, Marilda. Ed, startled by her sudden appearance, introduced himself, confirming her suspicions. Janica, in turn, introduced herself and offered a friendly greeting. A young woman with vibrant pink hair, her eyes gleaming with mischief, appeared before Ed. Are you surprised? She asked, a playful smirk dancing on her lips. She continued, because I know about you? The scene shifted to reveal a verdant forest. Another girl, this one with soft pink hair and a gentle demeanor, explained, you see, this forest is the territory of Marilda, a high-ranking spirit. I've heard a lot about you from her. Ed, taken aback, questioned, the master of this forest told you about me? The pink-haired girl chuckled. Kinda nosy. With her attention all over the place, it's obvious she'd know about an unwanted visitor, right? Ed, looking sheepish, confessed, I did, kill a lot of them. I cut so many trees, too. The pink-haired girl continued, explaining that the creatures in the forest often hunted and ate each other. Marilda doesn't get bothered by something like that either. Ed, slightly embarrassed, heard the pink-haired girl conclude, I guess even the huge wild wolf has a tender heart, huh? The panel focuses on Ed's attire, showing a detail of his clothing. Janica, a young woman with long pink braids and striking red eyes, approached Ed with a curious expression. Ed, a blonde-haired young man, stood before her, his gaze unwavering. A playful smile bloomed on Janica's face as she chuckled, unexpected, right? She continued, there's something I want to show you. Janica beamed, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Isn't it just cute and adorable? With a flourish, she presented her open palms, glowing with a soft, ethereal light. Ed, intrigued and slightly apprehensive, watched as Janica gestured towards him. Do you want to try touching him? Ed's eyes widened in surprise. A thought bubble appeared above his head, a contract? Is it a spirit? Ed's profile was shown, his expression thoughtful and uncertain. His internal monologue continued, if I want to be friends with Janica. Janica, slightly taken aback, continued, or rather. A young woman with long pink braids and a red bow in her hair looked over her shoulder, her expression unreadable. Ed, a young man with blonde hair, carrying a backpack, muttered to himself as he walked away from the girl. He had come to get food. He glanced back, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. Ed realized that only by following the original storyline could he gain an informational advantage. He was determined to avoid Janica Faylover at all costs. A young woman with long white hair and red eyes appeared, her expression menacing. Ed knew that Janica Faylover was someone he must never get close to. The pink-haired girl watched Ed walk away into the forest. Her gaze followed him, a hint of something unreadable in her eyes. Ed, the disowned villain, now living in the woods, showed a surprising gentleness. His expression was one of mild confusion, a slight blush dusting his cheeks. A nearby figure, seemingly unseen by Ed, commented on his intriguing nature. Marilda, one of the female leads, was present, her words laced with curiosity. Another female lead, accompanied by a luminous wolf-like creature, observed Ed from a distance. She mused on his inability to perceive her presence. The creature, a magical familiar, seemed to share her concern, its small bat-like form radiating an aura of mystery. The question of Ed's identity hung heavy in the air. A third female lead, frustrated by Ed's monosyllabic responses, voiced her exasperation. Her attempts at kindness were met with only a simple yep. Her frustration boiled over as she reacted to Ed's obliviousness, her magical wolf companion reacting in kind. Despite the incident, the pink-haired girl showed a hint of resignation, accepting that their paths would likely cross again. The scene shifted to a tranquil lake nestled within a dense forest, a solitary white tree standing sentinel on a small island in the center. A sense of quiet contemplation filled the air. Ed, seemingly alone, resolved to uncover the mysteries surrounding him and his new reality. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from a popular game, found himself inexplicably inhabiting his own character's body. His family had disowned him, and he was now living in the woods, far from the comforts of the academy dormitory. A map revealed the considerable distance between Ed's makeshift shelter and the student area. The journey was arduous, requiring a long trek across varied terrain. Even leaving at dawn and running at full speed, Ed knew he would only just make it to class on time. Huffing and puffing, Ed pushed himself to his physical limits, his journey to school a grueling test of endurance. But he realized that this strenuous commute was inadvertently boosting his in-game stats. This unexpected benefit was a small victory in his quest for a scholarship. To further his studies, Ed utilized unconventional methods. He wrote on stone slabs with charred sticks and borrowed books from the student library. After a long day of classes, Ed washed his sweat-soaked clothes by the river, hoping they would be dry by morning. Before settling down for a meager 4 hours of sleep, Ed checked his supplies, firewood, water, and jerky for lunch the next day. He noted with some confusion that the beef jerky tasted oddly fishy. The harsh realities of his situation weighed heavily on Ed as he prepared for another day of this challenging routine. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from a popular game, now found himself living in the woods after being expelled from his family's dormitory. He reflected on his current predicament, but a deeper concern lingered. A persistent young woman with long blonde pigtails, hidden behind a bush, was stealthily following him. Her question hung in the air, how long are you going to keep following me? Ed, startled by her sudden appearance, peered from behind the foliage. He was clearly surprised. And exclaimed, huh? Why, you knew. Ed, revealing his identity, retorted, don't you know who I am? I'm Ed Rothstaler. The girl's response was sharp and accusatory, the worst hooligan to exist, Ed Rothstaler. Why do you keep hanging around me? Ed's frustration was evident as he countered, well, that's other people's judgment of you, isn't it? The girl, unfazed, smiled slyly, her eyes gleaming with mischief. She was clearly enjoying the interaction. She calmly stated, I don't even know you yet. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game, found himself sweating, his eyes narrowed in a mixture of apprehension and determination. He was acutely aware of the precariousness of his situation, his mind racing. As he recalled a key detail, Janica Faylover, one of the game's female leads, was not as simple as she appeared. Janica, outwardly naive and seemingly dim-witted, stood before him. Her pink hair and gentle demeanor were deceptive. For beneath the surface lay a fiercely independent spirit. However, Ed knew more than most about her true nature. A dark, powerful side that would eventually manifest. A chilling image of Janica, her eyes blazing with malevolent energy and crimson markings etched across her skin, flashed before his eyes. A stark contrast to her usual innocent facade. Knowing her future, a genuine smile felt impossible. Janica Faylover's true potential remained hidden, a terrifying secret only Ed knew. The image of her ultimate form, a terrifying entity bound by chains of dark energy, filled his thoughts. This terrifying vision of Janica's future, a powerful and destructive force, left Ed deeply troubled. It was a future he desperately hoped to alter. The ominous title card declared, Boss of Act 1. Ed Rothstaler, the game's third-rate villain, now inhabiting his own body, despaired. His inner monologue echoed with self-recrimination, I'm a villain. I'm a villain. I'm a scumbag. I didn't want to go this far, but... A voice interrupted his self-loathing. It proposed, in that case, since destiny brought us together, can you do me a favor? Ed, startled, could only manage a questioning, a favor? As the scene shifted, Ed's disheveled appearance spoke volumes. He admitted to himself, as you can see, I'm a mess. His current predicament was dire. He confessed, I've been disowned by my family, and I'm in a pinch. His desperation led him to a bold request, can you give me some money? He quickly added a reassurance, I mean, it's not like I won't pay you back. The other party responded, that's what friends are for, right? I'm only borrowing it for a bit. How much do you have? Every year, Janica gets a scholarship for being the top of the class. The narration box explained that while a certain individual's excellence was undeniable, her humble background presented a significant obstacle. Without a scholarship, she couldn't continue her education at the academy. This panel further elaborated on the individual's precarious situation, highlighting her inability to enroll in or progress to higher education without financial aid. The scene shifted to introduce Janica, a young woman from a modest ranch, whose greatest vulnerability was her lack of financial resources. Janica, facing financial hardship, approached Ed, who was living in the woods, her desperation evident in her demeanor. Ed, in turn, seemed somewhat taken aback by her sudden appearance. Janica, her face partially obscured by a cloud of dark particles, apologized to Ed, her voice laced with distress. Her apology was cut short as more of her form dissolved into dark particles, leaving only a fleeting glimpse of her cheerful expression before vanishing completely. The narration box then identified her as Janica Faylover. Ed, witnessing Janica's sudden disintegration, was visibly startled, a look of shock and confusion etched on his face. The narration box simply stated, cut out. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced former villain from the game, now found himself living in the woods. He held a lifeless rabbit and a bow, a grim expression on his face. He muttered to himself that he didn't feel good about it, but resolved to avoid further entanglement with the game's main characters. His determined gaze reflected his resolve to proceed cautiously. Ed carefully worked on his makeshift shelter in the woods, meticulously arranging branches to create a sturdy structure. He wanted to ensure the story's progression remained true to the original timeline. He continued his work, carefully placing a bucket nearby. His focus was unwavering. Suddenly, a look of utter shock and disbelief washed over Ed's face. His eyes widened, and a gasp escaped his lips as he exclaimed, "What the hell?" His internal monologue revealed his anxiety. He was concerned about the appearance of a character far more significant than Janica, a character whose presence would heavily impact the story's events. This individual was a rare genius, admired by classmates and professors alike. The panel shows Lucy Merrill, a young woman with silver hair tied in a ponytail, fast asleep in a red and black outfit. She was a powerful figure in the game's narrative. A young woman with short, silvery gray hair lay sprawled on the forest floor, her mouth open in a silent yawn. A single tear traced a path down her cheek as she stretched languidly. Startled by the sight, Ed Rothstaler, a disowned villain now living in the woods, stared down at her. He wondered what she was doing in this remote mountain valley, far from the usual paths of the game's protagonists. The woman stirred, her eyes fluttering open. She complained about the noise, her voice muffled by the forest's quiet hum. Ed, flustered, wondered what he had done to disturb her sleep. The young woman's eyes widened, a sudden realization dawning on her. A faint glow surrounded her. She pointed accusingly at Ed, identifying him as the source of her disturbance. Ed, still bewildered, was further surprised when she mentioned a wolf that kept talking to him. He looked around, confused. A spectral wolf appeared, its form shimmering into existence. The scene was clearly shifting from the game's original storyline. The wolf's ethereal form solidified, its eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. A surge of energy, icy blue and sharp, erupted from Ed Rothstaler, the disgraced villain, now inhabiting the body of his game counterpart. His eyes widened, reflecting the ethereal glow. A spectral voice echoed in his mind, a plea for help, a demand for action. It was asking him to save Janica someday. The source of the voice manifested before him, a majestic, ethereal wolf, its fur shimmering with the same icy blue energy, its eyes glowing with an ancient wisdom. Ed stared, speechless, at the creature, the weight of its unspoken plea settling heavily upon him. The wolf's silent command resonated within his soul: save Janica at all costs. A disembodied voice echoed through the forest, describing a colossal wolf. The voice's description was brought to life as a massive, ethereal wolf, radiating a brilliant blue light, materialized before Ed. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain, now living in self-imposed exile in the woods, watched in stunned silence as the creature spoke to him. The wolf continued, its words carrying an unsettling urgency. It pleaded with him to save Janica, emphasizing the absolute necessity of this action. Ed, though initially startled, remained skeptical, his expression a mixture of confusion and apprehension. A young woman with white hair, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, pointed at him. He couldn't see her clearly through the foliage. Ed cautiously approached his makeshift shelter, his mind racing to make sense of the strange events unfolding before him. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game, found himself alone in the woods, having been expelled from his family's estate and dormitory. He thought he'd finally gotten rid of Janica, one of the game's female leads, but a familiar unease settled over him. His respite was short-lived. Another problem arose almost immediately: Janica was asleep near his makeshift camp. He wondered why she was there. Ed, exasperated, woke Janica, reminding her that he'd already told her what he needed to. He insisted she not fall back asleep. However, a sudden realization washed over him as he stared at Janica. He paused, a sense of apprehension growing within him. The narration box explained Janica's unusual ability: she used space magic to teleport herself, allowing her to easily move from place to place. This unique skill allowed Janica to move with surprising agility, making her area of activity similar to that of a street cat. Easily accessing locations like clock towers and rooftops with good lighting. Janica, utilizing her space magic, was seen napping on a clock tower, a testament to her unique mobility and preference for well-lit spots. Considering Janica's unusual ability to teleport, Ed realized that his own secluded camp might not be as safe as he initially thought. For her, the secluded spot was not too far from civilization. A place with a cool breeze and the soothing sound of a nearby river. Meanwhile, Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game, found himself in a precarious situation. He had been expelled from the academy and was now living in the woods. A young woman with long, silver hair lay asleep on the ground, seemingly unconcerned about her surroundings. She considered it the perfect place for a nap while skipping class. Ed, however, was less than pleased with this unexpected company. He muttered to himself, annoyed by the situation he found himself in. The next day dawned, and Ed knew he needed a plan. He needed a method to survive in this strange new reality. A magical energy pulsed, emanating from a mystical circle drawn on the ground. It was a powerful display of magic. Ed was astonished. The sleeping girl had used 5 or 6 high-level spells to create this magical display before falling back asleep. Ed watched, a mixture of awe and disbelief on his face. He realized that the timeline was shifting, and his presence was altering the events of the game. It was only a matter of time before the original storyline resumed its course. Ed, the disowned villain protagonist, now living in the woods, successfully crafted a snare trap. The game's narrative is at stake if a certain monster remains in the area. He questioned whether he could eat the beef jerky he had, but a young witch, one of the female leads, warned him against it. Ignoring his advice, she sampled the jerky, finding the flavor interesting. Ed sighed, knowing she wouldn't listen to reason. Ed knew he needed to find a method to deal with the situation. He searched through countless strategy posts online, but found no effective method. However, the witch, seemingly oblivious to Ed's concerns, happily munched on the jerky, mentioning that she had been looking for him on her way. Her cheerful demeanor shifted as she suddenly realized something, leading to a shocked expression and a questioning exclamation. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced former villain from the Game Extras Academy, now found himself living in the woods. He was currently engaged in an unexpected encounter with a small, seemingly bored witch, who was idly munching on something. The witch suddenly remembered something urgent and, with a hasty excuse, left Ed alone. Later, a powerful energy surge erupted from Ed's location, leaving him unharmed but visibly shaken in its aftermath. But there was something else. A detail in the game's setup guide that everyone had overlooked, a seemingly insignificant sentence about Lucy's daily routine. The overlooked sentence revealed that Lucy, a key character in the game, runs away from her caretakers every day. Ed, having just witnessed this event unfold, found himself intrigued by this new information. However, Lucy had only been at the camp for 2 days. With a determined expression, Ed set off to continue his work, carrying an axe and rope. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game, found himself alone in the woods, having been expelled from the academy. He muttered to himself, questioning whether his current isolation would lead to anything significant. But quickly realized how naive that thought was. The scene shifted to the academy's arena, where a joint combat training exercise was about to begin. Excited shouts echoed from the stands as students prepared for their mock one-on-one battles. The rules were designed to minimize lethality. One student unleashed a powerful energy blast, while another countered with a defensive spell, showcasing their alchemy skills. The rules stipulated that overly potent potions or spirit formulas were forbidden, and that the pairings were randomized, ensuring a diverse range of matchups. The narration box explained that the Academy's curriculum would focus on one-on-one battles, emphasizing the importance of the scenarios. Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain, was shown in close-up. His expression was one of intense concentration and determination. Princess Phinia and Lortel, two of the game's female leads, were introduced. Their elegant appearance hinted at their importance in the story. Janica, the spirit sorcerer, and other students were also shown, highlighting the diverse cast of characters in this class. Lucy and Clebius, two more prominent female characters, completed the initial introduction of the main female cast. The narration box stated that many other important characters could be introduced, but the most important person was the protagonist. Taylor, the failed swordsman, was introduced as the protagonist of the story. He was shown wielding a sword, his determined expression suggesting his readiness for the challenges ahead. The final panel posed the question of whether Taylor's match would be next, creating anticipation for the upcoming events. Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain in the game, now finds himself inhabiting his own character's body. Disowned and expelled from the academy, he's currently living in the woods, determined to avoid the game's protagonists and earn his scholarship. He reviewed the results of the recent inter-year duels, a detached expression on his face. Knowing the outcome beforehand, he hadn't paid close attention to the matches themselves. A swirling vortex of green energy depicted on the scroll before him marked the intensity of one particular match. The winners were all first years, as expected, including Taylor, the game's protagonist. Except for one notable exception. A cheerful voice interrupted Ed's thoughts. Janica Falever, a second-year student, appeared before him, her greeting bright and unexpected. Ed was taken aback. He found Janica's sudden appearance, especially after his previous attempt to borrow money from her, quite bewildering. He tried to politely decline her apparent enthusiasm, claiming disinterest. A young woman with pink hair and a large bow, holding a piece of paper, excitedly asked Ed, a young man with blonde hair and a red jacket, why he wasn't curious about his upcoming match. Ed's eyes widened in shock and disbelief as he processed the information. He was horrified at the prospect of having to fight. The narration box revealed that in the original storyline, Ed Rothtaler had already been expelled, leaving him wondering who his opponent would be. The pink-haired girl pointed excitedly at the paper, seemingly pleased with the matchup. Ed's reaction was one of sheer terror. He exclaimed in disbelief. A tournament bracket revealed Ed Rothtaler's opponent, Princess Phinia Elias. Princess Phinia, a girl with long, light-colored hair, angrily reacted to the news of the match. An announcement was made, instructing the students to prepare for their duels and proceed to the waiting room. A close-up on a student's face revealed that Lucy Merrill was also involved. The panel focuses on Lucy Merrill's face, highlighting her surprise and concern. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game, found himself in an unfamiliar situation. A young woman with pink hair watched him with a mixture of concern and curiosity as he stood, his red blazer slightly askew, a look of apprehension on his face. The narration box confirmed the presence of Taylor McClure, adding another layer of intrigue to the scene. The camera angle shifted, focusing on Ed's hands resting on a surface, the tension palpable. A voice boomed, Taylor, echoing the growing unease. A new character, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression, appeared, clad in a red jacket. He declared, I will perform to the best of my ability. His words resonated with a quiet confidence, a stark contrast to the uncertainty hanging over Ed. Ed's inner thoughts were revealed. Right now, it doesn't matter who I'm fighting against. I need to pay attention to Taylor. He seemed to have a specific reason for focusing on Taylor, suggesting a deeper connection or strategic importance. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from a prominent family, found himself expelled from the academy and living in the woods. His face was streaked with dirt and grime, reflecting his current state of despair. He had been reborn into this game world, and his only path to a better life was to earn a scholarship. The weight of his circumstances pressed heavily upon him. There seemed to be no easy way out. Despite his bleak outlook, Ed resolved to forge his own path. He had already decided to take care of his own life, independent of his family's expectations. Suddenly, a chibi-style image of a blonde young man appeared, his expression a mix of concern and determination. This was a glimpse into the thoughts of another character, perhaps a friend or acquaintance of Ed's. He silently offered his support to Ed, stating, I'm cheering for you, Taylor. This was followed by a cryptic, ominous statement, by the way. The young man continued, his words echoing through a loudspeaker, I'm repeating the announcement. He addressed the student body, his voice carrying a sense of urgency. Lucy Merrill, is there a student named Lucy Merrill? The young man's face registered alarm and concern as he looked around the room. His expression was one of growing anxiety. A wave of panic washed over him as he frantically searched for someone. His question hung in the air, unanswered. Where did Lucy go? Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain in a game, slept soundly in his makeshift bed in the woods. A hand gently shook him awake, a cheerful voice urging him to wake up, as it was his turn. A young woman with long, white hair, dressed in a school uniform, playfully tugged at Ed's hair. Another student, looking concerned, watched from a distance as the match was about to begin. Ed, still groggy, mumbled about his hunger, asking if there was any beef jerky left from their last meal. This seemingly insignificant moment would later prove pivotal in his journey. His eyes narrowed, a flicker of determination crossing his face. A silent command to himself, "Go finish." Another young woman, Lucy Merrill, a top student in her first year, yawned languidly, seemingly unbothered by the impending match. Taylor McClure, a key figure in the game, stood poised and ready for action. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the Game Extras Academy, found himself unexpectedly inhabiting his own character. Now living in the woods, he was determined to avoid the game's protagonists, but fate, it seemed, had other plans. As a powerful figure loomed over him, a figure that was clearly one of the game's main characters, a swordsman born to his role. A swordsman who, despite his destiny, had never before held a blade. A blinding flash of light erupted as the swordsman prepared to strike. The swordsman, his face contorted in a grimace of effort, unleashed a powerful attack, cleaving through Lucy's lightning-quick magic with ease. Lucy, the powerful magic user, was caught completely off guard. Her spell, which she had been certain would hit, was blocked. Her eyes widened in shock as she realized the implications of this unexpected turn of events. Taylor, quick and decisive, moved to capitalize on his advantage, closing the distance between them in a blur of motion. Surprised by Ed's sudden appearance, Lucy unleashed a lightning strike, an intermediate-level spell. The raw power of the attack engulfed Ed. Ed was completely overpowered by the reflexively cast magic spell, but Lucy was disqualified for using intermediate-level magic. The intense magical energy coursed through Ed's body, leaving him unharmed but victorious. Ed had earned the honor of being the first to defeat Lucy Merrill. Ed, overcome with emotion, celebrated his unexpected victory. He excitedly announced the end of the match. From the sidelines, the judges and Lucy watched Ed's unexpected triumph. The scene opens on a stark, white arena. Two shadowy figures stand poised, facing each other, as a voice booms, "It starts now." Ed, a young man with determined eyes and dark hair, clenches his fist, a fierce expression on his face. He declares, "Here I go." Ed lunges forward, unleashing a powerful attack that explodes in a burst of icy energy. The force of the blast sends his opponent, a young woman with long white hair, flying backward, leaving a trail of shattered ice in her wake. The impact of the attack causes a section of the arena to crumble, and Ed collapses, bruised and battered, into the debris. From the sidelines, a young woman with pink hair gasps in shock, while a blonde man watches with a calculating smirk. A young woman with long, gray hair yawned widely, her hand outstretched as if to ward off something. She exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? It's already over? I guess you can't win against the top of the class, huh?" Ed Rothstaler, a young man with dark hair and a red military-style jacket, sat on the ground, his body bruised and battered. Another student, observing Ed's condition, muttered, "No wonder. What's the point of running at a mage like her barehanded?" The narration box stated, Taylor McClure's life was always a series of trials. A country bumpkin and a failure of a student. An underachiever. Ed's hand, wearing a black glove, lay on a surface, his knuckles bruised and bloodied. A pair of brass knuckles rested nearby. The narration box continued, a failure that wasn't acknowledged by anyone. In a cruel twist of fate, Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain in the game, found himself pitted, his situation wicked indeed. He lay wounded on the ground, blood staining his clothes, a broken sword discarded nearby. A young man with blonde hair watched him from a distance, a smirk playing on his lips. Suddenly, Ed's body was engulfed in flames, a surge of power coursing through his veins. A fiery energy emanating from him as he struggled to his feet. The blonde young man encouraged him, shouting words of support, "That's right, man. You can do it." The young man's words resonated with Ed, reminding him of the unwavering spirit of a swordsman who never gave up. A powerful force propelling him as he collided with an unexpected opponent. A title card appeared, declaring, this was the moment that touched the hearts of all the students. Lucy Merrill's wide, frightened eyes filled the panel. Her mouth was slightly agape, a gasp escaping her lips. A close-up of a young man's intense gaze followed, his eyes narrowed in a predatory expression. The camera focused on a woman's eye, wide with surprise and disbelief. A single word, HUH, exploded across the page in bold, stark lettering. A young woman with long, white hair, wearing a witch's hat and red-trimmed robes, raised her staff, a surge of green energy crackling around it. The energy coalesced into a beam of light, hurtling towards its target. The beam struck its target, a young man in a red and dark top, sending a shockwave of energy outward. The young man roared in pain, UAGH. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the Game Extras Academy, found himself in an unexpected predicament. He had been expelled from the academy and was now living in the woods, determined to avoid the game's main characters. However, fate, or perhaps the game's mechanics, had other plans. A surge of energy erupted from within him, a swirling vortex of emerald light. taking on a monstrous, vaguely reptilian form. A creature of immense power, its jaws agape in a silent roar. Ed, despite his surprise, reacted instinctively. He leaped back, narrowly avoiding the creature's attack. The ground beneath him rippled as a powerful shockwave radiated outwards, the force of the blast sending him flying through the air, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. He landed hard, his breath knocked from his lungs. Ed looked up, his eyes wide with shock and fear. He was surrounded by the Academy's upper class, their faces a mixture of alarm and disbelief. His actions, unintentional as they were, had irrevocably altered the game's timeline. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced third-rate villain, found himself unexpectedly thrust into a high-stakes duel. A powerful gust of wind erupted from the arena, sending him sprawling. The source of the blast was revealed to be Lucy Merrill, a mysterious figure in a wide-brimmed hat, her violet eyes gleaming with power. Ed's eyes widened in disbelief as he recognized the telltale signs of wind magic. The crowd roared its approval as the announcer declared Lucy Merrill the victor. Ed, defeated, tumbled from the elevated platform. His face etched with a mixture of shock and despair as he landed hard on the ground below. He lay there, defeated, the weight of his failure pressing down on him. From the sidelines, Ed watched, his expression a mask of stunned disbelief. The unexpected display of wind magic and his subsequent defeat left him reeling. Victor, his voice echoing with urgency, shouted for Lucy Merrill. From a high vantage point, two figures watched the scene unfold below in a large, brightly lit arena. The air crackled with anticipation. As Taylor, his name whispered on the wind, found himself in a precarious position. He lay on the ground, his red uniform stained and torn, a clear indication of a recent struggle. His eyes, wide with alarm, darted upwards. As he looked towards a figure above, his expression one of dawning horror. Taylor, still recovering from his fall, braced himself as another figure, a young man in a red blazer, approached. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from a prominent family, found himself expelled from the academy and living in the woods. He had resolved to avoid the main characters of the game he now inhabited, but his very presence was already causing ripples in the established timeline. A fact that became increasingly clear as he felt a disturbance in the magical energies around him. This was going to be a major problem. A surge of energy enveloped Ed. The text on the panel revealed the source, protection of the wind, a continuous magic granted by a contract with a high-class wind spirit, Marilda. The ethereal form of Marilda, a powerful wind spirit, manifested before him, a testament to the power of this unexpected boon. A protective magic that shielded him from sudden attacks. This was a significant development, altering the established game mechanics. Meanwhile, Lucy, one of the four female leads who seemed determined to involve Ed in their lives, approached him with a request, "Can you give me the jerky now?" Ed and Lucy's interaction was a significant event, as the narration box revealed that Marilda and Lucy were originally separate entities in the game's original storyline. Their connection was altering the narrative. Lucy explained that her presence had led to Ed's contract with Marilda, significantly increasing his power. This was a pivotal moment, highlighting the unintended consequences of Ed's actions. A final narration box announced the next combat training session, Ed Rothstaler versus Lucy. The stage was set for a confrontation. Princess Phenia Elias Kloll confronted Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain, reminding him of his past failures. The princess's words revealed the weight of a past event. Taylor had to win, and Ed's actions had a significant impact. A sudden, powerful force struck Ed Rothstaler, sending him sprawling to the ground, pain contorting his features. A young woman with striking golden eyes watched the scene unfold, her expression a mixture of surprise and concern. Meanwhile, another individual reflected on the events, acknowledging that Taylor's loss was ultimately his fault. Elsewhere, someone called out for Taylor. Ed, seemingly uninjured, moved purposefully through a crowd, his actions suggesting a plan was forming. Despite uncertainty, Ed decided to act, believing that doing something was better than inaction. Encouragement echoed in the air, a silent promise of future success. "Your efforts will definitely pay off." Amidst a flurry of activity, a young man with blonde hair, dressed in a vibrant red blazer, addressed a crowd of students. His words were a balm to troubled spirits. "Don't feel so down. There's nothing to be embarrassed about." A somber figure, his face partially obscured by shadows and bearing visible wounds, observed the scene from a distance. A grim thought crossed his mind: if Taylor's heart is completely broken. The blonde young man continued his pep talk, his voice ringing with conviction. "Walk proudly. You did good. It's just that the opponent wasn't a good match for you." He pressed on, his concern evident. "Don't let something like this get you down." The young man's face contorted in a grimace, his voice laced with a hint of desperation. "There'll be many more hardships that'll happen at the academy." His words were sharp, a declaration of resolve. "You should be the one to face it, not me." Emperor Kloll, a figure radiating power and authority, addressed someone named Foencia. His words carried a weight of prophecy. "Foencia, you were born with God's blessing." The Emperor's declaration was followed by a close-up of his ornate, military uniform, hinting at the significance of the moment. A caption below explained, the first person to discover her innate insight was Emperor Kloll. However, the narrative took a sharp turn. A graphic depicting scales of justice appeared, accompanied by the word insight and a description, detects the opponent's lies and conspiracies. The text continued, setting the stage for Fuencia's story. A life of a royal is riddled with endless intrigue and conspiracy. From within that dark abyss, a young woman with long blonde hair is shown kneeling on a dark red floor, seemingly distressed. The caption explains her development of a unique ability. She developed this sense herself as a means of self-protection. The close-up on Fuencia's intense, determined gaze emphasizes her self-reliance. The final line of the caption reads, "That's why Princess Fionia can be confident about her ability." Despite her abilities, the narrative hints at hidden dangers. The panel shows three shadowy figures, suggesting a conspiracy within the imperial family. There was an ugly abyss in the eyes of the imperial family that looked up to Fionia. Even with her insight, Fionia maintains a facade of ignorance. The final caption reveals the princess's internal conflict. Even when she saw through them, the princess of love lived as if she didn't know. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced third-rate villain from the game, found himself in a precarious situation. He pleaded, "Please go easy on me." His plea was a desperate attempt to avoid further conflict. A nervous tension coiled in his posture as he subtly adjusted his shirt sleeve. Another voice echoed his sentiment. "Yes, please go easy on me as well." The speaker, a young woman with striking blonde hair, seemed equally apprehensive. Meanwhile, a group of onlookers discussed the scene. They commented on Ed's persistence and his apparent lack of consideration for others, noting how he had been yelling at Taylor. Their conversation continued, highlighting Ed's behavior as disturbing and noting that he had always been this way. One girl observed that he seemed to enjoy picking on others. The blonde woman from earlier silently agreed, acknowledging the accuracy of their assessment. Their words are correct. A flashback sequence revealed Ed Rothstaler's past misdeeds. He had abused his position to humiliate his juniors. When his schemes failed, he resorted to falsifying test results, further demonstrating his unscrupulous nature. But the present Ed, now living in the woods, showed a different demeanor. A sly smile played on his lips as he seemed to anticipate something. A young woman with long blonde hair, dressed in a light blue sleeveless top, held a glowing orb in her hands, her expression a mixture of anger and determination. Below her, another young woman, this one in a red blazer and a dark skirt, stood before a figure obscured by shadow, her own face partially hidden by a blindfold. The blonde woman's eyes widened, her voice filled with disbelief as she exclaimed, "Is that really all?" A young man with blonde hair, dressed in a red blazer, reflected on the scene, his face contorted in a grimace as he muttered, "Earlier, that desperation." He offered words of encouragement, "Don't let something like this get you down." The narration box declared, "Was real." Then, a new scene unfolded, showing a grand hall, where a formal duel was about to begin. A blonde woman and a dark-haired man stood on opposite ends of a large stage, ready to face each other. A voice boomed, "Let the combat begin." The blonde woman, her expression one of annoyance, addressed the dark-haired man, saying, "Ed Rothstaler. You confuse me." Another woman with long dark hair, dressed in a dark blue uniform, declared, "I want to come to a conclusion with this duel." She raised her hand, a blue magical energy swirling around her as she prepared for battle. The force of her magic caused a ripple effect on the floor. A surge of energy crackled in the air, a swirling vortex of cerulean light taking shape. From within, a voice echoed, a declaration of intent, "I'm coming." The vortex intensified, its ethereal glow illuminating the scene. A sharp command cut through the air, "Start with one." Ed Rothstaler, a young man with blonde hair, found himself caught in the crosshairs of this unfolding magical event, his expression a mixture of apprehension and determination as he braced himself for whatever was to come. A blinding flash of light erupted from the vortex, a torrent of energy hurtling towards Ed. The raw power of magic impacting him with immense force. The narration box posed a question, "How will you react to this?" Ed's eyes blazed with determination. He was ready. Shaking off everything while exchanging moves, he thought, preparing for the coming battle. A dramatic battle as a finale. A woman with silver hair and piercing eyes appeared, her thoughts focused on a singular goal, getting rid of that mysterious man from my heart. A powerful blast of water erupted from an unseen source, its trajectory a blur of motion. And struck Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain, sending him sprawling across the ground. A young woman with blonde hair, wearing a red jacket, watched with a mixture of surprise and amusement, her hand raised in a gesture of disbelief. Ed, caught completely off guard, crashed into a wall, the impact jarring him. He attempted a desperate roll to regain his footing. But the force of the blow had left him disoriented and vulnerable. Leaving him to collapse against a nearby rock face, his body bruised and aching. The blonde woman's expression shifted from amusement to alarm. Her mouth fell open in shock. A young man with blonde hair and piercing blue eyes appeared, his gaze fixed on Ed. A narration box revealed his thoughts, he didn't even block after seeing the trajectory of the water ball. He let out a triumphant laugh, "Kohahaha." The blonde woman, still shocked, commented to someone unseen, "Wow, what was that? He's worse than Taylor. He was acting all cool, but he got knocked out with just a hit." Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain in the game, knelt on the cold, polished floor, sweat beading on his brow. He had just finished a duel, and the lingering effects of the exertion were evident. Princess Fionia Elias Kloll, impressed by his unexpected skill, exclaimed that his fighting style was refreshing. Despite the praise, Ed reflected on the fight, acknowledging that it had been a good learning experience. Princess Fiona, still observing Ed from a distance, voiced her suspicion, questioning his true identity. His labored breathing and damp clothing spoke volumes about the intensity of the recent battle. Her gaze narrowed, focusing intently on Ed. A sense of unease washed over her as she contemplated the mysterious man before her. That man, she thought, suspicion growing. Ed, now alone, reflected on his performance. He mused that reaching this stage of the competition had unforeseen consequences. He stood there, drenched in sweat, his expression one of exhaustion and contemplation. The physical toll of the fight was evident. The strain of the battle was clear on his face, his damp shirt clung to his chest. The official announcement declared Princess Fiona Elias Cole the victor of the tournament. Ed, however, remained uninterested in the outcome, his attention elsewhere. A question echoed in the air: duel in the first place? Is now really a time to be playing duel? Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain in this game, reflected. When coming into contact with Princess Fiona, it's best to act carefully, not letting it affect the scenario. He thought this because Princess Fiona is an important person in this scenario, therefore, he must avoid any unnecessary conflict. Ed began to run, his movements swift and silent. But there was someone more important than Princess Fiona, Taylor, the main character of this world. Ed's face contorted in a grimace of worry. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as his breath hitched in his throat. Where did that punk Taylor go? Ed wondered, his eyes darting around nervously. Princess Fiona appeared, interrupting his thoughts. What are you doing out here without any escorts? She asked, her tone laced with concern and a hint of suspicion. A young woman with blonde hair, her face partially obscured, confronts Ed Rothstaler. Her voice, sharp and demanding, cuts through the air. Just what are you? Ed, startled by the question, stammers a response. He explains, hesitantly, that he's unsure what she's referring to, but that he learned a great deal from a recent duel. The woman presses him, demanding clarification on what he means by learned a lot. The woman's face contorts into a furious expression. Her outburst reveals her perception of Ed's actions during the duel. He hadn't intended to win, only to quickly leave the stage. Meanwhile, two other individuals discuss Ed's behavior. One, a woman with vibrant red hair, comments on the difficulties of keeping up with the school's demands. She contrasts this with Ed's seemingly nonchalant attitude, noting that his focus appears to be solely on escaping the school's grasp. The other, a man with dark hair and glasses, adds that Professor Glass's increasing grumpiness isn't helping matters. The red-haired woman continues, observing that the servants are constantly preoccupied with matters of royalty, adding another layer of complexity to the situation. The blonde woman from the earlier confrontation explodes in frustration, her anger palpable. She exclaims that she already has enough on her mind. Ed, observing her outburst, thinks to himself, questioning why he's being further burdened with additional complications. The blonde woman, her face partially obscured, is shown from behind. A hand gently touches her shoulder. A calm voice, addressing her as princess, instructs her to take a deep breath and calm down. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from a popular game, found himself in an unexpected situation. He was being comforted by a woman in a dark red dress, her words a soothing balm to his frayed nerves. There's no need for you to get so worked up, she reassured him. The woman's calm demeanor continued as she offered further advice, her voice a gentle guide in the midst of his turmoil. Breathe in and breathe out, she instructed, her words echoing in the opulent surroundings. Ed, still visibly shaken, attempted to follow her instructions, his breathing ragged but slowly evening out. The grandeur of the room doing little to ease his anxiety. He was in a large, ornate hall, sunlight streaming through tall, arched windows. The scene shifted abruptly. A young woman with long blonde hair, her face partially obscured by her hands, was being comforted by a young man with short, light brown hair. He looked concerned, his expression gentle as he held her. The young man spoke softly, his words a mixture of concern and a desire to move on. What happened just now? Please forget about it. The blonde girl, still visibly upset, mumbled a soft ah. Then, regaining some composure, she asked, I can go now, right? The young man sighed, a hint of self-deprecation in his tone. That's right, I have a bad habit. I can just bluntly ask questions, but I feel like I'm constantly trying to guess and predict what's going on in their thoughts. Ed, a disowned villain from the Rothstaler family, shivered as a blonde woman loomed over him. He nervously chuckled, his eyes wide with fear. The woman's words hung in the air, it was likely due to his prolonged stay in the palace. The blonde woman, her eyes blazing with an intense light, demanded to be released, her priority being to find Taylor. She declared her intention to speak directly. An imposing image of the Rothstaler family's mansion filled the panel, a dark purple sky looming ominously above. The narration box revealed a pointed question. Ed had cut ties with his family because he knew of their dark side, didn't he? The blonde woman, her expression sharp and accusatory, explained that Ed's targeting of Taylor was a calculated move to provide a reason for his expulsion from the family. Ed's face, partially visible, showed a mixture of shock and apprehension. He admitted that the deduction was quite astute. Although mostly incorrect, the core idea of the Rothstaler family having a dark side was accurate. Despite this revelation, Ed vehemently denied any knowledge of the events the woman described. The blonde woman explained that the details of the Rothstaler family's dark side were something for the future, too early to reveal now. The blonde woman pressed further, questioning the logic behind Ed's outburst at Taylor. Her frustration was evident. Ed faced a barrage of pointed questions. Why was he cheering on the very person he had tried to get expelled? Had he ever truly disliked Taylor? He deflected the sharp questions with a nonchalant shrug. His simple answer, he just wanted to make fun of Taylor. His unconvincing explanation was immediately met with skepticism. His interlocutor pointed out the obvious, anyone could see through his lie. Ed insisted he was telling the truth, his growing desperation evident in his exaggerated Pinocchio nose. His repeated insistence only served to highlight his deception. A fiery-haired girl appeared, her expression one of disbelief and anger. The girl's sharp gaze pierced through Ed's facade, revealing the lie beneath. Two lie signs appeared, emphasizing the undeniable truth. His deception was exposed, and the fiery-haired girl unleashed a burst of flames, her anger evident in the fiery outburst. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game, exclaimed in disbelief. Above all, he realized that sticking to the original storyline was his only chance at survival. A blonde woman, seemingly relieved, let out a sigh of relief. She internally acknowledged her inability to make any accusations without sufficient evidence. A man with brown hair, his face etched with weariness, dismissed her with a curt, "You can go." The blonde woman, however, noticed Ed's lingering gaze at the door and pointedly remarked that he seemed to have pressing matters to attend to. Ed, offering a quiet thank you, turned to leave, his hand reaching for the doorknob. As two shadowy figures observed him, commenting on his potential to disrupt the early game events. Meanwhile, the blonde woman, overwhelmed by the sheer number of people and events she was already entangled with, felt a growing headache. She blamed herself for the situation, believing her involvement was the cause of her troubles. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from a game, now found himself inexplicably inhabiting his own character's body. He stood in a grand hallway, his gaze fixed on the floor, while a girl with long, gray hair and a mask stood nearby, arms crossed, her expression unreadable. A blonde girl with striking golden eyes approached, her brow furrowed in concern. She questioned if he was Princess Carrie's, expressing a slight uncertainty. She noted his worn appearance, emphasizing the importance of navigating the Academy's complex political landscape. Ed, his back to the viewer, listened intently as the blonde girl continued, her words painting a picture of a less demanding environment compared to the palace. She explained that this was not the palace, but Sylvania Academy, a place where the pressures were different. The blonde girl's words, "This is Sylvania Academy," hung in the air, her golden eyes reflecting a depth of understanding. A narration box revealed a key detail about Fiona, the blonde girl. She had spent her life discerning truth from lies. But this was the first time she felt truly uncertain, a vulnerability evident in her wide, expressive eyes. The masked girl from earlier watched Fiona with a subtle intensity, her expression still obscured. The narration box revealed a shocking truth: someone had seen through Taylor's deception. Ed, breathing heavily, muttered to himself that the situation was troublesome. He realized, with a jolt, that he had wasted too much time. Ed's thoughts turned to the consequences of Taylor's potential failure, the loss of his comfortable life, and indeed, everything he had worked for. In a grand hall, Taylor ran, his name called out urgently. Meanwhile, Ed sat calmly, a sword resting in his lap, observing the scene. Ed pondered what he should say next. Taylor's worried face filled the panel, sweat beading on his brow. He shouted a warning, "Don't come any closer." A young woman with shoulder-length brown hair and green eyes, clad in a red cape with a star emblem, flung her arms wide, a dramatic flourish against a backdrop of a grand building. Behind her, a young man with dark hair, dressed in a red and gold uniform, watched with a concerned expression. She had just launched a powerful attack, a force that sent a young man sprawling to the ground. The fallen youth groaned, his face partially obscured, as the girl's voice echoed in his mind, "Ed Rothstaler, no more, don't bother Taylor anymore." A young woman's worried voice echoed, expressing concern for Taylor's well-being, emphasizing his current difficulties. Tears streamed down her face as she spoke, her voice laced with distress. The setting sun cast a dramatic glow on her features. She confronted a blonde-haired young man, her words sharp and accusatory, her anger palpable. The scene unfolded within the grand halls of an academy. The blonde-haired man, taken aback, could only stare as a fist slammed down on a nearby table, punctuating the intensity of the moment. Ed Rothstaler, the blonde-haired man, displayed a look of startled surprise and slight perspiration, his eyes wide with apprehension. The narration box proclaimed his revival, highlighting his unwavering fighting spirit, regardless of the opponent's strength. Below, Ed Rothstaler stood, his expression resolute, beside the tearful young woman. Ed and the young woman walked away, their legs shown in the panel, suggesting a departure from the immediate conflict. The narration box emphasized Ed's unwavering willpower, evident in his determined gaze. A final line simply stated, "I see." While Ed Rothstaler dueled with the princess, a young woman with shoulder-length brown hair, wearing a white and red outfit, ran swiftly through the palace halls. His childhood friend and biggest cheerleader, Aeltris, ran out the door without a single glance back. Ael found Taylor, bruised but determined, leaning against a column. She offered words of encouragement, "You can get through this time too. You've always been great at that." She continued, "You can do it. Don't be discouraged by this, Taylor." Taylor, his face smudged with dirt, eyed a newcomer suspiciously. "What are you doing here?" With Ale by his side, Taylor would rise to his feet again and again. Meanwhile, back in the forest, Ed observed the sunset, a thoughtful expression on his face. He muttered to himself, "What are you scheming?" Ed's thoughts turned to Taylor's resilience. He realized, that's right. I've seen through lots of experiences with Taylor. A blond man in a white coat turned his back, denying any involvement. I don't have anything like that. Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain in the game Extras Academy, found himself in an unexpected predicament. Disowned by his family and expelled from the academy, he now lived a solitary existence in the woods, his only goal survival. He had reasoned that, since the game's protagonist would inevitably save the world, his own efforts should focus solely on making it through to graduation. A wave of anxiety washed over Ed. His face contorted in a grimace, sweat beading on his brow as he recalled his past actions. He had treated the protagonist, Taylor, as a pushover, relying on him to do all the hard work. His thoughts spiraled, a mixture of guilt and self-preservation. He had taken advantage of Taylor's inherent goodness, exploiting his role as the game's hero. A sense of relief washed over him. He was safe, for now. His survival was assured, at least until the next challenge. Ed's expression softened, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. He felt a surprising sense of calm. This calm stemmed not from arrogance, but from the knowledge that Taylor, his former tool, was still alive and well. That was all that mattered, for now. The scene shifted to a grand palace, where Taylor stood, seemingly lost in thought, with a young woman in a red cloak beside him. Their conversation was unspoken, yet their shared history was palpable. Two other figures observed Taylor from a distance. One, a young woman with short, dark hair, expressed her bewilderment at Taylor's composed demeanor. Despite his relief, Ed knew he couldn't avoid the inevitable. His presence in this world, however unintentional, was already altering the course of events. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced third-rate villain from the game Extras Academy, stood before a grand wooden door, his back to the viewer. He was expelled from the academy and now lives in the woods, determined to avoid the game's protagonists. A faint, ethereal glow emanated from him. A sense of anticipation hung in the air. Ed turned, his expression unreadable, a subtle hint of mischief in his eyes. He was ready. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy erupted from within the building, shaking the very foundations. A blinding flash of light and intense heat filled the scene. A wave of intense heat washed over Ed as he watched the spectacle unfold from afar. He murmured to himself, questioning if the time had come. The narration box explained that, originally, this event was supposed to have been witnessed by everyone inside the nail building. The source of the energy was revealed to be a massive, fiery dragon, its roar echoing through the air. Ed, however, reacted swiftly, his hand glowing with a cool, ethereal blue light as he prepared a countermeasure. A wave of energy, cool and sharp, shot out from his hand, meeting the dragon's fiery breath head-on. A young woman with vibrant red hair, clad in a dark school uniform, launched herself forward, her movements a blur. A wave of icy energy erupted from her outstretched hand, shattering the ground into jagged shards of ice. The frozen fragments spiraling outwards in a breathtaking display of power. She continued her assault, her icy power carving a path through the frozen landscape. A powerful blast of ice cracking the very air around her. Suddenly, a fiery whirlwind erupted from the opposite direction, clashing with the ice. A young woman with long, light pink hair, wearing a simple, light-colored dress, stood at its center. Her fiery magic a stark contrast to the icy power of her opponent. The pink-haired girl smiled, her eyes gleaming with fiery determination. The clash of elements created a spectacular display of power. Two figures, a girl in a red hooded cloak and a boy in a red military-style jacket, stood close together. The girl's expression was unreadable, while the boy's face was obscured. A thought bubble above them revealed a suspicion. I'm sure Taylor and Ale are watching this scene. Ed Rothstaler, the disowned villain, was shown in close-up. His eyes, wide with a mixture of apprehension and determination, reflected the weight of the warning. Keep your eyes peeled, Taylor. A young woman with vibrant red hair unleashed a fiery blast of energy. Her face was contorted in a grimace of exertion as she channeled her power. The fiery blast engulfed a monstrous creature, its form obscured by the intense flames. The creature roared in pain as the attack connected. Another young woman, this one with pink hair, watched the scene with a knowing smirk. A hint of amusement played on her lips as she observed the unfolding events. Janica, a popular student, already had many friends among her peers. Ed, a third-rate villain in the game, now inhabiting the body of Ed Rothstaler, meticulously folded a red cloak. He was preparing to leave the academy. He walked away, a red cloak draped over his shoulder, muttering that it might be for the best. Ed reflected that he would no longer see Janica at the academy. He admitted to himself that his head spun whenever he got entangled with the main characters. Ed reasoned that by avoiding the main characters, he could focus on his studies and survival without worry. He had a fishing net, which somewhat solved his food problem. Ed, now in the woods, checked his stats. His luck was a 6. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from a game, now inhabiting his own character's body, felt a change within himself. His stamina stats were increasing, and he felt his physical condition improving. Despite the improvement, Ed remained cautious. He knew that he needed to continue working towards his goal of earning a scholarship to graduate, and he wasn't about to let his guard down. His peaceful moment was interrupted. A young woman with pink hair appeared, her eyes wide with surprise, as she stumbled upon Ed. The young woman, flustered by Ed's state of undress after his fishing trip, blurted out a question about his comfort level with nudity. Ed, taken aback by her sudden appearance and inappropriate comment, retorted that he had just returned from fishing. She then questioned his frequent visits to this secluded spot, prompting Ed to explain that he found the location to be like a top-secret base, adding to the thrill of his solitary life. The young woman, seemingly unfazed by his explanation, expressed her desire to talk more and seek his advice. Ed, surprised by her request for advice, found himself increasingly bewildered by the situation. Wondering why he, of all people, was being sought out for guidance. As he quickly covered himself, Ed's internal monologue reflected his confusion and growing unease at the unexpected turn of events. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced former villain, now found himself living in the woods, far from the Academy's hallowed halls. He sat by a campfire, observing Janica, a second-year student, as she brooded silently. A young man approached them, explaining that Janica had left a joint combat training session early and missed seeing something important. The image shifted to Janica, her clothes torn and dirty, lying on a cot, clearly injured. The extent of her wounds was evident. The young man continued, pointing out that Janica had been hurt during the training exercise. He questioned whether her opponent had used an intermediate-level spell, which was against the rules. The panel showed Janica, now in her academy uniform, mid-combat, her expression fierce. The young man, seemingly Ed's companion, reflected that such details wouldn't matter to Janica's kind and gentle nature. He admitted to himself that he might have overreacted in the situation. Janica, back by the campfire, sat with a troubled expression, unable to shake the feeling that she had overreacted. Ed, watching Janica, considered whether he should apologize. He mused that his friends would likely tell him Janica was in the wrong first. His companion urged him to apologize if he felt he was right. A narration box described Janica as a beloved and cherished student. The scene opens with a young woman, her legs visible beneath a skirt, sitting pensively. The image suggests a moment of reflection, perhaps following a difficult situation. A narrative box explains that should she ever feel guilt or self-criticism, she is surrounded by people who would immediately offer support and encouragement. The young woman, now shown from the waist up, is visibly upset, tears welling in her eyes. She reflects on the value of having unwavering support. However, a following narration box points out that this support doesn't negate the wrongs that were committed. This is why, the narration continues, she sought out Ed, the protagonist. Ed is shown in profile, his expression thoughtful. He reflects on Janica's expectation of unconditional support from him. Janica, stretching languidly, confirms this expectation, highlighting Ed's unique position in her life. The scene shifts to Ed and Janica by a campfire. Janica explains that she doesn't take offense to Ed's actions, even if they might seem offensive to others. A narration box reveals Janica's perceptive nature, noting her observation of Ed's resilience even during difficult times. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced former villain from the game, now found himself living in the woods. His muscular physique, partially visible, hinted at a life spent outside, far from the comforts of his former dormitory. He was indirectly signaling to someone unseen to keep their distance. But his solitary existence was about to be disrupted. His expression was one of quiet contemplation, a hint of weariness in his eyes as he fiddled with a piece of string. A female voice, soft yet clear, broke the silence. She found Ed's aloofness reassuring, a stark contrast to the chaos she was used to. In fact, I find it reassuring, she said, her words laced with a hint of longing. I wish everyone in the world was like you, Ed, she continued, her voice filled with a wistful hope. The young woman, with her pink hair styled in braids, sat near Ed, her relaxed posture suggesting a comfortable familiarity despite the unusual circumstances. Her presence, unexpected as it was, offered a strange comfort to Ed. A quiet solace in his otherwise lonely existence. Night fell, fireflies illuminating the darkness surrounding Ed and the young woman. The scene was peaceful, a stark contrast to the turmoil brewing within the game's narrative. The next day dawned, and Ed found himself walking towards the imposing structure of the Extras Academy. His steps were deliberate, his expression unreadable. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game, the failed swordsman of Sylvania, found himself in serious trouble. His brow furrowed in worry, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. A digital display flickered before his eyes, revealing a cryptic message. The game, despite its reputation as a masterpiece, was rarely completed. New players, it warned, often stumbled upon numerous bad endings early on. For instance, the narration continued, a seemingly simple choice could lead to a fatal outcome. Saving a girl from a kobold ambush during the class placement test, a seemingly heroic act, would trigger a chain of events leading to Ed's kidnapping and death at the hands of the Golden Daughter. This was bad ending 3. Another bad ending, number 7, showed that neglecting to rescue his childhood friend, Ale, from a cliff during a monster-slaying practice episode resulted in her death and, consequently, Ed's failure. Ale's lifeless body was shown plummeting to her death, a grim reminder of the consequences of Ed's inaction. This was bad ending 7. The game's narrative continued, highlighting another fatal choice. Failing to protect the Golden Daughter from the fire spirit Tarkan, summoned by Janica, resulted in Ed's fiery demise. Ed's silhouette was consumed by flames, a stark visual representation of bad ending, yet another consequence of his actions within the game's intricate narrative. A title card appeared, stark against a crimson backdrop, bad ending 3, Taylor has burned to death. Ed, the disowned villain, found himself being followed. He muttered to himself, how long are you going to keep following me? A young woman with vibrant red hair confronted him. Her expression was a mixture of annoyance and amusement as she stated, I didn't think you'd grit your teeth and ignore me for so long. The panel focused on the lower half of the red-haired woman, revealing bandages on her legs. She was Tortel Ketchum, the golden daughter. Tortel approached Ed with a sly smile. She said, I'd like to buy 2 hours of your time, Senior Ed. A young woman approached Ed, a third-rate villain who had been expelled from the academy and now lived in the woods. She politely requested 2 hours of his time. The woman, with vibrant red hair and striking green eyes, wore a dark academic uniform. A subtle smile played on her lips as she waited for his response. She stood beside another woman, taller and with long, light hair. Both were impeccably dressed, their postures suggesting confidence and a shared purpose. The red-haired woman, Lortel Ketchum, was revealed to be a hidden hero in the game, unlike the more openly heroic Fenia. Her true nature was only revealed later in the story. The narration box explained that as players began to understand Lortel's loneliness and anguish, they faced a choice between her and Fenia. Ed, seemingly troubled by this revelation, pondered the implications. Ed, the disgraced villain, walked away from Lortel, one of the game's female leads. Her words of supposed concern washed over him, but he remained resolute, he couldn't afford to be swayed now. He internally strategized, realizing that accepting Lortel's help would mean losing control of the situation. However, another female lead, Janica, approached him, offering assistance. Janica, along with another of her identical-looking companions, pressed Ed, urging him not to make insincere promises. Ed, visibly annoyed, found himself surrounded by the persistent female leads. Ed continued walking, seemingly unfazed by Janica's profuse apologies and displays of respect. The scene shifted to a more formal setting, where Janica, once again, expressed her admiration for Ed's resilience and perseverance, even in the face of hardship. Her words highlighted Ed's continued efforts to learn and improve despite his difficult circumstances. Ed, though internally amused, acknowledged Janica's observation about his arrogant and self-centered nature, but ultimately dismissed it as inconsequential. Janica then offered Ed 3 gold coins as a down payment for her services. Finally, Janica revealed her true intentions. She wanted Ed's help in befriending Senior Janica, suggesting a close relationship between them. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the Game Extras Academy, now found himself in the game's reality. He clutched 3 gold coins, a meager sum for his current predicament. He examined the coins, each bore the insignia of a sailing ship, a symbol of wealth and power within the game's world. 3 gold coins, a small fortune for a scholarship. A skeptical thought crossed Ed's mind, could the influential golden daughter possibly be buying connections with money? Ed found himself face to face with a young woman, her crimson hair a stark contrast to his own. Her emerald eyes held a knowing glint as she sized him up. She leaned in, her touch lingering on his jacket as she subtly assessed his situation. The air crackled with unspoken understanding. A subtle exchange of power, a silent agreement. Ed slipped the coins into his pocket. The more allies, the better his chances of securing that scholarship. Ed's eyes narrowed. He realized something crucial, this girl had intuitively understood his predicament. She understood that he would be embroiled in a political battle with Princess Fenia for control of the academy. The crimson-haired girl, her gaze fixed on something beyond Ed's view, prepared herself for the upcoming conflict. A new player had entered the game. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from a prominent family, found himself expelled from the academy and living in the woods. He knew he needed to secure a scholarship to graduate, but his determination was tested as he resolved to avoid the game's protagonists, a goal made difficult by the persistent attention of 4 female leads. The narrator observes that Ed must start gaining allies. A seemingly impossible task given his current circumstances. A young man with blonde hair, dressed in a smart red blazer, approached Ed, offering a handshake and suggesting they at least agree on a common goal. Ed, despite his initial reluctance, extended his hand in return. A young woman with vibrant red hair and piercing green eyes appeared, her hand outstretched. She observed that for those accustomed to wealth, even a brief period of poverty could be devastating. The two shook hands, a silent agreement forming between them. However, the narrator interjected, noting that those facing hardship often make rash decisions due to desperation. This chump change mentality, as the narrator called it, could easily lead to their downfall. In a stark illustration of this point, the narrator showed a desperate man selling off his family and possessions for mere coins. Preying on the desperate was, the narrator concluded, remarkably easy. A young woman with fiery red hair, clad in a dark school uniform, stood defiantly, her fists clenched. Sadly, her determined stance couldn't mask the underlying vulnerability in her posture. A hand, bandaged and bearing the marks of recent injury, displayed 3 gold coins. That's how it should have been, a simple exchange, a quiet resolution. But fate, it seemed, had other plans. A woman with vibrant red hair, her expression a mixture of amusement and intrigue, observed the scene unfolding before her. How amusing, she mused, this unexpected turn of events. Her amusement deepened as she watched, a subtle smile playing on her lips. A young man with blonde hair, dressed in a sharp red suit, stood before a grand gate, his face partially obscured. He seemed apprehensive, his gaze fixed on the red-haired woman who waited just beyond the entrance. A tense silence hung in the air as he hesitated, his inner turmoil evident in the subtle clenching of his jaw. Had he obtained that scholarship, things might have been easier. Though it is a shame. He shuddered at the thought of the potential consequences. He couldn't even imagine the horrors he'd face if he'd gotten stuck between the newbie crusher and Janica. He resolved to avoid anything that could alter the original storyline, no matter the cost. The stakes were too high. A young woman with long, light pink hair and a white school uniform approached Janica. She explained that, while it had been a while, she wanted to apologize for a previous encounter. Her only intention had been to see how impressive the top sophomore student was. Janica, a young woman with long, reddish-brown hair, her arm bandaged, responded that her wound hadn't healed yet, though she had paid a steep price for it. The pink-haired girl reassured Janica that the wound would heal quickly and advised her not to worry too much. Ed, observing them, reflected that Janica resembled the main characters in fairy tales. He wondered if manipulating her guilt would be easier. Janica's eyes widened in alarm, a bead of sweat trickling down her temple. The pink-haired girl asked Janica what she was suddenly talking about. The pink-haired girl continued, explaining that she always tells them to restrain themselves in personal matters, but a fiery dragon-like spirit appeared, and the pink-haired girl commented that the spirits sure love chatting. The pink-haired girl stood calmly amidst several other spirits, each elemental in nature, surrounding her. Ed, the disgraced villain, now living in the forest's northern reaches, overheard snippets of conversations. Meanwhile, at the academy, a young woman with fiery red hair and a determined expression confronted a young man in a red blazer. Their interaction was tense. Her eyes, a startling shade of green, widened in shock and realization, as she urgently asked for help befriending someone named Janica. Janica, seemingly touched by the offer of gold coins, accepted the help, though she noted that sincerity can't be bought. Elsewhere, two other young women discussed Ed's methods, one expressing skepticism about the use of money to buy friendship. However, the other countered that, in Ed's case, his approach was surprisingly effective. Ed, smiling subtly, prepared to offer more gold coins, further highlighting the unconventional, yet effective, nature of his strategy. Ed, the protagonist, found himself questioning his recent behavior. He reflected internally, did I act too smug about myself? It's my first time being a senior, so I might have boasted a little. This is embarrassing, revealing a hint of self-doubt. A young woman with pink hair and pigtails, seemingly amused by his internal conflict, observed him. She thought, I'm gonna need to modify my evaluation of her. Meanwhile, two other young women conversed. One, with red hair, explained, I'll get going now. It takes a lot of preparation to form a contract with a high-rank spirit, you see. I've been getting a lot more support lately, so I have to work even harder. The other, with dark hair and a red ribbon, responded thoughtfully, Janica Faylover is similar to the main characters in fairy tales? I got that wrong. Right, Lortel. Lortel continued, her thoughts sharp and critical, a person who's oblivious about the ways of the world? Absolutely not. She then addressed someone off-panel, I'm sorry about the other day. You were pretty hurt because of me, weren't you? Despite being completely aware of the dark side of the world. She showed a surprising level of concern, adding, I hope you get better soon. The pink-haired girl from earlier appeared again, observing the scene with a knowing smirk. She internally commented, she's a person who is surprisingly perceptive despite her outward appearance. The scene ends with a dramatic close-up on a large, imposing door. Janica Faylover, a young woman with vibrant red hair, stood in a dimly lit room, her expression unreadable. A sense of unease hung in the air. A slight grimace twisting her features as she muttered a single word, ugh. Her gaze drifted, a flicker of something unidentifiable crossing her eyes. But, just now, she looked strangely different. The panel shows Janica's name on a plaque, suggesting this is her room. She muttered to herself, I gotta work harder. Because it's really nice. Another young woman, with long brown hair styled in braids, sat alone in a dimly lit room, her expression pensive. She seemed lost in thought. A voice, seemingly her own, echoed in her mind, when people expect good things from you. Sunlight streamed through the gap in the trees, illuminating a clothesline laden with freshly washed garments. A gentle breeze rustled the fabric, casting long shadows across the verdant landscape. The scene was idyllic, peaceful, almost deceptively so. Until a young woman with striking silver hair appeared, her brow furrowed in displeasure. A faint frown creased her face as she inhaled sharply. It smells. Suddenly, a dark shadow shot across the clothesline. A shirt was ripped from its place with surprising force, followed by another, and another, as if some unseen force was violently tearing the clothes from the line. A young man with blonde hair tumbled out from behind the laundry, landing hard on the ground. Qua. I just hung them. He looked around in a panic, his face a mask of confusion and alarm. Who's there? A young woman in a maid's uniform appeared, carrying a picnic basket. She observed the scene with a calm, almost unnerving composure. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced former villain, now found himself living in the woods. He muttered to himself, recognizing the maid before him as the one who had previously evicted him. The maid, Belle, informed him that Lady Janica often spoke of him. Belle expressed surprise at Ed's current living conditions, noting his makeshift shelter in the woods. She carried a picnic basket, her expression a mixture of concern and curiosity as she observed his surroundings. Belle suggested that this change of lifestyle might have been beneficial for Ed, prompting a nervous reaction from him. Ed's internal monologue revealed his discomfort with Belle's words, his gaze hardening. The final panel shows Belle in a powerful pose, her shadow suggesting a sinister undercurrent to her seemingly innocent demeanor. The text on the page reads, "To perfection, including the feeding of the students." A maid, her face obscured, carries a large wicker basket. The narration box above her states, "Inside that basket must be the finest ingredients that this elite maid gathered from the forest." The text then adds, "That's high grade." The text reads, "Let's see the event where Belle Maya could impact the main plot." Ed, the protagonist, is shown deep in thought. He thinks to himself, "You don't need to be so respectful." The maid, now visible, responds, "You can talk down to me as you had while residing in Ophelis." "No thanks." Ed reflects, "How could I talk down to a maid who's always working so hard?" Ed smiles sheepishly and says, "About that basket." Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game, mused that perhaps there would be no issue with him, an extra, befriending others. He had just received instructions on various edible plants from Belle Maya. Ed successfully completed the construction of a fish farming net, increasing his crafting proficiency. His newly constructed fish trap was already yielding results, supplementing his supply of dried meat. Ed, pleased with his progress, noted that his dietary needs were nearly met. He prepared a fire, easily igniting it with his level 10 fire magic, ignition skill. Ed, now comfortably settled, surveyed his surroundings with a self-satisfied smile. He used his fire magic to further enhance the warmth of his already established fire. Ed Rothstaler, the disgraced villain, found himself in an unexpected situation. Despite possessing only 2 basic spells, his frequent use had unknowingly boosted his aimed proficiency to level 10. He had just finished brewing a herbal tea, a simple recipe he learned from Belle Maya. The description indicated that using it while chopping firewood or cooking would increase efficiency. Ed took a sip of the herbal tea, a satisfied expression crossing his face. He declared his work complete for the day. As the sun began to set, Ed sat contentedly, reflecting on his day's accomplishments. He was surprised to find that he had finished his work before sunset. Honestly, Ed admitted to himself, he was enjoying this unexpected turn of events. A sly smile played on his lips as he savored the herbal tea, a sense of contentment washing over him. Suddenly, a sense of unease washed over Ed. He felt a strange presence, a feeling of being watched. A feeling that had persisted right up until this moment. A bright light erupted in the distance, signaling an event of significant magnitude. A powerful shockwave erupted from the center of the clearing, sending debris flying in all directions. A man, caught in the blast, was sent tumbling through the air, his body a ragdoll. The force of the impact leaving a crater in the ground as a cloud of dust and smoke billowed upwards. Ed Rothstaler, the disowned villain, watched from a distance, his eyes wide with disbelief. What on earth, my precious camp? The once tidy campsite was now a scene of utter devastation. Splintered wood and scattered belongings were all that remained of his hard work. He let out a heavy sigh, huff, the lingering smoke obscuring his vision. As dust slowly settled, revealing the extent of the damage. That just about killed me. Meanwhile, hidden within a nearby cave, a young woman with long, silver hair sat quietly, a faint blue glow emanating from her. A cloud of dust and debris filled the air, the remnants of a powerful impact. From within the chaos, a single word echoed. A powerful magical blast erupted from the earth, leaving behind a crater and a young woman, Maya, in its wake. She clutched her arms, clearly shaken by the event. Ed Rothstaler, a disowned villain from the game, emerged from the crater, battered but alive. That just about killed me. Maya, the world's most powerful mage, stared at him incredulously. Just about killed you? Ed, still catching his breath, could only manage a weak, Maya. A new character, a maid with dark hair and a stern expression, appeared, questioning Ed's actions. But she's a good person? Ed explained that he had skipped class as usual, but Maya seemed unusually moody that day. The maid's fist clenched tighter than usual as she listened. Suddenly, Ed found himself teleported away from the scene, leaving Maya behind. He breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. I thought it would hurt. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced former villain from the game, now found himself living in the woods. His face contorted in a grimace, a mixture of anger and frustration etched onto his features. Suddenly, Miss Belle Maya appeared, her usually serene expression replaced with furious indignation. She accused him of ruining everything, her words sharp and accusatory. A sharp blow to the head interrupting her tirade. Maya clutched her head, wincing in pain. Ed, seemingly unfazed, questioned her lifestyle. Maya, surprised by his question, revealed that she had run out of magical energy, explaining her sudden vulnerability. She sat on the ground, exhausted and defenseless, her usual magical protection gone. Ed's eyes narrowed, a sinister glint appearing in them as he noticed her weakened state. He asked her a pointed question, his tone laced with malice. His eyes glowed menacingly red, a stark contrast to his usual appearance. He announced his intentions, a chilling smile spreading across his face. Ed revealed his plan for revenge, his hands clenched into fists, his anger palpable. He explained his reasons for his actions, his voice dripping with sarcasm as he detailed his plans for retribution against Maya and the destruction of his house. The imposing structure of the Extras Academy loomed against the twilight sky, its grand architecture a stark contrast to Ed Rothstailer's current circumstances. Ed, a disgraced villain now living in the woods, resolved to build a life for himself, using his current situation to his advantage. He silently vowed to use this time to his advantage. His current refuge was far from ideal, but the Academy's library offered a wealth of knowledge. He planned to use his time wisely, gathering information crucial to his survival and future plans. Surrounded by towering bookshelves, Ed meticulously reviewed his notes, his mind focused on the task at hand. He was making steady progress on his project. A librarian's announcement jolted him back to reality. It was closing time. As Ed gathered his books, a young woman approached him, her voice soft and admiring. She commented on his diligent study habits. Ed apologized for spending so long in the library, surprised by how much time had passed. The girl's response was unexpected. Elka Island, a first-year student in the Faculty of Magic, introduced herself. Ed, slightly flustered by the unexpected interaction, could only stare as Elka's words hung in the air. A young woman with pink hair and a school uniform stared intently at Ed, her eyes wide with unspoken questions. He felt her silent plea, a desperate attempt to learn his name. Ed Rothstailer, a notorious villain in this world, remained impassive, his expression betraying nothing of his inner turmoil. The young woman's eyes widened further as Ed finally spoke, revealing his identity, Ed Rothstailer. The narrator observes, familiar reaction. As always, this guy's notoriety just doesn't go away. Ed thought to himself, no surprise there. I've only been living diligently, but there's no way that changes anything. Another student approached, their voice sharp with surprise. You're extremely different from what the rumors say, you know? The student continued, pointing out Ed's unusual behavior. Even right now, you've read through over 6 technical texts while sitting here. They added, their tone laced with disbelief. They say you act all arrogant when they don't even know anything. The pink-haired girl smiled, a knowing glint in her eyes. After all. Ed, the disgraced villain, walked away from the academy, his red cape billowing behind him. He resolved to avoid the main characters at all costs, focusing on earning his scholarship and escaping his current predicament. But a young woman with pink hair, her expression a mixture of concern and determination, watched him go. She offered words of encouragement, wishing him well on his journey. A cheerful farewell echoing in the grand library's quiet atmosphere. Alone, Ed felt a strange sensation. He was heading back to his dorm, intending to clean up, when a sharp pain pierced his eye, a brilliant blue light flashing before his vision. A sudden, overwhelming shock causing him to stumble. The library, once serene, was now a whirlwind of motion. Ed and the pink-haired girl found themselves caught in a strange temporal distortion. The familiar surroundings warping and shifting around them. The girl, eyes wide with alarm, stumbled backward. Utterly bewildered by the sudden, inexplicable change in their reality. Books flew through the air in chaotic disarray as a young woman with long pink hair tumbled backward, her expression one of startled surprise. The scene a whirlwind of motion and disorientation. A surge of purple energy erupted from the ground, spiraling upwards in a breathtaking display of power. A spectacle of arcane might that filled the sky. 2 hours after an unprecedented disaster, a temporary camp had been set up in front of the student center. Several students milled about, nervously eyeing the monstrous creatures surrounding the area. Their anxious faces reflecting the gravity of the situation. A young woman with brown hair, her expression etched with worry, observed the scene. It had been Taylor and his friends' efforts that had brought the students together, she recalled, having read about such a magical event in a book on spirit magic. A summoning rune pulsed with an eerie purple light, its intricate symbols glowing with arcane energy. The ritual was complete, and from its depths emerged Glaskin, the highest-ranked spirit of darkness. A young woman with long, blonde hair, dressed in a school uniform, observed the scene with a concerned expression. That's bad news, she stated, because only one person has a strong enough spiritual connection to summon that many spirits. Her gaze hardened as she continued her analysis. It's highly likely our enemy is the one who went berserk due to the spirit of darkness, the year 2 top student. The image revealed Janica Fey Lover, consumed by dark energy, her eyes glowing menacingly as the spirit of darkness manifested behind her. The blonde-haired girl from before stood amidst a group of students, her expression grim. A tense silence hung in the air. It was unfortunate, but this was not the time for this. The blonde-haired girl's eyes narrowed in thought. If Ila's right, she mused, then the barrier around the students will merely buy some time. A serious discussion unfolds amidst a purplish glow. One individual warns of further casualties if Glaskin is summoned, urging immediate action inside the student center. Taylor McCoy, a first-year combat faculty student, is shown in a panel. Another individual, concerned about the barrier, explains that those outside will notice any disturbance quickly. He suggests that the Imperial Guard and professors will handle it swiftly. Claire, captain of the Royal Guard, and Elvira Aniston, a first-year alchemy student, are introduced. Alvira emphasizes the need to solve the problem from within, given the nature of the spirit barrier of darkness. The conversation continues, revealing that Principal Abel is also out of town. A suggestion is made that if everyone works together, they might succeed. A group of students, including Alvira and Taylor, are shown gathered together, their expressions determined. Alvira's confident demeanor is prominent. Alvira confidently asserts that they could even take down a high-rank spirit. Clebius Nortondale, a first-year combat student, visibly recoils, expressing his opposition to the plan. Despite Clebius's objections, the group plans to proceed, aiming to overcome intermediate-level spirits and the spirit boss, Janica, within the building. A surge of purple energy crackled in the air, swirling and coalescing into a monstrous form. The creature's terrifying silhouette emerged, its features slowly resolving into a nightmarish beast with horns and leathery wings. High-rank spirits resided within, 2 of them, in fact. A closer look revealed a monstrous dragon-like head, its eyes glowing with malevolent purple light. The names of the spirits were revealed, a high-rank berserk fire spirit, Tarkan, and a high-rank spirit of darkness, Belosphor. Ed, witnessing this, recoiled in horror. Ed's face contorted in a mask of terror. This was suicide. He wasn't going near that. Janica, a year 2 top student, was summoning Glaskin, a feat considered incredibly powerful even for her level. Another student, observing Janica's actions, noted that she was simultaneously manifesting multiple spirits. This was likely Velosphor's power, with Janica acting as a mere medium. The spirits of darkness were revealed to be natural enemies of spirit sorcerers. Their immense power far exceeded a spirit sorcerer's control, a terrifying revelation. A young woman with long pink hair is shown, seemingly controlled by unseen strings, her body contorted in an unnatural pose. The narration box above her reveals a chilling truth: the demons that in fact take control of the spirit sorcerers are the reason all spirit sorcerers feel this way. Because they become their prey. The scene shifts to reveal a monstrous, demonic face, its eyes glowing menacingly. The narration box explains, yet, how Senior Janica, the most remarkable student in spirit studies, managed to command Velosphor isn't known to anyone. The focus shifts to a young man with short brown hair, his face partially obscured. He mutters, "That's not what's important right now. What's important right now is to decide our course of action." The young man continues, "And there is only one person who can decide that. Princess Phenia. Please tell us." The scene shows Princess Phenia, a young woman with long blonde hair, looking distressed. She is surrounded by other students in a large arena. The weight of the situation is evident on her face. Ed, the disgraced villain, sat dejectedly amongst a group of students, his posture reflecting his low spirits. 4 female students, each with a distinct personality, stood nearby, their attention seemingly focused on a 5th figure whose face was obscured by long, flowing white hair. The scene was tense, the air thick with anticipation. The moment hung heavy, all eyes were on the mysterious figure with the long white hair, awaiting her decision. The weight of expectation pressed down on everyone present. Suddenly, a casual remark from Ed flashed through the white-haired girl's mind, disrupting her concentration. Ed's words echoed in her thoughts, "Whatever burden I carry, it can't be any heavier than what you carry, princess, can it?" He continued, offering a suggestion, "Why not have some peace of mind?" The white-haired girl sighed inwardly. How she wished it were that simple. But the reality was far more complex. She finally announced her decision: "We'll enter after an hour." The group of students, including Ed, reacted to the announcement. A stern-looking man addressed them, his words carrying a sense of finality. "Only those who have proven their ability will go." He urged them to prepare themselves, both physically and mentally. A young woman with long, flowing white hair and striking brown eyes glared intensely. Her crimson school uniform contrasted sharply with her determined expression, her lips slightly parted in a confident smirk. She crossed her arms, a picture of self-assuredness. "I'll take the responsibility," she declared, her voice firm and unwavering. A different young woman, this one with blonde hair, was addressed. "Princess. We're done assessing the resident employees of the teaching area," a voice reported. The blonde woman listened intently, a subtle smile playing on her lips as she considered the information. A male student, his face etched with worry, delivered grim news. "The Audrey Hall and Potion Archives are in the middle of a strike," he announced. He knelt, his shoulders slumped in defeat. "It's unlikely they'll join us," he despaired. The blonde woman placed a hand to her forehead, clearly distressed. "There's no other students aside from the Dash," she began, her voice strained. "There is one," she exclaimed, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. The blonde-haired woman explained, "In the student library, there's a friend of mine, an apprentice librarian, and a sophomore student in there." 3 other students stood behind her, looking concerned. A figure, cloaked in shadow, urgently inquired about an apprentice, demanding to know their name. The answer, revealed in a close-up of a startled eye, was Elka Island. The revelation of Elka's name caused a visible shock. A man, his face contorted in alarm, confirmed that she was indeed his apprentice in the librarian class, learning grimoire management. A surge of urgency consumed him, he had to rescue her immediately. His resolve hardened as he saw Elka, seemingly powerless and vulnerable. A situation complicated by the arrival of Senior Janica, who was tasked with addressing the root of the problem. Janica confirmed Elka's presence in the student library, prompting a reconsideration of their approach. Doubt clouded his judgment. He was urged to place his faith in the student for now. And a worried Elka sought confirmation of another student's presence. Two young women, one with blonde hair and the other with purple hair, confronted Ed Rothstaler. The blonde woman, her eyes wide with alarm, looked over her shoulder as the purple-haired girl spoke, demanding to know what Ed was hiding. The purple-haired girl's voice trembled slightly as she whispered Ed's name, tears welling in her eyes. Suddenly, a dark shadow enveloped the scene, revealing Ed Rothstaler's face, his eyes glowing menacingly. The revelation of his identity sent a shockwave through the onlookers. His intense gaze seemed to pierce through the very air, radiating an aura of ominous power. The purple-haired girl, Elka, apologized, explaining that Ed had been sitting there late into the night. Overcome with frustration, Elka confessed that she had been so annoyed by his presence that she had left him with the blonde girl, whose name was revealed to be Elka. Ed's ominous shadow loomed over a group of students, their faces etched with fear and apprehension. They all knew who Ed Rothstaler was. One of the students, seemingly unconcerned, pointed out that Elka didn't care about rumors. The news of Ed Rothstaler's presence spread quickly among the students. Two students, shocked and dismayed, discussed the fact that the infamous Ed and the apprentice were alone in the library. A blonde woman with striking golden eyes, dressed in a vibrant red blazer and skirt, stood amidst a group of people, her expression one of intense alarm. Her hands gestured wildly as she spoke, her voice laced with urgency. She interrupted, shouting, "Wait a minute." The blonde woman's commanding presence filled the space as she addressed a man with dark hair, his back turned to the viewer, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding drama. Her words hanging heavy in the air. Her eyes, wide with a mixture of fear and determination, betrayed her inner turmoil. A powerful, pink beam of light erupted from the ground in the distance, casting an ethereal glow over the scene. In the background, a castle-like structure stood silhouetted against the twilight sky. The blonde woman's companions watched, their expressions a mixture of awe and apprehension. One of them, a young man with dark hair, seemed particularly concerned. A young woman with light hair, dressed in a simple, almost plain outfit, stood amongst several armored figures, her expression one of quiet contemplation. A stark contrast to the vibrant energy of the previous scene. The armored figures remained impassive. Silence. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the Game Extras Academy, found himself in an unfamiliar situation. His eyes, narrowed in a grimace, revealed a mixture of apprehension and determination. He was being pursued by Elka, one of the game's female leads, a powerful mage whose magical energy pulsed around her in a vibrant purple aura. Ed, small and agile, desperately tried to evade her attack. But another female lead, a short-haired girl with purple hair, was also closing in, her own magical blast sending her hurtling towards him. Suddenly, Ed found himself surrounded by monstrous, blue-skinned creatures. Their guttural roar echoed through the air as they lunged at him. Their claws extended, ready to tear him apart. Elka, witnessing the attack, reacted instantly. A warning echoed in her voice: if Ed so much as touched a hair on her head, there would be dire consequences. With a burst of speed, she launched herself into the fray, a fiery trail blazing behind her as she moved to protect Ed from the creature's onslaught, sending one of the beasts flying with a powerful blow. Despite the danger, Ed's resolve hardened. He vowed to beat his pursuers to a pulp. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from a popular game, found himself inexplicably inhabiting his own character. His face contorted in a furious grimace, veins bulging in his temples as a guttural roar escaped his lips. The raw intensity of his rage a stark contrast to the pristine white collar of his shirt. His expulsion from the academy and family disownment fueled his desperate need to earn a scholarship and escape his current predicament. The narrative opens with a stark declaration: the term rags to riches hardly captures the extraordinary life of Jix, the spear of grass. A figure, judging by the size of the handprints, is revealed to be an adult male. The state of the surrounding tree bark suggests he was recently here. Suddenly, a pair of intense, green eyes appear from the shadows, belonging to a creature with dark fur and a vaguely humanoid form. The creature lets out a triumphant declaration: got him. A large elk is shown walking through a grassy area. A shadowy figure is seen lurking in the bushes nearby, observing the elk. The scene shifts to the grasslands in the north of the Empire. A land of savagery where not even the voice of an empire can reach. A world where, at the end of the day, survival is paramount. The figure from earlier is shown perched atop a large weapon, surveying his surroundings. A chilling warning echoed in Ed's mind, a stark reminder of his precarious situation. He had to check if his own neck was still attached. The scene transitioned to a violent flashback, a whirlwind of red splatters against a black background, hinting at a brutal past. Revealing that Ed's ancestor, Jix, hailed from a nomadic tribe that roamed the land. By the time Jix reached adulthood, he was already separated from his family. The circumstances of his abandonment remained a mystery to him, leaving him with no knowledge of why he was abandoned or if he would ever return to his kin. Jix's harsh upbringing shaped his survival skills. He learned to butcher a deer before he learned to read. And before he learned to buy goods, he mastered the grim art of scavenging supplies from corpses by the roadside. Word of Jix's brutal resourcefulness spread, painting him as a savage from the northern grasslands, a descendant of barbarians rumored to eat human flesh. The panel shows a deer carcass, blood still fresh, with a young man, presumably Jix, and a wolf nearby, further solidifying the grim reputation that preceded him. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced third-rate villain from the Game Extras Academy, found himself living a solitary life in the woods after being expelled from the dormitory. He carried a large wolf on his back. When a young girl with pink hair approached him, her expression curious, she asked him his name. Ed, startled, remained silent for a moment. Before the girl, whose name was Jix, introduced herself with a bright smile. Jix continued, addressing Ed by his nickname, comparing him to a wolf walking on two legs. It was then that Ed realized the stark contrast between his current life and his past. His eyes widened in surprise. He reflected on a life spent roaming the vast northern prairies, scavenging for scraps. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from a game, found himself reborn as a wolf pup abandoned by his pack. He slept under the moon, alone and vulnerable. A voice, filled with concern, broke through the silence. Are you okay, Jix? Tears streamed down Jix's face, his wolf pup hood obscuring most of his features. He reflected on his past, a life marked by profound loneliness. I lived such a lonely life, he thought. In that moment of despair, Jix suddenly understood the true weight of loneliness. A turning point arrived. Elka and her father welcomed him into their home, offering him warmth and acceptance. Elka and her father welcomed me into their family, he recalled. A new chapter began, a stark contrast to his past. He left behind the harshness of the wilderness, embracing the comforts of civilization. Chasing after the fast-paced life of civilization, he mused. The image of a hearty meal, soup, bread, and a sprig of green appeared, a symbol of his newfound comfort and security. Yet, a faint spark of his past life flickered within him. The savage life became a distant memory at some point, he realized, a hint of longing in his eyes. Elka, now a young woman, prepared to give Jix a haircut, a small act of care that symbolized their bond. The scene opens with a pair of feet, clad in dark trousers and shoes, emerging from beneath a heavy, purplish-gray cloak. The text in the speech bubble declares, in a matter-of-fact tone, that the wolf pup has become a man. However, a caveat is immediately presented: if it was for the sake of protecting someone, a different path might be taken. Three hulking figures, resembling anthropomorphic wolves with dark blue fur and glowing red eyes, stand poised for attack. They exude an aura of menace. As they prepare to unleash their fury, a swift, powerful attack erupts. The protagonist, a young man with dark hair, is shown mid-air, dodging the initial assault with surprising agility, sending one of the wolf-like creatures flying. The protagonist, now falling, is shown from below, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion and determination. He declares, with fierce resolve, that he would gladly become a beast again. Whispers about Ed Rothstaler, a notorious student, circulated among the academy's students. He was known for his transgressions, including cheating on a major exam, insulting the princess, and causing distress to a younger student. The rumors painted a picture of a reckless and arrogant young man, a shadow looming over a frightened girl. The gravity of Ed's actions was further emphasized. Ed, fleeing from an unseen pursuer, plunged down a seemingly endless corridor, the echoing sounds of his desperate escape filling the vast space. His breath came in ragged gasps. Finally cornered and injured, Ed Rothstaler found himself facing his pursuers. His name was called out, a stark reminder of his current predicament. Ed Rothstaler, the disgraced villain, found himself in an unfamiliar, dimly lit space. Bruised and battered, he sat hunched over, his injuries a stark reminder of his recent misfortunes. A voice, laced with suspicion, cut through the silence. Oh, who are you? Another young man, his face etched with worry and anger, burst into the scene. He frantically searched the area, his voice sharp with panic. Elka. Where's Elka? Why are you here right now? He demanded answers, his concern for Elka overriding his initial suspicion of Ed, despite his own precarious situation, responded curtly, first, tell me where Elka is. Ed, following the directions, hurried down a dimly lit corridor. The other young man, his anxiety palpable, shouted Elka's name as he ran after him. They found Elka in the reading room, unconscious but seemingly unharmed. Relief washed over the worried young man as he rushed to her side. He knelt beside her, his voice filled with concern. Are you okay, Elka? The panel shifts to reveal Elka, a young woman with pink hair, lying asleep on the floor, a red blanket pulled over her. Blood stains marred the fabric, hinting at a recent struggle. Ed, observing the scene from a distance, let out a sigh of relief. A wave of relief washed over him as he clenched his fists, muttering a prayer of thanks. Thank God. A hand gently rested on Ed's head, a silent gesture of comfort. He was sprawled on the floor, his face pale and drawn, a silent testament to the ordeal he had just endured. He muttered, seriously, a sigh escaping his lips as tears welled in his eyes. Relief washed over him, he thought, thank God. Ed's eyes snapped open, his gaze sharp and assessing. He mused, come to think of it, these massive bookcases surrounding Elka were oddly placed. A young woman with short, dark hair, dressed in a red coat, observed the scene, commenting, these are all bookcases that'd be hard for a fully grown man to lift. She continued her assessment, yet they're placed around Elka as if they're trying to protect her. Blackout curtains to block the berserk spirit's vision. A hand reached out and touched the chalkboard, tracing the words written there. The message was clear: when you wake up, don't panic and stay here. Another hand appeared, completing the message: everything will probably be solved before dawn, so stay calm, block the entrance, and don't provoke the spirits. A stark warning filled the panel: think of your safety at all costs and don't act rashly. Ed Rothstaler, a disowned villain, found himself in a dimly lit study. Elka, one of the game's female leads, lay unconscious on a desk. Ed, covered in blood, frantically scribbled on a large whiteboard. He muttered to himself, realizing someone protected Elka. More blood. Ed's own blood, he noted grimly. But it wasn't Elka's. A trail of blood led to an open doorway, bathed in an ethereal light. A stark contrast to the darkness of the study. The narration box added, despite being wounded himself, he didn't even care for his body. Ed sat before a statue depicting the Pieta, his own blood staining his clothes. He was exhausted but resolute. He thought, and went so far as to protect Elka. This belongs to. Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain in a game, found himself in an unfamiliar situation. His name, starkly presented, echoed the reality of his predicament. He was disoriented, his face bruised and bloodied. A question formed in his mind, a silent cry of confusion: why was he here? His eyes, wide with a mixture of fear and disbelief, reflected the gravity of his situation. The weight of his predicament pressed down on him. A frustrated sigh escaped him: he had been so close. The image shifted, revealing a flashback. 3 hours prior, Ed was in a grand library, books flying through the air in chaotic disarray. The scene was one of intense turmoil, books scattered everywhere. A clear indication of a struggle or sudden event. The next panel shows Ed being carried by a young woman. He grunted, a sound of exertion, but also relief. He was thankful for his regular strength training. The young woman carrying him spoke, noting the rapid progression of the game's events. From his vantage point, Ed Rothstaler observed the commencement of the Glassgrin showdown. A faint HM escaped his lips as he contemplated the unfolding events. He mused that Taylor would undoubtedly handle the situation, but he shouldn't be observing a place teeming with key characters from the storyline. A grim determination hardening his gaze. Blood stained his face. He couldn't allow the future to change. Even so, time was of the essence, he couldn't afford idleness. Low-rank berserk spirits would soon arrive. He needed to secure the entrance to prevent the spirits from entering. And use this opportunity to perfect his shelter. He planned to eat the beef jerky he'd brought and conduct research throughout the night. A sudden thought struck him: Janika's unique abilities stemmed from her mastery of spirit understanding and spirit connection. These stats increased through contact with spirits. He saw Janika riding a lion-like spirit. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game, found himself standing before an open door, a bright light emanating from within. He knew that interacting with spirits was a skill beyond his reach. He reflected on his limitations: even perceiving spirit stats was nearly impossible for him. But then, a sudden, violent clash erupted. Ed found himself surrounded by a flurry of purple, demonic figures, their eyes glowing menacingly. The creatures lunged, their roars echoing through the air. Ed's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed Janika, one of the game's heroines, effortlessly dispatching the materialized spirits. Janika, amused by the ease of the battle, commented on the unexpected turn of events. She unleashed a swift, powerful attack, a green energy surging from her hand, completely obliterating the remaining spirits with incredible speed. The sheer speed of Janika's attack was astounding. A display of her stats revealed her high levels in fire magic and spirit magic. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game, found himself alone in the woods, his body battered and bruised. His spirit magic, however, was almost at its peak. He was only one level away from reaching a critical threshold, a breakthrough that would unlock even greater power. But he had pushed himself too far. Exhausted and battered, he collapsed, his breath ragged. 2 young women, one with pink hair, carried him, while a man in a suit watched with concern. The man approached Ed cautiously, his expression a mixture of suspicion and curiosity. "What were you doing here?" he asked, his voice low and wary. One of the girls, still supporting Ed's weight, offered a wry observation. She mused that his concern was understandable, given her visible injuries. Ed, despite his exhaustion, decided honesty was the best policy. "Training," he replied simply. The man scoffed at Ed's explanation. "Training," he scoffed, his disbelief evident. Only the most naive of humans would believe that. He seemed to be sizing Ed up, his gaze sharp and assessing. "I see," the man finally said, a hint of understanding dawning in his eyes. "I feel like I finally understand the kind of human you are." Ed's eyes widened slightly, a flicker of apprehension crossing his features as he contemplated the man's words. Ed, the disgraced villain, carried a young woman, her pink hair a striking contrast to his dark attire. He muttered, feeling a deep sense of obligation, that he truly owed her a great debt. A voice called out, addressing him formally as Senior Ed. Ed, his expression grim, promised to repay this debt at any cost, his resolve hardening in his eyes. Meanwhile, another young man, his face bruised and bloodied, observed the scene. He mused to himself that Elka was definitely Jik's lover. He continued his internal monologue, noting that Elka's role in the game was so minor he'd completely forgotten about her. But then, a new face appeared, Taylor's friend, a steadfast ally throughout the game's storyline. So? Taylor's friend questioned Ed, noting that he had left the student center and rushed to this location. He advised Ed, now that Elka's safety was confirmed, to proceed with his original plan. Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain in the game, found himself in a dire situation. His clothes were torn, his face bore the marks of a recent struggle, and a cold sweat beaded on his brow as he muttered a curt order, "Get back to the student center." A mysterious voice echoed, seemingly from nowhere, adding to the tension, "You don't belong here. Go and help Taylor. If you do what he says, things will work out." A young woman, her face etched with concern, approached Ed, questioning him. "Taylor? Do you mean Taylor McClure?" Another individual, seemingly a man, responded, "That's right, that guy who's always barely avoiding failures." The young woman, however, disagreed. "I don't know why you think so highly of Taylor. You have never even talked to him. Rather than regarding him highly, it's an issue of compatibility. Especially since the shell of the high-rank fire spirit, Tarkan, can only be harmed by that guy's element slash." A narration box revealed a crucial piece of information. In Act 1, Scene 4, Taylor learns one of his key moves, element slash. To win this episode, that skill is necessary. If I make Taylor use that skill, he can win. The young woman thanked the mysterious voice for the advice. She urged Ed to act quickly, stating that there was no time to waste. Ed, sitting alone and wounded, reflected on the events. "I've even given him a huge piece of advice, so it should unfold as per the original story, right?" Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain in the game, found himself in an unfamiliar situation. A wave of confusion washed over him as he stared blankly ahead, his mind racing to make sense of his surroundings. He muttered to himself, questioning what was happening. Two young women and a young man watched Ed with concern. One of the women, her blonde hair catching the light, spoke, questioning if he was referring to Taylor McClure. She pointed out that he had never even spoken to him before. A narration box described a duel between Taylor and Jix. Taylor suffered a one-sided beating but learned a new skill, element slash, and ultimately cut through Jix's magic. Jix, impressed by Taylor's tenacity, acknowledged him, and the two became friends. However, a crucial detail was revealed: the events of Act 1, Scene 9, occurred a month earlier than in the original game timeline. Because of the altered timeline, Jix and Taylor did not become friends, and Taylor did not learn element slash. Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain in the game, found himself in a dire situation. He was unable to inflict any significant damage to his formidable opponent, Tarkan. The sheer power of Tarkan's attack overwhelmed Ed, leaving him struggling to comprehend the extent of his own weakness. He hadn't realized just how insignificant his power was until the full force of the blow crashed down upon him. The impact sent Ed flying, his body a blur against the vibrant purple energy. The scene was chaotic, a maelstrom of power and destruction. He was clearly outmatched. And the carefully laid plans of the game's narrative were already beginning to unravel. Later, Ed found himself at the student center, the base of the raid team. He offered a sincere apology for any delays caused by his actions, promising to atone for his wrongdoings. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game, now found himself in the very reality he once scorned. His expulsion from the academy and family disownment left him with little choice but to survive in the woods, far from the game's protagonists. A grim determination settled on his face, his eyes cast downward. Above him, a group of female leads from the game looked down, their expressions a mixture of concern and defiance. One of them, seemingly the leader, uttered a dismissive command, "Forget it." The scene shifted to reveal the aftermath of a battle. Another of the female leads, her face streaked with blood, spoke with grim resignation, "Even with you here, we would have lost regardless." A male character, injured but resolute, spoke to his companions. He declared, "If we want to re-invade, it'll be better to get more reinforcements." He continued, his voice strained with pain, "I'll join you as soon as the pain in my leg subsides." Another female lead, Princess Phenia, addressed the injured man, Claire. She pleaded, "Princess Phenia, if you really care about me, please rescind your order." Phenia, her face etched with sorrow and concern, replied, "Claire, I have a heart too, you know." The scene shifted again to show Claire and Ed. A narration box summarized the situation. "Fortunately, our retreat was successful, but Claire's out of the squad." A tense discussion unfolded amongst a group, their faces grim. They resolved to eliminate Tarkan with the resources at hand, acknowledging the lack of time for a direct confrontation. As the scene shifted to Ed Rothstaler, his back to the viewer, observing a chaotic scene. Blood splattered the ground around several figures, including two women visibly distressed and a man in a red coat. A woman with blonde hair, her expression one of grim determination, observed the summoning ritual's progress, noting its imminent completion. Tears streamed down her face, a stark contrast to her resolute gaze. The weight of the situation was clearly visible. Elsewhere, a decision was made: the raid team would split in two, a necessary but unwelcome measure. Ed, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light, prepared to take charge of one side of the operation. His expression was a mixture of grim determination and something else, something akin to excitement. A walkthrough for the game, The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania's Strategy Guide, details the final boss fight against Janica Feylover, a spirit sorcerer. The map shows the layout of the academy, including Nile, Norris, Glock, Kate, and Abel halls, as well as the student plaza. The walkthrough outlines the conditions for success in the raid, requiring the summoning of specific characters, Phinia, Jix, Lortel, Aila, Alvira, and Clevius to the student plaza. Additional conditions involve meeting Adele, Lucy, and Belle. The potential enemies include various low-rank spirits. A young man with short, messy brown hair and a bruised face suggests splitting the raid party into two groups. He is shown from the waist up, his shirt and tie stained with blood, revealing the extent of his injuries. The scene shifts to show a group of students, shocked and surprised, as they exclaim, "Ed Rothtaylor?" Among them are several young women, also bearing injuries, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and concern. Ed Rothtaylor, a disgraced villain from the game, found himself in a precarious situation. His wide eyes and gaping mouth betrayed his inner turmoil as he exclaimed, "Hey, you! Do you think this is a joke?" A calmer voice interrupted, urging patience. "Hear him out first, Clevius." Clevius, seemingly unconvinced, remained skeptical, his expression unreadable as he gestured dismissively. The scene shifted to reveal a dire situation. A powerful fire spirit, summoned by Janica, posed a significant threat. We must get through the fire spirit that Janica summoned, Tarkan. Another individual, Philosopher, a spirit of darkness, had overpowered Janica, adding another layer of complexity to the challenge. And deal with the spirit of darkness, Philosopher, who has overpowered Janica. A strategic plan was proposed. Despite Ed's prior encounter with Tarkan, a direct confrontation was deemed unwise due to Tarkan's powerful defenses. However, as you must have already seen during your fight against Tarkan. The team decided on a two-pronged approach. We can't deal any damage to it because of its shell. We don't necessarily need to go against Tarkan. One team would draw Tarkan's attention, allowing the other to subdue Janica. Once one team has gotten Tarkan's attention. However, a dissenting voice emerged. A young woman with vibrant red hair scoffed, "No way. This one's nothing like the Tarkan in combat practice." A group of figures, dwarfed by a monstrous, blue-skinned Tarkan, retreated in a desperate flight. Their escape, they realized, was only possible due to a stroke of incredible luck. But the precariousness of their situation remained. The plan hinged on a risky maneuver, and the potential for failure loomed large. If the luring group failed, they would face both the Tarkan and the pursuing forces simultaneously. A risk Lortel, a red-haired woman, deemed too great. She argued that weighing risks was only possible with alternative options. Their primary objective remained the defeat of Janica, which would also neutralize Tarkan. But the critical question remained, who would volunteer for the perilous task of the luring group? One of the men, his face etched with worry, voiced a grim observation. It seemed like they were simply choosing volunteers for a suicide mission. A sentiment echoed by the looming presence of three women, their expressions a mixture of determination and something darker. They were ready to act. A young man, his hand outstretched, seemed to be making a decision. He resolutely refused the dangerous assignment. He would not be a part of this suicide mission. Despite his refusal, he was ordered to join the group entering the combat training grounds. He was fast, he admitted, but his stamina was limited. Nevertheless, he insisted that if someone had to do it, it should be him. Ed Rothtaylor, a disgraced villain from the game, found himself in a heated confrontation. His opponent, a figure shrouded in shadow, delivered a sharp rebuke. "It seems you're mistaken. We're not picking out sacrificial lambs." Ed, his face bloodied, countered with a steely gaze. He retorted, "We don't have to split exactly in half either." The scene shifted to reveal two women, Clevius and Lortel, standing beside Ed. He explained, "Clevius and Lortel are enough. With me included, we three will lure Tarkan." One of the women, her face a mask of terror, protested, "Why me? I don't want to die. I must respectfully decline." Lortel, however, seemed to have a plan. She insisted, "Believe me, there's a way. The way to bind Tarkan's feet is to dash." Ed, observing the unfolding chaos, muttered impatiently, "TCH, we don't have much time." Ed's expression softened slightly as he addressed Lortel. He stated calmly, "I don't see anything wrong with what you're saying." Another woman, her face partially obscured, sighed, "I still don't understand your intentions, but, sigh." The woman revealed herself to be Phinia Elias Klol, the third princess of the Klol Empire. She declared, "This is my order as Phinia Elias Klol, the third princess of the Klol Empire." A young woman with long, white hair, her face partially obscured by shadow, spoke, her voice low and serious. Blood stained her collar, a grim reminder of recent violence. She outlined a plan, dividing the raid party into two distinct groups. Taylor, Jix, Alvira, and Ale were named as members of the team tasked with subduing Janica, a formidable opponent. The blonde woman, her face also marked with blood, nodded grimly. While another group, including a young man with blonde hair, would serve as a distraction, luring Janica into a trap. The stakes were high. The blonde woman concluded her briefing, emphasizing the urgency of the situation and the need for brevity due to the limited time available. Her final instruction, delivered with a chilling intensity, was a stark warning, "Just in case, do not die." The command echoed the gravity of the situation, at any cost. The team, a mix of young men and women, prepared for the dangerous mission ahead. They launched into action, their movements swift and determined. The blonde woman led the charge, her resolve unwavering. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game, now found himself traversing the Angel Hall corridor, pursued by 3 female students. Blood stained his shirt, a testament to a recent encounter. He was determined to avoid the main storyline, but his presence was already causing ripples in the game's timeline. One of the girls, her face etched with worry, questioned his plan to face a powerful fire lizard. Ed, his expression grim, simply stated that if he followed his plan, victory was assured. The panel shifted to reveal the sleeping fire lizard, a massive creature engulfed in blue flames. Its immense size filled the corridor, underscoring the challenge ahead. Ed, pursued by the 3 girls, fled down a long hallway. The speed lines emphasized the urgency of their chase. One of the girls, Clebius, appeared concerned for Ed's safety, but he reassured her, his confidence unwavering despite the perilous situation. Despite his lack of confidence, Ed was revealed to be a top student in the combat faculty, a fact that surprised Clebius. His potential was far greater than he let on. Clebius, observing Ed's newfound confidence, was both impressed and slightly unnerved by his sudden change in demeanor. Ed's confident smirk hinted at a hidden plan, a strategy that even surprised himself. His eyes held a glint of determination. Clebius wondered if Ed truly had a plan to overcome the seemingly insurmountable odds. The panel ended with a close-up of the fire lizard's claw, emphasizing the danger. A monstrous, blue-flamed creature rides behind the door of the combat training grounds. Janica Failover's voice echoed, a chilling whisper in the air. A blonde woman with striking golden eyes, her expression serious, asked if their plan was simply to lure Tarkan. She explained that she had been convinced by the princess's firm attitude and had come all this way. But a young man with dark hair, his face partially obscured, expressed a hesitant doubt. He continued, stating that since he wasn't alone, he might even be able to muster some courage. He stood tall, a determined glint in his eyes, ready for action. A powerful, blinding light erupted from the creature, signaling an imminent attack. The young man braced himself, drawing his sword to meet the oncoming assault. Ed, the disgraced villain, fled through the shadowy corridors. His heart pounding as he realized the battle was about to begin. He desperately pondered how to lure his pursuer into a trap. A ghostly image of his pursuers flashed before his eyes, a chilling reminder of the danger he faced. Ed found himself in a large hall, his back against a wall, a fearsome, blue dragon materializing beside him. The beast let out a low growl, its eyes burning with an ominous light. Terror consumed Ed as the dragon's power surged. Realizing he'd been tricked, the dragon roared its fury. The dragon unleashed a devastating attack, sending Ed sprawling. He cried out in anguish, questioning why this was happening to him. He cursed the world, his hatred palpable as he fled the scene. Meanwhile, a mysterious woman watched from afar, a subtle smile playing on her lips. 2 figures stood within the nail hall's corridor, their conversation concluding with a declaration, "Get out of here. Now that we've driven Clebius into the nail hall's corridor, it's done." The scene shifted to reveal a bloodied individual, their thoughts echoing, "He might even be able to do it, so in the end, you're going to sacrifice Clebius? It's not a bad idea, but you won't be able to evade moral criticism." A woman with vibrant red hair countered, "First of all, it's not sacrifice." The woman continued, explaining, "That guy, despite how he looks, is a top student." A powerful blue dragon-like creature appeared, its energy surging as the woman's companion added, "And he's very resilient." The woman concluded, addressing another individual, "Also, the most important role will be yours, Lortel." Outside, near the combat training grounds, a young woman with pink hair was shown. She was described as being in charge of securing the entry path for the subduing group and landing a critical hit on Tarkan. Another individual cautioned, "Well, I don't think you should jump to conclusions about him just after listening to rumors." A young woman with vibrant pink hair and striking green eyes stood poised, a confident smirk playing on her lips. Her hands outstretched, she manipulated swirling, ethereal blue energy, forming intricate, glowing sigils in the air around her. Meanwhile, Ed, a young man with blonde hair and several visible wounds, observed the scene with a calculating gaze. He mused, "I'm sure everyone will hesitate and doubt themselves." Continuing his internal monologue, "But you're good at this stuff." A sudden burst of energy erupted from the young woman, a dazzling display of light and power. A wave of intense blue light shot forth, arcing across the scene. The young woman, seemingly unfazed, calmly instructed, "Just blow it up." The resulting explosion was cataclysmic, a violent eruption of energy that tore through the building, leaving behind only rubble and dust. The pink-haired woman surveyed the destruction, a dark purple energy now swirling around her, forming ominous shapes. A sense of foreboding hung in the air. A group of students, including a blonde girl with striking features, stood in a tense formation. Their expressions ranged from apprehension to outright hostility, all directed at a single point just beyond the frame. "What are you doing?" one of them demanded, the question hanging heavy in the air. As the group began to disperse, their forms blurring slightly as if fading into the background. A single figure, a girl with reddish-brown hair, remained, her voice calm despite the chaos. "Gotta go in," she stated, her eyes fixed on a point beyond the panel. A sly smile playing on her lips. Her gaze held a hint of mischief and anticipation. The reddish-brown-haired girl's thoughts drifted back to a past event. Come to think of it, during the joint combat training, a vivid memory of a powerful magical explosion filled her mind. The image showed a building ceiling collapsing in a fiery spectacle. A knowing glint appeared in her eyes as a realization struck her. So that's why he left this to me, huh? She addressed someone unseen, her tone laced with amusement. You're an amusing guy, Ed Rothstaler. Anyway, the entry path is all set. The reddish-brown-haired girl's expression shifted, her eyes narrowing slightly. Now what's left is a furious outburst. Lortel. Ed. Know that I will kill you. I'm not going to let this slide. A young woman with long brown hair, clad in a red jacket and dark pants, fled down a grand staircase. Behind her, a monstrous, blue dragon's head emerged from a wall, its eyes glowing menacingly. Meanwhile, a red-haired girl in a dark cloak, her expression grim, raised her hands. She muttered to herself that she would still have to deal with Tarkan, as the creature would run around. She realized that confronting Tarkan in the student plaza meant there was no escape. The brown-haired woman continued her desperate flight, crying out for help, pleading for her life. A voice boomed, questioning if anyone wanted the fleeing girl to die. The perspective shifted to a young man with brown hair and glasses, his face bloodied. He concluded that the only way to deal with the situation was to capture the creature. They decided to use the shell to their advantage, preparing to gather mana. The young man, noticing something, exclaimed in surprise. He realized Lortel was right. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game, found himself in a desperate situation, fleeing through a dark corridor. Pursued relentlessly by a female character with vibrant pink hair, who unleashed a wave of ice shards in his direction. The ice shards coalesced into a massive, jagged glacier. Barely missing Ed as he narrowly evaded the attack, the force of the ice storm buffeting him. The glacier shattered, revealing a monstrous, purple-hued dragon emerging from the icy debris. The dragon roared, its breath a torrent of icy energy that sent shards flying in all directions. Elsewhere, a blonde-haired young man in a blue shirt tumbled through the air, crashing to the ground with a thud. He gasped for air, his face a mask of exertion and surprise. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced former villain, now found himself living in the woods, far from the Academy's bustling life. He cautiously observed his surroundings. A map of the Academy campus revealed itself, highlighting key locations: Nail Hall, Glock Hall, Norris Hall, and Kate Hall, all surrounding the central student plaza. The strategic layout hinted at the complex relationships and potential conflicts within the Academy. A detailed plan for a raid on the student plaza was laid out, outlining the conditions for success and the enemies that would be encountered. Specific requirements for additional achievements were also listed, including the locations of certain characters: Adele, Lucy, and Belle. Ed, however, seemed unfazed by the complexity of the raid. He had, in fact, completed this countless times before. Suddenly, a tremor shook the ground. A startled Ed looked around, confused and disoriented, and discovered Lucy, one of the female leads, fast asleep amidst the chaos. He was both bewildered and exasperated by the situation. How could she be sleeping through this? The narration box explained that Lucy had been sleeping on the rooftop because her usual shelter had been destroyed. This was her usual napping spot. It was further revealed that Lucy had been intentionally excluded from the storyline until now, and Janica, another character, was not in good shape. Belle Maya, irritated by Lucy's actions, watched as the young witch, having expended all her magical energy, fell into a deep sleep. Exhausted, Lucy lay fast asleep, a faint glow emanating from her wand. The game mechanics, it seemed, had intervened to remove this overpowered character from the immediate narrative. Suddenly, the scent of beef jerky wafted through the air, catching Lucy's attention. A small package of beef jerky appeared before her. She lacked the luxury of being picky at this moment. So she devoured it with gusto, the savory treat providing a much-needed energy boost. Meanwhile, Ed, carrying the sleeping Lucy, made his way towards the flaming fire lizard's lair. His target was the flaming fire lizard. He needed to maintain the right distance to ensure his plan succeeded. There was no room for error. Ed, the disowned villain protagonist, found himself in a precarious situation. He shouted a warning, "Everyone, get down!" A blinding flash of light erupted from his hands. A powerful energy wave slammed into a nearby female character, silencing her with a swift blow. The force of the blast sent shockwaves through the area, shattering the ground and causing nearby individuals to flee in terror from the ensuing chaos. The silenced woman, her mouth bound by a strange ribbon, glared at Ed with wide, tearful eyes. She managed a muffled protest, "You're so mean." Her whispered words, barely audible, spoke volumes of her frustration and anger. The weight of her accusation hung heavy in the air. From his vantage point, Ed watched as a purple dragon materialized in the courtyard below. Two figures, seemingly unaware of the danger, continued their approach. Ed reacted swiftly, summoning a bolt of purple lightning that struck the dragon. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced former villain from the Game Extras Academy, found himself perched precariously on a railing, overlooking a chaotic scene below. A small, blue dragon swooped through the air, its movements erratic as it pursued two shadowy figures. A surge of intense purple energy began to emanate from the scene below, its light growing brighter and more intense. The energy intensified, forming a blinding column of light that filled the entire panel. The light pulsed and expanded, radiating outwards in a dazzling display of power. The blinding light subsided, revealing two figures sprawled on the ground, seemingly unconscious. The energy had clearly impacted them. One of the figures, a young woman with blonde hair, let out a pained cry as she was enveloped in a purple sphere of energy. Her companion, a man in a purple outfit, looked on in alarm. Ed, eyes narrowed in concentration, braced himself against the railing, a grim determination etched on his face. He seemed to be anticipating something. The narrator sets the scene. This is a pivotal moment. Tarkan, a high-ranking fire spirit, is incredibly difficult to subdue, even with a coordinated assault. Tarkan, a powerful, reptilian humanoid with glowing crimson veins, is shown in all his might. However, Lucy's high-level magic has weakened his tough exterior, making him vulnerable to further attacks. Ed, the protagonist, is shown tumbling down a flight of stairs. He observes that Tarkan's defeat will yield significant experience points. Having come this far, he resolves to claim the reward for himself. He clenches his fists, preparing for a final, decisive blow. Ed's eyes glow with fierce determination as he prepares to strike. A woman's voice, filled with pride, echoed through the air. "I'm so proud of you, my lovely daughter, Janica." The woman embraced Janica, her gentle touch conveying warmth and affection. Another voice, this one brimming with enthusiasm, chimed in. "I'm so proud to be your friend, Janica." A woman with glasses, her expression one of professional admiration, spoke next. She praised Janica's skills during a recent joint combat exercise, highlighting her as the hope of the sophomores. "You're the hope of the sophomores, only you showcased proper skills during this joint combat exercise. Of course, I can trust Janica to take care of it." Janica, her face partially obscured, expressed her gratitude. "Without you, my second year would have truly been the worst." A surge of dark, purple energy erupted around her, swirling violently. The energy intensified, shattering into sharp fragments that rained down around her. A voice, laced with relief, observed, "We're fortunate to have at least you here, Janica." A blinding flash of light erupted, signaling a powerful energy release. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the Game Extras Academy, found himself unexpectedly transported into the very world he once scorned. He now stood amidst a group of students, his eyes narrowed in suspicion as he silently observed them. A sword, stained with what appeared to be blood, was firmly gripped in his hand. His expression was one of grim determination, a stark contrast to the fear etched on the faces of the other students. Suddenly, a young woman with long pink hair and glowing red eyes materialized before them. Chains of dark energy bound her, yet a sinister smile played on her lips as she greeted them. The camera pulled back, revealing the monstrous form of a shadowy beast, its eyes burning with malevolent red light. The chains of dark energy seemed to emanate from this creature. The pink-haired girl, still bound by the chains, watched with a chilling smile as the beast's power surged. A blinding flash of purple light erupted from the beast, and a colossal, demonic figure with bat-like wings descended from the heavens. Its presence filled the scene with an aura of immense power and dread. The demonic figure unleashed a wave of dark energy, targeting the students. Ed and the others braced themselves for the inevitable. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced former villain, now found himself living in the woods, far from the Academy's hallowed halls. He was determined to avoid the main characters of the game he now inhabited, but the shadows hinted at a brewing conflict. A sudden, violent eruption of energy. Ed, injured and lying on the ground, wondered if the conflict at Nail Hall had begun on Janica's side. Blood stained his shirt. He was certain the current scenario would conclude before dawn. Fortunately, he wasn't too late to intervene. A monstrous creature, wreathed in purple flames, attacked two girls. One, with fiery red hair, fought back with magic, while the other cried out in fear. Ed watched from the shadows, his back to the viewer, as the scene unfolded before him. Wondering where Lucy was. He was told she was nearby, rolling around in a corner. Ed, his face pale and bearing several wounds, stood beside a furious red-haired woman. She exclaimed that it would have been preferable if another had finished the fight, expressing doubt about her own remaining energy. However, she declared that they should finish the fight themselves. A dark-haired man in a red jacket, his face streaked with tears, lamented that they had been planning to do so as well, but a monstrous, purple-hued creature unleashed a wave of dark energy. A young woman with light blue hair explained that she had used all her magic to launch 2 ice spears at the creature, but it remained unyielding. Another woman commented on the creature's resilience. The red-haired woman proposed that they slash the creature's throat. Ed, however, pointed out that her ice magic was not suited for precise cuts and offered to perform the task himself. He noted that she too was weakened from using magic, suggesting that it would be better for someone wielding a blade to deliver the final blow. The dark-haired man cried out for help, apologizing profusely. But the red-haired woman refused, stating that she would take responsibility for ending the fight and urged him to remain still. She then added that she was betting her life on his success, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. Ed, the disgraced villain, found himself in a desperate situation. A monstrous, purple-flamed dragon loomed before him, its fiery breath scorching the earth. A young woman with crimson hair stood beside him, her expression grim. Ed, his shirt stained with blood, braced himself, his eyes reflecting the intensity of the moment. While the young woman's words echoed in his ears, "It's really easy for you to say stuff like that." He knew she was right, this was far from a simple task. In reality, it was a reckless gamble. But Ed's resolve hardened. He silently countered her assessment, thinking, "It's not a gamble. The price of one's life isn't cheap at all. This is an investment." Ed's gaze fell upon his own blood-soaked arms. The wounds were a stark reminder of the risks he was taking. A grim determination etched on his face. The crimson-haired girl, observing him, smirked, her words cutting through the tension. "Investment, you say?" She continued, her voice laced with a hint of amusement, "That's my area of expertise." Meanwhile, another voice cut through the air. A different girl, unseen until now, spoke, her words surprisingly blunt. "I like you more than that princess who's acting like a monarch all because she's of the royal bloodline." The scene shifted to Ed, his hand hovering over a glowing blue rune. The girl's words resonated with him. "You put your life on the line for me." And he responded, his gaze firm, "So I'll put mine on the line for you too." The crimson-haired girl unleashed a flurry of ice shards, her power a dazzling display of magical might. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the Game Extras Academy, now found himself living in the woods, far from the game's main storyline. He muttered to himself, "Here I go." Suddenly, a monstrous creature appeared before him, its dark energy crackling. A young man, seemingly a victim of the beast, fell to the ground, crying out in terror. Ed, witnessing the scene, thought, "Whatever, I can't do this anymore." The creature roared, its purple flames intensifying. Its terrifying maw opening wide. Ed observed, "This guy and I are both at the end of our ropes." A surge of purple energy erupted from Ed's body. A blinding light engulfing the creature. He was running, escaping the blast's aftermath. Despite the chaos, Ed reflected, "Despite that, I understand Clebius, who's completely frightened." The creature let out a deafening roar, "Graahhh." The young man, Clebius, fell from the sky, narrowly avoiding the creature's grasp. A blinding flash of purple energy erupted from Ed, the disowned Rothstaler heir, now a struggling scholarship student living in the woods. He braced himself. The raw power coursing through his veins as he unleashed a wave of energy. His face contorted in pain, sweat beading on his brow. Despite the exertion, Ed remained focused. "Not yet," he thought, "I have to get even closer." A guttural scream tore from his throat as he pushed himself further. His eyes widened, a surge of confusion washing over him as he felt something different. Suddenly, a monstrous, crimson entity materialized before him. "What the hell is that?" a horrified voice shrieked. The creature loomed, its shadowy form radiating an aura of immense power. A figure, wielding a sword, braced for impact. The ground trembling beneath the force of the impending clash. The figure was thrown back by the force of the attack. Ed, watching from afar, recognized the attacker. "That's Glasgon's right-hand man. That means Taylor's party must have entered the last phase, right?" he thought, a grim realization dawning on him. "That means things are going well as expected, but the timing isn't good," Ed muttered, his expression grim. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the Game Extras Academy, found himself in a dire situation. His face, marred by cuts and bruises, spoke volumes of a recent struggle. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as his breath hitched in his throat. The intensity of the scene was undeniable, it was the kind of spectacle that would immediately grab anyone's attention. Before him, a vortex of purple energy pulsed and throbbed, emanating an aura of immense power. From within the swirling chaos, monstrous teeth and a gaping maw hinted at the terrifying entity contained within. Ed, his back to the viewer, braced himself against the overwhelming force. But the sheer might of the creature was too much. A cataclysmic energy erupted from the vortex, engulfing him completely. A blinding flash of light and energy filled the panel as Ed was thrown back by the force of the blast. The impact sending shockwaves through the air. Despite the chaos, a new presence emerged. Even amidst such a powerful upheaval, a determined young woman with fiery red hair stood defiant. Her expression was one of fierce determination as she prepared to intervene, her hand outstretched, ready to unleash her own power. A shadowy, monstrous form emerged from the darkness, its purple, rocky hide crackling with arcane energy. A single, malevolent eye glowed ominously from within the creature's depths. A surge of power emanating from its core. Ed Rothstaler, the disowned villain, found himself facing the creature. He braced himself, a grim determination etched on his face. "The same goes for me as well," he muttered, readying himself for battle. And unleashed a torrent of green energy. The green energy coalesced into a swirling vortex, radiating power. Ed's face was set in a fierce grimace, sweat beading on his brow. A testament to the immense effort he was expending. "Because I've cast this spell hundreds and thousands of times," he thought, his voice a low growl. With a final, powerful surge, the green energy shot forth, forming a blindingly fast, emerald wind blade. The wind blade sliced through the air, impacting the monstrous creature with devastating force. The creature roared in pain and fury, its form momentarily staggered by the attack. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game, found himself tumbling through the air, the immense, clawed foot of a monstrous fire spirit, Tarkan, looming menacingly above him. The creature's fiery breath scorching the air around him. He braced himself for the inevitable impact. But instead of being crushed, a surge of unexpected power coursed through him. allowing him to overcome the high-rank fire spirit, Tarkan, in a stunning display of strength. A triumphant message flashed across the screen: "You have taken down the high-rank fire spirit, Tarkan." Following his victory, Ed's proficiency in spirit connection and spirit understanding increased significantly. A notification appeared: "Spirit contract slot has been unlocked." This meant Ed could now form contracts with spirits. He sat there, bruised but victorious, a grim determination etched on his face. A voice echoed, "Ah, that Taylor." From the shadowed ceiling of the Academy's grand hall, a massive, ornate chandelier, crafted from dark metal and imbued with crimson flames, descended. A searing white light erupted from its core. A beam of pure energy lancing downwards towards the Academy grounds below. The chandelier continued its descent, its fiery form casting an ominous glow over the Academy. As the fiery chandelier neared the ground, its chain snapped, unleashing a torrent of destructive energy. The resulting explosion sent shockwaves through the Academy. A fiery maelstrom engulfing everything in its path. Debris rained down from the sky as the blast wave spread outwards. Amidst the chaos, a figure, clad in red, was seen falling from the sky, a sword clutched in their hand. Ed, the disgraced villain, found himself in a desperate situation, his crimson jacket stained with sweat and grime. He gripped his sword tightly, the metallic gleam reflecting the harsh light of the impending battle. A desperate struggle against an unseen foe. The narration box confirmed the shocking truth: he was facing the game's protagonist. A surge of energy crackled in the air, a vibrant pink light illuminating the scene as Ed braced himself for the impact. The force of the attack was immense, a violent energy ripping through the very fabric of reality, leaving behind a trail of shimmering pink energy and a gaping void where Ed once stood. From the swirling chaos, two figures emerged: a young woman with fiery red hair, her expression grim, and Ed, battered but alive, his blonde hair slightly askew. He looked up at her, his eyes filled with a mixture of surprise and defiance. A looming Gothic academy loomed in the background, a silent witness to the unfolding events. Another figure, a young man with dark hair, watched from the shadows, his expression unreadable. The narration box declared, simply, "So, it's over." The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink. A gentle breeze rustled through the leaves of a nearby tree, casting long shadows across the landscape. Ed Rothstaler, a disowned villain from the Extras Academy, rested beneath its shade. His eyes fixed on the distant spires of the Academy, a place he was determined to avoid. The setting sun illuminated the scene, highlighting the contrast between his secluded existence and the bustling life within the Academy walls. Suddenly, three figures emerged from the forest, startling Ed. One was a young woman with vibrant red hair, another a girl with short, white hair, and the third a young man with blonde hair. Ed, internally, reflected on his past encounters. "I've met a lot of people in my life saying that they're seriously risking their lives, but most of them were cowards." The red-haired woman, noticing Ed's expression, asked, "Is that so?" The red-haired woman continued, "What's with that, senior? We got through a life and death crisis together, and you're lacking a bit too much sentiment." She smiled playfully. "Let me introduce myself formally once again." The red-haired woman, poised and confident, prepared to reveal her identity. Lortel, a mysterious figure whose identity remains shrouded in secrecy, made her presence known. Ed, battered and bruised, found himself face to face with her, a simple hello hanging heavy in the air between them. A gesture of coins exchanged hands, leaving Ed slightly perplexed. Lortel declared victory, reminding Ed that he now owed her a favor. Ed, left to ponder his next move, felt a growing unease. A red-haired girl, her expression playful yet mischievous, appeared before Ed, her presence adding another layer of complexity to his already precarious situation. She greeted him, promising to see him again, leaving Ed to wonder about her intentions. Ed internally grappled with the implications of her words, wishing to avoid further entanglement with her. A stern voice interrupted his thoughts, expressing resentment towards Ed. Revealing a man with silver hair and a red military-style jacket, his gaze fixed on Ed with undisguised animosity. Ed Rothstaler's appearance shifted, and his swordsman form manifested itself, exactly as it appeared in the game. He thought it looked cool. Despite his injuries, Ed remained defiant. A debt, however, remained a debt. Ed bowed deeply before the other man. A gesture that was met with immediate disapproval from another onlooker, who scoffed that Ed shouldn't show respect to someone like him. Clebius, visibly agitated, voiced her concerns about Ed's trustworthiness, recounting a near-death experience she attributed to him. Another individual, silencing Clebius, maintained a calm demeanor. The same individual then reprimanded Clebius for her excessive commentary, while another girl looked on with a mixture of concern and annoyance. Finally, someone praised Ed Rothstaler for his recent actions, offering to recommend him to the student council. A young woman with long blonde hair, dressed in a red and white school uniform, looked down at a small, chibi-like version of a dark-haired boy in a similar uniform, who was sobbing uncontrollably. The blonde woman continued, explaining that Lucy was the key figure in defeating Tarkan, while Taylor had also defeated Velasfer and Glaskin. She urged the others to focus on those achievements. A redhead with fiery orange hair and a similar uniform interjected, pointing out that it was no secret Lucy and Taylor had done a great job, and that they were dismissing their contributions. The redhead, her expression sharp and slightly menacing, challenged them, implying they were avoiding the real issues or were simply embarrassed. Another student, a boy with dark hair, intervened, reminding the redhead to show respect to the senior. The dark-haired boy's internal monologue revealed his original intention was to remain unnoticed by the main characters to avoid altering the storyline. However, seeing them all together now filled him with a strange sense of warmth. He admitted to himself that he felt warm and fuzzy, having watched them overcome their challenges time and again. The final panel showed the four main female characters, along with the dark-haired boy, standing amidst a scene of destruction, a powerful image of unity and resilience. Their presence, a testament to their strength and determination, underscored their ability to overcome adversity and solve their problems time and time again. The narrative opens with a title card, introducing Ed Rothstaler, a character destined to grow stronger with each trial he faces. Ed, with his striking white hair and intense gaze, stands beside a young woman with brown hair and piercing green eyes. Their expressions suggest a shared history, a bond forged in the crucible of shared experiences. A narrative caption reveals that this woman, Ale, also grew stronger alongside Ed. The next panel introduces Fenia, a young woman with long blonde hair and striking golden eyes. Her serious expression hints at the challenges she faces. The caption explains that Fenia is slowly maturing into adulthood. A new character is introduced, Jix, a young man with short brown hair, who is finding his own path in the midst of civilization. Clebius, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression, is shown with a young woman with bright red hair. Their closeness suggests a strong bond. The caption notes that Clebius is gaining self-assurance, while the red-haired woman, Alvira, is learning that life isn't always about excitement. Finally, Lortel is introduced, a young woman with vibrant red hair, who seems preoccupied with her wealth. Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain in a game, found himself reflecting on his life, a life marked by family disownment and expulsion from the academy. He was now living in the woods, determined to avoid the main characters of the game, yet four female leads seemed determined to pursue him. A vision flashed before his eyes, a group of students, all main characters with their own roles to play, stood together, their faces set with determination. Among them, a striking redhead with arms crossed stood out. The vision continued, showing a trophy representing success at the end of their journey. It was this vision, this understanding of the game's structure, that had led Ed to his current path. A path he now felt compelled to abandon. The redhead from his vision turned away, a determined glint in her eyes. Ed, remembering the vision, made a decision. He turned away from the path he had chosen, a path that led to the academy and the life he had been trying to avoid. He picked up a large rock, his resolve hardening. He would change his course, even if it meant defying the game's narrative. The stone smashing into the academy gates, creating a significant impact. The resulting crater a testament to his unexpected strength and defiance. Ed stood before the destruction, his face a mask of grim determination. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced third-rate villain from the Game Extras Academy, found himself unexpectedly inhabiting his own character. Disowned and expelled, he now lived a solitary existence in the woods, determined to avoid the game's protagonists and earn his scholarship. He approached a dark, old cabinet, its aged wood hinting at secrets within. Despite his resolve, a sense of unease washed over Ed as he opened the cabinet. Something felt wrong. He realized his presence was altering the game's timeline, a fact that both intrigued and unsettled him. He had to intervene, to ensure the protagonist's success, even if it meant remaining in the shadows. A sinister chuckle escaped Ed's lips as he uncovered a hidden compartment, revealing a young woman, injured but alive, within the confines of the cabinet. Her eyes, though wounded, held a spark of defiance. He carefully examined her injuries, the extent of her wounds was alarming. The scene opens on a dark, confined space, the air thick with an unspoken tension. Janica, a young woman with long pink braids and a determined expression, despite the blood staining her clothes, is huddled in a corner. A faint smile plays on her lips. She lets out a soft, almost playful, hee. A chilling chuckle that belies the severity of her injuries. He thinks to himself, come to think of it, why did Janica go berserk? A sudden realization dawns on him, I think I have an idea. She continues, describing the contents of Janica's room. The final panel shows a blurry image of Janica's room, with the narration stating, each and everything in there, was a beautiful symbol of sincerity and gratitude. Janica's desk was a chaotic landscape of gifts and motivational post-it notes. But there wasn't even space to open a book on that huge desk. The post-it notes pasted on her wall weighed down her shoulders like rocks, each one a testament to the expectations placed upon her. Messages of encouragement, such as, Janica, you got this, and you're the best, only added to her burden. The solution to it all was way too simple. She simply had to take off the post-its on the wall and keep the countless gifts on her desk in some corner of her room. But Janica's misery came from her inability to do that like a main character in a fairy tale. She was obsessed with the fact that she had to honor all the goodwill and sincerity she received from the world with utmost diligence. Janica carefully picked up a gift, her expression solemn. She felt the weight of expectation, the pressure to live up to the kindness shown to her. There's no need to explain how reckless that was. Velosfer, a powerful demonic entity, sensed Janica's overwhelming emotional turmoil. He saw her vulnerability, her inability to cope with the weight of expectations. Velosfer exploited that darkness. Janica going berserk was to be expected. However, why did it happen a month earlier than it was supposed to? The narrative opens with a title card, Joint Combat Training. It explains that Taylor, originally the hero of this scenario, was defeated in a single blow by Lucy, causing the other students to become Janica's fans instead. The scene shifts to show a group of students, their expressions awestruck as Janica, a girl with pink hair, celebrates her victory. The text explains that Lucy's overwhelming power led to this outcome. The reason for Taylor's swift defeat is revealed: Marilda and Lucy's contract. The panel shows Lucy, a girl with long silver hair, asleep. The text explains that Lucy's ability to form this contract stemmed from her frequent visits to a forest in the north, because it offered the perfect place for a nap. The scene transitions to a forest. The text explains that the person who built this ideal napping spot is Ed Rothstaler, a young man with blonde hair and dirt smudged on his face, shown looking weary and slightly injured. Ed reflects on why Lucy chooses this spot for her naps, finding it surprisingly cozy. He is surprised by how easily Lucy found him. Lucy appears amused. She comments that the others likely forgot about him amidst the chaos, a statement that causes him some pain. Ed reflects on his actions, noting that after causing such a spectacle, he is now relegated to the back seat. Ed mused that anyone looking for Janica would naturally seek him out, given his past association with her. He chuckled, admitting that he couldn't argue with that logic. He hadn't expected to be found so quickly. Ed had only intended to remain hidden a little while longer. Janica, her face partially obscured, sat hunched over, her braided hair cascading down her back. Tears welled in Janica's eyes as she confessed she was on the verge of an emotional breakdown. Ed, his face also bearing the marks of a recent struggle, observed her with a concerned expression. A spectral wolf appeared, its message urging Ed to ensure Janica's safety in the future. The ethereal canine's form shimmered with an otherworldly glow. Ed reflected on the wolf's message, interpreting it as a plea to prevent Janica from falling into a similar predicament. However, he dismissed the notion, confident in his unique knowledge of the future. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain, found himself in a precarious situation. He mused that while everyone showered Janica with attention and pressure, the person trying to maintain distance while simultaneously pushing her away would ultimately be the one she could rely on. In fact, be someone Janica could truly depend on. However, in the end, Janica Failover's strategy failed. Janica's attempt to form a contract with a high-rank spirit during a summoning ritual ended disastrously. Her haste made her fall prey to the spirit of darkness, destroying the faculty building in the process. Despite this setback, Janica dedicated herself to her studies, training in magic late into the night every day. She always maintained a cheerful demeanor, smiling at her family, friends, and teachers who genuinely supported her. However, behind her bright facade, Janica secretly endured immense hardship, struggling to meet everyone's expectations. The process of maintaining this image, despite the internal struggle, was paradoxically beautiful. A close-up on a young woman's eye, wide and filled with unshed tears. The reddish-brown iris is striking against the pale skin, and faint traces of dirt smudge her cheeks. A voice, soft yet firm, echoes in her mind, "You've worked hard." The source of the voice is revealed: a man with blonde hair, his face bearing the marks of a recent struggle, stands over her, a faint smile playing on his lips. Atop the stage, bathed in golden light, the main characters of the game stand triumphant. The crowd roars its approval. Applause erupts, a wave of praise washing over them. Meanwhile, backstage, a stark contrast to the celebratory atmosphere, Ed Rothstaler, the game's first-act villain, silently observes the scene from the shadows. He is alone, his expression unreadable. A single tear rolls down his cheek, a silent testament to the weight of his actions and the uncertain future that awaits him. Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain in a game, found himself inexplicably reliving the first act of the game he was so familiar with. He had witnessed its conclusion countless times. His eyes widened, a sense of wonder and disbelief washing over him as he gazed upon the familiar scene unfolding before him. But something felt different this time. It was only now, in this iteration, that he noticed subtle details he'd never seen before. He gasped, his breath catching in his throat as he saw ethereal creatures, previously invisible, now swirling around him. A wave of realization washed over Ed as he saw the magical creatures, a deer, a wolf, a cat, and others, surrounding him and a young woman with pink hair. He was at the center of a mystical event, a spectacle he had never witnessed before in his countless playthroughs. A dove took flight, soaring into the heavens, leaving Ed and the girl in a moment of shared wonder. The pink-haired girl, overcome with emotion, whispered that she felt like she had finally seen the story to its proper end. Suddenly, 2 notifications appeared before Ed's eyes. He had achieved level 10 in spirit connection and spirit understanding. 2 low-rank spirits, Elgo and Driss, a fire spirit and a wind spirit respectively, showed interest in Ed. A majestic, white fox with piercing blue eyes and a radiant, diamond-shaped marking on its forehead filled the panel. Its ethereal glow hinted at immense power. The image transitioned to a dark, ornate frame, revealing a message. Marilda, a high-ranking wind spirit, was showing extreme interest in Ed. The scene shifted to a grand, imposing academy, its red-tiled roofs and tall, elegant windows suggesting a place of prestige and power. 10 days had passed since the end of Janica's disciplinary committee trial. Janica, with her long pink hair and a demure expression, sat before the committee. She had acknowledged all her mistakes and testified that she would willingly accept her punishment. However, during the first trial, Janica's professors and friends had expressed their utmost support. And during the second trial, Thenia testified that she wouldn't be tried for the attempted murder of royalty. A young woman with blonde hair, dressed in a red blazer and dark skirt, stood before a dark wooden podium, her expression a mixture of anger and outrage. She vehemently testified that Janica, overpowered by Velosfer, hadn't done it intentionally. Following the testimony, Lortel stepped forward to address the losses incurred. A woman with vibrant red hair, clad in dark clothing, stood beside a horse-drawn cart. The Elite Merchant Association had fully compensated for the restoration funds without asking for anything in return. Though they did add a conditional clause to the contract, reducing the custom fees on the school supplies they distribute by half. The consequences of these events were the removal of all benefits given to the yearly top students, the taking back of all prizes and decorations of glory, and disqualification from entering the Ophilus Hall from the next semester. Further penalties included probation for 10 days, suspension for 20 days, and expulsion. The scene unfolded like a poignant montage from a coming-of-age drama. Ed Rothstailer's expulsion from the academy was finalized. Two young women joyfully lifted an elderly man onto their shoulders, their laughter echoing through the air. Tears of joy streamed down his face, a picture of pure elation. A wave of relief washed over the two girls as they watched something materialize before them. A silent prayer of gratitude escaped their lips. However, one of them, Janica, appeared burdened by an unseen weight, her shoulders slumped lower than usual, a stark contrast to her companion's relief. She seemed to be carrying a heavy burden of stress. The other girl, her expression sharp and calculating, observed Janica with a knowing smirk. A silent question hung in the air between them. A subtle question, laced with intrigue, escaped her lips. He stepped up. Huh? The two girls, their faces grim, issued a stern warning to a third girl with long pink hair. They forbade any mention of the Glasgow incident and cautioned against anything that might upset her. An unseen person gave instructions. Ed must keep the conversation strictly about personal affairs, and never ask about someone's feelings. Ed, eyes wide with a mix of apprehension and determination, silently acknowledged the instructions. Announced the start of a simulation, asking if Anis was ready. Anis, seemingly confident, responded with a simple yeah. Clara, another girl, urged Janica forward. Janica pondered the difference between liking and loving someone. Her thoughts filled with a blush of romantic uncertainty. Janica questioned why there's such a difference between the two. Clara and Anis were surprised by Janica's sudden question about love. Janica explained that it was about a friend. Janica revealed that her friend had a dream. A delicate floral crown, overflowing with vibrant blossoms, was carefully presented. The crown, a masterpiece of nature's artistry, was gently cradled in the hands of a young woman with long, flowing pink hair. A soft smile played on her lips as she admired her creation. Suddenly, a voice cut through the serene atmosphere. Hey! The pink-haired girl looked up, startled. Another voice followed, this one softer, almost a whisper, Janica. A young man with blonde hair, dressed in a regal military uniform, appeared, mounted on a magnificent white horse. He had a confident, almost mischievous glint in his eyes. He dismounted gracefully, his movements precise and controlled. The pink-haired girl, Janica, approached the blonde young man, placing the flower crown gently upon his head. I prepared this for you, Ed. Ed burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. That same dream over and over, my friends, I mean. Janica's face lit up with a mischievous grin. She addressed another girl with dark hair, explaining, Janica, you were on probation for 10 days. You couldn't even meet any of your friends. A young woman with shoulder-length brown hair, dressed in a red blazer, tilted her head inquisitively. Her expression was one of playful curiosity as she asked, I see, what else did that friend say? The woman's eyes widened slightly as she recounted what she'd heard. She explained that the friend would be in her room, staring blankly, before a certain face suddenly popped into her mind. A young woman with long pink hair and a red jacket gasped, realizing she was supposed to be helping the assistant professor. She exclaimed, oh my. Silly me. I was supposed to help the assistant professor by now. The pink-haired woman waved goodbye, her eyes wide with a mix of excitement and nervousness. Meanwhile, a young man with short brown hair watched her leave, a determined look on his face. He muttered to himself, I need to approach this slowly and carefully. He continued his internal monologue, explaining that he needed to proceed cautiously to avoid upsetting Janica, whose heart was described as extremely delicate. He knew that if things went wrong, the entire student body would find out. Janica, the pink-haired girl, looked shocked as she processed the information. She thought to herself, the love story of the Janica Fey lover? I can't believe this. The brown-haired woman in the red blazer spoke again, her tone thoughtful. She observed, whether you like or hate someone is kind of a mystery, don't you think? The brown-haired woman continued, suggesting that it would be better for Janica to be honest about her feelings. She said, isn't it better for you to just be honest about your emotions right now? I mean, for your friend. Janica agreed, saying that her friend was right and that she had hit the nail on the head. She also asked her friend to be more careful when discussing sensitive topics in the future, to protect her reputation. Clara gasped, realizing the gravity of the situation. Ed, however, felt a sense of accomplishment, silently declaring to himself that he had successfully prevented the rumors from spreading, at least for now. Clara thanked Ed for his genuine advice before excusing herself to report her suspension at the Theophilus Hall. Ed, in turn, decided to take some time to collect his thoughts. Anis, seemingly pleased with the outcome, raised her hand in a gesture of triumph. A dramatic visual effect emphasized Anis's triumphant mood. Anis, overcome with emotion, buried her face in her arms, whispering to herself that she had done it. Ed, eyes closed, appeared serene. He reflected on his recent financial worries. A wave of relief washed over him as he remembered Phineas' successful petition, which had resulted in a waiver of his next semester's fees. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced former villain from the Game Extras Academy, now found himself living in the woods. He carefully carried a box containing newly acquired tools. A purchase made possible by the gold coins he'd managed to salvage. A thoughtful expression crossed his face as he considered his next steps. He wondered what challenges lay ahead. His quiet contemplation was interrupted. A young woman with long pink hair, Janica, one of the game's main heroines, appeared before him, seemingly out of nowhere. Surprise flickered across Ed's features. Ed's internal monologue reflected his unease. He had meticulously avoided the main characters of the game until now. But the appearance of Janica signaled a shift in the game's narrative. Janica, seemingly oblivious to Ed's presence, continued to fidget, lost in thought. Ed realized that the first act of the game, where Janica was the main character, had concluded. He decided to take a chance. He decided to approach her, a nervous energy evident in his posture. He reasoned that initiating a conversation might be the best course of action. Janica reacted with a startled yelp as Ed greeted her, her initial surprise giving way to a flustered response. She stammered a greeting, her nervousness palpable. Ed, holding his tools, felt a sudden shift in the atmosphere. Janica's next words were a direct request for honesty. Janica, a young woman with long pink hair, excitedly informed a blonde-haired man that she had things to do at the Theophilus Hall, promising to see him later. Janica hurried away, her movements suggesting urgency. For Janica, the difficulty level was too high, but Ed Rothtaler's actions had made her truthful. Which was amazing in a way. Ed agreed, suggesting they not be too clingy, as he was about to get busy himself. He was seen preparing his tools. A hammer and a saw were visible in a toolbox, along with a sword. Ed, carrying his toolbox, walked away, heading towards a secluded area. Finally, it was time to make the hut. A close-up shot showed a small, almost imperceptible scratch on a tree trunk. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced former villain from the Game Extras Academy, found himself unexpectedly inhabiting his own character's body. Now expelled from the academy and living in the woods, he diligently worked to earn a scholarship, his movements precise as he dug with a shovel. His efforts focused on gathering the resources he needed. A simple T was carved into a tree trunk, a silent marker of his progress. Day 3, Ed began gathering wood, a crucial step in his plan to secure his future. Day 6, he paused his wood gathering to check his semester results. The results were in, and they were surprisingly good. His practical scores were high, exceeding the average freshman in theory exams. This was unexpected good news. Janica, one of the game's female leads, reacted with a surprised cry upon seeing Ed. Her friends, Clara and Anis, stood nearby, their expressions clearly disapproving. Janica's friends, Clara and Anis, glared at Ed, silently conveying their displeasure at his unexpected appearance. Day 18, Ed resumed his lumber work. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced former villain from the Game Extras Academy, found himself exiled to the woods, his scholarship hopes hanging precariously in the balance. His makeshift hut construction was nearing completion. Day 20 marked a significant milestone in his solitary endeavor. With his vacation underway, Ed could finally dedicate himself fully to building his shelter. The frame of the hut, constructed from sturdy logs, began to take shape. An unexpected incident occurred. Ed had set a trap earlier, using beef jerky as bait. He went to check it, only to find Lucy, one of the game's female leads, fast asleep inside. Ed grimaced. He realized he needed a new strategy. I should stop using beef jerky as the bait, he thought. She inquired about Janica, another of the game's female leads, and Ed's relationship with her. When Ed mentioned Janica might dislike him now, Belmaya tilted her head in confusion. By day 30, Ed's hut faced a setback. With one pillar as the center, the outer lumber walls collapsed. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the Game Extras Academy, found himself exiled to the woods, his makeshift shelter a testament to his less-than-stellar carpentry skills. He hammered at a loose beam, frustration etched on his face. His inner monologue a torrent of self-deprecation. He realized that simply making and fitting joints properly wasn't enough to make it stable. This feels like shit, he thought, the weight of his situation pressing down on him. A chance encounter at the bakery disrupted his solitary existence. He ran into Janica's group again, a sudden wave of anxiety washing over him as he clutched his bread. Janica, upon seeing Ed, reacted with a startled gasp and fled. Her friends looked on in confusion. Ed's heart pounded in his chest, he wondered what was going on. A sudden, unexpected appearance of Jix, one of Janica's companions, added another layer of complexity to the situation. Jix's arrival was a surprise, and Ed's internal monologue reflected his shock. Don't tell me it's... Day 37. Jix had come to help Ed with his construction project, a seemingly mundane task that was, in fact, a crucial part of the game's storyline. As you said, Taylor seems like a pretty good guy, one of Jix's friends remarked, observing Ed and another man working together. Ed and the other man worked diligently, hammering nails into the structure. Are we going to hammer nails all over this side as well? The other man asked. Ed replied, no, leave that side. Ed explained, that's for the chimney. The seemingly simple act of building a chimney held a deeper significance within the game's narrative. With meticulous precision, Ed carved markings onto a wooden plank, a subtle detail that hinted at a hidden layer of complexity within his seemingly simple actions. Day 45. A knife lay embedded in the earth, its polished blade gleaming faintly in the sunlight. A man's shadow stretched long across the ground, his presence implied rather than shown. The same man descended a wooden staircase, his footsteps echoing softly. And then collapsed onto the floor of a small, sparsely furnished cabin. He landed with a thud, his body sprawled awkwardly. Neither the flooring nor the walls are attacked. There's not a single piece of furniture either. The cabin was simple, constructed of roughly hewn logs. It was just a hut made of crude logs of wood. But it possessed both outer walls and a ceiling. Fireflies flickered outside, their soft light illuminating the rough-hewn roof. Ed Rothstaler, the disowned villain, stirred slightly. He slowly brought a hand to his throat, a grimace twisting his features as he felt the lingering effects of his fall. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the Game Extras Academy, successfully completed a simple crafting project, a rudimentary cabin made from stacked logs. The game interface displayed a 5-star difficulty rating, indicating a surprisingly high level of skill for such a basic structure. Having finished his project, Ed found himself standing before his new home, a simple log cabin nestled within a tranquil forest clearing as the sun began to set, casting a warm, orange glow across the landscape. He sat on the porch of his newly built cabin, a sense of accomplishment washing over him. A quiet satisfaction settling in his heart as he silently declared, I have a home now. Ed's peaceful moment was interrupted. A young woman, her face partially obscured, stood shyly near the cabin's entrance, seemingly hesitant to approach. Ed, startled, watched from inside as the girl peeked around the doorframe, her presence a clear disruption to his solitude. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game The Extras Academy Survival Guide, found himself unexpectedly inhabiting his own character. Having been expelled from the academy and disowned by his family, he now resided in a rudimentary cabin in the woods, his thoughts focused on completing the walls, flooring, and fireplace of his new home. He mused that a storage area for firewood and other necessities would also be a wise addition to his shelter. A sudden, jarring impact jolted Ed awake. He found himself sprawled on the floor, disoriented and confused. He looked up to see Janica, one of the game's female leads, fast asleep beside him. Ed realized with a start that this was no ordinary nap. Janica stirred, her eyes fluttering open. She called out to Ed, startling him. Ed, surprised but trying to remain calm, greeted her. Janica, seemingly unfazed by his presence in her unexpected location, cheerfully greeted Ed and questioned his presence so far from the academy. Her bright smile betraying no hint of suspicion or surprise at the unusual circumstances. A young woman with pink hair giggled, a light-hearted haha, escaping her lips. She continued, recounting a recent event. While visiting Ed's campsite in the forest, she discovered something truly shocking. The scene shifted to two women inside a grand building. One, with long pink hair, was having her hair brushed by a maid in a black and white uniform. HM? Ah, you mean the hut. How'd you know? She asked, surprised. The maid, slightly flustered, explained, I saw it while I was passing by. The pink-haired woman responded, I see. Anyhow, he said he built it himself, she added, a hint of intrigue in her voice. But it was way more remarkable and well-built than she expected. She was quite taken aback. The maid continued, I didn't know he was talented at such things. The pink-haired girl replied, I see. I also wanted to look around in there. You know, roam around to take a look, see how firm it is. The maid, observing the pink-haired girl's intense curiosity, commented, I see, so you're curious about stuff like that too, huh, Belle? Belle readily agreed, of course. I'm human too. Anyone who saw a hut like that in their way would be curious about who built it, how they did it, and how it is from the inside, wouldn't they? She concluded, it's an extremely expected and natural phenomenon. I tell you, expected and natural. A pair of wide, expressive eyes, filled with hearts, peered from above, their owner unseen, creating an immediate sense of playful intrigue. Then, a young woman with long, light brown hair, dressed in a red witch's outfit, was seen asleep on a rooftop. She mumbled about seeing Marilda and a hut, explaining her presence there out of curiosity. Meanwhile, inside the hut, Ed, a young man with blonde hair and a somewhat surprised expression, listened to a pink-haired girl's enthusiastic explanation. She insisted that his hut was to be expected, even natural. The pink-haired girl continued, praising the hut's quality. Ed, slightly flustered, explained that he had only recently built it, and the spirits hadn't informed them yet. Another girl, with pink hair styled in pigtails, appeared, her eyes wide with shock and excitement. She stammered an explanation, revealing that the spirits had mentioned the hut, but only briefly. The narration then shifted to highlight Ed's physique, emphasizing his muscular build, particularly his arms. A close-up on Ed's hand revealed prominent veins near his collarbone, further emphasizing his physical strength. The scene then showed a group of small, fantastical creatures reacting with surprise. Finally, a woman in military attire, with pink hair and a pipe, is seen reading a newspaper, seemingly unfazed by the events unfolding around Ed. A young woman with long pink braids, dressed in a dark-collared shirt, spoke to someone unseen. She explained that she doesn't often interact with spirits and doesn't fully understand their way of life. The unseen person reacted with a slightly maniacal giggle. The scene shifted to reveal Ed Rothstaler, a young man with short brown hair, standing before a small log cabin. He casually mentioned that it was just a log cabin. He gestured towards the humble dwelling, a welcoming smile on his face. Observing the pink-haired woman's reaction from a distance, her expression softened, a hint of curiosity replacing her earlier amusement. The pink-haired girl's face lit up, and she exclaimed with excitement. Another girl, this one with blonde hair and a witch's hat, appeared, utterly astonished by the sight of the log cabin. She questioned if Ed had built it all by himself. A third person, partially obscured, reacted with a similar expression of awe. The flickering flames of a bonfire cast dancing shadows as Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from a popular game, sat alone in the woods. He had been disowned by his family and expelled from the academy for his antics. Now, he was determined to earn a scholarship to graduate and escape his precarious situation. The fire crackled, mirroring the turmoil in his heart. He held a steaming mug in his hands, a small comfort in the harsh reality of his exile. I owe others a big one this time, he mused, a weight settling in his stomach. Princess Lortel, one of the game's main heroines, sat nearby, lost in her own thoughts. Princess Lortel did so much, she murmured, her gaze fixed on the flames. Ed shifted uncomfortably. Some of my friends even said they'd let me borrow money for the tuition. How will I ever pay them back, he worried, the weight of his debt pressing down on him. Janica, another of the female leads, approached, her expression unreadable. She seemed to sense his internal struggle. If you can't pay them back, just don't, she stated plainly, her words surprising Ed. Isn't it a generalization to think you gotta pay back what you owe, Janica continued, her casual tone belying a deeper understanding of Ed's predicament. Ed gasped, taken aback. Whoa. I've never thought of it that way. Right, that's the kind of person Janica is. She can't understand, Ed thought, a new perspective dawning on him. Janica's recent troubles stemmed from the overwhelming sincerity of those around her. Despite many supporting her financially, she felt burdened by their generosity. Surrounded by numerous gifts, a testament to this support, Janica made a decision to move from the opulent Ophelis Hall to the more modest Dex Hall. This drastic change was driven by her desire to reduce her reliance on others, even if only slightly. Ophelis Hall offered single rooms for each student, while Dex Hall housed 8 or more students per room. The image shows Janica in her new, crowded dorm room, surrounded by her roommates. For Janica, the constant attention and envy felt like imprisonment. She believed this move would alleviate her problems. However, she soon realized that escaping the scrutiny wouldn't solve her underlying issues. The panel shows Janica alone, looking forlorn by a small fire, holding a mug. She reflected on her decision, a friend's words echoing in her mind, reminding her that she could always seek solitude if needed. And Janica quietly agreed, accepting the offer of companionship. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced former villain, now found himself exiled to the woods, far from the academy's hallowed halls. He sat by a crackling campfire with one of the female leads, a young woman with fiery red hair, her expression unreadable in the flickering light. A subtle shift in her demeanor hinted at unspoken emotions. The warmth of the fire cast an orange glow on her face, highlighting the slight tremor in her lips. She offered a small, almost shy smile. Yeah, that makes me really happy, she murmured, a hint of nervousness in her voice. Another of the female leads, this one with blonde hair, spoke, her voice soft but firm. Hey, Ed. If you ever feel overwhelmed, or can't handle something alone, she began, her concern palpable. The red-haired girl nodded in agreement, her gaze fixed on Ed. I hope you make sure to tell me, she added, her voice gentle but resolute. The blonde girl's expression turned thoughtful. When that happens, she trailed off, a hint of worry clouding her features. A third girl, this one with light pink hair, looked at Ed with a mixture of concern and determination. Her eyes held a silent promise of support. She smiled warmly, a mug of something warm in her hands. I'll help you at all, she said, her voice filled with quiet strength. Ed, observing the 3 girls, felt a warmth spread through him despite his initial apprehension. A subtle smile played on his lips. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from a prominent family, found himself expelled from the academy and living in the woods. He pondered his situation, a hint of defiance in his eyes despite his predicament. The night sky twinkled above him, a stark contrast to the turmoil within. Later, sitting by a crackling campfire, Ed found himself in the unexpected company of one of the game's female leads. Their presence was a constant reminder of the precarious balance he was trying to maintain. Meanwhile, another female lead, examining a mysterious grimoire, mused over its potential impact. She sensed that this seemingly insignificant book held the power to disrupt the established order. A young woman with vibrant pink hair and striking green eyes stood confidently, a smirk playing on her lips. She mused, as I thought, it smells of money after all. A mysterious energy crackled around her, a palpable sense of impending chaos. Her words hung heavy in the air, that will devour the entire academy. Before a roaring bonfire, a young man with brown hair listened intently. He responded simply, regardless. Thanks for saying that, he continued, his voice laced with a quiet determination. But that won't happen. That won't happen. Seated by the fire, the young man and a young woman with bright red hair exchanged a meaningful glance. The woman spoke softly, at least not to me. A smirk spread across the young man's face as he replied, You're going to have a hard time, Taylor. The scene shifted to a different perspective, a voiceover narrating, It has nothing to do with me, but it'll seriously be hard as hell. I'm cheering for you, man. Rain lashed against the imposing stone facade of Awfulness Hall, its many windows glowing like faint stars against the stormy night. The imposing structure stood as a testament to wealth and privilege, a beacon of the elite within the Valori Academy. The image showcased two figures, a young man in a sharp red blazer, exuding an air of confidence, and a maid in a crisp uniform standing demurely beside him. The narration box above them highlighted the advantages of being an Awfulness Hall student, a life of almost unimaginable luxury. The text detailed the perks afforded to Awfulness Hall's elite students, preferential seating, mealtime freedom, personal maids, and countless other privileges. The final line, however, foreshadowed trouble. This is where the problem arises. A panoramic view of Awfulness Hall, nestled on a small island, revealed its grandeur and isolation. The scene was set against a backdrop of a stormy sky, mirroring the brewing conflict. The narration box explained that heavy rain had fallen on the southwest side of the Valori area around the time students returned from vacation. A lone carriage, pulled by two horses, traversed a rain-soaked path. The driver, cloaked and hooded, sat stoically, seemingly unfazed by the downpour. The text box revealed that students who couldn't return to Awfulness Hall on time due to the storm were granted an extension, a few days of relaxation. Ed Rothstaler, looking grim and apprehensive, was shown amongst a group of students from Dex Hall, clearly less fortunate than their Awfulness Hall counterparts. The contrast highlighted the disparity between the two groups. A fist clenched, raised defiantly against a backdrop of a stormy night. Rain lashed down as the silhouette of a building loomed in the distance. The scene shifted to reveal a group of students, their faces obscured by shadow, brandishing flaming torches. They stood poised, a sense of unrest hanging heavy in the air. Inside, a hand sealed a letter with dark wax. Rain continued to fall heavily outside. A young woman with vibrant red hair sat pensively, her arms crossed. She murmured to herself about the rain. A man with glasses and a serious expression was shown. The narration box revealed that a merchant had contacted the disgruntled students. A group of students, their faces contorted in anger, surrounded a figure in a dark coat. Torches flared in the rain-slicked night, casting flickering shadows that danced across their agitated expressions. The central figure remained impassive, his glasses reflecting the angry glow of the torches. Rain lashed down, mirroring the storm brewing within the students' hearts. This was Will Lane, a master manipulator, the one who would ignite the flames of their discontent. The justification for their outrage was already in place. A sealed letter lay on a dark blue background, hinting at the discriminatory treatment faced by the regular students, forced to trudge back to school through the downpour. The letter contained a proposal, a proactive change to the school's return deadline, acknowledging the preferential treatment given to Awfulness Hall students. Lortel, Awfulness Hall's headmaid, and a faction within the academy's administration were already on board with the plan. Two figures stood, one in a dark red dress, the other in a maid's uniform, their expressions resolute. They would fervently support Lortel's proposal. Whether the academy accepted it or not was irrelevant at this point. The mere suggestion of this solution would be enough to enrage the inferior students, amplifying the conflict. A fiery explosion erupted within the opulent Awfulness Hall, the flames consuming a priceless artifact. The hall, adorned with art donated by noble families, was now a scene of chaos and destruction. The inferno spread rapidly, consuming the lavish carpets and hardwood furniture crafted by skilled artisans. A voice, cold and calculating, declared that the more damage inflicted, the better. A group of shadowy figures plotted in a dimly lit room. They hoped to completely destroy a section of Awfulness Hall while the chaos reigned. Their plan was to cripple the academy's finances, already strained by the Glaskin incident. The ongoing negotiations for the Sage's sealed grimoire had given the Elite Merchant Association a significant advantage. Even in times of desperation, people are willing to sacrifice everything. A lone figure, silhouetted against a rain-lashed window, wondered when the storm would end. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from a prominent family, found himself expelled from the academy and living in the unforgiving wilderness. His internal monologue reflected the bleakness of his surroundings, mirroring the grim reality of his past. He walked through the rain-slicked streets of the city, the towering buildings looming above him like dark, oppressive giants. The atmosphere was heavy with a sense of foreboding. The downpour continued relentlessly, mirroring the relentless despair that threatened to consume him. A stark contrast to the opulent academy, a place he now viewed with a mixture of resentment and longing. Ed's thoughts turned to his current predicament. The bright lights of the academy, a symbol of privilege and opportunity, felt a world away from the darkness he had known. He gazed at his reflection, a young woman with vibrant red hair and piercing green eyes staring back. The image was a stark reminder of his past struggles and the life he had left behind. The documents scattered across his desk hinted at a conspiracy, a web of secrets that he was determined to unravel. He was a survivor, and he would find his way. Despite his current circumstances, Ed remained resolute in his determination to survive and find his place in this new world. He knew that even in this seemingly utopian academy, there were others like him, others who understood the harsh realities of survival. He would find them. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game, found himself hurrying down a long, dimly lit corridor. His dark cloak billowed slightly behind him as he moved with a determined, almost desperate gait. The endless lookout for those like him never ceased. Meanwhile, a young woman with vibrant pink hair stood by a rain-streaked window, her gaze lost in the dreary weather outside. She seemed lost in thought, a melancholic air surrounding her. Because one's true self never changes, Lortel maintained her position. Lortel's hand reached out to touch the cold glass of the window, a silent gesture that spoke volumes about her inner turmoil. She was the dark curtain that covered the gloomy reality behind the stage at all times. Lortel, now fully visible, sat with an air of quiet intensity, her emerald green eyes gleaming in the dim light. Her expression was unreadable, a mask of composure concealing whatever emotions churned beneath the surface. A frustrated voice echoed, expressing their inability to endure the current situation any longer. Under a stormy sky, a crowd of students gathered before the imposing Ophilus Hall, their fists raised in protest. A palpable sense of unrest hung in the air. Their voices rising in a unified chant demanding equality in grades. This was the land of learning, after all, and they expected fairness. In the original storyline, this Ophilus Hall occupation incident was a pivotal moment. A young man, his face contorted in anger, stood at the forefront of the demonstration, shouting for their voices to be heard. A scene that would ultimately see the main character intervene to quell the unrest caused by the inferior students who had been provoked against Lortel. Inside the hall, a maid, her expression a mixture of shock and apprehension, stumbled upon the scene. She muttered to herself, needing to report this to the chief maid. Unaware of the middle bosses from the first to fifth floors who would soon intervene on behalf of the protesting students. The hooded figure swiftly covered the maid's mouth, silencing her gasp. A quick and decisive action that prevented the immediate escalation of the situation. His role in the unfolding events was far from insignificant. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain in the Game Extras Academy survival guide, found himself sprinting down a dimly lit corridor. A startled maid, her face etched with alarm, called out, "Uac! What are you doing? Who are you?" His objective was simple, to overpower the rookie maid guarding the first floor and open the door to the Ophilus Hall. A swift kick sent the maid sprawling, clearing his path. The heavy oak door creaked open, revealing a dark, rain-swept courtyard. Beyond it lay the entrance to Ophilus Hall. His plan was to slip inside unnoticed and let the students in. But his entrance was far from subtle. 3 students, their faces a mixture of shock and confusion, stared at him, exclaiming, "Whoa! What's going on?" A group of students, their faces grim, approached Ed. One of them spoke, "A subpar decent treatment. We're not asking for a lot. Just a subpar decent treatment." A hooded figure emerged from the shadows, their voice echoing, "Let's make our voices heard." A hooded figure, their face obscured by shadow, stood in the dimly lit hallway. They muttered to themselves, their words barely audible above the rhythmic drip of water echoing through the empty space. The maintenance office was on the 4th floor, they thought, a plan forming in their mind. Their mission was to stop the main character and his friends from advancing. This was the role they were playing, a crucial part in the game's Act 2, Phase 1. The figure's eyes narrowed as a realization dawned on them, they were the one Lortel had bought off. They were supposed to be Tote's lookout, responsible for monitoring the first floor. The rain continued to fall as the hooded figure's head drooped, their shoulders slumping under the weight of their revelation. A name escaped their lips, a whisper lost in the downpour, Ed Rothstaler. Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain, now found himself thrust into a far more significant role than he'd ever imagined. He was a middle boss. The shock was palpable, a cold sweat beaded on his brow as his breath hitched in his throat. Ed stared blankly ahead, his mind reeling from the unexpected turn of events. The weight of his new reality pressed down on him, heavy and suffocating. Rain lashed down on Ed Rothstaler, the disowned villain, as he stood alone in the woods. His blonde hair was plastered to his forehead, and a grim determination hardened his gaze. The downpour mirrored the storm brewing inside him. He was determined to survive this game, to earn his scholarship and escape this life. But the weight of his unexpected fate pressed heavily upon him. He had become the middle boss of Act 2. Ed's face was etched with worry, beads of sweat clung to his skin. He was clearly troubled. To understand his current predicament, he needed to retrace his steps. He decided to rewind the events of the past 2 days. 2 days prior, the Ophilus Hall incident had begun. Ed's hand reached down, tracing the prints of a deer's hooves in the soft earth. 2 ripe cherries lay nearby, untouched. Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain in the Game Extras Academy, found himself inexplicably inhabiting his own character. Disowned and expelled, he now lived a solitary existence in the woods, determined to avoid the game's protagonists and earn his scholarship. He crouched low, his gaze sharp and wary, an arrow knocked in his bow. The forest floor was his refuge, but a sense of unease settled over him. Ed's hands, calloused and clumsy, gripped the bow. A stark reminder of his complete lack of combat skills. He was forcing himself to learn, driven by the need to survive and graduate. He aimed his bow at a deer grazing peacefully in a clearing. A sigh escaping his lips as he lamented his pathetic archery skills, even after a semester and a half of practice. Suddenly, a sound startled him. A familiar figure appeared at the edge of the woods, a maid in a black dress, carrying a basket. Ed's solitude was frequently interrupted. This time, a muscular man, seemingly out for a jog, greeted him cheerfully. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from a popular game, found himself inexplicably inhabiting his own character's body. His expulsion from the academy and family disownment left him with little choice but to survive in the wilderness, far from the game's main storyline. He pondered his predicament, the weight of his situation settling heavily upon him. A cold sweat beading on his brow as he struggled to articulate his feelings. The harsh reality of his situation pressed down on him. He was alone, and his future was uncertain. But a nagging awareness began to surface. Something was changing, something significant, and many were beginning to notice. Among the unusual occurrences, 3 figures stood out as particularly noteworthy visitors to Ed's secluded woodland dwelling. A surge of magical energy crackled in the air, a harbinger of the events to come. Foreshadowing the disruption Ed's presence was causing to the established game narrative. The first, known only as Visitora, was a young witch with an uncanny ability to appear seemingly at random. Her sudden visits were becoming increasingly frequent. Her magical presence a vibrant splash of color against the muted tones of Ed's rustic cabin. She materialized before him, her cheerful demeanor a stark contrast to Ed's grim expression. "Ooh, there's a door now. Let's make a back door as well," she chirped, her words laced with an almost unsettling cheerfulness. Prompting Ed to ask, with a mixture of exasperation and bewilderment, "Are you going to make a chimney too?" Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from a game, found himself living in a secluded cabin in the woods. His current predicament was less than ideal. He needed to earn a scholarship to graduate. A visitor appeared, and Ed wondered aloud why she couldn't simply use a glass window to enter. The visitor, a young woman with a witch-like appearance, suggested making a window through the roof instead, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Ed, however, was quite pleased with another visitor's arrival. With a flourish, a new window appeared in the roof of his cabin. This second visitor, a young woman named Belle, cheerfully presented Ed with a basket of eggs, explaining that she thought he would appreciate the gift. Belle then demonstrated a practical method for whitening clothes using boiled salted water, a technique she learned from her parents on their farm. Ed, despite her frequent visits, felt no discomfort at her presence. He found himself increasingly grateful for her help with various tasks. Her helpfulness extended beyond chores. She also boosted his spirits. Belle's cheerful demeanor was infectious, and Ed found himself expressing his gratitude for her kindness. He wondered how she knew so much, expressing his amazement at her resourcefulness. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced former villain from a game, now found himself living in the woods. He was trying to avoid the game's protagonists, but his efforts were proving futile. A young woman with pink hair and a red bow approached him, her expression a mixture of concern and curiosity. She questioned him about his recent compliment, seemingly flustered by his simple words. Ed, internally, wondered about the frequency of Lucy's visits to his secluded dwelling. Lucy, the pink-haired girl, appeared before him, her expression enigmatic. Her presence hinted at a mystery surrounding her frequent visits. Ed noted that while he found her charming, there was something unsettling about her demeanor. Despite his reservations, he acknowledged her as Visitor B, a significant part of his unusual circumstances. As night fell, another girl approached Ed, commenting on how busy he seemed. The panel shows only her feet and legs as she approaches, suggesting a stealthy arrival. She revealed that she had been waiting for him. Lortel, a young woman with vibrant red hair styled in a ponytail, stood confidently in a dark forest, a sly smile playing on her lips. Behind her, a stern-looking maid with silver hair and a dark red dress stood silently, her expression unreadable. Lortel approached Ed, her demeanor shifting to one of innocent appeal. She explained that she required his assistance. Ed, visibly anxious, watched Lortel from behind. He suspected her intentions, believing she was recruiting allies to seize the Awfulous Hall. Ed resolved to avoid entanglement in Lortel's schemes, determined to reject any offers of involvement. Lortel, however, was not easily deterred. She admitted that she hadn't initially intended to ask for his help. Ed's internal monologue revealed his frustration. He lamented the unexpected turn of events, specifically Tote's sudden collapse. Lortel, surprised by the deviation from the game's script, questioned Tote's fainting spell. A figure, partially obscured by shadow, demanded an explanation. Their voice, sharp and urgent, cut through the darkness. "Tell me what happened." The scene shifted to a hallway, where several students in red uniforms stood, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. One of them scoffed, "Ha, what a joke. This flunker took down Blaskin? As if the whole student body saw you getting knocked out by Lucy in one blow." The narrative focused on a young man with reddish-brown hair, his face contorted in a grimace. A sense of foreboding hung in the air as the caption ominously stated, but what he said next? The young man's voice, filled with barely contained rage, echoed through the panel. He spat out the words, "You're worse than that insect Ed Rothstaler." A fist connected with the young man's jaw, the impact sending a shockwave through the panel. His head snapped back, his mouth open in a silent scream. A guttural cry escaped his lips as he crumpled to the ground. Another student, his face contorted in a furious expression, lunged forward, his fist raised. He moved with a speed that suggested a powerful blow was imminent. The blow landed, sending the young man sprawling onto the floor, leaving him unconscious and still. Another student, his face etched with concern, spoke, "I don't know if it was because of Taylor or you." Aldi said it was her first time seeing Jix so angry. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced former student, now living in the woods, revealed his distrust of emotional people. He confided in himself that he couldn't handle anything too difficult. Two young women, one with fiery red hair and the other with silvery white hair, approached Ed. They instructed him to use a key obtained from someone named Alice to enter the Ophilus Hall, where inferior students would gather. Their plan was simple. Once the inferior students congregated, Ed only needed to open the door. Ed, however, expressed skepticism, noting that many others could easily accomplish this task. The red-haired woman, displaying a cunning smile, voiced her concern that those involved might betray her to the Academy's internal investigators. This fear stemmed from the potential consequences if they were discovered. Ed's apprehension grew as he considered the possible repercussions, particularly if he were implicated as the mastermind behind the scheme. He felt he couldn't trust anyone. Ed, observing his attire, questioned why the red-haired woman would approach him specifically, given his notorious reputation. The red-haired woman then reminded Ed of his past expulsion from the Ophilus Hall, suggesting that he might want to cause chaos at the Academy in retaliation. Ed firmly stated that he had no interest in such a plan. His resolve was evident in his expression as he rejected their proposal. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced former villain, now living in the woods, proposed a deal. He would listen to their conditions. A mixture of apprehension and determination etched on his face. The woman with vibrant pink hair, her eyes gleaming with shrewdness, stated her terms, 20 gold coins. Before the situation could worsen, Ed agreed to the deal. A handshake sealed their agreement, a silent pact between the unlikely pair under the twilight sky. Ed's intentions, however, remained his own, to restore the timeline to its original course. The narrator reveals that the occupation of the Ophilus Hall predates the conflict over Sage's sealed grimoire. Ed Rothstaler, a disowned villain, now living in the woods, sits by a campfire, studying a book. The fire crackles merrily beside him. The narrator explains that Lortel's scheme to bankrupt the Academy is akin to a filler episode in the game's storyline. According to the game's plot, Lortel's conspiracy is successful, leading to the formation of Merchantry, a profitable group within the Academy. Two groups of students stand facing each other, creating a stark visual division. One group is associated with a blue emblem, the other with red. Tension hangs heavy in the air. The narrator explains that this creates a power structure rivaling Princess Phenia's student association. The emblems of the two rival groups are shown, a blue shield with 3 symbols versus a red symbol of scales of justice. The narrator emphasizes that Ed's choice of which group to align with will determine the victor. Ed, studying his book, silently plans to remain a spectator until the victor is clear, then join the winning side. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game, found himself unexpectedly living in the woods after being expelled from the Ophilus Hall dormitory. He muttered to himself, needing to survive, and resolved to return to the dorms, despite the persistent rain. A young woman with pink hair and a beige coat appeared, seemingly unfazed by the downpour. She lifted her skirt slightly, revealing her legs, as she approached Ed. The young woman, addressing Ed, commented on how amazing he was, suggesting she could come and go as she pleased, likening his situation to a camping trip. However, she added that he needed to stay put, even on rainy days like this one. The scene shifted to show Ed and the young woman sitting by a campfire, sharing a moment of quiet companionship. Ed reflected internally that it was about time he moved out of the Ophilus Hall. He acknowledged that the vacation was almost over, adding that he needed to throw out a lot of his belongings, as the Dex Hall was smaller than he had imagined. The pink-haired girl, still with Ed, expressed that she had extra pillows, cushions, clocks, and lanterns. She continued, mentioning that she also had plenty of daily necessities and supplies. Ed, looking slightly troubled, responded with a quiet "huh? Yeah. Okay." Ed explained that he couldn't bring furniture with him because it all belonged to the Ophilus Hall. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced former villain, now found himself living in the woods, far from the Academy. He shared a quiet moment by a campfire with Lucy, one of the 4 female leads who seemed determined to remain in his orbit. Lucy expressed her excitement about leaving for the semester, promising to bring some unspecified items with her, prompting Ed to inquire about the frequency of Lucy's peculiar behavior. Lucy simply replied that it happened sometimes. A sudden shift in the scene revealed a mysterious figure, a woman cloaked and hooded, standing in the rain. Her appearance suggested a powerful sorceress. Ed, seemingly sensing her presence, looked towards the direction of the mysterious woman, a thoughtful expression on his face. A narration box revealed a crucial piece of information: Lucy's immense power came at a significant cost. Her life had been a constant struggle against a predetermined fate. The narration continued, explaining that Lucy had spent years actively avoiding her destined path. The mysterious woman in the rain was revealed to be Lucy, her appearance altered by the inclement weather. Ed, back at the campfire with Lucy, was informed that she only appeared this way when it rained. He expressed his indifference to her unusual transformations. Lucy, in a chibi-style depiction, reacted with amusement to Ed's nonchalant attitude towards her. Janica, a young woman with long pink braids and a red ribbon in her hair, tilted her head in question. Someone addressed her, though their words were not shown. The unseen speaker continued, reminding themselves that Janica was still inside the Ophilis Hall. They explained that when the Ophilis Hall is occupied, large-scale protection runes activate, locking all students in their rooms. A long corridor within Ophilis Hall was shown, with glowing runes on the doors. Janica, it was noted, could easily escape on her own. But a complication arose. Ed, sitting by a campfire, asked Janica for a favor. He requested her presence at the Rose Garden in front of Ophilis Hall the following day at 9 p.m. Janica's surprise was evident as she questioned his request. Ed promised to explain the reason behind his request the following day. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced former villain from the Game Extras Academy, found himself face to face with one of the game's female leads. Her eyes widened in surprise and delight, her hands flying to her mouth to stifle a gasp. Ed, however, was far from charmed. He internally fretted over how to explain his presence without revealing his true identity as a player who had somehow transmigrated into the game. He decided to extricate himself from the situation before anything unexpected happened. He quickly excused himself, seeking refuge from the rain and the girl's persistent attention. She responded with a hesitant, slightly confused okay. Ed made a hasty retreat, leaving the girl behind. He declared he was leaving, and she, still slightly flustered, waved goodbye. Alone at last, Ed breathed a sigh of relief. The tension visibly eased from his shoulders. He looked forward to the end of the rainy season, anticipating the return of the sun and the familiar autumn scent of the woods. Ed walked away, leaving the encounter behind him, his gaze fixed on the horizon. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from a prominent family, sat perched on a log, his back to a fiery sunset. His long vacation from the Extras Academy was coming to an end. The title card announced, the long vacation is also ending now. Outbreak of the Ophilis Hall incident. A countdown appeared, D0, 9 p.m. Ed thought, phew, my execution is lacking. Rain lashed against the imposing clock tower of Ophilis Hall, a stark contrast to the warm glow of the previous panel. Inside, Ed lay on his back, feet up, contemplating, I should also avoid reacting emotionally as much as possible. He then proceeded to do a handstand, showcasing his surprisingly well-defined physique. He fell, landing heavily. Jix Ethelstein, from the Faculty of Magic, muttered, I didn't expect Elka to get that angry. Ed's foot made contact with the floor, a soft thud echoing in the quiet room. A question mark floated above his head as he looked around, clearly confused. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from a popular game, now found himself inhabiting his own character's body. Sweat beaded on his brow as he stared at his reflection, the harsh reality of his situation settling in. A sudden impact echoed, shattering the glass behind him. A hooded figure crashed through the window, moving with surprising speed and agility. The figure paused, their eyes narrowed, revealing a determined gaze. Rain lashed against the glass as the mysterious figure remained motionless. A tense silence hanging in the air. Inside, a maid approached a cloaked figure, her voice laced with concern. She inquired about the whereabouts of the other maids. The person in command had already bought things off, so things were working out quickly. The maid reported that she had also prepared the goods that were asked for in advance. The cloaked figure and the maid then proceeded down a hallway. Ed, the disowned villain protagonist, mumbled a quiet "oh, thank you" as he received an item, his expression unreadable. He then muttered to himself, deciding to place it out of sight, I'll just keep it in a corner. With the preparations complete, Ed stood before the grand staircase of the academy, a bucket at his feet, his hooded figure casting a long shadow. The bucket remained, a silent testament to his clandestine actions. The ominous title card appeared, Ophilis Hall's occupation. A large crowd gathered outside Ophilis Hall, their faces obscured by the shadows of the night, as a storm brewed overhead. Among them, Ed, cloaked and unseen, observed the growing unrest. The scene shifted, a simple caption announcing the impending action, here it goes. The camera pulled back, revealing the full scale of the impending chaos at Ophilis Hall as Ed's plan commenced. A wave of anguished cries erupted from the crowd, a cacophony of despair echoing through the rain-soaked courtyard. The students, their faces contorted in frustration, voiced their collective discontent. They could no longer endure the unfair treatment. Their demands were clear, at the very least, they deserved equal grading. One student, Will Lane, the representative of the inferior students, stood defiantly, his fist raised high, demanding a response to their pleas. The students, fueled by anger and desperation, surged forward, their collective movement a torrent of defiance. A relentless tide crashing against an imposing, ancient door. The door creaked open, revealing a blinding light. Leaving the students awestruck and speechless. One of them, eyes wide with shock, whispered, what's going on? A group of young men, their faces etched with a mixture of fear and excitement, huddled together in the dim light. Their breaths hitched in their chests, a palpable tension hanging in the air. One of them, emboldened by a surge of adrenaline, shouted that the doors to the infamous Ophilis Hall were open, urging his companions to follow. And with a collective roar, they charged towards the mysterious entrance, their silhouettes swallowed by the darkness within. Inside, a figure emerged from the shadows, his voice trembling slightly as he stammered his thanks, revealing himself as the one Lortel had bought off. The figure's identity was then revealed: Ed Rothstaler. Ed, his expression grim, stood silently in the rain, his hoodie pulled tight around his face. He seemed to be bracing himself for something. A small, almost imperceptible cough broke the silence, drawing his attention. A man, his face partially obscured, gasped in surprise, his eyes widening as he struggled to speak. Another voice, this one calm and collected, cut through the tension, stating that they had always agreed with everything Ed had ever said. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced third-rate villain from the game, now found himself in the very reality he once inhabited. His blonde hair and worried expression hinted at the precariousness of his situation. A stark contrast to the opulent life he once knew. He reflected on his past, recalling his time in the Awfulest Hall, a life of privilege that ended abruptly with his expulsion. Only then did he fully grasp the extent of what he had lost. His words, a confession of his past mistakes, revealed a newfound humility. He had judged others based on rumors, a harsh realization that weighed heavily on his conscience. The speaker, a figure whose identity remains unclear, expressed their astonishment at Ed's actions, praising his unexpected competence and the significant impact he had made that day. Ed, despite his efforts to remain unnoticed, found himself thrust into the spotlight. He was the one who had orchestrated the events, the one responsible for the current chaos. Urged to leave immediately, he was instructed to proceed to the upper floor. He readily agreed, eager to escape the attention he had inadvertently attracted. His hasty retreat was a testament to his desire to avoid further complications. The narrative shifted focus to another character, Will Lane, who was to bear the responsibility for Ed's actions. This strategic maneuver was designed to shield Ed from the consequences of his involvement. The scene then transitioned to a maid fleeing the scene, her escape highlighting the ongoing turmoil. The instruction to disregard her flight underscored the urgency of the situation and the need to maintain the established narrative. A maid, in a hurry, runs away from the scene. The scene opens on a grand hallway within Lortel's academy. The architecture is ornate, hinting at the school's prestigious nature. A narration box reveals that Alice, the chief maid responsible for the academy's protective runes, is currently under Lortel's control. A title card appears, activating protection runes. The protective runes, designed to safeguard the students, begin to activate. Intricate, glowing symbols appear on the doors along the hallway. A voice, presumably Lortel's, is heard, indicating that they are waiting. The narration continues, explaining that the activation of the runes will inadvertently delay the students. Everything is proceeding as planned. The runes glow more intensely as a young man with blonde hair, Ed, manipulates them with practiced ease. He walks away, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. A voice, presumably Black Veils, comments on Ed's actions, noting that his start is far more impressive than anticipated. Ed's expression is one of quiet satisfaction. As final panel shows a pair of feet walking away, presumably Black Veils, with a final comment directed at Ed, as expected of you, Ed. Rain lashed down as a young woman with fiery red hair, partially concealed beneath a dark hood, stood defiantly in a shadowed doorway. Her expression was one of quiet determination, her fists clenched at her sides. She considered it a bad idea to leave Ed alone. But she knew he would eventually come to the stage. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from a game, now found himself inhabiting his own character's body. His socks were soaked from the relentless rain. A stark reminder of his current predicament, living in the woods, far from the comforts of the academy dormitory he'd been expelled from. He muttered to himself about his hatred for rainy days. Suddenly, a voice cut through his thoughts. He realized someone had been watching him. From the shadows emerged Lortel, one of the game's 4 female leads, her crimson hair a striking contrast to her dark cloak. Meanwhile, inside the academy, another of the female leads, whose identity remains unknown, was making her way through the rain-slicked hallways, leaving muddy footprints in her wake. A male voice, presumably Ed's accomplice, spoke of the need to finish their business before the academy staff intervened. The unknown female lead leaped from a high vantage point. Landing gracefully as Ed, from below, simply told her to do her best. Out of the blue, a question hung in the air: have you ever killed someone? Ed Rothstaler, a disowned villain, now living in the woods, found himself the subject of this unexpected inquiry. His gaze was intense, his expression unreadable, as a red-haired woman loomed behind him. He paused, considering his answer. Before replying simply, "No, I haven't." The red-haired woman chuckled, "Me neither, ha ha ha." A flashback revealed a darker past. Ed confessed, "I have done similar things. Because I needed to survive. To survive, I crushed other people's lives. And to avoid being betrayed, I stabbed others in the back first." He lived his life forgiving himself for his sins, believing he didn't have a choice. But in all honesty, he was just making excuses for himself. Lortel, a young woman with vibrant pink hair, walked away from a massive pile of gold coins, her back to the viewer. The coins, seemingly endless, shimmered around her as she strode confidently forward, leaving behind a scene of chaos. 2 men, partially submerged in the overflowing gold, looked up in awe and despair. This was how Lortel earned her moniker, the Golden Daughter. Lortel, now seen from the side, her expression unreadable, seemed lost in thought. She knew the truth behind her wealth better than anyone. And because of that understanding, she sought validation elsewhere. "Ed," she began, her voice barely a whisper. posing a question that hung heavy in the air: could you ever sympathize with a person like me? Ed Rothstaler, a young man with brown hair, stood in a dimly lit hallway, his posture suggesting unease. He observed Lortel from a distance. A sense of unease washing over him. The narration box described her behavior as almost possessed. Loneliness, the narration box continued, finds its way to people regardless of their morality. The narrative opens with a stark observation: to escape a dire situation, people often seek refuge amongst those who share their plight, finding themselves in similar circumstances. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain, now finds himself alone, his face etched with a mixture of weariness and resignation. He is shown living in squalor, a stark contrast to his former life. Someone addresses Lortel, emphasizing the importance of accountability for one's actions. Ed's eyes, a striking blue, reflect a deep sadness and perhaps a hint of defiance as he contemplates the words spoken to Lortel. His expression is one of quiet contemplation. Ed silently asserts his detachment from the past, emphasizing that he is not the person he once was. The scene shifts to a grand, yet dilapidated, mansion. A lone figure stands amidst scattered books and debris, a sense of desolation permeating the atmosphere. A woman is seen ascending the staircase in the background. Lortel reflects on a previous statement, admitting it was out of character for her. She resolves to refocus on her objectives, emphasizing the limited time available. The urgency of the situation is highlighted, underscoring the limited time remaining. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced third-rate villain, found himself alone in the ruins of what was once his dormitory. His expulsion, a consequence of his villainous antics, had left him with nothing but the clothes on his back and the harsh reality of needing a scholarship to survive. He slumped to the ground, exhaustion weighing heavily on him. A sigh of relief escaped his lips. He had finally found a temporary respite from his troubles. His journey had been arduous, a desperate flight from the game's protagonists and the ever-present threat of discovery. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the academy, Lortel and Alice, two of the game's female leads, were strategizing. Lortel, her eyes sharp and determined, explained their plan to Alice. Their plan involved manipulating the Academy's defense magic to unleash a powerful force, handing control to Willane, the leader of the inferior students. Willane, empowered by the Academy's potent defenses, was about to unleash a surge of magical energy, transforming into the formidable boss of the fourth stage of the game. The transformation was complete. Willane, now a powerful boss, stood ready for whatever challenges lay ahead. The scenario unfolds: Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain, is about to lose his mind while endlessly activating defense runes, his body racked with the strain. He plans his next move. Ed decides to sit back and wait for Taylor to arrive, confident in his ability to handle the situation. Ed settles in, strategizing. He intends to stall for time, allowing Jose to handle the second floor while he manages the first. He anticipates some injuries during the fight, but considers it a necessary sacrifice. Rain lashes against the imposing structure of the Academy, a Gothic building that looms large in the stormy night. Ed accepts the risk, viewing the potential injuries as a necessary cost. The scene shifts to the Rose Garden, drenched in the downpour, the dark, ominous atmosphere setting the stage for the events to come. Under a dark, stormy sky, a lone figure in a hooded cloak sat atop a lavish golden horse-drawn carriage, the rain a steady curtain around them. A silent observer noted the unusual sight of such an opulent carriage traveling at such a late hour. Why is there a horse carriage this late at night, they wondered, looks like it's someone important. Meanwhile, a young woman with long pink braids and a worried expression watched from a distance, her gaze fixed on the carriage. She pondered her situation, questioning if it was all right to be there. Is it okay for me to be here right now, she mused. She then considered Ed's absence, concluding that he wouldn't know yet. Ed wouldn't know yet, right? I had some work to take care of, so as soon as a little time passes, I'll come. Please just wait a little. Sorry about this. I mean, he left me this note. She thought, a mixture of guilt and anticipation in her heart. Her eyes widened, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she wondered if Ed had prepared something special for her. Did he prepare something special, she thought, her heart fluttering. However, the narrator interjected, clarifying that the golden horse carriage held no significance for her. She sat alone in the Rose Garden's pavilion, resolute in her decision to remain there, regardless of what happened. Whatever happens, she wasn't going to leave the Rose Garden's pavilion. This unwavering resolve stemmed from her deep contemplation over the past 3 days, a period during which she constantly thought about what she wanted to discuss with Ed, preventing her from sleeping. That's because for the past 3 days, she kept thinking deeply about what Ed wanted to talk to her about, and was unable to sleep at night. Because despite the guilt she felt, through her informant, Marilda, a mysterious figure kept tabs on Ed's activities. She discovered that Lucy wasn't the only one visiting his secluded woodland camp. 2 figures, one in a dark red dress and the other in a dark school uniform, were seen approaching Ed's cabin under the cover of night. Princess Phenia, Belmaya, Jix, and even Lortel were also seen leaving Ed's camp. The fact that most of them were female students made this situation even more distressing for the observer. This is why. She sat alone in the rain, lost in thought under a gazebo. She questioned her choice of hairpin, wondering if a cosmos would have been more aesthetically pleasing. Lost in her thoughts, she continued to examine the flower hairpin. Ed, the disgraced villain, found himself alone in the woods, muttering to himself. He thought that if he could just hurry back, everything might be alright. Meanwhile, a young woman, her face unseen, continued on her way. She would still wait, after she returned with her new hairpin. She headed for the Office Hall, hurrying through the rain-slicked streets. The sound of rain intensified as she approached the imposing building. A voice questioned the wisdom of her decision. Was going inside really the right choice? 3 figures stood before the Office Hall, their forms partially obscured by the downpour. One of them, a young woman with fiery red hair, spoke urgently. She stressed the value of the herbs in her room, arguing that it might be better to wait for the academy workers to handle the situation. However, she countered that the herbs would lose their properties if preservation magic wasn't used promptly. The detail, she insisted, was crucial. Another young woman, her face partially hidden by a hood, pleaded with her companion to stop Illyria, who was attempting to enter the hall alone. The companion, a young man, chuckled. Elvira, a young woman with fiery orange hair, stood amidst a crimson glow, her eyes blazing with a furious energy. Her hands were outstretched, crackling with dark power. It was clear she was on the verge of losing control. Surrounding her were numerous vials filled with bubbling, iridescent liquids, hinting at the volatile nature of her impending outburst. The narrator's voice, a calm yet urgent counterpoint to Elvira's rage, warned of the danger. Meanwhile, Ed Rothstaler, a young man with dark hair, urged Elvira to stop, his voice laced with concern. 2 other young women, one in a red hooded cloak and another with brown hair, looked on anxiously. Ed, however, was more focused on his own immediate problem, reaching his room on the 4th floor. He expressed his need to get there quickly, implying a sense of urgency and perhaps a desire to avoid further involvement in Elvira's volatile situation. Ignoring Ed's pleas, Elvira unleashed a powerful kick, a blue energy blast erupting from her foot as she struck something unseen. The impact was significant, as shown by the large exclamation mark in the following panel, suggesting a powerful blow. The scene shifts to Ed, who is now sitting alone in a dimly lit room, looking downcast. The room is in disarray, suggesting a recent struggle. The 3 girls from before Elvira, the girl in the red cloak, and the brown-haired girl are now examining the room, their expressions serious. Footprints are visible on the floor, indicating a recent struggle. Finally, the focus shifts to a man with silver hair, his face partially obscured by shadow. The girl's words, Ed Rothstaler, hang in the air, revealing his identity. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the Game Extras Academy, found himself unexpectedly transported into the game's world. Now, stripped of his former life and living in the woods, he sat alone, contemplating his precarious situation. He was suddenly confronted by 2 students. One, a young woman with short brown hair, looked on with concern, while the other, a young man with dark hair, demanded, "Why are you here?" A third student, a young woman with long reddish-brown hair, observed the scene from the shadows, her expression unreadable. The young man continued, noticing the signs of a disturbance. "There's footsteps of students who've already swarmed in here," he added, surveying the damage. "The display cabinet's a mess." The scene shifted to reveal the extent of the chaos. The 3 students stood amidst overturned furniture and scattered artifacts, while Ed stood with his back to a staircase, seemingly caught in the middle of the commotion. Ed was planted there with his back to the stairs. The reddish-brown-haired girl spoke, her tone a mixture of surprise and intrigue. "This is interesting. I didn't expect this." Her gaze lingered on Ed, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. A group of students, their faces obscured, approached Ed, their words dripping with arrogance. "Going to stop us?" they taunted. Ed, the disowned villain protagonist, sat on a bench, observing the approaching students. A young woman with pink hair stepped forward, her expression a mixture of defiance and concern. "Sorry, but..." Ed's eyes hardened, his gaze intense. "You can't go in there," he stated firmly, his voice carrying an undercurrent of warning. Another student, a girl with fiery red hair, smirked, her words laced with sarcasm. She had heard about Ed's magical proficiency, but dismissed it as insignificant. "I heard from Jix your magic proficiency's pretty high, but what's the point?" She continued, her voice dripping with disdain, "You're just a rookie who can only use basic spells." Ed remained seated, his expression unreadable. A second later, he was described by the red-haired girl as a little second-year student. The red-haired girl then boasted about her group's capabilities, a skilled swordsman and a mage proficient in average first-year spells. And finally, herself, an alchemist with top-tier abilities for her year. Their combined strength was clearly meant to intimidate Ed. An unseen observer noted the overwhelming power differential. Ed, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression, demanded an explanation of the events unfolding above. Meanwhile, another young man with light hair, his face partially obscured, seemed troubled by what he saw. A foot, clad in dark clothing, landed heavily, suggesting an arrival or intervention. And a decision was made to force the information out of the troubled young man. Ed, now in motion, dashed forward, his red jacket a blur against the dark background. While the light-haired young man prepared to counter. A burst of energy erupted from the light-haired youth. But Ed met the attack head-on, his sword clashing against the energy blast. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced former villain, now found himself living in the woods, far from the Academy's hallowed halls. He propelled himself forward with a burst of blue energy, a desperate attempt to escape. leaving a trail of shimmering light in his wake. A young woman with vibrant pink hair watched him go, a thoughtful expression on her face. Meanwhile, a blonde-haired mage, seemingly observing Ed from afar, manipulated a small orb of green energy. He muttered to himself, "That magic, it looks like a basic spell." He continued his assessment. He's a mage, so he'll probably target Taylor since he's the best at close-range scuffle, right? A woman with striking golden eyes watched the mage, her expression one of intense curiosity and suspicion. The mage, sensing he was being watched, looked up, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He raised his hand, preparing for a counterattack. Unleashing a powerful spell, Wind Blade. A swirling vortex of green energy erupted from his hand, ready to strike. A blinding flash of emerald light erupted from the depths of the forest, illuminating the night with an unnatural glow. The source appearing to be some sort of large, metallic contraption bound by thick chains, now sparking and shuddering violently. As the energy surged, the chain snapped, and the device began to levitate, revealing a complex array of runes and symbols etched into its surface. A young woman with long, dark hair, clad in a crimson sweater and dark pants, sprinted towards the scene, her expression grim and determined. Her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and anticipation as she braced herself for impact. Suddenly, a powerful concussive force slammed into her, sending her flying backward. A violent explosion of crimson energy engulfing her as she crashed to the ground. The impact left her dazed and disoriented. As she struggled to regain her bearings, a voice echoed through the forest. What was that noise? Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced former villain, now living in the woods, peered through a crack in his makeshift shelter. A wave of unease washed over him as he heard a commotion outside. A frantic question escaping his lips, what's happening out there? Suddenly, two young women, Isla and Elvira, burst into his hiding place, Isla visibly shaken. Ed, concerned, asked if they were all right. Isla reassured him, claiming she merely fell from shock, while Elvira simply dismissed his concern. However, a third girl, a fiery redhead, appeared, her eyes blazing with an unnatural light. A surge of raw power emanated from her. A raw, untamed energy that hinted at something far beyond normal human capabilities. The girl's power erupted in a blinding flash of green energy, sending shockwaves through the forest. A force that seemed to warp the very fabric of reality around them. As the energy subsided, a fourth girl, with long brown hair, stood revealed, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and awe. The event left Ed speechless. Ed, the disowned villain protagonist, found himself in a desperate situation. His eyes darted around, his mind racing. A single thought echoed in his head, my bag. A young woman with fiery red hair, clad in a school uniform, launched a swift attack. Her movements were precise and powerful, a blur of motion as she struck down an unseen opponent. Her expression hardening as she surveyed the scene. So, you're serious about this, huh? She mused, her voice laced with a hint of disbelief. Her eyes narrowed, a grim realization dawning on her. That means there's really something going on the floor above after all, huh? The young woman turned, her gaze fixed on a scene of devastation. Debris littered the floor above, a testament to a recent, violent struggle. A sudden, sharp sound pierced the air. The red-haired girl reacted instantly, her body tensing. A look of intense fear spreading across her face as she braced for impact. Scattered across the floor lay a collection of vials and strange artifacts, hinting at the clandestine nature of the events unfolding above. The red-haired girl, eyes wide with a mixture of fear and determination, prepared herself for whatever lay ahead. She would face whatever danger awaited her. A young woman, kneeling on the floor, carefully examined a small, glowing orb wrapped in bandages. Its purple core pulsed with an inner light. A faint whisper escaped her lips, ignition. With a sudden burst of flame, the young woman propelled herself forward, a fiery trail blazing in her wake. The intense heat warping the air around her, leaving a trail of destruction in her path. Ed Rothstaler, the expelled villain, watched from a distance, his expression unreadable. The fiery explosion continued to spread, engulfing the room in flames. The young woman, now surrounded by the inferno, looked down in alarm. The battlefield was set up so naturally, almost like water flowing. She thought, this is not good. Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain in the game, displayed remarkable speed and precision in his judgment. He was swiftly rebuked by someone unseen for omitting crucial information. A fiery energy erupted from Ed, engulfing him in a vortex of flames. The intensity of the inferno highlighting his sharp features and piercing blue eyes. His hands glowed with the same fiery power, a stark contrast to his otherwise calm expression. The flames continued to surge around him, revealing only his lower body clad in simple trousers. A narration box then appeared, stating that this was far beyond mere proficiency in high magic. Amidst the fiery wreckage of a destroyed building, Ed Rothstaler, a disowned villain from the game The Extras Academy Survival Guide, stood silhouetted against the inferno. A young woman with auburn hair, clad in a school uniform, cautiously navigated the burning debris field, her expression a mixture of alarm and determination. The auburn-haired girl, a top alchemy student, declared that as the faculty's top student, she represented their side's main forces. She winced, muttering about the alchemy faculty's biggest flaw. Her thoughts turned to the lack of raw combat power among alchemy students, who typically relied on magic tools or elixirs. Most students carried a magic ring or necklace for added power, a fact she found inconvenient. She considered herself a genius who didn't need such crutches, finding them too much of a hassle. Her gaze returned to Ed, a question forming in her mind: who was this mysterious figure amidst the chaos? Amidst a fiery inferno, a young woman with auburn hair, styled in a simple braid, stood with her back to the viewer. Flames engulfed the room, consuming papers and furniture, casting an ominous glow on her. She pondered, a question forming in her mind: had he anticipated this outcome? The scene shifted to a dark corridor. A young man with dark hair, dressed in a red jacket, was seen from behind. He had caused a large chandelier to fall. Using the brief opening created by the falling chandelier, he cast a firewall spell, aiming it precisely so he could target her bag. Surrounded by flames, the auburn-haired woman reacted with alarm, her eyes wide with shock and anger. She vehemently argued to herself, no. If that were the case, he would have gone for the bag itself, not just its strap. The woman's thoughts turned to the culprit. After all, this guy is just that measly Ed Rothstaler. Ed Rothstaler, a young man with blonde hair and an eye patch, stood amidst the flames, a green orb of energy glowing in his hand. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from a prominent family, found himself expelled from the academy and living in the woods. Despite his circumstances, a defiant glint shone in his eyes as he muttered to himself, I'm not out of options yet. Suddenly, a fiery-haired girl, her expression fierce, appeared before him, a small, luminous rabbit at her side. She was clearly ready for a fight. The rabbit, seemingly sensing the danger, began to glow intensely, its energy swirling around it. Meanwhile, Ed, observing the scene, began to formulate a plan. He muttered, I'll apply a fire-resistant formula, make it go berserk, and amplify its strength. A magical circle shimmered into existence, the air crackling with energy. The rabbit, empowered by Ed's spell, transformed into a fiery beast, its power amplified tenfold. It lunged at the fiery-haired girl, who barely managed to dodge the attack, leaving behind only smoke and ash. Another girl, this one with brown hair and a red cape, appeared, her expression one of concern. She muttered, fire, a spell to put the fire out, Amidst a raging inferno, a figure emerged from the heart of the flames, their hand outstretched towards a burning structure. A surge of energy pulsed from their fingertips, the intense heat causing them to recoil slightly, a crimson cloak billowing around their shoulders as they braced themselves against the blast. A blinding flash of light erupted, engulfing the area in a searing wave of energy. The shockwave sent tremors through the air, a guttural scream echoing from the heart of the explosion. Revealing a young woman with short brown hair, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and exhilaration, a red cloak draped over her shoulders. She stood defiantly, a sinister grin spreading across her face. As energy continued to surge around her, a powerful aura emanating from her body. A wave of intense heat washing over everything in its path, leaving behind only scorched earth and the lingering scent of ozone. The young woman, still radiating power, faced off against a young man in a red jacket. He braced himself, a green energy shield forming around him as she launched a fiery kick. A young woman, Isla, wielded her sword, a surge of magical energy erupting from the blade as she fought. Get your act together, Isla, a voice urged, the words sharp and filled with impatience. Isla's confidence in her magical theory was evident, but her combat ability remained average at best, even among first-year students learning basic spells. Frustration etched itself onto her features as she observed the ongoing battle. With how openly he keeps targeting her, I can't even get close to him, she thought, her gaze fixed on the opponent. A powerful magical blast sent Isla and her companion reeling. They were completely immobilized by the force of the attack, unable to even move. You think you can take him down if you get closer? A voice sneered, filled with derision. Then, another young woman, her fiery red hair ablaze, charged forward, a fierce determination in her eyes. Gio, she shouted, unleashing a torrent of fire. Ayo-ak. The fiery assault summoned a monstrous beast, its terrifying form emerging from the flames. The beast lunged, its claws extended. A fiery explosion engulfed Ed, the disgraced villain, as he braced himself for the impact. The intense heat searing his skin. Yet, amidst the inferno, a surge of determination ignited within him. He resolved, it doesn't matter if I think I can. I have to. With newfound resolve, Ed channeled his inner strength. A surge of fiery energy erupting from his body as he launched himself forward, propelling him through the heart of the flames, narrowly avoiding a devastating blow from an unseen assailant. He shouted, Alvira. He saw Alvira, one of the game's heroines, caught in the crossfire. And with a final burst of power, Ed shielded her from the inferno's wrath. Amidst a fiery scene, Ed Rothstaler, the disgraced villain, reappeared, a smirk playing on his lips as he casually asked, Did you guys miss me? A young woman with vibrant red hair and a mischievous grin, surrounded by various vials and potions, responded, her tone playful yet tinged with something deeper. Our time apart was not long, but I missed you so much. The scene shifted to reveal Ed, his eyes glowing with an eerie light, engaged in a fierce, magical confrontation. A golden energy crackled around his fists as he faced his opponent. He unleashed a blinding wave of energy, forcing his opponent back. The red-haired woman from before watched from a safe distance, her expression a mix of concern and excitement. Ed's opponent retaliated, a surge of green energy erupting from their hands, aimed directly at the red-haired woman. But Ed, with a swift movement, intercepted the attack, the green energy swirling around his hand as he deflected it. The scene then shifted again, showing Ed facing a monstrous, rabbit-like creature in the midst of a raging inferno. He braced himself, muttering the words "wind blade." A powerful green energy erupted from his hand, striking the creature with immense force. The red-haired woman watched, her gaze fixed on Ed's display of power. She commented, "He seems quite prepared, but..." A young woman with vibrant red hair, dressed in a school uniform, prepared to cast a spell. The instruction, "Apply Release Magic," appeared in a speech bubble above her. She channeled her magic, a bright green orb of energy forming in her hand. Launching it with a swift, powerful kick. A voice called out, "You're late." The green energy projectile streaked across the scene, leaving a glowing trail in its wake. Revealing the projectile to be a vial containing a chemical reagent. A narration box explained that it was prepared using night-blooming flowers and gall mushrooms. When combined with release magic, the reagent transformed into a special chemical compound, releasing a burst of vibrant purple energy. A narration box explained that the magic worked by controlling the release of magical energy. A young woman with shoulder-length brown hair and green eyes, wearing a red cloak, demonstrated a small, controlled burst of blue energy in her palm. A speech bubble above her head read, "Controlling the release of magic." A wave of intense heat engulfed the room. The air crackled with magical energy as Ed Rothstaler braced himself. A powerful force emanating from within him, temporarily subduing the magical effects around him. He found himself facing a monstrous rabbit-like creature, its fur matted with blood, its eyes filled with rage. Ed lunged forward. His movements surprisingly swift and precise despite the chaos. He delivered a blow that sent the creature reeling. A question hanging heavy in the air: did he understand the implications of his actions? Another magical beast, this one resembling a horned bull, charged at him. Ed, battered but unbowed, stood his ground, his face streaked with blood, a determined glint in his eyes. A female voice, sharp with concern, cut through the air. "Mr. Mage who can't even use magic?" Two faces, contorted in a silent scream, filled the panel. Ed Rothstaler's features were prominent, his eyes wide with a primal terror. The other face, partially obscured, belonged to someone equally distressed. The scene shifted abruptly. Ed, his blonde hair a stark contrast against the fiery backdrop, was running. A voice, filled with disbelief, echoed in the air, "He's running away?" He scrambled through the burning building, the heat scorching his skin. A desperate attempt to escape his pursuers. But a sudden impact sent him sprawling across a table, the flames licking at his heels. Above him, a figure descended, their movements a blur of motion. The air crackled with anticipation. A molten stream of liquid fire erupted from above, engulfing Ed in a searing inferno, leaving behind only a swirling vortex of fire and ash. Ed, the disowned villain protagonist, found himself in a precarious situation. He was falling, engulfed in flames, his sword clutched tightly in his hand, the intense heat scorching his skin. He landed heavily, the impact jarring him. Three girls, their faces etched with worry, stood before him amidst the spreading fire. "This smell, oil? Are you crazy? We're in the awfulest hall. If a fire starts here, people will die," one of them exclaimed. Ed, despite the danger, remained calm. He examined the flames, his thoughts focused on a solution. "Whether it's fire created by magic or oil, I can slash it all with my elemental slash," he mused. He knew the chemical reagent wouldn't last long. Time was of the essence. With a determined expression, Ed prepared to act. Before anyone gets hurt, he thought, his resolve hardening. He unleashed a powerful, elemental slash. "I'm going to put an end to this," he declared, his voice filled with resolve. One of the girls, her face contorted in a grimace, watched with wide, fearful eyes. The window, conveniently open, offered a path to escape the spreading smoke. Ed Rothstaler, the disgraced villain, surveyed the room. He noted the lack of flammable materials, even the carpet, which could easily catch fire, was absent. There weren't any flammable objects either, a detail that spoke volumes about his meticulous planning. A wave of fire erupted from Ed's hand as he unleashed a powerful blast. Two female figures watched in stunned silence, one of them clearly surprised by the intensity of the attack. Could Ed Rothstaler have truly foreseen this? The sheer force of the blast sent shockwaves through the room, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Had he planned all of this? Another figure, a young man with blonde hair, was seen collapsing amidst the flames, his body riddled with wounds. His fall was swift and brutal. One of the girls, her face contorted in a mixture of shock and horror, stared at the scene unfolding before her. Meanwhile, the blonde-haired man, despite his injuries, aimed his bow, his eyes filled with determination. Ed reacted instantly, deflecting the incoming arrow with a swift movement of his arm. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced former villain, now found himself navigating the treacherous halls of the Extras Academy. He dashed through the opulent corridors, a fiery trail blazing in his wake, narrowly avoiding a collision with an unseen opponent. The impact would have been devastating. Ed's eyes widened in surprise as he saw his attacker. He exclaimed, "He's using a bow?" His mind raced, formulating a plan. I'll deflect it, he resolved. The arrow hurtled towards him, its trajectory a blur. A look of disbelief washed over the face of the archer as another figure, a young man with blonde hair, loosed another arrow with deadly precision. The arrow sliced through the air, narrowly missing Ed as two female students, one in a red jacket and the other in a white dress, launched a combined attack of fire magic. Ed watched in astonishment as the attack missed him. He's not targeting me, he thought. A third female student, clad in a red cape, appeared, her eyes wide with alarm. Fear gripped her as she sensed an unknown danger. A low-angle shot reveals two powerful legs, clad in dark attire, striding towards the viewer. The perspective emphasizes their imposing size and strength. As a young woman, Ale struggles to control her magic. Sparks crackle around her hands as she attempts to cast even the simplest spell, but fails. She realizes, with a sinking feeling, that her magical abilities are currently suppressed. A close-up on a wide, fearful eye, belonging to another woman, reveals her desperate concern. A shout pierces the air, Ale. A sudden surge of energy erupts, a powerful magical blast. Ale, despite her weakened state, manages to channel a desperate attack, launching a bolt of energy towards an unseen target. Her expression is one of grim determination. The energy blast streaks across the panel, leaving a trail of blue light. And impacts something unseen, the force of the blow implied by the visual effect. A man's voice, calm but tense, comments, "That was close." A young woman with fiery orange hair, her face contorted in a manic grin, lets out a breathless, maniacal laugh. Ha, ha. She kneels, carefully manipulating a glowing orb of energy, from which a magical arrow materializes. A detailed illustration of the claw hand is presented. A magical engineering tool, it's described as capable of pulling in any small object within sight, even from a great distance. Ed Rothstaler, the disowned villain, examines an arrow with suspicion. He questions the purpose of the arrow's design. A female character, her face etched with concern and suspicion, observes Ed. She notices that he has covered the arrowhead with cloth, and wonders if he intended to harm her. The female character, increasingly anxious, warns Ed to be careful, suspecting he has another trick up his sleeve. A sudden burst of energy erupts, signaling an imminent attack or a powerful ability being unleashed. A fierce clash ensues. A blinding flash of light and energy accompanies a rapid exchange of blows between Ed and another character. The intensity of the fight continues, with both combatants locked in a desperate struggle. Ed's opponent, bloodied and wounded, is shown in close-up, his expression grim and determined. The wounded opponent hears a distinct sound and realizes that a critical moment has arrived. He warns that they will all die if they don't act immediately. A young woman with dark hair, clad in a red jacket, stumbled backward, engulfed in flames. Her face contorted in pain and shock as the intense heat consumed her. Ed, a young man with light brown hair, collapsed against a wall, breathing heavily. Relief washed over him as he muttered, "Phew." Finally. His face was pale, streaked with blood from several cuts. He was clearly exhausted but alive. A blinding golden light erupted from below, launching Ed upwards, sending him hurtling through the air. The same dark-haired woman from before, still ablaze, pursued him relentlessly. Ed disappeared in a flash of light, leaving behind only scattered debris. A young woman with brown hair watched the scene unfold, her eyes wide with shock and disbelief. "What?" Another young woman, this one with bright orange hair, stared in horror, tears streaming down her face. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game, the Extras Academy survival guide, lay bleeding amidst the wreckage of a shattered room. His disheveled appearance and the blood staining his clothes spoke of a brutal struggle. A desperate fight that left him battered and bruised. The scene hinted at a recent, violent confrontation. A fire raged in another room, consuming books and furniture. The chaos was palpable. The aftermath of Ed's actions, a testament to his reckless behavior. A voice, filled with disbelief and anger, echoed through the burning building, "Are you insane?" A young man with dark hair, his face contorted in fury, confronted Ed. He demanded an explanation for Ed's extreme actions. "There's gotta be a reason why you went so far." The dark-haired youth grabbed Ed's arm, his grip tight with anger and suspicion. Ed, however, felt only a sense of unease. A single, chilling thought escaped his lips, "I feel icky." Meanwhile, a group of female students watched the scene unfold, their expressions a mixture of shock and suspicion. One of them voiced their collective suspicion, "I feel like he was playing us this whole fight." Ed's companions analyzed the recent battle, concluding that their opponent could have easily overpowered them if he had truly wanted to. His actions, they reasoned, suggested a deliberate choice to allow their victory. Instead, he stood before them, seemingly intent on preventing their advance. Even during the intense fight, he remained vigilant, never letting his guard down for a moment. This unusual behavior fueled their suspicions, leading one of them to voice their unease. Something felt fundamentally wrong. Ed, battered but defiant, demanded to know if they were finished. His tone was sharp, impatient. One of his opponents, clearly exasperated, urged him to stand and stop the incessant questioning. The group, still reeling from the unexpected turn of events, questioned Ed's actions. Why had he allowed them to win after holding them off for so long? The scene shifted to an exterior shot, showing a building under a heavy downpour. The atmosphere was dark and ominous. Back inside, the question hung heavy in the air: why had Ed allowed them to win? Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced former villain, found himself questioning Elvira's cryptic words. Elvira and her companions, two other young women in matching uniforms, expressed disbelief at the ease with which they had won their recent contest. One of the women, her fiery red hair a stark contrast to her furious expression, confronted a blonde young man, demanding an explanation for their unexpected victory. The blonde man's icy blue eyes, reflecting the harsh light, held a chilling intensity. Meanwhile, another girl's face contorted in a grimace, her eyes blazing with barely contained rage. The scene shifted to reveal a woman's hand, adorned with a flower pin, a symbol of a significant decision made after a restless night. A young woman's reflection was cast upon the floor, her pure love questioned, deemed naive by an unseen voice. Ed, a young man with determined eyes and dark hair, stood defiantly, the harsh contrast between his imagined reality and the cruel truth of the situation evident on his face. He watched, horrified, as two young women attended to a bloodied young man on the ground. The victim of a brutal attack by a mysterious group. A young woman with pink hair and intense eyes appeared, her voice filled with accusation and sorrow as she confronted the unseen perpetrator of the violence. Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain in the game, felt a sense of unease. He had some work to attend to, and he was running late. He apologized for the delay. He worried that he might have gotten caught up in an unexpected situation. Considering his simple lifestyle and his actions during the Glaskin hunt, it wasn't entirely surprising. The panel shows flashbacks of Ed in a classroom setting, contrasting with his current solitary existence in a log cabin in the woods. The present shows Ed sitting by a fire, reviewing his notes. He seemed determined and focused on his studies. Ed Rothstaler, a young man with blonde hair and a determined expression, is shown. He bears some injuries, hinting at recent struggles. Someone observes Ed, their face partially obscured by a red ribbon, commenting on his ability to solve problems. It was only when this complacent assumption was challenged that a certain flaw became apparent. This prompted a moment of reflection. Janica, a young woman with long, light pink hair styled in braids, offered a reassuring smile. She held a steaming mug in her hands, her expression gentle as she spoke: "If that happens, I'll help you no matter what." But Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain, never asked for help. His decision to lure Janica outside of Ophelis Hall, even writing her a letter, was entirely out of character. The same reason he fought alone until he shed his own blood. Ed's action stemmed from a desire to keep Janica out of harm's way, as she had already faced several punishments due to the Glaskin incident. The narrative then shifts to Janica's perspective. She admitted, "I don't know what exactly happened." But she recognized Ed's consideration in protecting her from the unfolding chaos. "He was considerate towards me so I wouldn't get swept into all of this," she reflected, while preoccupied with her appearance. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air: "What are you doing?" Janica's eyes widen in alarm as she is confronted by the unexpected interruption. Relief washes over her as Ed speaks: "Janica, thank God, it looks like you didn't get swept into the whole incident. Some students have taken over the Ophelis Hall." Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain, lay wounded on the ground. His opponent, a figure in a white shirt, spoke, expressing doubt that their current situation was the whole story, suspecting the involvement of another party. Suddenly, a young woman with vibrant red hair and a red blazer appeared, her face contorted in anger. She unleashed a furious command at Ed, demanding he regain his senses. Another young woman, her face obscured by shadow, declared the red-haired woman to be an enemy. Ed, despite his injuries, addressed the situation, stating his intention to be honest about what was happening. He continued, expressing curiosity about their actions. A powerful surge of energy erupted from a third young woman, her pink hair flowing as she unleashed a devastating attack. Ed, in pain and fear, cried out the name Janica. The pink-haired woman, seemingly pleased with the outcome, smiled subtly. The red-haired woman, still holding her glowing orb, watched alongside another young woman, both seemingly anticipating further events. A wave of crimson energy pulsed through the room, scattering feathers like ethereal confetti. The air crackled with power as shards of glass rained down from a shattered windowpane. From the chaos, a vibrant, turquoise bird emerged, its wings a blur of motion. A creature of immense power, its very presence shaking the foundations of the room. Below it, a young woman with long dark hair stood defiant, surrounded by a swirling vortex of magenta energy, facing a colossal, fiery golem. The golem roared, its fiery breath forming spectral beasts, a dragon of cerulean blue and a tiger blazing with orange and gold. A terrifying display of elemental might. A young woman with vibrant pink hair and glowing red eyes interrupted the spectacle, her voice sharp and urgent. She warned them to wait. A young man with orange hair, his face etched with worry, observed the scene. He realized the summoned spirits were intermediate grade, and far outnumbered them. He urged Ed Rothstaler, a young man in a military-style shirt, to escape with him and the other girls. A group struggled against a fallen aristocrat, their efforts strained and clearly failing. Now facing a far more formidable opponent. A dark, swirling vortex of energy pulsed from a hand, a harbinger of greater power. From which emerged a colossal, stone golem, its gaping maw a terrifying sight. A wave of magical energy washed over the scene as the golem roared to life. Simultaneously, a young woman, identified as the top student among the second years of the magic faculty, unleashed a torrent of magical energy in the form of a massive, azure dragon. The sheer force of her attack was breathtaking. The intensity of the magical duel threatened to overwhelm the surroundings. A fierce clash of elemental forces erupted, fire and water colliding in a spectacular display of magical prowess. Ed, caught in the crossfire, was urged to pull himself together and escape through the conveniently broken windows. He acknowledged the wisdom of this advice, his expression grim but resolute. A narration box appeared, warning of the potential danger to students due to the escalating conflict. Alvira implored Ed, "We can't have you unable to use your precious herbs, can we?" But Ed, despite the dire circumstances, refused to surrender. As a desperate cry of Taylor echoed through the air, a fiery, monstrous figure emerged before him. Ed, facing the monstrous foe, prepared for battle, leaving Ed wounded but defiant. Gasping for air, Ed muttered, "For God's sake." With a surge of power, he repelled his attackers, unleashing a devastating blow that shattered the earth. A wave of intense, fiery energy erupted from the depths of the earth, its incandescent glow illuminating the scene. As a young man with dark hair and a determined expression emerged from the heart of the inferno, he urged, "Listen carefully." He surveyed the chaotic scene before him, a fiery maelstrom of spirits and shadowy creatures. With a steely gaze, he declared, "I'll take care of Janica." The young man, seemingly unfazed by the surrounding chaos, calmly instructed another individual, "So go up to the second floor just like you planned to." His words were met with disbelief. A woman's voice, sharp with incredulity, cut through the air. "What? You're the one who stopped us earlier. Now you want us to go to the second floor?" Ignoring the woman's protest, the young man insisted, "I changed my mind. Quickly, get up there." Another woman, with fiery red hair, scoffed, "Haha, I'm not sure about that. You're gonna stop these spirits?" She eyed him skeptically, her gaze lingering on his scarred body. "Covered in scars like that?" The young man's resolve faltered for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. "Someone told Ed Rothstaler, the disgraced villain, to simply take care of his chemicals. He apologized for tearing their bag, his body covered in blood." A girl questioned why he kept ordering her around. She reluctantly agreed to do as he said, holding onto her vials of chemicals. Suddenly, shadowy figures emerged, and the girls ran, with Ed in the middle of the chaos. Another girl with glowing red eyes appeared, seemingly ready to attack. A fourth girl's eye glowed menacingly. Ed stood defiantly amidst the chaos, his expression grim. A young woman with vibrant pink hair, her expression a mix of concern and determination, addressed Ed. She urged him, "Don't push yourself too hard. Move aside, and I'll handle the rest." Janica, a pink-haired girl, continued, her words firm yet gentle. She insisted that Ed explain later, prioritizing his immediate well-being. "You can explain this to me later. First let's wrap up this whole incident, and get you treated." Ed's hand, bloodied and bruised, came into view. He reflected internally, such an action is usually a sign of disrespect. A close-up on Ed's leg showed deep gashes and abrasions. Janica's eyes, one with a glowing red pupil, were shown in close-up. She insisted, seriously, "I'm fine." Ed, his face bruised and bloodied, offered a small, almost imperceptible smirk. Janica, her eyes narrowed, warned Ed, "Why don't you tone it down now?" Another girl, this one with long, light pink hair styled in braids, reacted with wide-eyed surprise. "Ha!" Janica, one of the game's female leads, was shown with several bloody scratches on her arms. Her blonde hair, braided into two pigtails, was disheveled, and her expression was one of intense pain. Ed, the protagonist, found himself supporting Janica as a powerful gust of wind surrounded them. Janica exclaimed that Ed's hands were on her shoulders, while Ed, struggling to maintain his balance, asked Janica to send the spirits away, noting the wind's intensity. Ed acknowledged Janica's statement, recognizing the difficulty she must be having in standing upright amidst the powerful wind. A large, ethereal bird-like spirit swooped through the air, its movements mirroring the powerful wind. Ed apologized profusely, lamenting his ineptitude. The spirit's energy dissipated, leaving behind only a faint, swirling mist. And then, a nearby mirror shattered into pieces, falling to the floor. Other students, witnessing the event, reacted with shock and disbelief at Ed's apparent success in calming the powerful spirit. Janica, still slightly dazed, urged Ed to get up quickly. Ed, covered in cuts and bruises, struggled to his feet, his expression grim. Ed, the disowned villain protagonist, found himself in a precarious situation. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he muttered to himself, "There's probably something bad about to happen." His thoughts were interrupted by a young woman with pink hair, who had just knocked an assailant to the ground. "Ed," she questioned, concern etched on her face. He could feel the pressure mounting. Not much time left, he realized, his heart pounding in his chest. Suddenly, a desperate shout pierced the night air, "Ed." The pink-haired girl rushed to his side, her voice laced with worry. "Why do you keep getting hurt? I told you to come to me if anything like this were to happen." But Ed simply replied, "The situation just didn't allow for that. Next time, I'll definitely tell you everything." He looked up at her, his expression a mixture of guilt and determination. She continued, "Those guys were being way too excessive. They didn't have to beat you up so much." Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game, found himself sprawled on a stone ledge, his body covered in cuts and bruises. He muttered darkly to himself, his voice laced with barely suppressed fury. He would get revenge on those who had wronged him. He looked up, his gaze meeting that of a concerned woman. A faint gratitude flickered in his eyes as he mumbled a thank you for her concern. His plan had gone awry, but he had fulfilled his duties as the first-floor boss. Now, he could finally rest assured and focus on his life in the woods. A woman's voice cut through his thoughts, addressing him by name. Ed, still nursing his wounds, sat slumped against a wall. He listened intently as the woman continued. He recounted seeing a large carriage in the rose garden, its shape vaguely resembling a golden crown, though he couldn't see it clearly as it sped past. The only detail he could recall with certainty was its crown-like shape. The image of the carriage, its golden crown gleaming, filled the panel. The title Golden Crown appeared, hinting at the significance of this mysterious vehicle. The scene shifted to a dimly lit room, where several cloaked figures stood silently, their faces obscured by shadows. The atmosphere was heavy with anticipation. The symbol on the ring was identified. It belonged to the leader of the Elite Merchant Association. The ring belonged to Lortel's adoptive father, the man who killed her biological father. This man was a fake boss, destined to disappear after losing to Lortel in the second act's final episode, Sage's sealed grimoire. The image showed the same ring again, emphasizing its significance. The narrator highlighted the Golden King Elite title, but more importantly, the fact that he arrived at the academy earlier than expected. This unexpected arrival suggested something else was afoot. The panel showed a grand building, hinting at the scale of the events to come. A carriage, escorted by guards, arrived under a dark sky, adding to the sense of mystery and anticipation. A sweeping shot of the Ophelis Hall, a grand building under a torrential downpour. A carriage, drawn by several figures, approaches the entrance, its occupants obscured by the rain and shadows. The rhythmic drumming of rain against the stone walls providing a steady backdrop to the scene. Inside, a single window blows warmly, a stark contrast to the stormy night outside. A figure, partially visible through the rain-streaked glass, is seen inside. Meanwhile, inside the hall, Ed, dejected, confides in Alice, he's been dumped. Alice, a young woman with striking red hair, expresses familiarity with Ed, referring to him as that evil and mean-looking guy. Alice clarifies that she's referring to Ed, the young master. Her companion, a woman in a maid's uniform, listens attentively and comments on Ed's appearance, though she admits that's not what she meant. She reveals that she felt the same way about him as she did about Alice. Alice ponders whether anyone would ever sympathize with someone like Ed. The scene shifts to a different location, where Ed is alone, reflecting on his situation. And regrets having shared his feelings so openly. Another person appears, asking if he knows what Ed said. The newcomer, Lortel, confronts Alice, emphasizing the importance of taking responsibility for one's actions. Alice, however, remains distraught over Ed's callous rejection. Lortel, a woman with striking green eyes and fiery red hair, mused to herself. People like them, she reflected, become accustomed to hearing things that disrupt their lives. A statement that introduced Alice, the chief maid of Phyllis Hall, a woman of striking beauty and quiet intensity, her silver hair framing a serious expression. Alice was the chief maid of Ophelis Hall, a senior maid who had been working there for over 20 years. She started from nothing, as an apprentice maid at the age of 15. Eventually proving herself competent enough to become the manager of Ophelis Hall. That's where most of Lortel's investment went. She spent a great deal trying to corrupt Alice's unwavering integrity. The losses from that endeavor left a significant dent in her financial records. Yet Lortel, smiling slyly, expressed her contentment at having Alice by her side. This was because she had finally found someone who understood her. A woman's hand, adorned with rings, carefully holds an ancient, leather-bound book. The text below the image reads, someone who'd abandoned their life's rigid beliefs and values just for some gold coins. The scene shifts to a dark background, where gold coins rain down. The words her kind are prominently displayed, followed by the text, only by meeting such people. Could she break free from her solitude? A woman with short, pink hair walks away from a massive pile of gold coins, where desperate figures claw at the riches. The narration box explains, probably because in the ghettos of the slums or the parades of merchants who risked their lives for a single gold coin. She lived a life where if she didn't stab someone first, she'd be the one getting stabbed. A young girl with red hair runs, pursued by a man wielding a baseball bat. A woman with long, gray hair speaks, villain, the inferior student's rep, will take over the fourth floor's control room. And if we hand them the command over the berserk defense magic at the right time. Regardless of the unfortunate past, or the sad story that pushed her into this predicament, they'll destroy the whole Ophelis Hall from the inside without even knowing anything, right? A young woman with shoulder-length brown hair stands by a window. The text below reads, she is clearly an evil character. A close-up on a young woman with vibrant red hair, her expression hinting at a hidden agenda. The caption reads, a hidden villain. Inside a grand hall, two figures stand in conversation. One, a young woman with red hair, reports that things are going according to plan and that she is heading to the storage room. She intends to maintain the facade of an innocent student, oblivious to the events unfolding around her. A student who, overcome by fear, fled to the storage room. The other woman, with silver hair, lets out a soft, knowing chuckle. A caption appears, "Such a poor, pitiful human." The silver-haired woman, Lady Lortel, is shown drawing a sword. The red-haired woman speaks, stating she wants to inform Lady Lortel of something. The red-haired woman, her face partially obscured by shadow, states that she doesn't exactly fit the mold of someone who had family. Lady Lortel, radiating power, stands with her sword drawn, a surge of energy surrounding her. The red-haired woman is shown below her, seemingly defeated. Rain lashed against the windows of a grand manor, the downpour mirroring the turmoil within. An unseen observer watched, a grim satisfaction in their tone as they mused that the end was near. The imposing structure, a beacon of light in the stormy night, stood as a silent witness to the unfolding events. Inside, chaos reigned. Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain in this game, found himself bound and gagged, his desperate cries muffled by the darkness. He was dragged along the floor, his body scraping against the rough stone. A narration box revealed that he had been overpowered by a group, forced into their party. Kelly, the maid, lay wounded, her words a testament to her failure. She apologized to Miss Alice for not completing her assigned task. But without her twin sister, she was no match for Taylor and his party. Taylor's group moved with surprising efficiency, their advance unexpectedly smooth. Ed, along with two other figures, were seen making their way down a grand staircase. Ed, in the lead, his expression grim but determined, his sword held at the ready. Having reached the fourth floor of the Awfulest Hall, Ed Rothstaler found himself at the heart of the challenge. He reflected that only the first floor had proven to be a truly difficult obstacle. As a sudden, desperate cry pierced the air. A young woman with fiery red hair, tears streaming down her face, was clearly in distress. She urged someone to run, the urgency in her voice palpable. A chaotic scene unfolded before Ed's eyes, several figures in red jackets were fleeing a powerful, crimson energy surge. One of them, falling to the ground, cried out for help. The pleas for help continued, desperate and filled with fear. As a powerful figure emerged, surrounded by a complex magical array. This was the fourth floor boss, Will Lane, using defense magic. It turned out that Alice and Lortel had placed a crystal ball in the control room, triggering the magic circle control system, a scheme now visible to all. The narrative opens with an expositional caption box explaining that the protective barriers surrounding the academy were originally designed to shield students from outside invaders. However, a powerful energy surge erupts from within the academy itself. The protective barriers are overwhelmed by an intense, fiery energy. A narrator's caption box ominously describes the situation as being like a child holding a loaded gun. The scene shifts to Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain, now thrust into the role of a scholarship-seeking student, wielding his sword against a group of female students. He fights fiercely, his movements a blur of motion as he deflects their attacks. Ed's counterattack sends a shockwave of energy outwards. The resulting explosion is immense, shaking the very foundations of the academy. Elsewhere, a female student looks on in shock, wondering what is happening outside. Amidst the chaos of a collapsing building, a voice cried out in alarm, "At this rate, the building's gonna collapse." The speaker's fear was palpable, a desperate, strained huff. "Wakak" escaped their lips, followed by a frantic demand, "Where the hell are the maids?" The scene shifted to reveal the source of the commotion, the students of the Awfulest Hall, until now maintaining their composure. Realized the situation had spiraled out of control. The realization was swift and stark, prompting a desperate shout, "Quickly! Get out!" A figure, silhouetted against a fiery orange backdrop, launched themselves through a shattered window, propelling themselves with explosive force through the air, escaping the collapsing building as debris rained down around them. The escape was swift and dramatic, a blur of motion against the stormy backdrop. The escape continued, a dark vehicle speeding away through the rain-slicked streets, leaving behind a scene of escalating chaos. The situation was rapidly deteriorating into a full-blown catastrophe. Amidst the chaos, a voice called out urgently, "Alvira! Isn't there any more of the night butterfly flower reagent left?" A fierce magical confrontation unfolded. Two figures, their faces contorted in exertion, clashed amidst a fiery spectacle. One, a woman with fiery red hair, unleashed a spell, her incantation echoing in the air. "Night butterfly flower distorts the magic of the caster," she declared. Her opponent, a young man with dark hair, countered, "But that rune's already carved. It's useless against it." The young man, however, was prepared. He held a glowing green orb, a reagent he recognized instantly. "For a quick rebound, this is the answer," he mused, his eyes fixed on the swirling energy within the orb. A caption below identified it as an anglerweed reagent, a concoction of anglerweed seeds and emperor clam shells. With a swift movement, he hurled the reagent into the heart of the magical chaos. A brilliant green light erupted, pushing back the fiery magic with surprising force. Seizing the opportunity, a young woman with vibrant orange hair and a determined expression dashed forward, her own magic swirling around her as she added her power to the counterattack. She was clearly working in tandem with the dark-haired young man. The dark-haired young man explained his strategy: "It'll at least block all basic magic within this corridor." He looked strained but resolute. "This is all assisting my magic. Its quantity may be a lot, but you can handle its force. So leave this to me," he instructed the orange-haired girl, his voice firm despite his obvious exertion. And with a final, powerful command, he sent the orange-haired girl on a mission, and go knock Villain out. The force of the spell overwhelmed him, sending him flying backward with a pained cry. Meanwhile, a new character appeared, a man with blonde hair and glasses, his face a mask of disbelief and anger. But why me, he roared, surrounded by a surge of fiery orange magic. A wave of intense, fiery energy erupted from Ed's hands, the air crackling with raw power. The crimson flames coalescing into a searing vortex that tore through the air, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Ed, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion, felt a surge of power course through his veins. His glasses were shattered, one lens hanging precariously from the frame, but his eyes gleamed with a newfound intensity. He breathed heavily, a triumphant smile spreading across his lips. Ah, finally. The fiery energy intensified, exploding outwards in a blinding flash. A wave of heat washing over everything in its path, leaving behind only scorched earth and the lingering smell of ozone. The resulting shockwave ripped through the nearby buildings, sending tremors through the city. A fiery explosion rocked the city, the radiant light illuminating the downpour. Amidst the chaos, a lavish horse-drawn carriage, guarded by figures in dark armor, made its way through the rain-slicked streets. Meanwhile, Ed, wounded and weary, stumbled through the storm. A concerned young woman approached him, her voice laced with worry as she cautioned him against further exertion. He ignored her, his gaze fixed on something in the distance. Another young woman, equally concerned, watched him with a mixture of worry and exasperation. Geez, she muttered, just why are you going this far? His face, streaked with blood and rain, held a grim determination. A single word escaped his lips, how? The rain continued to fall as the ornate carriage, its golden details gleaming faintly in the gloom, approached its destination. Guarded by several figures cloaked in dark robes. Their faces were hidden, but their presence exuded an air of silent menace. Inside the carriage, a man sat, his appearance suggesting wealth and power. Despite the outward display of prestige, a narration box revealed a different truth. You might think I'm being nonsensical despite that prestigious outer appearance. But considering the man inside, you can't help but call the horse carriage plain. Golden King Elite. The Golden King Elite, a man of immense power and influence, reviewed a document, his hands adorned with several ornate rings. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain in the game, arrived at the academy. Unlike his usual extravagant entrances with a dozen carriages, he chose a discreet approach, hinting at his hidden motives. A burning document is shown, revealing that Lortel's adoptive father, is also the fake boss who will later be betrayed and removed from the story. The narration box emphasizes Ed's unexpected presence at the academy, questioning his motives. Under the gloomy sky, Ed is seen exiting his carriage, while two girls, seemingly distressed, are approached by a maid under an umbrella. The narration box questions Ed's delayed exit from the carriage, suggesting a deliberate plan to wait for a specific event. Ed's face is shown, revealing injuries and a look of apprehension. Someone is surprised by Ed's appearance. Shunny, a maid in charge of dishes on the third floor, is introduced. She is one of the orphans raised by the chief maid, Alice. Shunny walks in the rain, escorted by guards. The narration box reveals a crucial piece of information about the game's original storyline. Alice was originally bought off by Lortel, and Shunny was supposed to be the third floor boss. The image shows Alice, a maid in a fiery red dress, wielding a flaming sword. The narration box adds another layer of intrigue. Alice's current alliance with Elite, Lortel's enemy, is highly unusual. The narration box expresses doubt about Shunny's potential betrayal of Alice, highlighting the unexpected nature of Lortel's actions. The panel introduces a new character, a woman with long white hair, dressed in a dark red dress, wielding a sword engulfed in blue flames. The word but suggests a turning point in the narrative. The panel shows a close-up of another woman with vibrant red hair and piercing green eyes, a sword held menacingly close to her face. The narration box poses a question: what if the situation was reversed, and Alice was on Elite's side? The narration box suggests that there is only one possible future outcome. The image depicts a young woman with reddish-brown hair, lying on the ground, seemingly unconscious or severely injured. The scene suggests a significant event has just occurred. The narration box declares Lortel's downfall. The narration box reveals that Lortel will engage in a political conflict with Fenia in Act 3, foreshadowing future events. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game, now found himself in the rain, escorted by two maids. He was the middle boss, a replacement for the original, Tote, and his expression reflected the weight of his ill-gotten position. A burden he clearly resented. He was approached by Janica, a young woman with pink hair, and a young man, both visibly injured. The young man, clearly distressed, addressed Janica, his voice strained with urgency. He explained that he had an urgent favor to ask, one he couldn't handle alone. His worry evident in his pained expression. He was grappling with how to explain the situation to Janica. Janica, her eyes blazing with intensity, demanded to know what he needed her to do. She stood ready, her posture conveying determination and a hint of apprehension. The narration box introduces Ketchum, the Golden King and honorable president of the Elite Merchantry. Unlike his outward appearance, Lady Lortel, the adoptive daughter of the Elite Merchantry, secretly plots against him. She plans to betray him and seize control of the Elite Merchantry, aware that he killed her biological parents. Lady Lortel is seen conspiring with other business magnates and directors to remove Elf from power. using the negotiations to purchase the sage's sealed grimoire as a pretext to lure him to Sylvania Academy. This is a trap, a bait to ambush Elt so he cannot respond to the crisis at the elite merchantry headquarters. However, certain factors led to the discovery of this plot, and Elt now possesses the confidential document that proves Lortel's treachery. But in this world, nothing is free. Lady Lortel offered a substantial sum of gold coins, and unless a larger sum is offered, Elt will side with her. Alice Olin, the chief maid at Ophelis Hall, confided in herself, her voice barely a whisper. She was losing her sight and hearing, the result of a past accident. This would be her final year in her current position. A predicament known only to her. The decision she made now would have far-reaching consequences. Alice stood, a katana gleaming in her hand, a fierce determination etched on her face. The scene was dramatic, hinting at a significant event that had just transpired. The implications of her actions hung heavy in the air, things were about to change drastically, for better or worse. The paper was mentioned, adding a layer of mystery. Attached to a letter, a list of orphanages revealed Alice's secret involvement in their management. These institutions were under her silent, unseen care. The amount of gold coins delivered to these orphanages would dictate her future actions. She placed her trust in the correct judgment being made. Rain fell, a somber backdrop to the unfolding events. Alice Olin, chief maid at Ophelis Hall, issued a warning. Don't move, Mr. Elt would soon arrive. She expressed surprise at the depth of emotion she saw in the other person's eyes. A woman with fiery red hair and another with silvery white hair stood in a dimly lit room, their conversation tense. The woman with red hair was the first to speak, her words laced with a hint of disappointment. I thought you were more level-headed. The silver-haired woman responded, her voice calm yet sharp. You said you were taking revenge against the Golden King, Elt, right? Ed, a young man with reddish-brown hair, stood before them, his expression somber. He replied, his voice heavy with regret, but I'm really sorry. In my eyes, you two aren't all that different. The silver-haired woman's eyes narrowed, a barely perceptible sigh escaping her lips. Ha! Suddenly, the red-haired woman unleashed a powerful burst of energy, a bright explosion erupting around her. A shockwave rippled outwards. A man with blonde hair and glasses, observing from a distance, muttered to himself. There's no way someone like Will Lane could have gotten close to defense magic. As I thought, the real culprit is... A group of people in red uniforms burst into the room, led by a young woman with fiery red hair. She shouted, Maid Alice. One of the uniformed individuals pointed towards Ed, who was bound and held captive. Another warned, she's holding a hostage. Be careful, Taylor. A young woman with long, gray hair, dressed in a dark, ornate maid's uniform, stared in shock. Her eyes widened, a silent question mark hanging in the air. As a crimson flash streaked past her, narrowly missing her head. The speed of the attack was breathtaking. Two young men in red military-style uniforms, swords drawn, rushed to the scene. One of them, his face etched with worry, called out. Their concern evident as they found a young woman with fiery red hair lying on the ground, injured. She had clearly been attacked. Despite her injuries, the red-haired woman, Lortel, spoke, her voice strained but determined. She indicated that the attack was planned, and the mastermind was still at large. Urging her companions to act swiftly to apprehend the culprit. Lortel's expression shifted, a dark thought crossing her mind. She considered a drastic course of action. As one of the uniformed men noticed her altered demeanor and questioned her. Lortel's internal monologue revealed her plan, to shift the blame onto Alice. Her expression, however, betrayed her true intentions. A young woman with vibrant red hair, clad in a dark school uniform, tumbled down a fiery staircase, her fists clenched. She was clearly in a desperate flight, the flames licking at her heels. Her descent punctuated by the desperate cry of Lortel. The woman landed heavily, her breath ragged. She glanced back up the staircase, her eyes narrowed. A thought crossed her mind, the Golden King's elite guard was approaching. And she muttered to herself, that man doesn't trust even his own henchmen, so he came all the way here himself. She began to climb another staircase, her movements swift and silent. She continued her internal monologue, the plan to overthrow Elite is nearly complete. Elite will end up being responsible for large-scale tampering with the account books and the damages caused. She reached the top of the stairs, relief washing over her. Luckily, Elite isn't at headquarters right now, so I just need to get in touch with the officials there. She formulated her next steps, I just need to send the carrier pigeon hidden in the room and hide myself somewhere. Her thoughts focused on the plan's success. As long as I, the center of the plan, am not captured, it'll all be okay. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game, found himself alone in the woods, muttering to himself. He resolved to let things be, to avoid any further trouble, whispering that he just wanted to be left alone and not get his hopes up. His icy blue eyes, filled with a profound weariness, reflected the harsh reality of his situation. He was alone, truly alone, and the weight of that isolation pressed heavily upon him. But his solitude was about to be shattered. A woman with striking silver hair and piercing eyes appeared, her presence hinting at the disruption to come. Ed, however, seemed unsurprised by this intrusion. He reflected that betrayal was nothing new to him, he had experienced it countless times before. Meanwhile, another young woman with vibrant red hair hurried down a corridor, her movements suggesting a flight from something or someone. She muttered to herself, her words revealing a broken heart. The weight of her emotional turmoil was palpable. Tears streamed down her face, a stark display of her inner pain. Her distress was evident in every trembling movement. She declared that this heartbreak didn't suit her at all, a defiant statement against her current emotional state. The scene shifts to a pair of feet, clad in brown loafers, walking purposefully down a hallway. The deliberate pace suggests a sense of determination. Ed, the disgraced villain, now residing in the woods, walked with a determined stride. He resolved to do what he could to survive. But his immediate priority was escape. Right now, he had to run. A young woman with fiery red hair and intense green eyes, her face contorted in a grimace, pursued him relentlessly. Her expression was one of fierce determination. Ed's heart pounded in his chest. He knew he had to reach his room before Elt did. The rain began to fall as Ed hurried towards his destination. A plan forming in his mind. Everything would be all right if he could just send the carrier pigeon. Simultaneously, elsewhere, a grand chandelier lay shattered on the floor, a testament to the chaos that had unfolded. A stern-looking man, surrounded by cloaked figures, stood amidst the wreckage. His presence radiated power and authority. Ed, the disgraced villain, found himself navigating the shadowy corridors of the academy, his footsteps echoing in the dim light. A stern-faced figure, his features sharp and commanding, issued a curt order: quickly evacuate. The reason for the urgency was quickly revealed: due to the risk of collapse, we're not allowing anyone inside this building for safety reasons. A guard, his voice firm and unwavering, reinforced the order: I can't let anyone through until faculty and staff have evacuated. Amidst the chaos, Ed stood out, his clothes stained with grime and blood, a stark contrast to the panicked figures around him. A suspicious figure, cloaked in shadow, approached Ed, his voice laced with suspicion. Did the academy give you special instructions? Ed, ever the cunning villain, responded calmly, no, all in all, I'm acting on my own, since in these matters, Sylvania basically has a shop system. His gaze hardened, a hint of determination in his eyes. A narration box revealed a crucial piece of information: there are 3 people who are aware of the story's flow. Lordell, driven by a desire for revenge, is one of them. Lortel, the merchant's president, is introduced. Her sharp gaze and determined expression hint at her ambition and ruthlessness. An elite individual, determined to foil Lortel's schemes, is shown. His serious demeanor suggests a significant role in the unfolding events. The scene shifts to show Lortel and the elite individual flanking a central figure, Alice, whose expression is one of quiet intensity. The image suggests a delicate balance of power. Alice is identified as the pivotal figure in the story's unexpected turn of events. Alice, now revealed to be on the 5th floor with Lortel, is described as having betrayed someone. The reasons remain unknown. Ed considers whether he needs to confront Alice on the 5th floor. He quickly dismisses the idea. Ed realizes that, according to the game's scenario, Taylor's party will encounter Alice regardless of his actions. He decides to leave Alice's fate in the hands of Taylor's party. Amidst a fiery chaos, Ed Rothstaler found himself at the heart of a fierce battle. 2 figures in crimson uniforms clashed swords with 2 others, their movements a blur of steel and sparks. One of the figures in red wielded a dark orb, its ominous glow casting an eerie light on the scene. A young woman with fiery red hair, watching from the sidelines, her gaze fixed on the conflict. A thought crossed her mind: I can trust them. The scene shifted, showing Ed, now engulfed in flames, unleashing a torrent of fiery energy. He was surrounded by the same women from the previous scene, each displaying their unique abilities. One moved with lightning-fast speed, another wielded a glowing blade, and a third manipulated the very air around them. Their coordinated assault a breathtaking display of power. The intensity of the battle was palpable, each strike precise and deadly. Ed, having evaded a blow, moved with surprising agility. A voice, seemingly his own, echoed in his mind: because I've already confirmed his abilities. The scene changed again, revealing a stern-faced man, his expression grim. He spoke, his words carrying a weight of responsibility, meaning I have to handle the matter here. Whatever elite has planned for the Awfulest Hall star. A close-up showed Ed's mouth, a trickle of blood staining his lip. He seemed unfazed, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. A silent affirmation of his resolve. As long as I just keep them out, events in the Awfulest Hall will continue as they should. In another scene, a conversation unfolded. I can't believe it. Aren't you Elt Kecklin, the president of the Elt Merchantry? The scene shifted to a dimly lit room, a voice cutting through the darkness: I'm sure there's a reason for someone of your stature to be here. A man with a severe scar across his face, dressed in an expensive-looking fur-collared coat, addressed someone off-panel. He suggested a meeting with the academy, ensuring fair treatment. Ed, his face bruised and bloodied, simply replied with a curt, I see. A dark, almost ethereal blue energy began to emanate from Ed's body. As the man in the fur coat's eyes widened in surprise, a surge of power visibly radiating from Ed. 10 minutes before the current scene, a sense of unease permeated the air. A building, caught in the throes of a violent storm, shuddered violently. As a blinding flash of light erupted from within, followed by a deafening roar. Debris rained down as a large section of the structure collapsed into a gaping chasm. Two figures, silhouetted against the fiery glow, watched in stunned silence as the dust settled. Ed Rothstaler, a young man with blonde hair and dirt smudged on his face, stood amidst the chaos. He muttered, barely audible, "Ho." Another man, his body bruised and bloodied, approached Ed. "Everything's a mess out here. Why are you still inside your room?" Ed, seemingly unfazed by the destruction, replied, "I'm just avoiding taking any rash actions. It's not like the building falling will kill me." The other man stared at Ed, incredulous. "Is this the confidence of the strong? Also, why would you destroy the wall? It's gonna be cold when I sleep now." Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced former villain, now found himself in a precarious situation. He stood before Janica, one of the game's female leads, in what appeared to be a cave, a large crystal glowing faintly behind them. Janica's presence was unexpected, and Ed's internal monologue questioned how anyone would mistake him for a mage. Ed awkwardly acknowledged their previous encounter during the Glasskin incident, offering a somewhat insincere apology. Janica, still bearing the marks of her punishment from the Glasskin incident, appeared dejected. Ed, however, reassured her that she had already paid the price for her actions. A new character, Jix, appeared, their sudden question hanging in the air: were Ed and Janica dating? Janica vehemently denied any romantic involvement with Ed, her wide eyes and frantic gestures conveying her distress. Her denial was emphatic, leaving a lingering silence in the wake of her outburst. Jix, seemingly concerned, asked Ed if the previous situation had bothered him. Ed, however, deflected the concern, placing the blame for the rude question on Jix. Jix apologized for their intrusive question. The scene shifts to Ed bowing before Janica and Jix, his injuries still visible. The panel ends with a sense of unresolved tension. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the Game Extras Academy, found himself in a precarious situation. He had been summoned by someone powerful, someone who questioned his motives with a chilling intensity. "But why did you go so far to destroy the wall to come to me?" The individual before Ed was clearly injured, his face marred by cuts and bruises, yet his eyes burned with an unsettling determination. He responded curtly, "Right. Do me a favor." He continued, promising recompense, "I'll repay you for it later." The scene shifted. Ed found himself facing a group of imposing figures, their presence suggesting power and authority. A voice, calm yet laced with suspicion, observed, "I'm sure there's a reason for someone of your stature to come here." But the conversation quickly turned to practical matters. The speaker pressed, "But how about talking with the Academy's administration first and making sure you're treated with the respect you deserve?" The focus shifted to another individual, his face partially obscured, but his words carried a clear implication: "So you're..." His words trailed off, leaving the full meaning hanging in the air. A final figure emerged, his expression a mixture of amusement and something darker. His presence radiated power and menace. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game, the Extras Academy Survival Guide, found himself in a precarious situation. He was bleeding, his body bruised and battered, as a shadowy figure loomed over him. The figure's imposing presence filling his vision. The only discernible detail was a section of dark clothing, hinting at power and menace. Ed's thoughts turned to Lortel, a female lead in the game, as he wondered about her involvement in his current predicament. On Lortel's side, he mused. The shadowy figure, whose face was now partially visible, spoke, his voice laced with disdain. He questioned Ed's judgment, implying that Ed had been easily swayed by Lortel's seemingly unassuming appearance. "Did you fall for her dull appearance?" he sneered. He urged Ed to prioritize tangible benefits over blind loyalty, highlighting the uncertainty of receiving promised rewards. "Take advantage of the clear benefits in front of you rather than being loyal to gold coins you don't even know if you'll receive or not," he advised. The figure continued, revealing a surprising piece of information about Lortel's background and personality. "She was born with the blood of a fox. She's someone who stabs others as soon as she sees their backs," he stated, his tone filled with a mixture of bitterness and resignation. Despite his harsh words, a hint of paternal care was evident in his voice as he added, "I've raised her since she was a child. I know that better than anyone else." He then made Ed a proposition, offering him double the amount of gold coins Lortel had previously offered. Ed, however, remained resolute in his decision. "I'll give you double the gold coins she offered you right now," the figure insisted. Ed responded curtly, "Get out of the way." The scene ended with Ed's determined gaze, his face bearing the marks of his recent struggle, but his spirit unbroken. Ed, his clothes torn and stained with blood, stood amidst the chaos. He questioned the point of the relentless assault, a weary resignation in his tone. His gaze hardened as he observed the scene unfolding before him. A man with sharp features and a goatee watched him intently, his expression unreadable. The man's words, sharp and cutting, failed to reach Ed. He was surrounded by figures cloaked in darkness, their movements swift and deadly, wielding swords that crackled with blue energy. A whirlwind of steel and magic, a desperate struggle for survival. From the shadows, a voice commanded Ed's silent elimination. The speaker, a man with blonde hair and blood-streaked face, watched with cold determination. The assassins, relentless in their pursuit, pressed their attack, their blades flashing in the dim light. But Ed, despite his injuries, fought back with surprising strength and agility. A concerned voice accused someone of allowing Ed to escape. Ed, however, was already falling, the weight of the attack proving too much. As assassins closed in for the kill. One of them, cloaked in green, moved with unnatural speed and power. Ed, the disgraced villain, found himself on the receiving end of a brutal attack. Blood splattered his once pristine suit as he staggered back, his vision blurring. Just as two figures emerged from the swirling green energy. One was a young woman with long, light blonde hair, the other a young man with short, dark hair. They looked concerned, their expressions a mixture of worry and determination. The woman, extending a hand towards Ed, spoke words of comfort. "It's okay, Ed." The ethereal green energy pulsed around them, a protective aura. Ed, despite his injuries, managed a weak smile. He promised, "I'll come back after I check the situation out. I'll repay you later." He turned and disappeared into the shadows, leaving the two behind. Elsewhere, a different scene unfolded. A young man with dark hair and a red coat stood confidently, two powerful figures, one resembling a stone golem, the other a fiery phoenix, materializing behind him. He had a determined look on his face. He seemed to be in control of these beings, his power evident in the crackling energy surrounding them. His gaze was sharp, focused, and unwavering. A close-up revealed the intense gaze of a powerful figure, his eyes burning with determination. He addressed someone unseen, his voice a low growl. "They're students, but they're not easy opponents. Give it everything you've got." A fiery phoenix erupted from Ed, engulfing several cloaked figures in flames as they lunged at a man in a coat. A young woman with pink hair watched from the sidelines, her expression unreadable. The intense heat warping the very air around them. Ed, battered but alive, fled the scene, his movements blurred by speed as he dashed through a shadowy corridor. A desperate need for escape driving him forward. He slowed, his breath ragged, a grim determination settling on his features. He resolved to find Lortel and learn what had transpired. Only to find her and another young man, both injured, huddled together in a dimly lit hallway. Lortel, tears streaming down her face, explained their predicament. She had been unable to escape the attackers. Ed, seeing their plight, suggested they escape through the back door. He asked if she could run. Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain in the game, found himself battered and bruised, his clothes torn. He looked over his shoulder, a grim determination etched on his face. A voice echoed in his mind, urging him to escape. "Don't fall behind, run as fast as you can." The narration box explained that even Shero, the elite merchantry's receptionist, acted flirtatiously with Lortel. Shero, a woman with short, gray hair, smiled slyly. Because she anticipated Lortel would inadvertently reveal money-making information. Cadden, the merchantry's employee, a large man with a thick beard, beamed. Because Lortel often gave him tips about various things. Teeny, the academy's pet bird, clung to Lortel. Because she provided it with high-quality feed. The narration box concluded that all goodwill in Lortel's world came with an underlying reason. A gold coin, emblazoned with the image of a ship, shattered into pieces, symbolizing the fragility of seemingly benevolent actions in Lortel's world. Two figures, Alice and another girl, fled down a shadowy corridor, pursued by Ed Rothstaler. He declared that there wasn't time for details, and accused Alice of betrayal. Alice, alone, reflected that it was all her fault. A wave of self-reproach washed over her, she had made a terrible mistake. Janica Faylover, a kind and benevolent character, was shown tending to a basket of eggs. The narration explained that she had always treated the world with the same kindness she had received. Janica's thoughts turned to Ed Rothstaler. She contrasted her own nature with his, stating that she was unlike him. She recalled a past event where she had offered him something. The narration emphasized the significance of this moment. This observation highlighted the contrast between Janica's selfless act and Ed's potential greed. Ed, observing Janica's kindness, hoped for a similar relationship in his own life. Ed, a disgraced villain, reflected on his folly. He had inadvertently revealed his entire scheme to Alice, a key player in the game's narrative. A revelation that was about to have dire consequences. Alice, her eyes blazing with power, stood poised to strike, her katana gleaming menacingly above a cowering figure. Ed's naive optimism had been shattered. He realized his misplaced trust was a fatal flaw, his life, built on deception and mistrust, had finally caught up with him. Even witnessing Alice's wrath hadn't taught him the value of genuine connection. His feet moved mechanically, betraying his inner turmoil. Ed's self-reflection continued, a harsh judgment of his own cynical nature. He had foolishly believed a romantic life was possible for someone like him. A stark contrast to his reality. To secure his position in the prestigious Ophelis Hall, Ed had resorted to bribery, paying off 5 individuals to ensure his place. The image showed 2 figures, shrouded in shadow and mystery, their faces partially obscured. Their identities remained unclear for now. But their presence hinted at a complex web of alliances and betrayals. Alice, Shani, and Kelly, along with the enigmatic Elt, had formed an unlikely alliance. Will Lane, another student, had also pledged allegiance to Elt, leaving Ed increasingly isolated and vulnerable. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game, found himself in a dire situation. His body was battered and bruised, a testament to a recent struggle. The narration box above him stated that the same fate awaited someone else. That someone being Ed himself. A mysterious woman with vibrant red hair appeared, her expression unreadable in the dim light. Ed, still reeling from his injuries, questioned his own actions. He wondered why he was saying what he was saying, realizing with a jolt that the person he was talking to was an ally. The red-haired woman, seemingly unfazed by his internal conflict, informed him that the unstable situation meant she could no longer guarantee the 20 gold coins she had promised him. The woman's words sparked a new wave of self-doubt within Ed. He berated himself for even considering surrender, especially given his lack of support. Her sharp retort, "Did I ask?" cut through his internal monologue, silencing his self-recrimination. The woman, impatient with his inaction, urged him to move, emphasizing the urgency of their situation. She grabbed his hand, pulling him along as she warned him about the deadly consequences of being caught by someone named Elt. With a determined expression, the red-haired woman pulled Ed to safety, their escape a desperate dash against the looming threat of Elt. Ed, his face bruised and bloodied, looked up with a grim determination. He muttered to himself, the need for escape overriding any other concern. A young woman with vibrant pink hair and a striking green eye stared wide-eyed, her expression a mixture of fear and urgency. Goodwill and trust were the words that echoed in her mind as she pleaded for an explanation. The image of a sleek, dark vehicle flashed across the panel, a symbol of power and mystery. A voiceover stated that there's always a reason behind actions. And if that reason remains unseen, trust is broken. The pink-haired woman's face was shown again, her expression thoughtful. The pink-haired woman revealed a shocking secret: the merchant headquarters was manipulating market prices. She suspected her father's involvement in this scheme. A flashback showed a large stockpile of armor, the price of which had plummeted after a monster hunt. The merchants were buying it all up to control the market. He found a buyer for a sage's sealed grimoire, a valuable artifact. A young woman, her dark hair pulled back, explained her mission. She had been sent to Sylvania to find a way to steal something. And a young man with light hair, his face marred by cuts and bruises, listened intently. He simply replied that he understood, needing no further explanation. A diagram revealed a complex scheme. 3 individuals, labeled B, A, and C, were strategically exchanging a product represented by a golden coin in a circular pattern. This was a classic method of price manipulation, artificially inflating the product's value through internal trading. The rapid price increase created a sense of urgency, leading people to believe the product would soon become unaffordable. The young man, his resolve hardening, declared that he needed to buy the product immediately. If the manipulators sold their accumulated products at this point, they would make an enormous profit. A truly ridiculous amount. However, such manipulative tactics were not without their risks. The image depicts 3 shadowy figures, their faces obscured, standing back to back. A, B, and C are marked on their heads, suggesting they represent different merchants. The caption reads, "Trading is founded on trust." The narration box explains a crucial element of the trading system: if merchants B and C sell their goods without A's knowledge, the price will plummet. This sets the stage for merchant A's desperate actions. He sold off his bonds to amass enough capital to monopolize the product. The narration box reveals that this sudden, massive loss would severely weaken Elite, potentially stripping him of his power. To orchestrate this, Lortel, a woman with striking red hair, has been secretly working behind the scenes, buying off countless individuals connected to merchants B and C over many years. However, there's a crucial condition: the sale can only proceed if Elite is absent from headquarters. The scene shifts to a conversation between Lortel and another individual. He reveals that her plan to occupy the Awfulous Hall was designed to drain the Academy's funds, increasing the likelihood of success in negotiations for the Sage's sealed grimoire. This would lure Elite out of headquarters, forcing him to sell his armor to raise the necessary funds. Lortel is shown reacting with shock and disbelief. A cryptic message appeared before Ed, leaving him with only one course of action. Ed, his face bruised and bloodied, grappled with the enormity of the situation. He wondered if he could truly grasp everything at once. He and Lortel, her eyes wide with worry, urgently discussed their predicament. They needed to send a message to the merchantry's headquarters to sell the armor. Lortel offered a solution: a carrier pigeon in her room. She explained that the pigeon was her direct line of communication with her forces inside the headquarters. Ed's success hinged on sending the pigeon to headquarters and remaining hidden until the sale was complete. However, Lortel voiced a serious concern: her father was likely anticipating this very move. She feared her father's plan to capture her that night and force a confession from the inside traders about the entire scheme. Ed, his back to Lortel, listened intently as she spoke, his expression grim. Ed, the disgraced villain, received urgent instructions: from this point forward, he must remain completely hidden, unseen by anyone. He considered his options, realizing that if he were near the Elite's base, people would be stationed at the bridges leading to the Arkan Mountains, making escape impossible. A plan formed: he would instruct the stable hands to send an empty carriage towards the Arkan Mountains, and the driver would abandon it at a suitable location before fleeing. This would lead pursuers to believe Ed was headed towards the mountain's outskirts. But what about Ed himself? His associate, a woman with vibrant red hair, revealed a secluded forest hut in the north as a temporary refuge. He only needed to hide there for 3 days. She planned to send a message via carrier pigeon to his allies, ensuring they would handle the complex matters while he was away. Ed, though wounded, agreed to the plan. Ed's face, marred by cuts and bruises, reflected his grim determination. The woman, her own body showing signs of injury, embraced him tightly. However, as Ed prepared to leave, he noticed someone guarding the back door, adding another layer of complexity to his escape. A young woman with vibrant pink hair lay unconscious, cradled in the arms of a man whose face remained obscured. He spoke softly, promising to handle the outside and instructing her to wait until the coast was clear before escaping to the quarters. Like a seasoned ally merchant, he moved swiftly and efficiently, handling the situation without wasting any time. The woman's eyes, a striking shade of green, fluttered open, a flicker of surprise and gratitude crossing her features. She questioned his actions, her voice laced with suspicion. The thought of trusting him completely was a new and unsettling idea for her. A young man with blonde hair, his face marred by cuts and bruises, mumbled a hesitant agreement, his voice barely a whisper. The pink-haired woman, her name revealed to be Ed, spoke his name, her expression unreadable. She voiced her confusion and gratitude, questioning why he was helping her so much. Her gaze lingered on him, a mixture of awe and uncertainty in her eyes. The blond young man, his face still bearing the marks of a recent struggle, looked away, his expression clouded with a mix of exhaustion and apprehension. Ed groaned, his face contorted in pain. Blood crusted his skin, a testament to a recent, brutal encounter. He was clearly exhausted, his body bearing the weight of his injuries. He wondered, his thoughts clouded by pain, why he'd been attacked so suddenly, without any apparent reason. Meanwhile, inside a grand building, a young woman with reddish-brown hair watched anxiously as a young man with dark hair hurried past her. Her hand clenched into a fist, her expression hardening with determination. The young woman's eyes widened in surprise as she reacted to something unseen. A sudden, sharp sound echoed through the hallway, as rain lashed against the large windows of the building. Another young woman with reddish-brown hair sat on the floor, her expression grim. She seemed to be deep in thought. Landing with a soft thud. The impact seemed to have startled her. A young woman with vibrant pink hair clutched her chest, her breath hitching in short, sharp gasps. A deep crimson blush stained her cheeks as she strained to listen, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and fascination. "It's so loud," she whispered, the sound barely audible above the rhythmic thumping that echoed in her ears. Her thoughts drifted to a distant battle, a chaotic clash of steel and magic. She wondered if the intense sounds she was hearing were the echoes of the final confrontation between Allison Taylor and his allies. The scene shifted to a fierce duel. Two figures, a man and a woman, clashed swords in a whirlwind of sparks and energy. A third person, a woman with fiery red hair, watched from the sidelines, her hand outstretched towards a small, glowing purple vial. But no, this wasn't it. The sounds were far too close to be coming from that distant fight. The perspective widened, revealing a larger conflict unfolding in a grand hall. Several figures in dark cloaks clashed with a group of soldiers, their swords flashing in the dim light. A woman with long, flowing purple hair stood amidst the chaos, her expression one of grim determination. "It's coming from someplace closer, is it a fight on the first floor?" she questioned, her voice tight with anxiety. "No, even closer than that." The sounds were rapidly approaching. A man, his face obscured by shadow, gripped his chest, his knuckles white as he felt the vibrations intensify. His heart pounded in his ears, a deafening rhythm that drowned out all other sounds. "I can't believe this at all," he muttered, disbelief etched on his features. The rhythmic thumping grew louder, closer, until a young woman with long, reddish-brown hair buried her face in her hands, tears streaming down her cheeks. The source of the noise was finally clear. "It's my heartbeat." Rain lashed down as Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game, found himself alone in the woods. He had been expelled from the academy and disowned by his family, now seeking a scholarship to secure his future. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, their voice cutting through the downpour. They expressed surprise at encountering Ed in such an unexpected place. The newcomer, a maid named Shinny, stood before him, her expression a mixture of shock and apprehension. Rain plastered her hair to her face, and a bead of water trickled down her cheek. She held a sword, its polished surface gleaming faintly in the dim light. The title card identified her as Maid Shinny, in charge of the dishes. Ed, however, found the encounter underwhelming. He mused that for the supposed final obstacle, this felt rather anticlimactic. He thought to himself that the confrontation was surprisingly bland. Ed's expression hardened, his eyes blazing with a fierce determination. His shirt was stained with dirt and blood, evidence of his recent struggles. All of the runes in the Awfulest Hall had been gathered. They had gone to the one in command. The swordsman who could hold her own against the combat faculty students was shown wielding a glowing sword, unleashing a powerful attack. The bright energy of her strike impacting her opponent. The force of the blow clearly visible. Her expression was one of intense focus. Despite all of that, a young man with dark hair deflected the attack with a golden energy blade. Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain in the game, found himself in a desperate situation. He crouched low, a fiery energy emanating from his hands. A stark reminder of his power, yet insufficient to overcome his opponent. The narration box declared a harsh truth: she couldn't defeat Taylor McClure. Because he is the main character. Ed gritted his teeth, his face contorted in frustration. Taylor McClure, the main protagonist, stood defiant, two gleaming swords crossed before her, a fierce glint in her eyes. The clash of their powers was intense. The scene shifted, showing a swift, powerful sword strike aimed at a building. A blur of motion as the blade sliced through the air. The impact echoing through the scene, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. A maid, her face etched with grim determination, stood poised, a gleaming sword held before her. Beads of sweat trickled down her temples, reflecting the dim light of the rain-slicked street. Across the street, a man with blonde hair stood, his back to the camera, seemingly unaware of the approaching danger. The rain fell heavily, obscuring the details of the scene. The maid charged, her sword a blur of motion as she closed the distance between herself and the unsuspecting man. The blade arcing towards him in a swift, deadly strike. His eyes widened in surprise as he realized the imminent threat. The blonde man, his face now marred by cuts and bruises, muttered to himself, his mana clearly depleted. He was almost out of magical energy. With a desperate effort, he attempted a counterattack, a surge of purple energy erupting from his hands. But the maid deflected the blow with practiced ease, her sword glowing with a faint purple light as she parried his attack. A powerful counteroffensive following immediately. The purple energy crackled around her blade as she prepared for the final strike. The maid's final blow connected, sending the blonde man sprawling to the ground, defeated. The scene opens with a dramatic flourish, a stark white space punctuated by dark, swirling energy. The intensity of the visual suggests an impending event of significant power. Ed Rothstaler, a disowned villain, finds himself in a precarious situation. He is thrown backward by a sudden attack, a blur of motion and purple energy surrounding him. As a figure, Shani lunges forward with a wicked-looking blade. The speed of the attack is emphasized by motion lines, highlighting the danger. The title card, Shani's first attack, appears, setting the stage for the confrontation. Shani's surprised reaction is evident in her wide eyes and open mouth, a cold sweat beads on her brow. Ed's internal monologue reveals his assessment of the situation. He recognizes the attack as a stab aimed at his leg. With surprising agility, Ed effortlessly deflects the attack. His foot connects with Shani's blade, demonstrating his familiarity with her attack pattern. He already knows how she will move. Shani's face contorts in frustration and anger as she realizes her attack failed. Her expression is one of disbelief and fury. A close-up reveals a set of knives strapped to Shani's thigh, hinting at her preparedness for combat and her aggressive nature. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the Game Extras Academy, found himself in a precarious situation. He was being attacked, his attacker's hands closing around his wrists with surprising strength. A speed that far surpassed his own reflexes. The narration box confirmed his attacker's superior reaction time. Ed, despite his disadvantage, managed to counterattack, his movements a blur as he delivered a powerful kick, sending his opponent sprawling. The force of the blow created a shockwave of purple energy. A pained cry escaped the fallen attacker, revealing a young woman in a maid's uniform, her face contorted in agony, sweat dripping from her brow. The focus shifted to the maid's eye, a vibrant purple glow emanating from within. A visual cue that revealed her unique ability sharing, a privilege granted to twin sisters blessed by the same star. With a surge of purple energy, multiple energy blades materialized, ready for deployment. Low-level telekinesis is magic. Ed Rothstaler, the disowned villain, found himself in a precarious situation. A surge of purple energy erupted from within him, sending him sprawling to the ground, his shirt stained crimson with blood. He felt a strange power coursing through his veins. A wave of dark energy propelled several kunai knives towards an unseen target. A woman with striking violet eyes and gray hair watched the scene unfold with a mixture of surprise and amusement. Her expression shifted from amusement to something more sinister as she witnessed Ed's unexpected display of power. Meanwhile, Ed, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light, found himself in a downpour, clutching his side. He was injured, but the strange energy still pulsed within him, a newfound power he didn't understand. However, their borrowed abilities are not refined. A bloody hand gripped a wicked-looking blade, the dark metal reflecting the dim light. The wounds from the recent attack were superficial, but the blood was real enough. The wounds from the flying blades were not deep. Ed Rothstaler, the disowned villain, stood over his fallen attacker, a maid in a tattered uniform, his own clothes stained crimson. Rain lashed down, washing away the blood. The impact of his sword sending a shockwave through the rain-slicked cobblestones. The maid groaned, her face contorted in pain, blood trickling from a fresh wound on her cheek. She was clearly injured, but still alive. Ed, however, was not unscathed. He kicked out, sending another blade flying away from him. The rain obscuring his face, but the blood on his cheek and the grim set of his jaw spoke volumes. He was wounded, but he had survived. For now. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game, found himself in a desperate situation. He knelt beside a fallen woman, blood staining her clothes and the ground around them. A pained groan escaped her lips as Ed desperately tried to help her. A stark title card appeared, 1 minute before they get here. The injured woman, Alice, sputtered, "Disappoint Miss Alice. Move. I said, move out of my way." Ed, his face grim, muttered to himself, "Alice will lose." Another woman, her face streaked with tears and dirt, approached Ed. she demanded. What do you even know about her? Her voice rising with anger, she continued. Do you know how much pain she's endured? What kind of battles she's fought? A third woman, with silver hair and a crimson dress, appeared, her eyes blazing with fury. She held a glowing cube, radiating purple energy. With a fierce expression, she unleashed a wave of purple energy from the cube, creating swirling patterns of light around her. The energy erupted in a blinding flash, engulfing the scene in a powerful surge of magical force. A blinding flash of pink energy erupted from a mysterious source, its intensity threatening to consume everything in its path. The shockwave throwing a cloaked figure backward. A voice, filled with awe and reverence, boomed out. Do you know how many orphans she saved? The figure, revealed to be a young man with a pained expression and several visible wounds, responded quietly, I'm also one of those orphans. A close-up on a woman's intense gaze. The narration box explained, the failed swordsman of Sylvana didn't go into too much depth about Alice's background. If it weren't for her. A fiery explosion engulfed the scene. A brilliant golden light slicing through the inferno. Revealing a young man with white hair, clad in fiery red, standing amidst the chaos. His eyes burned with determination. He muttered to himself, I never would have been able to work at a normal job like this. A fierce-looking woman, clad in a crimson dress and wielding a sword, stood poised above Ed Rothstaler. Her expression was severe, her eyes narrowed in concentration as she prepared to strike. Ed braced himself, a surge of energy coursing through him. He realized, with a jolt of understanding, that he would never have been able to earn money for himself without this unexpected turn of events. The woman's face, illuminated by an intense orange glow, was a mask of grim determination. Her thoughts were clear, she wouldn't even be alive if it weren't for this unexpected encounter. Her eyes burned with a fierce gratitude. A blinding flash of light erupted as the woman unleashed a powerful attack. The force of the blow sent Ed sprawling, leaving him injured and bleeding on the ground. He was clearly outmatched. Despite hearing her story, Ed remained resolute. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as his breath hitched in his throat. He muttered, well, his voice barely a whisper. That's none of my business. He decided to focus on his own survival, his resolve hardening. Lortel, her face streaked with grime and tears, voiced her unwavering resentment. She insisted she would never forgive Ed Rothstaler for his betrayal, questioning how he could have sided against her. Lortel's anguish deepened, her silent tears a testament to her pain. A fiery inferno erupted in the distance, consuming a building in a raging blaze under a downpour of rain. The explosion grew larger, debris raining down amidst the flames. A maid, her uniform torn and stained, lay unconscious in the rain-slicked street, the aftermath of the explosion visible around her. A voice, filled with frustration and helplessness, echoed through the scene. It was a question, a lament of powerlessness in the face of overwhelming events. The speaker expressed their inability to act, highlighting their lack of knowledge about the unfolding situation. Ed Rothstaler, his shirt splattered with blood, stood over a fallen figure, his expression grim and resolute. The rain washed over him, obscuring the details of the scene. The narration box ominously declared that countless untold stories existed, destined to remain hidden in the shadows. A powerful explosion rocked the scene, a fiery eruption that consumed a building in its destructive embrace. The narrator then pondered the scale of the day's losses, contrasting them with Alice's long-standing efforts to rescue orphans. The narration box continued, weighing the good and evil Alice had done throughout her life. It then observed that those who base their actions on such philosophical calculations often lead lives worth living in the present moment. A maid, Alice, is shown sitting forlornly, her clothes stained with grime and blood, a stark contrast to her usually pristine appearance. Despite this, Alice's internal monologue asserted that her own course of action and ultimate goal remained unchanged. She stood up, seemingly unfazed by her injuries, and walked towards a large, imposing doorway in the rain. The scene shifts to show Ed, his face partially obscured, seemingly injured and exhausted. Ed's face is shown clearly, revealing his bloodied and weary expression. He is clearly injured but maintains a determined gaze. A game notification appeared, informing Ed that he had incapacitated Shani, the person responsible for the dishes. Another notification popped up, announcing that Ed had acquired a new skill. The skill was called Pain Endurance. It temporarily halted physical exhaustion and the ability to feel pain, postponing it to a later time. Ed couldn't believe he was learning this now. Suddenly, a powerful force shattered a nearby window, revealing Ed, injured and bleeding, kneeling on the floor. His eyes, wide and filled with a grim determination, reflected the harsh reality of his situation. The panel showed a luxurious room, filled with expensive wooden furniture and various decorations. A meticulously organized workspace was revealed, papers were stacked neatly on a desk, arranged as per necessity. The dimly lit room, with its elegant furnishings and a bookshelf in the background, hinted at a life of quiet sophistication. The books, neatly arranged in rows, reflected a certain orderliness that spoke volumes about their owner. It suited her. A high-angle shot showed the room in its entirety, a study bathed in the soft glow of moonlight filtering through a large window. The scene was peaceful, almost serene. In a shadowed corner, a small, ornate birdcage held a single, blue carrier pigeon. It was a subtle detail, yet it held a certain weight. A note was found, revealing that Elite was in Sylvania, and it would take at least 3 days to return to the main headquarters. Someone was writing a message in an unfamiliar script, their hand moving with practiced ease. The message was completed: sell all of the acquired gear. A single feather, falling through the night rain, marked the departure of the carrier pigeon, its mission underway. A full moon hung heavy in the inky sky, its pale light barely piercing the dense canopy above. Feathers drifted down like silent snow, carried on a mournful wind. Below, in the shadows of the forest, a figure lay bleeding, their form barely visible amidst the undergrowth. The only indication of their presence a dark stain spreading across the leaves. Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain in this game, now a fugitive, stumbled through the woods, his breath ragged, his body slick with sweat and blood. He clutched his injured arm, wincing with each labored step. He muttered to himself, a grim determination hardening his gaze. The cuts would heal, he thought, as long as he survived. But Ed knew his survival was a precarious thing. Without the timely interventions of Jix and Janica, and a few fortunate breaks, his life would have ended long ago. He reflected on Lortel's near capture by Elite, a chilling reminder of his own vulnerability. His thoughts drifted to Lortel's escape. By now, her hired carriage was likely speeding away from the Arkan Mountains, leaving Elite with little choice but to pursue it. Even if Elite caught the coachman and forced a confession, Lortel would be long gone by then. The moon, a silent witness to Ed's desperate flight, continued its slow journey across the night sky. Confident in his plan, a shadowy figure sent a carrier pigeon, certain that Elite's resignation would soon be finalized. Ed Rothstaler, the disgraced villain, sat alone in his makeshift hut, his face marred by cuts and bruises. He was exhausted, but a sense of unease gnawed at him. When a cloaked figure appeared before him, her presence adding to his growing apprehension. The cloaked figure's arrival was unexpected, and Ed's surprise was evident in his expression. He muttered sarcastically, "Greeting me? How nice of you." Ed's eyes widened, a mixture of fear and suspicion clouding his gaze. He realized his complacency had left him vulnerable. He silently admitted to himself, "I was a bit complacent." The cloaked figure, revealing a glimpse of fiery red hair, drew a glowing blue sword, her movements sharp and precise. The narration box revealed the identity of his attacker, none other than Lortel, the Golden Daughter, a formidable opponent. A final narration box highlighted the secrecy surrounding Lortel's true role, only the 5 individuals she had bribed knew of her position as the mastermind. A shadowy figure, Ed Rothstaler, stood amidst a swirling vortex of blue flames. Above him, 3 women, Alice, Shinny, and Kelly, were depicted, their faces grim, their forms partially obscured by the ethereal fire. The narration box declared, "Shinny and Kelly will follow Alice." The next panel displayed a stark white background with a bold declaration, "Willing can be bought off like last time." The scene shifted to a dimly lit hallway. Lortel, a young woman with reddish-brown hair, peered into a room where Ed Rothstaler stood, seemingly for no apparent reason. The narration box stated, "But in Lortel's perspective, Ed Rothstaler, for no reason?" Lortel's internal monologue continued, revealing her thoughts, "is a variable that can't be bought off by money." Under the cloak of night, Lortel, her face hidden in shadow, observed Ed from a distance. The narration box read, "Away from prying eyes, her perfect crime will be a success." The next panel revealed Lortel's Ketchel, a mysterious figure in a dark cloak and hood, their face partially obscured by shadow. The narration box declared, "Lortel's Ketchel's real character is the secret mastermind." A close-up showed Lortel's Ketchel, stealthily moving, a small, glowing object clutched in her hand. The narration box read, "She would use and dispose of any human she gets her hands on." Truly a villain. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game, found himself in a desperate situation. His body was battered and bruised, a testament to his recent struggles. He gritted his teeth, a fierce determination hardening his gaze. "I gotta use my brain if I want to survive," he thought, his mind racing to find a solution. But even with his sharp intellect, Ed knew his physical state was a major obstacle. His body screamed in protest, the pain a constant reminder of his vulnerability. "But my body is," he thought, a wave of self-doubt washing over him. Suddenly, a cloaked figure emerged from the shadows, a glint of steel flashing in their hand. It was one of the game's female leads, her face obscured by the hood, but her menacing posture spoke volumes. Ed, despite his injuries, braced himself for a confrontation. The assassin lunged, her dagger aimed at Ed's heart. But with a surprising burst of speed, Ed managed to dodge the attack, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. His eyes widened in shock and disbelief at his own reaction speed. The assassin, equally surprised by Ed's unexpected agility, stumbled back, giving him a brief moment to catch his breath. She gripped her dagger tightly, her eyes narrowed in suspicion. Ed, however, was left with more questions than answers. Why, he wondered, his mind struggling to comprehend the events unfolding before him. The assassin, sensing his confusion, pressed her attack again, her movements swift and deadly. Ed barely managed to defend himself, his body aching with every parry. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the Game Extras Academy, found himself injured and vulnerable. Blood stained his shirt as he looked up, his wide, frightened eyes reflecting the concern of his mysterious rescuer, who asked, "Why did you have to get so hurt?" His rescuer, shrouded in darkness, offered comfort and aid, their voice a low murmur, "Let me help you." The rescuer, having carried Ed to a secluded cabin, explained, "It stopped raining, so I built a bonfire." As the flames crackled, a new figure emerged from the shadows, a woman with vibrant red hair, partially obscured by a hood, her face bearing a visible scar. She suggested, "Let's warm ourselves first." A figure cloaked in shadow loomed over a roaring bonfire, their face obscured by a dark hood. They addressed someone unseen, their voice a low murmur. "So did you handle everything as per the plan?" The unseen individual responded, their voice slightly muffled by the flames. "Come on, Ed. I'm Lortel Kecklin." Ed Rothstaler, a young man with blonde hair, sat by the fire, a mug in his hands. Lortel, a woman with vibrant red hair, watched him intently. Her thoughts were revealed. He said he'd try to draw as much attention as possible, even if he had to put his life on the line. Lortel's expression shifted to one of disbelief. She muttered to herself, "He's that loyal? How did you make him do that?" The cloaked figure responded, their voice laced with a hint of menace, "No way. She wouldn't threaten to hold his family hostage." She leaned closer, a sly smile playing on her lips. "The fact that I owe you one is a big deal." Ed remained impassive, stirring the embers of the fire with a stick. Lortel continued, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "What do you think? Doesn't it cheer you up? Don't you feel like I'm kinda awesome?" Lortel chuckled, a low, throaty sound. "Thanks, Ed." Night had fallen. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from a game, now found himself living in a small cabin in the woods. He had been promised 20 coins, a debt owed for a past favor, and he was reminded of this obligation. He sat by a crackling campfire with a young woman, her red hair catching the firelight. She seemed to be waiting patiently for something, her expression calm despite the late hour. He agreed to her request, adding a quiet caveat. The woman, her name Janica, had another request. She wondered if it was related to Alice, another character in the game. Janica assured him it wasn't related to Alice, and that she would handle that matter herself. Her tone was firm, leaving no room for argument. Janica then revealed her true intention. She wanted to ask Ed about another character, Janica. She noted his closeness to Janica, prompting Ed to comment on her kind nature and open-mindedness. Ed agreed, adding that he respected her for her consideration of others and her open-mindedness. Janica seemed satisfied with his response. Suddenly, Janica leaned in, her lips brushing against Ed's. The scene cuts off abruptly. The panel ends with Janica whispering something to Ed, her words left unheard. A young woman with long, flowing red hair sat peacefully by a campfire, a mug of steaming liquid warming her hands. Her eyes were closed, a serene smile playing on her lips as she savored the moment. A stark contrast to the tense scene unfolding elsewhere. A voice, laced with disdain, cut through the quiet. "Not that nice, you see." Elsewhere, a building shuddered violently. Cracks spiderwebbed across the walls as debris rained down. A sign of a powerful impact. Meanwhile, a man in a dark coat, his face partially obscured, strode purposefully through a grand hall, seemingly oblivious to the chaos. A group of hooded figures, armed with swords, stood guard, their faces hidden in shadow. Their presence adding to the growing tension. A narration box revealed that the man in the dark coat had left after receiving a report from his subordinate. And that another individual, Jix, was struggling against a large number of mercenaries. Ed, the disowned villain protagonist, found himself overwhelmed by a surge of magical energy. He cried out, begging for it to stop. Meanwhile, Janica, one of the female leads, watched with growing concern, her initial worry escalating as the magical energy intensified. The raw power emanating from Ed threatened to consume everything in its path, sending several figures hurtling through the air. Ed, shielding his eyes, watched Janica become the focal point of the chaotic energy. He recognized her, whispering her name. Janica's uncontrolled magic had spiraled out of control, she needed to be stopped. Ed, realizing the danger, moved to intervene, his expression hardening with determination. He confronted Janica, demanding to know what was happening, his question hanging in the air as he braced for her response. Janica, seemingly oblivious to Ed's presence, remained focused on a small, glowing bird perched on her shoulder. Lortel, her crimson eyes blazing with barely suppressed fury, vehemently denied any involvement. A single word, sharp and cutting, escaped her lips, "No." Despite the intensity of her glare, a subtle tremor betrayed her true feelings. Ed's uniform was ruined, making attending class impossible. His thoughts turned to the events that led to this predicament. Jix, a fellow student, offered Ed his spare uniform and recounted the incident. Willane, another student, had taken the blame for the destruction of the Awfulous Hall. While Alice, the chief maid, remained conspicuously silent on the matter. A critical plot point had been reached, a key character's actions prevented Lortel from leaving the scene. Observing the unfolding events, Ed felt a sense of relief. It seemed his plan had worked. With the story progressing as expected, Ed and his allies patiently awaited further news. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced former villain, now found himself living in the woods. He stretched his back, letting out a long sigh. The recent physical labor had taken its toll. He wasn't in the best shape, his body ached from the strenuous work, but he had to keep going. His scholarship depended on it. Ed's life skills were displayed, an intermediate craftsman, with handiness at level 13, design at level 8, and gathering ability at level 11. His advanced crafting skill slots remained empty. With those slots open, acquiring new skills became his top priority. His life skills remained unchanged: handiness LV13, design LV8, gathering ability LV11, and 2 empty advanced crafting skill slots. Ed had already chosen his next skills: Spirit Formula Infusion, compatible with Spirit Sorcery, and Magic Engineering, ideal for crafting household and combat items. To master Spirit Formula Infusion, he needed to form a contract with a spirit and create at least one artifact containing a spirit formula. This would make the infusion instinctive. Magic Engineering, on the other hand, required successfully disassembling and assembling a magic engineered item of a certain level at least once. Ed didn't want to waste spirit slots unnecessarily. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from a game, now found himself living in the woods after being expelled from his family's dormitory. He mused that it would be advantageous to make a contract with a lower-level spirit. Janica, one of the game's female leads, approached Ed, commenting on the chilly weather after the rain. Ed explained to Janica that he was resting in the woods to alleviate a headache and body aches. Janica expressed concern that he might have hurt himself helping her. Janica's eyes widened, her pupils dilating, suggesting a hidden concern or suspicion. Janica then mentioned someone else was resting inside the cabin. Janica confirmed that another person was indeed resting inside the cabin. Inside the cabin, a young woman with red hair rested. The narration box revealed that the Awfulest Hall takeover incident had concluded. However, more work remained to be done. Alice, the former chief maid, was shown, wielding a sword, and a mysterious book floated nearby. The scene implied that persuading Alice was the next task. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game, found himself waiting anxiously. He had laid the groundwork to purchase a sage's sealed grimoire, but now he was stuck waiting 3 days for a response from the elite merchant company's headquarters. A young woman with vibrant red hair and striking green eyes peered from a cabin window, her expression a mixture of impatience and quiet anticipation. Confined to the cabin, she felt the weight of her anxious heart. The weight was frustrating. But a strange contentment settled over her as she gazed intently at something. It wasn't the frustration that bothered her. The reason for her contentment became clear as the scene shifted to Ed, who was chopping wood outside the cabin with powerful strokes. He worked with focused determination. The rhythmic thud of the axe echoing in the quiet morning air. The woman watched him from the window, a subtle smile playing on her lips. His presence, she realized, made her heart race. Her thoughts drifted to Ed's unconditional kindness and trust, a feeling of safety washing over her. This unexpected sensation, this feeling of being safe, was something she cherished. For Lortel, a girl who had spent her entire life on the unforgiving streets, a simple scholarship was more precious than gold itself. She would not relinquish this opportunity, it was something she would fiercely protect, as seen in her determined expression. Ed, however, seemed amused by her resolve, a smirk playing on his lips as he chuckled. Janica, unlike Lortel, had always been surrounded by the warmth of unconditional love from her family and friends. Despite her privileged upbringing, a sense of empathy stirred within her. She pleaded with Ed, her voice laced with a hint of desperation, to at least let her have one thing, given his abundance. Another girl, unseen but clearly present, voiced her willingness to fight for Ed's scholarship. A sentiment echoed by Janica, who declared that they would fight for him if necessary. A fourth girl, her identity still hidden, confidently declared that securing scholarships was her area of expertise. A sinister glint appeared in the eyes of the fourth girl as she revealed a cunning plan, a mischievous smirk playing on her lips. Janica, undeterred, declared her intention to use her own methods to secure the scholarship, a shower of gold coins appearing around her as she celebrated. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from a popular game, found himself in an unexpected predicament. He now inhabited the body of his former self, living in the woods after being expelled from the academy. Surrounded by a mountain of gold coins, a thought crossed his mind. If he could bury his cabin in gold, he might just solve his most pressing problem, tuition. Meanwhile, a young woman with vibrant red hair, considered one of the game's main heroines, observed him from a distance. Contemplating whether helping him with his tuition would be so bad. She quickly added a mental caveat: it wasn't as if she was paying for his safety, she clarified to herself. She approached him, a slight blush on her cheeks, but quickly composed herself, letting out a small, almost imperceptible huff of annoyance. The heroine's internal monologue revealed her embarrassment at her own actions. She found her attempt at subtle generosity incredibly cringeworthy. Elsewhere, a data entry for Lortel Ketchum showed a striking fact: her number of boyfriends was 0. This information was presented in a stark, almost clinical manner. Back with Ed and the red-haired heroine, she asked him to move from his current spot. Ed, unfazed, simply stated that it was his spot. Suddenly, a young woman with gray hair and a witch's hat appeared, seemingly surprised by the situation. A young woman with vibrant red hair stood in the doorway of a rustic wooden cabin, her expression a mixture of surprise and concern. Her gaze was fixed on another girl, with long, white hair, who was draped in a dark cloak, seemingly asleep on the floor inside the cabin. "What are you doing here, Lucy?" the red-haired girl questioned, her voice laced with curiosity. Lucy, the white-haired girl, responded, "This spot gets the best sunlight." The red-haired girl's eyes widened as she took in the scene. "What is this now?" she muttered to herself, clearly perplexed by the situation. Suddenly, the white-haired girl, Lucy, sprang up, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. She playfully leaped onto the shoulders of a man who had been seemingly asleep in the cabin. "Oh, sorry. Did I wake you up?" she asked, her tone light and apologetic. The man, startled but seemingly unbothered, gently adjusted his posture to accommodate her. The red-haired girl observed the scene from the doorway, her expression unreadable. Lucy snuck into, she began, her voice low and thoughtful. I've taken care of her now, so you can go back to sleep, the man said to the red-haired girl, his voice calm and reassuring. The red-haired girl remained unconvinced. What's the point of talking about it, she retorted. The man sighed, just think of her as a natural disaster. The white-haired girl, Lucy, remained asleep, seemingly oblivious to the conversation. The red-haired girl's eyes narrowed. So I have another rival, she thought to herself, a glint of determination in her eyes. Ed Rothstailer, a disgraced villain from a popular game, now found himself inhabiting his own character's body. He had been cast out by his family and expelled from the academy for his antics, and now lived a solitary existence in the woods. He mused, humph. I still have plenty of time, though. He continued his internal monologue, planning to resolve a pressing matter within the next few days. I'll settle the score within 3 days. The following morning, Ed awoke in his rustic cabin, nestled amidst the trees. Despite her intentions, Laurel, one of the game's female leads, appeared at Ed's cabin. Contrary to Laurel's wishes, Ed greeted her with a simple, "Good morning, Laurel." Janica, another of the female leads, also arrived, seemingly pleased to see Ed. Her cheerful demeanor suggested she was looking forward to spending time with him. Laurel, surprised by Janica's presence, exclaimed, "Oh, Janica. You're here?" Laurel's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of suspicion clouding her expression as she observed the situation. A young woman with long, silver hair, dressed in a red shirt and dark cape, lay sprawled on the ground, a mischievous grin on her face. Her dark witch's hat lay askew atop her head. Above her, a second girl with vibrant red hair watched, a weary sigh escaping her lips as she muttered something inaudible. Opportunities like this rarely came by. Ed, a young man with blonde hair, wiped sweat and grime from his brow, letting out a relieved sigh. Phew. I'm finally done, he thought, collapsing onto a nearby surface. A notification appeared before Ed's eyes. He had learned the skill of stonemasonry, his proficiency increasing more rapidly than usual due to his inherent talent. Using the newly acquired bricks, Ed constructed a sturdy fireplace. The finished product glowed warmly within his rustic log cabin. A sense of accomplishment washed over him as he reflected on completing a task he'd previously been unable to finish due to the incident at the Ophilus Hall. Ed, the disowned villain protagonist, sat by a campfire with two of the female leads, Belle and another girl with pink hair. Belle commented on the unique smell of the grilled fish, suspecting basil was added. Ed confidently replied that he had a keen sense of smell, and since nothing unusual had happened that morning, he assumed things were going according to plan. The scene shifted to show Ed, Belle, and the pink-haired girl enjoying their meal. Ed expressed his belief that everything was proceeding as planned, but cautioned against complacency. He agreed, acknowledging the need for vigilance despite the current calm. There was still much to do. Belle, acting as a merchant, offered Ed his compensation for a job, 20 gold coins. She then proposed an alternative, goods instead of cash. Ed and the pink-haired girl exchanged glances, the latter appearing somewhat displeased. Ed pondered the offer. Ed questioned the nature of the goods, specifically mentioning excess magic engineering equipment. Belle offered to provide details later, but Ed confidently stated that he already knew the inventory. Ed Rothstailer, the disgraced villain, now residing in a secluded cabin, approached Janica with a request. He had a favor to ask. Ed explained that he'd been attempting to learn spirit magic and wished to contract with a lower-level spirit, seeking Janica's assistance. His humble log cabin, nestled amidst the tranquil woods, served as the backdrop to his ambitious endeavor. Janica, with a confident smile, declared herself his teacher, promising to help him form a contract with an intermediate-level spirit swiftly. A slight cough preceded Janica's demonstration of her expertise. Janica initiated a spirit connection, instructing Ed to focus as a small, glowing bird appeared in her hands. She suggested they start with a simple connection. Meanwhile, Karis, another of the female leads, urged the bird to communicate with Ed. Ed, to his surprise, could faintly hear the bird speaking. He was making progress. Janica explained that Ed needed to improve his spirit connection to fully understand them, but she anticipated his rapid progress. Lady Janica, a bird-like creature with bright green energy swirling around her, exclaimed about Ed's surprising amount of free time for magic training. According to the weekly report, Ed needed to focus on his cabin construction due to low food supplies. He couldn't afford any distractions. A loud thud echoed through the forest. A young woman with pink hair and cat ears, startled, asked if anyone else heard it. Another young woman with blonde pigtails, also in a school uniform, clasped her hands together in prayer, seemingly oblivious to the noise. The pink-haired girl, eyes narrowed, mentioned something about the weekly report meeting. Ed, visibly sweating, remained silent. A redhead with green eyes approached Ed, interrupting the tense silence. She cheerfully informed him that there was more leftover stock of magic engineering equipment than expected, enough to supply him sufficiently. Ed, the disgraced villain, proposed a discounted price for his wares, hoping to secure the promised 20 coins. One of the female leads, a girl with vibrant red hair, found his suggestion rather depressing, but ultimately deemed the items practically free given their low value. She continued, explaining that while selling them individually would be difficult, regular visits to the merchant association would make the process easier. Another female lead, this one with blonde hair, offered to buy his goods at a heavily discounted price, inviting him for tea afterwards. The red-haired girl protested, arguing that Ed deserved to have his goods given away for free, given his past help. The blonde-haired girl's offer was met with confusion from Ed, who was still trying to understand the situation. While eating, Ed realized he could now begin studying magic engineering and spirit magic. Lady Lortel, another of the female leads, appeared, greeting Ed. Another girl, Miss Belle, also arrived at the scene. A young woman, Belle Mega, the new chief maid, approached someone, apologizing for her sudden arrival, especially given the unsettling atmosphere. Belle Mega is introduced. She has dark hair styled in a bob, and she's wearing a dark red dress with a white apron. She continued, regretting having to deliver bad news but carrying a message from the former chief maid. The scene opens with a tranquil view of laundry hanging on a clothesline, gently swaying in the breeze. The sun shines brightly, casting a peaceful glow over the scene. A moment of serenity interrupted by a conversation between two young women. One, dressed in a smart red blazer, inquires about the purpose of their meeting. The other, her face partially obscured, responds that she has something very important to discuss, something top secret. Emphasizing the gravity of the situation, she warns her companion to keep the information absolutely confidential, not even showing any signs of shock. Before leaning in close to whisper a shocking revelation, she believes Janica harbors feelings for Ed Rothstaler. A statement that leaves the listener visibly stunned. The woman in red finishes her thought, confirming that Janica's affection is directed towards Ed Rothstaler. The name itself causing a visible reaction from the maid. The woman in red clarifies that she is referring to none other than Ed Rothstaler. Leaving the maid, Clara, visibly conflicted. She questions whether she should feign surprise out of politeness. As the woman in red, Lady Clara, observes her maid's reaction, noting her concern for Janica. An unseen observer comments on Ed Rothstaler's improving reputation, noting that even his romantic prospects seem to be improving, albeit surprisingly. However, this observer reveals that Janica keeps mentioning a certain name. The name Lortel Ketchuln. The image shows Lortel, a young woman with long blonde hair, sitting at a table, her expression unreadable behind a blindfold. The observer explains that Lortel, like Ed, missed the opening ceremony and was absent from their first common class together yesterday. The observer muses on the complexities of relationships, suggesting that Janica's interest in Ed might not be as straightforward as it seems. Another character, a maid, expresses confusion over Ed's behavior, questioning whether he is genuinely uninterested in Janica's obvious advances or simply playing a cunning game. The maid considers the possibility that Ed's situation is too complicated for him to be interested in dating, rather than him being cold-hearted or manipulative. However, another character dismisses this idea, believing Ed is secretly pleased with his good fortune, a thought that makes the maid uncomfortable. The final panel shows a thought bubble describing Ed as a sly, thieving cat in front of a fish shop. Lady Lortel, a striking woman with vibrant red hair and a captivating emerald eye, sat perched on a fallen log, her expression a mixture of amusement and intrigue. A single scar marred her otherwise flawless visage, adding a touch of mystery to her already enigmatic aura. Meanwhile, Lady Belle, with her soft pink hair styled in charming braids, observed Ed from a distance. A slight frown creased her brow as she muttered to herself, deeming him a naive kitten facing a tiger. Elsewhere, a young witch with silver hair, clad in a red and black school uniform, slept soundly on a rooftop. Her peaceful slumber contrasted sharply with the tension brewing elsewhere. A maid, her dark hair pulled back severely, clutched her head in distress. Her companion, a blonde woman, inquired about her sudden discomfort. The maid, visibly shaken, dismissed her discomfort, claiming that merely looking at the others caused her a headache. However, her companion pressed further, wanting to know what Ed had tried to say. Lortel, her eyes narrowed, impatiently demanded to know what Ed wanted to communicate. The maid, her face pale, revealed that she had a message for Lady Lortel. A message that seemed to cause her considerable distress, as she visibly trembled and clutched at her clothes, her body betraying her inner turmoil. A message arrives, its origin traced to Alice, the former chief maid. The flickering bonfire pushed back the night's darkness, casting dancing shadows. Silhouetted against the firelight, Belle, her expression unreadable, stood with Lucy in her arms. Belle departed, taking Lucy with her. Ed, however, was troubled by the fact that Lortel's location had been compromised while she was in hiding, a risk posed by someone connected to the Opilus Hall. Night had fallen. Ed examined his worn uniform, a garment patched and repaired many times. He mused that despite its condition, it was still serviceable. The arrival of a carrier pigeon, bearing news of a victory, confirmed his thoughts. A terse report summarizes Ed's precarious situation: his authority is severely limited, his dismissal is imminent, and the atmosphere is ripe for his downfall. The message ends with a simple request for a status update. A woman with vibrant red hair contemplates the unfolding events. She surmises that if things have progressed this far, her father must be making his final stand at the Merchant Association headquarters. She lights a small fire, her expression grim. Despite the gravity of her father's situation, she believes he won't have time to worry about them and Sylvana, dismissing it as a futile last struggle. The conversation shifts to the possibility of her father having a hidden advantage. A second woman, with shorter, grayer hair, dismisses this notion, stating that her father is as cunning as she is, making any such surprise highly unlikely. Despite this assessment, the red-haired woman explains that Slog, an ambitious man vying for the association chairmanship, is supporting her, leaving her little choice but to trust him. Her primary concern had been Alice, but that issue seems to be resolved for the moment. A small fire crackles between the two women. The gray-haired woman inquires whether Alice will reveal the red-haired woman's role as the mastermind behind the current events. The red-haired woman confidently asserts that Alice has no choice in the matter, because she has a prepaid agreement, ensuring her silence regardless of who wins between her and Elite. Belle Maya, a young woman in a maid's uniform, solemnly reviewed a document. The parchment detailed a list of orphanages she sponsored, their maintenance costs, and how to support them. Alice's workload was relentless, and her health deteriorated. However, the academy ignored her complaints. Eventually, she became unable to work and could no longer take responsibility for the orphanage. Facing this dire situation, Alice made a desperate gamble, staking the rest of her life on a single bet. A sword, glowing with ethereal energy, appeared before Alice, its blade poised menacingly. Another young woman with vibrant red hair and striking green eyes watched with a stoic expression. Due to Alice's stoic and unemotional nature, no one seemed to have realized the dire situation she was in. However, her followers seemed to have somewhat understood her situation and mentality. A character, whose identity is not yet revealed, reflected on Alice's support, acknowledging that it was likely based on the perception of Alice's certain victory. Regaining lost trust would be difficult, but they received a surprising message from Alice, a list of orphanages instead of a threat. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the Game Extras Academy, found himself unexpectedly inhabiting his own character. His expulsion from the academy and disownment by his family left him with little choice but to survive in the wilderness. Meanwhile, a young woman with fiery red hair sat by a campfire, studying a list of words. She murmured to herself, reflecting on the harsh realities of the merchant world, where sympathy held no value. She, more than anyone, understood this truth. From her perspective, revealing her role as the mastermind behind a certain scheme would bring nothing but trouble. She held a crumpled piece of paper, a cryptic note filled with indecipherable symbols. The firelight danced across its surface, highlighting the urgency of the situation. Despite the inherent risks, she decided to play along. After all, in her world, alliances and enemies were fluid, ever-shifting entities. A subtle smile played on her lips as she carefully folded the note. A sense of relief washed over her, despite the precariousness of her position. Yet, a flicker of apprehension remained. The weight of her secret, and the potential consequences, were far from gone. She announced her intention to proceed with her plans, confirming a meeting at the Merchant Association's branch the following week. As she spoke, a man with gray hair and a stern expression approached the campfire. He listened intently as she confirmed their agreement, a silent understanding passing between them. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from a game, now found himself living in the woods, holding a torch aloft. A young woman with fiery red hair, one of the game's female leads, stood before him, her expression unreadable. He assured her that the light would last for a while. A silent understanding passing between them in the darkness. The flickering torchlight illuminated Ed's face, his expression thoughtful as he continued to hold the torch. The red-haired girl, seemingly troubled, questioned Ed's preoccupation with the torch, prompting him to deflect her concern with a seemingly offhand remark about her noticing his height. He was, indeed, taller than she expected. She mused on his sudden appearance, finding it rather abrupt, but acknowledged that to win, sometimes drastic measures were necessary. Ed, observing his own feet near the fire, reflected that he might need to take some risks. His eyes, sharp and intense, seemed to pierce the darkness as he pondered something. A profound understanding of human relationships dawning on him, the dynamic interplay of push and pull. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game, now found himself living in the woods, his attire askew. A female student, her fiery red hair a stark contrast to his disheveled appearance, approached him, pointing out the disarray of his tie. "Look," she stated, "it's twisted, isn't it?" Ed, his expression a mixture of annoyance and resignation, retorted, "No one's even looking at me." "Does my attire really bother you that much?" The student, seemingly unfazed by his response, gently adjusted his tie, a small flame flickering in her hand. "Well, there's nothing wrong with always keeping yourself looking neat. We are students of Sylvania, after all." Ed, caught off guard, sputtered, "What do you, huh?" His hand instinctively went to his tie again, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. The scene shifted to a nighttime setting. The feet of Ed and another person, presumably a female student, were shown close together, suggesting intimacy. Above them, the night sky twinkled with stars. Silhouetted against a fiery orange backdrop, Ed and the female student embraced, a warm glow emanating from between them. The next panel showed only their feet, still close together, as the sun set behind them. Their feet remained close, the scene ending with a close-up on their shoes. A young woman with vibrant red hair smiled contentedly, a fingertip lightly touching her lips. She reminisced about the evening's meal. "The raspberries we ate were definitely delicious, weren't they?" Her happiness lingered, a simple thought bringing a warmth to her face. "Just thinking about them again makes me happy." A stern voice cut through her pleasant reverie. The words hung in the air, a warning, "Stay within your limits." A young man with neatly styled gray hair and a red cloak looked perturbed. He spoke, his tone laced with frustration. How upsetting. They say people don't like others pushing or pulling too much. The red-haired woman's gaze softened, a mischievous glint in her eyes. She suggested, next time, let's have you pull a little. She chuckled, a playful smirk on her face. Her words were a justification for her actions. After all, I need to practice pushing you away, too. With a lit torch in hand, the red-haired woman walked away into the dark forest, her figure disappearing into the shadows, leaving the young man alone in the darkness. He watched her go, a mixture of annoyance and curiosity in his eyes. The red-haired woman continued her escape, her pace quickening as she fled deeper into the forest. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from a popular game, now found himself inhabiting his own character's body. Having been expelled from the academy and disowned by his family, he sought refuge in the woods, determined to avoid the main characters and focus on earning his scholarship. Despite his best efforts to remain unnoticed, a surge of magical energy erupted nearby, causing Ed to cover his face in a mixture of surprise and chagrin. His carefully laid plans to remain an unnoticed observer were already crumbling. Nothing ever goes according to plan. Despite the unexpected magical disturbance, the night remained serene. The stars shone brightly, the moon cast its gentle glow, and the sounds of crickets chirping and a crackling campfire filled the air. A familiar comfort in the midst of the unfolding chaos. Ed stood by his campfire, a sense of unease washing over him. He felt as though he was being drawn into the heart of the game's narrative, despite his desire to remain a passive observer. His initial plan to watch from the sidelines and only intervene when necessary remained unchanged, yet the growing sense of unease persisted. He peered into the darkness, his expression grim. The events were unfolding in a way that was beyond his control. Ed reaffirmed his resolve. He had no desire for power or glory, his only goal was to graduate and improve his stats. However, the simplicity of his plan was now clear, it was a reckless and challenging endeavor. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced third-rate villain from a game, now found himself inhabiting his own character's body. Disowned and expelled from the academy, he had sought refuge in a secluded cabin in the woods, far from the game's main storyline and its protagonists. A pensive expression settled on his face as he sat alone, the night sky visible through the small window. Time passed, and summer faded into autumn. His exile was proving to be unexpectedly peaceful, though the knowledge that he needed to earn a scholarship to graduate loomed over him. The change of seasons was marked by the vibrant colors of the autumn leaves outside his window. A subtle shift in the air hinted at the approaching winter. The leaves, now a fiery red and orange, framed the window, creating a picturesque view of the approaching twilight. As the days grew shorter, the first leaves began to fall, swirling gently in the breeze. Each falling leaf was a silent testament to the passage of time, a reminder of the approaching deadline for his scholarship application. A sudden burst of energy erupted from a nearby tree, a fiery orange glow illuminating the forest floor. The source of the energy was unclear, but it was undeniably magical. The energy dissipated quickly, leaving behind only a faint scent of wood smoke and a lingering warmth. Underneath the tree, a young woman with fiery red hair sat calmly, seemingly unaffected by the magical outburst. She was one of the game's female leads, and her presence near Ed's secluded cabin was unexpected. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced former third-rate villain, now found himself living a solitary existence in the woods. He was accompanied only by a small, white cat and a vibrant blue lion, both seemingly sentient companions in his self-imposed exile. Meanwhile, a young woman with pink hair and a determined expression, Lady Janica, spoke urgently to a small, glowing green bird. She insisted they couldn't afford to remain passive, implying an impending event requiring their intervention. Another woman, observing from a distance, commented on the scene, noting its wild energy and the remarkable nature of youth. Her attention, however, was drawn to Ed, whom she described as a foxy redhead skilled at manipulating people's emotions. Lady Janica, surprised, questioned the events, specifically Ed's reaction to a situation. A third woman, observing from the shadows, revealed that Ed had reacted with surprising coldness, erecting an emotional barrier to the advances of another woman. She was astonished by his cold demeanor, even going so far as to describe his reaction as emotionally detached. Another observer noted Ed's coldness, even expressing a sense of discomfort at witnessing the interaction. Despite this conclusion, she also reflected on the general defensive nature of men, contrasting it with their proactive tendencies. A fiery, dragon-like creature addressed Janica, warning her that people like the redhead she was referring to tend to become more attached the more they are rejected. It warned that this was not a good situation for her. Janica, a young woman with pink hair, lay on the ground, surprised. She pointed out that Ed's reaction to her advances had been lukewarm. Another creature, this one resembling a powerful, radiant being, appeared, advising Janica not to waste such an opportunity and to at least kiss Ed when they were alone. A blue feline creature, seemingly calming, countered the previous advice, telling Janica that she was most charming when being herself. The blue feline continued, urging Janica to experience something thrilling with Ed. Janica blushed deeply, her eyes widening slightly as she considered the suggestion. Janica pondered the idea of feeding each other. A tense moment unfolded, showing the blue feline and the fiery dragon facing off against each other amidst a fiery backdrop. The dragon let out a deep, weary sigh. A hand, holding a spoon laden with a steaming, dark brown concoction, is presented to the viewer. The accompanying text instructs, "Go on." Say a dot. Ed, a young man with blonde hair, kneels before a young girl with long, white hair. He feeds her the dark brown stew from the previous panel. The girl, eyes closed, eats obediently. A close-up on the girl's face reveals her eyes glowing with an unnatural purple light. The girl grimaces and spits out the stew. Bleg. It doesn't taste good, she exclaims. Ed sighs. Yeah, without a variety of spices, it's hard to have flavor. Don't make me your taste testing machine. Ed sits down and begins writing in a notebook with a quill. He concludes, I guess I'll have to delay honing my cooking skills until a wider variety of ingredients are available. The sprawling campus of Extras Academy filled the horizon, its imposing clock tower a stark reminder of the time Ed Rothstaler had to make the most of. He was a third-rate villain in this game, now thrust into the role, and his survival depended on earning a scholarship. Despite his best efforts to avoid the main characters, Ed found himself constantly surrounded. A young woman with long pink hair leaned in close, her playful demeanor a stark contrast to Ed's serious expression as he reviewed his notes. He was already struggling to balance his survival needs with the demands of his new reality. His time was severely limited. Even cutting back on sleep, he only had 5 or 6 hours a day to dedicate to survival activities. This lack of time fueled his anxiety. He needed to be efficient, to make every moment count, because the success of his plan hinged on the smooth progression of the game's scenario. Ed's usual meticulous planning extended even to his daily life. He kept a close watch on key students, ensuring the narrative unfolded as expected. In the distance, a tense duel unfolded. Taylor, a combat faculty member, faced off against another student. Ed observed from afar, his expression unreadable. He needed to monitor Taylor and the 4 heroines within the academy closely. Taylor's presence in the combat faculty was a significant factor in his plan. And his companion, Isla, was diligently supporting him in his efforts. Isla, with a cheerful expression, watched as Taylor effortlessly deflected a blow with his sword. Her presence, as a benevolent princess, added another layer of complexity to Ed's already precarious situation. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced former villain, now found himself observing Lortel, the golden daughter of the academy, from a distance. He knew she was about to clash with Clarice, but with Clarice's enrollment delayed until next year, he decided to focus his attention elsewhere for now. He felt like he was walking on thin ice, carefully watching Lortel's every move. The recent early dismissal of Elite had left him uncertain how this would affect her behavior. Meanwhile, a vibrant young woman with fiery red hair made a dramatic entrance, startling both Lortel and a nearby male student. Her cheerful demeanor was a stark contrast to the tense atmosphere. Despite the unexpected absence of Elite, it seemed her plan to acquire the sage's sealed grimoire remained unchanged. Ed's reason for observing the faculty building was about to become clear. It was time for him to check up on the faculty building. Ed approached the imposing structure, its grandeur hinting at the secrets it held within. He stood before the academy's faculty building, his gaze fixed on the entrance, a sense of purpose in his posture. Ed walked towards the building, his footsteps echoing the quiet determination in his heart. His destination, a specific window on the upper floor. The narration box declared that the final boss of the second act was about to be revealed. A mysterious figure, his lips slightly parted in a knowing smirk, revealed that a hidden mastermind was behind the recent takeover of the Awfulest Hall. The figure held a document, a faint blue glow emanating from it. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced former villain, now found himself in a precarious situation. His words, though muffled, hinted at a significant revelation. A hidden mastermind was pulling the strings behind the recent Awfulest Hall takeover. The speaker, a man with piercing blue eyes behind spectacles, seemed deeply troubled by this discovery. He held a document, its contents adding weight to his concerns. A woman with blonde hair, Assistant Professor Claire Elfin, offered a reassuring comment, acknowledging his sharp intuition. Claire, her expression confident, emphasized the importance of not overlooking crucial details, particularly the thesis on divine science he had been tasked with finding. The man's eyes glowed with an ominous purple light as he spoke, his tone laced with urgency, underscoring the critical nature of the missing thesis. A young woman, her brown hair cascading down her shoulders, declared with determination, I'll find it by tomorrow morning. The scene shifted to the assistant professor's office in the Awfulest Hall faculty building. A voice announced, I've gathered the materials related to the Awfulest Hall takeover incident, Assistant Professor Claire. Assistant Professor Claire, a blonde woman with glasses, slumped back in her chair, sighing in relief. She murmured, Thank you, Annis. Annis, presumably, had just finished delivering the requested documents. Claire began to review them, a thoughtful expression on her face. Claire's internal monologue revealed her weariness. Do I really need to be so concerned about a case that is more or less wrapped up already? She looked at the case files, showing pictures of 3 individuals involved in the incident. Exhaustion weighed heavily on her as she muttered, I seriously feel so tired I could die. Claire let out a small, weary sigh, her eyes half closed in exhaustion. A photograph appeared, showing Ed Rothstaler, the name printed clearly beneath it. The word Ed was spoken, drawing attention to the image. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from a game, found himself in a predicament. A flustered individual, whose identity remains unknown, profusely apologized to him, explaining that they had been so preoccupied that they had completely forgotten about their contract with Ed. It seemed Ed would have to return to the Sylvania branch of the Elite Merchant Association next week. The scene shifted to the Sylvania branch of the Elite Merchant Association. As an apology for the previous oversight, refreshments were offered to Ed. The individual, still unidentified, informed Ed that the magic engineering equipment was ready for pickup at the counter. A woman with vibrant red hair, also unidentified, listened intently. She commented on Ed's attire, prompting him to explain that he had dressed up for an important appointment. The red-haired woman, seemingly curious about his attire, asked how it looked. She appeared to be quite interested in his appearance. Ed, slightly taken aback, inquired about the nature of this important appointment. The red-haired woman, a smirk playing on her lips, responded cryptically, a hint of mischief in her eyes, revealing that it was something Ed wouldn't know about. Her laughter echoed subtly in the air. A young woman with vibrant red hair, dressed in a crisp white blouse and dark skirt, inquired about the progress of a cabin's construction. A man with blonde hair, seated at a desk, responded that it was nearing completion. She continued, mentioning the need for furniture. He agreed, but pointed out that the high-end products his company offered were too expensive for him. He explained that he couldn't provide them for free, as giving away merchandise would violate his professional ethics as a merchant. The red-haired woman, seemingly unfazed, then commented on his woodworking skills. With a flourish, she used magic to effortlessly destroy a newly crafted chair. The blonde man, witnessing the destruction of his work, sighed. He declared that the chair, now unusable, would have to be discarded the following day. He lamented that the chair was, indeed, too high-end for his budget. Despite the incident, he quietly accepted the situation, offering a grateful thanks. A woman with vibrant red hair and piercing green eyes smiled enigmatically, her expression hinting at a hidden agenda. The camera focuses on her attire, a simple yet elegant white blouse with a dark bow tie. Meanwhile, a young man with blonde hair, his face partially obscured, pondered aloud, how is it possible for someone to show no change in expression at all? A hand reached for something on a dark wooden surface, a subtle movement suggesting anticipation. The red-haired woman leaned in close to the blonde young man, her expression now more intense. He seemed unnerved by her proximity, his gaze fixed on her face. The narration box stated, made the winning move. Silhouetted against a fiery backdrop, a couple embraced in a passionate kiss. The woman, her face still unseen, spoke, "You don't see me as a woman, do you? I see you as a man though, Ed. It means exactly what it means." A woman with vibrant red hair and striking green eyes addressed Ed, her words laced with a subtle undercurrent of manipulation. She explained that even her offer of help stemmed from ulterior motives. She leaned forward, a knowing smirk playing on her lips as she pointed a finger at him, clearly understanding his unspoken intentions. Ed, a young man with blonde hair, responded that he understood what she was implying, but he added that he avoids conflicts he can't win. He expressed surprise at her directness, despite his outwardly indifferent demeanor. The red-haired woman's voice cut through the air, a declaration of her resolve. She playfully poked Ed's chest, her expression hinting at a deeper game at play as they sat together, a cup of coffee between them. Ed's inner thoughts revealed his struggle to maintain control. The red-haired woman's seductive smile remained unchanged, regardless of the odds, a testament to her unwavering confidence. It's in a merchant's nature. A hand gestures towards a hidden pocket, implying secrecy. To never reveal their feelings. A wide shot reveals a grand academy, bathed in sunlight. Students are seen walking the grounds. Two figures, a man in military attire and a young woman in a red cape, walk through the academy grounds, their conversation unheard. Elsewhere, a man raises a staff, a determined expression on his face. He declares, "Well, then. Let's start the lesson, shall we?" A young woman with pink hair and a playful smile holds the staff aloft. She seems ready to begin. A small, bright ball of fire pulsed in the hands of a figure in a dark suit, the flames dancing with an almost sentient energy. The source of the magic was revealed to be a young woman with long, braided pink hair, a gentle smile playing on her lips as she cradled the fiery orb. The woman, her expression softening, extended the flame towards Ed, a third-rate villain who found himself unexpectedly enrolled in Extra's academy, suggesting he try focusing his magic to form a connection with the spirit. Ed, however, seemed hesitant, his eyes narrowed in thought. With a deep breath, Ed focused his intent, and the small flame in his hands began to grow, swirling with intense heat. The energy intensifying until it transformed into a radiant, blazing sun in his grasp. From the heart of the flame, a small, adorable creature emerged, its form shimmering with golden light. "Pleased to meet you, young Master Ed." The creature introduced itself as Mug, a low-rank fire spirit, honored to be contracted to Ed. Meanwhile, a narration box revealed that Ed had successfully completed all stages of the spirit selection process. Ed, surprised but pleased, learned that he had passed the first voluntary round, topped the second round of interviews, cleared the Spirit Council's agenda, and completed the fourth round of qualification verification. Ed, a disowned villain from the game, the failed swordsman of Sylvana, now living in the woods, sweat beaded on his brow as he internally boasted about his magical prowess. He held the record for highest magic efficiency in the northern woods, and prided himself on his connection with low-rank spirits. A fiery, fox-like spirit, its body already ablaze, declared its unwavering loyalty. It vowed to set its heart aflame to serve him. The spirit, radiating intense heat, materialized in Ed's hands. Ed reflected on a past gaming experience. A flashback showed Ed joyfully riding a large, luminous swan, laughing and joking with it during battles, forging a strong bond. The spirit, now looking concerned, commented on the bond they had formed. A scene shifted to a conversation between two other characters. A young woman with pink hair and a stern-looking man with blonde hair were discussing something. The woman explained that she had been asked to find a good spirit for him, and after a slightly complicated selection process, she presented him with the fiery fox spirit. 3 small, fiery bat-like creatures zipped across the panel, leaving trails of fire in their wake. Ed Rothstaler, the disgraced villain, watched them with a mixture of surprise and apprehension, wondering who could have orchestrated such a bizarre selection process. A booming voice cut through the air, ordering the creatures to move. The source of the voice was revealed. A large, anthropomorphic dragon-like creature, Tarkan, unleashed a powerful blast of energy. And Ed realized, with dawning comprehension, that Tarkan was responsible for the strange creature's appearance. A moment later, one of the fiery bats was gently offered to Ed. Ed cautiously accepted the creature, noting its warmth. He was then asked if he could feel the heat emanating from it. Ed, holding the creature, was informed that connecting with a contract spirit would allow him to feel their physical and magical presence. A warning followed: connecting too strongly could cause the creature to overheat. Ed then asked if controlling the connection would also control the creature's power. A nearby woman chuckled at Ed's phrasing, commenting on how his description of the creature's power sounded mechanical. The panel then shifted to Ed's perspective. His eyes wide with a mixture of awe and wonder as he realized the implications of his newfound ability. A small, fiery creature with fox-like features floated in midair, its voice echoing with a request: "Please relay your orders." The creature's expression shifted, revealing sharp teeth in a snarl. A game interface appeared, displaying information about a newly acquired spirit, a low-rank fire spirit called Mug, described as a portable heater with a unique skill, explosion, a low-grade explosion magic, and buffed fire magic abilities. Another game interface showed Ed's updated magic power details, skilled magic student rank, element specialty, and the ability to learn intermediate magic. His spirit connection, spirit understanding, and spirit manifestation levels were all at LV12, while sensory sharing was at LV1. Ed, a young man with blonde hair, and a girl with pink hair, expressed their excitement over the new spirit. "It's an unbelievably useful survival tool," Ed exclaimed. The girl added, "It doesn't even consume firewood." A woman, seemingly pleased, commented on Ed's improved demeanor. "I'm glad to see you happy. You always have such an exhausted expression on your face." "Hee, I'm pleased." She offered further assistance: "If you need anything else, just tell me. I'll teach you about the power of connection and the senses themselves before today's first class. You'll learn faster if you're with me." And she continued, outlining a future goal: "And if you want to quickly reach a level where you can form a contract with middle-rank spirits." The woman then shifted the conversation to practical training. "We need to practice spirit combat, too. I'll free up some time and reserve the combat training room. And, although I do have accessories that increase connection efficiency, they're all in my room." A young woman with pink hair, her eyes wide with a mix of urgency and distress, covered her mouth with her hand. She muttered something under her breath, a barely audible whisper that ended with a sharp, determined hup. Ed, a young man with blonde hair, tilted his head slightly, a questioning expression on his face. A single, curious escaped his lips. A girl with blonde hair, adorned with a red hooded cloak, declared with a slight air of self-importance that she was actually very busy, too. The blonde girl, clearing her throat, explained to Ed that people were queuing up to learn from him, making it difficult to find time for him. Another girl, this one with pink hair, chided Ed for giving away too much, advising him to be more strategic in his interactions. Ed questioned whether it was too much to ask him to teach spirit magic so readily, and apologized to Janica for taking her goodwill for granted. Ed, feeling remorseful, decided to offer some money as a token of appreciation for Janica's help. Janica, though initially hesitant, accepted his offer, stating that while she couldn't give much, she would still help. Ed, a young man with blonde hair and a red hooded cloak, stood firm against Clara's insistent demands. Clara, a girl with long pink hair styled in pigtails, held a small, glowing creature in her hands, her expression sharp and determined. She argued that he couldn't waste his money struggling to survive, while Ed countered that he needed to save it, refusing to accept her offer of financial assistance, deeming her exchange too cold. Ed's resolve faltered slightly as Clara's words hit him. He turned away, a look of sadness washing over his features as he realized how close they were to a solution, and how her actions were causing him distress. A question formed in Ed's mind: wasn't she the one who had initially asked for compensation? Clara's expression shifted dramatically. Her eyes widened, swirling with a hypnotic pattern, as a wave of confusion washed over her. She questioned what was suddenly wrong with him. Ed stammered, explaining that Clara had previously discussed the concept of push and pull in their interactions, suggesting that his generosity was a flaw he should work on. He was unsure how to respond to her. He then received a surprising comment from Clara, who stated that he had a good friend, a statement that left Ed questioning the validity of her words. Ed's internal monologue revealed his uncertainty and hesitation. He was unsure how to proceed. Clara's gaze shifted, a subtle blush appearing on her cheeks as she looked away. She clarified that she didn't treat everyone with the same level of familiarity as Ed. The scene concluded with a promise of further details next time. A subsequent meeting was arranged at the combat training grounds, with a reservation promised. A young woman with pink hair and a staff excitedly promised to bring a useful accessory and offered textbooks for connection training before rushing off to class. Ed, a young man with blonde hair, wearing a dark suit and red cape, stood calmly, holding a small, fiery bat-like creature. A notification appeared. Ed had acquired the advanced crafting skill, magic engineering, consuming an advanced crafting skill slot. Ed reflected that the magic engineering supplies he received were surprisingly easy to analyze. He began working on the supplies, various intricate mechanical components spread across his table. Carefully examining and manipulating them. He successfully learned a new skill, and commented that if he ran out of fuel, he would use mug. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced former villain from the game, now found himself living in a secluded cabin in the woods. He carefully placed pieces of wood into the fireplace, a small, fiery bat-like creature hovering nearby. He muttered to himself, "And if I run out of mana, I'll use the fireplace." His efforts were paying off. He reflected, "I can reliably warm the air now. My living environment is now guaranteed to be stable." The fire crackled merrily, casting a warm glow across the small cabin. A sense of relief washed over Ed as he sat by the hearth. A weight lifting from his shoulders. He thought, just knowing that little fact makes me feel like a huge weight has been lifted off my shoulders. Later that evening, Ed gazed out the window at the night sky. A crescent moon hung in the inky blackness. He looked at the time, surprised. He questioned, "Is it already this late?" He continued his internal monologue, "It's pretty dark since I came after work, maybe I should have come tomorrow after all." Suddenly, a woman appeared outside his cabin. She was tall, with long blonde hair, and wore a stylish, professional outfit. She spoke, her voice carrying a hint of knowing amusement. "I think that's Ed Rothstaler." "Ah, since he's been disowned by his family, he's just Ed now, right?" The scene unfolded, revealing that everyone present was either a student or staff member of the prestigious Ophilus Hall. However, Taylor and Ed, the focus of this investigation, had no affiliation with Ophilus Hall. Excluding Taylor, who had already solved the case, only one suspect remained, Ed. A woman explained her presence in the northern woods, stating that she had come there because she had heard that Ed Rothstaler frequently appeared in that area. But then she paused, reconsidering. Unless he was simply eating and sleeping in the forest, he wouldn't be wandering around in the middle of the night. Her eyes widened behind her glasses as a new thought occurred to her. Suddenly, a blood-curdling howl pierced the night, followed by a terrifying sight, a wounded wolf. The wolf collapsed, its body riddled with wounds, as the scene shifted to a close-up of its injuries. The woman gasped in shock and fear as she witnessed the brutal scene. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game, found himself carrying a young girl through the dark woods. He was bound, his escape hampered by the ropes around his wrists. A trail of blood marking his path, a stark reminder of his recent struggle. The scene was grim, the darkness amplifying the severity of his injuries. A woman with long, light hair watched from the shadows, her eyes wide with shock as she witnessed the scene unfolding before her. What was that?" she stammered, her voice barely a whisper. Another woman, this one with blonde hair and glasses, observed the scene from a distance. She muttered to herself, "I'm pretty sure that's Principal Abel, a powerful figure comparable to the Archmage Glock or the Great Sage of Sylvana." A surge of dark energy emanated from him, confirming her suspicions. The blonde woman's thoughts continued, even he would have to use all of his power against Lucy Merrill. The name hung heavy in the air, revealing the target of Abel's immense power. The first woman, her face partially obscured, lowered her head, seemingly contemplating the implications of this revelation. The blonde woman's eyes widened further. "I was right, my gut feeling wasn't wrong. The Ophilus Hall takeover incident's hidden mastermind was Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced third-rate villain from a prominent family, trudged through the night. His expulsion from the academy and subsequent disinheritance had left him with nothing but the clothes on his back and a burning determination to earn his way back into society. He resolved to avoid the main characters of the game he now found himself inhabiting, but the path to a scholarship would prove far more challenging than he anticipated. As a desperate shout pierced the silence, Ed Rothstaler. A woman's voice, laced with urgency, cuts through the night. She calls out, "Ed." The shadowy figure of Ed Rothstaler, a disowned villain from the game, the Extras Academy Survival Guide, emerges from the darkness, carrying a small, unconscious girl. Another woman, her face partially obscured by her glasses and hair, watches him from above, her expression a mixture of concern and apprehension. Ed clutches the injured girl close, a trail of blood staining his hand. He looks down at her, his face grim. He mutters, "And that's..." The girl's face is finally visible. It's Lucy, one of the game's main heroines. "There's no doubt that's Lucy," the woman from above exclaims, confirming Ed's suspicion. The woman, satisfied with her deduction, reflects, "My intuition was right. I might actually have a talent for being a detective." Suddenly, a plume of smoke rises from a nearby chimney, startling Ed. He whispers, What?" Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced former villain from the game Extras Academy, now found himself living a solitary existence in the woods. He carried a deer carcass towards his humble cabin, a stark contrast to his previous life of luxury. A shadowy figure watched him from afar. He paused, a wave of confusion washing over him as he muttered to himself, questioning the bizarre turn of events. The deer's leg was bound tightly with rope. And nearby, a young woman with purple hair lay unconscious near a small pouch, the victim of a sudden attack. Later that evening, Ed prepared for bed, noting that he had a busy day ahead. He planned to rise early. Unbeknownst to him, a young woman with blonde hair and glasses watched him from the shadows, her expression unreadable. The next morning, the scene was disturbed. The fire had been extinguished. The young woman with purple hair was still unconscious near the fire pit. And the blonde woman approached cautiously, determined to rescue her friend, Lucy, as quietly as possible. A surge of blue energy erupted from Ed's hand, a powerful blast that tore through the night. The force of the blast sending a shockwave through the trees, leaving a young woman, hidden in the shadows, speechless. "What?" she exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Another woman, Lucy, emerged from the darkness, equally astonished. She gasped, Lucy?" A third woman, approaching cautiously, questioned Ed's identity. "Who are you?" Ed, flustered, stammered a response. I am the assistant professor of your year." His words barely audible above the whoosh of escaping magical energy. The first woman's eyes widened, a single tear escaping as she stared at Ed in shock. She then retreated back into the forest, leaving the other two women to stare after her in confusion. She went back inside, one of them whispered. A young woman with shoulder-length brown hair and glasses, dressed in a beige cardigan over a white blouse, peered intently at something off-panel. Her expression was one of focused concern, a slight furrow in her brow and a bead of sweat trickling down her temple. Only a pair of piercing purple eyes, framed by shadow, were visible, suggesting a hidden figure observing the scene. The eyes belonged to a young woman with long, silvery white hair, partially obscured by a dark hat. A mischievous smirk played on her lips as she held a small, dark object between her teeth. A purple aura crackled around her as she prepared some kind of spell, her smirk widening. Another young woman with long, dark hair, dressed in a dark purple school uniform, launched herself through the air, propelled by a trail of purple energy. She soared towards a small, rustic cabin nestled deep within a dark forest. The purple energy impacting the area around the cabin with a powerful blast. The woman with brown hair and glasses, from the first panel, looked up in surprise at the sudden magical disturbance, her eyes wide with shock. Her expression shifted from surprise to dawning realization as she muttered to herself, "As I thought." A magical orb pulsed with an inner light as a book was violently flung across a desk, the name E.D. Rothstaler echoing in the air. A young woman with shoulder-length blonde hair and glasses, her expression sharp and inquisitive, leaned forward. She asked about a student named Ed, who had been disowned by his family. The same magical orb sat on the desk before her, its faint glow illuminating the papers scattered around it. Another individual, with dark hair and a dismissive air, scoffed, stating that they didn't bother remembering the names of talentless individuals. A man in a dark suit and glasses, seemingly a professor, sat calmly reading a book, listening to the blonde woman's inquiry. The blonde woman, identified as Lucy, pressed the professor, known as Professor Glast, about his always standoffish demeanor. Assistant Professor Claire, her face etched with concern, explained that she had been investigating something suspicious before going to the northern woods. Undeterred, Lucy revealed that she used magic to recover memories from the Awfulest Hall's first floor. She admitted to fabricating a lie to access those memories, prompting a question about authorization for such actions. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game, found himself facing the consequences of his actions. A stern-looking professor, his dark eyes peering over his glasses, instructed him to write a formal apology and explanation. Beside him, a blonde woman with glasses, her expression a mix of exasperation and concern, added that extenuating circumstances could be considered. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a young man with striking silver hair sat brooding in a dimly lit room. His intense gaze and composed posture suggested a calculating mind. He definitely looked like a mastermind, didn't he? The thought crossed someone's mind, observing the young man's imposing presence. The silver-haired young man's eyes narrowed, a sharp glint in them. He seemed to anticipate a question, a challenge. But he was quickly corrected. No, as he'd already explained, Ed had been carrying Lucy while she was unconscious. Back in the professor's office, the blonde woman questioned whether Ed had simply been moving Lucy while she slept. The professor, seemingly unconvinced, remained skeptical. The professor, meticulously reviewing his notes, listened intently as the blonde woman continued her explanation. He remained unconvinced. The blonde woman, having finished her report, started to leave the office. The professor, however, simply requested the apology letter and explanation, dismissing her with a wave of his hand. A young woman with blonde hair, dressed in a beige coat over a white shirt, stood in a doorway. She uttered a single word, barely a whisper, "Okay." The scene shifted to a young man with dark hair and glasses, his expression one of mild curiosity. A single, questioning syllable escaped his lips, "Hmm?" He reviewed some files, a thought solidifying in his mind, "Right." This was written in the files as well. The narrative jumped to a flashback, showing Ed Rothstaler attempting to thwart Taylor and his friends. However, they quickly overpowered him. Taylor, a figure radiating power, was introduced. The narration box proclaimed, "Taylor, born with the way of the saint." Alvira, another powerful figure, was also introduced. The narration box stated, Alvira, born with the natural insight of an alchemist. The observer reflected on the scene, concluding, there's no way somebody as ordinary as him could stop those two. The panel showed Ed, seemingly drawing upon some hidden power, a faint glow emanating from his hand. The close-up on the young man's eye revealed a purple glow, hinting at a transformation. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game The Extras Academy Survival Guide, groaned softly as he awoke. His surroundings were dark and indistinct. A swirling purple haze obscuring his vision. He was trapped within a glowing orb, observed by a man in a purple academic robe, who seemed to be studying a book intently. Suddenly, a violent explosion rocked the forest. The force of the blast sent tremors through the ground. And a fiery wave of energy surged outwards. The source of the blast was unclear, but it was clearly powerful. From the heart of the explosion, a ceremonial dagger materialized, its blade glowing with an intense, fiery light. It plunged into the earth, leaving a smoking crater in its wake. The crafting process was complete. The newly crafted ceremonial dagger, Explosion, was revealed, its stats displayed, a spirit formula that engraves explosion magic, with a very fast activation speed due to its prior engraving. The dagger's magic accumulation capacity was medium, and its connection distance was narrow. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from a prominent family, now found himself living in the woods, his disowned status a stark contrast to his former life. He gripped a sword, its surface shimmering with an ethereal, golden flame, a small, fiery bat-like creature perched on his shoulder. The engravings on the blade pulsed with the same fiery energy. A wave of pride washed over him as he examined his handiwork. The spirit formula had permeated the sword smoothly, a testament to Ed's growing magical prowess. His familiar, the fiery bat, watched with keen interest. The more the equipment is used by the caster, the better its efficiency gets. Ed's familiar chirped, its words echoing Ed's own thoughts. You've taken another step forward, young Master Ed, the familiar continued, its voice filled with genuine pride and excitement. Overwhelmed with joy, Ed declared he would sing a song to celebrate, launching into a peculiar tune passed down orally from the Pyalin region. The fiery bat, however, interrupted Ed's celebratory song, expressing remorse and a desire to atone for past misdeeds. Please tell me my sins, and I will sincerely reflect and correct them to show improvement. The bat pleaded, tears welling in its eyes. Ed, however, remained unmoved, his expression hardening as he coldly commanded the creature to drop the act. A narration box explains the world-building lore. Spirits that have left their physical forms and entered the path of low-ranking spirits elevate their status through contracts with spirit sorcerers. Janica, a powerful spirit sorcerer, is introduced. She is depicted surrounded by three spirits, a small, pale green creature resembling a lizard, a white owl, and a creature with large, delicate antlers. A joyful expression graces her face as she interacts with her companions. Janica reflects on the dynamics of her relationships with the spirits, acknowledging their eagerness to contract with a powerful sorcerer like herself, but hinting at a deeper, unspoken complexity. A small, fiery orange creature, resembling a fox, questions Ed, expressing skepticism about the seemingly advantageous nature of their contract. Ed, with blonde hair, appears thoughtful and slightly apprehensive. The fiery fox urges Ed to be completely honest, emphasizing the long-term nature of their partnership. Ed, looking troubled, sits beneath a tree. He is alone, and the scene suggests a moment of internal conflict. The fiery fox floats nearby, seemingly observing Ed's silent contemplation. A question mark appears in a speech bubble, indicating uncertainty. The fiery fox confesses its overflowing respect and loyalty to Ed, emphasizing that these feelings are not merely out of reverence. Ed, listening intently, contemplates the fox's confession. He understands that the contract with Janica will significantly accelerate the fox's growth. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game, found himself in an unexpected predicament. He had been expelled from the academy and was now living in the woods, trying to avoid the main characters. However, someone approached him, explaining that, aside from investigating rumors about his reputation, they were also aware of his strong, authoritarian temperament. Ed listened patiently as the explanation continued, a forest clearing forming the backdrop to their conversation. The speaker concluded by stating that, given his personality, certain accommodations were being made to appease him. Ed, accompanied by a small, fiery dragon perched on his shoulder, sighed. I understand now, he admitted, with my situation, it's only natural. He continued, venting his frustrations about the spirits' rigid hierarchy and their defensive attitudes towards their ranks. He found their behavior unfair, given that their positions were largely determined by birth order. His companion offered a calming word of advice, go easy on yourself. We're all doing this to live anyway. Ed, seemingly taking his companion's words to heart, decided to adopt a more casual approach. He stated that he preferred a more relaxed manner of speaking. His companion simply replied, whatever makes you happy. He stood, axe in hand, his back to the viewer, a picture of quiet strength and determination. Ed Rothstaler, a former third-rate villain in a game, now found himself living a solitary life in the woods. He surveyed his meager surroundings, a pile of chopped wood lay scattered near a small, clear stream. A significant change from his previous life of luxury. He reflected on his improved physical condition. His physical stamina had greatly increased, surpassing the average adult male. He had a well-stocked pantry. no longer needing to sleep outdoors while hungry. This newfound stability allowed him to focus on his studies. Ed found he could easily master his classes through diligent memorization and the sequencing of theories. He believed that with enough time and effort, he could succeed. Though the process was arduous. Reducing sleep and repeatedly practicing forced the information into his head, a testament to his dedication, not inherent talent. Every day was a forced march. But despite the hardship, Ed felt a sense of accomplishment. His current situation was undoubtedly better than his previous circumstances. A fact punctuated by a sudden interruption. He heard his name called out. Startled, Ed looked up, his expression a mixture of surprise and apprehension. Janika's eyes widened, her expression a mixture of shock and concern. A silent alarm seemed to blare in her mind. She snapped Ed out of his reverie, her voice sharp with worry. Snap out of it. What's wrong? Ed, startled, apologized, explaining that he had been lost in thought. He was sitting by a campfire, papers spread before him. Janika, ever watchful, offered a gentle reprimand. Don't overdo it. It's good to work hard, but you should value your health more. Ed's gaze dropped to the ground, his expression unreadable. A flicker of something unplaceable crossed his features. He picked up 3 letters, a golden light illuminating them. The scene shifted to focus on his hands. 2 of the letters were unremarkable, one from the Academy, the other from the Merchants Guild. But the third was ornately decorated, sealed with a golden wax stamp. It held a significance far beyond the others. This letter, the narrator explains, contains evidence that has significantly altered the story's flow. The negotiation for the Sage's Grimoire, the main event of Act 2, is underway. The negotiation for the Sage's sealed grimoire, originally a tug-of-war between the Academy and the Merchantry, is depicted in this scene. 2 groups of students, one in blue uniforms and the other in red, stand facing each other, highlighting the conflict. However, due to Elite's downfall, Crapen Rothtailor, the head of Ed's family, intervened in the acquisition of the Sage's sealed grimoire, significantly altering the original plan. This intervention escalated the situation into a 3-way conflict involving the Academy, the Merchantry, and the Rothtailor family, all vying for control of the powerful artifact. Crapen Rothtailor's ambition was to use the Sage's sealed grimoire for his research into eternal life, a dangerous pursuit that led him to personally take charge of the negotiations when things started to go wrong. Patriarch Crapen Rothtailor, a formidable boss character who only appears in Act 4 of the game, is introduced. He is known as the failed swordsman of Sylvania, and his imposing silhouette is shown before a dark, imposing castle. His immense power at this stage in the game makes him virtually unstoppable. Ed resolves that, no matter the cost, he must prevent Crapen from obtaining the Sage's grimoire, a decision symbolized by a large red X over the image of Crapen standing before the castle. Therefore, Ed's plan is to exclude Crapen from this episode entirely. The stakes are raised as Ed's narration emphasizes the dire consequences if Crapen acquires the Sage's grimoire. Ed Rothstailor, a disgraced villain from the game, sat alone, a letter in his hands. His expression was one of deep contemplation, a slight sheen of sweat on his brow. The letter contained information about Crapen Rothstailor's actions and suspicions surrounding them. He mused over the implications. If he, already powerful enough to be the final boss of Act 4, were to obtain the Sage's sealed grimoire, the consequences could be catastrophic. The letter also contained an invitation for him. Elsewhere, a messenger reported back to a woman, identified as Claire, sitting on a park bench. He had delivered the letter as instructed. Claire, pleased with the messenger's report, simply replied with a curt "good job." A man in a tuxedo stood behind her, silently observing the scene. He addressed her as Claire. Meanwhile, Ed received a visit from Principal Abel, who informed him that Sylviana Academy's financial situation was dire. Abel explained that as a private institution, he couldn't support the Academy as he wished. If the Merchant Guild continued its actions, they would eventually obtain the Sage's sealed grimoire. Ed Rothstailor, a disgraced villain from the game, found himself in an awkward predicament. Abel, seemingly concerned about the potential embarrassment of a valuable Academy artifact being sold for mere money, secretly sought Ed's help. But Ed's internal monologue revealed a sense of unease. Lortel, a blonde woman with striking golden eyes, voiced her suspicion. The situation felt profoundly strange. The conversation shifted to Crapen Rothstailor's involvement in the negotiations. Lortel wondered how Crapen even knew about Ed's participation, suggesting that Ed might have inadvertently revealed the information through rumors he overheard while living within the Academy. Another individual, observing the scene, reflected on Ed's situation. They mused that if they were in Ed's position, they would do whatever it took to regain their family's acknowledgement and return home. Lortel and a man with a beard, possibly Crapen, continued their discussion. Crapen expressed skepticism about Ed's involvement. A red-haired woman, possibly another of the female leads, appeared, expressing disbelief at her own unexpected proximity to the princess, highlighting the social disparity between them. The red-haired woman walked away, her movements drawing Lortel's attention. Lortel, her eyes wide, found the situation completely unexpected. Ed Rothstailor, a disgraced villain in the game, found himself alone, his thoughts consumed by self-doubt. He reflected, "I thought you hated me." Princess Phenia and another woman sat at a table outside, engaged in conversation. A man, seemingly a servant, stood nearby holding an umbrella. The man responded to Fenia's words, "Oh, that's an unfair accusation, Princess Fenia." Crapen Rothtailor, Ed's father, was shown reviewing documents, his expression serious. The narration box revealed, Crapen Rothtailor getting involved in the negotiation for the sage's sealed grimoire this time. Crapen continued his review, a thought crossing his mind, is probably because of my father, not Ed. Princess Fenia reacted with surprise to a new piece of information, exclaiming, "What?" The narration box revealed a significant detail. From the beginning, Crapen Rothtailor had requested Eld Ketchel, Fenia's father, to purchase the item. Fenia responded, "Well, I had no idea about it, though." Despite her father's loss of position, Fenia noted that his plan to purchase the sage's sealed grimoire remained unchanged, stating, "Even though my father lost his position, his plan to purchase the sage's sealed grimoire has not changed. After all, the Eld merchantry has put a lot of time and effort into it." Fenia found the situation peculiar, questioning, "How strange. Isn't the Eld merchantry planning to sell the sage's sealed grimoire to the Rothtailor family after purchasing it?" A final thought is presented, "It seems to me like the interests of your two families align." A question hung in the air, unspoken yet heavy with implication. Why were the elite merchant guilds and the Rothtailor family vying for the acquisition of the grimoire? The answer, however, was simple, a deliberate refusal to sell the powerful artifact to the Rothtailor family. A woman with vibrant red hair, her expression unreadable, sipped her tea thoughtfully. It was better, she mused, to maintain a distance from the business dealings of her father. A blond man, his eyes narrowed in suspicion, questioned the red-haired woman's motives for revealing such sensitive information about the elite merchant guild. Her response was a simple, yet cunning, explanation. An enemy of her enemy was, after all, her friend. The red-haired woman continued, explaining that preventing the Rothtailor family from gaining power would be mutually beneficial, allowing her to acquire the grimoire. It was, she declared, a win-win situation. A subtle shift in the conversation, the red-haired woman's concern for Ed, her junior, was evident in her questioning tone. The blonde woman, however, calmly stated that Ed was already estranged from his family and forging a new path for himself. Lortel pondered aloud, questioning whether it would be unfair to Ed if he were misunderstood as being connected to the Rothtailor family. Despite her concerns, Lortel admitted to herself that Ed was undeniably useful. A conversation unfolded, discussing the possibility of using Ed's help on a personal level, appealing to authority, and even giving orders. But the conversation turned to what would happen if Ed remained uncooperative despite these measures. The scene shifted to Lortel and another woman, seated at a table, sipping coffee. The question of Ed's recalcitrance hung in the air. Lortel, her eyes gleaming with determination, declared that if Ed refused to cooperate, she would have no choice but to use him. A hand reached for a cup of coffee, the liquid sloshing slightly. The coffee was stirred, a thoughtful action preceding a decision. Lortel's companion, her face slightly downcast, stated their plan to deceive and exploit Ed. Ed Rothtailor, a disgraced villain from the Game Extras Academy, found himself in an unfamiliar situation. His eyes widened, a question mark forming in his mind. Wondering who was being exploited. Meanwhile, a young woman with vibrant red hair and piercing green eyes, a cruel smile playing on her lips, wiped away a single tear. A strange mixture of malice and amusement flickered in her gaze. The red-haired woman's expression hardened as she exclaimed in frustration, "Who again?" A thought bubble appeared above Ed's head, questioning whether he should deceive and exploit others. The close-up on a woman's eye suggested suspicion and a hint of calculation. Another thought bubble appeared, this time wondering who was being exploited. A woman with vibrant red hair and piercing green eyes sat at a table, a sly smile playing on her lips as she sipped from a teacup. Her expression hinted at amusement and a sense of knowing. A voice, sharp and indignant, demanded to know who dared to speak ill of the princess. Princess Fenia, with her blonde hair and stern expression, sat at a table with a man in armor. Her gaze was fixed on the red-haired woman, her displeasure evident. The red-haired woman, seemingly unfazed, reminded the princess that they were allies. She offered sincere advice, warning against using Ed in a half-hearted attempt. A young woman with crimson hair, piercing emerald eyes, and a sinister smirk peered down from beneath a dark red hood. Her black uniform hinted at a position of authority, a stark contrast to the unsettling glint in her gaze. She warned, her voice laced with a chilling implication, he might end up being used instead. Elsewhere, a blonde princess, Claire, was being scolded by a man for her impudence. He demanded she be held accountable, but she calmly dismissed his concerns. A look of confusion clouding her features as she internally mused on the situation's complexity. The princess's thoughts turned to Ed Rothtailor, whose recent actions were baffling even to her. His unpredictable behavior and sudden involvement in the bidding for the grimoire were deeply unsettling. And yet, it was another woman, Lortel Ketchel, who truly piqued her suspicion. Despite her princess status, Lortel's lack of deference towards Ed was particularly noteworthy. The crimson-haired woman from earlier walked away, her back to the viewer. Her purposeful stride suggested a clear objective. And Ed, observing from afar, wondered if he would ever see her again, or if their paths would lead to a confrontation that would leave him flustered and unprepared. Lortel, a young woman with vibrant red hair, stared in disbelief. Her eyes widened, and a single word escaped her lips, a silent question hanging in the air. A mixture of shock and confusion etched across her features. A bead of sweat trickled down her temple as she struggled to process what she had just witnessed. Meanwhile, a blond young man, his expression a mix of surprise and amusement, approached Lortel and another woman. He greeted Lortel cheerfully, his words a casual inquiry about her well-being. But Lortel's terse reply hinted at a recent upheaval in her life. Later, in what appeared to be a tea room, Lortel apologized to Janica, the pink-haired woman, for her lack of preparation, explaining that she hadn't expected Janica's arrival, resulting in only 2 cups of tea being available. Janica, however, was understanding, pointing out the abundance of tea-making supplies in Lortel's merchant warehouse. Janica playfully questioned whether Lortel could offer the supplies to guests, given their status as merchandise. Lortel confirmed this was indeed the case, offering Janica cold water while she herself would drink the tea. The blond young man watched them, a subtle shift in his expression suggesting a silent observation. A young woman with vibrant red hair, her expression a mix of mischief and sly amusement, addressed someone off-panel. She advised them to take the magic engineering equipment. A slight smirk played on her lips as she turned away, a glint of anticipation in her eyes. The camera focused on a well-stocked shelf overflowing with various magical tools and components. Sparkling crystals, strange alchemical concoctions, and intricate devices filled the shelves. Amongst the clutter, a sophisticated-looking telescope and other scientific instruments caught the eye. A gasp escaped the unseen observer. 2 women, one with pink hair and the other with red, reacted to the sight of the equipment. The pink-haired woman exclaimed that the items were clearly brand new, without a speck of dust. The red-haired woman chuckled, amused by her companion's surprise. She addressed the pink-haired woman, Janica, with a playful tone. A man, dressed in formal attire, pointed out that the items had many defects, visible upon closer inspection. Janica, initially shocked, realized the truth: the defects were intentional. Her anger flared as she accused the man of doing this on purpose. The man calmly explained that what mattered was that the items helped Ed, regardless of their marketability. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from a prominent family, found himself in a familiar predicament. He was haggling with 2 women over a recurring payment for an item he'd already purchased multiple times. One of the women, clearly exasperated, pointed out that this was the 4th time he'd needed to pay for the same thing. The other woman, more patient, suggested that he simply renew the contract regularly to avoid further issues, dismissing the amount as insignificant to her. Ed, clearly annoyed, retorted that it was a matter for him and the other woman to discuss, not her. The exasperated woman, clearly frustrated with his attitude, let out an exasperated sigh. Ed sat alone, a thoughtful expression on his face. He muttered to himself, acknowledging a familiar sensation washing over him. A familiar sensation, he realized, was taking over his body again. The sensation was akin to floating in water, a feeling he'd experienced frequently due to his heavy workload. He noted that he needed to keep a close eye on things. Suddenly, a mysterious figure appeared, a man with long silver hair and a blindfold, holding a glowing book. He seemed to be observing Ed from a distance. Ed, however, was more concerned with his immediate priorities. He had 2 weeks before a deadline, and his current focus was on making a mattress for his bed. Ed, the disgraced villain, now living in the woods, meticulously worked on a plush toy. He planned to stuff it with feathers and assorted fabrics to give it a fluffy texture. He also needed to prepare the fawn he'd caught the other day, a crucial part of his survival strategy. As he considered his tasks, Ed remembered another matter: Lucy's jerky. Suddenly, Ed found himself submerged in water, his body afloat, a strange calmness washing over him. His eyes fluttered closed, the underwater world blurring around him. 2 figures, their faces partially obscured by the water, spotted him. "Ha! Ed?" Their surprise grew as they recognized him more clearly. "Ed? Ed." A young woman with long blonde hair, dressed in a dark, formal uniform, sat pensively by a window, a cup and saucer in her hands. She mused to herself, questioning if it wasn't time she acknowledged something. Her thoughts drifted to a man's actions, his resolute demeanor while fishing at the camp, and his calm precision when giving orders to solve a situation during a battle. The scene shifted to a young man with short, light brown hair, his shirt and tie stained with dirt and grime. His eyes held a fierce intensity. His reputation amongst the students was that he focused only on his studies, a fact reinforced by Lortel's warning not to judge him lightly. Back with the blonde woman, she reconsidered her initial assessment, admitting that her insight might have been flawed. She decided she needed to make absolutely sure of her conclusions one final time. This is why she had ordered him to visit her at the royal residence. The blonde woman, identified as Claire, inquired about Ed Rothstaler's schedule for the following day. Claire's attendant informed her that Ed would be unable to visit for some time. Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain in the game, found himself the subject of a royal command, a situation he couldn't refuse. Meanwhile, an unnamed woman collapsed from overwork. A gasp of surprise escaped her as she noticed something. Ed groaned, his body racked with exhaustion. He struggled to breathe, finding it increasingly difficult. His whole body felt heavy, and a burning sensation consumed his lower belly. Overcome by exhaustion, Ed drifted off to sleep. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the Game Extras Academy, found himself in an unusual predicament. He awoke to find himself lying beside a young girl, her head resting on his chest, both of them fast asleep. Ed stirred slightly, a faint frown creasing his brow as he mumbled something unintelligible. He murmured about the saltiness of something, his words barely audible above the quiet of the room. The girl beside him slept soundly, a peaceful smile gracing her lips. Her soft breaths were the only other sound in the room. Ed's eyes snapped open, his gaze falling on the sleeping girl. He noted her peaceful slumber, but a wave of confusion washed over him as he realized he couldn't move. He internally mused about the girl, calling her a brat for talking in her sleep. A strange, ethereal glow emanated from the girl, a subtle energy that seemed to hold him captive. He found himself unable to move, his body unresponsive to his commands. Elsewhere, a shadowy figure observed the scene, commenting on the girl's seemingly insubstantial nature, suggesting she was almost too light to be human. The figure's words highlighted the girl's unusual lightness, almost ethereal. The scene shifted back to Ed, who was still paralyzed, unable to move despite his desperate attempts. Ed's internal monologue revealed his frustration and confusion. He couldn't understand why he was unable to move, especially since the girl seemed normal. He concluded that something was wrong with his own body. The girl stirred, her foot brushing against Ed's arm. He remained completely immobile, his body seemingly unresponsive. He realized he was experiencing a complete physical breakdown. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from a game, now found himself living in the woods after being expelled from his family's dormitory. He mumbled to himself, expressing his hunger, a stark contrast to his previous life of luxury. Suddenly, a mysterious green energy enveloped Ed's hand as he awoke. A voice, unseen, congratulated him on waking up. The green energy pulsed, revealing a concerned individual examining Ed's distorted mana. They noted that his mana was horribly distorted. The individual explained that Ed's condition stemmed from overtraining in magic and studying spirit magic simultaneously for months. This relentless pursuit had left him in his current state. Ed, still groggy from his awakening, inquired about his condition during his slumber. He explained that the training, while difficult, was so boring that he fell asleep several times. Meanwhile, two young women, one with blonde hair and the other with red, watched Ed from the shadows, their expressions grim. One of them commented that she had been walking on eggshells the entire time. Another young woman, this one with gray hair, appeared, sighing and calling the situation a hassle. Another voice countered that it was necessary, as the others couldn't say much. Ed's eyes widened slightly as he heard a final warning: don't get sick. Getting sick is hard, people die from it. A young woman with silver hair knelt, her face etched with sorrow. Green energy pulsed from her clenched fists, a visible manifestation of her inner turmoil. Lucy, having recently witnessed the death of her grandfather figure, blocked from a lingering illness, whispered a quiet farewell. She then approached Ed, who lay asleep in a rustic wooden cabin bed, a soft glow emanating from her hands as she tended to him. Ed's eyes flickered open. He was met with the concerned gaze of another woman, her blonde hair framing her face as she spoke. A young man with dark hair entered the cabin, his expression a mix of apprehension and apology. He explained that, unsure if the cabin stove was working, he'd built a fire outside for warmth. Meanwhile, Lucy continued to watch over Ed, her presence a silent comfort. The young man, observing the scene from the doorway, held a pair of wooden planks, his expression unreadable. A dark projectile streaks across the sky, leaving a shimmering trail in its wake, impacting a stone chimney with a bright flash and a resounding boom. Ed, sweat beading on his brow, is questioned. Ed, how many times does this make it? His eyes widen, a grimace twisting his lips as he contemplates the question. He mutters to himself, it makes sense though. It's not unusual for strong men to have several partners. A thoughtful frown etched on his face as he continues his internal monologue. Is this the so-called openness of this civilization? Perhaps I've been viewing this civilization from too rigid a perspective. Ed examines a piece of wood, a contemplative expression on his face. A voice informs him, Janica is out for attendance, and Lortel had to return because she couldn't delay business any longer. Someone comments on his hair, your hair is. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced former villain, now found himself living a meager existence in the woods. He carefully spooned a small portion of stew into his mouth, a sigh escaping his lips. He grimaced, his stomach still rumbling despite the meager meal. It was far from the lavish feasts he was accustomed to, but it was all he could manage for now. The small portion of stew was barely enough to satisfy his hunger. Lying on the bed beside him, another young man groaned in discomfort. Ed sighed again, reflecting on the situation. It would have been better if someone more experienced had prepared the meal. He mused, remembering the words of his companion. But their agreement to avoid female company was absolute. The conversation shifted to recent events at the academy. Ed's companion recounted a rumor about students from the alchemy faculty accidentally causing a significant incident involving mass-produced mandragoras. A troublesome situation that was swiftly resolved by Taylor and Clebius. The image of a powerful sword clashing with a large, plant-like creature flashed before Ed's eyes. Ed reflected on the recent events, noting that Act 2, Scene 5 of the Academy exploration arc had concluded smoothly. However, a new rumor surfaced: a monster, previously handled by the Telos Order, had infiltrated the Academy's underground water system. A monster that Ed and Taylor personally dealt with. The scene ended with a close-up of the defeated creature. The narration box summarizes the recent events. The Demon of the Sewers incident concluded without issue. The only significant event remaining is the impending struggle for the grimoire. Ed Rothstailer, the disowned villain protagonist, awakens. He asks how long he's been unconscious. He is informed that 10 days have passed. His eyes widen in surprise. Another character, seemingly a companion, explains that Janica is at the academy and Lortel has an important negotiation to prepare for tomorrow. This means Lortel had no choice but to leave. Ed is shocked. He had assumed he was only unconscious for a day or two. The realization that he slept for 10 days leads him to wonder aloud, Ed? Ed lets out a weary sigh. Ed Rothstailer, a disgraced former villain, now living in the woods, felt a sudden urgency. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple as he muttered to himself about needing to send a message to someone named Lortel immediately. He held a simple wooden bowl in his hands, a stark contrast to his previous life of luxury. The urgency in his eyes intensified. A desperate declaration escaping his lips, he didn't have time to waste. Princess Phenia Clol, the representative of the Clol kingdom, sat regally in her chair, a stern expression on her face. Behind her stood a knight in shining armor, his presence a silent testament to her authority. Lord Lortel Ketcheln, arms crossed, sat with an air of quiet confidence, her crimson cape a stark contrast to her dark uniform. A pair of polished boots approached, the sound of footsteps echoing subtly. The camera focuses on a unique pendant, a glimmering green jewel at its center, surrounded by 4 smaller, heart-shaped gems. Crapen Rothstailer, the patriarch of the Duke family Rothstailer, and the final boss of Act 4, is revealed. His expression is one of quiet amusement, a hint of something darker lurking beneath the surface. The camera focuses on a grand academy building, its red-tiled roofs gleaming under a bright sun. This is Rothstailer Academy, an institution of prestige and power. Inside, a woman with long blonde hair, dressed in elegant attire, expresses relief. "I'm really glad to see you looking healthy," she says, her voice laced with genuine concern. She cuts into a perfectly cooked steak, a picture of composure and grace. Continuing her meal, she adds, "It's been quite some time, but I never got the chance to formally apologize to you." A document appears, detailing the disownment of Ed Rothstailer, a foolish and thoughtless member of the family. A flashback shows a young Ed, dejected and alone, sitting amidst his belongings after being expelled from the academy. Ed, now seemingly recovered, responds calmly, "It's fine. Don't worry about it too much." The scene shifts back to the present, showing the blonde woman and another woman, a maid, in the same room. The conversation continues, though the dialogue is cut off. The scene opens with Crapen Rothstailer, a man of refined tastes, enjoying a succulent steak. His blonde hair is neatly styled, and his attire speaks of wealth and status. But appearances can be deceiving. A voiceover reveals that before his current state, Crapen was a noble, dignified, compassionate, and wise head of a ducal family. The respect his attendants hold for him is palpable, evident in their every action as they serve him. However, a stark contrast is presented. The narrator's perspective shifts, revealing a hidden truth: this man is clearly evil. A close-up on Crapen's face emphasizes his sinister nature, a cold, calculating glint shines in his eyes, betraying his true intentions. The scene changes to a formal meeting. A woman addresses Crapen, identifying him as the proxy of an elite trading company. 2 other women, seated at the table, observe the interaction with varying degrees of apprehension. The atmosphere is tense. One of the women, Lortel Ketcheln, introduces herself, expressing her honor at being in Crapen's presence. Crapen acknowledges Lortel, recognizing her as the daughter of the influential elite Ketcheln, known for his insight and adventurous spirit. The conversation continues, hinting at a complex power dynamic. A young woman with vibrant red hair and piercing green eyes spoke, her expression sharp and calculating. She stated that her group operated wherever the greatest profit could be found, explaining that they followed the scent of money wherever it led. The camera then shifted to another woman, this one with long, flowing blonde hair and a more serious demeanor. Her expression was one of thoughtful consideration. She simply responded, "I see." The scene then transitioned to a formal setting, where preparations were underway for an auction. A list of tasks was displayed: assemble the negotiation team, check the condition of the sage's sealed grimoire, and confirm the purchase method. The highest bidder would win the auction for the sage's grimoire, a treasure of Sylvana Academy. The scene showed a formal auction room, with several individuals seated around a table where the grimoire was displayed. It was revealed that the academy wished to keep the existence of the grimoire secret. News spread through the academy that the school was selling a valuable item due to financial difficulties. Principal Abel Forsus devised a plan to conduct the sale discreetly. A princess would vouch for the transaction, lending her status to the proceedings. Vice Principal Rachel, the principal's proxy, would quietly manage the auction. A simple and efficient method. The auction commenced immediately. 2 maids stood guard beside the item on display, a glowing blue grimoire, as the vice principal and the princess oversaw the proceedings from their seats. The highest bidder would win the grimoire. A young woman with striking golden eyes had already researched the auction, familiarizing herself with the items up for sale. 2 books were presented: the Book of Similitude, valued at 6,730 gold coins, and the Magic Travelogue, priced at 7,020 gold coins. A discussion unfolds regarding the value of a certain item. Its intrinsic magical properties, academic research potential, and worth as a luxury good are all considered. Meanwhile, a woman with fiery red hair and a dark red cloak sits at a table, listening intently. Someone remarks that Lortel, likely, already knows the details. The red-haired woman, Lortel, is shown in close-up. She smirks, revealing a confident expression. Her internal monologue reveals she knows the prices and transaction records of countless books by heart. However, a sense of anticipation hangs in the air. The scene shifts, hinting at a forthcoming revelation. A hand, holding a fountain pen, begins to write on a piece of paper. The act is shown in detail, emphasizing the precision of the movement. A man with long, flowing blonde hair is shown in a close-up. His expression is serious and thoughtful. The same hand, now belonging to the blonde-haired man, continues writing. The text reveals that Crapen Rothtailor will be the one to take the item home. An older woman with short, gray hair and a stern expression announces that she has received the bid amount. Finally, she thanks both parties for their input, bringing the scene to a close. A young woman with long, white hair and a serious expression listened intently as an older, stern-looking man explained the rules of an auction, a single bid event with no upper limit. The key to winning, he emphasized, was knowing the opponent's maximum bid. Meanwhile, a fiery-haired woman with striking green eyes interjected, stating that she and her associates go wherever there's a good profit to be made. The red-haired woman, Lortel, revealed her intention to make a profit from the auction. This led another participant to deduce that if Lortel was aiming for profit, she wouldn't bid more than the highest possible resale value. That highest possible transaction price, it turned out, was 8,100 coins for the book in question. Anything higher would be difficult to resell and would result in a loss. The scene shifted to a man with striking silver hair, who observed that if Crapen simply bid a bit more than Lortel's highest possible bid of 8,100 coins, the grimoire would be his. Meanwhile, the auctioneer, a woman with dark clothing and an elaborate necklace, prepared to reveal the bid amounts. The auctioneer revealed that Crapen Rothtailor had bid 8,500 Flynn gold coins. As expected, this caused a stir. Another participant questioned why Crapen Rothtailor, someone who wouldn't normally visit the academy, would pay such a large sum just to make a profit from book transactions. The focus shifted to the question of Crapen's motivations for such a high bid. The auctioneer then announced the other bidder, Lortel Ketchum. Ed Rothstailor, a disgraced villain from the game, found himself staring at a screen displaying a sum, 9,400 coins. His eyes widened in surprise. As a notification appeared, explaining that the purchase of the Sage's sealed grimoire would proceed with the elite trading company. A young woman with vibrant red hair, dressed in a dark uniform, bowed deeply before someone unseen. Ed's thoughts turned to the implications of this transaction, questioning whether profit was the woman's true motive. A man with long blonde hair, his face etched with displeasure, commanded a return. Observing from afar, Ed wondered about the red-haired woman's true intentions. A chilling possibility forming in his mind, Princess Phenia, it seemed, was an ally in this matter. Lortel, a young woman with striking crimson hair and piercing green eyes, glared intensely. Her expression was one of cold calculation, her lips curled into a slight smirk. A hooded figure, their face obscured, clutched a mysterious scroll. Their actions suggested a clandestine mission, a desperate attempt to safeguard the artifact. A silent observer, a woman with silver hair and sharp features, watched the scene unfold. She dismissed the notion that Lortel's actions stemmed from a sense of justice. Even if Lortel had acted to prevent the scroll from falling into the wrong hands, the observer reasoned, Crapen's malevolent intentions were undeniable. She had been unable to find any evidence to support Lortel's actions, even with her authority as a princess. The observer concluded that someone was manipulating Lortel, pulling the strings from behind the scenes. A shadowy figure loomed large behind Lortel, their presence ominous and imposing. The contrast between the two figures highlighted the power imbalance. Lortel walked away, her steps deliberate and purposeful. The observer's thoughts turned to the individual who orchestrated this event, someone aware of Crapen Rothstailor's dark nature and determined to stop him. Lortel's superior, a woman with vibrant red hair, dismissed the notion that her actions were based on mere speculation. She knew the truth about Ed Rothstailor's past. Despite being disowned and cast out into the wilderness, Ed Rothstailor had persevered with unwavering determination, ultimately collapsing from exhaustion. Even in the face of adversity, Ed Rothstailor, a third-rate villain, fought against the darkness of his family until the very end. Now, reborn into the game as Ed, he finds himself alone in the woods, his gaze distant and troubled. A sudden commotion breaks the silence. Ed, witnessing the scene, utters a single word, "Princess." He watches in shock as the princess collapses, overwhelmed by an unknown event. The princess, her face buried in her hands, is consumed by guilt. The princess's misunderstanding, however, might have been a blessing in disguise. The scene shifts to the Sylvanian Academy, a grand institution of learning. A contract is shown, detailing a significant transaction, 9,400 Flynn and gold coins. Ed examines the contract with a thoughtful expression, a subtle HM escaping his lips. A young woman with vibrant red hair and striking green eyes, meticulously dressed in a dark-colored shirt and pleated skirt, sat before a vanity mirror. She held a small, ornate pastry, her expression thoughtful as she mused aloud, calculating the potential profit from a resale. She reviewed a purchase certificate, her gaze lingering on the figures. The transaction details confirmed her calculations, a tidy profit was within reach. Her eyes, narrowed slightly, betrayed a hint of cunning. A subtle shift in her demeanor suggested a change of plans. The woman's expression hardened. She didn't need the money, the certificate itself held far greater value. A male voice, sharp and critical, interrupted her thoughts. The words hung in the air, a subtle rebuke. The woman, however, remained unfazed. A sly smile played on her lips as she considered the implications. A look of serene contentment washed over her face. The bargain she had struck was far more advantageous than she had initially anticipated. Her eyes fluttered closed, a dreamy smile gracing her lips. The possibilities opened up by this unexpected turn of events filled her with delight. A narration box displayed a chilling thought: if the princess were to see her current expression, she would undoubtedly cough up blood. The narration box declared, in the end, Lortel emerged victorious. A character recounted, "You should have seen Lortel's face when I delivered that letter. It's a relief Elka is so innocent." Two young men sat by a campfire, one with blonde hair and the other with dark hair. The blonde-haired man chuckled, "Yeah. Ha!" A narration box revealed, Rothtailor must have bet on some insider information he had obtained. The blonde-haired man sighed, "Ha! I do feel a bit sorry, thinking about what will happen next." Suddenly, a voice called out, "Ed! You're awake!" A powerful gust of wind swept across the landscape, carrying with it debris and dust. Tanika, a young woman with long, light pink hair styled in pigtails and a red bow, caught her breath, her chest heaving slightly. Beside her, a man in a sharp suit, Jik, watched her with concern. He spoke, assuring her that he'd heard everything from Jik's perspective. Tanika's eyes widened, her expression filled with guilt as she reflected on her actions. She realized she had caused a lot of trouble. She quickly denied this, vehemently shaking her hands in protest. However, Jik countered that she had been seen crying around the academy, spreading rumors of heartbreak. Jik recounted another incident, Tanika barging into the academy's conference room. Tanika's face contorted in embarrassment as she let out a high-pitched wail. She dismissed it as a funny story, but Jik reminded her to be careful of catching a cold in the chilly weather, gently hugging her in a large, yellow bear costume. A small, fiery creature appeared, clinging to Tanika's side. Meanwhile, a young man with blonde hair, Ed, was approached by a desperate voice begging him to be killed. The fiery creature, addressing Ed, revealed that it had been unaware of Ed's struggles. Ed, a third-rate villain in the game, felt a surge of guilt. He had wanted to immediately apologize for his actions, but he feared his presence might affect the game's mana flow. As a result, he received mana from Lady Janica instead. A small, cat-like creature beside him cried, questioning why he was making such a fuss. A young woman with dark hair and a red tie calmly explained that considering Ed had been unconscious for 10 days, his reaction was understandable. Ed, eyes wide with dawning realization, muttered, "Wait a minute. 10 days. The implications of his unconsciousness hit him hard. If he had been unconscious for 10 days, all his stored meat would have spoiled by now. He looked at his broken fishing nets, a grim realization dawning on him. The fishing nets were broken because he hadn't maintained them. He had lost all his food supplies, meaning he had to start from scratch again. Ed sighed, his shoulders slumping in defeat. He was back to square one. A voice cut through his despair, "You're planning to overdo it again, aren't you?" Ed, the disgraced villain, offered help with a reassuring, "It's fine. I'll help you." Two female students approached him. One, with pink hair, explained, "I also have some free time until the next exam. I can help with hunting or woodworking." A young man with blonde hair, seemingly a fellow student, offered additional support, stating, "When it comes to work, you just have to handle things as they come, and everything will somehow work out." The scene shifted to Ed's humble dwelling, a makeshift lean-to constructed from branches and leaves in the forest. Ed, from a distance, observed his shelter. It suddenly occurred to him. It wasn't that long ago that he found himself in this precarious situation. The scene transitioned to a flashback, showing Ed's initial arrival at the hastily constructed wooden shelter in the forest, penniless. He was lying down, exhausted, within the confines of his makeshift home. Ed Rothstailor, a disgraced villain from a popular game, found himself unexpectedly inhabiting his own character. He had been cast out by his family and expelled from the academy for his antics, now forced to live in the woods. His days were spent alone, battling the elements and insects, a stark contrast to his former life. A monotonous existence punctuated only by the occasional encounter with the game's female leads, who seemed determined to disrupt his solitary existence. In this panel, we see two of them, their expressions a mixture of concern and curiosity as they observe Ed from a distance. One of the girls, seemingly agreeing with an unspoken observation, simply stated, "He's right." A statement that hinted at a shared understanding of Ed's current predicament. The next panel shows a young man with blonde hair, his expression calm and reassuring. He offered a quiet reassurance, "Everything will somehow work out." The pink-haired girl, her face etched with worry, observed Ed's weary appearance. "He looks really tired," she commented to the blonde young man. The blonde young man, in turn, asked her, "You think so too, Marilda?" Meanwhile, another girl, resting near a large blue wolf, explained her absence from the camp. "That red fox is busy with negotiations and whatnot right now, so she can't come to the camp often. You should take advantage of this time." The blond young man, observing this exchange, concluded, in that sense, that girl is quite clever. You need to learn from her. A majestic, ice-blue wolf's head filled the panel, its sharp teeth bared in a snarl. The wolf's eyes glowed with an intense light, reflecting the words in the speech bubble below, whether you like it or not, if you want to win a man, you need to become a fox, too. The scene shifted to a close-up of a speech bubble, containing advice. First of all, we need to fix your outfit. You look like a country housewife. A young woman with long, braided blonde hair and red ribbons in her hair appeared, blushing slightly as she crossed her arms defensively. She seemed uncomfortable. The young woman's perspective shifted, showing her own thought bubble. Right. I look really shabby. She was clearly self-conscious about her appearance. The panel showed a close-up of the young woman's face, now with a determined expression. A speech bubble above her read, perfect. The wolf from the first panel reappeared, offering further advice. Unlike your usual lively and energetic self, guys fall for that opposite side of you, who's so great at managing everyday tasks. The wolf continued, be sly, subtly show him that side of yours is great while pretending not to. That'd be nice. The young woman, now in a more practical outfit, listened attentively. The wolf's advice continued, while you're at it, roll up your sleeves more and tie your hair up. You give off the vibes of a wife who's been through hard times with him. That's good. The panel showed the wolf's face again, with a speech bubble. You're going to see him today, right? Go and make some progress today. A title card identified the wolf as Marilda, a high-ranking wind-spirit dating expert. Janica, a young girl with pink hair and a red bow, tilted her head, a thoughtful expression on her face. The word progress floated above her in a thought bubble. She seemed to dismiss something, muttering, don't mind that part. A voice, seemingly addressing Janica, asked, tell me, Janica. The scene shifted to show a large, ethereal blue wolf. The voice continued, questioning Janica's intentions. When you went to the camp today to help him out, what were you planning to do? How were you thinking of getting closer to him? Janica, startled, stammered a denial. I wasn't planning to do anything. A dark, shadowy figure emerged from the darkness, its eyes glowing menacingly. The creature's presence filled the panel, its shadowy form hinting at immense power. A small, light-colored bird took flight, startled by something unseen. A sound, woohoo, echoed in the air. Another bird, seemingly distressed, cried out, what's going on? Marilda's howling so sadly. One of the female leads, her face unseen, scoffed at Ed's current struggles, exclaiming that his current predicament was ridiculous, especially given the opportunity at hand. Another girl, her blonde hair and wide, tearful eyes visible, expressed her astonishment at Ed's rapid growth, questioning if such an opportunity would come again. She then proposed a strategic advantage, sticking with Ed during his hardships. A shadowy, demonic figure appeared behind the girl as she continued, suggesting that using her position to support Ed, even if it seemed cunning, was the best winning strategy. Another girl, with multiple arms and a determined expression, interrupted, asserting that while that was true, they should follow her plan instead. Who responded with a questioning huh? The blonde girl, having heard the plan, responded that it was pretty good. As night fell, Ed's cabin was shown in the distance, a campfire burning nearby. It's quite late at night. The aroma of a hearty stew filled the air, a testament to Janica's culinary skills. It was, as the narrator helpfully pointed out, truly delicious. But more importantly, Ed, the game's disowned villain protagonist, needed to focus on his recovery. He had received much help and couldn't afford to remain perpetually exhausted. After all the help he'd received, he couldn't keep looking tired forever. Despite his resolve, Ed acknowledged his current state, far from ideal. He was currently lying in bed, his body weary. His headache and slight fever were returning, a groan escaped his lips as he stirred. A concerned voice broke through his haze. Someone noted his tired appearance. You look tired, Ed. Peeking from behind the door, a young woman with pink hair styled in braids and a pink apron smiled gently at Ed. Her expression was one of concern. A sinister chuckle echoed through the air. A voice, laced with suspicion, demanded to know what Ed was planning. A young woman's voice, soft yet concerned, cuts through the quiet of the room. She observes Ed, noting his weary appearance. The camera focuses on a pair of worn shoes, resting on the floor, hinting at Ed's exhaustion and current state. A young woman with pink hair, styled in braids, and a sweet smile peeks from behind a door, her cheeks flushed with a light blush. She seems eager and playful. Her expression shifts, a hint of suspicion clouding her features as she questions Ed's actions. The pink-haired girl's smile returns, though it now holds a mischievous glint. She seems to be enjoying the situation. Ed, lying in bed, denies any wrongdoing, his tone suggesting discomfort and weariness. The young woman presses further, questioning the sincerity of Ed's denial. Ed's face reveals his exhaustion and vulnerability, his eyes showing a hint of desperation. A young man with blonde hair, Ed, reclined on a plush bed, a look of weariness etched on his face. Beside him sat a young woman with pink hair, her expression one of gentle concern. He sighed, acknowledging the truth in her words, it's the same for everyone. Exhaustion comes at you both physically and mentally. The pink-haired girl continued, her voice soft but firm, I know you're working hard and enduring a tougher schedule than anyone else. Ed, now alone, reflected on his experiences. His thoughts drifted to the past. A lot of people helped and comforted me when I was having a hard time. But he realized that true support came from a different source. He and the pink-haired girl stood in a dimly lit hallway. He continued his internal monologue, but in the end, what helped me the most wasn't someone's rushed support or comfort, but rather from quiet companionship. The pink-haired girl spoke, her voice filled with understanding, but a person quietly staying by my side. You've had a hard time, haven't you? Great job, Ed. Ed looked up at her, a flicker of gratitude in his eyes. He was touched by her words. Ed's eyes widened slightly, a hint of discomfort in his expression. He responded, his voice a low murmur, you don't need to go that far. The pink-haired girl, however, was insistent. Her expression hardened slightly as she pressed on, hey. Come on, you've been struggling. You gotta acknowledge that to be able to rest. She continued, her tone firm but caring, admit it. You've had a hard time, Ed. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced third-rate villain from a popular game, lay asleep in a bed. A young woman with pink hair and a red ribbon in her hair slept beside him, her head resting on his arm. Ed stirred, muttering about having a hard time. He sat up, breathing heavily, a look of exhaustion on his face. His face was pale, his eyes still heavy-lidded with sleep, but a sense of relief washed over him. He repeated that he had a really hard time, the weight of his words heavy with unspoken trauma. The pink-haired girl beside him slept soundly, seemingly oblivious to his distress. She murmured seriously in her sleep. Suddenly, Ed shot up from the bed, a look of dawning realization on his face. He was no longer in his dorm room. He was in a rustic log cabin, sunlight streaming through a small window. The change in scenery was jarring. He let out a relieved sigh, phew. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced third-rate villain from the game The Extras Academy Survival Guide, awoke in a rustic cabin, his back to the viewer. Sunlight streamed through a nearby window, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air. He sat up, a question mark floating above his head as he slowly brought his hands to his face, his eyes wide with confusion. His gaze falling upon a young woman asleep beside him. She had light pink hair styled in a ponytail, a red bow adorning her head, and was dressed in a simple, light-colored top. A subtle smirk played on Ed's lips as he let out a silent, almost inaudible pft. His expression shifted into a wide, mischievous grin, his eyes twinkling with amusement. He declared internally, I've made a full recovery. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game, wiped sweat from his brow. He had been living in the woods since his expulsion from the academy, determined to avoid the main characters and earn his scholarship. A sigh escaped his lips, the life of a fugitive was far from easy. But the relative peace of his secluded existence was a stark contrast to the turmoil he knew he would face if he ever returned to civilization. His thoughts drifted to his current predicament, the need to acquire advanced crafting skills to improve his chances of obtaining a scholarship. He knew that magic engineering products were far more versatile than general skills. But there was a significant hurdle. He pondered over a small, intricate device, his brow furrowed in concentration. The problem, as he well knew, was that self-study had its limits. Most recipes for these powerful items were rewards from main scenario quests, requiring direct interaction with the game's main plot. Ed sighed again, the weight of his predicament pressing down on him. He had sworn to avoid interfering with the main storyline, but this presented a significant challenge. A challenge that seemed insurmountable given his self-imposed exile. He watched from afar as Taylor, seemingly uninterested in magic engineering, engaged in a sword fight with another character. Ed mused on the difficulties of magic engineering, even with the recipes. It wasn't a simple matter of crafting useful items immediately. The process was far more complex than he initially anticipated. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game Extras Academy, found himself in a dire predicament. His crafting project was stalled due to a lack of essential materials only obtainable in the later stages of the original game storyline. A stark visual representation of his current limitations. However, a glint of determination sparked in Ed's eyes. He mused on a solution to his problem. Ed's circumstances, he realized, were vastly different from the game's original timeline. He had an advantage the game's Ed never possessed. Meanwhile, one of the female leads, a young woman with vibrant red hair, approached Ed, her expression one of relief and concern. She expressed her relief at seeing him looking better, worried about his well-being during his absence. A subtle hint of his continued hardship despite appearances. The red-haired girl, noticing his condition, expressed further concern, noting the visible signs of his recent struggles. He needed rest, and more importantly, he had something crucial to tell her. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game, found himself in an unexpected predicament. He was now tasked with restructuring a trading company, a proposition made by a striking woman with vibrant red hair, who seemed to be offering him a way out of his current predicament. A role that would essentially make him a co-executive. A bead of sweat trickled down Ed's temple as he contemplated the sheer audacity of the offer. The red-haired woman, Lortel, continued, her expression a mixture of amusement and calculation. She painted a picture of a life where Ed would wake up, go to work in the same building as her, separated only by a wall. A tempting prospect, indeed. Lortel elaborated on the benefits of the position, highlighting the significant financial gains and personal assets that would come with it. She even went so far as to suggest that it would be akin to marriage. before realizing she was rambling and blushing slightly. Ed, visibly uncomfortable, could only manage a quiet Lortel. Later, sitting together outdoors, Ed voiced his confusion at her intense offer. He questioned why she would go to such lengths for him. To which Lortel simply replied that he didn't know anything yet. A young woman, her face obscured by a red hood, sat hunched over, her hands covering her eyes. A single word escaped her lips, barely a whisper, "What?" Beside her, a young man with blonde hair observed her distress. He spoke, his tone understanding and patient. He knew what she was thinking, what's wrong with her, or perhaps, I can't make such an important decision. He continued, his words a gentle commentary on her internal struggle, based off the fleeting emotions of a young girl. The blonde young man addressed the hooded girl again, his voice calm and measured. You probably want to keep things professional with me until the end. The hooded girl's companion, a young man with brown hair, responded hesitantly. Well, not necessarily. But that's because you don't know, the blonde young man added, a hint of mystery in his voice. A flashback sequence began, showing a young woman with pink hair walking away from a mountain of gold coins, her expression resolute. The narration box explained, after living a lifetime in a world where hundreds of gold coins come and go. And where you're betrayed if you don't betray them first, what do you think becomes most important? The flashback concluded with the pink-haired woman's face, a serene smile playing on her lips. The narration box stated simply, a person who will never betray you. A comforting hand rested on Ed's knee. The words, though unspoken, hung heavy in the air. Even if all his wealth vanished, there would still be someone who would remain by his side, unwavering. Ed's gaze dropped, his thoughts turning inward. He considered the few true friends he had, those who had stood by him for decades. But to Lortel, a woman who had witnessed the rise and fall of countless wealthy merchants, the possibility of such a decline was a constant source of anxiety. The thought of losing everything, of facing a world turned against him, weighed heavily on Ed's mind. A cold sweat beaded on his brow. Lortel's hand remained on his knee, a silent reassurance against his fear. A constant fear, nothing more, nothing less. A close-up revealed a sly smile playing on the lips of a red-haired woman, her green eyes gleaming mischievously. She seemed amused by Ed's apprehension. Her red hooded cloak partially obscured her features, adding to the air of mystery. Ed's expression hardened, a flicker of defiance in his eyes as he silently resolved to face whatever challenges lay ahead. One of the female leads, a girl with vibrant red hair and a red hooded cloak, playfully challenged Ed, urging him to repeat his statement without betraying his amusement. He failed, his laughter giving him away. She expressed mock disappointment, noting that his change in tone had been too obvious. Ed, however, countered that he felt a physical reaction to her feigned vulnerability, a tingling sensation in his spine. He then questioned if she had felt any protective instinct towards him. The red-haired girl mused that showing a vulnerable side was a tactic to sway others. She admitted that her previous statement was not entirely true. The scene shifted to a tranquil lakeside setting. The red-haired girl sat pensively by the water. Her pensive expression hinted at a hidden truth behind her earlier words. Ed sat beside her, a quiet understanding passing between them. Ed revealed his intention to graduate from Sylvana Academy. Ed, sweat beading on his brow, resolved to himself, he wouldn't leave the academy until he graduated. A mysterious woman with fiery red hair watched him from the shadows, her expression unreadable. The woman's thoughts turned to Ed's uncertain future, if he didn't have a plan after graduation. She offered a solution, well, I can wait until you graduate. But she added, with a knowing smile, that he didn't really have a choice. The woman held a letter, a free pass, she mused, that she might use soon. She smiled warmly, greeting Ed after a long time. Her smile held a hint of mischief as she held the letter close. Ed, meanwhile, was left sweating nervously, unsure of what to make of the situation. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from a game, now inhabiting his own character's body, felt a deep sense of unease. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he reflected on his actions, the weight of his past misdeeds pressing down on him. He felt he had done something terrible, and the thought of the future filled him with dread. A particular sense of guilt lingered, he felt he owed someone a great debt. He sat beside a young woman with vibrant red hair, her face etched with sorrow. She clutched a letter, her shoulders shaking slightly. Ed reflected on his recent actions, acknowledging their inherent risk. The woman, however, declared, "You belong to me now." The red-haired woman, her expression shifting to a sly smirk, extended a hand towards Ed, a confident glint in her eyes. She had intended to reveal her claim to him later, but his earlier actions had disrupted her plans. Ed, his face streaked with sweat, felt a pang of regret. He realized that if he had left a moment later, he would have revealed his true identity, altering the course of events. The red-haired woman, seemingly unfazed by his internal turmoil, revealed that she had even brought the payment from her magic engineering products. She showed him the money, keeping back only a single gold coin. The woman then voiced her apprehension about seeing Ed again so soon, given the circumstances, concluding that she would simply leave the money in his hut. As the red-haired woman walked away, a sudden, loud noise echoed from inside Ed's hut. Janica, a young woman with long, light pink hair, sobbed into a pillow. A thought bubble above her head revealed her concern. Ed, it seemed, had gone to the river. She resolved to prepare a snack for his return. Suddenly, Janica gasped as another young woman, this one with vibrant red hair and a red hooded cloak, appeared. Her expression was one of utter shock. The two women exchanged startled questions. Janica wondered why the other woman, who she identified as Janica, had emerged from the river, while the red-haired woman questioned Janica's presence there. The red-haired woman clutched a burlap sack. The tension between them was palpable. This encounter marked the beginning of a new disaster, one that would also affect Ed. The scene shifted to Ed, who was being scolded by an unseen individual for his poor diet. He was told to eat more vegetables and drink more water to avoid collapsing again. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game, now found himself chopping wood in the forest. His current companion, a small, orange cat-like creature, watched him with concern. The cat urged Ed to take care of his health, hoping to maintain their contractual relationship for a long time. The cat, whose name was Mug, commented that it seemed Tarkan had scolded Ed, and Mug reflected on the prevalence of unreasonable people, no matter where one goes. Mug apologized for the incident, and then cheerfully announced that thanks to Jix and Janica, he had enough food and firewood. Ed let out a sigh of relief as he examined several letters. He noted that thanks to Lortel, he could now furnish his dwelling. One letter was from Lortel, warning him to be cautious of Elite's potential actions. Another was a personal letter from Princess Phenia regarding Krapen's movements. Ed carefully inspected a letter sealed with a golden wax stamp. The letter contained warnings from Lortel about Elite's unpredictable actions, and news from Princess Phenia about Krapen's movements. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game, found himself in possession of a letter. The sender's identity was completely unexpected: Professor Glast. Professor Glast, a figure shrouded in an aura of dark magic, was revealed to be the sender. The letter contained a request for a private conversation after an upcoming conference. Unfortunately, Ed was unable to attend this meeting due to an unforeseen circumstance. He had been rendered unconscious. Ed remained perplexed as to why Professor Glast had summoned him. The narrative revealed Professor Glast's true identity as the final boss of Act 2. And that Act 2's final scene had already begun. Ed recalled most of the content of the final scene. A figure, cloaked and hooded, their back to the viewer, stood before the imposing Sylvania Academy. A staff, ornate and powerful, rested in their gloved hand. To revive Sylvania, the greatest sage in history, he researched aspectual magic, capable of distorting the very laws of the world. But to complete his research, he needed the sage's sealed grimoire. However, Sylvania Academy, falling prey to Lortel's scheme, had already sold it. Driven to desperation, he stole the sage's sealed grimoire and attempted to inject Sylvania's spirit into Ael's body, a vessel born with aspectual magic, to usher in a new progressive era. It was, quite literally, a madman's narrative. But then, Taylor intervened to save Ael. He burst through the traps and into the secret laboratory, the spirit library, and the underground waterway. After his scheme went awry, Professor Glast made a hasty statement before falling from the top of the magic tower. The imposing structure of the Extras Academy loomed, a testament to academic advancement and the discovery of talented individuals. Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain, plummeted from the Academy's heights. His final words echoed in the silence. A blurry, unintelligible whisper lost to the wind. The question of his final words lingered, a mystery yet to be unraveled. Regardless, the final battle of Act 2 was about to begin. The Glast Conquest War, a conflict triggered by the changing hands of the sage's sealed grimoire, known as the Connection Formula, was set to commence. It all started with Professor Glast's kidnapping of Taylor's friend, Aeltris. Ael, bound and terrified, pleaded for help as a sinister presence loomed nearby. The demon of the underground waterway, a creature of immense power and terror, was near. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced third-rate villain from the game Extras Academy, found himself trapped in a dimly lit cell. A monstrous, shadowy figure loomed behind the bars, its menacing presence filling the space. Its form barely visible in the gloom. A woman's silhouette appeared before the cell, her face obscured, adding to the growing sense of dread. The woman's voice, sharp and accusatory, cut through the silence. "It's your fault," she shrieked. Her anger palpable. Tears streamed down her face as she continued her tirade. "Why on earth? I hate you." Ed Rothstaler, his expression grim, was the target of her fury. The name, spoken with venom, hung heavy in the air. Another woman, her face partially hidden by shadow, approached cautiously. "Aren't you being way too mean?" she questioned, her voice laced with concern. The first woman, still distraught, retorted, "I mean, we were both kidnapped." Her words revealed a shared trauma, a shared captivity. Ed, trapped within the confines of his cell, remained silent, his expression unreadable. His gaze was downcast, his thoughts hidden behind a mask of stoicism. A single bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple. The weight of the situation pressed heavily upon him. Act 2, final scene flashed across the page, signaling a pivotal moment in the unfolding narrative. Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain in a game, found himself in an unexpected predicament. He explained to his companion that they had both been kidnapped. Ed, with his blonde hair and red cape, stood in a dimly lit room, his expression a mixture of apprehension and resignation. His companion, a woman with long, dark hair, confirmed his statement, adding that she too had been kidnapped. A weary sigh escaped her lips. Ed's head drooped, a single tear traced a path down his cheek. This was far from his ideal scenario. A rustic log cabin nestled amidst a serene forest. Ed, seemingly settled into his new surroundings, reflected on his completed tasks. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game The Extras Academy Survival Guide, found himself inexplicably inhabiting his own character. Now living in the woods, he meticulously worked on a small, intricate device. A complex mechanism of gears and springs. He muttered to himself, concerned about the upcoming Glass Conquest War and his low magic engineering stats. He realized that to improve his magic engineering skills, he needed more than just training, he required blueprints and materials. Suddenly, a thought struck him. A potential solution to drastically improve his stats. The device in his hands glowed with an inner light, hinting at the power it held. Ed's plan was simple: use the device to rapidly increase his magic engineering stats before the Glass Conquest War began. The war itself, the final scene of Act 2, was known to have 4 distinct battle stages. The scene opens on a chaotic library, books and furniture floating amidst a swirling blue energy. This is Phase 3, the secret laboratory. A narration box reveals the identity of the stage boss, Reina, the spirit library's librarian. Reina is shown, a spectral figure emanating a powerful blue aura, her expression fierce. The narration box explains that Reina is so powerful that clearing this stage without the Sword Saint's form is extremely difficult. Ed, however, is focused on a different objective. He is interested in the contents of the spirit library. Because it's full of valuable magic engineering blueprints. Ed recalls that there are over a dozen blueprints, including 2 for legendary magic engineering items. Despite the potential rewards, Ed acknowledges the inherent danger. A young woman with pink hair and a pink apron poured tea into 2 cups, a serene smile on her face. A small, green, fairy-like creature hovered nearby. Ed Rothstaler, a young man with blonde hair, watched her from a shadowed corner of the room, a thoughtful expression on his face. Musing to himself that if he simply avoided the main storyline, everything should be fine. A narration box revealed that Adele from Class B and Ale from Class C would be joining Class A in the next semester. An image of the academy showed a grand building. A voiceover stated that there were many talented students this year. The voiceover continued, explaining that even if students joined midway, it wouldn't disrupt the class content. A stern-looking man in a dark suit and glasses, standing at a podium, reassured everyone that there was no need to worry. Another narration box highlighted the fact that Class A currently had only 3 students, but that number would increase to 5 next semester. 3 students, seated at a table, discussed the situation. They agreed that it made sense, given that there had been years when there was no Class A for Professor Glass to supervise. 2 women discussed Isla May, noting her lack of combat prowess but acknowledging her incredible affinity for aspectual magic. A third woman, seemingly unaware of their conversation, questioned what was happening. A man, hesitant to speak, questioned the strict reliance on talent as the sole criterion for class placement, suggesting that students who put in effort might bloom in unexpected ways. He then directly accused Jix Ethelstein of ruining and underestimating students by denigrating their efforts. Jix, however, disagreed, responding that he did not think so, explaining that the surest way to ruin someone's life is to instill premature confidence in vague talent and support them inadequately. This scene takes place in a classroom, with several students present, including the 2 women from the first panel. One of the women, before entering Sylviana, looked into the academic faculty. Professor Glass's unwavering belief in talent, bordering on obsession, stemmed from his deep love for his daughter. His daughter, Mori, possessed average magical abilities. Despite this, Professor Glass held an unwavering faith in her, a sentiment natural to any parent. Mori, however, didn't see her father's faith as a simple expression of parental trust, but rather as a reflection of the faith Professor Glass, a member of the magic department faculty, had in her. Fueled by her father's faith, Mori prematurely joined a monster raid at a young age. And the consequences were severe. Meanwhile, Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain, found himself in a precarious situation. He ripped open his shirt, revealing a hidden wound. Since then, rumors spread that Professor Glass had become obsessed with proven talent, devoting most of his tenure at Sylvania Academy to researching the enigmatic aspectual magic. The image shows Professor Glass, a man of refined appearance in a dark suit and glasses, engrossed in a large book. But those familiar with his past understand that what Professor Glass is truly pursuing is not aspectual magic, but its creator. The text proclaims the individual as the greatest sage in history. A mysterious figure, cloaked and hooded, stands before a complex clockwork mechanism, holding a staff. The figure's long, flowing white hair and elegant robes are partially visible. Sylvania, a student, with vibrant red hair, speculates that Professor Glass is likely bringing Isla into his class for research on aspectual magic. Lortel Ketcheln, a young woman with vibrant red hair and a striking heterochromia iridoum, one green eye, the other a milky white, stared intently at something unseen, a subtle smirk playing on her lips. A teacher, his face obscured, informed a student that he would call them separately tomorrow regarding a matter unrelated to the lesson. The scene shifted to a stern-looking man in a dark suit and cape, holding papers. He appeared to be a teacher or administrator. He seemed concerned, his thoughts focused on the sage's sealed grimoire. Because the connection ceremony for the passing of ownership of the sage's sealed grimoire was imminent, and it was about to happen. The class ended, and a blonde woman with her hair in a ponytail turned to leave the classroom. The narration box announced that the sage's sealed grimoires connection ceremony was about to begin. It had been a close call. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from a prominent family, sat alone, lost in thought. He tapped a finger against his chin, a thoughtful expression on his face. Meanwhile, a shadowy figure's internal monologue revealed their plan: to follow closely behind Ed, capitalizing on his actions to achieve their own goals. Their intention was to collect any leftover items Ed might leave behind. The shadowy figure, driven by a desperate need to save someone named Isla, prepared to follow Ed's path through the game's phases. Their plan was not only to save Isla but also to collect any remaining items along the way. Ed, meticulously planning his actions, reviewed a list of essential items he needed to acquire. His focus was on Phase 3, where he intended to obtain specific magic engineering items from the Spirit Library, including the Glocktes Eye, an item that temporarily boosts mana and skill proficiency. Another item on his list was the Delheim's Hourglass, capable of reverting physical states by a few seconds. Although the effects of these items seemed overpowered, Ed acknowledged the difficulty of obtaining them. Back in the classroom, Ed continued to study his notes, preparing for the challenges ahead. Ed mused that the other students wouldn't be of much help to Taylor, so he would take them under his wing. He added that while he was at it, he might as well check on Taylor's progress in Phase 5. Ed Rothstaler, a young man with blonde hair, a serious expression, and a red cape, held a book. He seemed to be plotting something. He thought that with this, his plan would be complete. The scene shifted to Ed, who was talking to Janica. He claimed to have lost something in the underground waterway and suggested they find it together. Ed anticipated Janica's dislike for the dark and narrow waterway. Janica, a girl with pink hair styled in braids, showed an unexpected enthusiasm. Ed felt sorry for her, sensing her concern for him. Despite this, Ed believed his plan was perfect, having a strong friend by his side. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced former student now living in the woods, was approached by someone who called out his name. Assistant Professor Claire, a young woman with blonde hair, informed Ed that Professor Glast wished to speak with him. She mentioned hearing from Janica that she had recently visited Ed's cabin. Claire wondered aloud if Janica's visit was related to the matter at hand. Ed, slightly apprehensive, listened to Claire's words. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple. He simply replied with a non-committal "all right." Ed reflected on his previous missed call from Professor Glast, explaining his absence due to overexertion. However, given that Professor Glast had called again, Ed surmised that the matter must be quite urgent. He headed towards Professor Glast's office, located in a grand building. Upon arriving at the office door, Ed was surprised to find someone already there. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game, found himself in an unexpected situation. He muttered to himself, questioning the presence of Isla. Isla, one of the game's female leads, reacted with intense anger, her hands raised defensively. Her expression was one of furious disbelief. Ed reflected on Isla's disproportionate reaction, considering that he hadn't done anything to her recently. However, the narration box explained that given their history of conflict, her anger was understandable, even after 10 months. A flashback sequence showed Isla in a perilous situation, fleeing from an unseen attacker. A trail of fire blazed behind her as she desperately tried to escape. The scene shifted to show her falling, seemingly defeated. The narration box revealed that Ed had shot arrows at her after the initial attack. Despite the past conflict, Ed's focus shifted to a more pressing issue. Isla confronted a man in a suit, her expression a mixture of concern and annoyance. The narration box revealed Ed's internal thoughts. He questioned Isla's presence, as she was supposed to be kidnapped the following day. Ed's internal monologue continued, pondering why he had been summoned to this place. A page fluttered to the ground, hinting at a possible explanation for the altered timeline. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from a game, found himself in a precarious situation. A young woman, her expression a mixture of concern and excitement, watched as he stumbled, papers scattering around him. The impact sending a shockwave through the room. A knife lay discarded near the scattered documents, adding a layer of intrigue to the scene. Ed, his breath catching in his throat, surveyed the damage. He muttered to himself, realizing the scattered papers were not just any documents, they were research records, notes, and grimoires. He anxiously scanned the documents, his brow furrowed in concentration. He found nothing indicating a change in the future he knew of. A wave of relief washing over him, only to be replaced by a new wave of apprehension. If he could find a connection to Ed Rothstaler, it might explain this strange turn of events. A hand reached for a document, revealing a file with Ed's picture and a detailed profile. It was just this one thing that seemed out of place. Ed's thoughts turned to Assistant Professor Claire. Did she report what she observed about him? If so, Professor Glast might have figured out what he did in the Ophilus Hall. But what did that have to do with this? Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from a popular game, found himself inexplicably inhabiting his own character. His eyes snapped open. A cold dread washing over him as he registered his surroundings. He was alone, deep within the game's world. Suddenly, a young woman with brown hair, clad in a military-style uniform, shrieked in terror. Ed, still disoriented, found himself facing her, a glint of steel in his hand. A dagger he didn't remember picking up. He moved instinctively, his body reacting faster than his mind could process. With surprising speed and precision, he deflected a blow aimed at the terrified woman. The blade slicing through the air, narrowly missing its target. He had acted purely on reflex. The woman, visibly shaken, stammered, calling out for Professor Glast, pleading for help. A man with dark hair and glasses, dressed in a dark academic robe, appeared in the doorway. He was Professor Glast, and he seemed surprised by the scene unfolding before him. The young woman, still clutching her chest, explained that Ed was holding a dagger. Professor Glast's eyes narrowed, a flicker of suspicion crossing his face as he observed Ed. The events were clearly diverging from the game's original script. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game, found himself in a precarious situation. He was suspended in mid-air, surrounded by a swirling vortex of purple energy, the very essence of his aspectual magic. The energy pulsed, threatening to consume him. As he channeled his power, the words aspectual magic echoing in the air. A brilliant light erupted from within the vortex, signaling the activation of his most potent spell, Time Prison. Suddenly, a young woman with short brown hair, clad in a dark school uniform and a red cape, appeared, caught within the confines of Ed's spell. She was clearly surprised, her eyes wide with alarm. Ed, however, remained focused, his expression grim as he prepared for whatever might come next. He raised his hand, a complex magical sigil forming above it, a clear indication of his mastery over time itself. Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain in the game, found himself plummeting through the air, a dark purple energy swirling around him. A muffled cry escaping his lips as he braced for impact. Mug, he gasped, the word barely audible above the rushing wind. His eyes snapped open, widening in alarm as he registered his surroundings. A searing pain shot through his body as a blinding flash of light engulfed him. The intense heat forced him to squeeze his eyes shut, a wave of nausea washing over him as the world dissolved into a kaleidoscope of colors. When Ed opened his eyes again, he found himself sprawled on the ground, a young man with blonde hair and a red coat standing over him. The blonde man's expression a mixture of curiosity and slight amusement. "You're very quick to catch on to what's going on," the blonde man observed, his voice calm and measured. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the swirling purple energy, a man in a dark coat and glasses, his face obscured by shadows. His voice echoing with a chilling intensity. "Did you scan all my research materials in that short time?" he demanded. A mysterious figure, cloaked in shadow and purple energy, surveyed the scene. He muttered to himself, finding it strange that merely scanning a few documents could reveal his intentions. He then turned his attention to a young man with blonde hair, restrained by glowing purple energy. The young man questioned the reason for his confinement. The cloaked figure responded that his goal had been achieved, thus negating the need to restrain the young man further. He could finally keep his mouth shut. He explained that he had his own goals and was acting in his own self-interest, asking the young man not to judge him too harshly. The blonde young man, however, pleaded for at least some explanation, overwhelmed by the situation. The young man's frustration was palpable, a bead of sweat trickled down his temple as he silently questioned the vagueness of the explanation he'd received. He couldn't believe the other man's dismissive attitude. How could he simply tell him not to think too harshly? The young man's thoughts turned to his escape. Even if he managed to get away, Professor Glast would still pursue him relentlessly. The cloaked figure, his face now visible, glared intensely, a purple aura crackling around his hand. It seemed his actions were far from over. Ed, the disowned villain, found himself contemplating his predicament in the forest. He mused that any further disruption of the game's storyline would only worsen his situation. Besides, he reasoned, if he were kidnapped, he'd likely share a cell with Aila in the secret lab. A thought that sent a shiver down his spine. The image of the imposing academy loomed in his mind, a symbol of both his aspirations and his fears. He realized that his current location was perilously close to the events of Phase 3 of the game. It was as if he had a direct route to the heart of the conflict. Ed's internal debate continued. He considered a drastic measure, allowing himself to be kidnapped. A scoff escaped his lips. Should he really let them kidnap him? The question hung heavy in the air. A single word escaped him, ho. A close-up revealed Ed's intense gaze, his eyes glowing with an unnatural purple light. His expression was one of grim determination. Suddenly, a voice cut through his thoughts. He was asked if he had decided to fight back. The blonde-haired young man, seemingly surprised by Ed's sudden appearance, questioned his intentions. Ed, however, remained silent, his eyes fixed on his opponent. Or did he have a plan? A sinister smile played on Ed's lips as he responded with a single word, good. A mysterious figure, cloaked in shadow, extended a hand, a swirling purple aura emanating from it. He spoke, his voice calm yet laced with an undercurrent of power. It's not such a bad deal for you either. The scene shifted abruptly. Papers fluttered to the ground, disturbed by an unseen force, hinting at a sudden disruption. Ed Rothstaler, the expelled villain, now stood in a brightly lit room, a sphere of pink energy containing a smaller figure hovering above him. A palpable tension filled the air. The pink energy dissipated, revealing the trapped figure. Another individual, observing from a distance, muttered, Ed Rothstaler. I was suspicious at first, but he's so academically successful while living a life in the wilderness. It's like he lives 48 hours in a day. A second individual, a woman with shoulder-length blonde hair, responded, "I can't imagine the effort he exerts." "That's not what you said when you were calling him some secret mastermind, Assistant Professor Claire." Professor Claire continued, "But I didn't expect his academic record to be like this. When I saw him in combat in the Crystal Ball, I noticed his knack for combat is extraordinary. But..." Three figures, their backs to the viewer, stared down at a fourth figure lying prone on the ornate floor. The fallen figure was a young woman in a school uniform, a tablet lying discarded beside her. Meanwhile, a young man with short, light gray hair and a determined expression scoffed. He considered the scene with disdain. His thoughts continued, a silent judgment on the events unfolding before him. A product of effort, not talent, he mused, his expression betraying no hint of unease as he observed the scene. Beside him stood another man, dark-haired and stern, his gaze fixed on the young man with gray hair. The scene shifted to a warmly lit room. A young woman with dark hair, dressed in a similar school uniform, smiled brightly at an older man, her father. She spoke of bringing honor to his name through her achievements. The dark-haired man from the previous scene was now alone, his expression clouded with a pensive sadness. The memory of his daughter's words weighed heavily on him. He sat at a large desk, a small, fiery creature perched on the edge, seemingly sensing his distress. The creature stirred, its small form radiating warmth. A streak of vibrant pink energy shot across the sky, leaving a shimmering trail in its wake. The camera panned to a grand building, nestled amidst a lush, green landscape. It was a place of learning, an academy of sorts. Another burst of energy, this time closer to the ground, erupted with a similar intensity, leaving behind a swirling vortex of light and heat. The scene shifted abruptly to a humble log cabin, seemingly miles away from the academy. A sense of isolation permeated the image. Inside, a young woman with pink hair, dressed in a chef's uniform, tasted a steaming bowl of soup with a critical expression. She smiled, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Ed is running a bit late, huh?" The narrator concludes his magical travelogue of the southern continent, reflecting on the many magical truths he discovered along the way. He ponders the title of Archmage, feeling it undeserved. The narrator recalls his late master, Sylviana, a beautiful woman who passed away at a young age, and her memory remains vivid. Looking back, he reflects on those years, filled with ups and downs, and the sorrow that gnawed at his heart on the day he lost her. The sorrow accumulated over time and now remains only as an old reflection. Yet, in this long life, longing pushes its way forward. The image shows the narrator in his old age, holding a young Sylviana. Sometimes, regret over what has been lost paralyzes rationality. There are definitely times when he has the urge to shatter the natural principles of the world and twist the truth just to see Sylviana's face one more time. But what is lost is lost. A young girl with long, white hair sleeps soundly in the arms of a shadowy figure. The scene is bathed in a warm, golden light, creating a sense of peace and tranquility. But the caption below reads, "Those who have lost must become stronger," sadly enough, hinting at a bittersweet undercurrent to the scene. The perspective shifts to a close-up of a hand gently touching a hat, revealing a glimpse of a woman with short, gray hair. The caption reads, "So be strong." The scene changes to a young woman with long, gray hair, wearing a witch's hat, looking sadly at a large book. The caption reads, "To you, who has become the full stop of my life." An elderly man with long, white hair lies on a bed, seemingly lifeless. The caption reads, "I dedicate the last sentence of this book. Lucy." A young woman with long, gray hair weeps, her face filled with grief. The young woman from the previous panel is shown holding a large, ornate book. The caption reads, "Magic Travelogue of the Southern Continent." Glock, excerpt. The scene shifts to a young woman sitting on a rooftop, her legs dangling over the edge. She says, "I miss him." More than anyone, Glock himself acknowledged and accepted death and waited serenely. So, the girl had no choice but to let him go. Will there come a day when even the pain of loss heals completely, leaving not even a scar? The only thing that temporarily helps her forget that longing is the satisfaction of a pouch of jerky she had. Oh. He opened the pouch of jerky, only to find it nearly empty. "I didn't fill it up," he muttered to himself, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Meanwhile, a young woman with pink hair cooks by a campfire, seemingly oblivious to the events unfolding nearby. A young woman with vibrant purple hair and crimson accents confronts a small, glowing bat-like creature. Her expression is one of intense focus, a slight furrow in her brow hinting at concern. The creature seems to emanate a powerful, otherworldly energy, its light illuminating the shadowy surroundings. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure, only partially visible, wearing a wide-brimmed hat, looks on with an expression of utter bewilderment, questioning marks floating above their head. The hatted figure is revealed to be a young woman with gray hair, her face a mask of nervous apprehension. Her wide eyes, accentuated by purple eyeshadow, reflect a mixture of fear and surprise. The scene shifts to a grand conference room within Trix Hall. Scholars and merchants, dressed in elegant attire, mill about, their attention focused on a display case containing a mysterious blue book. The air crackles with anticipation. A clandestine ceremony, the transfer of the sage's grimoire, is about to begin. Only the elite members of both groups have gathered. Among them, a striking woman with vibrant red hair and piercing green eyes commands attention. Her confident smile hints at a hidden agenda. The scene opens with a formal introduction. Lortel Ketchum, the acting head of Elt Company, is shown in a close-up, her expression unreadable. Next, Abel Forsuz, headmaster of Sylvania Academy, is presented. His stern gaze hints at a man of authority and perhaps hidden depths. A woman with vibrant red hair and striking green eyes observes someone, her thoughts revealing a comparison. He's around the same age and has a similar image. But compared to that person, he is different to a strange degree. The panel shifts to reveal Crapen Roth-Taylor, whose enigmatic smile suggests hidden motives and a complex personality. A narration box explains, after the negotiation to buy the sage's grimoire was over, he came to find me. The scene shows Lortel Ketchum and Crapen Roth-Taylor engaged in a conversation, the tension palpable. He requested that she hand over the sage's grimoire. Lortel thinks, hand over the sage's scroll to Crapen? She continues her internal monologue, that was the plan from the start, so I wasn't planning on being discreet, but still, the amount that would justify going back on the lie I told Princess Phenia is 12,000 coins. A young woman with vibrant red hair, her expression a mixture of amusement and calculation, sat across a table from a partially obscured figure. Despite the exorbitant price, she seemed pleased with the transaction. She readily agreed to the deal without hesitation. The implication hung in the air, this was a significant purchase, and she was ready to pay. Elsewhere, a man with long, light brown hair, dressed in a luxurious white coat, revealed a piece of crucial information. He casually mentioned that Elite had hired mercenaries and was heading towards Sylvana. He added a word of caution, but his tone suggested that he didn't particularly care what happened next. The man's eyes, sharp and intense, were the focus of the panel. He was unpleasant, but his information was valuable. He had secured a buyer for the grimoire, and the information he possessed about Elite was priceless. Preparations were complete. Mr. Abel Forsuz relinquished his right to connect to the scroll. Acting head Lortel was called forward to receive the connection. Lortel reached out to the scroll, the scene bathed in a cool blue light. A young woman with vibrant red hair and piercing green eyes smiled slyly, a mischievous glint in her gaze. The narration box declared, and all access passed to Ed. A swirling vortex of purple energy pulsed ominously. 3 figures stood before a glowing purple cube, a powerful energy emanating from it. One was a man in a suit, another in a cloak, and a third in a red cape. The energy intensified, causing the figures to react with surprise and alarm. A monstrous figure emerged from the purple energy, its eyes glowing menacingly. More monstrous figures materialized, their forms shifting and unstable. A young man in a blue robe braced himself against the onslaught of the creatures, a determined look on his face. A hand reached out, grasping a glowing purple book, the grimoire. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game, now found himself alone in the woods, poring over a mysterious book. A surge of purple energy crackled around him as he delved deeper into its arcane secrets. Meanwhile, a young woman with vibrant red hair, sensing a disturbance in the magical energies, reacted with alarm. A blinding flash of light erupted from Ed's book. A wave of magical energy washing over the red-haired woman as she braced herself for the impact. The red-haired woman, eyes wide with shock, gasped, "Gone." Another woman, with bright pink hair, stared in disbelief. Her internal monologue echoed, "My, all access passed to Ed." Despite Ed Rothtaler's absence, the story progresses without a hitch. Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain in a game, found himself in a secret laboratory, surrounded by towering bookshelves and floating documents. The name Ed Rothstaler echoed in the air. A young woman with short brown hair, dressed in a dark uniform and red cape, sobbed uncontrollably behind bars. Her anguished cries filled the chamber. She hated Ed and couldn't believe he was there. Ed, appearing calm despite the situation, stood behind the bars, observing her with a detached expression. He wore a similar red cape over a dark suit and tie. Her hatred for him intensified, her words laced with venom. She hated him so much, he was the worst. A deep voice warned her to stop yelling, lest she awaken the monster of the underground waterway before them. An older man with a cane, dressed in a dark suit, stood between the bars, his presence imposing. The young woman's fear was palpable. The older man, identified as Professor Kum, a researcher of aspectual studies, declared them lucky, explaining that Professor Glast had advised their meeting due to their importance. Ed, surprisingly calm, simply responded with a nonchalant, "Oh, is that so?" Kum noted his unexpected composure. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain, found himself sprawled on the cold stone floor, his crimson cape pooling around him. Beside him, a young woman with dark hair sat huddled, her face etched with worry. The woman's words hung in the air. There was nothing left to do but wait for Taylor's arrival and the ensuing chaos. By then, the library that Taylor had already ransacked would be in ruins. A scene of utter devastation unfolded before them, books scattered, shelves toppled, the very structure of the library crumbling. With no obstacles, Ed planned to collect the replica magic engineering recipes from the damaged books to complete his operation. Ed reflected on his actions, nothing to do, no one to eliminate, nothing at all. A strange sense of unease settled over him. He was bothered only by the ease of his actions, a prickling at his conscience, and the fact that he had to be with her. His thoughts were interrupted by a desperate cry. The young woman beside him, overwhelmed with distress, cried out that she had to be with him. Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain in the game, found himself in a precarious situation. Crouching in the shadows, he hissed a warning, his voice barely a whisper. If anyone dared to approach, he would scream. He glared at the approaching figure, his eyes narrowed. A threat laced his words, he would bite their tongue if they came any closer, making it clear he wasn't bluffing. Despite his bravado, a quiet thought settled in his mind, he had nothing against them. A young woman, her face etched with worry, responded. She wouldn't let such a perfect opportunity go to waste. Meanwhile, an omniscient narrator offered an insight into the situation. From Ed's perspective, he felt quite positively about Isla. Isla, however, didn't believe him. She accused him of lying, revealing his true identity as Ed Rothstaler. She ordered him to stop his nonsense and sit down, convinced that if they waited, Taylor would inevitably come to their aid. Isla's eyes welled up with tears as she defiantly asked why he wouldn't help. Ed, despite his circumstances, apologized for the issues with the entrance exam. He pleaded with Isla, suggesting that even if she couldn't trust him, she could trust Taylor to come to her rescue. A young woman with striking green eyes and dark blue hair stared in disbelief. Ed Rothstaler, the notorious third-rate villain, had just apologized? A young man with light blonde hair let out a low chuckle, his eyes narrowed in disbelief. That Ed Rothstaler? The one known for his mischief and mayhem? A concerned voice cut through the air. Young Master Ed, are you all right? A small, bat-like creature with bright yellow fur hovered nearby, its concern evident. It peppered Ed with questions, checking for any injuries or magical side effects from his recent ordeal. Meticulously assessing his physical and magical state, from the smallest scratch to any potential energy drain. The creature continued its examination, its concern palpable. Do you have any numbness in your arms or legs? Any sluggishness or fatigue? The bat-like creature explained its actions. It had tracked Ed's magical signature, noting his surprisingly strong spirit connection, though it took some time to locate him. A young man with short, light purple hair appeared, his expression a mix of concern and annoyance. You brat, where have you been this whole time? Ed, holding the small creature, responded calmly. Mug, good job finding me here. The other young man's eyes widened in surprise. Is that a spirit? Ed, a disgraced former student now living in the woods, found himself the reluctant owner of a small, glowing bat-like creature. A girl with dark hair, dressed in a red coat, watched him with suspicion, questioning his ability to control spirits. Ed curtly dismissed her inquiry, revealing little of his newfound abilities. The small spirit, seemingly pleased with its new companion, expressed its delight at finally having someone to talk to. A second girl, this one with shoulder-length brown hair and a stern expression, approached, suggesting that the spirit could send a rescue request to a staff member or professor with a strong spirit connection. Ed, however, was hesitant. He contemplated the potential consequences of involving others, muttering to himself about avoiding unnecessary variables. The spirit, however, reassured him, stating that while it couldn't guarantee his safety, it was highly skilled in emergency reporting systems. Ed, surprised by the spirit's unexpected competence, questioned the creature's claim. The spirit explained that it had taken about half a day to reach Ed's current location, evading numerous monsters and golem researchers, implying that it had been traveling for some time. Despite the time passed, the spirit vividly recalled a specific event. The final panel shows a young woman with long blonde hair, her eyes glowing crimson, surrounded by purple energy. The image suggests a powerful magical event is about to occur. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game, found himself observing Miss Janica. Her furious expression, though undeniably angry, held a strange beauty. The intensity of her rage was palpable. Meanwhile, perched on a log, a young woman with dark hair and a witch's hat tilted her head, a question mark floating above her. She seemed to be observing the scene with a mixture of curiosity and concern. A voice, seemingly belonging to one of Janica's companions, suggested seeking help from the vixen merchant and the little witch in the wizard's hat who frequented the camp. This, they believed, would be akin to having 1,000,000 troops on their side. Another voice, optimistic and reassuring, declared that they would be rescued one way or another. A cheerful, orange fox-like creature, seemingly a familiar, nodded in agreement, its laughter echoing through the air. Suddenly, a young man with blonde hair appeared, his expression shifting from surprise to anger. He grabbed the fox-like creature, his voice laced with irritation as he questioned its presence. The blonde young man, identified as Ed Rothstaler, was confronted by the fox-like creature's owner, who questioned his aggressive behavior and the expression on his face. In a swift, unexpected move, Ed launched himself towards a caged girl, his actions suggesting a desperate attempt to escape or rescue her. The fox-like creature, seemingly caught in the crossfire, let out a startled cry as it was flung into the air. An older individual with white hair and a mask appeared, shouting for a researcher named Cum. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the Game Extras Academy, found himself trapped in a dark cell. A surge of determination filled him as he resolved to escape his confinement. His desperate outburst alerted his captor, a cloaked figure who warned him that his noise risked awakening a powerful demon. Ed, however, insisted on his escape, claiming that his inaction would endanger his captor as well. The captor, amused by Ed's audacity, revealed his dismissive view of Ed as merely a student. Meanwhile, outside the cell, a young woman anxiously awaited Ed's arrival, urging her companion to remain quiet. concerned that something had gone wrong. A pair of keys, hanging from a necklace, was shown, hinting at a possible escape route. Ed, having successfully retrieved the keys, was praised for his quick thinking by his companion, a young man with a familiar bat-like creature. His companion expressed amazement at Ed's ability to locate the keys and execute his plan so effectively. A disembodied voice, echoing from an unseen source, issued a curt command, "Go now." An unseen hand, adorned with a dark ring, clutched a set of keys. A frustrated voice, filled with exasperation, muttered, "This idiot. Why did he have to do something I didn't even ask for?" A young woman with dark hair, dressed in a red coat, glared down at a blonde-haired young man, who was trapped behind bars. Her expression was one of intense anger, as she hissed, "Get out." The blonde young man, Ged, reached for a key, his eyes narrowed in determination. A young woman with purple hair, also trapped behind bars, watched with wide, fearful eyes. Ed, now free, turned to the girl, his expression hardening. He said, "You." Then added, "Shut up. From now on, answer with a yes or a no." The purple-haired girl stared at him, speechless, as Ed's gaze remained unwavering. Ed smirked, holding out a key. "That way, they won't hurt you." Ed, a disgraced villain, found himself cornered. His captor, unseen but clearly powerful, pressed him for a simple yes or no answer, emphasizing his inability to escape. Ed's eyes glowed with an unnatural light as he struggled with the question, the pressure mounting. Meanwhile, a young woman with short brown hair, trapped in a cell, anxiously awaited Ed's response. She silently confirmed, her fear palpable. Satisfied, the unseen figure instructed Ed to remain quiet and still. Ed, seizing a fleeting opportunity, made his escape, leaving the scene behind with a resolute declaration. A raid guide for the game's second act, detailing the chase of Glast, the Seeker of Truth, who has kidnapped Ayla. The guide outlines the objectives, joining up with 3 other characters, Adele, Jix, and Elvira, to overcome low-ranked devilish golems and intermediate devilish golems. The guide further explains that pursuing Professor Glast in the underground waterway is the objective for the second phase of the chase. A warning is given about a potential bad ending if specific conditions are met, advising players to avoid using Lucy, the Slothful, until the final boss fight. Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain, now inhabiting the body of his game counterpart, is shown. He stands confidently, arms crossed, a red cape draped over his shoulders. He reflects that his increased stats allow him to solve most problems using his information advantage. Ed's form flickers, his body seemingly disintegrating into shards as he acknowledges the limitations of his current abilities. He realizes there are variables he cannot handle alone. Ed's face contorts in a grimace, his jaw clenched, eyes narrowed in determination. But he decides to seek help from 3 specific individuals, a merchant, a witch, and a wizard. The final panel shows a powerful, purple energy surge, highlighting the difficulty of the problem even seasoned players couldn't solve. A young woman, cloaked in a crimson cape and a pointed witch's hat, stood amidst a swirling vortex of purple energy. Her long, silver hair flowed around her as she faced away from the viewer, her back to the scene of immense magical power. The narration box ominously declared this to be an encounter with an unbeatable foe. A narration box explained that this particular bad ending only occurs under very specific circumstances, and thus, was easily avoided. The panel displayed a list of enemy types and strategies for the upcoming battle, highlighting the conditions that would trigger a bad ending involving Lucy, the Slothful. A close-up of a mouth, teeth bared in a grim determination, filled the panel. The words, "no matter what," hung above. Ed Rothstaler, his blonde hair and piercing blue eyes alight with fierce resolve, clenched his fist, a surge of blue energy crackling around his hand. He launched himself forward, a blur of motion, determined to overcome any obstacle. The scene opens with a sweeping view of a grand academy building, its red-tiled roofs and imposing clock tower hinting at a rich history and perhaps, a rigid social hierarchy. A single word, JIKKS, bursts from a speech bubble, setting a tone of urgency and anticipation. Inside, Ed Rothstaler, a muscular young man with dark brown hair, is seen lifting weights, sweat beading on his brow. His expression is one of focused determination, yet a hint of weariness betrays his current circumstances. A voice cuts through the silence, "What is it, Taylor?" The question, though seemingly casual, carries an undercurrent of impatience. Ed, breathing heavily, huff, struggles to open a door, his movements labored and strained. His clothes are worn and dirty, a stark contrast to the opulent surroundings. He stumbles into the room, desperation etched on his face. A plea escapes his lips, "Please, help me." The urgency of the situation is underscored by the following words, "We need to rescue Ayla." Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the Game Extras Academy, found himself unexpectedly inhabiting his own character. His expulsion from the academy and family disownment left him with only one goal, earn a scholarship to graduate. He resolved to avoid the game's protagonists, but he knew that wouldn't be easy. The map of the academy revealed key locations, the Triz Hall, the underground waterway, and the Spirit Library. Each held significance in the game's narrative, and Ed's familiarity with the second episode's final chapter gave him a crucial advantage. Further exploration revealed the Monster Research Center and the deepest part of Professor Glast's laboratory. These locations, however, presented a different kind of challenge. The Monster Research Center was usually a significant obstacle, as Com, a powerful entity within the game, would release all the monsters. This time, however, The situation was reversed. The monsters remained confined, making the area significantly less dangerous. This unexpected change was a relief to Ed, because he knew that encounters between Lucy and Professor Glast were destined to end badly. Preventing this was now his priority. A surge of purple energy surrounded Lucy, a powerful witch, highlighting her magical prowess and the urgency of the situation. Ed knew he had to act quickly. He needed to prevent the disastrous encounter between Lucy and Professor Glast, but a significant problem stood in his way. The Spirit Library. Ed, hidden within its shadowy depths, prepared himself for whatever challenges lay ahead. A wave of ethereal blue energy erupted from the center of a room, tossing bookshelves and furniture into the air. At the epicenter, a young woman with long, flowing blue hair floated, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and awe. As the chaotic energy swirled around her, a young man with short, light brown hair, dressed in a sharp suit, watched from the periphery, his expression one of intense concern. His eyes fixed on the girl at the heart of the magical disturbance. The scene shifted, focusing on the young woman, her face now clearly visible, a look of pained concentration etched upon her features. As the blue energy intensified, revealing sharp, clawed fingers, the text box below identified her as Reina. The scene then shifted to a library, where a young man with light brown hair was hiding behind a stack of books, his face partially obscured. He seemed to be observing Reina's magical display from a distance. The narration box explained that Reina was about to grant Ed, the protagonist, a valuable experience. The final panel showed Ed, his face split down the middle, one side dark and the other light, a sword bisecting his image, engulfed in blue flames. The narration box warned of enemies in later stages that could not be defeated by Ed's normal swordsman form. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain in the game, found himself in a precarious situation. His expulsion from the academy meant he needed to train diligently to overcome the challenges ahead. For the future scenarios would prove significantly harder to clear if he failed to improve his skills. The game's narrative dictated that Taylor needed to make significant progress during the second episode, a crucial phase involving a chase after Professor Glast in the underground waterway, requiring him to master specific skills for the upcoming boss fights. The instructions emphasized the importance of playing through this episode without skipping, to build a solid foundation for future challenges. This phase would introduce him to key allies, such as Dorothy and Claire Elfin, who could help him learn essential skills, including encounters with the revived demon of the underground waterway and other formidable foes. The image depicted two women, one with blonde hair and the other with purple hair, seemingly preparing for this dangerous encounter. Another panel showed a woman with long blue hair, seemingly in distress, surrounded by menacing figures. The scene hinted at the complex challenges and potential dangers Ed would face in his quest for survival and academic success. Ed, however, had a plan. He intended to acquire only the necessary magical tools to navigate the underground waterway and escape unnoticed, prioritizing efficiency over direct confrontation. His focus was on Reina, who would provide him with the most experience points. As he stealthily collected a thunderclap generator, a powerful magical tool. Continuing his strategic acquisition of items, Ed then obtained a one-way light dimmer, a device that would aid his escape. The scene showed a ghostly figure floating in a library, suggesting the mystical nature of the items he was collecting. Carefully noting the properties of each item in his book, his methodical approach highlighted his determination to succeed in his perilous quest. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the Game Extras Academy, found himself in an unfamiliar situation. His piercing blue eyes, wide with a mixture of apprehension and determination, reflected the harsh light of his new reality. He silently vowed, "I'll definitely come back when this is over, because it'd be a waste otherwise." The scene shifted to a dimly lit room, filled with arcane artifacts and glowing orbs. A sense of mystery hung in the air. A disembodied voice echoed, "Right now, the exit won't be in her line of sight, young Master Ed." Ed stood in the room, a small, fiery bat perched on a nearby cabinet. A translucent, ethereal figure floated nearby, seemingly observing him. He breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew, all right, it is time to move." Suddenly, the room began to shake violently. Cracks appeared in the walls as the ground trembled, the tremors intensifying with each passing moment, threatening to collapse the entire structure. Ed's eyes widened in surprise. An earthquake. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game The Extras Academy Survival Guide, stood amidst a surge of blue flames, his familiar, a small, fiery bat-like creature, perched on his shoulder. A look of grim determination hardened his features. His eyes widened, reflecting the intense blue light. As a powerful, ethereal woman materialized from the flames, her form shimmering with an otherworldly energy. She seemed both beautiful and terrifying. The woman's spectral form began to dissipate, leaving behind only swirling blue energy. As Ed and his familiar watched in stunned silence, a cold sweat beaded on Ed's brow. A high-pitched shriek echoed through the air. Ed, startled, stumbled back, his face contorted in a grimace of fear and surprise. He cursed under his breath, "Damn it." The camera focuses on a grand, imposing building at twilight, its silhouette stark against the fading light. Inside, a man in a suit clutches his chest, a look of pained surprise on his face, purple energy erupts from his body. The energy intensifies, forming a swirling vortex that engulfs him completely. He collapses to the floor, the purple energy fading as he lies defeated. Suddenly, a surge of bright blue energy fills the panel, contrasting sharply with the previous scene. The blue energy expands, creating a powerful, visually stunning effect. The blue energy coalesces into a massive, icy structure, with a figure silhouetted against it. A thought bubble appears: if this deal hadn't been done so quietly. A woman with vibrant pink hair, clad in a dark officer's uniform, dramatically flung her arm out, a smirk playing on her lips. She declared that if a certain event had transpired, Sylvana Academy's reputation would have been utterly ruined. The scene shifted to another individual, partially obscured by a swirling vortex of icy blue energy. Their voice, laced with disbelief, expressed astonishment at the audacity of stealing the grimoire during a gathering of the Academy's most important personnel. A determined voice vowed to take responsibility for the stolen grimoire and retrieve it, even if it took time. However, another voice questioned whether waiting was possible. A man in a suit, amidst a scene of destruction and shattered stone, grimly predicted that whatever Professor Glast was planning would not end well. A woman with fiery red hair, her back to the viewer, questioned the previous statement, demanding clarification. Given the turn of events, a decision was made to reveal the truth. A man with a stern expression and noticeable scars on his face posed a question: did they know of the 3 major taboos? The 3 major taboos were then revealed: to twist the laws of nature, to disrupt the flow of time, and to defy human destiny. The final panel showed a powerful figure, seemingly radiating dark energy, with 2 specific acts highlighted: the pursuit of immortality and the resurrection of the dead. Principal Abel, a man with brown hair, stared in disbelief as a red-haired woman, Lortel Ketcheln, accused Professor Glast of using aspectual magic to resurrect the dead. The accusation hung heavy in the air. Lortel's words echoed the shock and disbelief of the principal. He questioned her audacity, calling her accusation crazy. Despite the principal's rebuke, Lortel remained persistent, explaining that her curiosity stemmed from the teachings of a legendary sage from Sylvana. This sage believed that talented individuals would advance the world. A ghostly image of the sage appeared, her ethereal form radiating a soft, blue light. Lortel looked on, her expression a mixture of awe and apprehension. The narration box revealed that the sage had a daughter, Mori, who tragically passed away after the sage recklessly pushed her forward, trusting her questionable talents. This loss weighed heavily on the sage's legacy. And now, the possibility of resurrecting the dead using aspectual magic loomed large in Lortel's mind. The thought of such power, and its potential consequences, filled her with a mixture of hope and trepidation. Principal Abel pondered the implications of Professor Glast's potential mastery of this forbidden magic. He wondered who the professor would choose to bring back to life. A close-up on Lortel's face revealed a mixture of fear and anticipation. Her one visible eye widened, reflecting the gravity of the situation. News of a significant problem reached the Academy's administration, a major incident involving Principal Abel. Moments earlier, Ed Rothstaler had been seen chasing Professor Glast, who fled towards the underground waterway. The students involved were identified as first-year magic student Aeltris and second-year magic student Ed Rothstaler. Aeltris, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and determination, stood amidst the chaos. A guttural scream ripped from her throat as she reacted to something unseen. Headmaster Abel, the greatest mage of his era, had made a promise to recover the sage's grimoire. A surge of dark energy crackled around Ed, the disowned villain, as he found himself inexplicably transported to an unknown location. The chaotic energy swirled around him, leaving him disoriented and alone. An unseen observer, perhaps one of the game's protagonists, considered the situation. They mused that if they intervened, they could easily rescue Ed, but decided that waiting was the most prudent course of action. Meanwhile, Ms. Ketcheln, a fiery-haired woman with a determined expression, appeared, her gaze fixed on something in the distance through her binoculars. She muttered to herself, her impatience evident. Ms. Ketcheln's keen ears picked up a familiar sound, and the direction from which it emanated was clear to her through her binoculars. She realized the source of the noise was the entrance to the underground waterway. A realization that filled her with a mix of apprehension and excitement. Suddenly, a monstrous roar echoed through the air. A colossal, fiery dragon emerged from the depths, its scales shimmering like molten gold. Its terrifying presence filled the landscape, prompting a panicked reaction from another of the female leads, who was seen clinging to the side of a high-speed vehicle. Back at the observation point, Ms. Ketcheln expressed her desire to join the fray, but a concerned male companion voiced his apprehension, questioning her decision. Despite his concerns, Ms. Ketcheln's resolve remained unshaken. She was determined to participate in the unfolding events. Observing the principal's nonchalant attitude towards the missing grimoire, a young woman with fiery red hair, partially concealed beneath a dark hood, felt a surge of impatience. She resolved to personally retrieve it. The red-haired woman addressed a group of men in formal attire, instructing them to minimize negotiations and follow her lead. She then descended, her determined gaze fixed on her objective. Dorothy, a third-year alchemy student and top performer in her department, was introduced. She is shown wearing practical clothing, a backpack, and carrying several vials and a notebook. Dorothy's combat skills were formidable, even challenging those among the combat faculty students. Her prowess was well known, often sought by top students from the first and second years of the alchemy faculty, Elvira and Norden. The narrative focuses on Dorothy, a young woman whose first year at the academy was unremarkable, despite her potential. She is shown emerging from a doorway, accompanied by a man. This lack of initial recognition changed when Professor Glast, a discerning individual, identified her latent talent. Dorothy believed that Professor Glast's seemingly extreme methods had an underlying purpose, even if she didn't fully understand it. Despite her uncertainty, Dorothy remained steadfast in her commitment to his instructions. She was determined to strictly follow his orders to guard the entrance to the underground waterway. However, Dorothy's unwavering loyalty was tested as she questioned the professor's actions, expressing her concerns about his methods. Her apprehension grew as she witnessed a fiery, monstrous creature emerging from the depths. A terrifying roar echoed through the cavern as the beast revealed itself in all its terrifying glory, leaving Dorothy completely vulnerable before the immense creature. A guttural voice echoed through the fiery expanse, a desperate plea cutting through the inferno, "Answer me." Silhouetted against the raging flames, a woman with long dark hair and cat-like ears sat atop a fiery vehicle, her face obscured by a dark veil. Her posture radiated an aura of intense focus and barely contained power. Another woman, this one with vibrant pink hair and cat-like ears, her eyes blazing with a furious intensity, demanded, "Where's Ed?" A figure cloaked in shadow and a red coat, their face hidden by a mask, stood amidst the flames, their presence hinting at a hidden agenda. A young woman with purple hair let out a high-pitched shriek of terror, "Hee-ee-eek." A wave of panic washed over her as she questioned her current path. Tarkan said it was this way. Or maybe not? Whose directions did I follow this time again? A powerful woman with pink hair, accompanied by a fiery dragon and a luminous blue panther, stood defiantly. She muttered to herself, "Ugh, so." She began to recount directions, her voice laced with uncertainty. Second fork, right, then left, right, left, right, or was it left, right, left? My head hurts. One of the women, exasperated, placed a hand on her temple as she looked down at the other, who lay on the ground, defeated and tearful. Ugh. Dorothy, a top alchemy student in her third year, gasped upon seeing Ed Rothstaler, the disowned villain, lying on the ground. She wondered if her presence was somehow connected to his current predicament. Meanwhile, Janica, another prominent student, discovered Ed's unconscious form. Her expression was one of concern, tinged with a hint of something else. A group of shadowy figures, their faces mostly obscured, appeared in the background, suggesting a potential threat to Ed. Janica knelt beside Ed, carefully checking his condition. Her concern was palpable. Another girl, her face partially hidden by a red hood, watched from afar, her eyes filled with a mixture of worry and determination. The narration reveals that this unnamed girl, despite her seemingly fragile appearance, possesses immense power, enough to ensure Ed's safety, even at great cost. A powerful image shows her kneeling beside Ed, surrounded by magical creatures and flames, highlighting her protective resolve. She declares that she came to rescue him, implying a deeper connection than initially apparent. Janica, a young woman with long pink hair styled in braids, gently cradled Ed, a blonde young man in a suit, in her arms. Rose petals fell around them as she spoke, her voice soft yet firm. She reassured him, mentioning that she had prepared food at their camp. Ed, still in Janica's arms, blushed deeply. He expressed his gratitude, commenting on the ordeal of his kidnapping. His words turned unexpectedly romantic as he declared his feelings for Janica, culminating in a marriage proposal. The two walked hand in hand, their backs to the viewer, dressed in wedding attire. Ed then posed a question about their future family. Suddenly, Lortel, a young woman with vibrant red hair, appeared, her face contorted in furious disbelief. She vehemently rejected the unfolding events. A narration box explained Lortel's character, usually rational, her judgment falters when it comes to Ed. Janica received a message revealing that Ed had already been rescued, though he was injured during the kidnapping and currently resting. Lortel, upon hearing this, reacted with a mixture of shock and disbelief. Lortel's determination hardened. She resolved to save Ed herself, starting by removing Janica from the equation. Lortel's name was mentioned, a seemingly insignificant detail at first. But it immediately piqued the interest of a young woman with pink hair and piercing red eyes. She questioned why she was being told this. A surge of purple energy emanated from her, a clear sign of her magical abilities. As she revealed that she had rushed to the scene after locating Ed's position. She was puzzled, however, by his rescue, as she was near the entrance and hadn't seen anyone else. Her confusion deepened, she had arrived before anyone else, yet Ed had been rescued without her knowledge. The mystery of his rescue intensified her already sharp gaze. Another character, seemingly dismissing the situation, declared that the details of Ed's rescue were unimportant. This dismissive attitude was immediately challenged by Lortel, who confronted the other girl about using the trading company's employees to rescue Ed. The confrontation escalated, with Lortel criticizing the other girl's actions as reckless and cowardly, given her lack of combat training. While acknowledging that Ed's situation was indeed dangerous. The other girl, seemingly unfazed, revealed that she had initially sought help from Lucy, who simply yawned and walked away. A young woman with long, silver hair, wearing a dark red cloak and a wide-brimmed hat, yawned widely. She never listened to others and always preferred to do things her own way. And so, amidst a fiery backdrop, she made her decision. Two women, their faces illuminated by the flames, faced each other. One had fiery red hair, the other, a lighter shade. The red-haired woman spoke, her voice heavy with emotion. I am also alone. The red-haired woman nodded, a smirk playing on her lips. You're right. This is no time for us to get in each other's way. So, there's no other competitors, right? She then addressed the group, her voice calm and authoritative. Everyone, please stay here and wait. No more words were needed. The red-haired woman declared her next move. Then I'll search the east side of the waterway, Lortel. Another woman, with shorter, darker hair, immediately agreed. Okay, I'll search the other side. The red-haired woman, her expression serious, stated the urgency of the situation. The important thing is to rescue Ed, who's in danger. A determined look hardened her features as she set off alone, leaving the others behind. The weight of her mission was evident in her every step. A young woman with vibrant red hair, clad in a dark uniform, moved with startling speed, her expression one of fierce determination. She dashed across the scene, a blur of motion. A silent exclamation punctuating her rapid transit across the landscape. Another young woman, this one with long pink braids and intense red eyes, followed close behind, her face contorted in a grimace of exertion. She too was moving at an incredible pace. Her movements mirroring the first woman's urgency. Two identical thought bubbles appeared, each declaring, "We'll be the one." A third thought bubble, larger and more emphatic, followed, "To rescue Ed first." A woman with long, flowing blue hair was engulfed in a swirling vortex of blue energy. Her form was partially obscured by the intense light. But a small, golden dragon-like creature could be seen flying towards a figure in a red hooded cloak. The figure in the red cloak appeared to be sinking into the water, the energy vortex receding. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced former villain from the game, found himself in a precarious situation. He was cowering on the ground, a look of sheer terror etched on his face. A small, fiery bat-like creature hovered nearby, adding to the unsettling atmosphere. Above him, the words "an earthquake" screamed across the panel, hinting at the chaos unfolding. The ground beneath him violently shook. A sudden tremor causing a large crack to spread across the stone floor. The question, will be the first TO rescue ED from his dangerous situation, appeared, foreshadowing the arrival of help. A powerful shockwave erupted from the center of the fissure, sending debris flying in all directions. The force of the blast was immense, shattering the stone around Ed. And sending him tumbling through the air. The fiery bat watched from above. Ed landed hard, his thoughts filled with dread. He silently wished for a simple earthquake, rather than whatever cataclysmic event was actually unfolding. I wish it was just an earthquake, he thought. A mysterious figure appeared, their face obscured by a bright blue light. They seemed to be examining the scene with interest. They let out a low hum, indicating curiosity and intrigue. A blinding flash of light erupted from a mysterious source, illuminating the scene with an ethereal glow. Leaving behind a young woman with silver hair, clad in a dark school uniform and a pointed witch's hat, sitting amidst the debris. A look of weariness clouded her features. Nearby, another figure lay prostrate, their long, flowing hair obscuring their face, their form shimmering with the same otherworldly light as the initial flash. A third girl, this one with short, light blue hair, appeared, her expression a mix of boredom and slight amusement. She nonchalantly declared that she had come to help, simply because she was bored. A breathtaking sunset painted the sky with vibrant hues of orange and pink, the clouds drifting lazily across the canvas of twilight. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the grand architecture of Sylvanian Academy. Two figures stood on a balcony overlooking the sprawling campus, their silhouettes stark against the fiery backdrop. One of them, a man with a stern expression and a few scars on his face, voiced his concern. He questioned the wisdom of their inaction, suggesting that simply waiting was too risky. His companion, a more imposing figure draped in a cape, countered that the inherent danger presented a valuable opportunity for the students' growth, invoking a poetic metaphor about flowers blooming where leaves fall. The first man, unconvinced, pointed out the immense pressure placed upon this year's students. His companion, however, remained steadfast in his belief that this was a truly exceptional generation, unparalleled in the Academy's history. The camera focuses on two students, their hands clasped together in a show of strength and camaraderie. Further emphasizing the exceptional nature of this year's class, a rare occurrence in the Academy's long history. A young woman with fiery orange hair, clenched fists, and a fierce expression glared, her eyes narrowed in determination. She muttered to herself, comparing the number of rivals to the countless stars in the night sky. A hand, seemingly Ed's, clutched a small, broken object. A sense of foreboding washed over him, it felt like a warning. A single leaf fell, a subtle visual cue hinting at the upcoming trials. A man with short, light brown hair, wearing a long, light brown coat, stood with his back to the viewer, a thoughtful expression on his face. A leaf fell near him. He mused that the upcoming challenges must be intense enough to make even the most talented individuals struggle. A small, rustic cabin nestled amidst the autumnal woods, smoke curling from its chimney, suggesting a warm, inviting interior. The scene opens with a wide shot of a desolate landscape. Fallen, decaying wooden structures are scattered amidst a forest of autumnal hues, the leaves of fiery orange and brown. A large, dark chasm dominates the center of the panel, smoke curling from its depths. The camera angle shifts, closing in on the chasm, revealing its jagged, fractured edges, a dark void at its heart. A swirling, bluish-gray vortex begins to form within the abyss. The perspective changes again, now showing the vortex from inside a building. Cracks spiderweb across the ceiling as the vortex expands, threatening to consume the room. A young man with blonde hair lies unconscious on the floor, a faint blue glow emanating from his body. Someone calls out to him. The voice persists, repeating "hey" several times with increasing urgency. The young man, Ed Rothstaler, stirs, shielding his eyes from the light and groaning softly. A young girl with white hair and a witch's hat appears, peering down at Ed. She asks if he has any jerky left. The panel shifts to show the girl's legs and the upper body of Ed, still on the ground, as she approaches. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game, found himself alone in the woods, muttering to himself about finding a place to rest. He was exhausted and clearly in need of a nap. A hand gently rested on his shoulder, startling him slightly. Ed realized the precariousness of his situation. Janica and Lortel, two of the game's heroines, were approaching a critical point in their quest. Janica and Lortel, fueled by determination, raced towards the underground waterway. Ed knew he had to intervene, but only to a limited extent. His goal was to subtly influence events without drawing attention to himself. A series of panels showed various characters and creatures, hinting at the challenges Ed would face in the latter half of the game. One of the bosses, however, could be safely ignored. Ed's focus shifted back to the immediate problem, the girl beside him. He knew he needed to act, but how could he help her without altering the game's narrative too drastically? A young woman with striking purple eyes and silvery hair confronts Ed, her expression a mixture of determination and weariness. "You're going to have to stick with me for a bit," she declares, her voice firm despite the underlying exhaustion. Ed, his face etched with worry, could only let out a weary sigh. His blue eyes reflected his apprehension. Another young woman with vibrant pink hair and a gentle expression appeared, offering words of comfort. She began, somebody once told me that when the going gets tough, the biggest help a person can give is just by being there quietly by your side." The scene shifts to Ed and the silver-haired woman, now in a chibi-style depiction. She speaks softly, "Lucy, you're being strong. Being with someone like you makes me feel safe. Even if we don't do anything or talk much, you just being present is that kind of thing." A small sniffle escapes her lips before Ed interrupts, demanding, "Enough with the jerkies, please." Ed's frustration is palpable as he directs a sharp command towards the silver-haired girl, "Just stay with me until we get out of this underground waterway." Above Ed's head, the faces of three other girls appear in thought bubbles, each seemingly offering their own silent support. One of them speaks, "If you want to get out of this underground waterway, I'll help you out." Ed, still in chibi form, hesitates, then responds, "I have some things I need to take care of before I leave." Alright. Ed, the disgraced villain, found himself in an unexpected predicament. He had a proposition for someone, but also a favor to ask in return. He cautiously approached his mysterious benefactor, a figure cloaked in shadow, only a flash of long, white hair visible. The figure remained silent for a moment, considering Ed's request. Then, with surprising speed, Ed found himself carrying a small girl on his back, fleeing from an unseen pursuer. Ed, despite his predicament, formulated a plan. He would escape by going in reverse, retrieving necessary items from the library and then making his exit. Determination hardened his features as he focused on his escape strategy. He would get everything he needed from the library and finally leave this place. But his resolve was quickly tested. A voice interrupted his thoughts. A casual hey echoed in the near-empty corridor, a stark contrast to Ed's tense focus. The question, "Do you really have no jerky?" hung in the air, adding to Ed's growing frustration. A swarm of bats, their eyes glowing menacingly, descended upon Ed. The creatures lunged, their sharp teeth bared in a terrifying display of aggression. Ed, however, remained unfazed. He raised his hand. A fiery symbol appearing in his palm as he muttered the word, "Ignition." A wave of intense heat erupted from his hand, engulfing the bats in a fiery inferno. The flames consumed the creatures, leaving behind only ashes. Ed, slightly breathless, looked down at his hands. He mused, "Should I call this the real thrill of mob hunting?" Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain in the game, found himself under attack. "I'm being bombed by the special EXP explosion of the monsters," he thought, a grim realization dawning on him. He was caught in the crossfire of a magical battle, the intense heat of the explosion scorching the air around him. A figure in a dark robe, seemingly unaffected by the chaos, moved swiftly through the fiery inferno. "Ignition," a voice boomed, as the scene erupted in a fiery spectacle. The impact of the explosion sent shockwaves through the area, leaving Ed disoriented and struggling to regain his bearings. Amidst the chaos, a faint blue glow emanated from a hidden source. The magical energy pulsed, hinting at something concealed. A voice, calm and insightful, cut through the din. "There's a concealment spell cast somewhere around here." The magic resonance and unique insight that Professor Glast acknowledged. Unlike Janica, who specializes in spirit connection, Lortel, with her keen magical senses, was quickly closing in on the source of the spell. Lortel's eyes narrowed, her expression hardening. "Right, this isn't the time to just exchange sweet words." L'Oreal had a sudden realization. Right now, she genuinely wanted to help someone with pure intentions. She felt a glimpse of a new kind of relationship. and her heart swelled again. It was the same feeling as before. This sound, she was hearing it from someplace so close. Her heartbeat quickened. A powerful surge of energy erupted from her, sending a shockwave that shattered the nearby stone wall. The force of the blast sent her flying backwards. She crashed into the ground, dazed but unharmed. Lortel, one of the female leads in the game, found Ed Rothstaler, the disowned villain protagonist, in the woods. She seemed surprised but not entirely unwelcome. Lortel's eyes widened in shock as she processed the sight of Ed, her expression a mixture of surprise and disbelief. She uttered his name, barely a whisper, questioning his presence. Ed, still recovering from his unexpected arrival in this world, explained his situation, revealing that he had been kidnapped. A young boy, seemingly a supporting character, appeared, carrying a mysterious, glowing artifact. He looked worried and distressed. The boy's mysterious artifact seemed to contain several glowing orbs, each emitting a faint light. The scene was filled with a mystical aura. The boy, overwhelmed by the weight of the artifact, asked Ed for help carrying it, highlighting the unusual circumstances of their encounter. Ed agreed to help the boy, unaware of the true nature of the artifact. Lortel, observing from a distance, noticed something peculiar about the packages. Another female lead, seemingly surprised and curious, interrupted, adding another layer of complexity to the situation. A third female lead approached Ed, expressing concern for his well-being after his supposed kidnapping. The scene is filled with tension and uncertainty. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game, found himself in a desperate situation. Beads of sweat trickled down his brow as he struggled to catch his breath. His eyes, wide with a mixture of fear and determination, reflected the gravity of his predicament. He had somehow managed to escape, his heart still pounding in his chest. Leaning against a tree, he found a moment of respite as a young woman, Lucy, slept soundly against him. A sudden jolt startled him awake. Lucy stirred, her eyes fluttering open as she mumbled his name in surprise. Janica, another young woman, appeared, her face contorted in worry and anger. "This is dangerous. This is really dangerous," she exclaimed, her voice laced with genuine concern. She continued, her voice strained, "And, it's too cruel." Janica's words hung in the air, underscoring the perilous situation Ed found himself in. Janica's inner thoughts revealed her frustration. She considered Ed a coward, a failure who couldn't even take a chance, but she also admitted to being the most proactive in making progress with him. The scene shifted to Ed and Janica sharing a tender moment by a campfire, their silhouettes embracing in the warm glow of the flames. Later, Ed was seen running through the forest, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he nearly set the woods ablaze with his reckless speed. A young woman, her face partially obscured by shadow, seethed with jealousy. Her inner voice echoed her frustration. How could Ed act so nonchalantly with another girl? Meanwhile, a fiery-haired woman, her face illuminated by an intense magical aura, issued a request to Ed. She needed him to continue crafting scrolls for her, promising to collect the necessary materials herself if the trading company could supply them. She offered to buy anything he might want, insisting she didn't mind paying a low price as a token of her gratitude for his help. Another woman, her face flushed, called out Ed's name, her eyes wide with a mixture of longing and urgency. Ed, seemingly aware of the complex situation, silently resolved to take control of the situation, addressing the fiery-haired woman, Lortel, directly. He looked intently at Lortel, their faces close together, a silent conversation passing between them. Lortel, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, confessed her trust in him, emphasizing that he was the only one she could rely on. Lortel's voice, laced with both desperation and a hint of accusation, questioned the timing of her request. She reiterated her trust in him, emphasizing that he was her only option. A young woman with vibrant red hair and piercing green eyes loomed over Ed, her expression a mixture of mischief and intensity. She held several scrolls close to her chest, a playful smirk dancing on her lips. "Do you," she began, her voice laced with a hint of challenge, "know what I've been up to this whole time?" Ed, caught off guard, found himself enveloped by the woman's presence. She pressed the scrolls against him, her closeness intensifying the already charged atmosphere. "Need a receipt," she whispered, her breath ghosting across his skin. Ed's internal monologue erupted in a desperate cry, "I'm a pushover." The scene shifted, revealing two more young women, one with fiery red hair and the other with a more demure appearance, standing alongside a stern-looking man with short, blonde hair. They were clearly agitated, their eyes fixed on someone unseen. "President Lortel," one of them exclaimed, her voice sharp with urgency. An older man, his face etched with worry, appeared, breathlessly handing over something to the group. "Here you are," he gasped, his words strained. The camera angle shifted, focusing on the group's feet. A sense of foreboding hung in the air as they huddled together, their posture tense and apprehensive. A hushed whisper cut through the silence. "We have a huge problem." The final panel showed a long, dimly lit corridor, the atmosphere heavy with suspense. The path ahead was uncertain, promising further challenges. A warning echoed through the shadowed corridor, "Everyone, do not let your guard down." Ed Rothstaler, the disgraced villain, found himself pursued by a group of shadowy figures. He was running for his life, his breath ragged in the cold night air. The weight of his past misdeeds pressed heavily upon him. Clebius, a first-year combat student, questioned the necessity of continuing their perilous journey. He voiced his apprehension, suggesting they simply leave. A blast of fire erupted from Elvira's hands as she struck Clebius, her frustration evident. She argued that they had to save Ed Rothstaler too. Clebius, winded and apologetic, reiterated his commitment to saving Isla, despite his reservations. He pleaded with Clebius for help, emphasizing the urgency of the situation. Clebius, reminded of Isla's kind nature, resolved to continue their mission, urging his companion not to back down. A mysterious hand, its skin a pale blue, extended a single finger, beckoning the viewer to look. As if to reveal something hidden just beyond the frame. Adele, a self-proclaimed romantic seer, pointed towards the unseen path ahead. A premonition clouding her features. She sensed something significant up ahead. The scene shifted to a dark, foreboding corridor. A same pale blue hand pointed towards the end of the corridor, highlighting the danger that lay ahead. A sudden explosion rocked the corridor, confirming Adele's premonition. The seer's voice trembled as she confessed her inability to predict this sudden turn of events. It was completely unplanned. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced former villain, found himself facing a fiery, miniature dragon. The creature's breath washed over him in a torrent of heat. Pleading for mercy, Ed begged for a single chance, claiming his actions were merely a simple whim. The force of the dragon's attack sent a blonde woman, presumably one of the game's heroines, sprawling to the ground. Observing the scene from a distance, a figure questioned the precision of the attack, wondering if they had veered too far to the right. A brief, almost dismissive "oh" escaped the observer's lips. The dragon, seemingly unfazed by the events, addressed someone unseen, casually saying, "Hey, guys." Janica, another heroine, appeared, a glowing green bird emanating from her hand, seemingly in control of the situation. Ed, witnessing Janica's arrival, was shocked, muttering her name in disbelief. Meanwhile, a group of antagonists, armed and ready for battle, emerged from the shadows. This unforgettable feeling, a chilling premonition washed over Ed Rothstaler, the disgraced villain. The learned fear is rising within him. A cold dread, born of past mistakes, threatened to paralyze him. Rationality, when paralyzed by fear, leads to misunderstandings. A young woman with pink hair and intense red eyes appeared before him, her expression a mixture of apprehension and determination. Ed found himself surrounded by 3 other young women and a young man, bound and clearly distressed. "There's no guarantee they can win this fight," one of them admitted, her voice laced with worry. "But they're going to give it their all." Ed, however, felt a surge of power as he drew his sword, sparks of energy crackling around the blade. A desperate battle ensued. "Why are they looking at me like that?" Ed wondered, a wave of confusion washing over him as he collapsed. "Did I grill Assistant Professor Claire too much?" He wondered, his thoughts racing. But she fainted all by herself. "Why are you acting like this, Taylor? Calm down." One of the girls shouted, clearly agitated by Ed's sudden collapse. "Move. Even if my chances are low, I have to save Isla." Ed resolved, a renewed sense of purpose hardening his gaze. Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain in the game, found himself in a dire situation. His eyes, wide with a mix of fear and determination, reflected the gravity of his predicament. A colossal, fiery dragon loomed before him, its presence filling the ancient stone chamber. 3 figures stood before the beast, 2 young women, one with cat ears, and a man in military attire, all seemingly frozen in fear. The military man, his back to the viewer, seemed to be bracing for an attack, a blur of motion suggesting a desperate attempt to protect the others. While a close-up revealed a man with blonde hair, his face partially obscured by shadow, seemingly caught in the crossfire. The blonde man's face came into full view, revealing Ed Rothstaler, battered but alive. The name, Ed Rothstaler, was uttered with a mix of shock and relief. A young woman with long, light-colored hair rushed to his side, her concern evident in her worried expression. "Ed! Ed! Are you okay? You're not hurt, are you?" she cried out. Another figure appeared, a young man with dark hair, his eyes wide with a mixture of surprise and apprehension. He uttered a single word, barely a whisper, "Taylor." A young woman with fiery red hair approached, her expression a mixture of anger and concern. She, too, spoke his name, Ed Rothstaler, her voice laced with a hint of accusation. The blonde-haired young woman from earlier spoke again, her voice low and serious. "Elvira and I have already fully realized Ed's fighting style." The narration box recounted Ed Rothstaler's past exploits. Despite only possessing basic magic and archery skills, he once single-handedly repelled 3 opponents far stronger than himself. A testament to his resourcefulness and cunning. Flames erupted around Ed, his eyes glowing with an unnatural blue intensity. But even his skills paled in comparison to the combined might of his allies. A colossal, fiery dragon emerged from the inferno, its roar echoing through the scene. 2 young women, their faces partially obscured by shadows, watched in awe and apprehension. As the dragon's fiery breath washed over them. Behind them, 3 figures in military-style uniforms stood firm, their expressions grim. Janica's internal monologue revealed her assessment of the situation. Since the Awfulest Hall incident, Ed had grown significantly stronger. She might have managed to handle Janica alone. But with Ed Rothstaler now beside her, the odds had shifted dramatically. Janica's grim expression reflected her dwindling hope. With Ed's presence, her chances of success were drastically reduced. A young man in a dark cloak and witch's hat appeared, carrying a small child. He seemed to be fleeing from something. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the Game Extras Academy, found himself in a dire situation. His face, bruised and battered, was illuminated by an eerie purple glow. A stark reminder of his recent failures. The word zero echoed in his mind, a harsh judgment of his current state. A large, shadowy hand reached out, its touch cold and heavy. As if to offer assistance, or perhaps something far more sinister. Ed lay on the ground, his eyes half closed, listening. To a voice whispering, "Elias waiting." A new command arrived, sharp and urgent: "Go catch Glast, Taylor." The scene shifted. Revealing a group of figures, their forms shrouded in shadow. A tense atmosphere hung in the air. Ed's eyes snapped open. He heard another voice, this one calm and collected: "You handle the scenario, and I'll." The moon hung low in the inky sky, casting long shadows across the dense forest. A chill wind rustled through the leaves. As a cloaked figure emerged from the darkness. He was tall and imposing, his face partially obscured by the shadows of his hood, but his sharp features and piercing gaze were unmistakable. He held a long, slender pipe in his gloved hand. A cryptic message hung in the air: "Take care of the variables." The figure's gaze hardened, his golden eyes glinting with determination. He was clearly a man of power and influence, his every movement radiating an aura of authority. The simmering tension within the trading company was about to reach a boiling point. News arrived that mercenaries, hired by the formidable Golden King elite, had landed on Arkan Island. Meanwhile, a pivotal figure from the original storyline, the mid-boss of the second episode, was already defeated. His defeat was swift and absolute, leaving no room for recovery. The Golden King elite, a force to be reckoned with, was behind this unexpected turn of events. Elite's fall from power occurred at an unforeseen time and in an unexpected manner, allowing him to escape, unlike in the original game's narrative. Lordle, however, was aware of Elite's planned counterattack. Despite this knowledge, Lordle commanded the minimum negotiation personnel to stay behind and follow him. A young woman with vibrant red hair, partially concealed by a crimson hood, peered out from beneath its shadow. Her eyes, an unsettling shade of green, held a calculating glint. It seemed she was observing something with intense focus. A situation that clearly held significant implications. The narration box confirmed her assessment: many personnel from the trading company were trapped, defenseless. Urgent action was required. Meanwhile, an older man, his face etched with worry and determination, hurried through a dimly lit corridor. He clutched a dark sack, its contents hinting at valuable items. He had acquired magical engineering crafting formulas and tools. And he suspected they would prove more useful than he initially anticipated. The man carefully examined a scroll, a light emanating from within. He considered this his most valuable asset for survival in this world. The undeniable advantage of knowing the future. A timeline appeared, detailing the key events of the current scenario: Janica Faylever, Glast, Lucy Merrill, Crapen Rothtaler, and Sacred Lance Dragon Wellbrock. The Glast subjugation battle was nearing its end. The overarching plan remained consistent, to allow the storyline to unfold as it was originally written. A man, sharply dressed in a gray suit and fur-trimmed coat, sat reviewing documents. His dark hair was neatly combed back, and a well-groomed beard framed his stern features. He wore several rings adorned with large gemstones on his fingers. He resolved that if Elite was to be the mid-boss of episode 2, then he must ensure his presence in that episode, just as in the original story. Ed, a young man with determined eyes, declared his intention to take down Elite. He muttered Jix under his breath, a word that seemed to express both resolve and a hint of grim satisfaction. Someone addressed him as Ed, their voice conveying encouragement and approval. The scene shifted to show Ed, his face partially obscured, standing in a dimly lit hallway. A voice instructed him that from that point onward, the path was clear, advising him to ask Aila for details after rescuing her. Ed's eyes widened in surprise and confusion. Ultimately, it was Ed who would have to resolve this situation, as the narrative indicated. The narrative opens with a dramatic title card, foreshadowing the challenges ahead for Ed Rothstaler. Only after mastering unique skills and completing his growth will he be ready to face the final scenario. A close-up reveals a head of bright white hair, crackling with crimson energy. This is Ed, the protagonist, undergoing a transformation. The narration boxes reveal crucial plot points. A complex situation awaits Ed in the underground waterway, followed by the appearance of a magic tower that will unleash devastating spells. A looming, ominous image of a colossal magic tower dominates the panel, its dark energy crackling ominously. The text warns of the immense pain to come. And the challenges ahead will test Ed's limits, requiring more than just human willpower to overcome. Ed, looking apprehensive, is shown from behind, his face partially obscured. He seems to be in a dark, confined space. An unseen figure offers a cryptic message of good luck, adding to the sense of foreboding. Ed's worried expression is fully visible now, a bead of sweat on his cheek highlighting his anxiety. He is alone, facing an uncertain future. A shadowy figure, Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from a game, now finds himself inexplicably inhabiting his own character's body. He's living in the woods, far from the game's main storyline, determined to avoid the protagonists and earn his scholarship. He observes a group of figures hurrying down a dark corridor. Their urgent pace suggesting a pressing matter. Someone calls out, "Right, Taylor?" Meanwhile, a voiceover reveals a strategic plan. Someone is targeting a trading company to obtain evidence that implicates Ed in a past loss of armor, which cost him his position. A decision is made. They must first inform the academy that mercenaries have invaded. Suddenly, a young man with blonde hair, Janica, calls out, wait a minute, Ed. Another figure, seemingly a woman with pink hair, replies, sorry, Janica, but we need to hurry. A young woman's face, contorted in a grimace, filled the panel. Her blonde hair was braided, and a fierce determination hardened her expression. She warned Ed, a young man in a red cloak and hat, that he would get hurt again. The setting appeared to be a dark, mysterious passageway. Ed, still in the passageway, questioned whether he should really deal with the Golden King elite. His expression was one of doubt and apprehension. Janica, a red-haired woman, explained that while she didn't know the details, Ed had recently been kidnapped and barely escaped. Ed looked concerned. Another young woman, this one with pink hair and cat ears, added that Ed had collapsed from overwork just days before and that this was a matter for the elite company, insisting that it had nothing to do with him. Tears welled in her eyes. She didn't want him to get hurt anymore. Ed agreed, silently. The narration box confirmed that this was indeed someone else's matter. Ed, however, was conflicted. He wondered if he could truly stay out of it. To capture Elite, Lortel would need both Ed and Janica. The panel showed Lortel carrying a seemingly unconscious Ed, with Janica standing guard. One of the female leads, a young woman with long, braided blonde hair, mused aloud to her companion. She suspected that another would soon use some excuse to involve them all in her schemes. Ed, the protagonist, a young man with short, light-colored hair, stared blankly ahead, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light. He seemed lost in thought. His inner voice echoed with guilt. He realized that his involvement was entirely selfish. The scene shifted to two women, one with long, fiery red hair and a hooded cloak, the other with the same blonde braids as before. The red-haired woman looked concerned, while the blonde one appeared distressed. The blonde woman spoke, her words expressing concern for Ed's safety and well-being. The red-haired woman agreed, emphasizing the need for Ed to rest somewhere safe. Their worried faces were close together, their expressions mirroring each other's concern. It's nice to see the two of them getting along, but... Ed, however, rejected the idea of rest, prioritizing a pressing matter involving Lortel. Ed, the disgraced villain, muttered to himself, claiming his affairs were nobody else's concern. Two young women confronted him. One, with crimson eyes blazing, seemed furious, the other looked distressed, tears welling in her bright green eyes. The woman with crimson eyes demanded an explanation for his cryptic statement. The scene shifted, showing the crimson-eyed woman's intense focus on Ed. Meanwhile, the other girl urged them to hurry, emphasizing the urgency of the situation. The group, now in motion, included Ed, the two women, and an elderly man. They were clearly fleeing something. Ed carried one of the women, his movements suggesting a desperate attempt to escape. He eventually conceded, albeit reluctantly, that his actions were indeed nobody else's business. The pink-haired girl explained the reason behind Ed's secrecy, a contract with the powerful Lortel Trading Company. Janica, a young woman with vibrant pink hair styled in thick braids, grinned, her eyes wide with mischief. A mischievous glint shone in her eyes as she pointed out a critical flaw in Ed's plan. Your magical engineering supplies would be disrupted too, right? Ed, a young man with blonde hair, stared intently at Janica, his expression thoughtful. He considered her words, a subtle shift in his expression indicated a dawning realization. He conceded, yeah, you're right. Two other girls, one with pink hair and another with red, giggled behind him, their comments adding to the light-hearted atmosphere. Despite the casual conversation, a voiceover narration observed, Janica, you're pretty smart, as expected of the top student in your year. Ed's gaze hardened, his expression shifting from casual to serious. He was clearly troubled by something beyond the immediate conversation. The scene shifted to a dark, stone corridor. Large chunks of rock littered the ground, suggesting a recent collapse. A group of figures stood in the distance, silhouetted against the dim light. The perspective shifted dramatically, showing a massive, rocky hand reaching from the ground towards them. The narration box declared, "This is complete chaos." A final narration box summarized the situation. Taylor was so horrible without any regard for seniority in this situation. Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain in the game, lay unconscious. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he drifted between sleep and wakefulness. The narration box above him confirmed the thoughts of those around him. At times like this, he was truly heartless. He awoke to find three young women looking down at him, their expressions a mixture of concern and accusation. One, with vibrant pink hair, spoke, her words laced with suspicion. Did he do this? Ed protested his innocence, his voice filled with a desperate plea. He hadn't meant for things to turn out this way. But his denials only seemed to fuel their anger. He insisted he wasn't heartless, desperately trying to convince them of his truthfulness. One of the women suggested they move the conversation outside, near the academy exit. Another countered, suggesting they seek help from the academy first. A brilliant light erupted from the depths of the academy, illuminating the scene. Ed, seizing the opportunity, pointed out that his carriage was waiting at the entrance with the staff. The sudden, bright light revealed a shocking sight. A wrecked carriage lay submerged in the water. The three girls, along with Ed, were found unconscious and submerged in the water near the wrecked carriage. The pink-haired girl, her eyes gleaming with a sinister amusement, emerged from the water, observing the scene with a smirk. She commented that Ed had been faster than she expected. A shadowy figure, cloaked and imposing, stood over several unconscious men sprawled in the shallows of a dark waterway. The scene was grim, the water reflecting the ominous twilight sky. A chilling reminder of the power wielded by this mysterious individual. The scene shifts to a close-up of the shadowy figure's face. His expression is one of cold calculation as he speaks, his words revealing a meticulous plan. He explains that he taught someone how to manage documents so thoroughly that even a thorough search would yield no results. However, a weakness in personnel management allowed his location to be compromised. A simple threat was enough to reveal Ed's presence near the waterway. He apologizes to Miss Lortel, a woman with vibrant red hair, whose presence is felt even in this brief exchange. Miss Lortel's response is chillingly calm. She notes that his carefully cultivated expression of remorse is a skill he's honed over time, a stark contrast to the gravity of the situation. He considers it a waste to use torture on someone as valuable as Ed. The final panel shows Ed submerged in the water, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light, suggesting a sudden and unexpected shift in the situation. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the Game Extras Academy, found himself in a desperate situation. He was ambushed, a magical blue energy erupting around him as he was thrown back. The force of the blow sending him sprawling. He braced himself, a grim determination etched on his face. Readying himself for another attack. A flash of blue light illuminated the scene as he countered. The attack was swift and precise. Ed's countermove sent his opponent reeling, but he was immediately surrounded by two powerful figures, a stern-faced woman with fiery red hair and a younger man with silver hair, both wielding magical staffs. The woman, clearly the leader, questioned Ed's actions, her voice sharp and accusatory. Ed, however, remained calm, anticipating their arrival. She accused him of bringing mercenaries to the academy, just as he had done before. Ed countered, stating that this time, the situation was different. The woman pressed further, mentioning the professor's escape with the sage's grimoire. Ed's response was firm and resolute. Suddenly, more figures emerged from the shadows, three men in dark suits, their eyes glowing menacingly. They were clearly prepared for a fight. Reinforcing his resolve. This time, it was truly different. Under the pale moonlight, a chilling narration echoed through the night, "They're the continent's best mercenaries." A large group of mercenaries, their forms silhouetted against the dark water, stood poised for battle. Among them, a tense standoff unfolded between several individuals wielding swords, their blades glinting menacingly under the moonlight. As ripples spread across the water's surface, disturbed by the approach of a young woman, her footsteps barely audible in the stillness of the night. A man's voice, cold and dismissive, cut through the air, excluding Lortel, "I don't care about the lives of the others." The speaker, a man with a stern expression, dark hair, and a neatly trimmed goatee, stood with a commanding presence. His hand gestured dismissively, his eyes cold and calculating. A sharp command sliced through the tense atmosphere, "Finish them off quickly." Two figures, cloaked and hooded, moved with lethal efficiency. One, drawing a bow, unleashed a volley of energy arrows. The arrows arcing through the night sky in a deadly display of precision. Leaving two figures, a young woman with pink hair and a man in a red jacket, to watch the aftermath from a distance. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game, found himself in a precarious situation. Pursued by two female characters, he was forced to use his magic to escape. Carrying one of his pursuers on his back as he fled through a shimmering blue portal. His escape, however, was short-lived. A volley of arrows suddenly appeared, aimed directly at Ed and his unexpected passenger. The sharp points were mere inches from their faces, forcing Ed to react instantly. A wall of shimmering, protective energy materialized around them, deflecting the deadly projectiles. The arrows impacted the barrier with a resounding thwack. The force of the impact sent shockwaves rippling through the magical shield. But Ed held firm. From the energy, a large, protective bird emerged, a testament to his magical prowess. The magical avian creature spread its wings, a symbol of defense against the relentless attack. Despite the magical defense, the arrows continued their assault, forcing Ed and his companion to move quickly. Darting through the air, narrowly avoiding the deadly projectiles. The situation was rapidly escalating. A voice, unseen but somehow felt, warned Ed Rothstaler, "Be careful, Ed." Janica, a young woman with long, pale blonde braids and a determined expression, appeared before Ed, her words echoing the warning. Her movements were precise and fluid, suggesting a high level of training. Janica observed, "Their movements are definitely well coordinated." Ed, a young man with blonde hair, responded with a quiet, "Thanks, Janica." He added, with a hint of weariness, "Spirit sorcerers are always a hassle to handle." A man in a suit, his face partially obscured, spoke, but his voice was low but firm as he continued, "I told you that this time is different from last time." The man revealed a blueprint, a complex design featuring a stylized urn at its center. The title Belarus's Prejudice was emblazoned across the bottom, identifying it as a legendary-grade magical engineering item. A dark, ornate box displayed a description: it suppresses the surrounding mana for 10 minutes. Despite being a single-use item, it costs dozens of gold coins per sheet to use. Ed's eyes widened, a grim expression settling on his face as he read the words Belarus's prejudice. A young woman with reddish-brown hair, Elvira, was shown holding a vial of green liquid. The narration box explained that Belarus's prejudice is a high-ranking variant of the magic restriction reagent she used. The text detailed its drawbacks: it takes time to activate, and its preparations are fatally obvious, but it is a very dangerous item. A scene unfolded showing a man in a long coat, surrounded by hooded figures wielding swords, a glowing orb hovering above him. They were clearly outnumbered. A narration box appeared: they are at a numerical disadvantage, there's the combat power of a veteran mercenary group that they can't get through during the time needed to activate it. And most importantly, their entire party is facing a powerful magical assault. 3 figures, a young woman with blonde hair and 2 others, one with red hair, are shown defending against a large ice shard. One of the female leads, her crimson hair a fiery halo around her anxious face, voiced her concern. He already knew their powers, his unexpected arrival spoke volumes. If that mysterious device activated, their situation would become dire. Another female lead questioned Ed's plan to counter the threat. The scene unfolded amidst a flurry of ice shards and magical energy, a chaotic battle already in progress. Ed, caught in the crossfire, braced himself against the onslaught of magical attacks. A mid-boss, his eyes gleaming with malicious intent, revealed his preference for survival over death. He was willing to do whatever it took to live. The narrator's voiceover emphasized the significant impact even a minor villain could have on the world's events. Ed, now revealed as the game's third-rate villain, understood this principle intimately. His survival, and the potential consequences, hung in the balance. The narrative opens with an introduction to Elite, a prominent villain within the game's second episode. He is depicted as a powerful figure, a mid-boss known for his ruthlessness and eventual betrayal by Lortel. Elite's past is revealed: he murdered Lortel's parents and ruthlessly pursued power and wealth. A close-up on Elite emphasizes his imposing presence and absolute villainy. Yet, despite his heinous acts, a counterpoint is introduced: a lack of animosity towards him. The reason for this lack of animosity is explained: Elite's actions are consistently obstructing the protagonist's progress. Elite is shown commanding a force of soldiers, highlighting his power and influence within the game's world. The narrator reflects on Elite's actions, drawing a parallel between his relentless pursuit of power and the protagonist's own struggles. A battle scene unfolds, showing the protagonists engaging in combat with Elite's forces. Despite the shared ambition, the narrator asserts their determination to overcome Elite's obstacles. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from a game, found himself kneeling by a lake, his reflection shimmering in the water. He muttered to himself, unwilling to admit even to himself that his actions were beyond his control. He justified his selfishness, claiming it was necessary to manage the chaos he'd unleashed. A voice, however, cut through his rationalizations, a command to wake up. Ed's eyes snapped open, his blonde hair framing a face contorted in anger. He was clearly not pleased with his situation. His gaze fell upon his injured foot, submerged in the water. He declared, with a defiant glint in his eyes, that this was his story to control. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Lucy." The source of the voice was revealed: a young girl with white hair, wearing a witch's hat, yawned languidly. Another girl, her face partially obscured, complained about the noise. Her eyes widened, a look of shock and alarm spreading across her features. A powerful energy erupted from her, a blinding flash of purple light. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the Game Extras Academy, found himself tumbling through a vortex of purple energy. The intense light momentarily blinding him. Before crashing into the courtyard of the academy, surrounded by armed guards. A young woman, clad in a witch's hat and robe, stood defiantly before them, a surge of magical energy crackling around her. The scene shifted, focusing on a single figure, Lucy, known as the Slothful. A surge of dark purple energy erupted from her, a powerful magical aura. The energy intensified, coalescing into a formidable magical display. As the young witch's eyes glowed with an ominous power. She had awakened. The book Glock's Travelogue, written by Archmage Glock in the final years of his life, was said to have been crafted in a humble little cabin. A cabin that hardly matched the Archmage's fame. It was known by almost no one. A young woman with long, light purple hair lay on the floor, seemingly asleep, surrounded by a purple aura. The narration box above her read, "You may have natural talent and the blessing of the stars." But an elderly man with long, white hair and a beard sat at a desk, writing in a large book. He said, "But that is not a reason to stop learning. Always continue to learn. Be humble and use your power for the benefit of all." He continued, "And beware of the loneliness that will slowly engulf you one day. Overwhelming strength is bound to come with bitter solitude." The young woman groaned and said, "All right. I'll stop." The old man responded, "Instead, promise me 3 things. The young woman's face, upside down, is shown with a questioning expression. An elderly man, his face etched with wisdom and a hint of weariness, offered Ed some cryptic advice. His eyes, though closed, seemed to hold a depth of understanding that transcended the immediate moment. He cautioned Ed against violence, emphasizing the importance of preserving his innocence. And urged him to maintain the facade of a typical student during his time at Sylvana Academy. Suddenly, a young woman with long white hair, clad in a dark witch's hat and robe, appeared, a surge of purple energy crackling around her. The magical energy intensified, highlighting the details of her attire: a dark, almost military-style jacket over a white blouse, a red cape draped over her shoulders. Elsewhere, two cloaked figures, their faces partially obscured, observed the scene with grim determination. One of them muttered about the elite mercenaries hired by Elt, commenting on their veteran status and the experience gained from facing death countless times. A close-up on one of the mercenaries' eyes revealed a deep weariness and the lingering effects of past battles. The title card declared, already signifies strength. The next card continued, an instinctive sense. A close-up showed a purple glowing sword, its edge shimmering with energy. And responses honed to become second nature. The image then shifted to a pair of feet, also glowing purple, moving with unnatural speed. Stop right here. A young woman with long white hair, wearing a witch's hat and a dark uniform, stood defiantly amidst a purple electrical storm, a sword aimed at her. Ed, the protagonist, watched in disbelief as the scene unfolded. Have you all gone crazy? Another young man, his face contorted in anger, muttered, "This is, but..." Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced former third-rate villain, now a mercenary living in the woods, found himself in a desperate struggle for survival. He fought with the skill born of necessity, his sword a blur against his unseen opponent. A desperate parry barely deflecting a blast of purple energy. Revealing his attacker, a young woman with long, pale purple hair, a pointed hat, and intense violet eyes. She was a mage, though she rarely used her powers. Despite her magical abilities, she preferred a more hands-on approach. A faint crackle of energy surrounded her fingers as she prepared to strike. And Ed met her attack head-on, their weapons clashing in a shower of sparks. She moved with surprising speed, her movements precise and deadly. A bolt of purple energy shot from her fingertips. A simple, yet effective attack that sent Ed reeling. Ed, however, was not easily defeated. He braced himself, preparing for another attack. A powerful vortex of purple energy erupted from him, engulfing his opponent in a blinding flash. Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain in a game, found himself in a precarious situation. He muttered to himself, questioning whether it was time to resort to violence. Meanwhile, a man in a suit, seemingly a powerful figure judging by his attire and aura, strained with effort, muttering that he needed just a little more time. A pair of intense, purple-tinged eyes opened, their gaze sharp and focused. The owner of the eyes seemed to be questioning the identity of the man in the suit, referring to him as the leader. The eyes belonged to a young woman, a witch, clad in a dark purple robe and hat, her expression grim and determined. She was clearly ready for action. The witch, seemingly having reached her limit of patience, declared that she would have to take the man down. With a swift movement, she unleashed a powerful magical attack, the force of which struck the man in the suit, sending him sprawling to the ground. The scene shifted to a forest clearing, where a bright blue magical energy pulsed. The scene ends with the young man's concerned expression. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from a game, now inhabiting his own character's body, felt a tremor beneath his feet. He dismissed it as an earthquake at first. But the intensity of the violet energy surging around him quickly dispelled that notion. As a powerful magical surge rocked the very foundations of the Extras Academy. The night sky blazed with an unusual alignment, 7 stars, brighter than any ever seen before, formed a vertical line. The source of the magical disturbance was revealed to be Professor Glast's advanced aspectual magic, a power capable of distorting the very laws of nature. Aspectual magic, as explained in a narration box, operates by controlling the surrounding magical energies or the user's own reserves to bend the laws of nature, using the caster's magical power and imagery as a medium. A wave of purple energy pulsed outwards, its ethereal glow momentarily obscuring the imposing silhouette of a grand academy. The scene was one of chaotic energy, hinting at a powerful event unfolding. The raw power leaving behind only fragmented images of the surrounding architecture. As the dust settled, revealing Ed Rothstaler, a young man with blonde hair, dressed in a sharp suit, observing the aftermath with a thoughtful expression. He stood against a backdrop of the academy, his posture suggesting a mixture of apprehension and determination. His eyes, sharp and observant, focused on something unseen. A thought bubble above him read, "Good timing." A narration box appeared, explaining that Taylor, a key protagonist, should have already defeated a monster in the underground waterway. The panel showed Taylor, a young man with dark hair, kneeling beside a defeated monster, his sword resting on the ground, radiating faint blue energy. The narration box continued, stating that he should have learned the necessary skills by now. The scene shifted to show Taylor and 4 other individuals, all key players in the game's narrative, standing together. The narration box explained that with everyone necessary to clear this episode together, Taylor would be able to stop Glast, even if it took time. The narration box further clarified that the descent of the magic realm was triggered at the same time as in the original storyline. The narration box confirmed that the scenario was progressing smoothly, without any issues. However, the narrator noted that the unusual nature of the magic would likely confuse everyone except Ed. Janica and Lortel, 2 top students, stared in bewilderment at the magical phenomenon unfolding before them. The narrator pondered that even these top students found the magic incomprehensible, suggesting a far greater mystery at play. Leading Ed to wonder if each of the 10 magic towers played a role in absorbing this unique magical energy. Ed's expression shifted to one of surprise and uncertainty as he considered this possibility. In that case, a mysterious figure with long purple hair and a wide-brimmed hat appeared, seemingly confirming Ed's suspicions. The camera angle shifted to show the figure standing between two towering structures, emphasizing their imposing presence, making Ed realize that his theory might actually be correct. A close-up on a woman's intense, narrowed eyes, her gaze sharp and filled with a mixture of suspicion and determination. The woman's lips parted slightly as she spoke, her words hanging in the air, resurrection of the dead, I mean. Ed Rothstaler, a young man with blonde hair and a worried expression, floated in the air, surrounded by a purple aura. He seemed to have just experienced a significant event. Observing the scene from a distance, a young woman with short, dark hair and a witch's hat tilted her head, a thoughtful expression on her face. She muttered to herself, I see. Something like that happened, huh? A narration box appeared, explaining, as per the original scenario, Lucy should be napping on the roof of the Trix Hall. But if you wake her up early on in Phase 1 and bring her into the party, the cornered Professor Glast makes her an offer. A powerful woman with long, flowing blonde hair and a hooded robe stood within a mystical circle of light. The text below her declared, the person to be resurrected with aspectual magic won't be Sylviana but her disciple. The narration box explains that this is how Lucy, a key character, becomes an enemy. Simultaneously, the player's party is annihilated, leading to Bad Ending 27, titled Lucy, the Slothful. The image depicts a scene of chaos and destruction, with a figure seemingly falling into a chasm. The narration box reveals that Lucy disappears into an underground waterway. The narration explains that in Episode 2, defeating Lucy Merrill was impossible, even for dedicated players who spend hundreds of hours trying to find a way. The scene shifts to show three individuals, a man seemingly using magic to restrain another, and a young woman observing with concern. The narration box explains that unexpected disruptions in the main scenario are caused by variables outside the original plot. A large, powerful hand ripped through a shimmering purple cloth, revealing a legendary-grade magic item known as Belarus Prejudice. Ed Rothstaler, a disowned villain, sweat beading on his brow, gripped the artifact with a fierce determination. The narrator's voice boomed, explaining that this powerful artifact could even alter predetermined bad endings. Its magic suppressing the surrounding mana for the next 10 minutes. Ed unleashed a torrent of purple energy, a wave of magical power that pushed back against his pursuers. A young woman with long purple hair and a witch's hat, along with a young man in a red coat, watched from a distance as Ed fought, a voice calling out, now's your chance. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game, found himself in a desperate situation. His face contorted in a grimace of exertion, sweat beaded on his brow as he channeled his remaining energy. He unleashed a final, desperate blast of magic, a surge of purple energy erupting from his hands, intending to incapacitate his pursuers. He hissed, certain that this would be his last resort. Now, they would be unable to use magic anymore. The attack sent his opponent sprawling, his body hitting the ground with a thud. His blonde hair fanned out around his head as he lay defeated. But Ed's victory was short-lived. A chilling voice cut through the air, Windblade. A new foe appeared, launching a swift aerial assault, a green energy swirling around him as he descended. The attack struck with brutal force, a wave of green energy washing over Ed. Ed braced himself, his expression grim as he prepared for the impact. He was clearly outmatched. A cryptic message appeared, stating that some entities are beyond even the narrator's control. A man's face, contorted in disbelief and shock, filled the panel. His eyes widened, reflecting a deep sense of unease. His shock deepened. Even the Belarus Prejudice, a legendary-grade magic item known for its overwhelming suppression power, was failing to contain something. A powerful, purplish energy erupted from a mysterious, cloaked figure, radiating an aura of immense power. The energy coalesced into a glowing purple vase, pulsating with magical energy. The back of a young man's head was visible, suggesting he was observing the scene from a distance. Another text box appeared, comparing the situation to the impossibility of draining the sea. The purple energy from the vase intensified, radiating outwards in powerful beams of light. A calm voice declared, I'll clear the way. A shadowy figure, cloaked and wielding dark magic, materialized amidst a burst of purple energy. Their eyes glowed ominously, the raw power crackling around them like a tempest. As the mysterious figure, a young woman with striking purple eyes, declared that she had somewhere to go. A man in a fine suit, his face etched with worry, watched from below as the magical girl ascended. A narration box declared that an elite's experience was no less than a veteran mercenary's. A testament to the honed survival instincts born from living on the edge of life and death. The young woman continued her ascent, her movements imbued with a deadly grace. Meanwhile, a cloaked figure sat in a meditative pose on a body of water, seemingly oblivious to the events unfolding above. Until a sudden burst of energy signaled that a warning of certain death had reached him. A surge of purple energy crackled and pulsed, filling the panel with an almost overwhelming aura of power. The source seemingly emanating from a gloved hand, fingers outstretched as if controlling the very essence of the storm. A voice, sharp and knowing, cut through the electrical crackle. You know, don't you? The words hung heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the vibrant energy display. Ed Rothstaler, his face etched with a mixture of fear and grim determination, was the target of this pointed question. The voice continued, its tone chillingly calm, that you can die. A close-up on Ed's anxious expression emphasized the gravity of the situation. His eyes darted nervously, his brow furrowed in concentration. Only a glimpse of his expensive suit visible amidst the swirling purple energy. The unseen speaker's words continued, revealing another party privy to this life-or-death knowledge. Lucy knows that, too. The scene shifted, the ominous purple energy still present but less intense. A new voice, this one laced with a hint of warning, interjected, however. A young man with blonde hair, partially obscured by a hood, stood facing a cloaked figure. The young man seemed to be channeling a smaller, contained burst of purple energy. The cloaked figure, their face hidden in shadow, spoke, their voice carrying a note of cold authority. Unless you think it's fine to kill others, stop here. A final, stark warning concluded the scene: do not kill anyone. Avoid anything that might stain those small hands of yours with blood, even by accident. The person he is worried about. An elderly man with long, white hair sat in a dimly lit room, a book resting open in his lap. Beside him, a young woman with pale hair slept soundly, her head resting on his shoulder. A sense of quiet peace permeated the scene. Ed Rothstaler, a young man with vibrant purple hair, stared intensely ahead. His expression was resolute, conveying a quiet determination. Ed's hand reached out, fingers extended as if grasping at something unseen. A young woman with long, white hair and a witch's hat appeared, her expression one of weary acceptance. She simply replied, "Okay." The witch, seemingly concerned, asked Ed where he was going. He responded that it was over and he needed to leave. The witch, still apprehensive, questioned if he was sure he wouldn't regret his decision. The witch, having received an unexpected reply, floated away, leaving Ed alone. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game Glock's travelogue, found himself unexpectedly reborn into his own character's life. Disowned and expelled from the academy, he now wandered the outskirts, a crimson cloak billowing behind him as he contemplated his precarious situation. A grim determination hardening his features. He needed a scholarship to graduate, a goal that seemed insurmountable given his current circumstances. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Ed, one of the game's female leads observed him from afar, a mixture of curiosity and concern clouding her expression. The scene shifted to an elderly man lying on a bed, his frail body weakened by illness. A young woman, dressed in a witch's attire, stood beside him, holding a worn book. The old man, his voice raspy with age, spoke words of wisdom: what's lost is lost. Sadly, those who have lost must become stronger. So become stronger. The young woman, her face etched with sorrow, clutched the book close to her chest, the weight of his words settling upon her. Later, bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun, she dedicated the final words of the book. To someone who had profoundly impacted her life, to you, who has brought a full stop to my life. A serene smile played on the lips of an elderly man with long, flowing white hair, his eyes closed in peaceful contentment. A blinding flash of light erupted, momentarily obscuring the scene, leaving only a lingering aura of purple energy in its wake. A young woman with purple hair, her expression grim, watched the scene unfold from the shadows. Then, with a sudden burst of purple energy, she vanished. Ed, from a distance, witnessed the event, his gaze fixed on a tall, glowing purple tower in the distance. And so, just like that, Lucy vanished before his eyes. A wide shot shows a body of water, where several small boats carry people away from the shore. A voice reports that all 57 people have safely retreated. From a high vantage point, a young woman with long, light purple hair tied with a large red bow, watches the boats depart. She holds a glowing blue staff, her expression unreadable. Someone confirms that with the evacuation complete, Lady Janica should be returning soon. Elsewhere, a man in a dark suit and cape runs through a grand city, a small, winged creature flying beside him. He pants heavily. Inside a lavish room, a woman with fiery red hair and a dark eye patch speaks to a man with a mustache. They decide to hand a bound individual over to the elite trading company for now. The woman, Lortel, is confident that she will handle most of the subsequent work. It is explained that Lortel must personally resolve her conflict with the bound man. The scene shifts to a thought bubble revealing that the man is exhausted from overexertion. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game, found himself panting heavily as he leaned against the banister, his breath hitching in his throat. He had just managed to climb the grand staircase, his body exhausted from his recent escape from the forest. The Trix Hall loomed before him, an imposing structure of Gothic architecture, its many windows glowing softly in the twilight. It was a place of both beauty and mystery, a place Ed knew held significance within the game's narrative. The narration box revealed that this was the very place where Glast, a significant antagonist, had stolen the sage's grimoire. The panel showed three figures, a stern-looking man in a long coat, a man in a dark suit, and a young woman with fiery red hair, all gathered around a glowing book on a pedestal. In a smaller inset panel, a shadowy figure, presumably Glast, was shown holding a similar book, his face obscured by darkness. And it was here that Taylor, Ed's former self, had begun his pursuit of Glast. The inset panel showed a tense confrontation between two figures, their hands locked in a fierce grip. The Academy, it seemed, had taken care of the injured following the events of the grimoire theft. Ed, still in his cloak, ascended the stairs, his gaze fixed on the ground. Below, two figures tended to a fallen comrade. Ed reflected that he hadn't expected to return to this place, having come a long way from his current location. A bright light emanated from a doorway, symbolizing the culmination of Ed's unintentional journey through the game's events. His journey, from the secret laboratory to this very spot, had unfolded with uncanny precision. This was where Taylor's story had begun. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain in the game Sylvania Academy, reached for the glowing purple doorway. He was determined to earn his scholarship and graduate, a goal that seemed increasingly distant as he lived in the woods, far from the game's main characters. A journey that seemed to test his resolve at every turn. Meanwhile, Janica, a powerful sorceress and one of the game's main heroines, sat before the imposing towers of Sylvania Academy, her expression unreadable. The events of the game, subtly altered by Ed's presence, were unfolding in unexpected ways. The destruction caused by Janica's actions had far-reaching consequences. Among the buildings she destroyed was the Glocked Hall, the very institution funding Ed's scholarship. A cruel irony not lost on Ed as he walked, his mind racing. Ed and Janica, their paths intertwined by fate and the unpredictable nature of the game's altered timeline, stood on the precipice of a new chapter. The narrator observes that Ed's presence lingers throughout the academy. This explains why finding Lucy proved so difficult. The scene shifts to a nighttime view of the academy, its towers illuminated against a full moon. A sense of mystery hangs in the air. A wide shot reveals the academy's sprawling campus, bathed in an ethereal purple glow. Ed, seen from behind, walks through the academy grounds, followed by a mysterious figure in a witch's hat. The mysterious figure is revealed to be a young woman with white hair and purple eyes, wearing a witch's hat and a red cloak. Her expression is serious and thoughtful. A wave of purplish energy pulsed, illuminating a majestic, Gothic-style academy in the distance. Its towering spires piercing the twilight sky. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced former student, stood on a high vantage point, gazing at the scene with a mixture of apprehension and longing. A voice called out to him from behind. Someone asked if he had any jerky left. Ed sighed, reminding them that he'd already said he didn't have any. Another person appeared, inquiring about what he was doing there. Ed simply stated that he was reminiscing about the past. He then silently noted to himself the perilous height of his current position. One of the girls, sharing his vantage point, reflected on how she used to cry a lot when sad things happened, but that she'd stopped feeling that way at some point. Ed, the disgraced villain, found himself pondering the reasons behind his current predicament. He was living in the woods, far from the academy, and his thoughts were far from the usual villainous schemes. And surprisingly, the answer was simple. It was simply because a significant amount of time had passed. Ed reflected on the passage of time and the lingering pain of old wounds. He considered reviving his grandfather using aspectual magic, but even that felt futile. Because his grandfather had already accepted his fate and prepared for death. Furthermore, Ed worried that resurrecting his grandfather with forbidden magic might only lead to more pain. His grandfather might get angry and die again. He mused that such an act would be an insult to a legendary archmage who dedicated his life to the study of magic. From the beginning, Ed knew this. Lucy, a young woman with long purple hair, stood before a majestic Gothic cathedral, her back to the viewer. She wore a pointed red witch's hat and a long red robe. A sense of deep contemplation settled upon her as she reflected on her recent actions. She mused that her desire to revive him had been selfish. Her face, partially obscured by her hat, showed a hint of doubt and uncertainty. A small, worried expression flickered across her features. Ed, a young man with blonde hair, approached Lucy from behind. Concern etched itself onto his features as he spoke. He questioned her well-being, acknowledging his previous attempts to dissuade her from her course of action, but expressing his inability to ignore his concern for her. Lucy, now floating slightly above the ground, looked down at Ed from a short distance. The scene was bathed in a soft, purple light. Ed's internal monologue revealed his apprehension about Lucy's decision to revive Glocked, fearing it might be a fleeting whim. He worried about the potential consequences if she changed her mind again. Ed's expression hardened with resolve. He felt compelled to ensure the safety of the situation. His thoughts turned to Lucy's unpredictable nature, anticipating her potential request for jerky again, even in this tense situation. Several colossal, crystalline structures, resembling Gothic spires, ascended into the twilight sky, their ethereal glow illuminating the scene. A voice, soft yet firm, requested, "Lend me your shoulder." Ed Rothstaler, a young man with short, light brown hair, sat beside a woman with long, silvery hair, both perched on a high vantage point overlooking the breathtaking spectacle below. The glowing spires continued their ascent, their otherworldly beauty captivating the eye. Ed's thoughts drifted. He wondered why she had chosen that specific spot, so close to the edge. The reason for their precarious position became immediately clear as a surge of vibrant purple energy erupted from below, forming a swirling vortex of arcane power. A colossal structure, similar in design to the spires, materialized from the energy, rising majestically into the heavens. A man with dark hair and glasses, radiating an intense energy, appeared, his hands clasped together as if in prayer. He was deeply passionate about aspectual magic, a skill that would become renowned in the future. He declared that resurrection magic was at its end, that what was lost, and that they must learn to accept that loss and heal. A single drop of purple liquid dripped from an unseen source, symbolizing the finality of their situation. Lucy, one of the 4 female leads in the game, declared that they would make do with what they had. Tears streamed down Lucy's face, her expression one of profound sadness. The weight of her sorrow was palpable, a silent testament to the challenges she faced. Ed, the protagonist, observed the scene, understanding the gravity of the situation. He sat next to Lucy for a while, contemplating the events unfolding before him. A silent observer in a world brimming with magic and wonder. From his vantage point, the starry expanse seemed more vast and brilliant than usual. The beauty of the night sky filled him with a sense of awe. A purplish-white arc of energy pulsed across the inky blackness of space. A powerful, otherworldly energy signature emanating from a damaged golden automaton. Sparks crackled around its broken frame, hinting at the immense power within. The energy surged, threatening to overwhelm its metallic casing. The scene shifted abruptly to a neon-lit grid floor, where 3 young women and a young man stood, their expressions a mixture of concern and apprehension. The man, Ed, panted heavily, clutching a sword. He was clearly exhausted, the effort visible in his ragged breathing. The women watched him with a mixture of worry and determination. One of the women, Ale, a young woman with reddish-brown hair, collapsed dramatically, a faint light emanating from her body. A powerful energy wave erupted from the ground, engulfing Ale. The energy coalesced into a swirling vortex, pulling Ale towards its center. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game The Extras Academy Survival Guide, found himself inexplicably inhabiting his own character. He stood amidst a swirling vortex of purple energy, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light. The raw power emanating from him rippling outwards in violent waves. His dark magic surged, a testament to his unexpected transformation. A blinding flash of light momentarily obscured the scene, leaving behind only the lingering scent of ozone and the faint echo of immense power. The word's final phase hung heavy in the air. Ed, now visibly exhausted, stumbled back, his breath ragged. He had unleashed a power far beyond his comprehension. A surge of dark energy still coursing through his veins. He braced himself for whatever came next. A sudden, violent impact rocked him. A monstrous creature, seemingly born from the same dark energy, lunged at him. The creature's attack sent Ed crashing through a magically constructed barrier, leaving him disoriented and vulnerable. A colossal golem, its heart glowing with an ominous purple light, began to crumble as a powerful force impacted it. A wave of green energy erupted from a cloaked figure, seemingly the source of the destructive force. Ed, his face contorted in exertion, urged someone onward with a desperate shout. He launched himself forward, sword drawn, aiming to break through the golem's defenses. The golem's fist, still powerful despite its crumbling state, slammed down. But Ed, with surprising agility, evaded the blow, his grin widening. A purple-gloved fist reached out, seemingly from within the golem's remains. Grasping at something, whispering a name, Isla. A furious roar ripped through the air, "Give her back to me!" The speaker, a figure cloaked in shadow, unleashed a wave of raw power, a blinding flash of light and energy erupting from his hands. The energy surged forward, a destructive force aimed at an unseen target, leaving behind only a trail of crimson destruction. As the shadowy figure stood triumphant, their features obscured by darkness, only their glowing eyes visible, Ed Rothstaler, the disowned villain, now found himself in a new predicament. He had lost his eyesight, a consequence of his recent actions. "I stopped being able to see anything without glasses," he muttered to himself. A new chapter began. His life as a teacher, he mused, was bound to be static. Seated at his large desk in his personal lab, Ed, now wearing glasses, meticulously read ancient grimoires, his expression one of intense concentration. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced former villain, now finds himself unexpectedly tasked with managing the academic curriculum at Extras Academy. He meticulously reviews the materials, his brow furrowed in concentration. Immersed in the world of aspectual magic, determined to earn his scholarship and graduate. He sits in his personal study, a thoughtful expression on his face as he continues his work. The scene outside his window hints at something unusual. The scenery outside shifts dramatically. The view from Ed's window transforms from a clear day to a snowy landscape. A first-year student, bundled in winter clothes, unexpectedly appears at his door. She explains that she wishes to study intermediate magic ahead of schedule. Ed is surprised by her sudden visit, a question mark forming above his head. The weather outside changes again, this time to a heavy downpour. The shifting weather patterns continue to disrupt Ed's routine. Ed Rothstaler, the youngest professor at the academy, sat at his desk, a troubled expression etched onto his face. He muttered something unintelligible, a low barely audible. A flustered woman, her blonde hair slightly disheveled, clasped her hands together in a gesture of supplication. Tears welled in her eyes as she stammered, "I'm so sorry." Always seeking forgiveness, her apologies were a familiar sight in the halls of the academy. Sunlight streamed through a window, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air. A gentle breeze stirred the pink petals falling from a nearby tree. The wind carried the scent of cherry blossoms as a man, his dark hair neatly combed, sat reading a book. He seemed lost in thought, oblivious to the world around him. Meanwhile, the highest-ranking dean, known for his frequent absences, was seen enjoying a cup of tea. He took a slow, deliberate sip, his scarred face betraying a hint of weariness. Even after becoming principal, his habit of stopping by for a cup of tea remained unchanged. As Ed sat in his usual spot, he reviewed some documents, seemingly unfazed by the presence of other faculty members. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game Extras Academy, found himself living in the woods after being expelled from the dormitory. He held a worn book, its pages filled with notes and spells, a grim determination etched on his face. He hoped the painful memories associated with the book would fade with time, but as he held it, a faint purple glow emanated from its pages. The glow intensified, swirling into a vortex of magical energy, engulfing Ed in a blinding light. Blood trickled from his mouth as he struggled to maintain control amidst the surge of power. The magical energy pulsed outwards, creating a powerful shockwave. A wave that rippled through the very fabric of time and space. The text above the panel reads, Aspectual Magic. Ed, now radiating a powerful aura, had inadvertently activated a spell capable of small-scale time manipulation. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the Game Extras Academy, clutched a glowing orb in his wounded hands. Crimson stains marred his dark coat, a testament to a recent, brutal encounter. The orb pulsed with an inner light, a faint hum resonating from its intricate design. A painful memory flashing before his eyes. His own reflection stared back, eyes glowing with an unnatural crimson light. The words "don't disappear" echoed in his mind, a desperate plea against the encroaching darkness. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted from the orb, engulfing Ed in a blinding pink light. He raised a hand, a defiant gesture against the overwhelming power. As swirling energy coalesced into a protective barrier. His eyes, now glowing even brighter, focused intently on the approaching threat. A colossal figure, cloaked in vibrant green energy, descended upon Ed. The impact sent shockwaves through the ground, shattering the earth around him. But Ed stood firm, his resolve unshaken. He had faced worse. A voice, filled with disbelief, echoed, What is that?" Ed unleashed a blinding flash of light, the raw power of his newfound abilities surging forth. The energy crackled and pulsed, a spectacle of raw power. Transforming into a colossal, mechanical construct. The sheer scale of the creation was breathtaking, a testament to the immense power Ed now wielded. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced former villain, found himself in a precarious situation. He was surrounded by 3 women, 2 with worried expressions and 1 seemingly playing a lute. A surge of chaotic energy emanated from him, causing him to shout in distress. A raw power threatening to overwhelm him. His eyes, wide with fear and exertion, reflected the intensity of the magical surge. Suddenly, a voice cut through the chaos. "Dodge! Taylor," it urged, warning him of impending danger. And Ed reacted instinctively. He leaped, his body a blur of motion as he narrowly avoided an unseen attack, drawing his sword in the process. His eyes locked onto his unseen assailant. A look of grim determination settled on his face as he prepared to counterattack. With a powerful upward thrust, Ed deflected the unseen blow. The force of the impact sending a shockwave through the air. The scene ended with a close-up on a woman's hair, her identity still unknown. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game, now found himself living in the woods, his face marred by cuts and bruises. A grim determination hardened his gaze behind his glasses. "Sometimes, and through the long darkness beyond my eyelids, I see a faint light." A young woman with long brown hair, her eyes obscured by a blindfold, smiled serenely. She wore a dark blazer and a red cape. "What I lost?" Ed's eyes narrowed, focusing intently on something only he could see. "I'm almost there." A shadowy hand reached out from a purple abyss. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game, found himself panting heavily, his ragged breath catching in his throat. A fierce purple energy swirled around him, a testament to the exertion of his powers. The purple energy pulsed with raw power as he braced himself, his legs slightly apart in a fighting stance. A defiant shout escaping his lips, "Give up!" He stood before a colossal, menacing machine, its red eyes glowing ominously. His opponent, a figure in a dark coat, seemed to draw power directly from the machine itself, a surge of purple energy crackling around him as he declared, "Don't stop me." The villain's declaration echoed with chilling determination, "With all my might, I will reverse reality." The machine shuddered, a violent surge of purple energy erupting from its core. The intensity of the energy growing exponentially. A blinding flash of light engulfed the area. Beams of light crisscrossing in a chaotic display of power. And then, a powerful shockwave ripped through the scene. A blinding golden light erupted from Ed, his body seemingly enveloped in an incandescent aura. The intense energy radiating outwards in powerful waves. As he stood amidst a maelstrom of golden energy, his form shifting and changing. Ed's transformation was complete, his clothes were torn, replaced by a powerful, golden armor. A fierce light emanating from within, his eyes gleaming with newfound power. He looked down at his hands, a grim determination etched on his face. Meanwhile, a young man with striking silver hair watched from afar, his expression a mixture of surprise and curiosity. He muttered to himself, recognizing the unique fighting style. He raised his own sword, a golden light swirling around the blade, preparing to unleash a counterattack. The impact of their clash was earth-shattering, a wave of energy rippling outwards. Time rewound, the gears of fate turning back. Ed, covered in blood, looked down at the 3 girls before him, their faces contorted in pain and fear. He muttered to himself, declaring the situation hopeless, even for those frozen in time. Despite the futility, Ed resolved to continue, even if it cost him his life. A surge of energy coursed through him. as he channeled his intermediate ice magic, forming a large, jagged shard of ice. He declared he would use his ice spear now. Ed prepared to unleash his attack. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game, grinned, a mischievous glint in his eyes as he manipulated a swirling orb of purple energy. He was surrounded by the game's female leads, their expressions a mix of awe and concern. Their actions a testament to the unpredictable ripple effects of his presence in this altered timeline. One of the women played a lute, golden light emanating from the instrument, adding to the magical ambience. Suddenly, the scene shifted. A man with blood staining his face and glasses askew lay on the ground, his eyes wide with fear and disbelief. Is this the end? He wondered, his voice barely a whisper. His eyes snapped open, revealing a fierce determination as a powerful, golden mechanical hand emerged from the darkness below. The mechanical hand slammed down with immense force, creating a blinding explosion of fire and debris, the intense heat warping the very air around it, leaving behind only a trail of smoke and destruction as a figure fell from the sky. The aftermath of the explosion showed a scene of utter devastation, the remnants of a mechanical device scattered amidst the fiery wreckage. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game, found himself in a desperate situation. His eyes glowed with an unnatural light as a powerful energy erupted around him, a stark contrast to the shadowy figure of a woman standing beside him. He braced himself, the force of the energy threatening to overwhelm him. But he held on, his resolve unwavering. The scene shifted, revealing a man in a suit landing gracefully on the ground, a sigh of relief escaping his lips. He muttered, "Phew." He looked up to see a woman, her face bloodied, but her eyes held a hint of defiance. She conceded, "All right. You won." With a final, decisive step, the man prepared to leave, only to find himself plummeting from a great height. A surge of purplish energy crackled and pulsed, its tendrils reaching out like grasping claws. From the heart of this chaotic energy, Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain in the game, plummeted towards the ground. His fall seemingly endless as he hurtled toward the imposing structure of the Extras Academy. Ed impacted the ground with a sickening thud, his body battered and bruised. Blood trickled from a gash on his forehead. He lay there, gasping for breath, his broken glasses askew. A single thought echoed in his mind, "I miss you." His face was a mask of pain and exhaustion, blood staining his lips and chin. A faint purple glow emanated from his hand as he reached out, a desperate attempt to grasp something, or someone. He floated upwards, his body suspended in midair, the purple energy now visibly supporting him. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced third-rate villain from the game, found himself plummeting through a swirling, fuchsia-hued portal. His dark suit billowed around him as he tumbled helplessly. The vibrant energy of the portal pulsed around him, a chaotic dance of light and digital fragments. A kaleidoscope of pink and purple, before abruptly vanishing. He landed with a jarring thud in a dark forest, the remnants of the portal's energy still shimmering faintly around him. Ed, disoriented and gasping for breath, collapsed near the base of a large tree. His body trembled with exhaustion. A faint glow emanated from his body as he coughed, a final, desperate exhalation escaping his lips. He had escaped, but at a cost. Blood stained his once pristine uniform, a grim testament to his harrowing escape. He was injured, but alive. Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain in a game, found himself in a dire situation. He had escaped a confrontation, but his injuries were severe, even his magic proved insufficient to stanch the bleeding. He collapsed near a large tree in the forest, his breath ragged and shallow. The grim reality of his situation settling upon him. His current predicament was a direct consequence of his actions within the game's narrative, a future of hardship and struggle was inevitable. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him. He looked up, his eyes widening slightly as he recognized the newcomer. The newcomer, a young man with glasses, expressed surprise at finding Ed there so late. He gently chided Ed for breaking curfew, his tone laced with concern. 1 hour prior, a surge of purple energy erupted from a swirling vortex, its tendrils reaching towards the heavens. The energy coalesced, forming a radiant outline of a towering clock tower. Janica, a young woman with vibrant red hair, reported to someone off-panel. She had dispatched the mercenaries stationed outside the island and confined her father within the trading company, eliminating all immediate threats. Their meeting, previously arranged, was to take place in the underground waterway once everything was concluded. Janica's primary concern now was Ed's safety, as he was headed towards the Trix Hall. She was interrupted by Lortel and a man in a military uniform, who appeared before her. Lortel, visibly surprised, questioned what was happening. Her companion, equally shocked, echoed her sentiment. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced former villain, now found himself living in the woods, far from the academy. He was trying to avoid the main characters of the game he now inhabited, but a sudden alarm blared in his mind, alerting him to danger. A young woman with crimson hair, Dorothy, stood before him, seemingly oblivious to the warning. The narration box identified Dorothy as a top third-year student, and Claire, an assistant professor, as the source of the danger. Ed watched from the shadows as Dorothy and Claire, distressed, approached the academy gates. He remained hidden, determined to stay out of their way. Another female character, seemingly a mage, observed the scene from afar, commenting that the situation in the underground waterway had concluded. Claire supported Dorothy, who appeared to be crying. Ed, hidden nearby, wondered why she was so upset. Suddenly, Dorothy let out a piercing scream, startling Ed and Claire. A massive, fiery dragon emerged from the shadows, its presence filling the scene with intense heat and power. Dorothy, despite her fear, bravely charged towards the dragon, shouting Ed's name. Another young woman, with long pink hair, watched the unfolding events, questioning if the magic tower used aspectual magic. A young woman with long, braided light purple hair, dressed in a dark blazer and white-collared shirt, paused. A thoughtful expression crossed her face as she declared her intention to investigate something. Janica, a young woman with pink hair, sat beneath a large tree. A vibrant orange dragon and a light blue tiger-like creature rested near her. Lately, her meetings with the spirits had become focused on Ed. These meetings were initially intended to protect the northern forest, the spirits' home. However, a recent development changed their focus. Tarkan, a spirit, had detected a familiar type of magic emanating from the northern forest, similar to that used in the magic tower. The source of this magic was clearly aspectual magic, leaving little doubt as to its origin. However, no magic tower had ever been built in the northern forest. This discovery raised serious questions. The image showed a large, pink magical structure collapsing, raising further questions about Professor Glass's activities in the forest. Ed, the protagonist, reflected on the situation. He observed 4 young women sprawled on the ground, seemingly unconscious, near a building. He considered whether intervention was necessary. He mused that even the fake boss, Elite, hadn't caused this level of disruption. The scale of the event made him question his non-interference policy. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the Game Extras Academy, found himself in a desperate situation. He was surrounded, outnumbered, and clearly outmatched by his opponents, their glowing blue blades flashing menacingly in the dim light. A narration box appeared, highlighting the significant impact of Professor Glass's absence from the game's narrative. His influence on future events was deemed immeasurable. The scene shifted, transitioning to a night sky filled with sparkling purple energy trails, revealing a distant, imposing castle silhouetted against the vibrant sky. A sense of foreboding hung in the air. Ed, now seemingly unharmed, stood in the shadows of the forest, his expression unreadable. He was dressed in a sharp, dark suit, a red cape draped over his shoulders. A strange, glowing web-like barrier surrounded him, suggesting some form of magical protection or concealment. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Ed's solitude. A man, bruised and bloodied, slumped against a tree, his glasses askew. He muttered something about curfew. The man's injuries were severe, indicating a recent and violent encounter. 2 young women appeared, their faces etched with worry and concern. One covered her mouth in shock, while the other stared with a grim expression. They had clearly discovered the injured man. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the Game Extras Academy, found himself sprawled on the forest floor, gazing up at the moon. Blood stained his clothes, a stark reminder of his recent failure. He chuckled humorlessly to himself, questioning why he found his situation so amusing. The irony wasn't lost on him. Yet, he found his own predicament strangely laughable. The weight of his failure pressed down on him, but a strange detachment accompanied the pain. From the shadows, a figure emerged. A voice, laced with mockery, observed that Ed's failure was inevitable. Ed, lying defeated on the ground, agreed. He knew his downfall was coming, but he hadn't anticipated being thwarted by mere students. Even victory would have been short-lived. Abel, a powerful antagonist, would have ultimately defeated him. His thoughts drifted to Abel's long-standing animosity, a consequence of their years-long rivalry. He mused on Abel's unsuitability for his current position. The unseen figure continued, revealing that Ed's talents had been underestimated. He was a far better student than initially believed. Ed, confused, questioned the motives behind his kidnapping, given the figure's assessment of his abilities. The figure explained that Ed was initially intended as a pawn in a larger scheme. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain, lay bleeding on the ground, his glasses askew. He had failed yet again, his latest scheme thwarted by his own exhaustion. But you fainted from overwork, so that plan failed, too, a voice echoed in his mind, a cruel reminder of his incompetence. The voice continued, recounting his escape. When I hastily went back to get you, you had already escaped. The image shifted to show a young man with blonde hair and a red coat, his expression a mixture of annoyance and concern, standing beside a young woman in a dark red dress. Ed clenched his fist, his body trembling with a mix of frustration and self-loathing. He was alone, injured, and utterly defeated. A dark thought crossed his mind. If I think of dying lonely like this as paying for my sins, it's not such a bad deal compared to the sins I've committed. His bloodied hand lay on the cold ground, a stark contrast to the dark purple of his coat. The crimson stains spread slowly. But then, a flicker of warmth ignited within him. The 17 years I spent with my daughter weren't lonely. He mused, a faint smile touching his lips. A memory surfaced, a younger Ed, standing beside a girl with long brown hair. She was 17, he wondered, his voice barely a whisper. The memory continued, showing a tender moment between father and daughter. Yes, 17 years, you could call them both long and short, he sighed, a bittersweet reflection on the past. His thoughts drifted to another person, known assistant Professor Claire for a long time too, right? The image showed only a portion of Ed's face, his expression unreadable. Ed, bloodied and bruised, leaned against a tree trunk, his breath ragged. He looked up as a figure approached, his voice barely a whisper. Claire? Claire, her expression unreadable, spoke, her voice laced with a hint of melancholy. If she had stayed until your retirement, that would have been almost 12 years. Ed's eyes narrowed, a flicker of something unreadable crossing his features. He muttered, his voice barely audible, on my way here, Assistant Professor Claire was incredibly kind. Ha, Professor. The scene shifted to a different location. A woman with blonde hair and glasses, her expression sharp and critical, spoke. Blast is the type to dislike everyone at first glance. Another woman, this one with brown hair, added her assessment. He's the meanest and most stubborn person I've met. Always passing work on to others, full of himself, dogmatic, scolding others for the slightest mistake. He's really an impossible person to like. But still, he was the most scholarly scholar ever. Tears streamed down the blonde woman's face as she recalled this. Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain in the game, possessed an uncanny intuition for unnecessary things. This intuition, coupled with information gleaned from Professor Glast, likely gave him a hunch about what was to come. A hunch that Dorothy also shared, her voice trembling as she confessed her uncertainty regarding Professor Glast's plans. Dorothy, despite her apprehension, acknowledged Professor Glast as a valuable mentor who had recognized her potential. However, his reckless actions, jeopardizing the lives of his students, were undeniable. As was his ultimate downfall, his straying from the path was equally undeniable. Alone, Ed reflected on his life, a stark contrast to the bustling academy. No one was around him as he contemplated his existence. A life he mocked, predicting a lonely death. The narrative shifts, prompting a reconsideration of the past. It becomes clear that even seemingly untalented individuals, like Claire, a young and accomplished assistant professor, and Dorothy, the top student in the alchemy department, were once considered untalented. Professor Glast, a man of discerning eyes and sharp intellect, dedicated his life to unearthing and fostering the latent potential within his students. He believed in nurturing hidden talents, even in those deemed ordinary. Yet, simultaneously, he often remarked that talentless individuals held little value. This paradoxical statement hung heavy in the air. A stark contrast to his evident care for his own daughter, whom he clearly valued immensely. Even after his passing, the memory of Professor Glast lingered. Too much time had passed to call it a lonely death. His legacy echoing in the hearts of those he touched. Professor Glast suffered from severe myopia, a fact revealed by the discovery of his broken glasses near his body. The shattered remnants of his spectacles lay scattered amongst the crimson stain. A grim testament to the violent end that befell the esteemed professor. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game, lay bleeding on the forest floor. His face was marred by cuts and bruises, a grim testament to his recent encounter. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as his breath hitched in his throat. Before using the descent of the magical realm, he recalled seeing the spirit library. A young man with blonde hair, dressed in a sharp red coat, approached Ed. He looked down at Ed with a mixture of concern and disdain. But there was no point in doing that, he stated, his tone suggesting a deeper meaning. Ed, barely conscious, managed a weak question. Do you mean there's something more? The blonde young man's hand, holding a bloodied key, came into view. Serves you right, he said, his voice devoid of sympathy. He continued, his words laced with a cold finality. You'll have to clean it all up with your own hands now, so it's self-inflicted. The blonde young man knelt beside Ed, offering him the key. A silent exchange passed between them, heavy with unspoken implications. From now on, that library belongs to you, Ed. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the Game Extras Academy, found himself in a dire situation. He questioned the mysterious benefactor who had just given him a key, his voice laced with suspicion. The man, his face bloodied and weary, coughed, his expression a mix of exhaustion and grim determination. He insisted that Ed was not happy about receiving the key, despite his outward appearance. He explained that the key opened a secret safe hidden beneath Raina's guarded desk. The man, still coughing, urged Ed to be prepared to handle the Academy's inevitable investigation. With a final, labored breath, he uttered a name, Lucy. His final words of advice were a cryptic warning, to look around him every once in a while. As if summoned by his words, two figures appeared in the woods. One was a girl with vibrant red hair, her expression serious and watchful. Behind her, another girl, her face partially obscured by a large witch's hat, looked on with concern. Ed, startled, let out a gasp. His eyes widened, reflecting the shock and dawning realization of his precarious situation. Ed Rothstaler, a disowned villain from the game's Extra Academy, lay wounded in the forest. His eyes fluttered closed, a faint smile playing on his lips as he murmured, "Right, you're wise." At that moment, a shift in the narrative occurred. The scene shifted to Lucy, one of the game's female leads. The question hung in the air, what was her expression? Unfortunately, from his vantage point, Ed couldn't see Lucy's expression. He adjusted his cloak. A subtle movement hinting at his unease. Ed's eyes, though closed, betrayed the pain he was enduring. Blood stained his face, yet he appeared almost serene, as if merely drifting off to sleep. From his position, Ed could only infer the scene, the corpse lying peacefully under the moonlit Zelkova tree. The careful staging made it look as if he were in a deep sleep. The scene opens with a twilight sky, the silhouettes of leaves framing the upper left corner of the panel. A soft, warm light emanates from below the horizon, casting a gentle glow on the clouds. For young women, their expressions a mixture of concern and apprehension, peered down at something unseen. One, with fiery red hair, wore a crimson jacket, another, with pale pink hair, covered her mouth in surprise, a third, with dark hair, wore a witch's hat, and the fourth, with auburn hair, had a stern look on her face. They were gathered around what appeared to be a body. The camera angle shifts, focusing on a detail of the scene below. A narration box reads, "We just watched for a while." The scene shifts to a conversation. One of the women speaks, recounting Ed's involvement in several past incidents, the Glasgow incident, the Awfulous Hall occupation, and now, the theft of the sage's sealed grimoire. The majestic Awfulous Hall, bathed in the golden light of the setting sun, is shown in the background. The conversation continues, questioning Ed's presence at the scene of the crime. The speaker concludes, stating that Ed Rothtailor has terrible luck. Ed Rothtailor, a disgraced third-rate villain, stood before the imposing doors of the academy. His crimson cape billowed slightly, a stark contrast to the dark suit beneath. A look of grim determination settled on his face. An older man, Professor Glast, sat behind a large desk, his monocle glinting. He explained to an unseen listener that Ed had been kidnapped by him, for reasons unknown, and had subsequently escaped. And during his escape, he encountered Taylor's group. The professor questioned if that was all that happened. Ed confirmed that his account matched the report, adding that Janica and Lortel had rushed to his aid. But then the professor raised an eyebrow, questioning why Ed had left Isla, another kidnap victim, behind. Ed explained that Isla was unable to move and didn't trust him. So he went alone to seek help. Despite the explanation, the professor admitted to being suspicious of Ed. Ed reflected that, while his story was plausible, the sheer number of coincidences made it look suspicious to the dean. An older man with spectacles, his face etched with suspicion, addressed Ed Rothtailor. He commented on Ed's seemingly innocent demeanor, hinting at a deeper understanding of events. Ed responded with a polite but subtly defiant thank you, implying that the assessment was accurate, and reciprocated the observation about hidden knowledge. The older man continued, mentioning the Awfulous Hall incident and a recent event as reasons for his suspicion. Causing Ed to visibly worry, his expression shifting to one of concern. The older man then stated that Ed was a student who had suffered due to the academy's negligence. Ed's eyes widened in surprise as he reacted to this statement, his internal monologue revealing his disbelief. A hand reached for a document, revealing a report card. Ed's report card, causing him to exclaim in shock. The older man explained that the academy wished to reward Ed for his hard work. The image shows a close-up of Ed Rothtailor's attire. He is wearing a dark suit jacket over a crisp white shirt, a red tie neatly knotted at his neck, and a dark red cape draped over his shoulders. A single thought bubble appears, containing the word suggesting contemplation or uncertainty. Ed is shown exiting a building, looking slightly disheveled. Someone shouts, "Ah, Ed. You're out." Janica approaches Ed, expressing concern. She asks if he is alright, noting that he appeared to have been in a fight. Ed reassures Janica that he is fine and asks her not to worry about him. Janica hesitates, then admits that she might be slightly injured after their encounter. She explains that she may have sustained some injuries while protecting him. Janica's concern grows, and she asks if Ed was hurt. Ed, wincing slightly, mentions a pain in his back. Janica, her expression serious, pondered the recent events. A slight sprain, she mused, nothing too serious. But then a realization struck her, this incident, she understood, was somehow connected to Ed. She recalled his tendency to always be the one who suffered whenever things went wrong. And a wave of guilt washed over her. She had taken Ed for granted, and now he was hurt because of her. Janica's thoughts drifted to Professor Glast's death. His final words echoed in her mind. Regret always comes last, he had said. Ed, meanwhile, felt a pang of guilt. Ed expressed his gratitude for Janica's efforts, but also his concern for her well-being. He knew she always ended up suffering because of him. A small bird flew past as Janica looked at him with worry. Ed continued, apologizing for her injuries and suggesting she distance herself from him to avoid further harm. Janica, however, surprised Ed by revealing that she hadn't been hurt at all, she had lied. Janica, a young woman with braided pink hair and a red ribbon, let out a small sigh. "Oh, right," she murmured, her expression a mixture of contemplation and slight annoyance. Someone addressed her, their voice calm and inquisitive. They asked Janica if her dorm was the Dex Hall. Another young woman, this one with bright blonde hair and striking red eyes, began to explain something. "You see, starting next semester." She revealed a surprising piece of information. The blonde woman's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, "You're moving to the Dex Hall?" Janica's reaction was unexpected. A wide, joyful smile spread across her face, her hands clasped together in delight. She was clearly very happy about the news. The blonde woman, still slightly stunned, commented on Janica's reaction. I didn't expect you to be so happy." Ed, a young man with blonde hair and a red cape, let out a relieved sigh. He reflected on his situation. "I guess I could say it's all finished now. End your lonely life as a wanderer and return to having a normal student life." An elderly man with a monocle, his face etched with years of wisdom and a hint of amusement, addressed Ed. He declared, "You deserve it." Following the pronouncement, the man continued, granting Ed permission to move into the academy dormitories. The image showed Ed's humble wooden cabin, nestled amidst the autumnal woods. Ed, seen from behind, stood before his cabin, a red cloak draped over his shoulders. He was preparing to leave his solitary life in the woods. His thoughts drifted to his original plans, to build fences, cultivate edible plants, and reinforce his makeshift home. These plans now seemed pointless. Ed's internal monologue continued, reflecting on the sudden shift in his circumstances. He was leaving his self-sufficient existence behind. A shadow flickered across the doorway of his cabin as he pondered the end of his solitary life in the woods. His quiet contemplation was interrupted. Ed turned to leave his cabin, his red cloak billowing slightly behind him as he stepped out into the sunlight. He paused, a look of surprise dawning on his face as he turned back towards the cabin. A question mark filled his mind as he registered something unexpected. A young woman with long, light blonde hair lay on the ground, eyes wide with shock and confusion, her white nightgown ruffled around her. She seemed disoriented, as if she had just fallen. As a young man with short brown hair, wearing a dark suit and red cape, looked down at her from above. He had a concerned expression, his gaze fixed on the girl below. Her eyes swirling with a strange, hypnotic pattern. Fear, raw and palpable, radiated from her. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game, The Extras Academy Survival Guide, found himself unexpectedly reborn into his own character. Now living in the woods, he pondered the ominous clouds gathering overhead. He wondered if it was going to rain. A chill wind rustled through the leaves, a premonition of the storm to come. The young man with striking white hair and violet eyes, Ed, stood amidst the trees. He realized with a start that this wasn't the familiar landscape of Arkan Island. Instead, he found himself in the northern Ramelin mountain range. A wave of confusion washed over him. Why was he dreaming of his childhood? Since he was already dreaming of the past, Ed decided to visit a familiar place. He resolved to go see the old man. He walked towards a quaint cottage nestled amongst the trees. Approaching it with a determined stride, he was ready to confront the old man. A young woman with long, platinum blonde hair awoke with a gasp, a soft ah escaping her lips. Her eyes, wide with a mixture of confusion and fear, darted around the dimly lit room. She sat up, her gaze falling upon a figure in a rocking chair by the window. A woman with long, reddish-brown hair sat staring out at the bleak winter landscape, her face obscured by shadow. The blonde girl's eyes widened further as she took in the scene, a sense of unease washing over her. The woman in the chair slowly turned her head, her expression unreadable. And a chilling accusation escaped her lips, "This is... Why didn't you save me?" The panel shifted to reveal a horrifying visage, a skull-like face with glowing red eyes, its features stitched together with dark thread. The voice, raw with anguish, continued. "You had the chance, so why did you look the other way? A nightmare, huh?" The blonde girl, eyes closed, trembled slightly. The image faded to white. A maid, Lucy, called out to someone inside a room, asking if they were awake and suggesting they prepare for school. Ed Rothstaler, a disowned villain, stirred awake in his bed. Lucy, cheerful and energetic, stood beside him. He remained silent, still groggy from sleep. Suddenly, Lucy's eyes glowed with purple energy as she prepared to cast a spell, muttering about high-level spatial magic. A bright beam of light erupted from her hands, transporting Ed to a distant location. He found himself on a rooftop, a small cut visible on his foot. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced third-rate villain, walked away from the dilapidated structure, his crimson cape billowing slightly behind him. He was now a scholarship-seeking student, having been expelled from the academy and forced to live in the woods. A young woman, her face obscured, watched him from a rooftop, her expression unreadable. A wave of inexplicable relief washed over him. His new life, however precarious, felt like a reprieve. Meanwhile, inside a cozy room, a young woman with long, flowing white hair and striking purple eyes smiled serenely. Her name was Iris. Her expression shifted subtly, a hint of mischief in her gaze. As she pondered Ed's sudden appearance. "So my camping life is over now, huh?" she mused. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind erupted from nowhere, sending leaves scattering. Another young woman, with long blonde hair, appeared, her eyes wide with surprise. "Geez, cats are always unpredictable, I tell you," she exclaimed. She landed gracefully on the ground, her expression a mix of annoyance and amusement. "And they never play along like you want them to," she continued. "When you think you've gotten close and try to pet them, they act all aloof and expensive," she finished, sighing. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from a popular game, found himself in an unexpected predicament. His disinterest in the game's female leads, usually a source of amusement, had now become a problem. He mused, but when you lose interest and get busy, they get all clingy. He continued, his expression thoughtful, "Cats are like that anyway. So the best way to control them is to lose interest." Ed, having formulated his plan, headed towards his secluded cabin. A young woman with long white hair lay sprawled on the ground outside, seemingly waiting for him. Meanwhile, a man with long brown hair offered advice to an unseen audience, "Those of you who want to have a cat-type spirit familiar, Just stop giving them attention and act indifferent. Surprisingly, they'll end up coming to you first. Back at the academy, two female students giggled, one commenting, "Geez, this is harder than dating." In the monster ecology class, surprisingly, there was a section on these cat-type creatures. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from a popular game, found himself in an unexpected predicament. Despite the popularity of the lectures, his grades initially lagged behind his peers. However, his diligent preparation soon paid off. He quickly surpassed his classmates in his understanding of the course material, becoming the go-to source for comprehensive notes. Ed, meticulously organizing his notes, declared the end of his study session for the day, only to be interrupted by a request to visit someone's office. A summons. Ed's eyebrows shot up in surprise at the unexpected request. The conversation shifted to the Academy Scholarship Program, a system where students contribute to academic tasks in exchange for tuition discounts. The individual speaking explained the scholarship program to Ed, highlighting its potential benefits. He emphasized that it would be a good opportunity for Ed, who already possessed the necessary skills and knowledge. The details of the program were further elaborated, revealing that Ed would be undertaking various academic tasks. Assistant Professor Claire, overwhelmed by paperwork, let out a desperate cry of anguish. She was assisting Professor Glast, and the sheer volume of tasks was clearly too much. There were quite a few things Professor Glast was handling alone. Annis, though remarkably capable, was also struggling under the weight of it all. Annis, carrying a large stack of files, looked stressed. In the background, Claire remained buried under a mountain of paperwork. "So, there's the duty of semester-end evaluations, and during the break, you'll handle the academic society's agendas. There's also the freshman class assignment test, right?" A conversation between two individuals took place. One instructed the other not to be too strict when meeting the freshmen. "Freshman, huh, that means..." Ed Rothstaler, the protagonist, felt a cold dread wash over him as the implications of the upcoming freshman evaluation sunk in. A grimoire, radiating an intense blue light, materialized in midair. Its magical resonance was immediately sensed by an unseen observer, who noted its exceptionally high magical energy. But the observer seemed unconcerned, muttering dismissively about the object's nature. A woman with vibrant red hair, dressed in a sharp business suit and cape, now held the grimoire aloft, its magical aura still crackling around it. Despite her outward composure, a flicker of doubt crossed her features. She questioned the wisdom of selling such a powerful artifact to Crapin. Concluding that Ed's desperation in making such a request implied he never wanted Crapin to possess the grimoire in the first place. The red-haired woman frantically corrected herself, explaining that she had already purchased the grimoire and was merely concerned about the money tied up in it. Alone, she resolved to be more ruthless in her dealings. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from a prominent family, found himself expelled from the academy and living in the woods. His goal, obtain a scholarship to graduate. He resolved to avoid the game's protagonists, but his life took an unexpected turn when he discovered a way to acquire a crucial item, the Cesa's Grimoire purchase certificate. His motto, however, was to never put off today's work for tomorrow. He held the certificate in his hand, a small piece of paper that held immense power. With it, he mused, he could accomplish anything. A young woman with vibrant red hair and striking emerald green eyes watched him intently. Her expression was unreadable, a mixture of curiosity and something else. She spoke, her voice soft but firm. He should simply do this one thing. With a slight chuckle, the woman began to write, her movements precise and confident. She was creating a special winter break class notice. The absence of Professor Glast raised a question: who would lead the class? A sense of urgency filled her as she realized she was very busy. And then, a new development. The end of the semester meant others were also occupied, including Janica Faylover and Ed himself. This meant Ed no longer had to worry about the camp. The woman, relieved, reflected on the end of the semester and the resulting widespread busyness, ensuring that both Janica and Ed would be occupied. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from a popular game, found himself inexplicably inhabiting his own character's body. Now living in the woods, he diligently worked on his scholarship application, hoping to secure his future and escape his past. A young woman with vibrant red hair scrutinized the document with a perplexed expression. "What's this?" she wondered, a hint of unease coloring her features. Meanwhile, Ed carefully held a quill pen, his focus unwavering as he continued his meticulous work. Finishing the final touches on his application. Seated at a grand desk in an opulent room, he exuded an air of quiet determination. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his concentration. "Hey!" The sound carried on the wind, drawing Ed's attention to his humble log cabin in the woods. A young man with blonde hair appeared, his expression a mixture of concern and weariness. "We're running out of firewood," he stated, his voice laced with worry. He continued, "We'd be short on firewood when winter comes." A young woman with white hair lay nearby, seemingly unconcerned. The blonde young man turned to the white-haired girl, his tone sharp. "Why haven't you been hunting lately?" Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from a game, found himself inexplicably inhabiting his own character. He pondered Lucy's surprisingly productive words. Though it wasn't entirely unexpected. The scene shifted to Ed's rustic cabin, an axe embedded in a log, hinting at his solitary existence. Ed considered his options, his internal monologue revealing his plan to attend the Dex Hall, a decision that would impact his interactions with Lucy. He mused that reducing his contact with Lucy might stabilize the unfolding narrative. Ed's pensive expression reflected his internal conflict, the weight of his decision was evident. Suddenly, Lucy appeared, interrupting Ed's solitude. Another female lead, whose name is revealed to be Marie, cheerfully announced the end of classes. Marie, having had her late afternoon class cancelled, decided to visit Ed's cabin to relax. With winter break approaching, Marie's visit underscored the urgency of Ed's situation, as he wouldn't be able to stay at the camp once the break began. A young woman with long, white hair expressed her bittersweet feelings about leaving a place she clearly cherished. She admitted to having enjoyed her time there immensely, but the thought of its ending filled her with a sense of sadness. She reiterated her fondness for the camp, emphasizing how much she genuinely liked it. While acknowledging the unfortunate circumstances of her departure, she also recognized the importance of Ed's own environment and needs. A young woman with long pink hair and a cheerful disposition approached Ed. She instructed him to contact her if he decided to move to the Dex Hall. Another young woman offered her assistance to Ed, noting his many responsibilities. Ed contemplated the numerous tasks ahead of him. A different young woman, this one with dark hair, suggested that she and Ed eat together in the cafeteria, given that they would likely see each other frequently in the Dex Hall. She also offered to help him find his way around on the first day and proposed meeting in the study rooms in the morning. A close-up showed a hand holding an ornate key. Ed realized that this was the key to unlock the secret vault in the library, as mentioned by Professor Glast. With a flourish, Ed revealed a sealed envelope containing a key. He recognized it immediately, an application form for Dex Hall, the prestigious academy. Janica, ever practical, warned him about the application deadline. She explained that applying late during peak season significantly reduced his chances of acceptance. She advised him to fill out the form promptly. Ed expressed his gratitude for her help. He was relieved to have the application form in hand. Janica, already familiar with the process, offered to help him fill it out together. As they began, a look of dawning horror crossed Ed's face. He whispered Lucy's name, his voice laced with fear. A young girl, Lucy, wearing a witch's hat and nightgown, appeared unexpectedly, causing a startled reaction from Janica and Ed. Ed's sudden appearance seemed to have disrupted the timeline, bringing Lucy into the present. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the Game Extras Academy, found himself in an unexpected predicament. He awoke in his game avatar's body, living a solitary existence in the woods, far from the game's main characters. His goal, earn a scholarship to graduate and escape his current reality. But his attempts at avoiding the protagonists proved futile. A young woman, her face obscured by a large hat, appeared before him, causing Ed to react defensively. She frantically pleaded with him to stop, her voice laced with urgency and fear. Ed, bewildered by the situation, instinctively reacted to her desperate plea. The young woman's face, now visible, showed a mixture of fear and desperation as she begged him not to take something from her. Ed, still confused, could only stare at her in bewilderment. It was the start of something new. A narration box appeared, stating, "It began on this day." Another box below added, "All your steady experience is paying off, Master Ed." The scene shifted to a sunny forest clearing, suggesting a significant time jump. Ed, now looking significantly more powerful and confident, stood proudly, his growth rate remarked upon. A surge of fiery energy erupted from the ground as Ed Rothstaler stood before Lucy, a young woman with pink hairstyle and braids, who looked up at him with a mixture of awe and concern. Her hands were clasped together in prayer. Lucy's eyes widened as she assessed Ed's magical prowess. "Your spirit resonance already surpasses that of ordinary novice spirit sorcerers," she stated, her voice filled with wonder, "and your basic mana resonance has also improved significantly." Ed, however, was far from reassured. He nervously questioned Lucy, Lucy, did I do something wrong?" A young woman with short, white hair, appeared from behind a tree, clutching a large, dark hat to her chest. She watched the interaction with a sullen expression, while Lucy smiled knowingly at Ed. The white-haired girl's appearance was far from her usual polished self. Usually, the maids at the Ophilus Hall make sure to dress her up neatly. But today it looks like she escaped from the dormitory in her pajamas early in the morning. Meanwhile, Ed's own internal monologue revealed a startling discovery. "My magic power must have increased too. It's about time I try out intermediate magic." Ed opened his grimoire, a surge of blue energy emanating from the book as he prepared to test his newfound abilities. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game, found himself in an unexpected predicament. He awoke in his dorm room, sprawled on the floor beside a young woman, a jolt of magical energy still crackling in the air. The aftermath of a clearly magical incident. He sat at a table in the dining hall, a plate of untouched food before him, while two other students, a man and a woman, looked on with concern. A fourth girl, her face partially obscured by a large witch's hat, stood protectively behind him. Ed wondered what had happened to the girl, his internal monologue filled with confusion and concern. He apologized for any wrongdoing. The scene shifted to a different location, where Ed found himself surrounded by two more female students. One of them, with pink hair, giggled, while the other, with gray hair, glared at him with intense hostility. The narrator noted the gray-haired girl's particular animosity towards another student, Janica, who was not present. The gray-haired girl, clearly frustrated, let out a guttural sound of displeasure. Later, Ed was found asleep in his room, a book resting on his face. He reflected on the difficulties of intermediate magic studies. He awoke to a question from an unseen person. A question about what he would do if she left. The panel ends with a sense of foreboding. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced former villain, now found himself living in the woods, clutching a key. A young woman with long white hair and a witch's hat stood beside him, her expression unreadable. He muttered to himself that there was somewhere he needed to go. But first, he needed to secure his shelter. The temperature plummeted at night, and he knew that neglecting his fire could be fatal. Ed examined the meager firewood in his fireplace. He mused that moving into the DEX building would solve his immediate problems. But that would have to wait until he completed his current tasks. A close-up on Ed's face revealed a look of intense concentration. He was clearly weighing his options carefully. The white-haired woman, seemingly sensing his internal conflict, looked up from her seat, her violet eyes filled with concern. She approached him, her movements gentle yet purposeful. A silent understanding passed between them. And with a soft gesture, she invited him to join her. "Let's go together now," she offered. The woman's face, now fully visible, held a warm, reassuring smile. Her violet eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced former student of the Extras Academy, found himself alone, his only company the towering trees of the forest. He had been expelled for his villainous antics and disowned by his family, leaving him with nothing but the clothes on his back and a desperate need to earn a scholarship. A thick rope, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, dangled from a high branch above. Below, a faint, ethereal glow pulsed with magical energy. The rope descended further, its path weaving through the air with unnatural grace. Until it came to rest near a crumbling section of the academy wall. Ed, noticing the rope, cautiously approached. He grabbed hold, his grip tightening around the coarse fibers as he began his descent. The rope felt strangely familiar, as if it had been placed there specifically for him. He questioned his unexpected visitor. "Why did you follow me to a place like this?" A young woman with striking blue hair appeared from the shadows below, her magical aura shimmering around her. She looked concerned as she watched him descend. Ed, however, brusquely dismissed her offer. "Who? Forget it." Ed, the disgraced villain, now found himself alone, navigating the treacherous heights of the academy building. He muttered to himself, needing to ensure his ability to descend and ascend without assistance. A mysterious girl with purple hair and a witch-like hat floated down beside him, seemingly unfazed by the perilous drop. Her presence added an unexpected element to Ed's solitary climb. Ed, having reached his destination, reflected on the impossibility of taking everything at once. He knew he would need to return multiple times to retrieve all the items. Ed carefully examined a dusty, old book, his eyes scanning the aged pages. A faint cloud of dust rising as he located a hidden compartment. Ed deduced that someone would have hidden a secret safe in such an obscure place. And he pondered why this key was held on to until the very end. With a determined glint in his eyes, Ed inserted the key into the lock, a surge of energy erupting as the mechanism sprang open. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the Game Extras Academy, found himself thrust into the very world he once inhabited. He propelled himself forward, a fiery trail blazing behind him, his expression one of grim determination. He was fleeing, his heart pounding in his chest. A desperate thought echoing in his mind, to have hidden something like this. Almost reaching his destination, Ed was being pursued. A voice called out, "Almost there. We'll be outside soon." Ed responded, "Yes. I know, ha," his voice strained. He stumbled, a pained groan escaping his lips. One of his pursuers, a young woman with long, light blue hair and a witch's hat, spoke, "And I should ask for a ladder too." Ed, hanging precariously from a rope, replied, "Let's rest for a bit." The witch, her eyes wide with curiosity, asked, "So what is that?" A gloved hand, adorned with a dark ring, presented a golden ring, its surface etched with a phoenix emblem, glowing faintly. The narrative shifted, displaying Ed Rothstaler, the disowned villain, in two contrasting states, his present self, engulfed in flames, and his shadowy future self. The text proclaimed, "You can receive your future magic and use it." Ed mused, "If so, I'd be able to use high-level magic right now, theoretically." However, he also realized, depending on the amount of magic you borrow, you'll be unable to fight for a long time. Ed clenched his fist, his present self ablaze in the background. He contemplated, "If I use it impulsively, the price may be huge. That means there's only one way I can use it in battle." Ed's hands glowed, the phoenix ring at the center of the fiery aura. "When I'm driven into a corner." Ed's face contorted in a fierce grimace as he channeled his power, his hand glowing intensely with the ring. Ed, the disgraced villain, now living in the woods, devised a plan. He would use a secret method as a last resort to achieve his goal. But what if this method wasn't suitable for combat? He considered alternative applications, such as a spirit contract. Janica, a powerful sorceress, commanded countless spirits. Her ability stemmed not just from sensitivity, but from immense magical power. Unlike Janica, novice spirit sorcerers like Ed had limited slots for spirit contracts, requiring extensive practice even for basic communication with weaker spirits. This limitation was due to their insufficient maximum magic capacity. Ed pondered this, a small spirit bird resting in his hands. Ed realized that temporarily boosting his maximum magic capacity would theoretically allow him to contract with a high-ranking spirit. He examined a ring, a potential tool for this risky endeavor. It was a reckless guess, fraught with danger. He questioned his own decision, wondering if there was a simpler solution. Despite the risks, Ed resolved to proceed. A determined glint shone in his eyes as he dismissed any doubts. Bound by a rope, Ed Rothstaler, a disowned villain from the game, looked up with a determined expression. He calmly reassured Lucy, stating that the past was behind him. Ed continued, explaining that even a thorough search of the entire library wouldn't yield anything more valuable than what he already possessed. This object in his possession was irreplaceable. The narration box revealed Professor Glast's belief that promoting those of ambiguous talent was a sin, but this object was an exception. Ed climbed up a rope, his back to the viewer, ascending from a deep, dark pit. The narration box below explained that this object could destroy the wall of talent known as maximum magic capacity. A flashback showed a bloodied and injured man, likely Professor Glast. The narration box revealed that this discovery was the reason behind his research into magic engineering items, and that he hid it to keep its existence secret until the very end. A man in a dark robe and a woman in a red dress stood before a large window, bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. He offered her something, a gesture of kindness or perhaps a gift. A gift for his daughter, a moment of quiet tenderness before the storm. Night fell. Under a starlit sky, a lone figure mused, "You know." The scene shifted. The figure continued their internal monologue, recalling a past detail. "In the past, one of my sleeve buttons fell off. The button on the very end of the sleeve. A dark, mysterious image of a rope hanging from a ceiling was shown." He continued his reflection. "I never noticed it when it was on, but once it was gone, my sleeves were so loose that it was uncomfortable. So I suffered for a long while." A hand reached out, seemingly in response to his thoughts, questioning, "Is that so?" The figure sighed, a melancholic observation. "It's often that I only realize the importance of something after it's gone." The scene shifted again, showing the figure slumped to the ground, exhausted and defeated. A sigh escaped his lips, as he collapsed. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the Game Extras Academy, found himself in an unexpected predicament. He reflected on a seemingly insignificant detail that had taken on immense importance. A realization dawning on him as he followed someone with a question. The question hung in the air, unspoken but heavy with implication. A young woman, Lucy, appeared before Ed, her dark eyes intense under the brim of her witch's hat. She directly asked him if he was planning to go to Dex Hall. Ed, his back turned, remained silent, his thoughts a whirlwind of apprehension. Lucy pressed him further, her voice laced with urgency. Could he not go? Her plea was clear, but Ed's response remained elusive. The narrator observes that Lucy's request was a difficult one to make. Despite the emotional weight of Lucy's words, Ed maintained a neutral stance, his mind carefully weighing the implications. A stark contrast is presented, the imposing Dex Hall, a grand academy, juxtaposed against a humble log cabin nestled deep within a forest. This is the reality facing Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain now reduced to living in the wilderness. Ed, his face etched with exhaustion, sits alone in the darkness. He mutters to himself, the words barely audible, a stark reflection of his current predicament. The choice before him is clear: return to the relative comfort of Dex Hall or continue his harsh existence in the unforgiving cold. His internal monologue reveals his thoughts. Returning to Dex Hall is the more practical option. The harsh realities of his current situation weigh heavily on him. Living outdoors during the cold winter is far from ideal. A mysterious figure, cloaked and hooded, observes Ed from a distance. Only a portion of their face is visible, adding to the air of mystery surrounding their presence. The hooded figure's thoughts are revealed, a quiet question about the possibility of rain. They seem to possess a heightened sensitivity to the weather, able to sense an impending change. Their intuition confirms their suspicions: rain is indeed on its way. However, they quickly dismiss the thought. Ed, seemingly sensing a disturbance, looks up, a worried expression on his face. A bright, ethereal orb appears before him, seemingly responding to his unspoken apprehension. He dismisses the phenomenon, stating that it's not the right time for such occurrences. A young woman with long, silvery hair, wearing a dark academic uniform and a large, wide-brimmed witch's hat, stood amidst a dark, misty landscape. Her expression was one of quiet contemplation, her gaze directed slightly upward, as if lost in thought. A close-up on her eye revealed a swirling vortex of purple and starlight within her pupil, hinting at a hidden depth and power. The narration box stated, however, at the end of a long monsoon season, you think that rain will come thoughtlessly. The scene shifted to a nighttime setting, showing the young woman from before, her back to the viewer, standing beside a young man with blonde hair. Light snow fell around them. The narration box read, even though the rainy period is over. The young woman turned her head slightly, her expression unreadable, her purple eyes gleaming faintly in the dim light. The blonde young man spoke, lamenting that he hadn't gathered enough firewood for the winter. He appeared to be sitting on the ground, his posture slumped with weariness. The young woman responded, reminding him that he had already said they lacked sufficient firewood. The young man reacted with surprise, his eyes widening as he looked up at her, seemingly taken aback by her words. A flurry of motion, a blur of white hair and crimson fabric, suggested a figure in swift retreat, leaving behind only the falling snow and a silent, starlit sky. The scene shifted, focusing on a lone figure lying on the ground, seemingly unconscious. Ed Rothstaler, the disowned villain, lay sprawled in the snow. A young woman with long, white hair hovered nearby. He muttered, already adapting to his new life in the wilderness, that with a few improvements to their makeshift camp, life wasn't so bad. He mused that there were many more positives to simply staying and living there than returning to his former life. A bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he contemplated his situation. Suddenly, the young woman collapsed onto him, her weight knocking him to the ground. They lay there, intertwined in the snow. The narration box declared that this marked the end of Act 2, and that Act 3, with its escalating challenges, was about to begin. Ed, closing his eyes, reflected on the enormity of what lay ahead. The final panel showed Princess Phinia, vying for the student council presidency, locked in a tense standoff with Lortel. A striking woman with long, flowing white hair and a flowing white dress stood bathed in golden light. She was the picture of ethereal beauty, a butterfly adorning her hair. Behind her, shadowy figures loomed, their forms indistinct but menacing. The woman continued her slow, deliberate walk, her gaze unwavering. Four imposing figures stood behind her, their silhouettes sharp against the radiant light. The scene felt both powerful and ominous. A dramatic shift in tone and setting. The scene transitioned to a dark, stormy night. A young girl with long purple hair, wearing a witch's hat, stood amidst crackling purple lightning. This was clearly a powerful antagonist. The camera focused on the girl's lower body, her dark attire and the purple energy crackling around her. The name Lucy Mabel appeared below, confirming her identity as a significant character. The perspective shifted abruptly to a close-up of a pair of intense blue eyes, belonging to a young man with light brown hair. His expression was unreadable, a mixture of determination and apprehension. A narration box revealed the young man's internal monologue. He was acknowledging the difficulty of the situation but resolving to face it head-on. The young man, now fully visible, had light brown hair and was dressed in a dark suit and red tie. He appeared thoughtful, perhaps even slightly weary, but resolute. Despite the challenges ahead, he expressed a quiet confidence in a positive outcome, even after the next episode's conclusion. He envisioned a future where both he and someone else would thrive, a hopeful vision despite the looming darkness. Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain in the game, the Extras Academy Survival Guide, found himself in an unusual situation. He had witnessed Lucy, one of the game's female leads, display emotions far beyond anything seen in any previous playthrough or storyline. A look of bittersweet sorrow, tears welling in her eyes while a gentle smile played on her lips. It was a complex expression, a poignant blend of grief and acceptance. Ed was certain of it, this was something entirely new. Winter had arrived, blanketing the landscape in a thick layer of snow. The change in season brought with it a palpable shift in the atmosphere. Despite the cold, a sense of quiet comfort settled over Ed as the snow fell softly around him. He stood outside his secluded log cabin, a shovel in hand, the fresh snowfall a stark contrast to the dark wood of his humble dwelling. The quiet solitude was a welcome change from the chaos of the academy. The recent snowfall meant extra work for Ed, a third-rate villain now living in the woods after being expelled from his family's dormitory. He reflected that after shoveling all the snow, it was already midday. He was determined not to overwork himself, given the sheer volume of tasks ahead. Ed, despite his circumstances, maintained a disciplined approach to his daily life. Ed was called out for a school scholarship student task, so he decided to complete all his pending work that day. He began by chopping wood, aiming to finish both the firewood and provisions work. The wood was neatly stacked in his woodshed, ready for the coming winter. Next, he prepared the provisions, carefully inspecting the sausages and a large cut of meat. He finished the provisions work quickly. This meant he no longer needed to meticulously budget his time. Ed felt a sense of relief, knowing he could now focus on his studies and his goal of graduating without the constant pressure of financial worries. The scene opens on a dimly lit bedroom. A wooden bed, partially visible, is bathed in a warm, golden light emanating from an unseen source. The overall atmosphere is one of quiet rest. A young woman with long, white hair sleeps soundly on the bed, her face relaxed. She wears a dark school uniform and a red cape. Beside her, a young man with brown hair watches her, a thoughtful expression on his face. He seems hesitant to disturb her slumber. Despite the peaceful scene, the young man's internal monologue reveals his restlessness. He thinks to himself that he cannot simply sleep, implying a pressing need to act. The young man, Gid, rises from his position beside the sleeping girl and heads towards a door, his back to the viewer. The sleeping girl, Lucy, remains undisturbed. Ed's thoughts continue, acknowledging that Lucy, unlike himself, has protective magic and won't get cold. This highlights a difference in their circumstances. His internal monologue shifts to the discomfort of his current situation, questioning how he will feel if he stays. Ed steps out of the cabin into a snowy landscape. The scene is stark, contrasting with the warmth of the previous panels. Ed reflects on the peace he feels, unsure if he'll experience it again. This suggests a sense of foreboding. Ed holds a ring, a glint of light reflecting off its surface. He contemplates his next move, wondering if he should begin his plan. A surge of intense energy erupted from Ed's clenched fist. the raw power radiating outwards in a blinding flash of incandescent light. A silent question hanging in the air, are you listening? The energy coalesced, forming a fiery torrent. A wave of heat washing over Ed's fiery red hair, revealing Ed Rothstaler, the disowned villain, now radiating an aura of immense power. His piercing blue eyes held a steely determination. A sprawling academy, resplendent in white stone and capped with snow, dominated the landscape. Its manicured gardens and reflecting pools spoke of wealth and prestige. A scene of idyllic beauty, partially obscured by the skeletal branches of a winter tree. The camera focuses on a charming bakery, the Laplace Bakery, its sign promising the highest quality pastries. The text above the image notes that the current refreshments are made to the standards of the previous royal pâtissier. A tiered cake stand displays an assortment of delicate pastries, each topped with a glistening cherry. The text below indicates that reservations are difficult to obtain. But despite the difficulty, a young woman with long pink braids and a mischievous glint in her eyes has secured a table. She muses to herself about using the pastries as bait. A subtle smile playing on her lips as she sips her coffee. A man, his face partially obscured by shadow, sits opposite her. He remarks on her bait, comparing it to fishing, and expresses concern that her actions are pushing her towards a dangerous line. Over tea and pastries, two students at the academy gossiped about Ed Rothstaler, the infamous third-rate villain. One of them exclaimed that the other had completely fallen under his spell, prompting a surprised question, how did she know that? The second girl retorted that it was obvious, and she wasn't even trying to stop it. Meanwhile, a more serious scene unfolded. A man, seemingly a teacher or administrator, reflected that after reassessing Ed Rothstaler, he had decided to accept the situation. His gaze fell upon two other students, whispering urgently about Clara and the problem she represented. One of the students questioned the other, noting her inability to speak or look Ed in the eye recently, leading to a defensive response and a demand for an answer. The student confessed that instead of nervousness, she felt comfortable and snug around Ed. This confession was met with shock and disbelief. Clara, a young woman with long pink braids and a worried expression, stared ahead. A dark aura seemed to emanate from her as she muttered to herself that she was heading towards the worst possible romantic outcome. Ed, a young man with short brown hair, angrily reacted to Clara's closeness. He complained about the one-sided nature of their emotional exchange, emphasizing the need for mutual desire in a relationship. A whimsical, cartoonish dragon-like creature chimed in, questioning the nature of their relationship. It pointed out that Clara's actions were more akin to those of a follower than a partner. Clara, her face a picture of distress, reacted with a frustrated sigh to the dragon's assessment of her relationship with Ed. Ed dismissed the conversation, stating that it was winter break and the topic was irrelevant for now. An unseen narrator observed Ed's attractiveness and his resulting popularity with women, expressing concern about the need for a quick solution to his romantic problems. Another unseen character, seemingly a woman judging the situation, commented on Clara's behavior, noting her tendency to follow the tropes of countless friends' love stories. The narrator concluded that Ed's changed assessment was largely due to Clara's influence. Word of Ed's positive attributes spread among the academy community. Janika's fondness for him, coupled with positive feedback from Belle, the staff, and their mutual friends, painted a picture of a trustworthy and well-liked individual. This widespread approval translated into a general trust placed in Ed by his peers. He sipped his coffee, seemingly unaware of the shift in perception surrounding him. The camera focuses on a woman's hair, suggesting an upcoming scene with a new character. A woman with long, gray hair sits pensively, a cup of steaming coffee before her. Her expression is one of quiet contemplation. Despite the positive image Ed projects, she harbors a different perspective. A blonde woman apologizes to a girl with pink hair and glasses, who looks irritated. The pink-haired girl criticizes the blonde woman's lack of dignity and questions her qualifications as a professor. Assistant Professor Claire, a young woman with blonde hair pulled back in a ponytail and large glasses, was frantically searching through a pile of papers, her expression one of utter panic. Papers flew everywhere as she tumbled through the air, a clear sign of her distress. But all of the serious professors praised her, and she was now calmly enjoying a small pastry. This was due to her unusual ability, people luck. Somehow, she had managed to secure Flurbin and Glast as her mentors, two powerful figures whose shadows loomed large behind her. And now, she had even obtained the greatest TA. A young man, seemingly overwhelmed by a large stack of papers, let out a small, choked sound. A woman with long, gray hair, dressed in formal attire, asked him if he needed help, her expression concerned. He politely declined her offer of assistance, a small smile playing on his lips. The image introduces Anis Hailong, a second-year student in the Faculty of Magic. A narration box describes Anis as a second-year student whose diligence has earned the respect of all academy workers. Anis walks down a hallway, carrying a stack of papers. The sound effects suggest her quiet, purposeful steps. A narration box explains that Assistant Professor Claire's lab is always spotless, thanks to Anis's work. Anis enters the pristine research lab, her movements precise and careful as she approaches the desk, placing the papers down gently. The narration box emphasizes the immaculate state of the lab, a testament to Anis's diligence. The narration reveals that Anis's thorough information gathering involved extensive travel around the academy, akin to stalking. Anna skillfully manages a large stack of papers, her movements suggesting a practiced ease despite the risk of being caught. Anna adjusts her hair, a subtle action that hints at a hidden side to her personality, known only to a select few. For Annis, human relationships were a game of masks, a constant shifting of identities. She had 20 minutes until the professor returned from the bakery with snacks. Until then, she needed to analyze every detail about Ed Rothstailer. The Rothstailer family, the most powerful in the Klol Empire, had a clear line of succession. Ed was the second son, with one brother and two sisters. Annis, meticulously reviewing documents, deemed the readily available information meaningless. She needed to delve into his history. She learned that Crapen Rothstailer seized the lordship the year Ed was born. At 2, Ed became the official heir. He must be arrogant, she mused. Ed was baptized at 5 years old. Received etiquette lessons at 8, and began other studies at 12. However, his first-year grades suggested otherwise, he wasn't very bright. Annis, dusting the shelves, continued her investigation. This dual role as a student teaching assistant and scholarship student was a necessity for her survival. She possessed remarkable resilience and would overcome any obstacle. A young woman, her eyes narrowed in intense focus, plotted her next move. She would use any means necessary to achieve her goals, even emulating Lortel, a student a year her junior, as a role model. Her gaze settling on a document detailing the history of Ed Rothstailer. The document revealed Ed's privileged background, second in line to inherit the Rothstailer family fortune, one of the wealthiest in the Klol Empire. She surmised that his upbringing in such a sheltered environment likely instilled domineering tendencies within him. The woman continued her analysis, noting Ed's lack of financial struggles and academic achievements during his first year at the academy. From this, she deduced a high probability that Ed lacked self-confidence and preferred the company of pure and innocent women. She considered his personality, concluding that he would likely respond better to positive feedback and avoid responsibility, preferring a more indirect approach to interactions. She also theorized that, due to his wealth, he would be more receptive to gifts and displays of affluence than to mere words of praise. Finally, she concluded that, despite his arrogance, Ed's recent life changes might have made him more hardworking, but his core personality remained unchanged. Ed, the disgraced villain, now living in the woods, confidently declared that earning a scholarship wasn't that difficult. A young woman with long brown hair, her lips slightly parted, questioned the ease of his claim, implying that it would require practice. A sudden, bright light filled the room as another young woman, this one with blonde hair and glasses, appeared. She cheerfully announced that she had brought pastries from Laplace Bakery, suggesting they eat before resuming work. A brown-haired woman, Annis, already prepared black tea, commenting that the blonde was always thoughtful in bringing snacks. The blonde woman, however, reacted with a surprised yelp as she spilled her hot tea. The hot tea splashed across the floor as she stumbled, her legs visible from a low angle. She worried about Annis's reaction to her clumsiness. Annis, noticing the spilled tea, gently inquired if the blonde was hurt. A wave of relief washed over Ed as he processed the situation. A young woman with shoulder-length blonde hair and glasses, dressed in a stylish cardigan and skirt, approached cautiously. Behind her, another woman with long brown hair watched intently. Her expression one of concern as she confirmed Ed's well-being. "You're not hurt, truly what a relief," she murmured, her voice laced with genuine relief. The blonde woman's eyes widened, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. A question formed on her lips, barely audible. "Ha? Annis." Ed, his blonde hair neatly styled, responded with a thoughtful HM. He expressed his gratitude, stating, "Having to wear my uniform during the break was tiring, so thank you." A woman with dark hair styled in a bob cut, dressed in a dark red maid uniform, approached. She stated, "One uniform won't make much of a difference in the amount of work I have to do." Before adding, "Not to mention, it seems the person I serve is often indebted to you." Ed Rothstailer, a disgraced former villain, now found himself living in the woods after being expelled from the academy. He was attempting to maintain a low profile, focusing on earning a scholarship to secure his future. However, fate, it seemed, had other plans. While doing laundry, a peculiar discovery was made. Blonde hairs were found on Lady Lucy's clothes, and Ed's own laundry also bore traces of her distinctive incense scent and white hairs. Ed, reflecting on the situation, noted that Lucy had been unusually close to him recently. He was surprised by her perceptiveness, wondering what she might do if she weren't just a maid. The maid, whose name was revealed to be a character named Maid, approached Ed, questioning his formal tone. Ed and Maid engaged in a brief exchange about the formality of their speech, with Maid suggesting a more informal approach. Ed, however, preferred to maintain his formal speech, citing his discomfort with informality given his current status. Ed's internal monologue revealed that being the chief maid was a senior position at the academy. Making informal speech with her uncomfortable, given his loss of noble status and expulsion from his dormitory. A close-up on a woman's intense gaze. Her golden eyes, narrowed slightly, convey a stubborn determination. Ed, a young man with brown hair, speaks formally to a woman in a maid's uniform. He acknowledges her position as chief maid, suggesting a hierarchical setting. He continues, expressing uncertainty about the situation. The maid, her expression unreadable, listens patiently. Ed's internal monologue reveals his anxiety. He sees the faces of 4 girls, each with a distinct personality, floating above his head. This illustrates the weight of his responsibilities and the attention he's attracting. The maid offers reassurance, suggesting that excessive worry is unnecessary. She emphasizes that the final decision rests with him, regardless of the other women's opinions. The maid then mentions that she can help with laundry, now that the workplace has stabilized and the restoration of the office hall is complete. A high-angle shot shows the fully restored office hall, a grand building. Ed and the maid observe the building, marveling at its swift restoration within a single semester. The Academy's dedication to the project is highlighted. An announcement was made regarding the upcoming break. Of the 7 new students, one had already requested to move in and was in the process of doing so. The speaker's gaze turned thoughtful as he considered the identity of this student, concluding that it must be Tanya Rothtaylor. Tanya, shrouded in purple energy, confirmed his suspicions, stating that she was, indeed, aware of the situation. Ed sighed, anticipating an annoying break. He then revealed that his younger sister would be arriving soon. Ed's plans for the break involved returning to his hometown. He wondered if Elka, the librarian, would also be going home. Ed admitted that his true intention was to spend time with Elka. Ed Rothstaylor, a disgraced third-rate villain from the game, found himself in an unexpected position, upside down, his muscular physique on full display as he performed a handstand in the snow. A few drops of sweat marked the ground beneath him. A voice asked him if he planned to stay in the camp for the entire break. Ed replied that he probably would, as he intended to study medium magic to improve his skills. He explained that he needed to master medium magic to maintain appearances, prompting concern from another individual who reminded him that he was only at a basic level a year prior and cautioned him against overexertion. Ed, now standing by a fire, was questioned about his magic training. He admitted he couldn't sense any magic at all. His companion, concerned, asked if he had pushed his magic training to its limits again. Ed simply responded with a non-committal as he looked thoughtful. Ed's companion noticed he seemed feverish and asked if he was ill. Ed's companion placed a hand on his forehead, confirming his suspicion. Ed's face flushed slightly as he looked up at his companion. Ed explained that he couldn't use magic for a while due to a specific reason. Ed then removed his shirt, revealing his muscular back, as he prepared to continue his day. 2 figures, a young man with light brown hair and a young woman with shoulder-length brown hair, stood in what appeared to be a dimly lit corridor. The young man spoke, relaying a message Isla had been asking about Ed Rothstaylor. Apparently, there had been a misunderstanding. Isla intended to personally apologize to Ed. She had even asked for Ed's location, but the young man refused to divulge his cabin's location, citing it as personal information. The young man, still speaking to the young woman, firmly instructed her to tell Isla that he didn't want an apology and to forget the whole matter. Ed Rothstaylor, seated on the ground, insisted he wasn't upset and didn't want an apology. He claimed to have no negative emotions. He clarified that his lack of reaction wasn't tolerance, but rather complete indifference. A new character, a young woman with dark hair, approached Ed. She complimented his ability to keep secrets, and then requested his help before he left, offering payment. The scene shifted to a dimly lit library. Ed, along with 2 young women in dark attire and witch-like hats, were present. One of the women appeared to be floating. Ed Rothstaylor, the disgraced villain, now found himself alone in the woods, his former life a distant memory. He muttered to himself, acknowledging the chaotic state of his makeshift camp but recognizing the need for help to organize it. He considered his current predicament. Money wasn't a concern, this was merely a training exercise, he reasoned, as he held a small pouch of coins. He declared his intention to use the library as a workshop, a statement that surprised his unseen companion. His companion, impressed by Ed's resourcefulness, noted his diverse skill set: magic engineering, survival skills honed in the wilderness, spirit magic, archery, and now, engineering. The academy awaited him tomorrow. A final word of encouragement was offered, to persevere and succeed. Ed meticulously crafted a to-do list for his winter break: workshop organization, building storage, expanding his cabin, a financial checkup, completing his academy scholarship work, improving his magic engineering, acquiring a unique bow skill, understanding medium magic theory, and contracting with a high-ranking spirit. With his plan set, he looked forward to the academy scholarship student work the following day. A wave of apprehension washed over Ed as he prepared for the next day. He arrived at the academy, where he was greeted by the announcement for scholarship students. Claire, a young woman with dark hair, sat surrounded by stacks of papers, her eyes wide with exhaustion. She muttered to herself, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of work. The narration box explained that she had been awake for 44 hours, struggling to complete her academy work and meet the deadline for the syllabus. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the academy, 3 young men were engaged in a conversation. One of them, with dark hair, suggested an alternative solution to Claire's predicament. A plan to have the teaching assistant communicate the important information for her. The conversation continued, outlining the tasks for the Academy Scholar students, preparing for the class assignment exam for new students and providing supervision on exam day. One of the young men, with blonde hair, focused intently on the details of the class assignment exam for new students, a task that usually fell to Professor Glast. This year, however, Assistant Professor Claire would be handling the exam. A shadowy figure, cloaked in darkness, ominously declared that he already knew the results of the exam, just as he had the previous year. He noted that while the exam location had changed from the northern forest of Arkan Island to the northwest Oran Mountain, the presence of Clebius was unexpected. One of the young men instructed Clebius to retrieve the equipment they had previously requested from Trix Hall. Onyx, an assistant, received instructions to help Professor Claire with her work. Meanwhile, Ed Rothstaler was the subject of intense scrutiny from Clara and Jenica. There was something about him that caught their attention. Too many girls were showing interest in Ed Rothstaler. His appearance was unremarkable, just like a regular student. One of the girls, observing Ed, considered this a good opportunity to test him, given their working relationship as scholarship students. Ed Rothstaler was then instructed to accompany her on a field survey. A girl with long brown hair and a book smiled confidently. The scene opens on a panoramic view of Oran Mountain, located in the northwest region of the academy. A blanket of snow covers the landscape. A young woman, her legs visible from the knees down, walks through the snow. She observes, it's not very big, but a mountain is a mountain. Continuing her trek, she notes that there are some dangerous parts of the mountain path and that some students might get hurt by slipping on the snow. The scene shifts to show Ed and another student. Ed, seemingly unaffected by the climb, asks, "You don't seem tired at all, huh?" Ed suggests they take a break to rest. One of the students gratefully replies, "Thanks, Ed." Another student laughs and comments on Ed's stamina and considerate nature. The second student then admits to having many misconceptions about Ed, prompting him to question, misconceptions? Ed, the disgraced villain, found himself in an unexpected conversation. He explained that he was close to Jenica and worried about her being around bad influences, which is why he had acted coldly towards Ed himself. Ed, however, brushed it off, stating that he didn't care about such things. Elsewhere, a scene unfolded between a young woman with dark hair and a blonde man in a red coat. The man, holding a piece of paper, seemed to be explaining something to her. He mentioned needing to finish things quickly, noting the next point he needed to check. He then expressed concern for the young woman's well-being, noting that she must have been tired from being a student TA alone. Acknowledging her hard work, she replied that it was okay, she was there now. A woman with long brown hair and blue eyes smiled warmly. Suddenly, a hand grabbed someone's arm. One of the girls, her face obscured, expressed her gratitude towards Ed, emphasizing that while others helped, his presence provided significant support. She then cautiously broached a sensitive topic, apologizing for any potential hurt, before revealing that Ed had been excommunicated from his family. Ed and another girl, both dressed in the academy's uniform, stood side by side. The girl, with long brown hair, quietly stated that she had faced a similar experience. Ed explained that his family's instability began upon his enrollment at the academy, yet his determination to continue his studies led him to persevere alone. The girl with brown hair closed her eyes, a serene expression on her face, lost in thought. She reflected on her solitary struggle, feeling as though she had endured a long, harsh winter alone. Ed listened intently, his gaze fixed on the girl, a hint of understanding in his eyes. The narration box reveals that despite financial and other difficulties, she independently overcame them all. Ed reassured her, saying she had handled it well. Ed, however, noted something about her demeanor, and she responded with a grateful thanks. A glimpse of a man's hand adjusting his clothing, a flash of red fabric visible beneath his dark suit. A young woman with long, auburn hair turned her back, a thoughtful expression on her face. She mused on the similarities. Another woman, this one with dark hair, stood with her hands clasped behind her back, a red garment partially visible over her shoulders. A thought bubble appeared, questioning if the woman in the previous panel was truly as emotional as she seemed, or if she was more cool-headed and realistic. A pair of elegant brown shoes, seemingly belonging to a woman, are shown walking on a snowy path. A sudden burst of energy, like a shockwave, erupts from the ground. A young man with blonde hair and a red coat is seen embracing a blushing woman with long brown hair. She looks surprised and slightly flustered. The man explains that he tripped on a stone. The woman and another person look at the ground in disbelief, questioning the man's explanation of tripping on a stone. Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain in a game, now found himself inexplicably warm, a stark contrast to the freezing woods surrounding him. He wondered, a shiver still running through him despite the unexpected warmth, why he felt so unusually comfortable. A young woman, her face flushed with concern, knelt beside him, her hands gently tending to his wounds. She urged him to calm down. Then, leaving him with instructions to wait where he was. Ed, still disoriented, watched her go. His expression was one of quiet contemplation, a mixture of confusion and suspicion clouding his features. From a distance, another woman observed Ed. She noted his outward composure, but her thoughts hinted at a deeper uncertainty. He seemed reliable and trustworthy on the surface. But was this merely an act? The question hung in the air, unanswered. The scene shifted to reveal a third woman, sitting pensively beneath a snow-laden tree in the woods. Her expression was one of quiet contemplation. Her thoughts drifted to Ed, reflecting on their shared experiences at the academy. She had formed a strong bond with him, seeing his hidden vulnerability beneath his composed exterior. And she had strategically approached him, trying a mix of mature and cute interactions to gauge his preferences, even orchestrating a few accidental encounters. Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain in the game, found himself unexpectedly close to one of the female leads. He murmured to himself, noting that things were proceeding almost exactly as planned. But then paused, questioning whether he had become too immersed in the role. Regardless, she continued, dismissing the thought. Explaining that while she hadn't intended to, things had unfolded in an unexpected way. The other girl commented on Ed's physique, surprised by his unexpected muscular build, contrasting it with his outwardly nerdy demeanor. A third girl shared her impressions of Ed, initially expecting him to be a spoiled noble but finding him more capable than anticipated, and also commenting favorably on his appearance. Ed smiled subtly, pleased with how things were unfolding. From Anna's perspective, Ed Rothstailer's allure was undeniable. She mused that it was no wonder Janica had fallen for him. Annis, her cheeks flushed, contemplated Ed's captivating presence. A sudden understanding dawned on her. She realized the secret to his charm. It was his enigmatic aura that made women fall for him. Another perspective shifted. A woman with striking purple hair and piercing blue eyes observed, noting that his approach was quite different. She murmured the name, Ed Rothstailer. Ed, meanwhile, let out a weary sigh, his gaze drifting to the scenery. He breathed, what a beautiful view. Ed Rothstailer, a disgraced villain from the Game Extras Academy, found himself exiled to the woods after being expelled from the academy dormitory. He gazed out at the snowy landscape, his back to the viewer, a red cloak billowing behind him. His brow furrowed in thought. He mused that some problems simply defied easy solutions. The narration box introduced Tanya, a character described as a villainous young lady. Her image loomed large behind Ed, a stark contrast to his pensive expression. Tanya, a young lady raised in a duchy, possessed a genius-level aptitude for politics, the narration box explained. Her image, framed by a spiderweb pattern, showed her in an elegant dark dress. She had instinctively honed her skills in politics and trickery. With this foundation, Tanya aimed to become the first female student council president in Sylvanian history. Surrounded by an aura of purple energy, Tanya stood defiantly, ready to gather influential figures within the academy. Belle, another character, was shown observing Tanya's actions, noting that she had entered the dorms earlier than expected. The narration box explained Tanya Rothstailer's actions. She was consolidating her power before the semester began. Ed reflected that Tanya, unlike him, was not a mere extra but a significant villainess in the game, and he had some memories of her. Initially, Ed thought he could prepare for his encounter with Tanya. But then he realized there was a problem. Ed's inner monologue questioned how Tanya would treat him. The scene shifted to show Ed and Tanya facing each other, creating tension. Ed admitted to himself that he didn't know how he would handle the situation. He knew Tanya, but he felt lost and uncertain about himself. The narration box revealed that Ed Rothstailer was a minor villain who appeared briefly at the beginning of the game before disappearing, adding a layer of mystery to his current predicament. The scene opens with Ed Rothstailer, a third-rate villain, shown in a close-up. His expression is one of simmering resentment, his eyes narrowed in a glare. Behind him, two figures in formal attire stand, their backs to the viewer, suggesting a scene of confrontation or dismissal. The narration box reveals a key piece of information: Ed was merely an extra in the game's narrative, his role insignificant and largely undocumented. This lack of detail extends to the game's epilogue, leaving Ed with no clear path or clues to his future. Ed, now alone, stands on a snow-covered peak, gazing out at a vast, wintry landscape. His posture conveys a sense of isolation and contemplation. The narration box shifts focus to Ed's inner thoughts, specifically his feelings towards his sister, Tanya Rothstailer. Ed's internal monologue reveals his harsh self-assessment. He considers himself garbage. He then looks towards the distant image of a grand academy, a place he is determined to attend. The narration box introduces a new element, the setting of Sylvana, described as being full of insects, and three prominent female characters. The final panel showcases these three women, a princess, an executive, and another unidentified woman, each with a unique appearance and aura, hinting at their importance in the story. The narrative opens with a description of a young spirit sorcerer capable of wielding high-level spirits, a feat rarely achieved at such a young age. Followed by an introduction to a prodigious alchemist who created the elixir of engraving while still a student. The image shows her cradling a glowing orb, hinting at her exceptional talent. Then, a fearsome beast who commanded the northern vegetation region is revealed, Nortondale's sword demon, a figure of immense power and notoriety. And finally, a warrior capable of wielding the swordsman form, a testament to their exceptional skill and mastery of combat techniques, is introduced. The text emphasizes that the most impressive individual among them is yet to be revealed. The panel showcases a rare genius mage, possibly blessed by Archmage Glock, wielding a staff and surrounded by swirling magical energy. The image emphasizes her exceptional status and potential, hinting at a significant role in the upcoming events. The scene shifts to a narration box expressing excitement about the upcoming gathering of nobility at Sylvania Academy. The anticipation builds as the name Sylvania Academy is revealed, setting the stage for the main events of the story. The final panel shows a determined individual vowing to lead a faithful academic life within the academy's confines, suggesting a plan to navigate the challenges ahead. Ed Rothstailer arrived at the prestigious Extras Academy, his luggage already sent ahead. A maid informed him that his room was on the third floor, the second door down. He was instructed to complete the entrance procedures with the attendants. But Ed had other plans. Two young women, one with blonde hair and the other with dark hair, watched him from a distance. He informed them that he had somewhere else to go first. One of the girls, the dark-haired one, simply replied with an acknowledgement. The narration box revealed her thoughts. She was eager to begin her studies at Sylvania, the land of learning she had longed for. Meanwhile, another narration box revealed the thoughts of a third party, focusing on Ed Rothstaler, the one who had disgraced the family name. The blonde girl, arms crossed, stood before a carriage, a look of displeasure on her face. Behind her, a maid stood silently. Her displeasure was palpable. She was clearly unhappy with Ed's presence. The blonde girl's inner thoughts were revealed. I need to get rid of the trash. Tanya Rothstaler, the second daughter of the Rothtaler Duchy, glared with intensity. Her violet eyes, blazing with determination, hinted at a hidden agenda. The title card introduced Tanya, emphasizing her status as a villainess. A message appeared. I feel happy to hear from you. An unreadable script accompanied a message. I truly want to encourage your ambition. A blonde woman's face appeared, her words adding to the intrigue. Show your face around as a proxy for me. And strengthen your position. Tanya, pleased, declared her intent. I'll satisfy your expectations, father. Before departing for Sylvania, the prestigious academy, Ed relayed two crucial resolutions to his father. Sylvania, a land of learning, is depicted, its grandeur hinting at a society that values knowledge above all else. However, its inherent structure dictates that individuals are treated differently based on their social standing. Even the princess, within the hallowed halls of Sylvania, must show deference to her professors, treating them with the respect due to masters. Therefore, Ed's father cautioned him against relying on his noble status and committing any discourtesies. Later, while having tea with a senior student, a blonde woman with a dark dress, Ed learned about the strict hierarchy within the academy. Anyone a grade above is considered a senior and deserves respect. The senior student, after thanking Ed for his time, began to speak about Ed's brother. She explained that she knew about Ed's brother, a man considered a source of anger and shame for their family, and wouldn't dwell on the subject for too long. The senior student revealed that she had known Ed's brother since childhood, offering a personal insight into his character. Ed's internal monologue reveals his empathy for his brother's struggles, acknowledging the hardships he must have faced. A young woman with long blonde hair, dressed in elegant dark attire, smiled serenely. Her words, though polite, carried a subtle undercurrent of disdain. My childhood can't compare to yours. She continued, sipping her tea delicately, her assessment of Ed sharp and dismissive. He's just full of bluffs and is a crude person who doesn't know elegance. A wave of disdain washed over her as she reflected on Ed's past. To think that such a person had held a position of power simply due to seniority. Meanwhile, a young man with light brown hair, dressed in formal attire, offered his own judgment. He lacked perseverance, giving up easily, yet his pride prevented him from acknowledging his shortcomings. He has no perseverance, so he only barely started before giving up. But his pride is high, so he'll never acknowledge his incompetence. His arrogance stemmed from a minor magical aptitude. Even a small amount of magical resonance inflated his ego. The woman, still sipping her tea, observed that only a few years had passed since Ed's actions had led to his current predicament. She felt a sense of satisfaction. Well, only a few years passed for him to cause incidents and get himself into this situation, so I felt better. She received a simple, questioning response. Is that so? The blonde woman continued, her tone implying a condescending certainty. I'm sure someone like you would have noticed in a moment. She seized upon this opportunity, her expression shifting to one of contemplation. So with this opportunity, Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain in the game, found himself in an unusual predicament. He was alone, his thoughts forming a disjointed monologue. Huh? Why is this not a conversation, but just me talking? Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoed in his mind, a warning from an unseen entity. Be careful when meeting people I introduce you to. The voice continued, its words appearing as text boxes, emphasizing the importance of respect in social interactions. You must respect the other person. Especially when it comes to negotiations and deals, this is a person you cannot take lightly. A woman with crimson hair and a dark cloak appeared, her face partially obscured. The voice explained their connection. She and I have met from the sage's sealed grimoire business. The woman, seemingly deep in thought, spoke her mind, her words appearing in text boxes. It'll be a great experience, but, never mind. Another woman, Tanya, with blonde hair and a worried expression, was shown in a separate scene. The unseen entity offered a final word of encouragement. Good luck, Tanya. Tanya's worried expression intensified as she seemed to sense something amiss. A sense of unease washed over her. The red-haired woman then instructed her, keep talking. A young woman with long blonde hair, dressed in a dark Gothic-style dress, found herself in a perilous situation. A gigantic, crimson serpent, its eyes glowing ominously, coiled around her, its gaping maw inches from her face. The serpent's crimson scales shimmered as it tightened its grip, its immense body constricting the young woman's breath. A wave of crimson energy pulsed from the serpent, engulfing her in a sea of blood-red light. Suddenly, the scene shifted. The young woman, now seemingly unharmed, sat in an ornate, opulent room. Her eyes wide with shock, she gasped, Heek, W8. Another woman, elegantly dressed in dark attire, observed her from across the room. A hint of a smile played on her lips as she calmly asked, Are you upset? A third woman, her face partially obscured by shadow, appeared, her voice sharp and dismissive. What are you talking about? A fourth woman, with dark hair and intense eyes, watched the unfolding scene with a hint of amusement. A faint purple aura emanated from her as she murmured, "How interesting." The fourth woman's smirk widened, her emerald eyes gleaming with anticipation. The air crackled with unspoken tension. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game The Extras Academy Survival Guide, found himself unexpectedly reborn into his own character. Now living a solitary life in the woods, he focused on completing his winter break to-do list, a crucial step in securing his scholarship and graduation. His list included tasks such as establishing a workshop organization plan, building storage, expanding his cabin, and completing his academy scholarship student work. He also aimed to improve his magic engineering skills and acquire a unique bow-type skill. Ed diligently worked through his studies, acquiring 2 mid-rank magic spells, Particle Explosion and Root's Desire. He had obtained the spells from Professor Glast's library the previous night. Ed mused on the convenience of accessing the library's resources without due dates, allowing him to complete most of his scholarship work on the very first day. As he prepared a meal by the fire, a surge of magical energy unexpectedly erupted from his hand. The magical surge startled him, causing him to drop his books. He sat there, stunned, as the energy subsided. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced former villain, now found himself living a solitary life in the woods. He surveyed his meager belongings, a pile of roughly hewn stones near a makeshift fire pit. A grim reminder of his current circumstances. Despite his inability to practice magic, he was determined to master its theoretical aspects, muttering to himself, "Let's see, by now." His rustic cabin was not immune to unexpected visitors. Although he'd grown accustomed to the unpredictable appearances of one particular female lead, he still found himself slightly surprised by Lucy's sudden presence. He sighed, resigned, and addressed her softly, "Hey, Lucy." Lucy, fast asleep, was oblivious to his arrival. She mumbled a request in her sleep, "Light the fire for me." Ed, with a weary but not unkind expression, easily lifted the sleeping girl. He thought to himself, "It's not hard for me to lift her either, considering how light she is." He carried her outside. And, with a flick of his wrist, conjured a small flame, muttering, "That way," as he commented on her weight, "since she's crazy light." The fire blazed to life, casting a warm glow on Ed's face. He simply stated, "Great." Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the Game Extras Academy, now found himself living in the woods after being expelled from the dormitory. He huddled near a small fire, a young witch, Annis, nestled beside him. He muttered that he would stay outside, too. Annis, exhausted from their day, drifted off to sleep, her head resting on Ed's shoulder. Suddenly, Ed caught a familiar scent. He questioned Annis, asking if she smelled perfume. Ed explained that he had spent the entire day with Annis working on academy matters, and her floral scent had clung to his clothes. A mysterious woman suddenly appeared, embracing Ed. Annis, noticing Ed's flushed appearance, worriedly asked if he was feverish or sick. Annis's concern was evident as she asked if he could tell she was worried. Annis urged Ed not to get sick, warning him that illness could be fatal. She offered to help him, promising to release any twisted magic within him. A faint green glow emanated from an unseen source, its ethereal light illuminating a portion of a dark suit. The glow intensified, revealing a hand reaching out from the darkness, its touch imbued with an otherworldly energy. Ed, a young man with blonde hair and a concerned expression, stood before a cloaked figure. "It's not twisted, it's just empty." "You've done something reckless," the figure stated, their voice laced with disapproval. Ed's eyes flickered, a hint of defiance in their depths as he listened to the reprimand. The cloaked figure's hand reached out, seemingly to touch him, and Ed responded, "It's manageable." Ed's gaze dropped, his thoughts turning inward. Once winter ends, he might get much stronger, he mused. A sudden shift in his expression, a flicker of determination in his eyes, as he addressed the cloaked figure. Can I make a weird request?" Ed's unusual request hung in the air, a question mark forming in the reader's mind. "Can you pat my head?" The cloaked figure, considered Ed's strange plea, a subtle smile playing on her lips. Ed, seemingly lost in thought, sat amidst a snowy landscape, a book resting beside him. A sense of quiet contemplation settled over the scene. A young woman with long, white hair, dressed in a dark school uniform and a red cape, slept soundly on a log near a crackling fire. A tall man in a dark suit and red jacket, seemingly her guardian, watched over her, his hand gently resting on her head. The man's hand moved, carefully adjusting the girl's position as she slept peacefully. A gentle smile playing on her lips. Elsewhere, a young man with blonde hair appeared, seemingly startled. He was Ed, the protagonist. A figure emerged from behind, their words echoing in the air, "It's been a while, Ed." Ed turned to see Lortel, a woman with vibrant red hair, standing before him. He simply replied, "Oh, Lortel." Lortel questioned his presence, implying he was there due to a previous request. Ed confirmed this, stating he would have come regardless. Ed, slightly confused, questioned if she needed a lap pillow. A young woman with vibrant red hair, dressed in a dark, military-style uniform, addressed someone off-panel. Her expression was serious as she stated that she had something else she wanted to ask. The conversation continued, she thanked her interlocutor for listening patiently. A blonde woman with a gentle smile, her arms crossed, explained that her objective was simple: if he helped her punish a certain man, she would reward him handsomely. She elaborated on the details of her proposition, emphasizing the substantial reward awaiting him. The blonde woman continued, suggesting that he could access several valuable antiques from the Rothtaler family storage as part of the reward. A young woman with short, white hair, dressed in a dark red jacket over a black uniform, gasped in amazement at the offer, exclaiming wow. Really? A young man with dark hair and a red cape casually confirmed the offer, simply saying oh yeah. Tanya Rothstaler, a young woman with blonde hair, was approached. A voice, full of surprise, questioned her identity. Tanya's expression was one of guarded suspicion. Her violet eyes narrowed, betraying a hidden intensity. Ed, his face partially obscured by shadow and purple energy, internally acknowledged the physical prowess of his current body. He stood before Tanya, a dark aura swirling around him. The scene charged with unspoken tension. Tanya, her features sharp and alert, voiced her realization, Ed's younger sister. Ed simply acknowledged her statement, his expression unreadable. Ed, a disowned villain from the game, now finds himself navigating the treacherous halls of the Extras Academy. He overheard a conversation between two female students, one of whom was named Elka. A mischievous grin spread across Ed's face as he realized who he was talking to. He announced to Elka that he had just seen her younger sister. A mysterious, ornate sphere was presented to Ed. It appeared to be some kind of magical device. It was explained that this was a mandatory magic engineering item for new students, but Ed was given a pre-owned one to simplify his magic resonance training. Ed, still trying to avoid the spotlight, handed the sphere to Elka, who looked surprised by this unexpected gift. Ed then asked Elka if she had brought Professor Delors' elemental studies notes. Elka confirmed she had, almost throwing them away. Ed gave Elka some additional items, suggesting she might not need one of them, but to keep it anyway in case she changed her mind. He emphasized the significant difference between having the notes and not having them for the class. He then asked if she still had the wreath used in Professor Holland's class. Ed sighed in relief, seemingly pleased with how things were going. Another girl, with short white hair and twin tails, watched him from behind. A voice, hesitant and uncertain, inquired if the offer had been properly understood. A young woman with long blonde hair, adorned with a flower crown, clutched a wooden crate filled with various objects. Her expression was one of apprehension and worry. The camera focuses on a figure, partially obscured, seemingly organizing a stack of papers. A thought bubble reveals their question, doing something about Ed? A young man with dark hair, dressed in a red and white outfit, responded with a nonchalant oh, yeah. He continued, I know siblings are usually at odds with each other. The young man offered an explanation, gosh, there's no way for you two to get along. Well, with Ed's personality, it makes sense to have that kind of misunderstanding. He then stated, Jix, the ship is leaving soon. Anyway, so you're Ed's sister. Nice to meet you. A sigh escaped him. She explained further, we're pretty indebted to each other in many ways, so we're quite close. The young man smiled knowingly. Bound and gagged, Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain in the game, was being addressed by an unseen figure. The figure commented on Ed's resemblance to his brother, suggesting that he would do great things. A young woman with long blonde hair, her face contorted in a grimace of pain and fear, was being roughly handled by someone off-panel. Her expression showed clear distress. The unseen figure wished Ed good luck before seemingly activating some kind of device. Meanwhile, in a separate scene, two other young women and a young man watched from a distance, their expressions a mix of anticipation and concern. A sudden burst of energy erupted from the blonde woman, throwing her backward with considerable force. The scene was filled with motion lines suggesting a powerful impact. The force of the blast left her disoriented and dazed. She looked up in confusion, her eyes wide with shock and uncertainty. The blonde woman, now lying on the ground, was utterly bewildered by what had just transpired. Her internal monologue reflected her confusion and disbelief. She gasped, her expression a mixture of shock and alarm. The unexpected event left her speechless. Anis, a young woman with blonde hair pulled back in a ponytail and glasses perched on her nose, rested her head on a table, a look of exhaustion etched on her face. She murmured to herself, her gaze distant and preoccupied. As long as the new student's class assignment exam went well, she could relax for the rest of the break. A woman with shoulder-length brown hair watched Anis with a mixture of concern and amazement. Is this, youth? You're incredible, Anis, she remarked, her voice filled with wonder. The woman continued, her tone laced with awe. It's been 2 days, your stamina sure is made of steel. The woman's thoughts turned to the external scholarship students. She reflected on the difficulties of managing their workload, noting that whether it was the third-year Onyxes or the first-year Clebiuses, they were inefficient with their work, requiring her to redo everything. However, Ed Rothstaler was different. There were no flaws in his document processing. A man with blonde hair and a red coat spoke, concerned about the entrance and exit form for the students. The snowy path was slippery, and it would be even more so on the day of the exam, so they should close it in advance. Ed, however, had been able to resolve practical issues at a level rarely seen among high-ranking nobles. Anis, a young woman with long brown hair, sat alone, a troubled expression clouding her features. It was clear she was grappling with something unexpected. Another woman, this one with shoulder-length blonde hair and glasses, approached Anis, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. She spoke, her tone a mixture of concern and curiosity. She urged Anis to keep what she knew a secret from Ed. The blonde woman, whose name is revealed to be Anis's companion, continued, explaining that while investigating a previous incident, she had followed Ed. During her investigation, she discovered that Ed had created a surprisingly large and well-equipped camp in the woods. The scene shifted to show Ed's camp, complete with a campfire, drying rack, and other self-made amenities. It was clear he was resourceful and self-sufficient. Anis's companion reflected on Ed's resilience and determination, noting how persistently he lived and worked. She marveled at his accomplishments, especially considering he had even contracted a spirit to help him, a feat that must have been incredibly difficult to achieve alone. Anis's companion expressed her certainty that Ed had worked incredibly hard to achieve all this, but a look of concern and uncertainty crossed her face as she trailed off. The narrator observes that Ed possesses unusual practical skills, far exceeding what one would expect from a nobleman raised in luxury. A woman with blonde hair tied in a ponytail and wearing glasses smiles knowingly. She points out unexpected similarities between Ed and herself. She hesitates, sipping her coffee, when asked about her relationship with Ed. Another woman, with long brown hair, politely disagrees, expressing her reservations. She reflects on her inability to simply accept others' opinions and dismiss Janika's feelings, concluding that Ed is not a bad man. The woman continues, explaining that after meeting Ed personally, she found him to be decent, honest, and hardworking. She questions whether he truly is a decent man, the image of Ed's back shown. A different woman's internal monologue reveals her positive impression of Ed, his outstanding appearance, lack of arrogance, and even Assistant Professor Claire's fondness for him. She adds that he possesses a gentle side and an unexpectedly attractive physique. The scene opens with a close-up on a man's well-tailored attire, a dark suit jacket and a rich crimson cape. The lighting suggests a warm, possibly opulent setting. A voiceover observes, and he smells good. You can tell he takes care of himself well. The camera shifts to reveal two young women. One, with shoulder-length brown hair, seems concerned, while the other, with blonde hair tied in a ponytail, appears distracted. The brown-haired woman asks, Anis? Are you spacing out? Anis, startled, lets out a small, muffled sound of surprise. Her expression is one of sudden awareness. The scene changes to a grand, well-lit room. A man's hands are visible, gesturing towards a large window. He suggests, it's a bit warm, shall we open the windows? The blonde woman, Anis, enthusiastically agrees, rising from her seat and moving towards the window, papers scattering around her. The brown-haired woman watches her with a mixture of amusement and concern. The brown-haired woman comments, HM? Yes, let's get some circulation in here. Make sure the wind doesn't send the papers flying off. She then expresses concern for Anis, saying, Anis, are you okay? Maybe you've overexerted yourself. A man's hand reaches for a window, seemingly reacting to something unseen. A reflection in a mirror shows the brown-haired woman reacting with alarm. She thinks, I don't think this is okay, this is real trouble. The panel ends with a stark, emphatic declaration, OHNO. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game, found himself in a precarious situation. His eyes, wide with a mixture of fear and apprehension, darted around, reflecting the turmoil within. A blush crept up his neck as he seemed to be caught in an unexpected encounter. His dark hair partially obscured his face, adding to the mystery of his current predicament. The close-up revealed the intensity of his distress. His hands flew to his face, fingers splayed as if to shield himself from something unseen. His eyes, though partially hidden, still conveyed a palpable sense of unease. Meanwhile, another character, a young woman with blonde hair and glasses, spoke to someone off-panel. She expressed her disbelief at Ed's recent accomplishments, noting the difficulty of the task and her uncertainty about how he managed it alone. She mentioned that he had even contracted with a spirit. The conversation continued, focusing on the improbability of Ed's success in such a short time. The speaker, still unseen, voiced their astonishment at Ed's ability to contract with a spirit so quickly. They speculated that Janika, another character, must have assisted Ed in forming the spirit contract. A partially obscured image of a bright, vaguely feline spirit appeared, hinting at its involvement. The speaker emphasized the need for a talented and trustworthy spirit to facilitate such a contract. A new character, a young woman with long brown hair, was shown in multiple panels, suggesting her importance to the unfolding events. This new character was described as someone capable of reporting everything to Janika, further highlighting the network of relationships and potential alliances within the story. The scene shifted to a close-up of another character, a woman with brown hair, whispering the name Anis. A young woman with blonde hair and glasses, dressed in a smart beige coat, beamed. She suggested they take a snack break, already considering buying some herself. Papers fluttered through the air in a chaotic dance, disturbed from a cluttered desk in a grand office. The blonde woman stood amidst the swirling papers, her expression one of mild surprise. Under a twilight sky, a lone figure sat beneath a luminous tree, a small, glowing bird perched nearby. The scene was peaceful and serene. The narration box described a woman known for her kindness and love for everyone. A young woman with long blonde hair, wearing a dark school uniform and a scarf, sat by a tree, watching a small, glowing bat fly away. The narration box continued, describing her life free from loneliness and full of genuine friends, but acknowledging that life inevitably brings worries. A woman with dark hair and a serious expression mentioned Anis and Ed, her tone suggesting concern. Janica Falever, a young woman with long blonde hair tied with a large blue bow, approached Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain now living in the woods, from across a small river. She raised her hand in greeting, intending to introduce herself and speak with him. Janica, visibly nervous, clutched a small, glowing orb in her hand. A bead of sweat trickled down her temple as she struggled to maintain her composure. Unaware that she was considered an exceptional individual, an ace among aces, within the game's narrative. Meanwhile, two other figures observed the scene from the shadows. One, with fiery red hair, addressed the other, a blonde woman with a snake-like amulet, advising that securing Janica's support was crucial to achieving their goal. The blonde woman, Tanya, expressed her gratitude to Lortel, the red-haired woman. Ed, startled by a sudden burst of flames, asked Janica if she was all right. As Tanya looked on, confused, Lortel reassured Tanya, explaining that Janica was naturally kind and considerate. A monstrous, fiery creature roared, its eyes burning with malevolent intensity. Its form was vaguely reptilian, wreathed in flames that crackled and writhed. A terrifying display of power that filled the scene with heat and dread. From the heart of the inferno, a young woman emerged, her own eyes blazing with a fierce, unnatural light. Her dark hair whipping around her as she raised a staff, crackling with the same infernal energy as the beast. She stood defiant, a small figure against the overwhelming might of the creature. A narration box explained her unwavering nature. She always listens and believes everyone's words, a trait that could prove both a strength and a fatal weakness. Her face, partially obscured by flames, showed a mixture of determination and fear. Tears streamed down her cheeks, reflecting the intense heat and emotional turmoil she was enduring. Under the pale glow of a crescent moon, two figures huddled near a bonfire in a snowy forest. One, cloaked and mysterious, reported that most of the requested production materials had been gathered. But acquiring the legendary rank materials was proving difficult, due to the harsh winter conditions. Ed Rothstaler, the protagonist, sighed, accepting the inevitable. There was nothing to be done. A young woman with vibrant red hair, her face partially obscured, expressed gratitude for his help despite his busy schedule. Ed, however, questioned why she had traveled so far to deliver the update in person, suggesting she could have simply rested. She quickly dismissed his concern, stating it wasn't a significant inconvenience. The red-haired woman smiled serenely, warming her hands around a steaming mug. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from a popular game, found himself inexplicably inhabiting his own character. He declared his intention to focus on obtaining a scholarship to secure his future. A stark contrast to his previous chaotic life. The passage of time, marked by a crescent moon, symbolized his escape from the turmoil he had previously known. Even nature seemed to reflect this newfound peace. The river, hibernating for the winter, mirrored the tranquility that had settled over Ed's life. Yet, he knew that the acceptance of this peace varied from person to person. And for Ed, this tranquility was a temporary respite. His winter break to-do list, meticulously planned, highlighted his determination to secure his future and escape his villainous past. Despite the calm, a sense of urgency hung in the air. A young woman with vibrant red hair, her expression a mixture of weariness and determination, seemed to embody this tension. Ed, in contrast, appeared calm and collected, sipping from a mug. He reflected on the quietude of winter, a stark contrast to the chaos he had left behind. A magical power that allowed him to find peace amidst the challenges ahead. The young woman, however, seemed less at peace, a single word escaping her lips. Ed, noticing the young woman's unease, questioned her unusual sleeping position. He wondered why Lucy was asleep there. The scene revealed Lucy, fast asleep, nestled comfortably on Ed's lap. Her soft snores filled the quiet space. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from a prominent family, found himself questioning a statement. His brow furrowed slightly, a hint of suspicion in his eyes. A young woman with vibrant red hair, dressed in military attire, voiced her uncertainty. She seemed to be grappling with her own doubts, her expression a mixture of concern and self-doubt. Is it ambiguous? Am I overreacting? She wondered aloud. Ed let out a short, humorless chuckle. He revealed his true intentions, stating that he wouldn't have gone to such lengths simply to discuss magic engineering items. And then, with a subtle shift in his demeanor, he posed a question, his tone suggesting a deeper purpose. Is there something else? He inquired. A woman with long, flowing crimson hair and piercing green eyes appeared, a confident smirk playing on her lips. She seemed to possess a technological prowess, manipulating a holographic interface with practiced ease. Her words sharp and accusatory as she called him out on his pretense. Look at you acting like you don't know, she stated. Ed's expression hardened, his gaze intense as he braced himself for whatever was to come. A holographic book materialized before him, its pages shimmering with ethereal light. The technology was clearly advanced and mysterious. With a flourish, a holographic envelope appeared, seemingly containing crucial information. The scene ended with a sense of anticipation and mystery. A young woman with vibrant red hair, her expression a mischievous smirk, tilted her head. Pretty fun, right? She mused, the words hanging in the air. The same woman now held a letter, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she gazed at it fondly. Meanwhile, a young man with light brown hair, his face etched with worry, pleaded with someone unseen. I'll do anything for you, he declared, so please just bid for the sage's sealed grimoire for me. He was in a dimly lit room, several figures in formal attire observing him from across a large table. A voice, calm and measured, observed, "It's a merchant's virtue to get your money's worth." The red-haired woman from before appeared, her expression now serious, as she approached the young man. "Just how much are you going to ask of me?" she inquired, her tone sharp. She leaned closer, a sly smile playing on her lips. "However," she began, her voice low and seductive, "I cannot ask a favor of you that burdens you too much or makes it hard to carry out." Her gaze intensified. "Pick my side," she commanded. The young man looked conflicted, his eyes darting between the red-haired woman and another, unseen figure. A sense of foreboding hung in the air. A final narration box appeared, declaring, "Yes, it's about time for the third act." The looming conflict between Princess Phinia and Lortel was about to begin. Lortel, sensing the shift in power dynamics, started to strategize her political moves. The benevolent Princess Phinia Elias Kloll, a figure of grace and compassion, was unaware of the machinations brewing against her. Phinia, destined to clash with Lortel, was poised to rise to the position of student council president, consolidating her power within the academy. A power that would ultimately draw her into a confrontation with a shadowy figure, his hand outstretched, a sinister smile playing on his lips. This power would make her the main character who would uncover the Rothstaler family's dark secrets in the fourth act. A critical moment approached, a choice that would force every student to pick a side. A choice between A or B. Lortel, with a determined glint in her eye, urged her companion to choose wisely, to stand by her side. A simple request, yet one that held immense weight in the unfolding conflict. Ed Rothstaler, the disowned villain, stood silently before Phinia and Lortel, the epicenter of the brewing storm. The narrator's voice cuts through the scene, stating that the main character's decisions will ultimately determine the victor. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced former villain, now finds himself by a campfire in the woods. Beside him, a young woman with vibrant red hair sleeps soundly, her head resting on his lap. He is informed that his reputation within the academy is improving. Ed, slightly hurt by the bluntness of the comment, expresses his feelings. The red-haired woman, unimpressed, simply replies with an indifferent "so what?" Ed explains that the underlying reasons for his actions are what truly concern him, not the superficial political implications. The scene returns to Ed and the red-haired woman by the campfire. The woman appears thoughtful. Ed casually agrees to a request, seemingly without difficulty. He then proceeds to burn a piece of paper in the fire. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from a popular game, found himself inexplicably inhabiting his own character's body. His expulsion from the academy dormitory and subsequent disownment by his family left him with little choice but to survive in the wilderness. His gaze, sharp and calculating, reflected the cunning of a schemer. The reflection in his eye revealed Lortel, a captivating character known as the Girl of a Thousand Faces, subtly plotting something. Lortel's lips curled into a sly smile, a hint of mischief dancing in her eyes. Her expression hinted at a plan already in motion. A quiet satisfaction radiated from her. "I'm glad," she thought, a sense of quiet triumph filling her. Her smile widened, a genuine expression of happiness replacing the earlier cunning. The moon shone brightly in the night sky, casting a soft glow on her face. Days later, during the academy break, Ed found himself alone in his secluded cabin. The tranquility of the snowy landscape offered a stark contrast to the chaos of his previous life. A sense of peace settled over him, a rare respite from the constant turmoil. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from a popular game, awoke not in his dormitory, but in a makeshift shelter in the woods. He had been disowned by his family and expelled for his antics, and now he was determined to earn a scholarship to graduate and escape his current predicament. Despite his early rising, a habit he found jarring in his new reality. A young woman with long blonde hair, Lortel, approached him with a simple request, to light the fire. Ed, though initially reluctant to interact, complied. With a flick of his wrist, flames erupted, illuminating the cold morning. Lortel's thoughts drifted to a conversation from the previous night, a conversation that left a lingering unease in her mind. She had spoken with Ed about his younger sister, and voiced her suspicion that the sister was secretly plotting something. She confided in Ed, unsure whether his sister truly saw him as an enemy or simply as a sibling she playfully antagonized. Lortel revealed that she had recently introduced Ed's sister to several other individuals, and that she planned to meet them all that very day. As the conversation concluded, Lortel predicted that Ed's sister would likely seek him out the following morning to deliver some sort of message. A young woman with long blonde hair, dressed in a dark suit and red cape, strides purposefully forward. She holds a small device in her hand. Behind her, shadowy figures stand guard, their faces obscured. She continues her brisk pace, her boots echoing slightly on the stone floor as she approaches a large, imposing doorway. The young woman's expression is unreadable, her violet eyes fixed on something unseen. Her internal monologue reveals her uncertainty about her relationship with Ed. The scene shifts to a snowy landscape. Ed, a young man with blonde hair, sits by a fire outside a small cabin. The blonde woman from before approaches, accompanied by two shadowy figures. Ed watches her approach with a mixture of apprehension and resignation. He feels powerless to stop whatever is about to happen. The woman hesitates before speaking, her demeanor suggesting nervousness or apprehension. She explains that it has been a while since she last saw him, and that she brought him a gift. Ed's gaze is intense, his expression unreadable. He wonders about her true intentions. Ed observes the woman, noting her apparent fear but sensing a lack of malice. He concludes that she is not hostile. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from a prominent family, found himself expelled from the academy and living in the woods. His thoughts drifted back to his time at the family estate. Reflecting on a life that, despite his flaws, had once seemed secure. Suddenly, a young woman with blonde hair, dressed in a military-style uniform, appeared before him, startling him. She apologized for jumping to conclusions, praising Ed for his actions. The name Ed Rothstaler hung in the air, a stark reminder of his current predicament. The young woman's expression shifted to one of concern and fear, her eyes wide with apprehension. A sudden, intense light engulfed her. As a plate of food was violently shattered on the floor nearby. The scene shifted to a lavish dining hall. Another woman, Tanya, appeared, furious at the state of the meal. She berated the unseen servants for their poor choice of food, highlighting Ed's status as heir. Despite the insult, Tanya's gaze softened slightly as she observed Ed's calm demeanor. She noted his impressive composure. Her words turned to praise, acknowledging Ed's wisdom and wit. Suddenly, a dark energy erupted, sending a maid flying backwards. The scene ended with a sense of impending chaos. A young woman in a maid's uniform lay sprawled on the floor, a half-eaten meal discarded beside her. Her eyes were wide with pain, tears streaming down her face. She gasped, a pained ache. Ugh! Escaping her lips as she clutched at her stomach. Another young woman, this one with long blonde hair, watched in horror. Please, stop, she pleaded, her voice trembling. The scene shifted to a grand dining hall. A young man in a military uniform sat calmly at a table, his foot casually placed on the chest of the maid from the previous panels. A blonde woman in a dark dress sat across from him, seemingly unfazed by the scene. A third young woman, this one with pink hair, approached the table, concern etched on her face. What's wrong? She asked. The young man in the military uniform smirked, his eyes glinting with something cold and calculating. He thought, don't tell me you feel sympathy and attachment to these people who are mere tools. He continued, his voice dripping with disdain, you're not a true noble yet. His gaze fell upon the injured maid, and he uttered a single word, Tanya. The blonde woman from across the table offered a simple, almost emotionless, thanks. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game, now found himself living in the woods. He carefully opened a small, dark box, revealing a gleaming, metallic object inside. He murmured to himself, resolving to use it well, wearing it at the start of the next semester. He acknowledged that, strictly speaking, he'd been excommunicated from his family, but expressed gratitude for the gift nonetheless. Suddenly, a young woman with blonde hair and a red coat appeared, urging him to go wait by the fire. Another girl, this one with dark hair and a purple cloak, commented on the dwindling supply of herbs, suggesting they not bother saving them. A third girl, with white hair, sat by the fire, seemingly unconcerned. The dark-haired girl instructed Ed to give the white-haired girl, Hera, a seat. The dark-haired girl then inquired about Ed's plans to check out the academy and whether he'd met anyone. Warmed by the fire, Ed confirmed that he had, indeed, met several people and that he'd heard a lot about them as well. The blonde girl, observing from a distance, seemed intrigued, a question hanging in the air, about me? Ed mused to himself, questioning whether many people knew him, specifically mentioning Jix and Janica. Janica, a young woman with blonde twintails and a school uniform, sat rigidly, eyes wide with fear, flanked by a concerned butler and maid. A man, presumably Ed's acquaintance, inquired about his meeting with Janica. He responded that she was kind and sweet-hearted. He continued, emphasizing her kindness and incredible strength, mentioning a high-level fire spirit lizard. The narration shifts to describe Janica summoning a high-level fire spirit lizard, tossing workers around like toys. She threatened to not let him go if he didn't answer properly. However, he corrects himself, stating that she was actually very kind and wished him good luck on his school life. The scene returns to Janica, still visibly shaken, as the man questions if she really summoned a high-level spirit. Ed concludes that he fabricated the story, attributing the high-level spirit rumor to his imagination. Ed Rothstaler, a former third-rate villain, now exiled from his family in the academy dormitories, sat amidst the woods, enjoying a quiet moment with 2 steaming mugs. A faint smile played on his lips as he savored the warmth. He reflected on his recent interactions with Tanya, one of the game's female leads. Something felt off. Tanya's behavior was unusually awkward, a stark contrast to his memories of her. Their encounter continued. Ed greeted Tanya, but her reaction was far from normal, marked by a startled eep. Ed explained that he was trying his best to live a normal life, despite his past, pleading with her not to judge him so harshly. He reflected on his past, admitting that his time at the estate was pathetic, but apologized for his past behavior. And expressed his support for Tanya's ambition to become student council president. Ed reiterated his inability to help directly, but acknowledged Tanya's hard work and offered his silent support. Ed's eyes narrowed, a thoughtful expression settling on his face as he considered the implications of his actions and the changes he was causing in the game's timeline. A voice, seemingly omniscient, declared that Tanya would not become president. The reason given was that Tanya was a villain working to help Fenia. A bead of sweat trickled down Tanya's brow as she nervously clutched a mug. Despite this, a certain individual reflected that Tanya was the first blood relative they had ever met. Therefore, regardless of Tanya's actions, this person felt a strong attachment to her. A look of intense confusion and worry clouded Tanya's face. The narrator commented on the uncertainty of their relationship's future, despite this newfound connection. The image showed a grand building, possibly a school or academy. Huffing and puffing, a character admitted to nearly losing their composure. They then stated that they knew the nature of the trash in question. Tanya, visibly distressed, leaned against a wall, seemingly overwhelmed. However, a flashback revealed a near-death experience after speaking poorly of someone. A fiery, monstrous figure emerged from the flames, symbolizing the consequences of their actions. A realization dawned on them during this moment. Janica, consumed by a fiery rage, brandished her blazing staff. Her eyes burned with an intense, almost frightening light. The flames reflected in her tear-filled eyes, a stark contrast to the anguish etched on her face. The narration box reveals a crucial detail: Janica wholeheartedly believes in and follows Ed, a fact that strikes an observer as peculiar. The scene shifts to Sylvania Academy, a place teeming with exceptional individuals. 3 prominent students stand out: a blonde woman, a redhead, and a girl with striking pink hair, each exuding power and confidence. Among them, a mysterious figure in a witch's hat and cloak commands attention. The narration box identifies the top student as Lucy Merrill, a legendary genius mage. Despite his attempts at deception, Ed Rothsayler's true nature is destined for exposure in this environment filled with extraordinary individuals. A sense of foreboding hangs in the air as Ed's true nature is about to be revealed. Lucy, seemingly apprehensive, hesitates before a door. Ed Rothsaler, a disgraced villain from a popular game, found himself inexplicably inhabiting his own character's body. Now living in the woods, he pondered his next move, his mind racing with the question: was one of the game's female leads living next door? A young woman with long blonde hair, wearing a school uniform, stood before a closed door. A smaller figure, a girl in a witch's hat and red cloak, approached cautiously. A voice, sharp and disdainful, echoed through the hall. Even in the best dorm, it seemed, there were always imperfections. The blonde girl, her expression curious, turned to the approaching figure. She questioned if the girl was her younger sister. Meanwhile, a figure in a red robe and dark clothing observed the scene from afar. He mused that Ed's current situation was simply a matter of luck. A pair of brown loafers appeared in the foreground, suggesting a hidden observer. The blonde girl offered a kind word to the younger girl, assuring her help if needed. Suddenly, a dark shadow loomed behind the blonde girl, causing her to flinch. Another young woman, this one with long dark hair, appeared, her expression unreadable, adding another layer of mystery to the unfolding events. A close-up reveals a woman's eye, the pupil a striking violet, radiating an intense, almost malevolent energy. Even in the prestigious Ophilus Hall, only the top-performing students are awarded golden nameplates. A young woman with brown hair approached a grand, ornate door, its golden nameplate gleaming under the soft light. The camera focuses on the back of her head, a purple bow adorning her long brown hair, as she hesitates before the door. The nameplate reads Lucy Merrill in elegant lettering, a name that seems to hold significant weight. Another young woman, this one with blonde hair and cat ears, peers from below, her face a mask of nervous anticipation. She mutters, "Th that person." She approaches the door cautiously, her shadow stretching long and ominous on the polished floor. The question hangs in the air: was the legendary genius mage, Lucy Merrill, the one who held the golden nameplate? A voice, seemingly detached and analytical, states, "Makes sense." The narrator observes that Tanya's adjustment to Sylvania will take time, and that this is not entirely her fault. A request echoed in the tranquil rose garden: "Introduce me to a boy." Belle, a woman with shoulder-length brown hair and a determined expression, approached, muttering about someone distinguished. She addressed a man in a suit, stating that given his long tenure at the Ophilus Hall, he must know many students like the one she described. A young woman with dark hair styled in a bob, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, responded hesitantly to Belle's inquiry. Her question: "Do you even have dating experience?" Belle, taken aback by the unexpected question, offered a quick apology under a parasol in the rose garden. She explained that she hadn't considered the possibility of the young woman being interested in dating, given her dedication to self-improvement. A young woman with long brown hair, dressed in a dark, almost Gothic-style school uniform, mused to herself. She pondered the arrival of Ed, the incoming third-year student, noting a striking similarity between him and someone she knew. A similarity that widened her eyes in surprise. Another young woman, this one with shoulder-length gray hair and a more refined, almost aristocratic appearance, nervously stammered to herself, a blush rising on her cheeks. A third young woman, with short, dark hair and a stern expression, spoke to her companion, her tone firm and unwavering. She confirmed the other woman's suspicions. A fourth young woman, with long black hair framing a sharp face, reflected on her interactions with Ed. Despite the negative rumors surrounding him, she found him thoughtful and considerate, their conversations flowing easily. She then turned her attention to the matter at hand, questioning whether she should reveal her feelings for Ed. Meanwhile, another woman, reviewing documents, admitted to herself that she found Ed attractive. She considered this a positive development. She reasoned that if even she, someone known for her discerning tastes, found Ed appealing, it meant that Janica, a close friend, had truly found her perfect match. Another young woman, Lady Annis, decided that her feelings for Ed wouldn't be a problem as long as she could control them. She was then interrupted by another student. Two women sat at an outdoor cafe, papers spread between them. One, dressed in a sharp red jacket, expressed relief, comparing a situation to discovering a malignant tumor in its early stages. The other, in darker attire, countered that there were other options, dismissing the current situation as not unique. Several profile cards lay on the table, each with an image and indecipherable text. The woman in red continued, stating that as long as she found a suitable replacement, she would make it known that they were dating. The woman in red pondered this plan, a bead of sweat trickling down her temple. A voice interrupted her thoughts, asking if Lady Janica had caught on to her feelings. Back at the cafe, the woman in red, now identified as a maid, reacted with shock and disapproval. She considered the plan incredibly disrespectful, even if it involved her. She never thought the other woman would be so inconsiderate. Later, the woman in darker clothing admitted that her feelings had changed, explaining that while passing through the teacher's wing yesterday, she had run into Janica. Two young women, one with long purple hair and a red jacket, the other with long dark hair and a dark coat, walked away from each other. An awkward silence hung between them. They couldn't even exchange greetings before parting ways. The woman in the dark coat's expression was grim. A woman with shoulder-length brown hair worriedly contemplated the upcoming class assignment exam. She would have to supervise it, and Ed would be there. A feeling of deep concern for Janica weighed heavily on her. She wasn't sure how to proceed. A close-up of an eye, wide and filled with a swirling vortex of emotion, suggested a sudden shift in perspective. This might actually be for the best, she thought. The woman with dark hair, surprised, asked, "Pardon?" One of the women explained that Janica was kind and genuine, and that her two friends always protected her from harm. But wasn't the problem that Janica was too perfect? An unseen voice offered a piece of unsolicited advice, that not always having a good attitude is not always a good thing. Meanwhile, two young women sat together. One, with dark hair, appeared distraught, while the other, with light hair, comforted her, explaining that she was taken aback by something that happened earlier that day. But upon reflection, the light-haired woman felt grateful for the trust shown to her. A third young woman, with dark hair, observed that sometimes, showing imperfection is more charming, suggesting that it evokes a desire to protect. Elsewhere, two other women discussed a boy who seemed to have unusually good luck with women, concluding that they needed to find a solution soon. They proposed a plan. Instead of using a push-and-pull strategy, they should try something that would activate his protective instincts. The dark-haired woman from earlier, whose name is Belle, reflected on how her conversation with the other girl had helped her clear her head and feel less guilty. She thought of another girl, Janica, and smiled. Thinking of Janica brought a smile to her face. The narration then shifts to Janica's likely whereabouts when she's confused and struggling. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from a popular game, now found himself inhabiting his own character's body. Having been expelled from his family's estate and dormitory, he was currently residing in a small, rustic cabin nestled deep within the woods. When he was suddenly interrupted. A young woman with dark hair and a stern expression appeared before him, her words sharp and accusatory. When did you get here?" Ed, however, was preoccupied with his own thoughts. He was focused on his long-term plans. "I need to slowly collect materials to construct the storage. I want to expand the storage and have a big living room space." But a sense of urgency crept into his mind. "But judging from my winter plans, I need to hurry dash." Meanwhile, another young woman, this one with long, light brown hair tied back with a large red bow, sat by a small fire, seemingly lost in thought. As Ed watched her from a distance, his expression unreadable. The scene shifted to Ed preparing a warm drink. He poured a steaming liquid into a wooden mug. A simple act that provided a moment of quiet contemplation. As the first snowflakes of the season began to fall. "It's snowing again," he observed, a hint of melancholy in his tone. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced former villain from a game, now found himself living in the snowy woods. He huddled near a small fire, his gaze fixed on a young girl approaching him timidly. The girl, bundled in warm clothes, spoke, her words barely audible above the crackling fire. She commented on the persistent snowfall, noting its frequency. Ed offered a reassuring response, inviting her to share any concerns she might have. The girl hesitated, a visible struggle etched across her face, then, with a sigh, she confessed her inability to speak further. Later, another girl, Janica, joined them by the fire. She sat beside Ed, quietly sipping from a mug, a sense of shared solitude hanging in the air. Janica, understanding Ed's unspoken reluctance, offered a simple, accepting statement. Ed looked at her, surprised by her understanding. A moment of quiet understanding passed between them, as Ed gently placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. Janica's thoughts drifted to the difficulties of her own academy life, a poignant reflection on the shared burdens of their circumstances. The narrator observes a young woman, noting her vulnerability and the difficulty of ignoring her plight. Ed, a young man with blonde hair, contemplates the situation, his expression a mixture of weariness and concern. Ed and the young woman huddle together for warmth by a small fire, seeking refuge from the harsh winter cold. He shields her with his cloak. Despite their efforts, the cold remains a significant challenge, highlighting the harsh conditions they face. Even amidst the lingering winter, the subtle signs of spring's approach become evident. Ed and the young woman sit together, watching the sunset over a frozen body of water, a quiet moment of shared warmth amidst the cold. The image shows a woman in a blue dress, her face obscured by shadow. The text below reads, however, after the heir and oldest daughter, Arwen Rothtaylor, died, a new heir dominated, and everything changed. Ed Rothstaler, the new heir, is shown with a pained expression, his face partially obscured by shadow and surrounded by dark, purplish energy. He appears to be crying. The panel shows Ed's back, still shrouded in shadow, with the question posed, what kind of person was Ed Rothtaylor? A caption appears, there's a saying that if you want to see who someone truly is, you have to give them power. The panel then shows Ed, now with a sinister smile, dressed in a dark military-style uniform, exuding an aura of power. A maid is shown falling dramatically, seemingly overwhelmed by Ed's power. The text reads, that pathetic piece of trash acted as if the whole world belonged to him. A young woman with blonde hair and a displeased expression is shown. The text reads, just because he had a bit of power as the heir. The panel cuts off abruptly, leaving the sentence unfinished and the woman's expression unresolved. Ed, now confronting the blonde woman, holds a knife. He asks, what can you do if you look at me with eyes like that? Can you kill me? Ed, the disowned villain, found a dagger on the floor. He smirked, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Since Arwen had left this world, things had certainly taken an unexpected turn. A chilling thought crossed his mind, if he were to die now. A young woman with fiery eyes confronted him, her expression a mixture of anger and determination. She revealed a shocking secret, his death would make her the heir. Another woman appeared, her voice laced with concern as she questioned his actions. The first woman, desperate and pleading, urged him to stab her, to hurry and end it. A third woman watched, her face obscured by a blindfold, as Ed hesitated. Finally, Ed plunged the dagger into his chest, a triumphant laugh escaping his lips. The third woman, a sinister smile playing on her lips, reacted with a single, chilling word. Her internal monologue revealed a dark past, a memory of Ed's cruelty and the fear it instilled in her. Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain in a game, now found himself inhabiting his own character's body. His face, contorted in a grimace, bore the marks of past struggles, a thin trickle of blood stained his cheek. He recalled a life lived under a heavy, oppressive gaze, a gaze that had stifled him for half his existence. Despite the lack of physical violence, the unspoken weight of familial expectation had left him feeling utterly powerless. A situation where he couldn't protect his family, nor the people of the estate. The image of a young woman, her face etched with despair, flashed before his eyes. He had lived as a shell of a person, existing only in the shadows of his own life, feeling as though he were already dead. But then, an opportunity arose. A chance to change his fate, to escape the suffocating grip of his past. Ed Rothstaler, excommunicated from his family, had only one path left, to prove himself worthy. His first plan? The upcoming student council president elections. A chance to secure a scholarship and a new life. A young woman with long blonde hair meticulously crafted a plan, her eyes gleaming with determination. The class assignment exam would be the first step in her grand scheme. Night fell upon the academy, a single light illuminating a window in the imposing structure. The stage was set for Ed's ambitious endeavor. The imposing facade of the Extras Academy loomed against the twilight sky, its imposing architecture hinting at the challenges that lay ahead. A young woman with long, gray hair, carrying a large backpack, hurried along a snowy path. She muttered to herself, warning someone to stay away. Ed Rothstaler, a disowned villain now trying to earn a scholarship, walked along the same path, seemingly oblivious to the warning. A second student, a girl with brown hair, watched him approach with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. A blonde woman with glasses, carrying a film reel, addressed Ed and the brown-haired girl. She stated that she had explained all the details of the upcoming exam. She then suggested they proceed to prepare for the exam. The group of students, including Ed, began their trek towards the academy, the snowy landscape stretching before them. Unlike the previous exam in the northern forest, this one promised a different kind of challenge. The class assignment exam was announced. It would take place on Orin Mountain. A group of students, their faces partially obscured, could be seen in the background, seemingly preparing for the challenge ahead. In Professor Glast's absence, Assistant Professor Claire would oversee the exam. She smiled confidently, exuding an air of competence and preparedness. Assistant Professor Claire held a device, similar to a compass, in her hand. She explained that there were significant differences in this year's exam. The key difference lay in the magical artifacts needed. Instead of the usual difficult-to-find magic marbles, students would now seek easier-to-locate magic stones. 2 examples of these stones, one blue and spherical, the other red and multifaceted, were shown, swirling with magical energy. Furthermore, these magic stones weren't particularly well hidden. Assistant Professor Claire, now standing confidently amidst a scattering of red magic stones, emphasized this point. This year's exam was designed to be accessible to everyone. Anyone who found a single magic stone and placed it on the altar of substitution would receive an A grade. The altar of substitution was revealed, a tall, imposing structure with a glowing blue platform at its base. While the exam's simplicity was apparent, a sense of foreboding hung in the air. The narration box hinted at unforeseen complications. Two figures loomed over a third, their expressions obscured by shadows and glasses reflecting an eerie purple light. The taller figure, clad in dark attire, spoke, revealing the identity of the shorter one. She is still the disciple of that master. The taller figure continued, their voice sharp and critical, you need to at least be this good to be in the class. Do you think the A class is a joke? The scene shifted to a nightmarish landscape. A monstrous creature, flanked by spectral figures and vicious wolves, filled the frame. The narration box explained the brutal reality of the situation. You must fight and defeat countless monsters and wild animals. And only the students who survive can become a class. It's an absurd difficulty level. A young man, eyes wide with terror, lay defeated on the ground, the weight of the ordeal evident on his face. The caption below added a chilling detail. It's also called the Oran Mountain Survival Exam of Hell. The camera panned to a wide shot of Sylvania Academy at night. Several students lay unconscious on the ground before the imposing building. The narration box summarized the grim outcome. In the end, there were no new students. Who became the A class in Sylvania Academy this year? A narration box provided context. Of course, that's the scenario originally. The blond young man, now in motion, dodged an attack from another student wielding a club. He moved with surprising agility, his expression grim. The narrator explains that the current events are directly related to a crucial future scenario, necessitating this specific progression. Ed Rothstaler, a disowned villain, now living in the woods, encounters assistant Professor Claire. He chooses not to comment on her apparent difficulties, a decision he explains in a later written apology. He justifies his silence, stating that he will write a formal apology later. Because he feels comfortable knowing that none of the new students will become casualties during their training exercises. This is because they will be fighting imaginary monsters generated by a magic engineering item called the Vision Disc. A detailed image of the Vision Disc is shown. It's a normal rank item that summons apparitions of low-level monsters and beasts. The Vision Disc summons apparitions of low-level monsters and beasts, including goblin-like creatures and a wolf. Ed explains that a purple Vision Disc is the most important item, and the reason no one achieves A class is because of it. A close-up of the purple Vision Disc is shown. It's a rare rank item that summons apparitions of high-level monsters, beasts, and even humans. Onyx, a young woman with long, gray-brown hair tied back with a red ribbon, carried a heavy bag. A look of weariness crossed her face as she internally mused on the responsibility of caring for important objects. The bag, a vibrant purple and gold, contained something significant. Its weight was clearly a burden. Onyx smiled, a slight sheen of sweat on her brow, as she gratefully accepted help. She had been struggling with the weight of the bag. The assistance came from a young man with blonde hair, his expression a mix of amusement and slight annoyance. He seemed to be observing her from a distance. He extended a hand, offering to help her carry the heavy bag. His gesture was casual, yet helpful. Onyx's relief was palpable, a smile of gratitude spread across her face as she accepted his offer. Suddenly, another young woman with long brown hair appeared, running towards Onyx with a startled cry. She seemed to be in a hurry. She nearly tripped, her foot catching on a loose stone. The blond young man watched, concerned. The blond young man reacted swiftly, reaching out to steady her before she could fall. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game, found himself unexpectedly close to one of the female leads. Her concerned expression was evident as she leaned in, her proximity causing a blush to rise on his cheeks. A sudden, unexpected embrace from her tightening around him. He was clearly startled by the unexpected intimacy. A realization dawning on Ed, this was far from the game's original script. His eyes widened, reflecting his inner turmoil. Meanwhile, a chase unfolded in a snowy landscape. A young man with goggles, pursued by two figures, was desperately trying to escape. His pursuers closing in, their movements swift and determined. He stumbled, losing his footing on the icy ground. The object of their pursuit, a purple disc, was revealed to be of utmost importance. Its significance was clear, even to the fleeing man. The disc, a key element in the game's narrative, was now in the hands of the fleeing man. Its intricate details were highlighted. A concerned voice cut through the air, a warning to the man holding the disc. "Shouldn't you be careful?" she exclaimed, her worry palpable. He remained unfazed, his focus unwavering as he held the purple disc. "What are you going to do if it breaks?" he retorted, his tone laced with defiance. Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain in the game, found himself unexpectedly relieved. He had just managed to help a top student, a young woman with long brown hair, and a sigh of relief escaped his lips. He held a mysterious, dark purple and gold device in his hand. It appeared to be damaged, cracked in several places. The fragments of the device scattered on the ground, revealing its intricate internal mechanisms. A short time later, Ed found himself in a snowy landscape. He watched from a distance as the young woman and the top student walked away, their backs turned to him. The remains of the device lay scattered at his feet. He observed them from afar, a thoughtful expression on his face. A question forming in his mind, what should he do next? The top student, seemingly sensing Ed's presence, turned around, a look of surprise on his face. Last year, during the joint combat training, Ed Rothstaler, a failing student, held a sword for the first time. He clashed with another student in a flurry of poorly executed strikes. The scenario went awry, resulting in an unexpected explosion. The incident led to Janika's quick explosion path. Students, including Ed, observed the combat training from the stands, their silhouettes barely visible in the dimly lit arena. Elite first years, brimming with talent, engaged in combat training matches against renowned predecessors. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the Game Extras Academy, found himself dodging a barrage of elemental attacks. Blasts of fire, ice, and wind narrowly missed him as he desperately tried to maintain his footing. The combined might of his attackers pushing him to his limits. He gripped his simple wooden sword, his only defense against this overwhelming onslaught. However, despite the odds, Ed felt a surge of determination. He tightened his grip on his seemingly ordinary weapon. A golden light emanating from the wood as if responding to his resolve. With a roar, Ed unleashed a blinding wave of golden energy. The force of the attack sending his opponents sprawling. He had managed to defeat them, a feat he himself found surprising. To think I'd lose to Taylor alone, one of them muttered, defeated. Ed stood amidst the chaos, his simple wooden sword now glowing intensely. He felt a power coursing through him, a power far beyond what he expected. A testament to his unexpected strength and resilience. He sheathed his weapon as one of his fallen opponents groaned in pain. Ed's eyes narrowed, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. He had survived, but the events of the day left him with more questions than answers. The narration box reveals that Taylor, having grown stronger throughout the year, is now known to everyone. Meanwhile, the Saintess Clarice, who had been concealing her identity, sets her sights on Taylor, bringing the act to a close. The narrator comments on the emotional impact of witnessing Taylor's growth and emphasizes the significance of the relationship between the fourth-generation hero, the Saintess, and Taylor. Lucy, a powerful figure, is introduced. Her power is needed for the third act, and her showdown is anticipated. The narrator highlights Lucy's importance to the unfolding events. A scene unfolds where Lucy and Taylor are together amidst a powerful magical display, suggesting a perilous situation. The narration box explains that the events must proceed according to the established scenario, implying a predetermined course of action. Elite first-year students are shown to be acting violently. The narration box reveals that the cause of their frenzy is that none of the new students were placed in the A class during the class placement exam. Assistant Professor Claire, a driven and ambitious woman with piercing purple eyes, glared intensely. Her expression revealed a calculating mind, a stark contrast to her otherwise pleasant appearance. The narration box explained that the reason none of her students made the A class was due to her actions. The image showed a close-up of purple discs, hinting at their significance in the upcoming events. A shattered purple disc lay on a tree stump in the snow. Its intricate design suggested advanced technology or magic. During the exam, 2 students examined the broken disc. One noted that the circuit itself was broken, requiring separate repairs. The other side, finding the situation annoying. The students reacted with dismay to the broken disc. One exclaimed in despair about their hard work being wasted. Their distress was palpable as they gathered around the broken piece. A young woman with long brown hair, looking distraught, stood before the others, her posture conveying deep disappointment. She apologized for her carelessness, her shoulders slumped in defeat. Another student responded that apologies wouldn't fix the broken magical engineering item. A young woman with purple hair voiced her concern, there were too many A-class students, and the situation needed immediate resolution. A young man with blonde hair, thoughtfully stroking his chin, confidently asserted that they could definitely solve the problem. A figure in a red cape and suit reacted with a simple, yet surprised, "Oh." The purple-haired woman, eyes wide with a mix of worry and anxiety, added that by we, she meant Clebius. The revelation of Clebius' involvement caused a visible shock and distress on the faces of the 2 individuals present. A gasp of disbelief escaped the blonde-haired young man as he reacted to the unexpected news. His shocked expression clearly conveying his utter surprise. A sweeping vista of snow-covered mountains and evergreens unfolds, the scene painted in cool, wintry hues. The stark beauty of the landscape hints at the isolation of the setting. A stark contrast to the warmth of the question posed, when does one truly feel they've arrived at the prestigious Sylvanian Academy? Sylviana, a young woman with long blonde hair and a red cape, smiles serenely, a blush rising on her cheeks as she touches her face. Her expression is one of quiet contemplation. A question that speaks to the unique nature of Sylvanian Academy, where even the princess and the chancellor were once students. A place where the uniformity of dress and the absence of class distinctions fostered a sense of equality among its students. 3 students bowed deeply, their posture reflecting respect and deference. Their identical uniforms emphasize the egalitarian nature of the academy. But the arrival of Clarice, the Saintess, and the anchor of millions within the Telos Order, disrupts the quiet solemnity. Her presence commands attention. Explaining that strict adherence to etiquette would only hinder the academy's overall function. The scene opens with a partially obscured figure, dressed in a dark suit and a crimson cloak, standing amidst a crowd. Only their torso and part of their face are visible. A young woman with striking white hair and crimson eyes addresses someone unseen, her voice polite yet formal. She expressed her honor at meeting the Saintess Clarice. Another young woman, with light brown hair, introduces herself as Tanya Rothtaler, the next head of her family. Tanya, still speaking, expresses surprise and awe at the presence of the Rothtailor family, specifically mentioning Krapin, the current patriarch, who she was baptized by. Tanya reflects on her baptism as a child, stating she was too young to remember, but that it was an honor for her family. The scene shows both Tanya and the Saintess Clarice standing before a crowd. Tanya smiles, stating that when she comes of age, she too will be baptized. Clarice responds politely, looking forward to that day. Tanya's internal monologue reveals her strategic thinking. She sees this meeting as beneficial for her upcoming student council president election campaign. A fiery streak shot across the sky, leaving a trail of smoke as it ascended. Ed Rothstailor, along with two young women, watched in awe from a forest clearing, their eyes fixated on the spectacle. The scene shifted, revealing a blonde girl with a large bow in her hair, walking away from a group of shadowy figures. She seemed oblivious to their presence, her focus elsewhere. The narration box explained that the entrance to the academy varied depending on the chosen faculty, but the ultimate goal remained the same: securing a place in a class. The blonde girl from before, now identified as one of the female leads, sprinted through a snowy landscape, pursued by another student. Her determination was evident in her focused expression and swift movements. A fierce energy propelling her forward. The stakes were high, the reward for success was significant. A narration box detailed the benefits of securing a place in a class: full tuition exemption, access to Waffles Hall, free use of student welfare facilities, and the coveted prestige of being a student. Ed Rothstailor, a disgraced villain from the game, clutched a crimson gem. A sly grin stretched across his face as he mused about securing a scholarship by placing the gem on the altar faster than the other students. But another student, Joseph, with vibrant purple hair, interrupted his thoughts, advising him to run instead of wasting time talking. Ed and Joseph fled through the forest, the latter urging the former to hurry. Ed shouted at Joseph to stop, realizing with a start that there were too many people vying for the scholarship. Ed suspected that simply placing the gem on the altar wasn't the only requirement for the scholarship. There must be a hidden mechanism making it more difficult to obtain. Meanwhile, a blonde girl with a determined expression decided to conserve her energy by proceeding cautiously, rather than rushing. Suddenly, a brown-haired girl let out a startled cry. As she tripped and fell, her face contorted in pain. Elsewhere, a mysterious figure in a suit calmly held a similar crimson gem. Tanya, a blonde girl with a large purple bow in her hair, removes her shoes in the snow. Concern etched on her face, another girl asks if she hurt her leg. The second girl offers to call for help if Tanya is injured. But Tanya quickly assures her that she is fine, explaining that she simply wanted to feel the cold snow on her bare feet. Tanya happily jumps, her red cape billowing behind her as she holds up her shoes. A third girl watches from the side, her expression unreadable. The third girl, with long gray hair, stares at Tanya in surprise, questioning her sudden appearance. Tanya, seemingly unfazed, questions the logic of the situation, a playful smirk on her face. She reveals that stepping on the snow barefoot was on her wish list, though it turned out to be softer than she expected. Observing Tanya, the third girl focuses on her eyes and demeanor, suspecting something is amiss. The third girl concludes that Tanya must have hit her head at the start of the exam, deeming it unfortunate. A young woman with shoulder-length brown hair, clad in a red jacket, addressed someone off-panel. She spoke with a hint of awe, commenting on the Rothstailor family's reputation. However, she quickly corrected herself, adding that this perception didn't apply to all members of the family. A different woman, this one with long, light pink hair styled with a bow, appeared, questioning the previous statement with a polite pardon. She then explained that even long-standing, high-status families inevitably produce their share of less-than-ideal individuals. She elaborated, stating that such families can eventually produce absurd and despicable scoundrels. A young man with blonde hair and a calm expression offered his perspective. He mentioned that Ed Rothstailor seemed to have reformed since their last encounter at a camp. However, his demeanor shifted dramatically as he admitted uncertainty about Ed's true nature, a sinister smile spreading across his face, his eyes glowing ominously. Despite his outward change, the young man confessed that a deep-seated fear remained. Despite this, another person, seemingly a woman, expressed their belief that Ed was not inherently malicious. The scene shifted to two young women, one with long pink hair and the other with short brown hair, walking together in a snowy landscape. One of them, the one with brown hair, cheerfully declared that everything was fine, identifying their location as Sylvania. A young woman with short brown hair let out a small, surprised gasp, her eyes widening slightly. Her expression quickly shifted to one of cheerful amusement, a soft smile playing on her lips. She then confidently stated that the place was called Sylvania. Another young woman, this one with shoulder-length brown hair, introduced herself as Kylie Eckel, hailing from the small city-state of Terranea Principality in the east. Kylie, seemingly nervous, apologized in advance for her unfamiliarity with such places, admitting she didn't know much about the world. The first girl, whose name is revealed to be Sylvania, casually asked if she could speak informally with Kylie, given that they were classmates. Kylie readily agreed. Sylvania reminded Kylie that they were in the middle of an exam, urging her to hurry. Kylie, however, seemed uninterested in the exam, prompting Sylvania to sigh in exasperation. One of the girls, her brown hair shining brightly, offered Ed her help, a hopeful smile gracing her lips. She added, with a touch of playful curiosity, that their closeness would increase as a result. And with that, the two girls, hand in hand, dashed off, leaving Ed speechless and utterly bewildered. The girl, still running, reflected on this unexpected turn of events. It was her first time having a friend her own age. Her blonde companion, however, seemed less than thrilled by the development, her expression a mixture of disbelief and exasperation. The blonde girl, exasperated, scolded her friend for her impulsive behavior. She pointed out that Ed's status as a relatively unknown student was the only reason this was acceptable. If it were the princess or the saintess, the consequences would be far more severe. The brown-haired girl, slightly deflated by this rebuke, simply offered a questioning so. The blonde girl, sighing, conceded that she felt the same way, though she quickly dismissed the thought and suggested they move on. 30 minutes into the exam, the brown-haired girl confidently declared her intention to reach the summit and secure first place. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the Game Extras Academy, found himself panting heavily as he sprinted across the beach. His breath hitched in his chest, a sheen of sweat coating his brow. He muttered to himself, unconcerned with his ragged breathing. He continued his frantic dash, a triumphant smirk playing on his lips. Despite his exhaustion, he declared, no matter how good that Joseph Bastard is, I have more stamina. Huff was sprinting too much. I thought I'd die. He thought, a look of dawning horror on his face as a monstrous figure materialized behind him. Then just... Ed muttered, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he prepared for a confrontation. Die! He roared, unleashing a powerful attack. The monstrous figure recoiled from the force of the blow, a pained shriek escaping its lips. Ed collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. He muttered incoherently, "Arg, fuck, why are you popping out and scaring me so suddenly?" A young woman with long, dark hair appeared before him, her expression a mixture of concern and annoyance. "Gosh, ha, hoo, huff," she gasped, clearly surprised by his sudden appearance. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced former villain, found himself in an unexpected predicament. His face was flushed, a mixture of exertion and apprehension clear in his wide eyes. He clenched his gloved fists, a silent testament to his inner turmoil. He thought, as he surveyed his surroundings, that this was going more smoothly than anticipated. But a wave of self-doubt crashed over him. Why was he always the one to bear the brunt of these unexpected events? Suddenly, a blond young man appeared, grabbing Ed in a panicked embrace. Ed's eyes widened in alarm. The blond man's grip tightened as he looked around frantically. His expression was one of pure terror. He hissed, "It won't just be you." A powerful surge of energy erupted from the blond man, sending a shockwave through the forest. The force of the blast was immense, tearing through the trees, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. From a distance, a young woman with long purple hair, Annis, could be seen, along with another figure, Clebius, preparing to intercept the approaching students. A powerful surge of energy crackled around the figure, a display of raw magical might. The words, "If the first years can get past us, they are definitely worthy of a class," hung in the air, a testament to the rigorous standards of this academy. Onyx, her face etched with concern, reflected on her role in the current predicament. She silently acknowledged, "It's my responsibility for putting us in this situation." A steely determination hardened her gaze. With a resolute tone, she declared, "So I'll do my best." Another voice cut through the tension. Addressing Onyx, a request was made, "Onyx, since you're a master at flight magic, the responsibility was assigned. You're in charge of safety," the voice concluded. A blonde woman, her glasses perched precariously on her nose, offered a practical solution. She suggested, "The documents to report the change in the exam's contents can be done if you go down and write them up by the time the exam is done, right?" A concerned voice, tinged with uncertainty, questioned the feasibility of the plan. If I don't sleep? Leaving one final task. Then what about you, Ed?" Ed, his expression unreadable, simply stated, "I'll be here." Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from a prominent family, now found himself living in the woods, far from the academy's hallowed halls. His expulsion was a consequence of his less-than-stellar reputation and numerous misdeeds. He was determined to avoid the main characters of the game he now found himself inhabiting, but fate, it seemed, had other plans. A young woman, her blonde hair a stark contrast to the dark background, approached him. She declared her intention to guard a nearby altar, while expressing concern for Ed's well-being, noting his inability to sense magic. Her worried expression was clear, her eyes wide behind her glasses. Below, Ed's face was partially visible, his expression unreadable. He then revealed that he had a plan of his own. Suddenly, a shadowy figure with large wings appeared, carrying a struggling man. The scene shifted dramatically. As the figure was attacked, a desperate cry of "Die! Die!" echoing through the air. Ed, however, remained calm, simply stating, "All good." The high-quality magic stones used in the Sylvania exam were noted. Ed, a disowned villain now living in the woods, needed a way to continuously recharge his magic. And he found a solution, an altar of substitution. He placed a magic stone on the altar, a surge of energy enveloping the object, allowing him to temporarily draw upon its power. The altar's inscription explained its function: it could extract and temporarily use the magic within any offered item. A small, fiery creature accompanied Ed. He couldn't quite hear what it was saying, but he knew he had a plan. Annis and Clebius would create a diversion, buying him time. And he had enough magic stones to sustain his efforts. His goal was clear, to use the altar to maintain his magical reserves. His steps firm and his resolve unwavering. Ed Rothstaler, the disgraced villain, found himself in an unexpected predicament. His goal, as he saw it, was simple: survive. He muttered to himself, "Alohu." Escaping his lips, his eyes narrowed in determination. A voice, sharp and commanding, cut through the silence. "Come," it urged, the word echoing in the air around him. The intensity of the summons seemed to pierce Ed's very being. A surge of power coursing through his veins? As preparations he had meticulously made finally coming to fruition. His lips curled into a grim smile. "My preparations are complete," he thought, a chilling certainty in his tone. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game, the Extras Academy survival guide, found himself in a desperate situation. He stumbled through the snow, his breath ragged, muttering a barely audible plea to run. A desperate cry escaping his lips as he collapsed, exhausted, in the cold, unforgiving landscape. He gasped for air, his chest heaving. Despite his exhaustion, a sense of relief washed over him. He thought, "Yes, phew, even if I'm a bit tired." Observing two young women approach cautiously. One, with short brown hair, looked concerned, while the other, with long blonde hair, seemed more apprehensive. The blonde girl whispered, "That's..." But before she could finish, the brown-haired girl interrupted, her voice sharp and cold, "I'm not in a very good mood. Let's end things quickly." A sinister, shadowy figure emerged, its face obscured by darkness, but glowing red eyes burned intensely. A malevolent aura emanated from it. The two girls looked up in terror as the ominous presence loomed over them, its power palpable. A blood-curdling scream ripped through the air as the creature's power overwhelmed them. A powerful blast rocked the landscape, sending shockwaves through the air. A young woman with dark hair, clad in a military-style uniform, watched the explosion with wide, fearful eyes. "That's the northern entrance," she muttered, her gaze fixed on the devastation. But even as she spoke, a wave of confusion washed over her. "But it's not Anne's magic," she exclaimed, her expression a mixture of disbelief and alarm. "Now run," she shouted, urging her companions to flee the scene. Panic etched itself onto their faces as they obeyed. "Ah! Stay right there," one of them called out, a desperate attempt to halt their retreat. Meanwhile, a narration box appeared, providing context, although Anne is the top TA, talented enough to be considered a specialist in the practical and academic field. In the fighting field, she's just a bit above average in her year. The narration continued, adding another layer to the mystery. A young woman with gray hair and a mask covering her lower face appeared, observing the scene from a distance. "Okay, go pass," she stated, her voice calm despite the chaos unfolding around her. Another narration box provided further information, but this student, Joseph Whitefelt, seems to be in the sentence trailing off, leaving the reader in suspense. Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain in the game, found himself in an unfamiliar situation. Dust and debris swirled around his feet as he stood, his posture suggesting a recent fall or struggle. A stark contrast to his sister's effortless success. Unlike her, Ed hadn't achieved anything noteworthy. The narration box highlighted his sister's exceptional talent in alchemy, a field where she excelled without much effort. Meanwhile, the narrative shifted to showcase Joseph, Ed's younger brother. The text box described Joseph's prodigious talent, his remarkable achievements in magic at a young age. The stark contrast between the brothers' accomplishments was emphasized, highlighting Joseph's genius-level abilities in magic. The focus returned to Joseph, now shown as a top student candidate. His relaxed demeanor hinted at his confidence and natural aptitude. Someone approached Joseph, offering words of comfort and reassurance. He was told not to be upset, suggesting that everyone has their own strengths and talents. Joseph, however, rejected the consolation, stating that his distress stemmed from a different source entirely. He briefly explained his true feelings, emphasizing that his upset was unrelated to the previous conversation. With a final, curt statement, Joseph ended the conversation and walked away, leaving the other person to ponder his words. A vast, snowy landscape stretched before him. A young woman with long, reddish-brown hair, her face partially obscured, clutched at her chest, a look of distress etched on her features. She stood on a snow-covered path, a lone figure in the wintry landscape. Her posture conveying a mixture of frustration and defeat. A clenched fist, dirt smudged on her knuckles, hinted at a recent struggle. The narrative shifted to an internal monologue, revealing the woman's thoughts. Everything had been going perfectly until she broke a crucial magic engineering item, leaving her without a backup plan. Then, unexpectedly, someone else stepped in and resolved the situation, much to her chagrin. The scene changed, focusing on a man in a sharp suit, his expression calm and composed. He had handled the situation with remarkable composure, leading the conversation constructively. Despite this, the woman felt a surge of anger and frustration. She had lost to a new student, failing to secure the northern entrance to the altar. Her internal monologue continued, expressing self-directed anger and disappointment. The focus returned to the woman, her face now clearly visible, showing a mixture of anger, frustration, and self-loathing. The final panel showed a stark white background with a single line of text summarizing the situation. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from a prominent family, found himself expelled from the academy and living in the woods. His expulsion was a result of his repeated misdeeds, leaving him disowned and determined to earn his way back into society by obtaining a scholarship. He resolved to avoid the main characters of the game he found himself inhabiting, but a determined glint shone in his eyes as he muttered, "My first guest." A voice, unseen but clearly directed at Ed, instructed him simply, "You just need to put that magic stone on the altar." A mysterious figure, cloaked in formal, sat calmly on a stone altar, a bag of what appeared to be stolen goods resting beside him. His face was partially obscured by a mask, adding to his air of mystery. Ed, however, was not about to let this mysterious individual complete his task so easily. He declared, "But I won't just let you do that." Ed, his expression one of suspicion and wariness, observed the unusual circumstances of the exam. He thought to himself, the exam method is kind of strange. He pondered the implications of his actions, wondering, if I succeed in defeating you and offering the magic stone, who will the students who come after me go against? The mysterious figure responded dismissively, "Who knows? That's not for you to worry about." Ed, however, remained unconvinced, quietly acknowledging, "That's true. I'm sure there's some kind of alternative prepared." Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from a popular game, now found himself inexplicably inhabiting his own character's body. He was currently living in the woods, having been expelled from the academy for his antics. His internal monologue revealed his true intentions. "Honestly, I'm not too curious about that. I was just trying to buy time to understand my surroundings." The vision disc, a key plot device, lay discarded in the snow. Ed, observing from a distance, watched as a figure in a dark suit approached the object. The scene was set in a snowy, seemingly magical academy. Ed's thoughts continued, focusing on the unusual disc. Is different in color. Is it an improved model? I should be on my toes. That senior looks like a magic faculty member, but I don't feel a lot of mana from him. The panel shifted to show a man with blonde hair, dressed in a dark suit and red cape, looking down at a small bag on the ground. His expression was one of contemplation. Ed's internal analysis continued. The fact that he had to use a magic stone on me, the first visitor, means that he has a very low amount of mana. Ed, seemingly empowered by a surge of magical energy, prepared to confront the situation. A fiery aura surrounded him as he focused his energy. A powerful surge of energy erupted from his fist, resulting in a massive explosion that rocked the snowy landscape. A fiery explosion erupted, the result of a mid-rank particle explosion magic spell. The sheer force sent a figure hurtling through the air. A close-up revealed the cold, calculating gaze of the spellcaster, his crimson eyes narrowed. He warned his opponent, if they failed to anticipate the attack's trajectory and dodge in time, they would be overwhelmed. But, against all expectations, the target reacted with surprising agility, evading the blast with a skillful maneuver. He moved with the speed and precision of someone well-versed in combat. The spellcaster's eyes widened in surprise. He muttered to himself, impressed by the unexpected display of combat prowess. The evasive maneuver suggested prior combat experience. Anticipating the opponent's next move, the spellcaster predicted he would use fire magic. Considering his level, it would likely be either ignition or scorch. Scorch typically releases fire in a radial pattern, however, given the downward trajectory of the opponent's stance, the spellcaster concluded it was ignition. A wave of intense heat and light erupted from Ed, the expelled third-rate villain, now unexpectedly thrust into the role of a scholarship-seeking student. The source of this sudden, powerful energy emanating from within him. His eyes widened in surprise, a look of dawning comprehension slowly replacing his initial shock. As the raw magical power surged outwards, a fiery torrent threatening to consume everything in its path. Ed's internal monologue revealed the extent of his newfound ability. He realized, with a jolt of awe, that the spell he'd just unleashed was of considerable power. It could even be considered mid-rank. A testament to the unexpected potential hidden within him. But before he could fully grasp the implications, a counterforce appeared, a wave of cool energy clashing with the fiery outburst. A stark contrast to the raging inferno he had just created. A figure emerged from the swirling energies, a confident smirk playing on their lips. It was a fellow mage, seemingly unfazed by Ed's powerful display. They calmly stated that no matter how potent the attack, their defensive magic would easily repel it. The scene ended with the unspoken understanding that battles between mages were far more complex than mere displays of raw power. Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain in the game, found himself facing off against Joseph Whitefelts in a magical duel. Their mana levels were represented by vials, each starting with 100 units. The rules of the duel were simple: whoever consumed a similar amount of mana and had more remaining would win. Joseph, observing Ed's magical prowess, noted his lack of experience in magical combat. Joseph smirked, confident in his strategy. He knew that once Ed's mana ran out, he would be unable to maintain his offensive magic or block Joseph's attacks. Battles between mages, Joseph mused, were always profound. His confidence, however, was quickly shattered, as Ed's unexpected counterattack left him reeling. Joseph was informed that while his defensive magic circle could block spells, it was useless against physical force. Ed, fueled by a desperate need to survive, unleashed a fiery blast. The intense heat engulfed Joseph, who was caught completely off guard, and the force of the attack sent him flying backwards. The impact of Ed's attack left Joseph dazed and bleeding. Ed's unexpected victory highlighted his resourcefulness and adaptability. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced former villain, now found himself alone in the woods, his eyes blazing with a fierce determination. He had been reborn into the game world, and his only path to freedom was to earn a scholarship. A grim resolve hardened his features. Suddenly, a figure in a red coat attacked him, their words echoing with disbelief. "Just because you're a mage?" The attacker, a woman with vibrant purple hair, stared at Ed, her face a mixture of shock and awe. "You went through the fire? How?" Ed, his face grim, responded with a quiet determination, "I won't be careless." He channeled his magic, a surge of icy blue energy emanating from his hands, demonstrating a mid-rank ice magic ability. The panel displayed the game's description of his ignition spell. Ed reacted swiftly, unleashing a torrent of fire magic. The purple-haired woman watched, her thoughts racing. Fire magic again? Is it to respond to my ice magic? Is he trying to block my vision with steam and do the same thing as last time? Ed's hand blazed with fiery power, his voice confident. "I can use the other elements too." A wave of intense heat erupted, engulfing the scene in a fiery maelstrom. As Ed Rothstaler, the disgraced villain, found himself caught in its heart. He reached out, a look of dawning comprehension on his face. The fiery chaos resolving into a clear image, the scorch spell, a basic magic technique. The flames continued to rage, consuming everything in their path. Yet, amidst the inferno, a glimmer of something unexpected emerged. A protective aura, a blessing of recovery, granting him temporary immunity to the flames. His eyes glowed with newfound power as Ed channeled the energy, readying himself for a counterattack. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, a knife glinting in their hand, aiming for Ed. A game mechanic box appeared, detailing the physical shield ability, a defensive technique that blocks physical attacks. Despite the shield, a young man with purple hair and a determined expression muttered to himself, confident in his superior casting speed. He launched a swift attack, aiming to exploit his advantage. A clash of magic and skill ensued as he moved with surprising speed, his opponent barely able to react. The young man's opponent, a figure in a red coat, retaliated with a powerful counterattack, unleashing his spirit formula, Explosion, sending the purple-haired youth flying through the air. A fiery explosion erupted, engulfing the area in a blinding flash, followed by a shower of icy shards as the attack's aftermath spread. The man in the red coat landed heavily, coughing up dust and debris. He urged himself to remain calm, his mind racing as he struggled to regain his composure amidst the chaos. A narration box revealed a character's disbelief. There was no way his opponent's casting of basic magic could be so fast. It was clearly spirit magic. The character's understanding deepened. Now he understood how his opponent had survived his scorching attack unscathed. It was because he could use the spirit magic blessing of recovery. The scene shifted to Ed Rothstaler, sitting defeated near a tree, his expression one of utter dejection. He had just witnessed something extraordinary. The power he had just seen was far beyond anything he had ever imagined. Ed's hand tightened around a dagger, his face grim. He was clearly shaken by what he had witnessed. And a sense of loss washed over him. Who was this man? Ed dropped a crimson gem, his body slumped in defeat. The weight of his discovery was heavy upon him. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the Game Extras Academy, found himself in an unexpected predicament. He had been expelled from the academy and was now living in the woods, attempting to avoid the main characters of the game. However, fate, or perhaps the game's mechanics, had other plans. A mysterious figure, cloaked in shadow, approached him, leaving behind a trail of shimmering, crimson crystals. The crystals pulsed with an arcane energy. Suddenly, a powerful mage, his face obscured by shadow, materialized before Ed. He announced his presence with a chilling, "Now," and unleashed a mid-rank ice spear magic attack. The icy projectile hurtled towards Ed with terrifying speed, forcing him to react instantly. A look of pained surprise crossed his face as he braced for impact. The mage's attack connected, sending Ed sprawling. A pained cry escaped his lips as he hit the ground hard. But he quickly recovered, his eyes narrowed in determination, and retaliated with a swift counterattack, striking the mage with surprising force. The narration box established that Joseph, a lifelong magic researcher, had never before been able to make any impact with a physical blow. A close-up showed Joseph's fist, clenched and ready to strike. But the next panel showed a sudden burst of energy emanating from his fist. Joseph recoiled in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief as a surge of teal energy enveloped him, utterly astonished by the unexpected power. The energy coalesced into the form of a spectral lion, its eyes glowing with an ethereal light. A powerful magical beast responding to Joseph's latent abilities. A narration box revealed the name and effect of the magical ability, Protection of the Wind. When an unexpected attack is recognized, the enemy will be blown away by the wind. With a roar, a powerful gust of wind erupted from Joseph, blasting away an unseen threat. A blinding flash of emerald light erupted from the center of the scene. A searing beam of energy lanced across the desolate landscape, leaving a trail of shimmering destruction in its wake. High above, a lone figure watched from afar. The beam's intensity intensified, its emerald glow pulsating with raw power. The very air crackled with energy. Dust and debris swirled around a shadowy figure seated upon a throne, their form obscured by the lingering effects of the blast. A young man with crimson hair and a weary expression sat before them, his body battered and bruised. He gasped for breath, muttering, "Truly." He collapsed, his body slumping to the ground as a dark figure loomed over him. Several crimson gems shattered, their light fading into nothingness. The shadowy figure spoke, their voice calm and measured, "Good work." That ending was amazing. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game, found himself in a precarious situation. He held a dagger, his grip firm, as he delivered a decisive blow. A voice, unseen but clearly pleased, commented on his action. It was a wonderful decision. You landed a blow. The impact of Ed's attack sent a shockwave through the area, creating a cloud of dust and debris, leaving a scene of devastation in its wake. Ed, leaning against a stone structure, watched the aftermath with a pensive expression. He was exhausted but strangely satisfied. Meanwhile, another figure lay injured on the ground, their body battered and bruised. A crimson stain spread across their clothing, a testament to the ferocity of the battle. Their eyes fluttered open, revealing a glimpse of recognition before they fell closed again. A single word escaped their lips, Ed. Ed Rothstaler, his face etched with weariness, stood amidst the chaos. The weight of his actions settled upon him. A winged figure, identified as Onyx, swooped down, scooping up the injured person. "I'll leave him to you, Onyx," a voice declared, indicating the end of their involvement in this immediate conflict. Onyx carried the injured person away, soaring into the sky, leaving Ed alone once more amongst the wreckage. A carriage rattled along a snowy road, carrying two figures. One, a young man with dark hair, casually ate a cookie. The other, a young woman with pale hair, sharply questioned him, why did he choose to join the magic faculty? The carriage continued its journey. And the young woman pressed further, noting that he could have been a top student in alchemy or combat if he'd chosen differently. She expressed discomfort at the sacrifices he made for her. The young man, Ed, shrugged off her concern. He didn't value being the top student, and mused that he might have excelled in alchemy, but not in combat. Suddenly, a powerful force slammed into the carriage, throwing Ed from his seat. The impact was intense. And the young woman identified the attacker as Clebius, the top student in the combat faculty. Clebius's attack left Ed injured and gasping for breath. A surge of golden energy erupted from Ed's body, shattering the ground around him, leaving him gasping for breath, his eyes wide with shock. Two figures rushed to his side, concern etched on their faces. One asked if he was all right, while the other worried that his holy magic had been too strong. Ed, still reeling from the experience, muttered that he hoped he hadn't broken anything. Ed cursed under his breath, his mind racing. He was clearly not in control of his powers. One of the figures, addressing Ed by the name Clebnius, urged him to regain his composure, reminding him to continue the exam. Ed struggled to catch his breath, his body still trembling from the exertion. He could hear the faint sounds of approaching footsteps. Two young women, their faces etched with worry, appeared, rushing towards him. One gasped, barely able to speak. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the Game Extras Academy, now found himself alone, facing the daunting final exam. The imposing structure loomed before him, a testament to the challenges ahead. He stood amidst the aftermath of a fierce battle, several figures lay unconscious on the ground. Ed, however, remained unscathed, his gaze fixed on something beyond the immediate chaos. A flashback revealed the true nature of his past. He resolved to get to the point, to confront the truth of who he once was. The object of fear and tremendous power. Ed's face, marred by battle, reflected a fierce determination. The story opens with a close-up of the Saintess Clarissa's eyes, revealing a striking contrast between her pale, almost ethereal complexion and the intense crimson of her pupils. The narration box above her states that she harbored two distinct dreams. A single word, I believe, floats in a speech bubble, suggesting the importance of faith in Clarissa's life. Below, a stained glass window depicting a radiant, holy symbol is partially visible, hinting at the religious context of her dreams. The camera pulls back to reveal Archbishop Verdio, an elderly man with silver hair and a kind expression, standing before the window. He appears serene and contemplative, suggesting a deep connection to Clarissa's faith. A young woman with long, flowing blue hair kneels before him, her hands clasped in prayer. The narration box explains that nobility stems from unwavering beliefs. The narration continues, emphasizing the necessity of a blank slate for a life of nobility. Clarisse is shown again, her expression solemn and thoughtful. The text explains that one of her dreams originated on the day she was entrusted to Archbishop Verdio. The panel transitions to introduce Clarissa's second dream, setting the stage for a contrast between her aspirations and a harsh reality. Clarissa's internal monologue reveals her second dream: rather than living a life of blank slate obedience, she would prefer death. As night fell, a woman with blonde hair, adorned in a flowing white robe, sat perched on a stone wall, serenading someone named Clarisse with a lute. Her melody drifted through the quiet night air, the song weaving a dream into Clarissa's slumber. Clarissa's dream was a reflection of a conversation she had with a close friend under the stars, a life where she could make friends and experience love, a life of normalcy and nobility. A stark contrast to her reality, where she was revered by countless believers and their prayers. In the dream, the friend questioned whether the warmth of a loved one's embrace might surpass the devotion of countless followers. A poignant thought that resonated deeply within Clarice. The dream concluded with a young man, Adele, smiling serenely. After leaving her order, Adele joined Sylvania, and during vacations, she traveled the world, just as she did in Clarice's dream. And Clarice, inspired by the dream, visited the places mentioned, ultimately finding solace in a deep embrace. A diaphanous figure, a woman with long, flowing white hair, stood poised on a sheet of musical notes. Her form was ethereal, almost translucent, as if woven from moonlight and mist. And they left together on the path she'd taken alone. The journey, once monochrome, now bloomed with a riot of colors, a stark contrast to her previously solitary existence. It was the most outrageous imaginative thought she could have conceived. But a voice cautioned, always ensure that you are careful not to reveal your true identity. And that you have to carry that magic engineering item with you at all times. An elderly man, his face etched with wisdom and concern, spoke to a young woman with short brown hair. She held a golden ring, its surface shimmering with an inner light. Since you always have the holy magic's blessing. I'm not that worried, but I seem like such a different person, so who would suspect it, Verdio? The old man replied, there's nothing bad about being careful. Coming to the academy with the orders arrangement was a natural method of deviating. Nobody paid attention to Clarice, who sat on a wooden bench by the faculty building street. Clarice, serene and composed, basked in the sunlight. A figure passed behind her, their form obscured by shadow. The sheer adoration she commanded left her breathless, a profound sense of satisfaction washed over her. Two young women, one with blonde hair and the other with brown, joyfully embraced, their laughter echoing in the air. They skipped along, their happiness palpable. Yet, in the grand scheme of things, this scene felt insignificant. No one in Sylvania would ever consider Kylie to be a saint. Except for one person, that is. A voice, sharp and cutting, echoed in the silence, give up. Ed Rothstaler, his face marred by cuts and bruises, glared defiantly. His eyes, though wounded, burned with a fierce determination. The camera focused on his bloodied attire, highlighting the severity of his injuries. A stark reminder of the brutal fight he had just endured. The whispered words, barely audible, sent a chill down his spine, it's the Saintess. Tanya and her companion, their faces etched with worry, exchanged a look. Tanya's voice, laced with apprehension, broke the silence. The last exam, was Ed. Brother? Ed's eyes narrowed, a flicker of defiance in their depths. He responded, his voice low and dangerous, but if you still insist. A swirling vortex of emerald energy erupted from the forest floor, a powerful magical force coalescing into a terrifying form. Two young women, caught off guard, watched in stunned silence as the creature materialized before them. A piercing shriek tore from one of the girl's lips as the creature lunged, its movements impossibly fast. The other girl, however, reacted instantly, her own magical energy flaring to meet the attack. This is impossible even for students who had trained in spirit magic their entire lives. This is way more advanced than even a graduated student's level. The sheer power of the magical display left the onlookers awestruck, their eyes wide with disbelief as the creature's form shifted, revealing a monstrous shark-like entity. Even currently active spirit sorcerers are called veterans if they can handle 5 or 6 mid-rank spirits. The creature roared, its power overwhelming. A surge of teal energy crackled around a monstrous, wolf-like creature, its eyes glowing with malevolent power. Its maw opened, revealing sharp teeth as it prepared to unleash a devastating attack. But before it could strike, Ed Rothstaler, a man in a sharp green suit and cape, stood defiantly amidst the swirling energy. His expression was grim, his fists clenched. A young woman with brown hair watched in disbelief. I'm giving up. Let's think rationally, she muttered to herself, overwhelmed by the sheer power emanating from Ed. Another girl, Tanya, gasped, her eyes wide with shock as she witnessed the scene unfolding before her. Tanya. This is, she began, unable to articulate the impossible sight before her. She's right. A high-level spirit, a voice echoed in her mind, confirming her suspicions. The scene shifted, revealing a flashback. A monstrous dragon-like face loomed over a terrified Ed, the trauma of that past experience resurfacing in his mind. The trauma from back then is coming to mind again, a voice narrated. A girl with long dark hair stood defiantly, a weapon in her hand, seemingly confronting the dragon's power. The image dissolved into a blur. And returned to the present, focusing on Tanya's determined expression. But, she gritted her teeth, a new resolve hardening her features. If I leave, that means nothing has changed from back then, she thought, her eyes fixed on Ed, a fierce determination burning within her. A wave of energy pulsed outwards, the source obscured by a blinding light. Leaving behind only a young woman with vibrant green hair, her eyes wide with determination. She declared that while she didn't know Ed, she wouldn't give up. Another figure emerged from the dissipating energy, a blonde woman with a cruel smile. She stated that according to status and rank, she was clearly superior. A voiceover narration reflected on the burden and responsibility that comes with power. Comparing Ed's current state to how he was 2 years prior, noting a significant improvement in his abilities. Suddenly, a monstrous, wolf-like creature materialized, its eyes glowing menacingly. One of the women immediately declared it fake. As the creature lunged forward, The blonde woman, undeterred, declared her intention to defeat the main antagonist. Two young women, one with brown hair and a red cape, the other with long blonde hair, were caught in a powerful, swirling green energy. They cried out in alarm as they were tossed about. The blonde-haired girl, struggling against the force, reached out a hand. Her expression one of disbelief as she exclaimed that it was impossible. The green energy intensified around her. The blonde girl gasped, a pain sound escaping her lips as she questioned how such power was possible. Her eyes widening as she braced herself for something more. Her gaze sharpened, focusing on something unseen. A high-level spirit, a majestic blue fox, materialized before her. Meanwhile, a young man with short, light gray hair and a military-style jacket appeared, surrounded by a similar green energy. He stood defiantly, seemingly in control of the power. A sudden burst of energy erupted from him, sending the brown-haired girl flying backward through the air, leaving a trail of ice shards in her wake. Tanya, her face streaked with grime and a haunted look in her eyes, muttered to herself, questioning the identity of a person she had just encountered. That person was Ed Rothstailer's brother. Meanwhile, Kylie's thoughts drifted to her idealized image of noble men, neat in appearance, with generous smiles and graceful manners. A vision that stood in stark contrast to the reality she was about to face. However, Kylie's fantasy was shattered when she learned the true identity of the person before her. It was the complete opposite of her ideal, Ed Rothstailer, the disowned son of a villainous family. A voice, filled with a sense of foreboding, declared that the person before them was none other than that scoundrel, Ed. Even from afar, the speaker could sense Ed's presence, noting his tendency to act quickly and without much forethought. Another character, seemingly unimpressed by social standing, observed that even high-status families can produce their share of troublesome individuals, and highlighted Tanya's intense hatred for Ed. A violent impact echoed through the forest as a young woman with auburn hair crashed to the ground. A blonde girl with a worried expression watched from above. She instructed Tanya, the fallen girl, to proceed with the original plan, targeting the main body. Tanya, her eyes glowing an eerie green, smirked. She claimed to possess an unusual constitution, assuring her companion that death was unlikely except in extraordinary circumstances. Despite Tanya's confidence, the blonde girl remained unconvinced, expressing concern over the possibility of serious injury. She pointed out Tanya's professed disinterest in the upcoming exam. The blonde girl, now airborne, angrily declared that Ed was a terrible person. Meanwhile, Tanya, her eyes still glowing, prepared to attack. Tanya revealed that the blonde girl was her first friend, a bond forged at Sylvania. A statement that surprised the blonde girl. Normally, the blonde would have dismissed such an outlandish claim. Kylie's eyes widened, a flicker of surprise and fear crossing her features as she stared at something unseen. But she'd seen her on the way up to the altar. Ed, eyes blazing with an inner power, unleashed a surge of energy, his body radiating a crimson glow. The combat faculty senior who had come towards them menacingly was deflected by some strange glow. A golden aura emanating from Kylie. What surprised her was that Kylie, the scaredy cat, was taking the lead. A wave of emerald energy surrounded Kylie as she stood defiantly. Did she normally have this much bravery? Another girl, tears streaming down her face, charged forward, a fierce determination etched on her features. A defiant of course not echoed in the air, a stark contrast to the swirling, ethereal energy that crackled around a young woman with short, light brown hair. She stood poised, ready for whatever might come next. As a spectral wolf, its form shimmering with the same energy, materialized before her. Behind the wolf, the shadowy figure of a man could be seen, his features obscured by the light. The girl leaped back, her movements fluid and precise, as the spectral wolf lunged forward. Its jaws opened, revealing sharp teeth, and a low growl, vibrated through the air as it unleashed a torrent of energy. The wolf's eyes glowed with an intense blue light, a stark contrast to the fiery energy erupting from its body. A sense of impending danger filled the air. The energy intensified, transforming the wolf into a blazing inferno of power. The girl braced herself, a determined expression on her face, as she prepared to meet the oncoming assault. A golden light enveloped her, and a narration box appeared, Holy Magic's Blessing. Holy magic that is mid-rank or above will be activated against any hostile beings who attempt to cause harm. The wolf, now engulfed in flames, roared in pain, as the holy magic took effect. A blinding flash of emerald energy erupted from Ed, the disowned villain, as he braced himself against an unseen force. The raw power surging through him, a tempest of chaotic magic, sending a shockwave that ripped through the earth, leaving a crater in its wake. A guttural cry of pain echoed through the air as Ed was thrown back by the force of his own magic. He crashed into the ground, the impact jarring him to his core. A wave of dizziness washed over him as he struggled to regain his bearings. The vibrant green energy fading, leaving behind only the lingering scent of ozone and the dust settling around him. Ed slowly pushed himself up, his body aching, his vision blurry. Despite his battered state, a grim determination hardened his gaze. He was far from defeated. His eyes narrowed as he muttered, "You thought I'd give up?" A female student, her face contorted in anger, launched a green orb of energy towards Ed. The spell labeled Basic Magic, emit before it collided with Ed, sending him flying. A surge of emerald energy erupted from Ed, the expelled villain, as he found himself in the middle of a chaotic struggle. He unleashed a powerful kick, a blur of motion that sent his opponent reeling. The force of the blow leaving a trail of shimmering green energy in its wake. Ed's opponent, a young woman in a school uniform, crashed to the ground, disoriented and gasping for breath. Another girl, with long brown hair and a worried expression, watched from a distance, her own body trembling slightly. He disappeared. Was it the vision disc? A swirling vortex of purple and gold energy materialized, revealing a mysterious disc-shaped object. The second girl, seemingly drawn to the energy, stumbled towards it, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and fascination. A powerful beam of light shot out from the disc, engulfing her completely. A volley of glowing blue arrows pierced the air, narrowly missing their target. A young woman with blonde hair, eyes wide with alarm, cried out, "Stay still." The young woman's disbelief was palpable. She muttered, "No way. The person who couldn't even wield the hilt of a sword properly knows how to use a bow?" Ed, the disowned villain, stood amidst a flurry of blue energy, a determined expression on his bloodied face. The magically imbued arrow materialized in his hand, a testament to his newfound skill. That was a warning. The blonde woman's eyes widened in shock as she processed the implications. Arrows made out of magic? Is this really? A spectral wolf, composed of swirling blue energy, emerged from the shadows, its eyes glowing menacingly. The wolf lunged, its jaws snapping shut just inches from a young man with green hair, who barely managed to dodge the attack. A figure in a green military uniform appeared, seemingly materializing from thin air. The blonde woman, panting heavily, clutched a crimson gem, her face etched with exhaustion and fear. Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain in the game, found himself in a familiar situation. Tears welled in his eyes as he recalled the past, muttering that it was the same as before. The scene shifted to a dimly lit room, where a young woman with dark hair and a gothic dress lay on the floor, seemingly unconscious. Two shadowy figures loomed over her, their identities obscured. The camera angle shifted, revealing the woman to be surrounded by a group of people in dark clothing. She was clearly distressed, her body trembling. A narration box appeared, "No matter how hard I try." Ed's face was shown again, his eyes filled with tears. He despaired, whispering, "I can't do anything dash." A woman's voice cut through his despair. She said he must have worked hard. She continued, expressing her apologies and explaining that there was a reason for what was happening. The scene shifted to a hand holding a crimson gem. A voice, presumably the woman's, stated that she couldn't go easy on him just because they were related. The woman explained that if she had gone easy on him, he would have been even angrier. The final panel showed Ed, wounded but defiant, his face a mixture of pain and determination. The scene ends with a sense of impending conflict. A woman, her face partially obscured by smoke and shadow, questioned Ed, her voice laced with uncertainty. "Don't you think so?" she asked. Tanya, her expression a mixture of awe and respect, reflected on Ed's actions. She admitted that she would have run away in his place, but he had faced her until the very end, even if it was only a vision. Ed, his gaze intense, confessed that his initial thoughts about Tanya were wrong. He was seeing her differently now. Ed's face, though bruised and bloodied, held a newfound understanding. He acknowledged that Tanya possessed a strength and resilience similar to his own. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from a prominent family, found himself in a desperate situation. He apologized, explaining that he had a reason for his actions, a reason that prevented him from going easy on his relative. Because family ties meant nothing in this fight. He knew that if he had gone easy on them, the consequences would have been far worse. Ed, battered and bruised, stood defiantly against his opponent. Blood stained his clothes, but his eyes burned with determination. He challenged them, questioning their perspective. His opponent, clearly surprised by his resilience, could only stammer a confused response. Tanya, Ed's opponent, reflected on his unexpected strength. She admitted that, in his place, she would have run away. But she acknowledged his courage in facing her, even if it was only a vision. This unexpected display of resilience shifted her perception of him. Ed's resolve impressed Tanya, leading her to reassess her initial judgment. He confessed that his previous assumptions about her were wrong, and that he now saw her in a new light. He also revealed that he saw a similar strength within himself. The aftermath of a fierce battle unfolded. A voice, calm yet tinged with a hint of approval, echoed, "It was an illusion, but you fought me until the end. You should be proud." Tears streamed down the face of a young woman with blonde hair, her expression one of profound sadness and exhaustion. She continued to weep, her sobs audible even from a distance. "You're quite impressive," a voice commented, adding to the young woman's distress. A choked sob escaped her lips, "HHHC." A young man with blonde hair, his face bloodied and bruised, looked up in confusion. "Ha!" Another voice, this one skeptical, interjected, "Is not getting into classes something to be this sad about?" A young woman with short, brown hair approached, her eyes blazing with intensity. "Come closer." The blonde-haired girl, still weeping, was embraced by the brown-haired girl. The brown-haired girl spoke, her voice firm, "I'll say this now. If you recklessly attack or antagonize me." The blonde-haired girl, still in the brown-haired girl's embrace, whimpered, "Bad things will happen." "Really? Don't move." The final exam at Extras Academy concluded with an unexpected turn of events. Klebius, one of the participants, lay unconscious, prompting a desperate plea for help. Ed Rothstaler, bearing visible injuries, found himself at the center of the commotion. Two figures stood in the background, observing the scene. Assistant Professor Claire urgently requested Ed's assistance in updating the grading list, explaining the pressing need to finalize the grades before the upcoming student council elections. A young woman, her eyes brimming with tears, quietly acknowledged the exam's conclusion. The transformation magic affecting her began to unravel, causing visible distress. A flashback revealed a past event, prompting the question, was this the origin of the current predicament? The flashback showed a young Ed being struck by a magical energy surge, connected to a golden crescent moon-shaped artifact. An artifact he was instructed to carry at all times. A young woman with blonde hair and glasses approached Ed, offering a high five. She said something positive, but Ed's internal monologue expressed alarm at the current situation. The woman's expression shifted to confusion as she seemed to notice something amiss. Elsewhere, a young woman with dark hair and red eyes cried out in distress, her identity seemingly compromised. A small, fiery creature offered Ed a crescent-shaped golden amulet. A man with blonde hair, dressed in a red coat, warned Ed to be careful and not to lose his belongings. The man, seemingly concerned, looked over Ed's injured state as he handed him the amulet. A young woman with brown hair received the amulet from Ed, her expression a mixture of concern and surprise. The scene shifts to show Ed, wounded, surrounded by three young women who are concerned about his injuries. One of them, with blonde hair, asks why he is hurt. A young woman with blonde hair and glasses, her expression a mixture of concern and slight pain, insisted she was fine, despite the clearly injured hand of the man standing behind her. The class assignment exam concluded, and Ed Rothstaler had returned to his intended place in the narrative. Except for one detail. One alteration that had rippled through the established order. That change. He stood amidst a group of students, one of whom, a girl with blonde hair and a bow, appeared particularly concerned, asking if he was all right. Ed simply replied, yeah. The narrative's focus shifted to Ed. A girl with short brown hair and intense red eyes observed Ed, a subtle frown playing on her lips. Meanwhile, another student, this one with blonde hair, suggested Ed rest, noting his tired appearance. Ed, the disgraced villain, found himself surrounded by four female leads, their expressions unreadable as they watched him. He clutched his side, wincing from a recent injury. One of them spoke, their voice calm despite the tense situation, they would deal with the aftermath. Elsewhere, a man with goggles, sweat beading on his brow, was questioned about his allegiance to Klebius. He nervously stammered a confirmation, promising to be on his way. A figure, possibly a person, was glimpsed near a pyramid in the distance. The witness, however, quickly dismissed it as a mistake. The figure, cloaked in shadow, remained silent, their thoughts obscured. They simply stated that they were sure they had been mistaken. A man, his face etched with weariness, mused on the concept of beauty that transcends generations and values. He sighed, a low, weary sound. He pointed to the sky, a breathtaking sunset painting the heavens. He declared that the sky itself was evidence of such timeless beauty. He continued, explaining that while art is subjective, the beauty of a sunset is universally undeniable. His words were met with immediate dismissal, his interlocutors simply stated that he was talking nonsense. A spectral feline form materialized before Ed, its ethereal blue light illuminating the dusky sky. The creature identified itself as Marilda, a high-ranking wind spirit. She declared that the worst curse a human can experience is a dull and boring life. Marilda continued, advising Ed to appreciate the small things and find meaning in everyday life. She contrasted this with the long, bleak winter of a spirit's existence, highlighting the stark difference between human and spirit lifespans. Janika's words echoed in Ed's mind, a chatterbox. Marilda's observation about Ed's tendency to overexert himself and neglect his own well-being was sharp and insightful. Ed, exhausted and wounded, retorted with a weary so what? Marilda's advice took an unexpected turn, urging Ed to find a partner. Someone kind, cheerful, friendly, and strong, someone he could rely on. She emphasized the emotional support such a relationship could provide. Mug, a familiar spirit, confirmed that Ed's assessment of the situation was correct, addressing Marilda with respect. The panel shows Ed, young Master Ed Rothstaler, injured and lying on the ground, his face bloodied. Two spirits, Mug and Janica, hover nearby, their expressions concerned. A narration box clarifies that Marilda and Janica are close but not bound by a formal contract. Mug's advice is described as being as reliable as scripture, however, Ed is reluctant to follow it. Mug, exasperated, presses Ed to at least pretend to comply with Marilda's suggestions. Mug apologizes profusely for his earlier suggestion, emphasizing the fearsome nature of high-ranking spirits. Ed remains unconscious, his injuries still evident, with Mug watching over him. Janica's actions are questioned, prompting a discussion about her motives. Janica's concern for Ed is revealed, though she dismisses it as obvious. He explained that he couldn't reveal something Janica herself didn't want to share, to which she simply replied with a non-committal HM. He reassured her, stating that it was important for Janica to experience winter at least once. Because she needed to go through the process of understanding, the world wasn't a fairy tale, and she just needed to endure it. Until spring came. He then asked if they should leave, as consuming more of her mana would make him feel guilty. He admitted that even in that form, it wasn't easy for him to manage, explaining that he was a bit expensive, but that form was the most efficient. She asked if he had other forms, suggesting a more beautiful girl, but he countered that it was better to focus on efficiency. He stated that it was fine, referencing his previous gigantification in current form. She explained that she hadn't noticed much of a difference in his efficiency, so she was curious. A disembodied voice, seemingly from nowhere, offered an explanation. Oh my, no way. Perhaps you couldn't sense it because of the mana stone. You still are a bit dense. Ed Rothstaler, a young man with blonde hair and a red-stained suit, winced in pain. 2 glowing blue streaks had just grazed his head, leaving him sitting on the edge of a structure, clutching his head and muttering, ouch. A luminous, wolf-like creature materialized before him, its voice echoing with a hint of amusement. Did you think you were handling the mana all by yourself? The creature swirled, its form shifting and shimmering. It continued, think about it, a spirit like me wouldn't contract with just one person. Ed fell back, landing on the ground with a thud. Blood trickled down his face, staining his already damaged clothing. He lay there, defeated, as the scene shifted. A large, imposing pyramid stood against a vibrant sunset. A swirling vortex of energy pulsed at its apex. Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain in the game, found himself struggling. He realized that sustaining a high-level spirit summon was beyond his current mana reserves. Gasping for breath, Ed scaled a building, his movements strained and labored. The exertion evident in his ragged breathing. He pondered the source of the power that had fueled his recent summoning. His bloodied hand rested on the wall, a grim reminder of his struggle. The answer, he realized, was simple: someone else must have contributed mana to the summoning. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared on the rooftop, a young woman with a bloody face and a witch in a red cloak, both seemingly observing Ed from afar. Ed, exhausted from his exertion, considered resting, but he dismissed the idea, preferring the comfort of his hut for a nap. The witch, perched on the edge of the building, questioned his presence there. She explained her dislike for empty tents, implying a reason for her presence. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the Game Extras Academy, found himself expelled and living in the woods. Scars marred his face, a testament to his recent misfortunes. He muttered to himself, deciding to take a walk. Unfortunately, the end of his walk led him to a peculiar structure, an altar of substitution, silhouetted against the dramatic sunset. The altar stood imposingly, a stark monument against the vibrant sky. It seemed to be the final stage of the third act. The final stage of the third act. The distrustful Saintess Clarice, growing suspicious of the holy city's darkness, began to suspect the order. Then, Telos's apostles arrived on Arkan Island to condemn Clarice. Unaware of the underlying events, the Academy's characters followed the Archbishop's orders. Princess Phenia's Royal Guard, Lortel's Mercenary Union, the Holy City's Cathedral Knights, the Academy's high-ranking employees, and even the main character's Generations raid party and Principal Abel Forcius, all converged on Arkan Island. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced former villain, now found himself in a precarious situation. Surrounded by 4 of the game's female leads, their expressions a mixture of concern and determination, he stood his ground, a sword held firmly in his hand. Despite his attempts to remain unnoticed, the narrative was clearly converging on a single point: a young woman determined to protect Arkan Island. A surge of purple energy erupted from the ground, a powerful force that seemed to herald a significant event. The energy intensified, engulfing the surrounding area and revealing a figure at its epicenter. Despite the harsh labels thrown her way, renegade, non-believer, she persevered, unwavering in her resolve. Her gaze, firm and resolute, swept over the assembled crowd. She was awakened. Lucy Merrill, cloaked in purple energy, stood defiant, her power palpable. The narrative revealed her destiny: to defeat all the main characters at Arkan Island. With a final, devastating burst of energy, Lucy Merrill asserted her dominance. A powerful sorceress, her purple hair a stark contrast to the vibrant energy swirling around her, unleashed a devastating wave of magical power, decimating more than half of the attacking raid party. Despite her impressive display of strength, her stamina began to wane, leaving her vulnerable and bleeding profusely as the battle raged on. Suddenly, a blinding golden light erupted from the shadows. As Ed Rothstaler, the disowned villain, appeared, his eyes glowing with an unearthly light as he moved with impossible speed. With a swift, precise strike, he countered the sorceress's attack. And she fell, defeated by Ed's mastery of the final swordsman form. The aftermath of the battle revealed a shocking truth. As the sorceress lay dead, her lifeless body a testament to the unexpected turn of events. The truth behind Lucy's actions is revealed, shocking everyone. It turns out she wasn't a villain after all, her motives were far more complex than initially understood. A close-up shows Lucy, her face marred by blood and wounds, a grim expression on her lips. The image emphasizes the brutal reality of her situation. Despite the revelation, a poignant reflection follows: a late understanding is far more painful than a simple misunderstanding. Lucy's silence is pondered. Was it her nature, or a calculated decision based on the futility of explanation? Ultimately, she chose to bear the burden of her secret until the very end. Ed, the protagonist, appears, his expression resolute. He reveals his intention to not interfere with Lucy's fate. A question arises, is Ed willing to sacrifice Lucy for the sake of the overall narrative? Ed and Lucy sit together, silhouetted against a breathtaking sunset. The scene is peaceful, yet heavy with unspoken emotions. Ed clarifies his position. He isn't heartless, he simply believes that letting events unfold naturally isn't necessarily a bad outcome. A voiceover narration explained that, much like how land firms after rain, Sylvanian Academy would overcome most trials on its own. However, a time would surely come when they would face a trial they could not overcome alone. A young woman with long white hair, dressed in a witch's robe, stood solemnly beside a dying old man lying on a bed. She held a large, ornate book. The dying man, addressing the young woman as Lucy, asked her to lend the academy her strength when the time came, even if it was just for this old man. Tears streamed down Lucy's face as she clutched the book. This was the story told to her by her dying master and only family, the Archmage. Only Lucy knew the weight of the burden she now carried. A scene shifted to show Lucy and a bloodied young man with blonde hair, dressed in a suit and a red cape, sitting together. It would be a long battle, with dangerous moments ahead, but it was a necessary trial for the scenario in Act 3. But that didn't mean he wasn't worried. The blonde young man revealed that he had recently discovered something. His face, though still bearing the marks of battle, held a determined expression. A young woman with long, white hair lay sleeping, her head resting on the shoulder of a cloaked figure. A soft light illuminated the scene as she murmured, "It seems I get lonely." The close-up showed a face contorted in a grimace, the skin marred by what appeared to be dried blood. The image focused on a sharp blade, its edge gleaming ominously. A voiceover stated, "If there's one thing I'd like to make sure I do." A man with brown hair sat on a stone wall, watching the sunset over the ocean. Beside him, the white-haired woman from earlier slept peacefully. The man continued his internal monologue, "It's to tell her in advance whenever I leave the hut for a while." A woman's voice cut through the air, "You're back earlier than expected." A cheerful young woman with short, brown hair presented a purple gift box, exclaiming, "Here, it's your present." Many mistake Annis for being from a noble family, but Clara is actually the one who hails from a prominent Viscount family. Clara, carrying a gift, arrives at her family's estate, exclaiming that it is the place her heart calls home, and remarking on how peaceful she feels. She then explains that she needs to visit her academy friends, as she hasn't seen them in a long time, and that she has brought plenty of snacks for them. Clara happily announces that she has finished all preparations for a tea party with Annis and Janica. She declares that she will go first, expressing her excitement at seeing them again after so long. Meanwhile, another girl excitedly shares that she has much to tell Annis and Janica, mentioning the taste of a blueberry pie she made. A purple cloth is shown being forcefully crumpled in someone's hands. A close-up shows a girl with dark hair, sweating profusely and looking distressed. The purple cloth is shown again, this time being held by the distressed girl. The sky was a brilliant, cloud-strewn blue, a stark contrast to the scene about to unfold below. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain, found himself in a tense situation. He was surrounded by three women, their faces obscured by shadows, and a fire crackled ominously between them. He wondered, bewildered, why no one was speaking. The flames danced around a table, obscuring the details of the scene. Ed's internal monologue questioned if a fight had taken place. Ed's thoughts were interrupted by a narration box explaining that Janica and Annis often bickered playfully. However, this atmosphere felt different, heavier than their usual light-hearted arguments. Ed's face was a mask of worry, his eyes wide, tears welling up. He was clearly frightened by the unusual tension. He pondered what he should say, his mind racing to find the right words to diffuse the situation. A young woman with pink hair, seemingly unfazed by the tension, smiled knowingly at Ed, prompting him to stammer a hesitant greeting. Another woman, Annis, was bound and gagged, her face hidden by a dark cloth. Ed's eyes widened in alarm. The pink-haired woman, addressing Ed, simply said, "You." The scene ended with a sense of impending doom. A young woman with long pink braids and crimson eyes stared wide-eyed, a look of disbelief and perhaps slight horror etched onto her features. Ed Rothtaler, an 18-year-old third-year student, is introduced. His profile reveals him to be a high-level spirit summoner, a title earned through a year of survival. His stats are also displayed, B in stamina and intellect, 15 in talent, 12 in willpower, and 11 in luck. His skills lie in combat, magic, life, and alchemy. Ed's latest creation, a wooden wind-blocking wall, is shown. It's made of wood blocks bound together with twine and filled with mud. The production was difficult, but Ed notes that such items no longer raise his stats or production proficiency. Ed is shown meticulously tying ropes, a thoughtful expression on his face. He questions whether he needs to find something else to continue growing stronger. He concludes that being thoroughly prepared for strong winds is definitely a good thing. A voice, relieved, comments on Ed's healthy appearance, addressing him as young Master Ed. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the Game Extras Academy, found himself unexpectedly transported into the very game he once scorned. Now expelled from the academy and living in the wilderness, he surveyed his meager surroundings with a sigh. He was determined to avoid the main characters and earn his scholarship. Two figures appeared before him, a maid, her expression serious, cradled a young girl, Lucy, who looked pale and distressed. The maid's question hung in the air, were they there to take Lucy away? The maid explained that the academy had implemented a new policy in response to the blizzard, students could only leave the dorms if absolutely necessary. She continued, explaining that Lucy posed the highest risk of escape, necessitating closer supervision. Lucy, whimpering, pleaded for help. As the maid revealed their plan to rotate surveillance staff throughout the week. Ed observed the scene from a distance, his expression unreadable. He was caught in a difficult situation, he needed to stay out of the limelight, but his very presence was already altering the game's events. He silently resolved to maintain a formal demeanor, hoping to avoid unwanted attention. A voice, seemingly from the shadows, questioned Ed's ability to survive the week-long blizzard in such harsh conditions. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from a prominent family, now found himself living in a makeshift hut in the woods. He surveyed his meager windbreak, a flimsy barrier against the coming storm. He mused that it probably wouldn't be enough to protect his supplies. He justified his preparations, internally acknowledging that this was merely a precaution to safeguard his hard-earned resources. Ed's concerns extended to the structural integrity of his humble dwelling. He feared the approaching snowstorm might damage his shelter. Inside his hut, various tools and traps lay scattered, evidence of his preparations for survival. The tools were stained with what appeared to be blood, hinting at recent hunting activities. Ed had already gathered his hunting equipment and traps, securing them within the safety of his hut. The scene shifted to the Spirit Library, a grand, dimly lit building filled with towering bookshelves. Papers and books were scattered across the desks, suggesting recent activity. Ed reassured someone off-panel that he had alternative accommodations, alleviating their concerns. Their worry stemmed from the novelty of experiencing a snowstorm from an administrative perspective. A woman with dark hair, dressed in a crimson gown, cradled a young girl with silver hair in her arms. The girl giggled, seemingly oblivious to the somber expression on the woman's face. A third figure, partially obscured, watched them from the edge of the panel, his expression unreadable. The woman sighed, her worry evident. "No," she murmured, "I have another worry about you." The girl, seemingly unconcerned, responded with a dismissive wave of her hand. "Actually, it's fine. This would probably be oversleeping," she said, but the woman's worry only deepened. "That only makes me more worried," she replied, her voice laced with concern. Tears welled in the woman's eyes as she whispered, "I wish you." The scene shifted abruptly. Ed Rothstaler, the disowned villain, sat before a roaring fire, a document in his hands. Two women stood behind him, their expressions unreadable. "The best of luck, young Master Ed," one of them said, their voice barely audible above the crackling flames. Another woman, her face partially obscured, simply uttered, "You." A young woman with pink hair and intense red eyes stared intensely at something off-panel. Her expression was a mixture of shock and disbelief. Her eyes widened further as she asked, "Got a hug from Ed?" Another young person, seemingly surprised, gasped, "A niece." A young woman with long pink braids and a stern expression stood before a man in a dark suit. Her crimson eyes held a hint of suspicion. Another woman, this one with shoulder-length brown hair, looked distressed, her eyes wide with worry. A rope was loosely tied around her neck. Ed, a young man with dark hair, chuckled nervously. He mused that there must have been a misunderstanding, the spirits had gotten it wrong again. The brown-haired woman confessed to having flirted with Ed, a statement confirmed by a man with spiky hair beside her. A man in a suit reacted with shock and anger to the news. He expressed his disappointment in Janica, stating that he didn't find Ed trustworthy. Janica explained that Ed looked like a playboy, prompting her to test him. She was trying to feel him out. The pink-haired girl reacted with disbelief to Janica's confession, questioning if she was serious. She reassured Janica that Ed wasn't her type anyway, adding that he looked like a thug, was arrogant, and always grumbled. Anis, a young woman with gray hair, glared with intense displeasure. Her mouth was open in a silent scream of frustration, her eyes wide with disbelief. "And he lives completely selfishly. Why would I want someone like that, huh?" Janica, a girl with pink hair styled in pigtails, tearfully interjected, her voice laced with concern. "Wait. You're being too mean, Anis. You don't even know Ed." The scene shifted to Ed, a young man with short brown hair, sitting at a table between Anis and Janica. A tense silence hung in the air as the three stared at each other. Janica and Anis seemed to be on the verge of tears. Ed looked uncomfortable and slightly apprehensive. The tension remained palpable as Janica spoke again, her voice trembling slightly. "I'm sorry for flirting with him without even talking to you." "Sorry, Janica." Anis slammed her fist on the table, her anger flaring. "Why are you doing things I never even asked you to do, Anis?" Her voice was sharp, edged with worry and frustration. Do you know how much I've been worried?" A new character, a blonde girl with pigtails, appeared, her face etched with sadness and betrayal. She spoke, her voice soft but filled with hurt. "I couldn't even sleep at night. You're one of my precious friends, but having to feel betrayal like this." Tears streamed down her face as she continued, her voice barely a whisper. "Am I even in a position to feel betrayed in the first place? Even though I'm actually nothing to Ed. Thinking that I was worrying without even knowing my place." The blonde girl's shoulder was gently touched by another unseen hand. A voice, calm and somewhat unsettling, spoke. "You're quite the special person to that man." One of the female leads, Anis, confronted another girl, her expression a mixture of concern and accusation. She stated that from what she'd observed, the other girl's relationship with Ed went far beyond a simple friendship, prompting the other girl to question, in disbelief, if she was truly special to Ed. A close-up on the girl's wide, surprised eyes emphasized her astonishment. Another of Ed's admirers, a girl with blonde pigtails, spoke, admitting that while she didn't believe in judging people so quickly, she appreciated the other girl's assessment of Ed's character, because it saved her the trouble of doing it herself. Tears welled in her eyes. Anis, touched by the other girl's honesty, thanked her for her frank assessment. A boy with reddish-brown hair, watching the scene unfold, breathed a sigh of relief, relieved that Anis hadn't fallen for Ed. Though he quickly added a hesitant yet to his statement, his expression uncertain. Anis, blushing slightly, leaned into the other girl's embrace. Three young women, their expressions a mix of playful concern and accusation, confronted Ed. One, with auburn hair, spoke, implying he had avoided them while they were apart. Ed, flustered, declared his need to leave, prompting a dismissive but good-natured farewell from the girls as he seemingly vanished in a burst of motion. Alone, Ed revealed his intentions to Anis, a mysterious figure whose face is mostly obscured, stating he had a plan. Anis, intrigued, questioned him. Elsewhere, Clara, a young woman with long purple hair partially obscured by a blindfold, reacted with a quiet, resolute denial. A thought bubble revealed Clara's plan to pursue a more daring approach. She decided to boldly ask Ed out. Clara, her face contorted in a fierce expression, confronted Ed aggressively. Ed, visibly uncomfortable, begged Clara not to look at him with those eyes. She retorted that she was merely staring. Janica, tears streaming down her face, confessed her remorse for having lied. She explained that physical separation leads to emotional distance, and once the break ends, her scholarship as a student assistant will also end. A worried expression crossed her face as she contemplated the fate of the Academy scholarship students, who would continue their roles as student assistants, much to the delight of at least one of them. Observing the scene, a woman with dark hair reflected on Clebius and Onyx's hard work and proficiency, deeming it wasteful to transfer them to another lab. She then praised Ed for his excellent work ethic, highlighting his value to the team. Continuing, she explained that as a student assistant, Ed would receive more scholarships and that working in this lab would be more beneficial than others. And since they had worked together throughout the break, it would be a comfortable arrangement. A young woman with purple hair expressed her desire to continue working alongside Ed. Ed Rothstahler's magic power details are displayed. He is a skilled magic student specializing in elemental magic, and he can now learn intermediate magic. His spirit connection, spirit understanding, and spirit manifestation skills are at levels 8, 8, and 4, respectively. His sensory sharing skill is at level 3. His spirit slots are shown, one is occupied by a mug, and the others are empty. The spirit slot occupied by the mug shows a high-level wind spirit named Marilda. Her connection level is 1, spirit formula efficiency is quite bad, and her unique skill is protection of the wind, which provides periodic damage neutralization. She also offers an updraft skill, mid-grade wind magic, and buffed wind magic abilities. The remaining spirit slots are empty. A narration box appears, urging Ed to make a contract with a mid-level spirit soon. Janica, a blonde girl in a school uniform, approaches Ed, who is sitting by a campfire. She comments that he seems to be back to normal. A thought bubble reveals Janica is remembering Ed's previous visit to the camp. The scene shifts to show Ed and Janica together, with Janica resting her head on Ed's shoulder, suggesting a close relationship. Ed Rothstahler, a disgraced villain from the game, found himself reliving a past memory. A wave of confusion washed over him as he struggled to recall the details. The scene unfolding before him was a vivid flashback, a conversation with Janica, a character he barely remembered. Her expression was one of surprised concern, her words unspoken but clearly conveying her worry for him. Ed's thoughts drifted to Janica, a unique presence in his life within the game's narrative. He felt a sense of ease and comfort around her, a stark contrast to his usual tense demeanor. A fact that struck him as odd, given her absence from later game scenarios. He reflected on their unusual friendship, a bond forged in the game's world, and his contract with Marilda, a detail that felt increasingly strange and out of place. Janica, ever perceptive, noticed Ed's unease. She explained that his recent encounter with a high-level spirit was premature, a dangerous undertaking for his current capabilities, revealing that she had used a clever trick to help him. The object of her trick was revealed, Blast's Golden Phoenix Ring, a legendary magic engineering tool. Its power and significance were clearly indicated. A conversation that hinted at a deeper connection and a shared future. A young woman with long, light blonde hair and a dark-colored uniform explained to a young man with blonde hair and a brown jacket that he couldn't use magic for a while, making it difficult to contract with a mid-level spirit. He clenched his fist, his magic to return when the break ended and the semester began. Despite the setback, the young woman with pink hair and pigtails offered her congratulations to Ed. She explained that among spirit sorcerers, the day they make a contract with their first high-level spirit is often called their second birthday. The conversation shifted to Ed's plans to stay in the spirit library throughout the snowstorm. She commented on his hard work, noting that he was the top student of the year, and that he would likely receive attention once the snowstorm ended. The young woman with pink hair and pigtails, Janica, laughed nervously, acknowledging that as the top student, she would probably get some attention. She explained that many people had been asking about her, but she was maintaining neutrality for now. A narration box revealed that in the original scenario, Janica didn't receive the spotlight just for being the top student of the year. A young woman with blonde hair styled in braids, wearing a school uniform, explained that she respected all the other candidates. This was due to her personality. The scene shifted to a man with blonde hair, wearing a brown jacket, sitting by a fire. He was casually cleaning a bloody, bladed weapon. Someone asked if his sister was also running in the elections. He confirmed that his sister was running and that she was quite ambitious. The young woman from before then hesitantly asked if he was close to his sister. He responded that he couldn't confidently say that, since he'd been excommunicated. But that they were blood-related. The next panel showed the blonde-haired man sitting outside a log cabin, looking dejected, while his sister brought him a meal. She pointed out that whether they liked it or not, there was a high chance they would see each other for the rest of their lives. The man, sitting by a fire, reflected that he wanted to maintain a good relationship with his sister, even if not dearly, he cared for her quite a lot. The young woman, also by the fire, stammered that she saw he cared for his sister quite a lot. And that it was just a fight between siblings. The final panel showed the siblings holding hands. Janica, a young woman with long pink braids and a distressed expression, anxiously questioned Ed. Tears welled in her eyes as she asked him what Tanya liked. Another girl, her face unseen, pressed Ed for information, asking if he had something Tanya might like as a gift, or perhaps a food she enjoyed. The implication of wrongdoing hung heavy in the air. And Ed, a young man with blonde hair, vehemently denied any involvement, insisting he had done nothing to Tanya. His expression was one of strained innocence, his eyes wide and slightly pleading. The narration box revealed a blunt assessment: Janica was a terrible liar. She began to cry again, her face a picture of guilt. Janica's guilt was palpable, she confessed within seconds of being questioned. It only took 3 seconds for the weight of her deception to become unbearable. And the narration box emphasized that her transgression wasn't even that serious to begin with. Ed, a small smile playing on his lips, seemed relieved by Janica's confession. A narration box informed the reader that a storm was approaching, and leaving the premises would be restricted except for emergencies. The imposing silhouette of the Extras Academy loomed against the twilight sky, its clock tower a stark sentinel against the gathering snow. A sign outside instructed any with outside business to ask a maid. Inside, a gloved hand delicately held a small, ornate golden trinket, a key perhaps? The memory of a recent event, a terrifying encounter with a third-year student, still haunted him. The image was seared into his mind. The recollection manifested as a spectral, snarling wolf, its ethereal form swirling with green energy, a vivid representation of the fear he felt. But more than terror, a profound unease settled over him, a sense of discomfort that ran deeper than simple fear. 2 young women, their faces streaked with tears, looked on in horror. Their distress was palpable. The intensity of their grief was so overwhelming that he initially doubted his own perception. He questioned if he had somehow misremembered the events. A man with silvery hair, his face bearing the marks of a recent struggle, appeared, his hand resting on a similar golden ring. He offered a warning, though his tone was oddly familiar. He cautioned the young man to be careful not to lose his belongings, using a casual, almost playful tone, before reverting to a more formal address. This left the young man wondering if his secret was known. A young woman with long, pale blue hair sat alone on a plush couch, her posture slumped and shoulders hunched. A cold sweat beaded on her brow as her breath hitched in her throat. A golden medallion lay on a nearby table, catching the dim light filtering through the snow-covered window. She reflected on her arduous efforts to maintain a normal academy life, a life dependent on the tireless work of the priests and the stand-in at the holy city. The scene shifted to a younger version of the woman, her face alight with a bright smile as an elderly man placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. The girl clutched the same golden medallion, her expression radiating happiness and trust. The weight of her secret pressed down on her. If her true identity were ever discovered, her carefully constructed academy life would crumble. 2 young men, one with purple hair and the other with fiery red, stood in a grand hall, their conversation laced with mockery and disdain. The purple-haired man scoffed, his words dripping with sarcasm. He taunted his companion about his failure to reach the altar, a clear reference to a past event. The red-haired man retorted, his voice thick with frustration, revealing that their target was no ordinary human. The scene shifted again, showing the younger woman from earlier, now listening intently as another person spoke. The conversation centered on a mysterious figure, known for his eccentric lifestyle and unusual abilities. The speaker revealed that this individual had built a hut in the northern forest and had been living there in seclusion. The implication was clear: this was the location of their target. The young woman's internal monologue revealed her predicament. Once the snowstorm hit, she would be confined to Ophilus Hall for at least a week, severely limiting her options. A gloved hand, adorned with a dark suit, delicately manipulated a small, ornate golden device. The intricate mechanism clicked softly as it was adjusted. A silent, urgent task unfolding in the dim light. The words, "and once the snowstorm ends, spring will come, and the new semester will begin. By then, I might lose the chance to seal his lips or do anything else," echoed in the unseen speaker's mind. A young woman with long, flowing blue hair stood amidst a swirling vortex of snow, her arms outstretched. A powerful, icy energy emanated from her. A frigid wind whipping around her as she surveyed her surroundings. The scene shifted, revealing only her legs and feet, still surrounded by the blizzard. Fear etched itself onto her face. I'm scared. I'm so scared, she whispered, her breath misting in the frigid air. A shudder ran through her. The narration box declared, of Ed Rothtaler, the darkness, and the bitter cold. Living while only seeing pure white walls and ceilings causes your vision to deteriorate. A sudden, violent impact shattered the quiet. Something exploded, sending a shockwave through the air. A young woman with long, silver hair, clad in a dark school uniform, ran through a snow-swept city street, her legs pumping powerfully as she navigated the blizzard. A blur of motion against the swirling snow. The wind howled around her, but she pressed on, her determination unwavering. Meanwhile, in a separate location, a hand, adorned with a gold ring, pulsed with a bright, golden energy. A surge of power emanating from the ring, arcing outwards in brilliant streaks of light. From the heart of the explosion, a shadowy figure emerged, its form barely visible within the radiant light. A silhouette of a young woman, her eyes glowing with an inner fire. I can't lose the freedom I worked so hard to obtain, she vowed silently. To confirm her suspicions, she knew she needed to meet a specific person. To properly confirm it, she thought, her resolve hardening. I need to meet that man, she declared, her determination fueling her next action. Her destination clear in her mind. Ed Rothtaler, a disgraced villain from the game The Extras Academy Survival Guide, found himself running through a snowstorm, his silhouette stark against the swirling flakes. He was desperate to avoid the main characters and earn his scholarship, but the path to graduation was proving far more treacherous than he anticipated. Ed Rothtaler, a third-rate villain in a game, found himself in a dark, unfamiliar place. His eyes, long accustomed to the shadows, took in the surroundings. His vision cleared, revealing a face marred by blood and bruises. The darkness was all he had ever known. His most vivid memory was of his brother, who had remained loyal despite the family's rejection of Ed. A cough racked his body. A flashback showed a younger Ed, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light, confronting his brother. He held a bloody sword. The scene continued, showing the moment Ed plunged the sword into his brother's chest. The memory of that moment, the final words exchanged, felt like a curse. Elsewhere, a young woman with blonde hair and glasses, carrying a stack of papers, looked concerned. Ed Rothtaler, a disgraced former villain, now found himself living in the woods, far from the academy. His eyes widened in apprehension, a silent no escaping his lips as he contemplated his precarious situation. He lay on the ground, his body weary, as he nervously considered the offer of a student assistant position. The weight of his past mistakes pressed heavily upon him. He felt the sting of his past failures, remembering how he had been a burden before. The memory lingered, a shadow of self-doubt. Inside a grand building, a conversation unfolded. A blonde woman with glasses, her expression thoughtful, spoke to a dark-haired man in a formal uniform. She commented on the quality of the treatment he was receiving, noting her approval, but hinting at underlying concerns. She voiced her suspicions, wondering if he was dissatisfied or if someone was trying to scout him. Ed, his face a mask of uncertainty, mumbled a hesitant agreement. His internal conflict was palpable. The blonde woman, undeterred, simply urged him to accept the position. Ed's apprehension was evident as he considered the implications of her words. His internal struggle continued. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple as he grappled with the decision. Ed Rothtaler, a third-rate villain in a game, found himself in an unfamiliar situation. He muttered, "All right." A view from a window showed a snowy landscape, a lone tree standing atop a hill overlooking a distant town. The scene shifted to Ed, who was born with a weak body, now alone in the snowy wilderness. A gust of wind howled around him. He reflected, "It feels like I've really trained my body to the very limits of what it can handle." During a break in his training, Ed reviewed his skill progress. His advanced crafting skill slots displayed impressive proficiency in spirit formula infusion and magic engineering. Ed noted that magic engineering and spirit formula infusion were now good enough to be called his specialties. He planned to utilize these skills even better with more training. Therefore, Ed decided to spend the remaining week working on these two skills in the library. He was seen rappelling down into a dimly lit library. Ed Rothtaler, a disgraced villain from the game Extras Academy, found himself unexpectedly inhabiting his own character. Expelled from the academy and now living in the woods, he silently navigated the halls of his former dormitory, his footsteps echoing softly. He had paid Jix, a magic-wielding acquaintance, to clean up the mess he'd created. Ed hoped the payment would be enough to cover the damage. But he hadn't anticipated Jix's thoroughness. The books, too, had been meticulously organized. Ed examined the newly arranged bookshelves, a frown furrowing his brow. He recalled instructing Jix to keep the matter secret. It seemed Jix had enlisted Elka's help, likely viewing the task as a training exercise. The sight of Elka and Jix, diligently cleaning and organizing, confirmed his suspicions. Ed knew he would have to repay them for their unexpected assistance later. With a sigh, Ed began to focus on his studies. He picked up a book, his gaze settling on the complex formulas within. He knew he had to prioritize. The sheer volume of information was daunting, but he reminded himself of his goal, to obtain a scholarship and graduate. Among his possessions, Ed discovered Glock's Eye, a legendary magic engineering item. This artifact temporarily amplified his sensitivity to magic, though it came with limitations. A detailed description of Delheim's hourglass is presented, a legendary magic engineering item that can revert all physical states by a few seconds, removing all damage and wounds. It's a one-time use item. Ed's goal is to create at least one legendary magic engineering item. Ed, a young man with blonde hair, plans to craft items such as a weak wind emitter, echo noise generator, crystal ball, blue magic sphere, Kragel's magic ink, and light transmitting sphere repeatedly to raise his magic engineering skill. He carries a stack of books, suggesting research and preparation. Ed is shown at a table, surrounded by various tools and materials for magic engineering, including scrolls, books, and inkwells. He carefully examines his materials. He intends to create other rare items once he's familiar with the process. Ed has already gathered the necessary ingredients and is about to begin crafting, focusing on using the tools effectively. Ed begins the crafting process, his hands moving with practiced precision. He utters a questioning "huh," indicating his surprise and uncertainty. Ed examines his bag, seemingly searching for something to resolve the issue he encountered during crafting. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the Game Extras Academy, found himself alone in the snowy woods. He realized he'd left his tools back at his makeshift hut. He struggled through the deep snow, his breath clouding in the frigid air. Each labored breath a testament to the exertion. He decided to return to the hut. Ed resolved to use his time wisely, his mind already planning his next steps. It was time to get back to work. His prolonged isolation in the stark white of his hut was beginning to affect him, his vision felt strained. He longed for the vibrant colors of the natural world. Suddenly, a girl in a school uniform appeared, running through the snow. She seemed to be in a hurry, her face partially obscured by her scarf. Ed Rothstaler, disowned and expelled, found himself alone in the vast, white expanse of the northern forest. His destination, however, was proving elusive. He consulted his map. Ah, yes, the river. Following its downstream course should lead him to his destination. And a thrill coursed through him. This felt like a real adventure. Suddenly, a young woman with short brown hair, wearing a dark coat and pink scarf, appeared, her face alight with excitement. She seemed to have emerged from the snow itself. The young woman, seemingly oblivious to the biting wind, hurried towards a small, dilapidated hut in the distance. Despite the danger, a protective magic shielded her from harm. Yet, a flicker of fear remained in her eyes whenever Ed was near. Ed, meanwhile, stood in the shadows, a grim expression on his face. He wielded a glowing, ethereal blade, a testament to his hidden power. The narration revealed a startling possibility. Ed, as the heir to the Rothstaler household, might have received a sacred baptism from the Telos order. A young woman with striking crimson eyes peered through a snow-covered window, her hand pressed against the cold glass. A sense of urgency, perhaps even desperation, hung in the air. A stark white panel displayed a solemn declaration: one shall not harm his brothers. In the first place, someone who was faithful enough to have been baptized would never think of harming the saintess. The woman's eyes widened, her gaze intense and filled with a chilling determination. The words from the previous panel seemed to echo in her mind, fueling her resolve. A simple, yet significant statement appeared: yes, it's time to check. Inside a dimly lit room, a figure struggled with a container, muttering to themselves, I'm sure things will work out somehow, why won't it open? A sudden burst of energy erupted from the container, sending the figure sprawling backward. As a dark, shadowy figure emerged from the depths, its form indistinct but menacing. A violent struggle ensued, culminating in a bloody mess as the shadowy figure was seemingly defeated. A single word escaped her lips: ha! Ed Rothstaler awoke with a start. His eyes, wide and bloodshot, darted around the dimly lit space. A single bead of sweat trickled down his temple as he struggled to catch his breath. He was face to face with a monstrous figure, its features obscured by shadow, but its menacing presence undeniable. A young woman, her face pale with terror, watched from a distance. The monstrous figure lunged, its attack swift and brutal. Leaving Ed gasping in pain, his vision blurring as blood splattered across the room. Blood coated the floor, a grim testament to the violence that had just transpired. A spilled bucket added to the macabre scene. As Ed's mind raced, trying to make sense of the chaos, panic seized him. He gasped for air, his chest heaving as he struggled to comprehend his surroundings. Is this hell? He wondered. He tried to stand, but his body trembled with exhaustion and fear. A sudden sound jolting him. Footsteps. A young woman with short brown hair and a red sweater stared at a bloody bear trap on the floor, her eyes wide with shock. A sudden gust of wind swept through the room, revealing a cloaked figure standing in the doorway, their eyes glowing ominously in the dim light. The cloaked figure moved with unnatural speed, their dark clothing blending with the shadows as they lunged towards the young woman. With a swift, brutal movement, the cloaked figure grabbed the young woman, dragging her away into the darkness. The young woman struggled, but the figure's grip was too strong, leaving only a trail of blood and a chilling silence in their wake. A young woman, her face partially obscured by her hands, sat huddled in what appeared to be a coffin, tears streaming down her cheeks. The scene was dark and ominous, the only light highlighting the desperation in her posture. A sudden, violent movement shattered the stillness. A large, serrated blade, dripping with blood, slashed across the panel, suggesting a brutal attack. The camera shifted to reveal a cloaked figure, their gloved hands gripping a weapon. The figure seemed to be crouched over something on the ground, the dark setting obscuring details. The figure's face remained hidden, but their eyes, visible through a gap in their hood, gleamed with a sinister intensity. They held a large, wicked-looking blade, ready to strike. A swift, brutal attack was depicted, the red hues dominating the panel, suggesting a violent struggle. The young woman from the coffin reappeared, her face now bloodied and tear-streaked. A single, audible hiccup escaped her lips, a sound of both pain and terror. She stumbled, her movements clumsy and weak, as she tried to escape. Her escape was hampered by her injuries, her movements slow and labored. She was clearly in distress. The scene ended with her fleeing, leaving a trail of blood behind her. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced former villain, now found himself living in the woods, far from the academy and the protagonists he desperately wanted to avoid. He was determined to earn his scholarship and graduate, but his quiet existence was about to be shattered. As a shadowy figure emerged from the darkness, a large blade gleaming ominously in their hand. Their eyes, glowing with an eerie light, fixed on Ed. "Who are you?" the figure demanded. Ed's eyes widened in alarm, a surge of fear coursed through him. He was completely unprepared for this encounter. As he recognized the attacker. "Kylie, he whispered, his voice barely audible above the pounding of his heart. Kylie, one of the game's heroines, looked at Ed with a mixture of confusion and suspicion. What are you doing here? And why are you shaking?" she asked, her voice laced with concern. A powerful magical blast that sent Ed reeling backward. A narration box appeared, explaining the technique: holy magic, divine explosion. Nullifies most of the opponent's magic and inflicts physical damage. The force of the explosion sent Ed flying through the air. Crashing to the ground, dazed and disoriented. A violent energy surge rocked the small wooden cabin, sending books flying and shattering the fragile piece of Ed's secluded life. The air crackled with arcane energy as the books, imbued with magical power, tumbled through the air. A shadowy figure emerged from the chaos, its form obscured by swirling dust and smoke. The figure collapsed, revealing Ed Rothstaler, his clothes torn and stained with blood. A look of utter shock and horror froze his features as he stammered, I didn't mean to. Ed's horrified gaze fell upon his hands, still stained crimson. He whispered, "I didn't mean to. The weight of his actions crashed down on him, the realization dawning with terrifying clarity: he had killed someone. The horrifying truth hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. Ed, overcome with guilt and despair, cried out, "Killed a person." He slumped to the ground, his body racked with grief and self-reproach. His voice choked with tears as he confessed, I, who was supposed to live a life of purity." A young woman with short, auburn hair knelt, her face streaked with tears and what appeared to be dried blood. Her eyes glowed with an unnatural crimson light as she clasped her hands together in prayer, a silent plea rising from her. Her anguished confession echoed in the silence: "I have been stained with sin. I must burn in the depths of hell to atone for." The interruption came abruptly, a single word cutting through her despair: "Hey!" A figure emerged from the shadows, their face obscured, but their gloved hands stained crimson. They roughly grasped the woman's shoulders, their action laced with a mixture of anger and disbelief. The figure's voice, raw with fury, boomed, "Are you kidding me?" A violent struggle ensued. The woman's desperate cry, "Heek," was cut short as the figure's grip tightened. A ghostly, ethereal form emerged from the woman, a silent scream echoing in its spectral form. Elsewhere, a man with short, graying hair and a bloody face stood over a fallen woman in a red scarf. He appeared to have just struck her, his expression grim. The man's face was partially obscured by shadow, but the lingering violence was palpable. A shadowy figure, cloaked in darkness, their face obscured by shadow, stood amidst a scene of chaos. Crimson stains marred their dark clothing. A desperate cry for help pierced the air: "Chief Maid." The scene shifted to a tall clock tower, silhouetted against a stormy night sky. Inside, a figure received a report. "I heard the report. Please figure out what to do." A discussion ensued regarding the best course of action. One suggested notifying everyone and beginning the search immediately. The chief maid, Belle, and another maid stood in a grand hallway, their conversation concluded with a quiet agreement. The narration box revealed a key piece of information: Awfulous Hall's chief maid Belle. She is aware of Kylie's real identity. Belle, with her striking dark hair and intense golden eyes, stared directly at the reader. A weight of responsibility evident in her expression. The order had decided that the person in charge needed to know the truth. Another maid commented on Belle's composure, noting how calm she remained despite the situation. Belle, however, had decided to handle things discreetly, choosing to keep the secret to herself for now. A young woman with dark hair, wearing a fur-trimmed coat and hat, stood defiantly in the snow. Her expression was resolute, her gaze fixed on some unseen point in the distance. "I will find Miss Kylie on my own," she declared, her voice firm despite the biting cold. She turned to address a younger maid, her demeanor softening slightly. "Please take care of the rest of the students," she instructed, "especially Miss Lucy." The maid, startled, responded immediately. "Yes, ma'am." Another maid rushed in, her face pale with alarm. Chief maid. According to a witness, Miss Kylie went to the northern forest. The first maid gasped, her eyes widening in fear. The northern forest. A dramatic shift in tone and style. Two young women with bright, excited expressions were shown in smaller panels flanking a larger image of a man in a military-style coat and cape. The narration box stated, "That's that man's territory." The narration continued, "The man who's strangely blessed with women." A scene of a snowstorm outside a small, rustic cabin. The snowstorm. A woman and man left alone together, having to depend on each other while waiting to be rescued in the harsh conditions. Just two people on their own. The young woman from the first panel is shown again, her face etched with worry and distress as she watches a scene of a man and woman embracing warmly through a window. Her eyes are wide with a mix of fear and longing. A young woman with dark hair, her face flushed and eyes wide with alarm, gasped. "Chief maid," she exclaimed, the words barely audible above the howling wind. She stumbled through the snow, her foot breaking through the thin ice, leaving her momentarily trapped in the frigid water. Gasping for breath, she muttered, "We must find them as quickly as possible." Under the pale moonlight, a figure emerged from the shadows of the northern forest. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from a popular game, now found himself living as this character, his back to the viewer, his shoulders slumped with weariness. Rumors of a suspicious man in the area had already begun to circulate. He carried the bloodied corpses of beasts, his expression utterly devoid of emotion. The weight of his actions, both past and present, seemed to press down on him. These unsettling rumors, however, were already spreading amongst the students of the academy. Meanwhile, a young woman with dark hair, clad in a warm red cloak, moved swiftly through a snow-covered landscape. A small ball of fire erupted from her hand, illuminating her determined face. Belle, one of the game's heroines, knew the truth behind the rumors. Her fiery magic crackled with power as she pursued her target. Following a trail of footprints in the snow, she approached her destination. She had found him. Here. Despite his standoffish appearance, Ed Rothstaler proved surprisingly easy to talk to and considerate. The image shows Ed, flanked by two smiling girls, one with blonde hair and the other with silver hair. A third girl, with brown hair, looks on with a more subdued expression. Despite the constant attention from numerous women, Ed faithfully carries out his duties. He is deemed trustworthy, but the increasingly complicated relationships surrounding him cause him considerable stress. A young woman, her face hidden, worries about the potential complications arising from Ed's interactions with others. She speculates that Ed is unaware of one particular woman's true identity. The scene shifts to Ed's humble dwelling. A young woman with reddish-brown hair struggles, carrying a chair. She stumbles, dropping the chair with a loud thud, and nervously asks for an explanation. Ed, a disowned villain from the game, thanked his companion for the explanation, but expressed concern about the approaching snowstorm and the need to return Miss Kylie to the Oculus Hall soon. He worried that the impending snowstorm would be too intense for them to traverse safely. His companion agreed, adding that leaving Oculus Hall unattended for so long was unwise, given Ed's current position. Meanwhile, Kylie, looking distressed, was being carried by another person. Ed acknowledged the truth in his companion's words. The reason for the Saintess's arrival was revealed to be connected to Ed's situation. Despite her best efforts, the Saintess's actions seemed unnatural, hinting at a deeper mystery. Kylie's true identity, meant to be revealed later in the game's timeline, was prematurely exposed. Ed was troubled by this unexpected revelation, noting that Kylie's doubt towards him was also a deviation from the original storyline. Ed apologized for his rude behavior and asked the Saintess to put down the chair she was carrying. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game, lay injured on the floor of a rustic cabin. Two young women, one in a red coat and the other in a dark cloak, attended to him, their expressions a mix of concern and amusement. One of them carefully placed a chair down, a sigh of relief escaping her lips. Suddenly, a third woman, her face partially obscured by a hat, entered the scene. Her internal monologue echoed her disbelief. "Saintess?" The two women attending Ed reacted with boisterous laughter, their surprise evident in their expressions and actions as they playfully tossed the chair back and forth. Ed, his face etched with confusion, looked up at them. He silently questioned their knowledge. "You already knew." One of the women, revealing herself to be a baptized follower of the Telos Order, explained that recognizing Ed was only possible once a certain spell was undone. The woman in red, still holding the chair, playfully urged Ed to put it down. Ed, though clearly annoyed, complied, muttering his agreement. Ed's inner resolve hardened. He silently reaffirmed his commitment. "I have not changed and will not change my plans. I refuse to get involved with any of the main characters of the scenario." But as the scene concluded, a powerful magical energy erupted from one of the women, suggesting that his avoidance strategy might be more difficult than he anticipated. A narration box ominously foreshadows an unexpected action from Saintess Clarice. Ed, the disowned villain protagonist, sits in his rustic cabin, nursing his wounds. A young woman with short brown hair, dressed in a school uniform, kneels before him, her expression a mixture of concern and apprehension. Ed explains that he's revealed his identity to alleviate her anxiety. The young woman, her face partially obscured, confesses that she has grown weary of her restrictive life. Ed responds with an empathetic "I understand." The young woman's face is fully visible now, a slight smile playing on her lips, her eyes wide with a mix of relief and something else, perhaps excitement. However, a shift in tone. The young woman holds a large, imposing weapon, her expression turning serious. The panel focuses on the young woman's legs and Ed's, emphasizing the contrast between her formal attire and his worn clothing and bandages. The young woman asks Ed to consider her life, seeing him living freely in the forest. Her eyes are intense, reflecting a deep curiosity. She then challenges him to guess the nature of her life, implying it's far from idyllic. Ed, seen from below, looks up at the young woman, his expression unreadable. A spilled bucket and bloodstains on the floor hint at a recent struggle. The narration box reflects on Ed's current state, contrasting his self-imposed isolation with the inherent duality of freedom. It observes that while he seeks to survive unnoticed, his actions have a far-reaching impact. The panel focuses on Adele, a romantic character who embraces the beauty of freedom. Her expression is serene and joyful, highlighting her positive outlook. Ed, his face partially obscured by shadow, apologizes for his actions towards the saintess. His expression is one of remorse and regret. The narration box establishes Ed's actions as representing the dark side of freedom, contrasting with Adele's perspective. Ed explains that he overstepped his boundaries because he believed no one would dare to inform the saintess of his actions. A shadowy figure is visible in the background. He continues his explanation. A young woman with reddish-brown hair is seen kneeling near a chair in the foreground, seemingly distressed. Ed, his face showing weariness and pain, tells someone to leave. The panel shows Ed's injured torso, bandaged and bruised, emphasizing his physical state. Ed apologizes for making someone walk a long distance to see him, calling her Belle. Two young women hurried through a blizzard, a small, flickering flame dancing between them. The wind whipped around them, stinging their faces with snow. One of them, her face partially obscured by a dark hat, reassured her companion. She was simply carrying out her duties, nothing to worry about. The other girl, with vibrant red hair partially visible beneath her hood, looked on with a pensive expression, her gaze fixed on something beyond the immediate scene. But inside that hut, Ed Rothstaler, a disowned villain, stood amidst the harsh reality of his new life. The air hung heavy with the lingering scent of blood, a stark reminder of his circumstances. The hut, despite its meager appearance, still reeked of blood and the harshness of reality. He never imagined he would be living this kind of life. A wave of melancholy washed over him as he reflected on his current situation. His dreams of freedom felt distant and unattainable. A fleeting image of a woman, nude and ethereal, appeared in his mind, a symbol of the life he had lost. It was a sad thing, he mused, for someone to destroy their own idea of freedom. It's a sad thing for someone to destroy your idea of freedom. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from a prominent family, found himself exiled from the academy and living in the unforgiving wilderness. He trudged through the snow, his footsteps leaving prints in the pristine white landscape. Convinced that seeking freedom was the right course of action. A young woman with vibrant red hair and piercing red eyes stood amidst the falling snow. A blush colored her cheeks, hinting at a hidden emotion. She reflected on her recent encounter with Ed, a warmth spreading through her as she realized she had found someone worthy of her respect. A sudden, unexpected appearance of another woman, clad in dark clothing, interrupted her reverie. The two women stood face to face, a silent tension filling the air. The woman in red, her eyes narrowed, questioned her companion with a sharp, almost accusatory, "Did she?" The other woman, her face partially obscured, responded with uncertainty, muttering, "No? No way, right? Or, I can't tell." Unable to decipher her companion's true thoughts, she could only feel a growing sense of worry. A page displaying a quote about spring's arrival, accompanied by a delicate illustration of a blossoming branch. Ed Rothstaler, a disowned villain now living in the woods, finds himself at the Laplace bakery. He declines tea, noting the difficulty in securing a seat without a reservation. Inside the bakery, Ed explains he's there on business. A woman with vibrant red hair, seated across from him, inquires if that's all right. Ed and the red-haired woman converse. He estimates the inventory inspection will take some time. The bakery chef, a stout man with a prominent mustache, approaches their table, politely inviting them to make themselves comfortable and offering assistance if needed. The red-haired woman accepts tea with a grateful "Yes, thank you." The chef observes Ed and the red-haired woman, commenting that he thinks Ed is the only one having fun, as he's never had tea before. The red-haired woman responds that his comment was rather harsh. Ed, the disowned villain protagonist, sat across from a woman with fiery red hair, sipping tea. She argued that while he might be right about something, he shouldn't harass people. Meanwhile, a short, stout baker, his face a picture of smug satisfaction, surveyed his mountainous stacks of goods. He chuckled, "It's all mine." He explained that a distribution error during a snowstorm had left him with a surplus. The Laplace bakery had placed a large order before the storm, only to cancel it before delivery. A deceptive order, the red-haired woman mused. The red-haired woman continued, explaining that while she understood the value of food, she couldn't condone the bakery's attempt to monopolize goods that could have gone to other businesses. She emphasized the importance of morals and ethics. The baker, flustered, pleaded with the red-haired woman to change her colleagues' minds. The red-haired woman, however, remained firm, stating that while she knew he was wrong, she would allow him to order a limited number of items. A satisfied smile spread across her face as she agreed to his request. A young man with brown hair, presumably Ed Rothstaler, stood before a red-haired woman in a sharp business suit. A chef-like figure stood nearby, seemingly attending to them. The woman extended an invitation. She had a lesson in the afternoon and asked if he wanted to walk with her to class. Ed, seemingly lost in thought, sat at a small table, observing a cup of tea. A single word escaped his lips: how cold. He reflected on the current financial difficulties. A recent snowstorm had cut off the main distribution base, resulting in tight funds. This meant they needed to be resourceful. Ed's observation prompted a response from the red-haired woman, who noted that even those in seemingly privileged positions sometimes faced financial struggles. The red-haired woman, seemingly unfazed, confidently asserted her expertise in managing money, assuring Ed that things would be all right as long as funds weren't wasted. She explained that managing large sums of money was a necessity for running her trading company. Her gaze sharpened, a subtle shift in her demeanor. Then, she abruptly asked Ed about the whereabouts of his textbook. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced former villain from a prominent family, now finds himself expelled and living in the woods. He walks towards the academy, a determined glint in his eyes, his mind focused on securing a scholarship to ensure his future. He silently reflects on his immediate needs. He needs to borrow a textbook from the library, acknowledging the need to run to get there on time, but rationalizing it as beneficial exercise. A female student with vibrant red hair approaches, offering a seemingly helpful suggestion: why not simply buy the book instead of borrowing it? Ed explains that while the cost may seem insignificant to her, the price is substantial for a student living on a tight budget. He points out the high cost of textbooks at the academy. The red-haired student's face falls as she checks her purse, realizing the financial implications of her suggestion. She hesitantly asks about the total cost of the books. Ed politely declines her offer to pay, despite her generosity. The red-haired student shifts the conversation, mentioning the upcoming student council elections. She casually inquires if Ed plans to run for a position, expressing relief when he declines. Ed explains his priorities lie elsewhere, his trading company takes precedence. He subtly hints that someone like her would be a better fit for the student council presidency. A young woman with vibrant red hair, carrying a book, walked alongside a young man in a red jacket. He offered her his support, a gesture of assistance. The young man, his expression one of disappointment, lamented the rejection of his offer. He then questioned the woman about her sister. The name Tanya hung in the air between them, a shared understanding passing silently. The red-haired woman, her face etched with displeasure, explained her reluctance to align herself with Princess Phenia. She then mentioned Tanya, but refused to elaborate further. The other young woman, with long, light brown hair, understood the difficulty of Tanya's situation, even with the support of top students. Despite Tanya's family name, the gap in influence was too vast to bridge easily. The young man in the red jacket agreed with this assessment, lost in thought. Tanya Rothtaler was presented as the lesser of two evils. A scene shifted to Tanya, desperately trying to secure even a single vote, highlighting her pitiful efforts. Tanya, a young woman with long, wavy blue hair, stood before a crowd of students, her expression one of quiet determination. She had just participated in a school election, but despite her efforts, she was unable to secure enough votes to win. The results were devastating. Tanya lost by a significant margin. Later, a young man with blonde hair approached a red-haired girl. He asked her if she supported the princess in the recent election. The girl, seemingly hesitant, admitted that she supported Tanya more. She expressed relief at his answer, a soft "I'm glad" escaping her lips. The red-haired girl explained that most people admired Princess Phenia, causing her to worry that he might also support the princess. She then confessed her feelings, stating, "You know that I like you, right?" The young man, taken aback, admitted to feeling a pang of jealousy. Her confession visibly flustered her, a blush rising on her cheeks. He leaned in, a thoughtful expression on his face. He wondered if his actions had worked. A young woman with vibrant red hair leaned against Ed, her expression one of quiet contentment. A blush colored her cheeks as she looked up at him. He seemed somewhat uncomfortable, his gaze averted. She softly asked if he should check her heartbeat. The scene shifted slightly, showing the pair from a different angle. The young woman's blush deepened, her eyes sparkling with a mixture of affection and playful mischief. Ed, still looking slightly uncomfortable, gently placed a hand on her head. She commented on his coldness, questioning if she had done something wrong. Ed's internal monologue revealed his thoughts. He didn't plan on dating anyone until after graduation. His statement caused the young woman's eyes to widen in surprise. She questioned his plans after graduation. She pressed him further, inquiring about his plans after graduation. The scene shifted again, showing the pair walking together. The young woman's expression was one of hopeful anticipation. She considered his previous statement valuable information, noting that graduation wasn't too far off. She playfully teased him, suggesting that his rejection of her was conditional upon his ability to withstand her advances. A young woman, her dark hair pulled back, clutched a thick book to her chest. She stood beside a figure whose crimson cloak partially obscured their face, suggesting a scene of quiet contemplation or perhaps a clandestine meeting. A stark reminder of the challenge ahead. The text below the image declared, "The final boss that we will have to encounter at the end of this story is not an easy goal at all. The image shifted to reveal a terrifying sight, a colossal, fiery dragon, its eyes burning with malevolent intensity. The caption read, "The main character must defeat that final boss." Ed Rothstaler, the protagonist, stood amidst a scene of fiery devastation, his back to the viewer. He held a glowing sword, its energy crackling with power. He seemed resolute, facing the aftermath of a great battle. A testament to his strength and determination. The text above him read, "In order for the world to regain peace." The scene changed to a peaceful campus, Ed walking hand in hand with a young woman, surrounded by other students. This was a stark contrast to the previous image. A juxtaposition highlighting the path he must take. Ed's internal monologue, visible in a thought bubble, revealed his goal, so that I can also graduate. A close-up showed two women, one with long, flowing white hair and the other with fiery brown hair and intense golden eyes. The text identified them, Clarice, the symbol of the order. This final panel emphasized the necessity of personal growth and connection. The text concluded, in other words, Taylor needs to grow as the scenario intended and make friends. The class placements concluded without incident. Two young women, one with a worried expression and the other beaming, hurried past, their conversation barely audible above the cheerful springtime sounds. And Clarice seemed to be successfully concealing her true identity. An unseen narrator reflected on the situation, noting their concern for Tanya. With the class placements complete, Ed hoped the game's narrative would return to its normal course, allowing him to finally rest. He closed his eyes, a peaceful expression settling on his face as pink petals drifted down around him. Despite his hopes, a young woman with long blonde hair sat by a window, looking troubled. A voice, barely a whisper, questioned, "Your Highness?" Contrary to Ed's expectations, the scenario was already unraveling. A man's hands, visible from the elbows down, nervously adjusted a sheet. He muttered to himself, "I don't think." A young woman with long blonde hair, her expression clouded with uncertainty, declared that she didn't wish to run for a council position. The scene then transitioned to the bedroom of one of the female leads. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from a prominent family, found himself in a dire situation. He muttered a frustrated "Damn it. There are other people that can do it other than me." He sat alone, head in his hands, the weight of his circumstances pressing down on him. A profound sense of injustice washing over him. He despaired, so why does it have to be me from the start? This damned life. A question echoing in his mind as he stared at a dual request form. He raged silently, why? Why the F*** did it have to be me? The form, a testament to his unwanted predicament, lay before him. A stark reminder of the challenges he faced. A voice interrupted his thoughts, "You want to have a duel with me?" Ed, bewildered, could only manage a single word, "Why?" The challenger, a young man in regal attire, calmly explained his intentions. "Because I want to learn from you." Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from a popular game, now found himself inhabiting his own character's body. Having been expelled from the academy and disowned by his family, he was now living in the woods, determined to avoid the game's main characters and earn a scholarship to secure his future. He silently resolved to steer clear of any trouble, muttering to himself that he didn't want any shallow reasons to interfere with his plans. But his quiet solitude was soon interrupted. A young man with striking silver hair and a confident smile approached him. He explained his reasons for seeking Ed out, stating that he wanted to prove his worth. The silver-haired young man's words were met with a raised eyebrow from Ed, who pointed out that the young man was already a top student. But the young man countered that this didn't diminish his desire to prove himself further, citing Janica, the top student among third years, and Drake, the top combat student, as examples of those he aimed to surpass. The scene shifted to show Janica and another individual, seemingly a faculty member, discussing Ed's unexpected popularity among the first-year magic students. The faculty member revealed their plan to duel against all the top students. The silver-haired young man, whose name is revealed to be Clebius, reflected on the situation, acknowledging that there were certain procedures to follow. Clebius had already sent a duel request to the second-year top combat student, but it seemed the student was avoiding the challenge. A young man, his face unseen, plotted his next move. He planned to challenge Elvira, the academy's top alchemist, to a duel, should he win his upcoming match. And then, he would formally request a duel with another student. He explained his plan to a fellow student, a young man with silver hair, who questioned his reasoning. Why was he next in line for a duel? He wasn't a top student. The silver-haired student pointed out that, with the second year's top student out of the picture, the young man was technically the second best in his year. The silver-haired student smirked, calling the young man self-centered. His plan, therefore, was to defeat the silver-haired student and then challenge Janica and Ed. The silver-haired student, surrounded by other students, responded that he didn't think it would be easy to defeat him. The young man clarified that wasn't what he meant. He confidently asserted that the silver-haired student wouldn't even make it to him, let alone Janica or Ed. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from a prominent family, found himself expelled from the academy and living in the woods. He was determined to avoid the main characters of the game he now inhabited, but as he stood before a powerful figure, a condescending remark hung in the air. "You won't even be able to defeat Clebius," the figure scoffed, his words dripping with disdain. The statement a clear indication of the opponent's superior power. Learn to perceive reality properly first if you want to defeat me, the figure added, his eyes narrowed in contempt. The figure, Clebius, turned away, his back to Ed, leaving the young man to ponder his words. A cold sweat beaded on Ed's brow as he realized the vast difference in their strength. Elsewhere, a different scene unfolded. Ed, still in his disguise, appeared slightly flustered, a subtle twitch in his expression betraying his inner turmoil. He was approached by another character, who simply said, "Ed." The scene shifted again, showing Clebius, who offered a brief, almost dismissive, "You did well with the library." "Thanks." The conversation turned to Wade, the top student among the first years. It was revealed that he was sending duel requests to everyone excelling academically, including Ed, who pondered this unexpected challenge. The narrative shifted to Wade's background, showcasing his prodigious talent as a swordsman, born to a commander in the northern border territories. He quickly rose to become the top student among the first years. But his ambition led him to challenge his seniors. In the end, Ed effortlessly defeated his opponents, one by one. Despite his victory, Jix was already exhausted before the fight even began. It was an unfair fight, but a loss is still a loss. Wade's seemingly unstoppable rampage was finally halted by Taylor, who had significantly improved over the past year. News of a welcoming festival for new students reached Ed and another student. Ed declined the invitation, stating that he already had plans for the evening. He already knew what Wade looked like. The other student thanked him for the information and wished him well. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced former villain within the game's narrative, now found himself navigating the bustling hallways of the Extras Academy. He'd initially believed he wouldn't care for such trivial matters, but the vibrant energy of the new semester was surprisingly invigorating. A refreshing atmosphere that even he found himself affected by. The new semester's atmosphere was undeniably captivating. As Ed walked, a thought crossed his mind: should he have revealed certain information to someone? He continued his journey through the academy grounds, the cherry blossoms falling around him, observing Princess Phenia's noticeably low spirits. He'd noticed her downcast demeanor frequently since they were in the same grade, a fact that only heightened his concern. Elsewhere, a conversation was unfolding. The mention of Ed's name caused a noticeable reaction from a nearby individual. Princess Phenia, it turned out, was intently listening to the discussion, her attention clearly captured by the unfolding events. A young woman with long blonde hair, dressed in a dark red jacket, peered into a brightly lit room, a look of curiosity on her face. The scene shifts to a classroom. Ed Rothstaler, a young man with dark hair, sat amongst other students, his attention seemingly elsewhere. A blonde woman with long hair sat behind him, her gaze fixed on him. The blonde woman's eyes snapped open, a sudden intensity in her gaze. Ward said, "Wake up," she thought, a sense of urgency filling her mind. She's very acutely aware of his name. A young man with dark hair and a confident smirk appeared, seemingly unconcerned. He mused, "Well, it's not like today's the only chance I had to tell him. I'm sure it'll be fine." He added silently, "I'll look into it more and then tell him." A blue butterfly fluttered against a bright, sunny sky. The scene shifted to a warmer, sun-drenched forest. It soon became warm. The butterfly landed gently on the cheek of a young person with short, gray hair, their expression serene. The scenery in the northern forest was peaceful. Marilda, a young girl with long white hair, lay sprawled on a rooftop, a serene smile on her face as butterflies fluttered around her. The scene was idyllic, a sight worthy of being called spring. She looked up as someone approached, commenting on her rapid improvement and strengthened connection. The speaker, a young man with blonde hair, sat opposite Marilda near a campfire. He pointed out that since she had successfully contracted with Marilda, she should be able to contract with a mid-rank spirit as well. A pink-haired girl, seemingly a classmate, watched them from a distance, impressed by their progress. She remarked that no one would believe how much they had accomplished in just 1 year. She pondered the implications of their rapid advancement. The blonde young man, seemingly unfazed by the girl's amazement, simply stated that he would play along, attributing his success to having a good teacher. The pink-haired girl, still observing, added that usually, contracting with a mid-rank spirit requires extensive exploration to find a compatible one. A split panel showed a muscular man meditating by a waterfall, seemingly drawing power from it, juxtaposed with the blonde young man standing in a field, arms outstretched, also absorbing energy. The pink-haired girl explained that simply having enough mana isn't sufficient for a contract, the mana flows must match. Ed, a disowned villain, found himself in a precarious situation. He was being advised on the choice of his spirit, a crucial element in his journey to graduate from the Extras Academy and secure his future. His affinity for fire and wind elements was noted, but the advisor suggested that focusing on only those elements might limit his adaptability. A visual representation of the various elemental spirits appeared before him, each glowing with its own unique energy. The choice was clear: a balanced approach would be essential for survival in the unpredictable world of the game. Ed understood the implications of his decision. While specializing in fire and wind would be powerful, it would leave him vulnerable to other elements. He needed a broader skill set to navigate the challenges ahead. He didn't need to be proficient in every element, but a balanced approach was key. Ed's teacher, a young woman with long, braided blonde hair, explained the complexities of spirit selection. He listened intently, a slight frown creasing his brow as he contemplated the difficulty of the task ahead. She emphasized the importance of choosing wisely, as many viewed their mid-rank spirits as a predetermined fate. The weight of this decision settled heavily upon Ed's shoulders. An illustration from The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania flashed through Ed's mind. The image depicted a spirit sorcerer connected to a wolf-like spirit, evoking a sense of connection with nature. A feeling of wandering through forests and rivers, connecting with spirits encountered through fate. This resonated deeply with Ed's current situation. Guided by his teacher's instructions, Ed focused his mana into his eyes, seeking a deeper connection. The intensity of his concentration was palpable. A surge of energy filled his vision, culminating in a powerful connection with a new spirit. A majestic bird emerged from his eyes, a symbol of his newfound power and potential. A whimsical scene unfolded in a sun-dappled clearing. A young woman with pink hair, dressed in a school uniform, stood before a diverse gathering of animals, a majestic elephant, a proud lion, and various other creatures, both familiar and fantastical. She held a chalkboard, seemingly ready to begin a lesson, a gentle smile playing on her lips. Meanwhile, Ed Rothstaler, a young man with blonde hair and a red jacket, sat amidst a chaotic swirl of mid-rank spirits, a menagerie of fantastical creatures, from snakes to rabbits, all seemingly under his control. He surveyed his unusual companions with a look of quiet satisfaction. "Here are all the mid-rank spirits I've chosen," he declared, his voice brimming with confidence. A voice, sharp and inquisitive, cut through the air. "Don't you get distracted with all these spirits around?" Ed, seemingly unfazed, simply replied, "That's amazing. There's no need to push them away when they like me. And I've already talked to them all too." A young woman with long pink hair and a cheerful expression appeared, holding a snake. "That's amazing, but," she began, a hint of playful challenge in her tone. "Just pick one out." A flurry of activity erupted as the spirits, startled by the suggestion, scattered in various directions. Ed, caught off guard, looked on in mild surprise. "Pick one out," he muttered, overwhelmed. A large, vibrant blue bird with impressive wings soared into view. "I'll show you my wings, here," it declared, its voice echoing with confidence. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced former third-rate villain, now found himself living in the woods, his small, fiery spirit companion perched on his shoulder. He observed the creature with a skeptical expression, a silent question hanging in the air. A small, winged creature appeared before them, causing Ed's spirit to flinch. A young woman with pink hair and a worried expression appeared, questioning if she had brought too many spirits this time. Ed reassured her, dismissing her concerns with a wave of his hand. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple as he tried to maintain his composure. His spirit urged him to move on to the next spirit, reminding him of his goal to earn a scholarship. Ed, however, was internally conflicted. Questioning the timing of his fateful meeting with the female leads, a key event in the game's narrative. The absence of Janica Faylover and Lucy Merrill, top students, cast a shadow over the Academy's upcoming festival. Their unexplained absences, attributed to personal reasons, caused concern among the faculty. The faculty worried that the lack of these top students would diminish the festival's enjoyment. However, their absence had an unexpected consequence. The arrival of Princess Fenia, a figure of immense dignity in Sylvana, added an unexpected element to the festival. Princess Fenia, known for her intellect, engaged in a game of chess, her movements precise and confident. Her presence, however, created an unusual tension among the other students. Sylvania Academy valued equality, but the students were too intimidated to approach someone of royal blood. With a final, decisive move, Princess Fenia checkmated her opponent. The narration box introduced Ed Rothstaler, the protagonist, as the successor of the Collarmore family, loyal servants to the royal family in one of the three greatest swordsman households, and the top student of his first year. Ed, a young man with short, silvery white hair, smiled serenely, a hint of self-satisfaction in his eyes. He made his move on the chessboard, his hand poised over a piece. His opponent, Wade, had just lost a piece. "You're good, Wade," Ed commented. Ed continued, "You began to hesitate after sacrificing one of your pawns. If you had let go of such hesitations, I would have lost." Ed admitted, a hint of respect in his tone. Ed expressed his dislike for Wade's overly strategic approach. "I don't like projecting real military tactics onto chess." Surrounding them were other students, observing the match. Ed concluded, "You must have learned a lot here." Wade responded, "I'm just more self-aware." He reflected, "I thought that I was better than anyone when it came to reading people, but I'm starting to think that I was wrong." Someone had told Ed Rothstaler that it was necessary to learn that one cannot always be right. Ed's eyes narrowed, a flicker of doubt crossing his features. Questioning the very notion of absolute correctness. The expulsion of Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain, was initially deemed a minor inconvenience. However, his actions, such as saving Janica and creating a home in the forest, began to alter the established timeline. As time passed, his influence grew, subtly yet undeniably. A surge of fiery energy erupted from Ed's hands, a stark contrast to his previously subdued demeanor. His presence expanding, even affecting the incoming students. As Ed Rothstaler's presence at the academy grows, so does the positive attention he receives from his peers. Whispers of admiration and respect begin to circulate among the student body. Meanwhile, a young woman with long, silver hair sits across a chessboard, a pawn lying defeated on its side. A look of contemplation crosses her face as she reflects on a recent setback. The consequences of her actions, she realizes, are far-reaching and significant. She acknowledges her mistake, understanding that even small errors can have large repercussions. A truth that extends beyond the confines of the academy itself. Her eyes, narrowed in focus, reveal a steely determination. She understands that regardless of social standing, mistakes must be addressed and lessons learned. The importance of learning, she reflects, is paramount in this environment. A previous interaction reinforces this belief. A different young woman, this one with long blonde hair, smiles confidently. She suggests another round of chess, a challenge implied in her expression. She moves a chess piece, initiating the next stage of their intellectual duel. Ed, observing the scene, reflects on his own past mistakes. He resolves to confront them head-on, rather than avoiding them. Ed, the disgraced villain, deemed it foolish to rush his plans. He calculated that resolving everything would take about 4 days. After making his calculations, Ed decided to head to his secluded hut in the northern forest, where he planned to relax by a campfire and enjoy a moment of peace with Princess Phinia, allowing them to talk freely. Princess Phinia felt refreshed by the quiet time spent with Ed. It felt like spring had arrived for her as well. Meanwhile, back at the academy, an unseen hand moved a chess piece, a subtle shift in the game's board. A quiet ah escaped the unseen individual's lips. Until the morning of the third day, a worried expression clouded Princess Phinia's face. A large, ornate chess piece, seemingly made of marble, shattered into fragments. The cracks spread like spiderwebs across its surface, the once smooth material now jagged and broken. Dust and debris rained down from the sudden destruction, the sound of the collapse echoing in the silence. News of Ed Rothsayler's demise reached the ears of one of the female leads. Ed Rothsayer, a disgraced villain from the game, the Extras Academy survival guide, now finds himself inhabiting his own character. He begins a letter to his father, addressing him with formal respect. He explains that due to his father's frequent absences at the Imperial Castle, he has resorted to writing letters to update him on his life at the academy. Ed continues writing, detailing the challenges of adjusting to life away from home, emphasizing his commitment to upholding the family honor. He reflects on the difficulties of adapting to the demanding academic schedule and the vibrant social atmosphere of Sylvana, mentioning the lack of close friendships. The scene shifts to show two of Ed's classmates, asleep during class. He writes that he has a few acquaintances he considers school friends. He continues his letter, outlining his ambition to become the youngest student council president, and his dedication to achieving this goal. The letter continues, expressing concern about Princess Phinia's candidacy for student council president, acknowledging her popularity. Ed concludes his letter by mentioning a meeting with Lortel, a skilled merchant, and her impressive business acumen despite her young age. The negotiations for the purchase of the sage's sealed grimoire were about to begin, and a sense of unease washed over the family representative. He wondered if he was truly up to the task. It was difficult to discuss casually, but the truth was that his brother, Ed, had been excommunicated from the family due to his shame and embarrassment. However, despite this, the family representative had to admit something surprising: his brother seemed to have undergone a transformation, becoming hardworking and diligent. It was as if he had become a completely different person. A young woman, her face partially obscured, reflected on her hazy memories of her childhood. She admitted that her recollections were vague due to her young age. And she acknowledged the possibility of misinterpreting her memories, but a recent dream had resurfaced, a vivid recollection from her younger years. In this dream, she found herself in the low hills behind their residence, a place where lilacs and daffodils bloomed in abundance during the spring. She remembered following the hilly path, enjoying the fragrant flowers. She recalled walking hand in hand with two other people. One hand belonged to Arwen, a woman whose presence is shrouded in mystery. And the other, to her father, a man whose identity remains unknown, yet his grip on her hand speaks volumes. The scene shifts to a time when Arwen was still alive, a time before Ed Rothsayler's descent into villainy. A time when he wasn't quite the scoundrel he is now. A subtle shift in his demeanor is noticeable. The question arises, has Ed truly changed, or has he simply reverted to his former self? Tanya Rothsayer, Ed's daughter, sends a letter, the script indecipherable, yet its presence hints at a complex relationship. A letter that introduces the seal of deadly poison, a magic imbued with lethal toxins. The letter and a sword, both bearing the same cryptic script, are shown together, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. A response has already been sent to Tanya, suggesting a swift resolution to the unfolding events. The student council president addressed the room, his voice carrying the weight of important announcements. He spoke of the upcoming elections and the complex negotiations surrounding the purchase of the grimoire called Lortel. It would be a considerable burden for her to manage all of this alone, he mused, observing the young woman from afar. So he decided to send her a trusted vassal to assist. Two cloaked figures knelt before him, heads bowed low in humble submission. They were to be sent as a family's vassal to Sylvia, a matter of business that the academy had approved. With a final, dismissive gesture, the president sent them on their way. The two figures departed, their cloaks obscuring their faces as they moved through the grand halls. Passing through double doors, they approached a throne room where a powerful figure sat. Meanwhile, Ed, still struggling to adapt to his new reality, felt a wave of unease wash over him. He muttered to himself, unable to shake the feeling of discomfort. A woman with long blonde hair and piercing blue eyes glared, a monstrous crimson hand with a single, malevolent eye emerging from her palm. The scene shifted to a dark hand, clawed fingers grasping a pulsating orb of dark purple energy. Is there no choice but to use a great amount of mana? It's a shame I can't use it often. This is definitely an absolute power. When you're ahead of an important task, you can use the source of something that you've done and confirm the inevitable result. In the pouring rain, one figure was seen stabbing another, blood splattering across the scene. Ki-ok. A pained groan escaped the wounded man's lips. A young woman with pink hair, clad in a school uniform, fled through a rain-swept forest, a purple energy blade trailing behind her. A desperate cry escaping her lips as she stumbled through the undergrowth. Ed Rothstaler, the disowned villain, appeared, his clothes stained crimson, a look of pained determination etched on his face. He collapsed, his body hitting the muddy ground with a soft thud. The pink-haired girl, reaching out to him, called out his name, Ed, her voice barely a whisper. Her desperate plea echoing in the downpour as she struggled to reach him. A mysterious hand reached down from above. As rain continued to fall, obscuring the scene. The pink-haired girl's head was shown, her expression unreadable. A young woman with long, braided white hair glared intensely, her crimson eyes blazing with barely contained fury. Her expression was one of pure, unadulterated rage. The image transitioned, showing a close-up of a dark, swirling energy, punctuated by glowing orbs that seemed to pulse with an ominous light. A woman's face, trapped within a crystal orb, mirrored the same fiery anger, her eyes wide with a desperate plea. She muttered that this didn't feel right. It was a necessary sacrifice, a cold, harsh voice declared. A man with long, blonde hair, his face etched with grim determination, held the crystal orb aloft. His expression was one of steely resolve, though a hint of sorrow flickered in his eyes. 3 days before Ed's death, the narration box stated. An infographic revealed the shocking results of the presidential candidate approval rating investigation. Princess Phenia's popularity was overwhelmingly high. The image showed Princess Phenia, surrounded by her loyal entourage, her presence radiating power and influence. The caption emphasized her widespread recognition throughout the Klol Empire. A young woman, presumably a student, reviewed Princess Phenia's election chances, her expression a mixture of concern and disbelief. She worried about the seemingly insurmountable challenge Phenia's popularity presented. She slumped back in her chair, a sigh escaping her lips. The weight of the situation pressed down on her. Her internal monologue revealed her pessimism. No matter what happened, her chances of winning were non-existent. She acknowledged the stark difference between her aspirations and the harsh reality of the situation. A sense of defeat washed over her. A young man with dark hair approached another student, Tanya, inquiring about her heading to elemental studies training. Tanya, startled by the question, simply responded with a short, almost inaudible ah, her expression a mixture of surprise and slight nervousness. A concerned voice inquired of Ed, has anything been bothering you during your classes? Ed's eyes flickered, a subtle hint of unease crossing his features. He responded, suggesting, let's have some tea together with Elka later. Meanwhile, a group of female students gossiped amongst themselves. One of them exclaimed, wow, it's Jix. Isn't he the strongest person in the whole academy? Tanya said hi to Jix. Tanya, addressing someone off-panel, proposed, Tanya, I'm probably going to have a negotiation meeting for the grimoire trade. What time works for you? The unseen individual replied, let me know when you can and I'll set something up, so come, okay? The students reacted with surprise. One of them gasped, wow, isn't that Lortel? Tanya just said hi to an executive of the elite trading company. Lucy Merrill simply greeted them with a casual, hi. One of the students observed, her connections are completely different from normal students like us. The other students expressed their awe, with one concluding, Tanya is so cool. A young woman, her blonde hair styled in pigtails, is the subject of hushed admiration. Someone observes, she has so many connections, yet she acts with dignity and doesn't show off, which is so amazing. Another young woman, her expression awestruck, adds, I'd be happy if I could be even half as dignified as she is. A woman with light brown hair, dressed in a red jacket, smiles warmly. She announces, it must have been tiring, so go back to your rooms and get some rest. Continuing her encouraging words, she adds, if you keep working hard every day, both you, Kylie, and Terry will become amazing students. Let's work hard tomorrow too. The scene shifts to a grand door opening, revealing a bright light within. A voice expresses determination, we'll work hard tomorrow and the day after so we can become as dignified and talented as you. The door closes. A young woman with light brown hair, seen from above, leans against the door, a thoughtful expression on her face. She reflects, it strangely feels like my position and status within the academy are changing. The same young woman, her face now partially obscured by shadow, looks downcast. She whispers, but I. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced third-rate villain in a game, found himself expelled from the academy and living in the woods. He muttered to himself, indignant at his unfair treatment, didn't even do anything. If I had to point to one thing, the reason I'm receiving this kind of treatment must be because I'm Ed's younger sister, right? Ed, covered in blood and clearly distressed, glared at someone off-panel. Meanwhile, Tanya, Ed's sister, reflected on her brother. I thought he was just a piece of trash. Tanya, crouched and visibly upset, questioned herself, so why do I feel like the trashy one? Overwhelmed with confusion and self-doubt, she cried out, why did this happen? Ed's eye, glowing purple, reflected his inner turmoil. He was clearly struggling with something. A door creaked open, revealing a glimpse of what appeared to be a grand hallway. The scene shifted to a different location entirely. A man greeted Tanya, saying, it's nice to see you after so long, Lady Tanya. I'm happy to see you look healthy. Tanya, her back to the viewer, called out, Kadek, Knox. Two men, one older with gray hair and a stern expression, the other slightly younger with a more relaxed demeanor, stood in a grand hall. The younger man spoke, expressing gratitude for the older man's consideration, pleased to see them both. A young woman with blonde hair, wearing a school uniform, approached them. She commented on how hard he had been working at school, relieved that they could be of help. The older man, whose name is Kadek, responded, stating he would look into the market price of the grimoire purchase and the current funding of the trading company to make negotiations smoother. He thanked Kadek for his assistance. Kadek continued, explaining that while the young man focused on his studies, he would assist with the student council president elections. He added that, with Princess Fionia rumored to be running, he would investigate her pledges. The younger man replied that it was fine, as there was new information that had come out that morning. The young woman, thoughtfully, considered this new information. Later, the young woman revealed that Princess Fionia would not be running in the elections, prompting a surprised reaction from someone unseen. Two students, a young woman with pink hair and a young man with blonde hair, sat at a table outside, discussing a recent announcement made near the imperial dorms. The woman mentioned that everyone was whispering about it. However, the blonde student pointed out that since it was just an announcement, it was still subject to change. The blonde student, Ed, pondered the announcement with a thoughtful expression. The narration box revealed that Crapen Roth-Taylor, the final boss of the fourth act, was known to everyone as the benevolent patriarch of the Roth-Taylor family. But only Princess Fionia perceived his hidden darkness. The panel showed Princess Fionia, her back turned, facing a looming, shadowy figure of Crapen, his eyes glowing menacingly. The narration box described Fionia as possessing the power of both the imperial family and the academy. She would become Crapen's most reliable ally in the fight against him, as he aimed for Sylvania Academy. Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain in a game, found himself in a precarious situation. He mused that certain events had to unfold, specifically concerning a presidential election. But a nagging feeling crept over him, the candidate in question wasn't even running for president. Princess Fionia, one of the game's female leads, leaned over Ed, her expression a mixture of concern and apprehension. She sensed that he was about to do something reckless again, and voiced her worry, unable to accept the prospect of him getting hurt again while she remained powerless to help. Fionia continued, urging Ed to avoid making things harder for himself, regardless of his plans. Her words punctuated by a determined, if slightly exasperated, humph. Despite her concern, she declared her intention to help him. Ed, lying on his back, contemplated the situation. He thought aloud that it would be beneficial for Princess Fionia's sister, Tanya, to become student council president. Fionia, overhearing Ed's thoughts, added that Tanya was his sister, implying that he should support her. The scene opens with a conversation between two unseen individuals. One expresses concern that the princess has declared she won't be attending an event, and wonders what can be done. The other simply states a desire to know the reason behind the princess's decision. Meanwhile, Ed Rothstaler, the disowned villain protagonist, sits at an outdoor cafe, seemingly enjoying a moment of peace. A young woman with pink hair and a bow, Princess Fionia, leans over him affectionately. A third figure observes them from a distance. The observer, unseen but clearly annoyed, comments on the pair's public display of affection, deeming it scandalous. A young man with dark hair and a regal red cape appears. He greets them with a smile. He apologizes for interrupting their quality time, but claims to know why Princess Fionia is acting strangely. Princess Fionia reacts with indignation to the man's choice of words, finding his phrasing excessive. The young man, seemingly unfazed, continues, comparing Princess Fionia to an alpha wolf who has lost her pack. He explains that due to a poor decision, her pack perished, leaving her as the lone alpha. The final panel shows a close-up of a young woman with wolf-like features and a bow and arrow, seemingly in deep thought. Ed, the disgraced villain, now living in the woods, found himself face-to-face with a shadowy, wolf-like creature. Its eyes glowed with an eerie blue light, as Ed aimed his bow and arrow, ready to defend himself. But the creature showed no reaction despite having an arrow pointed at it. Its eyes, however, held a strange, hypnotic quality, swirling with an unsettling intensity. A woman, her blonde hair framing a face with striking golden eyes, observed the creature. That's what Princess Fionia's eyes look like to me, she thought. She continued, her internal monologue revealing her assessment, as if she's in a state where she's lost her self-confidence and can't do anything. A young man with dark hair, dressed in a red cloak, approached Ed. Anyway, I'll stop interrupting you and be on my way. I heard it's going to rain tomorrow, so keep that in mind when leaving, he said. Ed replied, you're not interrupting anything, but thanks. The young man's internal monologue revealed his true intentions, instincts should be tested. The worst possibility. A young woman with long blonde hair lay asleep in a bed, seemingly unaware of the events unfolding around her. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game, found himself alone in the woods, grappling with his new reality and the daunting task ahead. A wave of uncertainty washed over him as he contemplated his predicament. His inner voice echoed with the question, "What should I do?" He then registered a subtle shift in his perspective, a quiet acceptance settling over him. He thought, "That's good." Meanwhile, a cheerful female student, her pink hair braided, excitedly explained her plans to a companion. She declared that if it rained, it would be the perfect opportunity to train her water spirits. Concluding her explanation, she proposed, "Let's go train a mid-rank spirit at the northern cliffs tomorrow." The proximity to the ocean, she reasoned, would be ideal for their training. Later, after elemental studies class, Ed found himself contemplating the implications of the girls' training plans. A subtle smile played on his lips as he considered the possibilities. His expression hinted at a quiet understanding, a plan forming in his mind. He seemed to be weighing his options carefully. He then approached the pink-haired girl, a calm demeanor on his face. A quiet gratitude filled his eyes as he spoke. He simply said, "Thanks." Ed's resolve hardened. He silently vowed, "Let's just do what we can for now." The scene opens with a close-up on a young woman's face, her eyes wide with a sudden realization. Lying on a rooftop, a young woman with long, silver hair and a large witch's hat lazily contemplates the sky. She wonders aloud if it might rain. Her eyes snap open, a sudden burst of energy radiating from her as she focuses on something unseen. With a sudden burst of movement, she leaps from the roof, landing awkwardly near a campfire. She narrowly avoids falling into the flames. She quickly recovers her balance, a determined glint in her eyes. A hand reaches out, seemingly to stop her. The contact is brief, but impactful, leaving a visible mark. The scene shifts to a forest path, where a campfire crackles merrily. The sun shines through the trees. He observes the scene, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he notes the arrival of spring. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the Game Extras Academy, found himself exiled to the woods, his only companions the crackling embers of a small campfire in the encroaching darkness. But the tranquility of his solitude was soon interrupted. The sound of rain drumming against a nearby structure announced the arrival of an unexpected visitor. The downpour dampened the spirits of Lucy, a young witch whose usually bright demeanor was clouded by the dreary weather. Seeking shelter from the storm, she sought refuge beneath a large log near Ed's makeshift camp, her usually vibrant energy replaced by a melancholic stillness as she drifted off to sleep. Ed watched the rain fall, his thoughts turning to the unpredictable nature of his new reality. He hoped the storm would pass quickly. The relentless rain continued to extinguish the flames of his campfire, leaving behind only a bed of damp ashes. Meanwhile, another figure emerged from the downpour, a young man with a bow and quiver, surveying the landscape. He was a newcomer to this part of the world, his first time visiting the northern coast, a small orange cat perched on his shoulder. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced former villain from the Game Extras Academy, now found himself alone in the desolate wilderness. Rain lashed down as he surveyed the cliff area, a place few people dared to venture. Reasoning that the remoteness made it the perfect training ground. There was little reason for anyone to come here, and it was ridiculously far from civilization. Despite his self-deprecating thoughts of being unworthy, Ed felt a surge of confidence. He had made a contract with the mid-rank water spirit, Lycia, a decision he believed to be an excellent one. And the possibilities of using mana arrows with her were particularly exciting. Suddenly, a sharp voice cut through the air. Someone was approaching, and Ed's companion, Lycia, urged him to remain silent. Two figures in dark cloaks emerged from the trees, their presence ominous in the downpour. Ed, however, was ready. He nocked an arrow, the mana within it glowing brightly. Drawing back the bowstring with practiced ease. Preparing to unleash a powerful shot. The narration box revealed the identities of his targets, Kadek and Nox, the middle bosses from Act 4's final chapter. Kadek and Nox materialized, their menacing presence filling the rain-soaked forest. The confrontation was about to begin. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the Game Extras Academy, now found himself living in the woods, his family having disowned him. He clutched a dagger, its ornate hilt gleaming faintly in the dim light, a grim determination etched on his face. The narration box sets the scene. These are veterans, lifelong servants of the Rothtaler family. A stern-faced man with icy blue eyes, Kadek, emerges from the shadows, his expression grim. He is followed by Nox, another veteran, equally imposing and intense, clutching a sword. The image focuses on Nox's sword, hinting at its significance. The text identifies them as Krapen's right-hand men. The scene shifts to a young man with blonde hair, drawing his bow with a determined expression. He is Krapen's right-hand man, having endured hardship to reach this point. Kadek and Nox approach Ed, addressing him with respect despite his disownment. Ed acknowledges their formality, noting the irony of still being called young master despite his expulsion from the family. They explain their presence, revealing they are acting under Lord Krapen's orders. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain in a game, found himself in a desperate situation. Rain lashed down as he stood alone, his piercing blue eyes reflecting the storm raging within him. He had been cast out, disowned by his family and expelled from the academy for his actions. But now, a group of figures approached him, their words cutting through the downpour. They declared their repentance, their voices heavy with remorse. One of them held a crossbow, aimed but hesitant, explaining that they, as vassals, had harbored deep animosity towards the young Master Ed. They revealed their plan to assassinate him, a plot that had been meticulously laid out. A poisoned blade, imbued with a deadly seal, lay discarded on the ground. But their investigation into Ed's life and his time at the academy had led to a surprising revelation. A series of images flashed before Ed's eyes, his past self, a bright and promising youth, contrasted sharply with his current, hardened demeanor. The contrast highlighted the drastic change in his life. A stark reminder of the path he had taken and the person he had become. The vassals had come to a profound realization: Ed had returned to his true self, reclaiming his birthright as the heir. They pledged to explain everything to Lord Crapen, and implored Ed to reclaim his place as heir, restoring the Rothstaler family's honor. Under a relentless downpour, Ed Rothstaler, a disowned villain from the game's academy, stood poised with his bow, aiming at unseen targets. His form was tense, his movements precise. Two shadowy figures watched him from behind, their presence ominous and silent. Ed's face, partially obscured by his hood, showed a grim determination. Rain plastered his blonde hair to his forehead as he focused on his target. He was a master archer, even if he was a third-rate villain. But his resolve was tested by the approaching figures. The two figures emerged fully from the shadows. They were older men, their faces etched with a mixture of surprise and something akin to amusement. One of them spoke, his voice a low rumble. "You've grown, young Master Ed." Suddenly, a surge of emerald energy erupted from Ed, a powerful magical aura enveloping him. With a swift, almost balletic movement, Ed unleashed a flurry of wind-based sword strikes, his movements a blur of emerald light. The technique, known as Eagle Knight, was a testament to his unexpected growth and mastery. He looked down, a flicker of surprise in his eyes as he noticed a girl watching him from below. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game, found himself in a desperate situation. He channeled his inner power, a surge of fiery energy erupting from his hand. The flames coalescing into a searing blast that he unleashed towards his attacker. The force of the attack sent him sprawling. A powerful blow from the brown bear Knight Nox, wielding a mace of flames, sent Ed crashing into the earth. Cracks spider-webbed across the ground, as impact of the attack leaving him momentarily stunned. Ed, despite his injuries, reacted swiftly. He nocked an arrow, a surge of icy blue energy arcing around it as he prepared to retaliate. His arrow, imbued with magical energy, flew towards Nox, striking him with surprising force. The impact sent a shockwave through the air. The narration box identified the attackers as vassals of the Rothstaler family, sworn to serve the darkness within the family. The leader of the group, a man with a fiery mace, addressed Ed as young master. A narration box ominously described a tragic event: a young girl had lost her sight for a single day. The panel showed the girl, eyes wide with terror, lying on the ground, a bloody knife near her. Her expression was one of intense pain and fear. A man, his face contorted in grief and rage, appeared, shouting "My daughter," as flames erupted around him. His fist, ablaze with fiery energy, was clenched tight, ready to strike. He unleashed a devastating blow, a fiery explosion erupting from his fist. The man, seemingly unfazed by the immense power he wielded, simply stated, "Oh yeah, that happened." But a young man with blonde hair appeared, surrounded by a swirling vortex of fire and water, his expression grim. Another man, wielding a bow, stood ready, a fiery arrow nocked and aimed. He spoke, "Revenge is useless, that even I know that the only thing that lies at the end of your vengeance is emptiness." Ed, the disowned villain, found himself engulfed in a fiery confrontation. His opponent, a figure cloaked in shadow and radiating intense heat, unleashed a torrent of flames. "That's not something I should be hearing from you," Ed retorted, his voice laced with defiance. The fiery assault sent Ed sprawling, his body impacting the ground with a jarring thud. He braced himself against the impact, his breath catching in his throat as he struggled to regain his footing. His opponent's voice echoed, "You're right." A smirk played on the shadowy figure's lips as he continued, "Oh ho, you've grown." The scene shifted to reveal a man with slicked-back blonde hair and a sharp, calculating gaze. He spoke, his tone cold and dismissive. "However, it'll be impossible for you to block Nox's mace, which is enveloped with magic." He gestured towards Ed with a cruel smile. "You are dodging well, but..." A magically enhanced weapon materialized in his hand, radiating an ominous aura. "If you get hit even once, you'll die immediately." The attack continued, forcing Ed into a desperate defensive posture. The blonde man's words cut through the chaos. "Thanks to that, your movements have become sloppy. And you can't properly look at your surroundings." Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced former villain, now found himself alone in the rain, desperately trying to survive. He notched an arrow, his gaze sharp and determined despite his ragged appearance, readying his makeshift bow for whatever threat might appear. The downpour obscured his vision, but he remained vigilant. When a figure emerged from the gloom, a powerful warrior clad in dark armor, wielding a flaming weapon. "You have nowhere to run," the warrior bellowed, his voice echoing through the storm. The warrior charged, his fiery weapon a blur of motion. Ed braced himself, the weight of his situation heavy upon him. But he was ready. He had anticipated this confrontation, and he had a plan. A plan that involved more than just his bow and arrow. The warrior's attack was fierce, but Ed reacted swiftly, his movements precise and deadly. A look of grim determination settled on his face as he met the warrior's onslaught. A single word escaping his lips, "I know." With a sudden, unexpected move, Ed countered the warrior's attack. His blade flashed, a swift and precise strike. And the rain continued to fall. Ed Rothstaler, the disgraced villain, felt a surge of disbelief. His eyes widened, reflecting the shock that coursed through him. He muttered to himself, questioning if what he had just witnessed was telekinesis or something more akin to a spirit formula, a power beyond his comprehension. Meanwhile, a blonde-haired young man, seemingly one of the game's protagonists, reacted swiftly. He raised a hand, activating a basic magic shield to deflect the incoming attack. And then, with a calculated move, he deliberately lured his opponents closer. Ed's perspective shifted, revealing a hidden detail. The blonde-haired protagonist had prepared a trap, a dagger concealed in the rain-slicked ground, while feigning vulnerability. The young man's face contorted in pain as he was struck, a single word escaping his lips, "Mug." A fiery explosion erupted, engulfing the area in a blinding flash. Sending a figure flying backward, the force of the blast evident in the streaks across the ground. From the chaos, a man with a mustache emerged, his voice a triumphant roar as he declared, "Nox." Ed, the disowned villain, found himself in a desperate situation. He was facing a powerful opponent, and the fight was far from over. A flurry of blows exchanged in a chaotic dance of blades and energy. Ed's movements were a blur. His opponent, a figure shrouded in shadow, roared in surprise as Ed's attack landed with unexpected force. A searing blue energy slicing through the air, leaving a trail of sparks and blood in its wake. The blow struck true. Ed's opponent staggered back, his face contorted in disbelief. How is he attacking within an explosion like that, he wondered, his voice laced with astonishment. Meanwhile, a young man with fiery orange hair, seemingly unaffected by the surrounding chaos, activated a skill, Blessing of Recovery. His temporary immunity to flames greatly increased. Ed's opponent, still reeling from the attack, muttered, "Just what has happened in this short amount of time for such a second rate to get like this?" He continued, "Although, next time, you should attack my vital points instead of my lower half." Ed smirked, replying, "Of course, however, there won't be a next time." With a final, decisive movement, Ed unleashed a devastating finishing blow, ending the fight. A surge of emerald energy erupted from Ed, the disowned villain, radiating outwards in a dazzling display. The raw power illuminating his form as he stood defiant against an unseen foe. A breathtaking spectacle that momentarily eclipsed the stormy sky. The storm raged, mirroring the turmoil within Ed as he coughed up blood, his body battered and bruised. His grip tightening on his bow, his eyes blazing with a fierce determination despite his injuries. His opponent, a figure cloaked in shadow, observed him with a chilling smirk. "It seems you used Nox as a shield and protected your vital points," the figure stated, his voice laced with a hint of grudging respect. "But this is the end," the figure declared, preparing for a final, decisive blow. With a swift movement, the shadowy figure lunged forward. The creature's jaws snapping shut around Ed's opponent, who looked on in horrified realization. A surge of teal energy erupted from Ed's hand, taking the form of a blade as he lunged forward. He questioned if he had even managed to land a blow. The energy coalesced into a swirling vortex, then solidified into the form of a majestic water tiger. Lycia, a mid-rank water spirit, roared in pain as the water tiger lunged. Ed, caught in the torrent, felt a surge of terror as he was engulfed by the water spirit's power. Meanwhile, a purple dagger materialized on the ground, untouched by the chaos. Ed's hand reached for the dagger, his expression grim. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the Game Extras Academy, gasped for air, his face contorted in a silent scream. Water filled his lungs, a chilling blue light emanating from his body. A magical dagger, imbued with purple energy, was plunged into his chest. The rain washed over the scene, obscuring the details. But the attacker's shadowy form was visible, its single red eye burning with malevolent intent. Ed, despite the grievous wounds, remained conscious. The camera focuses on Ed's bloodied shirt, highlighting the severity of his injuries. The wounds were deep, burns and stab wounds that would have incapacitated most people. Yet, a narration box reveals that Ed's resilience, honed by his experiences as a brown bear knight, allowed him to endure the pain. The panel shifts to show a close-up of the attacker. A grizzled man, also wounded, grips his own purple dagger. He was clearly a formidable opponent. To Ed's face, his eyes wide with a mixture of pain and determination. This was no ordinary resilience. A magical energy surges around him, hinting at a hidden power. The next panel shows the dagger striking again. This time, directly into Ed's head. The impact is shown in a close-up, highlighting the intensity of the moment. Ed Rothstaler, the disgraced villain, found himself in a desperate situation. A surge of teal energy erupted from within him, a look of pained surprise twisting his features. The raw power coursing through his veins as he braced himself for the impact, transforming into a protective shield of wind that deflected the incoming attack. The text box below the panel identified this as protection of the wind. Having repelled the initial assault, Ed unleashed a concentrated blast of energy. A searing beam of teal light that struck his opponent with immense force. The force of the attack sent a shockwave rippling outwards, leaving Ed standing amidst the chaos. Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain thrust into the game's world, found himself battered and bleeding, his eyes wide with a mixture of shock and dawning comprehension. A purple energy pulsed from the dagger held above him, a magical weapon wielded by his attacker. Ed's breath hitched in his throat, his gaze fixed on the approaching blade, the point of which was mere inches from his forehead. He braced himself for the inevitable. But then, a sudden shift in the air. A powerful force erupted from Ed, sending his attacker sprawling to the ground. He had somehow deflected the blow, a surge of unexpected power coursing through his veins. He looked down at his hands, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, as he saw a faint blue energy emanating from them. The rain washed over him, obscuring the details of the scene. But the aftermath was clear, his attacker lay defeated, his body limp and lifeless in the downpour. Ed gasped, his head in his hands, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. He had just killed someone. And the realization hit him with the force of a physical blow. His body trembled, soaked in both rain and blood. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game, the Extras Academy Survival Guide, sat amidst the downpour, his body battered and bleeding. A guttural groan escaped his lips, a testament to his physical pain. His hands trembling as he clutched the muddied ground. He wondered, with a grim acceptance, if this was the end. A voice, however, cut through his despair, a question posed with chilling politeness: would it be a luxury to ask you to finish things quickly? Ed's eyes, wide and filled with unshed tears, reflected the relentless rain. His gaze was fixed on something unseen, a silent plea etched onto his face. A silent acknowledgement of his impending doom. Another figure emerged from the shadows, a young man with blonde hair, his own clothes stained with blood. He spoke, his voice laced with a quiet resolve: is what I should be asking. The blonde young man extended a hand, revealing a dagger pulsing with an ethereal purple light. He offered it to Ed. A grim offering of a swift end. Ed, his expression hardening, made a decision. He spoke, his voice a low growl: the fact that you two came means that father must be determined to kill me. So, even if it's not this time, I'm definitely going to die. Even if I kill you both. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game, found himself contemplating his bleak situation. Rain lashed down as he muttered to himself that if this torment wouldn't end, he would rather die there and then. He reasoned that even in death, it wouldn't be a meaningless end, at least he would no longer be shackled by the chains of revenge. Suddenly, a figure appeared, offering a small gift for his loyalty to the Rothstaler family. A mysterious, glowing purple dagger. Ed groaned in pain as he received the dagger, a clear sign of the object's power. The dagger pulsed with energy as it was accepted, its power coursing through Ed's body, causing him to convulse violently. A guttural cry escaping his lips as the transformation took hold. The mysterious figure apologized for the abrupt end to their meeting, leaving Ed alone in the rain. A young woman with pink hair, braided into long pigtails, shielded her eyes from the relentless downpour. A melancholic smile played on her lips as the rain washed over her. Her eyes, now glowing with an eerie red light, widened in alarm as she witnessed a man in a dark suit plummet from a cliff, his body a silhouette against the stormy sky. Another man, this one with brown hair, lay bleeding profusely in the rain. His face was contorted in agony. The pink-haired woman, her expression a mixture of horror and determination, dashed towards the scene, a glint of purple energy emanating from her hand. A desperate cry escaping her lips as she moved with surprising speed. The brown-haired man, his body battered and bruised, let out a pained scream as he fell to the ground. A hand reached out from the shadows, calling out a name: Ed. The injured man's hand, stained crimson, reached back, a desperate plea for help in the pouring rain. A young woman with long pink braids, her face obscured by her bangs, clung precariously to a rain-slicked rock. Her outstretched hand, trembling slightly, reached towards something unseen above, as if desperately seeking salvation from the downpour. The relentless rain washing over her, blurring the already indistinct scene. Only the dark bow in her hair remained visible amidst the downpour. Meanwhile, a man with graying hair and a torn, blood-soaked shirt stumbled through the storm, his face contorted in a grimace of pain. A desperate curse, "D-damn-it," escaped his lips. His legs, also marred by deep gashes, barely supported his weight as he struggled to remain upright in the deluge. His vision swam, and a wave of nausea washed over him. Shit, my body. He thought, his eyes widening in alarm as he felt a strange energy coursing through his veins. A surge of power that felt both terrifying and exhilarating. His eyes darted around wildly, his body trembling with the intensity of the unknown force. A swirling vortex of purple energy erupted from within him, forming a complex magical sigil that pulsed with raw power. What is this?" he gasped, utterly bewildered by the sudden, overwhelming display of magic. The purple energy coalesced into a massive sphere, crackling with arcane energy, as the man stood, seemingly helpless, at its center. The storm raged on around him, mirroring the chaos within. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game Extras Academy, found himself unexpectedly transported into the very world he once scorned. Now living a solitary existence in the woods, he was determined to avoid the game's protagonists at all costs. But his attempts at remaining unnoticed were futile. A look of sheer terror contorted his features as he witnessed something extraordinary. A surge of energy, unlike anything he had ever encountered, emanated from a nearby source, revealing things he had never seen before. The energy pulsed with an otherworldly power, far exceeding even the most potent high-level spirits. A blinding light erupted, its intensity almost unbearable. A celestial display of raw power unlike anything Ed could comprehend. The very fabric of reality seemed to warp and twist under its influence. As the light subsided, a lone figure emerged from the ethereal glow. She stood silently, her back to the viewer, seemingly unaffected by the immense power she had just unleashed. The narration box explained that only one of each elemental artifact existed in the natural world. The next panel showed a young woman with short, gray hair and red eyes, her face partially obscured by shadows and cracks in the background. She was the only one capable of wielding this power. Her eyes glowed intensely as she looked down, a question hanging in the air. A colossal magic circle pulsed with an ominous, purplish light, its intricate design hinting at a ritual of immense power. The circle crackled with energy, a blinding white light erupting from its core. As ethereal tendrils of dark energy snaked outwards, leaving a trail of shimmering particles in their wake. A thought crossed the mind of the unseen sorcerer. He wondered how many could truly grasp the meaning behind this complex ritual. The narration box revealed the identity of the unseen figure, a genius spirit sorcerer, renowned for summoning the highest-ranked darkness spirit. Glaskin's right hand had staked everything on this dangerous undertaking. A low hum filled the air as the magic circle intensified. A blinding flash of light engulfed the area, revealing a colossal, shadowy beast, its tail stretching further than the imperial capital itself. Ed Rothstaler, the disowned villain, found himself caught in the epicenter of this otherworldly event, bracing himself for the impact. The narration box introduced a legendary figure, the one who burned down Alphonse Mountains during the Age of Myth. And the highest-rank fire spirit, Teorphus. A powerful, ominous presence filled the sky, crackling with energy. A swirling vortex of light and shadow coalesced, forming a terrifying figure. The immense power emanating from it was enough to reduce entire forests to ash. However, there was no need for such devastation. A man, his face etched with fear and awe, stared up at the spectacle. Once he saw what was before him, his perspective shifted. The scene concluded with another powerful display of Teorphus's might. A young woman with long, white hair and a red bow stood alone, her back to the viewer. A storm of white energy crackled around her, hinting at a powerful, possibly dangerous event. The narration box ominously warned that what was approaching was absolute death. The young woman's face was now visible, one eye glowed red, her expression a mixture of fear and determination. She seemed to be in the midst of a powerful energy surge. She questioned herself, wondering if she understood the gravity of her actions. The next panel showed an older man, his face contorted in agony, his body racked with pain as he choked on his own blood. His eyes were wide with terror. Another man, seemingly younger, was shown in a similar state of violent death, his body convulsing as he let out a final, desperate scream. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the Game Extras Academy, found himself in an unexpected predicament. A surge of emerald energy enveloped him. A powerful force that threw him violently to the ground. A scream escaped his lips as the energy pulsed around him. From the swirling green light, a monstrous creature emerged, a luminous, wolf-like beast with piercing blue eyes. Its form crackled with raw power. Its teeth bared in a ferocious snarl. Run, it seemed to command, its very presence radiating menace. Ed, dazed and injured, could only manage a pained groan. Hurry and run, a voice urged, but he felt too weak, too overwhelmed. Another voice, harsher and more commanding, cut through the chaos. Survive, it boomed, a stark contrast to the previous warning. And report everything you've seen and experienced, the voice continued, its tone laced with urgency. The monstrous wolf lunged, its claws extended, forcing Ed to roll away just in time to avoid its attack. As he looked up, he saw the creature's eyes, and a question formed in his mind. What are you doing right now, Marilda? A monstrous, glowing blue wolf materialized before Ed, its teeth bared in a ferocious snarl. A young woman with white hair and crimson eyes stood defiantly before the beast, her hands crackling with emerald energy. Move, she commanded, her voice sharp and urgent. She lunged forward, a blur of motion. Her attack a whirlwind of emerald energy that clashed against the wolf's ethereal form. The impact sent shockwaves through the air, the wolf recoiling slightly, leaving the girl momentarily stunned. The wolf tilted its head, a question mark appearing above it in a thought bubble. The wolf spoke, its voice echoing in the girl's mind. You can't recall me. Strange, right? Calm down and think about it. The girl's eyes widened in shock as she realized something crucial. You're not the one who summoned me. A torrential downpour lashed against a dark, indistinct figure, barely visible in the gloom. The relentless rain obscuring the details of a desolate beach, waves crashing against the shore under a stormy sky. A hand, pale and bruised, emerged from the churning water, clawing desperately for purchase. A silent plea for rescue lost in the storm's fury. A voice, calm and curious, cut through the downpour. How is your magic engineering going? He sighed. Well, I feel like all I did until break ended was train my magic engineering all day long. A montage showed him diligently working on his projects, surrounded by intricate tools and glowing components. He carefully gathered his completed work, a collection of meticulously crafted devices. He presented his work, and she concluded, to sum it up, you could call it a great success. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the Game Extras Academy, found himself clinging to life, his body half submerged in the churning sea. Rain lashed down, blurring the already indistinct shoreline. His clothes were torn, stained crimson with blood. A desperate thought flickering in his mind, since I made a legendary rank magic engineering item. He recalled the creation of Delheim's Hourglass, a legendary artifact capable of reversing time by a few seconds and healing all wounds. His hand reached for the shattered remains of the hourglass and activated its power. The message destroyed. You have used Delheim's Hourglass and have no uses remaining flashed across the screen, followed by another. Due to the use of a legendary magic engineering item, your proficiency has increased. Coughing up seawater, Ed collapsed onto the beach, his body racked with pain. He gasped for breath, a low cook escaping his lips. His thoughts racing, I reversed the injuries from falling from the cliff and released the seal of deadly poison. But I only went back a few seconds. Despite the hourglass's effect, Ed remained severely injured. He sat up, his body trembling, blood staining his clothes. A chilling realization dawning on him, due to the salt water getting into my injuries from the battle, my temperature is dropping rapidly. He knew he needed help. And summoned Marilda, his only remaining ally, to his location. He struggled to his feet, his movements slow and labored, and began to walk towards the cliff. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from a prominent family, found himself in a chaotic situation. He reflected on a recent event, unsure if it had gone as planned, his mind clouded by the turmoil of his current predicament. He had used the legendary Delheim's Hourglass, a powerful tool that shouldn't exist until much later in the game's timeline. He mused on the unexpected early deployment of such a potent artifact. Under a stormy sky, Ed walked away from the scene, leaving behind a trail of footprints in the rain-soaked ground. The dark, ominous atmosphere reflected his internal state. He felt a pang of regret. All his efforts to create the hourglass seemed wasted after a single use. Despite this, a flicker of determination remained. Ed's face, bloodied and bruised, was a testament to the recent struggle. His expression, however, held a grim resolve. Despite his injuries, Ed continued his trek through the relentless rain. He had survived. A mysterious woman with a monstrous, clawed hand possessing an eye appeared, her expression filled with a mix of fear and apprehension. Even if Ed were to defeat Kadek and Nox, his survival was far from guaranteed. The scene depicted a grim battle, with Ed and his allies wounded and surrounded. Krapen, utilizing his vast mana reserves, repeatedly cast his cause-and-effect determination magic, searching for a future where Ed Rothstaler met his demise. Until he found one where Ed was indeed dead. This revelation led Ed to a chilling conclusion. Ed pondered the mystery of his would-be assassin, unsure of the killer's motives. He didn't understand why someone wanted him dead. However, a strategic plan formed in his mind. If Krapen confirmed a future where he died, the threat would temporarily subside. Two men, one large and imposing, the other slightly shorter but equally menacing, observed a young girl from behind. They chuckled. Their presence was explained. They could only justify sending vassals to Arkan Island for specific, high-priority reasons, such as assisting Tanya with the upcoming elections or negotiating the sage's sealed grimoire. Ed's plan solidified. If he could convincingly play dead until the elections and grimoire negotiations concluded, he could survive. He would simply need to remain hidden until the danger passed. However, a significant problem arose. Ed was severely injured, his body battered and bleeding. A question mark hung in the air. A fiery figure, engulfed in flames, crashed to the ground, the impact echoing through the rain-soaked landscape, leaving behind a trail of sparks and smoke. Ed Rothstaler, the disowned villain, lay injured and bleeding in the downpour. His body screamed in pain, he felt as if he were on the verge of death. But then, relief washed over him as he registered the presence of someone nearby. My body was so sore I thought I was about to die, but it's a relief. You found me well, he thought, a weak smile gracing his lips. He weakly mumbled a thank you, a cough racking his body. His vision swam, the world blurring around him as he felt himself being embraced. He was being held close, a comforting warmth radiating from the person holding him. Ed's hands, stained crimson with his own blood, trembled slightly as he clung to his rescuer. Meanwhile, several pairs of feet, belonging to other students, could be seen in the distance, approaching cautiously. A hushed whisper echoed through the rain, as a young woman with pink hair rushed to Ed's side, embracing him tightly. The rain continued to fall, washing away the blood, but not the tension. Ed, the disowned villain, found himself drenched in the rain, his words laced with guilt as he apologized to Janica. He lay wounded on the ground, blood staining his clothes, a pained yet resolute expression on his face. A soft sob escaping his lips as the rain continued to fall. His hand trembled as he reached for something, his body weakened by his injuries. The downpour obscuring the details as he struggled. Ed collapsed on the shore, his body limp, the relentless rain washing away the blood, leaving him vulnerable and alone. He sought shelter in a nearby cave, the sound of the rain echoing around him. A voice, seemingly from the game's narrative, advising him to remain hidden. An unseen person offered to help Ed, promising to bring him daily necessities and tools. Janica, a young woman with pink hair, reassured Ed, telling him not to worry too much. Ed expressed gratitude but mentioned that his injuries were painful. Janica, showing concern for Ed's injuries, hugged him by a campfire in a dark cave. Janica apologized, explaining that she felt relieved while hugging him. She gently touched his shoulder, and Ed looked at her with a surprised expression. Ed asked if she could forget what she had just said. Janica blushed and looked down, embarrassed. The scene shifts to another character, a young man with brown hair, whose eyes widen in surprise. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced former villain, now found himself exiled to the woods, seeking refuge from the very game he once sought to conquer. Huddled around a small campfire, he shared the meager warmth with a young woman, her pink hair a stark contrast to the stormy night. The rain hammered down, mirroring the turmoil in Ed's heart. The downpour continued relentlessly as the storm raged around them. Elsewhere, under the shelter of a crude wooden roof, Lucy, another of the game's female leads, sat listlessly in the rain. To a casual observer, she appeared to be doing nothing, lost in a state of quiet contemplation. But appearances were deceiving. Lucy was actively practicing the art of waiting, a skill honed through years of experience in the game's unpredictable world. Unlike the boredom that might plague others, this waiting brought her a sense of profound peace. Meanwhile, Ed, having extinguished the campfire, was making his way through the rain-soaked forest. His actions were methodical, his movements deliberate. He checked the sturdiness of the makeshift shelter, ensuring its structural integrity against the elements. The rain continued to fall, a constant backdrop to his solitary existence. Under a relentless downpour, Ed, the disowned villain, diligently moved his rain-soaked laundry to the drying line. His movements were methodical, a stark contrast to the chaos of his past life. Then, with equal care, he gathered the tools that risked rusting and carefully placed them under the shelter of his tent. Afterward, he planned to brush off the rain from his clothes and greet Lucy at the hut. Ed's daily life was a whirlwind of unpredictable events, yet he always found solace in this small hut. Here, amidst the comforting sounds of rain and fire, he found a sense of peace. He lit the lamp, settled at his desk, and opened his magic engineering textbook, ready to delve into the intricacies of his studies. The gentle scene was a stark contrast to the turbulent events that often surrounded Ed. Suddenly, Lucy awoke with a start. A question mark floated in her mind, a silent query. Her senses were heightened, picking up on something unusual. A strange manna, the scent of blood. Annoyance flickered across her face as she tried to pinpoint the source of the unsettling sensation. Someone thanked Ed for protecting their house. Ed sat on a bench, a young girl sleeping peacefully on his lap. He gently stroked her hair, a soft expression on his face. The girl stirred, her eyes opening to reveal a striking purple iris. A thoughtful escaped her lips. Suddenly, the girl was caught in a magical gust of wind and rain, her hat flying off. She was swept away by the magical force. Her eyes widened in surprise as she looked down, muttering, "Koag, you?" A man appeared, seemingly injured, introducing himself as Nox, a vassal of the Rothtaler family. He was surrounded by a dark, magical aura. Nox, still injured, explained that he had tripped in the forest and that his comrade had been attacked by a wild animal. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game, lay bleeding in the rain. His face, contorted in a grimace, was streaked with crimson rivulets. Despite his injuries, a strange smirk played on his lips. A shadowy figure loomed over him, their face obscured by darkness. "I'll let you live," the figure stated, their voice devoid of emotion. The scene shifted to a tranquil forest bathed in purple hues. A voice echoed through the trees, "If you're honest with me, I'll let you live." A young woman with striking purple eyes, clad in a witch's hat, appeared, her expression unreadable. She seemed to be observing Ed from a distance. Another woman, her face partially obscured, emerged from the shadows. "What were you doing?" she demanded, her voice sharp and accusatory. The rain continued to fall as a dagger lay on the ground, its purple glow hinting at its deadly nature. "Seal of deadly poison," a caption read. A cloaked figure examined the dagger, a thoughtful expression on his face. "Seal so rare you might only ever see it once in your life," he murmured. He held the dagger, a troubled look crossing his features. "Why does it feel like these accident reports only occur when I'm on shift?" he wondered. A cloaked figure, lantern in hand, stood atop a rain-swept rock, his silhouette stark against the stormy sky. 3 shadowy figures lay at his feet. He mused, it must have already been used, and someone must have died. Considering the perilous drop from the cliff, recovering them would prove difficult even in daylight. Elsewhere, a brutal scene unfolded. A young man with blonde hair lay bleeding, his attacker looming over him. The narration box summarized the situation grimly. To sum up the situation, a witness had intended to assist the injured man with his spirit sorcery, only to find him already mortally wounded. You were going to meet Ed in order to help him with his spirit sorcery, but when you came, he had been stabbed. A young woman with braided, light brown hair, her face partially obscured by a hood, confirmed the grim account. Yes, that's what happened. She pressed for details, urging the witness to recall the attacker. I'm sure you're shocked, but try to remember clearly. You saw the culprit, right? 3 hooded figures huddled together in the downpour, their faces etched with grief and concern. One of them spoke, confirming the identity of the attackers. Yes. I'm sure he said they were Rothtailor's vassals. Named Kadek and Knox. The revelation sent a shockwave through the group. The vassals of Rothtailor? Ed Rothstailor, disowned and expelled from the academy, found himself alone in the rain. A determined glint shone in his eyes as he resolved to speak with the High Dean in the morning. His gaze unwavering, a plan forming in his mind. He would secure a scholarship and escape this precarious existence. Meanwhile, in the dark forest, two cloaked figures huddled near a small fire, their faces obscured by shadows. A mysterious figure in a witch's hat appeared in the distance. Their attention immediately drawn to the unexpected visitor. Confusion and apprehension filled the air. The cloaked figures watched as the mysterious woman seemingly vanished into thin air, leaving only ripples in the rain-slicked water. A shared look of disbelief passed between them. Suddenly, a third figure emerged from the shadows, startling the two cloaked women. One of them, Lucy, reacted with alarm. But the newcomer, a young man with long brown hair, quickly reassured her, promising explanations at the camp. The young man revealed a shocking truth: he had captured the murderers of someone important. They were Rothstailor's vassals, Kadek and Knox. Under a stormy sky, Ed Rothstailor found himself surrounded by three young women. One, a girl with a pointed hat and a red cloak, looked distressed. The other two, dressed in school uniforms, stood protectively beside her, their expressions a mixture of concern and apprehension. A tall man in a white robe stood behind them, his face etched with worry. Ed, seemingly alone, reached down to pick up a strange, dark object from the rain-slicked ground. As a surge of purple energy crackled around his hand as he grasped it, a powerful magical blast erupted from the object, causing the girl in the red cloak to cry out, "Lucy!" The purple energy engulfed the girl in the red cloak, who seemed to be struggling against its force. The blast intensified, creating a blinding flash of light, sending the two girls in uniforms flying backward as the energy dissipated. The man in the white robe, his face grim, lunged forward, shouting, "We need to chase her immediately." Meanwhile, Janica, one of the girls in uniform, stared intently at something, her expression unreadable. She muttered, "Janica, what is?" A young woman, her face obscured by shadow and rain, urged someone unseen to hurry. "We don't have time," she insisted, "quickly, before things escalate." Suddenly, two figures clashed in a burst of purple energy. A deafening crack echoed through the air as the force of their confrontation rippled outwards. A woman, cloaked in purple, confronted the combatants. "Rothtailor's vassals," she declared, her voice sharp and accusatory. "You've been around under the pretense of helping with work." She pressed her advantage, her gaze unwavering. "You serve the Rothtailor family, right?" One of the figures, clearly injured, groaned in pain. The woman's eyes widened as she uttered a single word, "Rothtailor." A surge of purple energy erupted from the woman's staff, illuminating the scene in an eerie glow. Meanwhile, another man, his face scarred and bloodied, looked on with a suspicious grin. "We came to assist Tanya Rothtailor," he explained, legally, with permission from the academy. Tanya, a young woman with blonde hair, looked on with a worried expression. The name Tanya echoed in the rain-soaked air, leaving the reader to wonder about the true nature of the situation and the individuals involved. Ed Rothstailor, the disgraced villain, unleashed a surge of dark energy, a purple tempest erupting from his clenched fist. The raw power expanding outwards in a destructive wave, shattering the very ground beneath him. The dust settled, revealing the extent of the devastation. A mysterious figure emerged from the chaos, a young woman with long purple hair, clad in a dark witch's hat and robe, her eyes glowing with an eerie purple light. She surveyed the scene, her gaze sharp and intense, a faint electrical crackle surrounding her. Meanwhile, another girl, with short blonde hair, appeared, her voice laced with urgency. She demanded, "Where is she?" A powerful magical energy erupted from the ground, shattering the earth, revealing Tanya Rothstailor, a young woman with long white hair, clad in a dark red school uniform and a pointed purple witch's hat, standing amidst the chaos. A cloaked figure, their face obscured by shadow, demanded Tanya's whereabouts. Tanya's eyes glowed with an ominous purple light as she glared intensely. A voice called out desperately for Lady Lucy. The cloaked figure, now revealed to be Lady Lucy, emerged from the shadows, her purple eyes burning with intensity, leaving Tanya to wonder what was happening. A large group of maids in dark uniforms stood before Lady Lucy, as she surveyed them with a mysterious air. A mysterious, cube-shaped artifact pulsed with an inner, ethereal light, held delicately in a gloved hand. Arcing tendrils of energy crackled around it, hinting at immense power. The scene shifted to a rain-lashed city street where three figures, cloaked in shadows and surrounded by swirling magical runes, hovered above the ground. One, a young woman in a school uniform, radiated a vibrant purple energy. A powerful magical energy erupted from the young woman, forming a protective barrier around the group as the rain intensified. Ed, caught in the downpour, watched in disbelief as the three figures descended. He questioned Lady Lucy, the leader of the group, her dark eyes gleaming with determination. "Lady Lucy, why are you doing this?" Ignoring his question, Lady Lucy raised her hands, and the same cube-shaped artifact from earlier appeared, glowing intensely in her grasp. Her expression hardening as she focused her power on the artifact. A malevolent aura emanated from her, a stark contrast to her usually calm demeanor. With a sudden burst of energy, she slammed the artifact into the ground, unleashing a wave of purple energy that surged outwards. The force of the blast sending Ed reeling backward. Lady Lucy's eyes widened in surprise as she witnessed the unexpected outcome of her actions. Her two companions immediately reacted, preparing another spell as she commanded, "Bring her." Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the Game Extras Academy, found himself inexplicably inhabiting his own character. Now living in the woods, he was determined to avoid the game's protagonists and earn his scholarship. A surge of purple and blue energy erupted behind him. A command echoed through the air, "Bring Tanya." Tanya, one of the game's female leads, her eyes blazing with an unnatural purple light, was clearly the target. A powerful energy, radiating from Tanya, pulsed outwards. A shockwave of violet energy tore through the air, causing a devastating explosion within a grand hall. Amidst the chaos, a figure emerged, declaring, "It was a good fight." A young woman with fiery red hair scoffed, "Humph," as if. She continued, her voice dripping with sarcasm, "You sure act arrogant just because you beat your second-year seniors." A man with silver hair, dressed in a vibrant red coat, leaned back with a self-satisfied smirk. He chuckled, praising Elvira for her good work. He continued, however, that despite her victory, it couldn't yet be said that she had surpassed the achievements of the previous years. The scene shifted to a young man with dark hair, clad in a similar red coat, leaning against a pillar. He muttered that Jix still remained a formidable presence. The silver-haired man, observing him from a distance, subtly smiled, a glint in his eye. The dark-haired young man's expression turned thoughtful. He questioned whether Jix, even with his prowess in one-on-one combat, truly defeated Elvira, the top alchemy student. He pondered this, his gaze intense. The scene broadened to show a classroom setting. A voice commented that in the first-year magic faculty, there was a genius named Joseph, yet somehow, he was still the top student of the year. Another voice then revealed the identity of the dark-haired young man, Wade Collarmore, heir to the renowned swordsman family of Collarmore. The two young men, Wade and the silver-haired man, stood facing each other, a silent tension filling the air between them. A hushed whisper cut through the air. The speaker, unseen, speculated on the possibility of Ed Rothstaler, the disgraced villain, defeating Jix, a formidable opponent. A thought that sent a jolt of surprise through Ed himself. The impact of that unexpected event reverberated through the scene, a powerful shockwave that shook the very foundations. Leaving two figures, silhouetted against the chaos, standing amidst the debris. One, Ed, appeared surprised but composed, the other, a companion in a similar red coat, stood alert, weapon at the ready. Amidst the dust and confusion, a female voice, laced with alarm, pierced the air. She questioned the nature of the sudden, powerful sound, wondering if it signaled an attack and whether they needed to flee. A blinding flash of purple energy erupted from a central point, the source of the earlier shockwave. A destructive force leaving behind only lingering traces of its power. A man's foot, clad in a polished shoe, appeared on the ground, seemingly unaffected by the recent chaos. A figure calmly suggesting they find the head maid, implying a plan is already underway. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from a prominent family, found himself muttering a grim denial. As the weight of his situation crashed down on him, it was too late to change his fate. Suddenly, a powerful magical energy erupted, emanating from a cloaked figure. A young woman, seemingly a victim, was caught in the spell's grasp. The source of the magic revealed itself to be a time-type aspectual magic, a time prison. The cloaked figure, seemingly in control, surveyed her handiwork. More figures, similarly cloaked, appeared, their presence adding to the ominous atmosphere. The rain continued to fall as the magical energy pulsed, creating a mesmerizing display. A narration box revealed the shocking truth. The spell was a complex technique that would take a lifetime to master, yet someone had replicated it with a single glance. The identity of the spellcaster was revealed. Tanya Rothstaler, Ed's sister, commanded her subordinates. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced third-rate villain from the game, found himself in a precarious situation. His mind raced, questioning the presence of Lucy and Meryl, two prominent female leads from the game, in his immediate vicinity. A magical energy crackled around him, a stark reminder of his unexpected predicament. He was alive, but the circumstances were far from ordinary. A maid, her face etched with panic, urged him to flee, shouting directions. Ed, however, remained rooted to the spot, his eyes darting around the opulent hallway as more chaos erupted around him. He was pursued by a figure, their face partially obscured, adding to the growing sense of urgency. The head maid, visibly shaken, revealed the gravity of the situation. An assassination attempt had taken place, and they were completely at a loss. According to Lady Lucy, the victim was none other than Ed Rothstaler himself, a third-year magic student. The news sent a shockwave through the scene, leaving everyone stunned and uncertain of what to do next. A chilling revelation emerged: the assassin was a Rothstaler family vassal, adding another layer of complexity to the unfolding events. A tense atmosphere filled the opulent Rothstaler mansion. Ed Rothstaler, a disowned member of the family, stood amidst the chaos, his expression unreadable. Two figures, a maid and a vassal, stood beside him, their faces etched with worry. The vassal spoke, his words laced with apprehension. A vassal of the Rothstaler family, does that mean that Tanya? The maid, Tanya, gasped, her eyes wide with shock and disbelief as the implications of the vassal's words sunk in. A question mark hung in the air, unspoken but heavy with dread. Ed's gaze hardened, a grim determination settling over his features. He was prepared for whatever came next. His vassal, Jix, looked on with concern, his voice filled with worry as he addressed Ed. What? Young Master Jix. This situation. Jix's concern escalated into a sharp rebuke. He demanded an explanation, his voice sharp with urgency. What is wrong with you? Are you going to try and get revenge or something? Just evacuate. Ed remained calm, his response measured and resolute. When the time comes, I'll evacuate, so you leave first. With a swift, decisive movement, Ed began his escape from the mansion, leaving Tanya and Jix behind. His movements were efficient and purposeful. He offered a brief, almost inaudible apology as he disappeared into the shadows. I'm sorry. The scene shifted to a dark, ominous corridor, the heavy oak doors slamming shut behind Ed, leaving Tanya and Jix alone in the mansion's perilous embrace. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game, found himself in a desperate situation. He strained against the confines of the crumbling stone passage, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion. A powerful force propelled him forward, sending debris flying in a chaotic spray. He landed heavily, his breath catching in his throat. A grim realization settled upon him, as I thought. 5 minutes after the initial explosion, Tanya Rothstaler had vanished. The narrative box provided a crucial piece of information. Ed found himself in a desolate landscape, the remnants of a collapsed structure surrounding him. He looked up, his expression one of dawning horror. And then he saw it, the door was locked. The only place he could have gone was blocked. Ed leaned against a damaged wall, his shoulders slumped in defeat. Despair washed over him. A choked sob escaped his lips. Ugh, why? Why is this happening? Just why? Why, he wondered, his voice barely a whisper. In the next panel, a young girl with blonde hair, her face streaked with tears, was cradled in Ed's arms. Her body was wrapped in bandages. All evidence pointed to Tanya, yet a troubled expression clouded her features. A single tear traced a path down her cheek as she clutched her head in despair. But she still couldn't understand. Specifically, thanks to Ed, Tanya's reputation and life at the academy were improving. A group of girls in school uniforms, their faces a mixture of concern and apprehension, looked on as Tanya, her face radiant with happiness, celebrated her newfound success. Although it seemed odd that Tanya, despite her apparent ill will towards Ed, would orchestrate an assassination. A mysterious figure, their face obscured by shadow, observed the scene with a calculating gaze. The figure addressed Tanya directly. Listen well, Tanya Rothtaler. You need to answer me truthfully. The question was blunt and accusatory. Did you have Ed assassinated? Tanya's horrified denial was immediate and vehement. No, I swear. Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain in the game, found himself in a precarious situation. A surge of purple energy erupted from a shattered container, leaving him uncertain of what had just transpired. The energy's impact had seemingly injured Tanya, a female lead in the game, leaving her trapped and terrified within a broken cabinet. An unseen narrator's voice expressed concern for Tanya's life, highlighting the dire circumstances and lamenting Ed's apparent demise. Meanwhile, a young man with short, gray hair sat alone, his clothes torn and bearing visible wounds. His expression reflected a deep sense of despair and helplessness. The panel shifts to show a closer view of the young man's injuries, emphasizing the severity of his condition. His gaze then shifts to another individual. A man with blonde hair, whose intense stare suggests a thoughtful assessment of the situation. He acknowledges the many uncertainties surrounding him. The scene cuts to Ed, who is seen ripping off a piece of his cloak, revealing a determined expression beneath. He briefly acknowledges the need to discuss the details later, prioritizing immediate action. Ed, now fully revealed, stands tall and confident, ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead. A shadowy figure, cloaked in darkness, issued a curt command, "Stay in here for now." The warning was directed at a young woman, Lucy, who lay on the ground, her face etched with worry. She whimpered, "Ah." As the figure's words sunk in, "If you go out into the square, you might die." The scene shifted, showing a glowing green amulet. The narration box ominously stated, "And Lucy getting blood on her hands." A man with dark green hair, seemingly radiating a powerful energy, appeared, his face grim. He declared, "Stop Lucy for now." The green energy pulsed around him as he moved with controlled power. A display of raw force that belied his calm demeanor. The narration box added, "Are not what Ed would have wanted." He turned to another figure, Jix, his voice laced with frustration. "Can you not read the room, Jix?" The final panel showed Ed, his eyes burning with a fierce determination. Ed, the disgraced villain, stood amidst the chaos, a sinister glint in his eyes. He declared his intention to take Tanya, his voice dripping with menace. But before he could act, a fiery arrow, imbued with magical energy, streaked across the sky. Aimed directly at him. 3 figures, cloaked in shadow, unleashed a barrage of magical attacks. Powerful blasts of energy that tore through the air, forcing Ed to react. He deflected the onslaught with a display of surprising skill. The sheer force of the impact causing a devastating explosion that sent debris flying everywhere. Amidst the chaos, Tanya lay injured on the ground, the rain washing over her. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game, found himself sprawled on the rain-slicked ground, a pained gasp escaping his lips. As a young woman, her face etched with worry, stood over him, the downpour washing over them both. The narration box revealed Dorothy, a top alchemy student, also a victim of this mysterious event. Ed's anguished cry filled the air, his face contorted in pain and fear. A powerful purple magic erupted, lifting two figures into the stormy sky. Leaving Ed to stare up at the spectacle, his expression a mixture of terror and bewilderment. The purple energy intensified, a sinister presence looming. As a mysterious figure emerged, their eyes glowing with malevolent power. A magical blast erupted from a swirling vortex of purple energy, the sound of AACK echoing through the air. A young woman with long black hair, her face obscured by a mask, charged forward, sword raised, deflecting the magical blast. Her movements sharp and precise. She cursed, "Why is something like this happening? Fuck. I didn't come to Sylvana for this." Her frustration intensified. "There's no such thing as peace in my life. This fucking sucks. Fucking fuck." She stumbled, her foot catching on something unseen in the rain-slicked ground, sending her sprawling into the rain-soaked garden. Golden wings sprouted from her back as she fell, a trail of shimmering energy marking her descent. And she landed with a heavy thud. She looked up, her sword still clutched in her hand, as she braced herself for whatever came next. Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain in the game, lay sprawled in a puddle, the rain washing over him. He muttered to himself, his thoughts filled with a chilling premonition of something unexpected and frightening. A wave of frustration washed over him. He cursed his current predicament, his inner monologue filled with self-loathing and resentment. His anger intensified as he glared at the ground, the rain mirroring the turmoil within him. A voice cut through his self-pity, sharp and accusatory. A girl with vibrant red hair appeared, her expression a mixture of concern and disbelief. She questioned him about the recent sparring match, her voice laced with suspicion. He explained that he had used all his reagents during the sparring session and needed to return to the lab to replenish his supplies. The girl's expression shifted as she explained the urgency of the situation. A powerful monster was on the loose, and only the top students could stop it. Her face contorted in a grimace of worry as she emphasized the limited time they had before the academy workers arrived. She urged him to escape to the faculty building once he regained his strength, highlighting the critical need for him to survive. The panel shows Ed and the red-haired girl together, highlighting their shared predicament and the urgency of the situation. An unseen figure, caught in a downpour, urgently instructed anyone nearby to summon academy workers. Suddenly, a young woman with long, reddish-pink hair appeared, seemingly summoned by magic, her expression a mix of curiosity and amusement as she watched the scene unfold. The rain continued to fall heavily as she paused, seemingly lost in thought. Then, a young woman with dark hair appeared, her face bruised and bloodied, collapsing to the ground. She lay there, her breathing ragged, the rain washing away the blood from her face. As a figure emerged from the shadows, their face obscured, but their presence radiating menace. Their voice dripping with contempt as they unleashed a torrent of insults. The insults continued, each word a venomous barb aimed at the fallen woman, ending with a final, cruel judgment. Rain lashed down, the downpour relentless as Ed Rothstaler huddled by a meager fire, his body racked with pain. He was a third-rate villain in this game, now living in the woods after being expelled from the academy. He muttered to himself, realizing the gravity of the situation. The academy workers were on their way. Marilda, one of the female leads, approached, a fiery dragon-like creature at her back. But before Ed could explain anything, Lucy, another of the female leads, had already discovered his hiding place. Ed, injured and desperate, wondered what might happen next. He was concerned about Lucy's safety. He suspected Lucy had gone to find Tanya at the Theophilus Hall. Ed let out a nervous laugh, the sound strained and weak. The impact of the situation hit him hard, leaving him reeling. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the Game Extras Academy, found himself in an unfamiliar situation. He had been cast out from his family and expelled from the academy for his antics. Waking up battered and bruised, his mind reeling from the sudden shift in reality. Scars marred his face, a testament to a recent struggle, yet his eyes burned with a fierce determination. He rose to his feet, his movements stiff but resolute. The path ahead was unclear, but Ed knew he had to secure a scholarship to graduate and escape his current predicament. Rain lashed against the windows of a small, secluded cabin nestled deep within a forest. Inside, Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from a popular game, lay sick in bed. He shivered, a cold sweat clinging to his skin. A voice, presumably his own, echoed in his mind, if he continued to get wet, he would only get sicker. An elderly man, his face etched with worry, tended to Ed, his touch gentle as he checked the boy's temperature. Ed groaned in discomfort. The old man's expression softened, a hint of sadness in his eyes. He urged Ed to remember this feeling of weakness. He continued to monitor Ed's condition, concern etched on his features. A voice, cold and distant, narrated Ed's situation. The more he suffered, the weaker he would become, and the more likely he would encounter other weak individuals. This voice highlighted the stark contrast between Ed's effortless abilities and the struggles of others who dedicated their lives to mastering similar skills. A blinding flash of light erupted from the center of the frame, radiating outwards in streaks of vibrant teal, purple, and gold. The sheer power of the energy surge was palpable, leaving behind a trail of shimmering particles in its wake. the intense energy momentarily obscuring the view before dissipating to reveal a grand, imposing building, seemingly unscathed by the blast. A woman with striking purple hair and piercing blue eyes stared upwards, her expression a mixture of concern and apprehension. She questioned someone unseen, her voice laced with worry, "Aren't you going to bring her?" A figure cloaked in shadows, their face hidden beneath a wide-brimmed hat, responded curtly, "Fine then." The cloaked figure raised their hands, and a surge of dark purple energy crackled around them. They muttered, "It won't be long before I find her myself." A young woman with long white hair materialized from the purple energy, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and determination. A voice boomed, "You will become such a powerful mage that no one will rival you." More purple energy swirled around the young woman, forming intricate patterns that pulsed with raw power. The scene ended with her engulfed in a radiant, magical aura. A young woman with dark hair, dressed in what seems to be a magical girl outfit, stood at the center of a swirling vortex of pink energy. The air crackled with power as she prepared for something. A powerful blast of energy erupted from the vortex, propelling her forward. She hurtled through the air, a blur of motion against the backdrop of a city, leaving a trail of shimmering pink energy in her wake. Below, figures wielding bows and other weapons looked up in alarm. The young woman landed gracefully, her feet barely disturbing the surface of a rain-slicked street. The impact was minimal, but the force of her arrival was undeniable. A thought crossed her mind: life may get tedious because of your innate talent, and everything may end up seeming meaningless. She was immediately surrounded by several figures, their bows drawn and aimed at her. They loosed their arrows, but she moved with impossible speed, dodging each projectile with ease. The arrows whizzed past her, embedding themselves in the nearby buildings. One of the arrows grazed her arm, causing a slight sting. She felt the pain, but even that fleeting discomfort was quickly fading. Another thought: the feeling of pain will eventually become a distant memory. Rain lashed down as Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game, now living as a recluse in the woods, muttered to himself, "Lying old man." His foot, clad in a simple shoe, landed on the rain-slicked cobblestones, igniting a small patch of the ground beneath him. The flames spreading rapidly, culminating in a fiery explosion that rocked the city. The force of the blast sent shockwaves through the area, causing tremors and debris to rain down. Amidst the chaos, a mysterious figure emerged, a woman with long white hair, wearing a large, dark hat and a red coat. She surveyed the scene with a smirk. She muttered to herself, "Damn, I thought that was a good plan." Elsewhere, a young woman with long, reddish-brown hair, wearing a school uniform, looked on in distress, clutching her bag. A figure, cloaked and unseen, observed a strange magical display. The casting speed was unlike anything they had ever witnessed. A young woman, clad in a crimson robe and pointed hat, unleashed a surge of violet energy. She commanded the energy with a sharp, decisive gesture. The energy struck its target with brutal force, sending the victim sprawling. The impact sent a shockwave through the air, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The observer noted the speed of the attack, questioning its nature. It was too fast to be simple magic. It was revealed to be pure mana, emanating from the young woman. The problem wasn't the spell, but the sheer amount of mana being used. Another woman, her face contorted in a grim smile, explained that alchemists could manipulate mana into forms beyond conventional magic. The observer, partially obscured by shadow, watched with growing apprehension. The alchemist, once again, demonstrated her mastery over mana, transforming it into something beyond simple spellcasting. A young woman with long, dark hair, clad in a purple dress, stood amidst a chaotic scene. Scattered around her lay various toys and debris, drenched in a purple, electrical aura. Beside her, another girl with reddish-brown hair sat on the ground, seemingly unharmed but visibly shaken. She explained that she needed to use magic engineering items to complete her task. Specifically, she needed reagents. The reddish-brown-haired girl, her face contorted in a manic grin, held a vial of crimson liquid. A caption box identified it as a red quartz reagent, capable of absorbing large amounts of mana for fluid movement. And with a flourish, she poured the reagent onto the ground, creating a swirling vortex of crimson energy. The vortex pulsed with power, drawing in the surrounding mana. A caption box announced that the mana circuit connection was complete. The reddish-brown-haired girl listed the items she was activating: a Krex mana separator, noise generator, elemental stimulator, claw hand, Hadouken, vision disc, and Catlan mana purifier, simultaneously increasing their output. A young woman in a purple witch's hat stood amidst a surge of magical energy, various items floating around her. She warned that all the mana in the area would evaporate. A young woman with fiery red hair and piercing eyes gripped her hands, a look of intense worry etched across her features. She muttered to herself, fearing that the life's work she had dedicated herself to would be irrevocably ruined. Meanwhile, two other young women, one in a red blazer and the other in a maid's uniform, urged students to evacuate, noting that not everyone had yet escaped the danger. The two women continued to guide the fleeing students, their concern evident in their expressions, acknowledging that even the maids required more time to complete their evacuation. The red-haired woman, however, pushed herself to her limits, determined to overcome the obstacle before her. Her magical energy surging as she channeled her power. A powerful surge of energy erupted from her, causing several magical artifacts to fly around her wildly. The force of the magic overwhelming her as she lost control. The magical energy overloaded, exceeding the capacity of the tool she was using, resulting in a catastrophic failure. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from a prominent family, found himself in an unexpected predicament. His eyes, wide with a mix of fear and determination, reflected the gravity of his situation. Explosions rocked the sky above him as several magic-engineered vehicles were destroyed in a hail of fire and debris. A young woman, seemingly unharmed amidst the chaos, levitated in the air, a purple aura surrounding her. She was the source of the destruction. More explosions continued to erupt around her as she focused her power. The intensity of the magical assault escalating with each passing moment. The young woman, her face contorted in a grimace, muttered to herself. She thought, because it's not academically valuable. The purple energy intensified around her, revealing a powerful magic user with a stern expression. Her eyes glowed with an eerie purple light. The narration box ominously stated that if someone with such power existed, stopping them would be impossible. The sheer scale of the task was highlighted. It took considerable effort to apprehend Belle Maya, the Awfulous Hall's head maid, along with Traciana Bloomliver, a top magic student, Dorothy Whitefelts, a top alchemy student, 14 high-class maids, and Elvira, another top alchemy student. The image emphasized the combined might of those involved in the apprehension. Elvira lay defeated in the rain, her expression one of pained defeat. Traciana, the magic student, stood over Elvira, her silhouette stark against the downpour. Several small, glowing objects lay scattered around them. She looked down at the fallen girl. As rain continued to fall, washing away the scene. Traciana warned Elvira that continuing her actions would lead to regret, pointing out the immense mana she had used. Despite the warning, Traciana seemed to understand Elvira's motivations, suggesting that Elvira's actions stemmed from a shared belief. A figure cloaked in shadows, their face obscured by a wide-brimmed hat, pondered aloud. They mused that even Ed Rothstaler, the disgraced villain, wouldn't have wanted this. A heavy downpour washing over the scene. A young woman with long, silver hair, clad in a dark cloak and witch's hat, walked through the rain, her shoulders slumped with dejection. She appeared to be Tanya. The camera focused on the ground near Tanya's feet, revealing several scattered, ornate boxes and strange devices, seemingly magical artifacts. One of the boxes lay open, its contents spilled across the wet cobblestones. As rain continued to fall, Tanya's hand glowed with an ethereal, purple energy, forming a swirling orb of arcane power. She murmured to herself that she would decide what to do after meeting with someone named Tanya. A shadowy figure, its eyes burning with malevolent red light, lunged at Tanya from the darkness. But Tanya reacted instantly, her magical orb flaring brightly as she unleashed a wave of energy. The shadowy figure was struck, its form dissolving into nothingness. The impact sent Tanya reeling back. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game, muttered to himself, recognizing his own madness. He wondered who Clebius was. He was drenched in the rain, his expression one of despair as he gripped his weapon tightly. Suddenly, a young woman with braided hair appeared, blocking his path and unleashing a furious verbal assault. Ed, caught off guard, stumbled backward, dropping his weapon as two other women watched from a distance. One of the women, a witch, prepared a magical attack. A surge of purple energy erupted from her hand, striking Ed with full force. The magical energy consumed him completely. The witch stood triumphantly over Ed's fallen form, the rain washing away the remnants of the magical energy. Ed's body lay broken and defeated on the rain-slicked ground. Clebius, a top combat student in her second year, was left battered and bleeding in the rain. Her face was obscured by her dark hair, but the extent of her injuries was clear. Another figure, a young woman with long, white hair, stood nearby, also drenched and visibly upset. Tears streamed down her face as she watched the scene unfold. The white-haired woman raised her hands, a faint purple glow emanating from them as if she were preparing to use magic. Elsewhere, a man with a red jacket and an eye patch, his eyes glowing menacingly, declared his intention to achieve his goals, even by force. He clenched his fist, a surge of dark energy crackling around him. A different man, this one in a white shirt and tie, appeared, demanding Tanya. Ed, the disgraced villain, found himself in a desperate situation, his red shirt stained with the grime of the forest as he ducked behind a crumbling stone wall. He gripped his sword tightly, his knuckles white, a girl peeking from behind him, her eyes wide with fear. A sword, seemingly flung with immense force, landed point first into the ground before him, the impact sending tremors through the earth. Ed reacted instantly, leaping to his feet and launching a powerful counterattack. His movements were a blur of motion, a whirlwind of red and blue. His opponent, a figure in dark clothing, barely had time to react before Ed's blade connected, sparks erupting as steel met steel. The clash sent a shockwave through the air. The force of the blow sent the dark-clothed figure sprawling, his body tumbling across the ground. Ed pressed his advantage, his movements precise and deadly. With a final, decisive strike, Ed disarmed his opponent, sending their sword flying through the air. He stood over them, his breath ragged but his eyes sharp and alert. The opponent, surprised and defeated, stared up at Ed in disbelief. His eyes widened as he recognized something familiar in Ed's movements. "What the?" he gasped, his voice filled with a mixture of shock and dawning understanding. But even as he recognized it, he knew something was amiss. But it's too much of a difficult and drastic change to say that, he thought, his mind racing to comprehend the implications of what he had just witnessed. A shadowy figure with crimson hair and piercing red eyes filled the panel. The narration box above revealed, it's the swordsmanship of a beast that once roamed the northern grasslands. Who became civilized after staying at the island estate? A young man with vibrant blue hair and a determined expression wielded two swords with practiced ease. The impact of his strikes created bright bursts of energy. The narration box below read, this is real swordsmanship experience. However, as he continued his attack, sparks flew from one of his blades as it met unexpected resistance. The narration box above declared, however. The blue-haired swordsman found himself in a precarious position, his attack thwarted. He was thrown back by a powerful counterattack from a dark-haired opponent who had suddenly appeared. The dark-haired man landed on the ground, his expression one of grim determination. The dark-haired man observed his opponent, a critical assessment in his eyes. The narration box above stated, it's incomplete. Another box below explained, his center of gravity is too high, so he has a weak spot. The crimson-haired figure from earlier reappeared, their eyes glowing with intense energy. A powerful energy surge emanated from them, unleashing a devastating attack that left a trail of bright red energy in its wake. The dark-haired man deflected the attack with a swift movement, his sword glowing with a bright teal energy as he countered. A box below the panel identified the technique as wind blade. Ed, the disowned villain, found himself in a desperate situation. He braced himself, his gloved hand gripping the hilt of his sword. A sudden attack forcing him into a defensive posture. His opponent, a figure in red, lunged forward. And Ed reacted instantly, parrying the blow with a swift counterattack. The clash of steel echoed through the air, the impact sending a shockwave through the scene. Ed's blade found its mark, sending his opponent reeling backward, the force of the blow evident in the violent motion, leaving him momentarily stunned and vulnerable. Ed's opponent, clearly injured, gasped for air. As Ed questioned his opponent's resolve, the villain, despite his injuries, showed no sign of surrender. He chuckled, a sinister sound that belied his battered state, and confirmed his intention to continue the fight. He was someone who enjoyed fighting strong opponents, a fact he revealed to himself as he walked away. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game, found himself in a desperate situation. His family had disowned him, and he'd been expelled from the academy. Now, living in the woods, he was determined to avoid the game's protagonists at all costs, focusing on earning a scholarship to secure his future. Yet, a sinister grin stretched across his face as he mused, it's an opportunity to fight with someone as strong as you, so how could I give up that easily? He craved the thrill of a challenge, relishing the chance to test his strength against a formidable opponent. With a wicked glint in his eyes, he demanded, entertain me some more. The scene shifted, revealing Ed in a fierce battle. He wielded a sword with surprising skill and ferocity, his movements a blur of deadly precision as he fought against an unseen adversary. The intensity of the combat was palpable. His opponent, finally revealed, was a young man with dark hair and piercing eyes. A dangerous aura emanated from him. The young man, with a cold, calculating gaze, observed Ed's fighting style. He then stated, you don't enjoy fights, you enjoy victory. The intensity of their duel escalated. The young man continued, you only show drive when it comes to fights that you see the potential of victory in. He paused, his words hanging in the air before he posed a question, isn't that right? Ed, momentarily taken aback by the insightful observation, could only utter, what? Ed, the disowned villain protagonist, found himself facing an opponent. His adversary scoffed, implying that if Ed truly sought a strong opponent, he wouldn't have picked someone from the magic faculty's second-year class. Ed, his face contorted in anger, retorted that he wasn't the strongest among them, Lucy Merrill was. His opponent, unimpressed, declared that if Ed was still looking for excuses. Then a fierce battle began. The clash of steel echoed through the air as the two combatants engaged in a furious exchange of blows. Ed's opponent, clearly superior, sneered, calling Ed a coward and a bastard. The fight continued, with Ed desperately trying to defend himself against his stronger opponent's relentless assault. But he was clearly outmatched. A swift, precise strike left Ed wounded and reeling. Ed's opponent pressed their advantage, preparing a devastating final blow. A powerful, glowing sword descending towards Ed. Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain in the game, found himself gasping for air, his body racked with pain. A sword pierced his chest, the metallic tang of blood filling his mouth. His vision swam, the world blurring around him. He struggled to comprehend the situation. Then what should I have done against such an impossible opponent? He wondered, his thoughts a jumbled mess. That would just be foolish. Ed thought, as he sought his attacker, a young man with dark hair and a stern expression, sheathed his sword. Yeah. The young man stated, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. That's your limit. The young man, his face impassive, sheathed his sword with practiced ease. A low groan escaped Ed's lips as he collapsed to the ground. A sudden, sharp crack echoed through the room. A young woman with dark hair and piercing eyes appeared in the doorway, her expression unreadable. She watched the scene unfold with a chilling calm. The building trembled violently, the impact of the unseen force shaking the very foundations. the scene ended with a sense of impending doom. A young woman, cloaked and hooded, stood amidst a desolate landscape. Jagged rocks and debris littered the ground, a testament to some recent cataclysm. A heavy rain fell, obscuring the full extent of the devastation. The words "pride, the cause of death of more warriors than anything else in the world" appeared as a narration box, a stark observation that seemed to reflect the young woman's somber expression. A single question mark floated in a speech bubble above her head, hinting at her inner turmoil. Suddenly, a shadowy figure emerged from the storm, its eyes glowing menacingly red. The figure seemed to be composed of shadows and dust, moving with unnatural speed and grace. The narration box read, over and over, in order to express themselves. Below, a man, seemingly wounded, gasped for breath, his labored breathing audible in the panel. A dark figure loomed over the wounded man, its voice a chilling whisper, "Be afraid, Clebius." The narration box stated, "Fear is your weapon." The shadowy figure plunged a weapon into Clebius' chest, the impact clearly shown in the panel. The narration box continued, "However, if you live like that," setting a grim tone for the next panel. The final panel showed only a pair of dark boots standing over a pool of blood, the rain washing away the evidence of a brutal murder. A cryptic message appeared before Ed's eyes, a foreboding prophecy of a day when his feet would refuse to move, despite his will. The image of a young woman with crimson hair, her face streaked with grime and blood, filled the next panel. Her eyes, wide with a primal terror, hinted at a struggle beyond comprehension. The prophecy continued, foretelling a time when his very feet would rebel, refusing to lift from the ground. Even as his body trembled with an overwhelming force. A stark contrast to the indomitable spirit that would drive him forward, despite the inevitable losses. The final words of the prophecy, addressed directly to Ed, resonated with a profound sense of urgency. "Son, remember that feeling." A surge of crimson energy enveloped Ed, his hair flaring outward as he gripped a dark, imposing weapon. His eyes glowed with an ominous red light. The energy pulsed, a raw power coursing through his veins, transforming him into a figure both terrifying and strangely compelling. His eyes burned with a fierce determination, reflecting the unwavering resolve within. A surge of crimson energy filled the air, swirling around a figure wielding a staff of dark wood and spiraling crimson runes. The figure's face obscured by shadow, only their fiery red hair visible amidst the chaotic energy. A powerful aura radiating from them, hinting at immense power. The energy subsided, revealing a young man with crimson eyes and blood staining his face. His expression was one of grim determination. Below him, a young woman with reddish-brown hair gasped, her eyes wide with shock as she uttered a single name. "That's Clebius?" Rain lashed down as another figure appeared, a young woman with long, white hair, clad in a red coat and witch's hat, raising her hands, summoning a pillar of fire. A fiery energy crackled and surged through the air, coalescing into a blazing bow, its form shimmering with intense heat. The bowstring taut, ready to unleash a devastating volley. The number X-100 appeared, glowing ominously above the scene. With a roar, the bow unleashed a torrent of fiery projectiles, each one a miniature sun hurtling towards its target. A small figure in a dark cloak and pointed hat stood defiantly amidst the inferno. The rain lashed down, obscuring the scene in a curtain of water. Despite the chaos, a calm voice echoed through the storm, "I didn't forget my promise not to kill anyone." A swirling vortex of fire erupted from the figure's hands, a controlled inferno that danced and writhed with terrifying grace. The flames expanding outward in a devastating wave of destruction. A figure, seemingly unharmed, was seen fleeing the blast. The figure paused, their breath catching in their throat. A thought crossed their mind, "The reason I can still do this despite that fact is because I'm confident." Their eyes burned with a fierce determination. A shadowy figure, cloaked in flames, moved swiftly towards them. A young woman, her face etched with worry, stood amidst a fiery chaos. Her red cloak billowed around her as she braced herself against an unseen force. A grim realization dawning on her, the attack was far stronger than she anticipated. She couldn't defeat the monster with this much power. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she watched the monster's movements. A gasp escaped her lips. It had become impossibly faster. Suddenly, a vibrant green energy erupted from the monster, but before it could connect, a protective barrier of wind deflected the attack, sending the monster reeling back, its form momentarily distorted. Seizing the opportunity, a figure with long dark hair launched a swift counterattack. A blinding flash of green energy engulfing the monster and sending it flying into the distance. Ed, the disowned villain, found himself in a desperate struggle, his body a canvas of crimson against the fiery backdrop of the battle. He moved with a desperate energy, a whirlwind of motion, each movement causing fresh wounds to bloom across his already ravaged body. More blood spilled, painting a gruesome picture of his plight. His face contorted in a grimace of pain and defiance. His eyes, blazing with a fierce light, reflected the inferno raging around him. A desperate counterattack, a desperate attempt to break free from the relentless assault. He slammed his weapon into the ground. A shockwave rippling outwards, but his opponent, a mysterious figure in dark robes and a pointed hat, was ready. With a flick of their wrist, a dark energy lashed out, striking Ed with brutal force. He staggered back, his body screaming in protest. The dark energy continued its assault, tearing through his defenses. He braced himself, gritting his teeth against the pain. But the attack was relentless, pushing him to his absolute limit. His vision blurred, his body trembling. Then, a revelation. The sword he wielded was cursed, a relic of the Nortondale family's taboo. The source of his immense power and his agonizing pain. The ominous title card declared, Family's Taboo. A shadowy figure, cloaked in crimson energy, materialized. Its malevolent presence immediately drawing the attention of a young woman in a crimson witch's hat. Her expression was one of stark fear. A guttural roar, K-A-A-A-H, echoed through the air. As the shadowy figure lunged forward, its crimson energy crackling with raw power. The witch raised a hand, a sphere of violet energy forming. Unleashing a wave of magical force that collided with the shadowy figure. The impact sent the shadowy figure reeling. The witch prepared for another attack, her fist glowing with violet energy. A surge of purple energy erupted from the center of the scene, accompanied by arcane symbols that pulsed with an otherworldly light. The chaotic energy expanding outwards in a dazzling display of magical power. As the magical outburst subsided, revealing a figure with wide, terrified eyes, a silent question mark escaping their lips. A guttural roar echoed through the air as a monstrous figure emerged from the dissipating magical energy. Its crimson form crackling with menacing energy, a terrifying visage revealed in the aftermath of the magical explosion. Meanwhile, another figure, cloaked in shadow, raised a hand, a purple energy gathering around it. Preparing to counter the monstrous threat. The cloaked figure unleashed a blast of purple energy, colliding with the monstrous creature in a violent clash of magical forces. The resulting explosion sending shockwaves through the air. A young woman, clad in a crimson blazer and witch's hat, unleashed a torrent of violet energy. Her body strained with the effort. The magical blast expanding outward in a dazzling display of power. Culminating in a blinding flash that obliterated everything in its path. The aftermath revealed a figure lying prone, blood staining their dark clothing. Rain lashed down, washing away the remnants of the magical explosion. Close up on the figure, the blood was still flowing, mixing with the rain. A crimson tide spreading across the ground. A narration box explained, blood swordsmanship. Uses the blood flowing from your body as a new mana source. Another narration box added, and is a taboo among taboos. A young man with dark hair and a troubled expression stood before them. He was clearly distressed. A voice, presumably from one of the shadowed figures, whispered, "Why is a monster like that in our family?" Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain in the game, found himself in a predicament. Disowned by his family and expelled from the academy for his antics, he was now living in the woods, far from the main characters. Even the prestigious Nortondale family had forbidden him from inheriting their legacy. Despite his circumstances, a voice reassured him, "No, you're not a monster." A questioning look crossed his face as he responded, "Right, Clebius?" Suddenly, a violent scene unfolded. A crimson torrent erupted, staining the ground with blood. A bloody hand reached out from the darkness, revealing a figure consumed by a furious, bloody aura. The narration box identified him, a monster who had mastered the forbidden art of blood swordsmanship. The monster's power surged, a terrifying display of crimson energy. His movements were a blur of bloody strikes. Clebius Nortondale, a figure consumed by crimson rage, addressed an unseen companion. "Yeah, brother." Even he had to acknowledge the undeniable truth of the situation. "That's..." With a dramatic flourish, Clebius raised 3 fingers, channeling a surge of violet energy. Unleashing a devastating blast of power that illuminated the scene. The raw energy leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Clebius stood amidst the chaos, his body drenched in blood. The narration box declared, "The real monster." A mysterious figure, cloaked and ominous, emerged, their eyes glowing with malevolent intent. They raised a hand, a surge of purple lightning crackling around their fingers. The text box identified the technique, high-level lightning magic, divine punishment. A blinding flash of light erupted, signifying the devastating impact of the attack. A young woman with long, light brown hair, dressed in a school uniform, pursued Ed through a dimly lit, cavernous hallway. Her expression was fierce, her fists clenched as she ran. Ed, his dark hair slightly disheveled, stumbled slightly, his breath ragged. He muttered to himself that they were almost there. Ed's eyes widened in surprise as he reached the end of the hallway. He was clearly taken aback by what he saw. A voice, seemingly emanating from nowhere, instructed him that if he went through the door at the end of the hallway, he could escape. A woman with long, crimson hair stood calmly by a grand, ornate door, arms crossed. She seemed to be waiting for someone. Ed, recognizing her, whispered her name, Lortel. Lortel turned, a subtle smile playing on her lips. Her green eyes gleamed with amusement. Ed, a disgraced villain from the game, found himself in a dark alleyway, sword drawn. He grunted in exertion as he faced Tanya and Chix, 2 of the game's female leads, who seemed to be confronting him. A tense standoff illuminated only by the dim glow of a nearby lamppost. Someone, unseen, commented on the blocked roads, noting Tanya's luck in finding Ed, and reminding her to thank Chix for accompanying her. Tanya, her face partially obscured, stood silently, her expression unreadable. The scene shifted to Tanya again. She was asked if she had heard about Ed, to which she replied that she wasn't sure. prompting another question: what would have happened if Tanya had been alone? The focus shifted to Ed, his face partially hidden, as he listened intently to the question. His expression was grim. A close-up on his tie and shirt suggesting his inner turmoil. And his thoughts were revealed: he would have killed Tanya if she had been alone. The final panel shows another female lead, her eyes glowing an eerie green, her expression one of intense malice. A gasp escaped Lortel's lips as she watched from the shadows. Jix, sword drawn, stood before Tanya and Lortel. He considered his options. That would be rash, Lortel, he mused. Instead of killing her, I should start with her fingernails. Not sure what she'd confess, though. Tanya, eyes wide with terror, vehemently denied any involvement. And no, it wasn't me. Jix, however, remained calm. It's fine, Tanya. Lortel, observing the exchange, spoke up. Go on. I can't beat you in a battle anyway, right? A tense silence hung in the air as Lortel stepped into the dimly lit hallway. Ed watched her from the shadows, his expression unreadable. A question forming in his mind: I can't beat you, so I'll let you go? His body instinctively froze as he realized the implications of Lortel's words. In the dimly lit halls of Sylvania, a dramatic scene unfolded. Ed Rothstaler, a young man in a crisp white shirt and tie, stood defiantly, sword in hand, between two young women. One, with long brown hair, looked on with a mixture of concern and apprehension. The other, a blonde in a red blazer, clung to Ed's arm, her eyes wide with fear. The air crackled with tension. As the narration box ominously declared, making an enemy of Lortel Ketchum was a foolish choice. The weight of this statement hung heavy in the air. The next panel showed a close-up of a woman with long, vibrant pink hair and piercing green eyes. Her expression was one of cold fury, her gaze intense and unwavering. A palpable sense of menace emanated from her. A subtle magical aura shimmering around her. The intensity of her glare suggested a powerful magic user. Meanwhile, Ed, now alone in a room, stared out the window at a raging thunderstorm. His face was etched with worry and frustration. Just what am I supposed to do, he wondered aloud. The narration box explained that Jix, frozen in place, was deep in thought. The storm outside mirrored the turmoil within him. The scene shifted to the raging storm, the question posed: how are they still safe? The sheer power of the lightning bolts was awe-inspiring. Leading to another character, a young woman with pink hair, who was visibly shaken and crying, covering her mouth in disbelief. How was it possible that they had survived such a powerful magical attack? The final panel showed the pink-haired girl still frozen in thought, the narration box highlighting her internal struggle. Just how many times are you going to get hit by this high-level magic? Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game, found himself kneeling amidst a storm, his body ravaged by wounds, a sword clutched in his bloodied hand. Electricity crackled around him, mirroring the turmoil within. He collapsed, his form dissolving into dust as the rain washed away the remnants of his struggle, leaving only a faint trace of his presence in the downpour. The rain continued to fall, obscuring the view, but a single crimson eye, reflecting the storm's fury, remained visible. A comforting voice echoed in the storm. Someone spoke to him, offering solace. Klebios, a figure shrouded in shadow, appeared, his words a balm to Ed's wounded spirit. He urged Ed not to blame himself. Klebios continued, shifting the blame to those who had sought to test Ed's power, not Ed himself. He gently encouraged Ed to lift his head. Ed's gaze lifted, and Klebios reassured him that his power was not a curse. Instead, Klebios described a hero, unwavering in his conviction, facing an insurmountable army. A powerful image of this hero, bathed in crimson light, appeared, illustrating Klebios' point. A young man with dark hair stood before a large portrait depicting a powerful figure, his father. The narrator's voice boomed, explaining that the power shown in the painting belonged to their progenitor, Belkis Nordendale, a power used to protect the family. And that with this same power, the young man could also become a hero like his ancestor. The scene shifted abruptly. A hand, crimson with power, emerged from a pool of blood. A guttural curse escaped the young man's lips. Fuck, brother was wrong. The raw emotion in his voice was palpable. He was consumed by a surge of dark, violent energy, his form twisting and changing as a crimson blade materialized in his grasp. The energy pulsed, radiating outward in waves of destructive power. A storm of crimson energy erupted, leaving behind only a trail of destruction. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning cracked across the sky, illuminating a figure moving with impossible speed. A woman with dark hair, clad in crimson, moved like a phantom through the chaos, her movements a blur of motion. The young man, now wielding his crimson blade, engaged in a fierce battle. Despite his human appearance, the narrator observed that once he lost his rationality, his surroundings were consumed by his power. Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain in the game, now inhabiting his own character's body, stood amidst a crimson storm of his own making. His eyes glowed with an unnatural light, reflecting the carnage around him. The words above him echoed his disregard for morality. An antiquated concept like morality does not apply to a monster who bathes his surroundings in blood. Blood flowed from him like a dark tide, staining the ground beneath his feet. The sheer power emanating from him was palpable, a terrifying display of raw, untamed energy. A testament to his descent into something monstrous. His face, contorted in a grimace, showed no remorse, only a chilling emptiness. Suddenly, a blinding flash of blue energy erupted from the ground, shattering the bloody aura surrounding Ed. The force of the attack was immense. A powerful counterattack aimed directly at him, sending a shockwave that ripped through the air. Two figures, silhouetted against the brilliant blue light, were locked in a fierce struggle. One, a young woman with dark hair, seemed to be the source of the energy blast, her form strained with effort as she channeled her power. While Ed, battered but unbowed, was thrown back by the force of the attack, blood trailing from his wounds. Another figure, a girl in a school uniform, was also caught in the blast, her body arcing through the air before she crashed against a wall. The battle was far from over. A surge of raw magical energy crackled in the air, emanating from a figure shrouded in shadow, only their wide-brimmed hat visible amidst the electric blue storm. The power building to an almost unbearable intensity, threatening to overwhelm the senses. A blinding flash of light momentarily obscuring the scene, leaving behind only the lingering scent of ozone and the image of a young man with startling violet eyes, his face partially obscured by the brim of a dark hat, his expression unreadable. A sharp intake of breath escaped him, a silent gasp of surprise and perhaps fear. He stared ahead, his eyes wide with a dawning realization, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. The young man's gaze hardened, a flicker of defiance replacing the initial shock. Suddenly, a dark, shadowy figure emerged from the dissipating magical energy, their movements swift and precise. A crimson blade flashing as it sliced through the air, aimed directly at the young man. Ed Rothstaler, a disowned villain from the Game Extras Academy, found himself in an unexpected predicament. A surge of raw power coursed through him, manifesting as crackling electricity that enveloped his form, leaving him breathless and awestruck. He wondered, could this newfound power be his ticket to becoming a hero? The immediate aftermath left Ed coughing up blood, his body racked with pain. His vision swam, the world blurring around him. Yet a sense of relief washed over him. He had survived. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, wielding a sword. Ed, despite his weakened state, reacted instinctively, parrying the blow with a surprising burst of strength. The clash of steel echoed in the confined space, as the attacker, revealed to be another student, spoke. He expressed a surprising forgiveness, relieved that Ed, and not someone else, was the one killed this time. Ed, still weak and bleeding, could only manage a strained response. A plea for the other student not to blame himself. The weight of his actions, and the unexpected turn of events, settled heavily upon him. The image shows a close-up of a bloodied fist clutching a dark, metallic object, possibly a weapon. The background is obscured by shadow, but the overall impression is one of violence and death. A caption reads, "The true hero died that day." A young man with dark hair and blood-red eyes, his face streaked with blood and tears, is shown in close-up. His expression is one of profound grief and despair. The image focuses on bloodied hands, again suggesting a violent struggle. A caption below reads, "At the hands of a monster." The scene shifts to a figure, partially obscured by rain and shadow, clutching a sword. The figure appears to be wounded. The rain continues to fall as another figure, this one with long dark hair and a bloodied face, is shown in close-up. Their expression is one of grim determination, despite their injuries. The figure with long dark hair speaks, their words indicating exhaustion and despair, "I really can't go on any longer." Their hand grips a bloodied sword. Another thought bubble reveals their inner conflict, "I don't want to become a hero." The rain continues to fall. The figure's internal monologue continues, expressing a deeper fear, "I just don't want to become a monster." The final image shows the figure collapsing, their long dark hair flowing around them as they fall. Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain in the game, clutched his shattered weapon. Blood stained his arms, a grim testament to his recent struggle. The rain fell relentlessly on the cobblestone street, each drop a tiny mirror reflecting the bleakness of the scene. A young woman, clad in a dark cloak and pointed hat, stood amidst the downpour. Her face was obscured by the shadows of her wide brim, but a sense of quiet determination emanated from her posture. Ed lay defeated, his body sprawled across the whetstones. The young woman watched him, her expression unreadable. She turned and walked away, her footsteps barely disturbing the surface tension of the water. Ed, left alone in the rain, felt a wave of despair wash over him. Still, he thought, a single word echoing the emptiness of his situation. Meanwhile, a group of students hurried through the rain, their faces etched with worry. One of them, a young man with dark hair, was being supported by two others. "We're almost there," one of the girls shouted, her voice barely audible above the storm. The young man, exhausted but resolute, muttered, "I've done my part." Back in the rain, the young woman in the cloak stood over Ed's body, her expression now one of grim satisfaction. Rain lashed down as Ed Rothstaler lay bleeding in the mud, his crimson-stained clothes clinging to his body. His breath hitched in his throat, a cold sweat beading on his brow. The narration box explained the mechanics of blood swordsmanship. The more wounded the wielder, the more powerful their attacks become, fueled by the surge of mana released with each drop of blood. Ironically, the closer one is to death, the more power they possess. However, even this immense power was insignificant against Lucy. A moment occurred that could never be repeated. Lucy, who had nearly died, was now staring at her own blood, a chilling realization dawning on her. She could never get used to that feeling. The rain continued to fall, washing away the blood, but not the memory of her near-death experience. A surge of dark purple energy erupted from a shadowy figure, its power crackling with malevolent intensity. The raw force slamming into a heavily armored opponent, who braced himself against the onslaught, leaving him broken and defeated, stripped of both the will and the ability to fight. With a swift, precise movement, the shadowy figure unleashed a wave of energy, a brilliant blue blade of pure power slicing through the air. The attack landed, leaving the armored figure sprawled on the ground, bleeding. A woman in a dark cloak watched from above, a look of cold satisfaction on her face. "What the fuck?" she thought to herself, "as I thought." The defeated man groaned, his body racked with pain. His vision swam, the world blurring around him. He looked up, just as a cloaked figure appeared before him, a dark, ominous presence looming over his fallen form. The cloaked figure spoke, his voice laced with venom, "You were alive, you motherfucker." Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced third-rate villain from the Game Extras Academy, now found himself alone in the unforgiving wilderness. Rain lashed down, mirroring the storm brewing within him as he gripped his makeshift bow. He had been cast out, disowned by his family and expelled from the academy for his antics. A scholarship was his only hope for a better future, a future far removed from the game's chaotic narrative. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game, The Extras Academy Survival Guide, found himself in a dark, ominous corridor. He was clearly in trouble. Surrounded by two figures. One, a young man with dark hair, held a sword, his stance defensive. The other, a young woman with light brown hair, looked terrified, her hands raised in a gesture of surrender. Ed, observing from the shadows, felt a surge of frustration. Now what, he thought, his expression grim, a storm raging outside mirroring the turmoil within him. He knew he needed to act quickly. "There's no time. I need to hurry up and decide," he muttered to himself, the weight of his situation pressing down on him. Suddenly, a woman with vibrant pink hair appeared, her voice soft yet commanding as she spoke Ed's name, Lortel. She stood before him, her expression unreadable, a mysterious aura surrounding her. Ed's sword was still drawn, his guard up. The tension escalated as she moved closer, her presence both alluring and threatening. With a sudden burst of energy, Lortel shattered Ed's sword, leaving him stunned and vulnerable. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the Game Extras Academy, found himself inexplicably inhabiting his own character. His eyes widened in disbelief. As shards of glass rained down around him, a clear indication that something extraordinary had just occurred. Below him, a young woman with vibrant red hair stared up at him, her expression a mixture of shock and awe. Another young woman with long, flowing blonde hair tumbled through the air, her body surrounded by a shimmering, ethereal light. The force of her fall sent more glass fragments scattering, landing with a soft thud amidst the debris. Her eyes fluttered open, revealing a look of dazed confusion. The red-haired woman, seemingly recovering from her initial shock, reached out a hand. As the blonde-haired girl, still disoriented, fell to the ground with a soft cry. The scene was chaotic, yet strangely beautiful in its surreal unfolding. The red-haired woman gasped, her eyes widening in recognition as she saw the blonde girl's face. "Ah, Lortel?" She rushed to Lortel's side, concern etched on her features. The impact of the fall had left Lortel visibly shaken and injured. Another voice cut through the air, sharp and urgent, "Janica?" A young woman with a large red bow in her hair excitedly pointed towards a shadowy alleyway. There, Ed Rothstaler, a disowned villain with spiky dark hair, stood holding a young woman with blonde pigtails captive at sword point. "I found her," she exclaimed. Inside the alley, another young woman with long red hair lay unconscious on the ground amidst shattered glass. The blonde girl, still visibly shaken, huddled beside her. Ed, seemingly unfazed by the unconscious girl, gently grasped the blonde's hand and began to lead her away from the scene. Two other young women watched from a distance, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. One, with vibrant pink hair, spoke, "She seems fine even after the news about Ed, could it be? Has she gone completely crazy?" The other girl, with light pink hair, whispered, her eyes wide with alarm. "No, maybe?" The pink-haired girl nervously mumbled, Am I misinterpreting this situation?" "No, if anything." A spectral blue wolf emerged from a shattered wall, its eyes glowing intensely as it watched the scene unfold. The red-haired girl remained unconscious on the ground. Rain lashed down, a relentless torrent obscuring the world in a gray, watery haze. A voice, calm and almost cheerful, cut through the storm's fury. It observed that Ed had arrived at the perfect time. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain, now a fugitive living in the woods, stood beneath the downpour. His face, partially hidden by a dark hood, was etched with weariness and a hint of apprehension. A bandage covered a fresh wound on his cheek. A gruff voice, filled with barely controlled rage, shattered the tense silence. The speaker, unseen, cursed Ed with a venomous epithet. Ed winced, clutching his side as a fresh wave of pain washed over him. He staggered back, his breath hitching in his throat. He drew his bow, his movements stiff and labored, as he braced himself for another attack. A voice, this time laced with suspicion, questioned if he was Clebius. A woman lay bleeding on the ground, her dark hair fanned around her head. Her face was pale, her breathing shallow. She reflected on a past battle, lamenting her inability to reach her opponent, even at the cost of her life. The regret was palpable. Her final thought, a whisper of self-reproach, was that she should have run away. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game, found himself lying in a pool of his own blood, his thoughts turning inward. He questioned whether his foolishness was unique, or if others shared his predicament. Observing a powerful magical blast erupt in the distance, he judged the nearby figures too weak to oppose whatever force had unleashed such power. Yet, despite their clear disadvantage, they still ran towards the source of the blast, determined to intervene. A stark contrast to their perceived capabilities. Ed mused that nobody had asked them to act so bravely. But one girl, Clebius, stood out. She had sacrificed everything she'd worked for without hesitation, charging into the fray. A stark contrast to Ed's own cowardly retreat. A narration box reflected on how much easier it would have been for Ed to simply give up, like the others. But Ed harbored a different ambition. He believed that even in destruction, he could rise to become something more, something heroic. A stark contrast to his current, bloody state. His face was grim, his eyes filled with a dark determination. A single word escaping his lips, fuck. Ed, the disowned villain, collapsed in the rain, his mind reeling. He cursed his fate, wondering why he couldn't simply escape his pursuers. Alvira, one of the female leads, knelt beside him, her expression a mixture of concern and something else, something darker. His thoughts turned inward, a bitter self-assessment of his failure. He hadn't even managed to win, despite his efforts. The weight of his inadequacy pressed down on him, everything felt pointless, meaningless. Clebius, another of the female leads, approached, her hand reaching out to him in a gesture of unexpected comfort. Ed, exhausted and defeated, could only offer a weak murmur of thanks. Clebius's touch was gentle, a stark contrast to the harshness of the rain and Ed's own despair. She insisted that his efforts weren't meaningless, that they held true value. Her words hung in the air, a question forming in Ed's mind, you? Two young women, their faces contorted in a horrifying grimace, stumbled through the rain-slicked streets. Their skin was marred by strange, purplish markings, and their movements were jerky and unnatural. Ed, the protagonist, slumped against a wall, his self-loathing evident in his inner monologue. He considered himself a pathetic loser, a mere insect. He was startled by a sudden sound, a gasp that broke through his despair. Ha! Clebius, someone exclaimed. One of the afflicted girls lunged at the other, her desperate cry of together echoing in the downpour. The second girl collapsed, her body heavily stained with blood, as the first girl stood over her. Ed watched the scene unfold, his shock palpable. He muttered to himself, these aren't empty words, I'm really shocked. He reflected on his knowledge of the main characters at the academy, a knowledge he never expected to see put to such a horrifying test. He had never imagined anyone, himself included, possessing the ability to inflict such devastation. The rain continued to fall, washing away the blood as the two figures lay still on the ground. The rain fell in sheets, obscuring the already dim cityscape. A figure, cloaked and indistinct, stood amidst the downpour. It had taken at least 10 minutes to evacuate the area and reach this point. He had stood there alone, throughout the entire ordeal. The rain continued to lash down as a young woman with long, silver hair, wearing a large witch's hat and a dark cloak over her school uniform, stood forlornly in the downpour. Her face was partially obscured by the hat's brim. A close-up showed the young woman's face, partially hidden beneath the brim of her hat. Tears streamed down her cheeks, and her expression was one of profound sadness. The rain plastered her dark red school vest to her body, highlighting the dampness of her clothes. Another figure emerged from the shadows, a young man with blonde hair, his face etched with worry. He explained that, given the circumstances, he had been forced to act without warning. He was in a life-threatening situation and couldn't prepare or inform anyone beforehand. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the Game Extras Academy, found himself drenched to the bone, his face streaked with grime and tears. He pulled his cloak tighter, a loa escaping his lips as the rain continued to fall. His discarded wizard's hat lay abandoned in a puddle, mirroring his own desolate state. The downpour continued, washing away the remnants of his day. Suddenly, a young woman with long, silver hair appeared, her face hidden against Ed's shoulder. She was visibly distraught, clinging to him for comfort. Her voice, choked with tears, expressed her relief at finding him alive. I thought you were dead. Ed, surprised by her appearance, reassured her with a quiet, I'm still here. Her tears flowed freely as she clung to him, her relief palpable. Ed, his own emotions stirred, offered a gentle smile and whispered, I'm right here. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from a popular game, found himself unexpectedly inhabiting his own character. He clutched a young woman close, shielding her from the relentless downpour. The rain mirroring the storm brewing within him as he navigated this unfamiliar reality. He stood, his silhouette stark against the backdrop of a rain-slicked town square, the young woman still in his arms. Several figures in dark clothing watched from the periphery. After entering civilization, Ed's resolve hardened. He gripped his sword, a grim determination etched on his face. Convinced that nothing could shake his newfound confidence. He was ready for whatever challenges lay ahead. A spectral wolf, imbued with ethereal blue energy, materialized before him. It was a powerful display of magic. Tanya, a young girl in a school uniform, stood frozen in fear before the imposing spectral wolf. Two figures lay amidst shattered glass and scattered petals, their positions suggesting a recent struggle or collapse. The scene is bathed in a cool, purplish light, adding to the overall atmosphere of tension and uncertainty. A narration box declares, but this is difficult. These two already aren't in their right minds because of the news of Ed's death. Ed, the protagonist, is shown with a grim expression, his eyes narrowed and a hint of anger in his stance. He seems to be in a state of heightened awareness, ready for action. A character, seemingly distressed, exclaims, if so. Wait. I have something to say about Ed. A woman with striking features, long, light hair, a distinctive eye patch, and what appear to be horns emerges, her expression a mix of manic glee and something darker. A sinister energy crackles around her. A sudden, powerful burst of energy erupts from the woman, a vibrant green force that fills the panel. The energy continues to surge outwards, as another figure, a man with long dark hair, deflects the attack with a sword, a look of determination on his face. The man calmly addresses another woman, Tanya Rothtaylor. Think clearly, Tanya Rothtaylor. Tanya, seemingly confused, is shown reacting to the man's words, her expression a mixture of shock and uncertainty. Ed watches her, his expression unreadable. Instructions were given to Ed. If he followed the path and ran, he would reach a fork in the road. From there, he should go west. Ed and another individual, presumably a female companion, fled through a dark, ruined corridor. The narration box clarified that if they kept running, they would reach the life buildings. Once they had lost their pursuers, they should find a place to ask for help. A young woman, coughing, questioned the plan. She wondered what would happen to the person offering this advice. The advisor promised to do their best to block Ed's pursuers. The advisor, a young man with dark hair, drew a glowing green sword, preparing to confront the unseen threat. He seemed determined to protect Ed. But he admitted that success wasn't guaranteed. The young woman, surprised by the advisor's actions, questioned why he would go to such lengths. The advisor explained that he would not go so far if she weren't Ed's younger sister. He urged her to run. A shadowy figure, cloaked and mysterious, darted through a crumbling stone passage, the air thick with dust and the scent of decay. The sound of their hurried retreat echoed through the ruins. A low, guttural sound escaping their lips as they fled. A sense of urgency hung heavy in the air. Ed, the disowned villain, stood his ground, a surge of teal energy crackling around him as he gripped his sword. He braced himself, preparing for whatever might come next. A teal glow intensifying as he muttered to himself, I'm prepared. He knew, however, that his words were likely falling on deaf ears. Janica, one of the female leads, watched Ed with a mixture of concern and admiration. His resolve, even in the face of overwhelming odds, was striking. He spoke, his voice calm despite the situation. Janica, I completely understand your feelings, he said, a hint of understanding in his tone. His words seemed to surprise her. He continued, since I also have someone I love. His confession hung in the air, leaving Lortel, another of the female leads, speechless. She looked at him, a mixture of shock and curiosity in her eyes. The thought of losing someone precious to him caused Lortel a deep emotional pain. Just the thought of losing that person hurt so much, she whispered, her voice barely audible. A new character, a man with short brown hair and a red coat, appeared, his face contorted in a furious grimace. His anger was palpable, a storm brewing within him. A voice, laced with a chilling certainty, echoed in the air. I'm sure your entire body is burning up in fury. You have no choice but to feel that way. Ed's face contorted in a furious grimace, his eyes blazing with an intense, almost supernatural light. Since he's the person you love. His words were met with a sharp retort. Since you loved Ed more than anyone. Tears streamed down her face as she struggled to comprehend. Why wouldn't I know how serious and precious your love towards Ed is? The intensity of the moment escalated. The passionate love and feelings you had towards Ed will remain in your heart in whatever way, and become a part of Aoak. A blinding flash of golden energy erupted from Ed, engulfing him in a wave of intense heat. He roared in defiance. The force of the blast sent shockwaves through the air, shattering nearby structures and sending debris flying. The impact was devastating. The aftermath of the explosion left a trail of destruction in its wake, a testament to the raw power unleashed. The rain continued to fall, washing away the remnants of the conflict. A storm raged, mirroring the turmoil within the city. Rain lashed against the broken windows of a dilapidated building, the scene a testament to recent devastation. The water collecting in shimmering puddles on the rain-slicked cobblestones below. Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain, lay collapsed in the alleyway, his body battered and bruised. A pained groan escaped his lips. His ragged breaths shallow and labored. He was clearly near death. A voice, filled with disbelief, echoed through the alley. He's not dead, it whispered, a note of desperate hope clinging to the words. The voice belonged to a young woman, her anxious thoughts a stark contrast to the grim scene before her. Ed's not dead. Ed's not dead, I said. With a surge of adrenaline, she raised her staff, ready to intervene. Her face was flushed with worry and determination. Ed's eyes fluttered open, his gaze fixed on the worried face above him. His body ached, but he was alive. A silent plea forming on his lips, so please just stop. A crescent moon hung in the inky sky, its pale light barely piercing the heavy, rain-laden clouds. Ed Rothstaler, a disowned villain from the game's world, huddled beneath the downpour, his arms wrapped tightly around himself. The cold seeping into his bones despite his efforts to stay warm. Petals, swept from the gardens by the relentless spring rain, floated on the dark water collecting on the cobblestones. The rain continued its relentless assault, a somber rhythm accompanying the falling petals. Inside a warmly lit room, an elderly man gently placed a cool cloth on the forehead of a young girl lying in bed, her face pale and tear-streaked. He watched her silently, his expression unreadable, as he waited for her to regain her composure. An old man's face filled the panel, his expression a mixture of wisdom and weariness. His words, though unseen, hung heavy in the air. Even stable relationships can change. Lucy, a young woman with pale skin and long, silvery hair, lay in bed, a hand gently resting on her forehead. She had believed her feelings for Glock were unwavering. But those feelings, she realized, were the same she felt for Ed. A close-up of a man's hand, calloused and weathered, suggested a life lived hard. The narration box above revealed that these overlapping feelings were similar, yet subtly different. A question hung in the air, unanswered: what is that difference? Night fell upon a grand academy, its imposing silhouette stark against the twilight sky. 3 figures, cloaked and mysterious, approached. Their footsteps echoed on the wet cobblestones. As they moved towards a central courtyard, a young woman with long, silver hair knelt before a cloaked figure, her face etched with distress. A sharp gasp escaped her lips as she looked up, a single word forming on her lips: huh? Ed Rothstaler, the disgraced villain, found himself panting heavily as he navigated the dense forest. He had been expelled from the academy and disowned by his family, leaving him with nothing but the clothes on his back and a desperate need to earn a scholarship. A desperate situation made even more complicated by the unexpected appearance of a young woman with long, white hair. Fear etched itself onto her face as she looked at him, her hands raised in a gesture of defense. Suddenly, another girl, this one with pink hair, appeared, her eyes wide with a mix of shock and something akin to excitement. She called out a name: Lucy? Although he had only said her name as he normally did, a surge of energy crackled around Lucy. The simple utterance of her name seemed to have ignited something within her. A powerful, almost overwhelming emotion. Lucy finally realized what this emotion was. Love. A blush crept across her cheeks as she hugged herself, overwhelmed by the sudden intensity of her feelings. The scent of freshly cut grass filled the air, a serene fragrance that calmed the senses. Occasionally, a refreshing wave of the same scent wafted from a nearby haystack near Ed's hut. A young woman with long, white hair, dressed in a dark uniform and a red cape, lay sprawled on the roof of the hut. She seemed to be enjoying the smell. However, she admitted to disliking the smell of hay. Inside a grand house, several maids surrounded a young girl in a white nightgown. They were carefully preparing a red jacket for her. The maids, however, found the scent quite pleasant. A blonde maid pondered the nature of scents, noting that people often carry the scent of their daily habits. A witch's hat lay abandoned on the ground, wet with dew, and surrounded by fallen petals. Ed, the disowned villain, now inhabiting the body of his game counterpart, found himself alone in the woods. He was attempting to avoid the game's protagonists, but a faint scent clung to him. The smell of grass, a telltale sign of his recent encounter. A cloaked figure appeared before him, their words laced with a hint of urgency. The cloaked figure explained that they needed to discuss Ed's circumstances, but the timing was less than ideal, given the impending arrival of many people. The figure continued, mentioning that Jania had gone to find Tanya, and it should be all right to inform Clebius and Alavira. Jix and Lortel would also be fine. With the rain having stopped, the cloaked figure suggested they go see the others. Upon reaching the others, Ed was immediately confronted. He was accused of not paying attention to a previous warning. The accuser explained that, due to Clebius and Alavira's injuries, sustained while protecting Ed, he owed them an apology. The reason for the apology was further clarified: Clebius and Alavira were injured while protecting Ed, and Alavira lost nearly everything she had been working on. However, Ed countered that Alavira had attacked him first, a claim supported by the visual evidence of a magical explosion. The scene opens with a young woman with long, white hair, dressed in a dark cloak and a witch's hat, floating amidst a dark, stormy sky. Blood, seemingly from a deep wound, pours from her. It is revealed that a man named Clebius had injured himself, resulting in this significant blood loss. The young woman, seemingly unfazed by her injury, reflects on the situation. She rationalizes that the magic she used, while appearing cruel, was necessary to prevent the death of those who confronted her. Despite her justification, the young woman, whose name is Lucy, is visibly flustered and embarrassed. She stutters, clearly feeling the weight of her actions. A narration box explains that from Lucy's perspective, she had acted to protect those who came for her. Another character, whose eye is visible, looks on with a concerned expression, questioning the situation. A man, seemingly Ed, is shown hunched over, his face obscured by a dark hood. He groans in pain, clearly suffering from some sort of injury or distress. Lucy, still visibly upset, expresses her remorse and takes responsibility for what happened. She states that she doesn't want to see anyone else hurt and will take care of the situation. Lucy's internal monologue reveals her feelings of being treated poorly and hated. She feels that Ed is disappointed in her. This leads her to resolve to apologize to Ed for her actions. Lucy decides to apologize to Ed, and he accepts her apology, commenting on her wisdom. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from a popular game, awoke in a forest clearing, the scent of grass filling his nostrils. He was disoriented, his mind still adjusting to his new reality. But seemingly unharmed. A voice, close by, observed that his lack of injuries made sense. The voice belonged to a young woman with long white hair, dressed in a red witch's hat and coat. She urged him to hurry, explaining that they didn't have time to waste. She stood, seemingly uninjured, and prepared to leave. The scene shifted to a close-up of her feet, still slightly damp. Ed's internal monologue revealed a growing unease. The scent of grass, usually comforting, now triggered a physical reaction. He felt a shiver run down his spine. He reflected on his time spent with the girl, a year spent together at a camp, sharing meals and sleeping near each other by the fire. This was a stark contrast to his current situation. A comfortable closeness that now felt strangely distant and unsettling. The narration box emphasized the length of time they spent together, highlighting the word together to underscore the intimacy of their shared experience. The final panel shows Ed and the girl lying together, a green energy emanating from Ed's chest, suggesting a significant change or event is about to occur. The scene opens with a narration box stating, the mixing happening together, leading to the scent of grass. A cloaked figure, presumably Ed, stood beside a young woman with long, white hair, wearing a witch's hat. The woman seemed agitated, her body tense. The young woman, whose name is Tanya, and the cloaked figure continued their hurried pace. A speech bubble revealed that the cloaked figure was thinking about Janika's struggles to find Tanya. He felt indebted to her and resolved to help her, wrapping things up quickly to do something for Janika. Ed and Tanya continued walking, their pace quickening. Tanya seemed increasingly anxious. Tanya asked Ed if he was ready to leave. Ed, however, seemed to be struggling with something. His expression was one of deep concern, a cold sweat beading on his brow. Ed's face was filled with a mixture of confusion and distress. A question mark floated above his head, reflecting his inner turmoil. He was clearly overwhelmed by something he couldn't understand. The night sky, a deep indigo canvas speckled with stars, hung above the imposing silhouette of a grand building. Its aged stone walls hinted at a long and storied past. The scene shifted to the central entrance of the Awfulest Hall. A young woman with long pink hair and a worried expression stood before the entrance, her internal anxiety palpable. She seemed to be waiting for someone. A young man with dark hair, his clothes stained with blood, lay slumped against the wall, his head resting on the lap of a red-haired girl. He mumbled an apology, his voice barely a whisper. The red-haired girl looked down at him with a mixture of concern and sadness. Another young man, this one with blonde hair, observed the scene from a distance. He muttered to himself, noting that everyone had arrived. A crowd of students gathered nearby, their hushed whispers adding to the tense atmosphere. The blonde-haired young man's expression shifted to confusion as he looked around, clearly surprised by the situation. He then questioned a pink-haired girl named Lortel, his voice laced with concern. Lortel, startled by his question, reacted with a gasp, her eyes widening in alarm. Ed coughed, a weak sound barely audible above the rushing wind. He was alone, bruised and battered, but alive. Tanya appeared before him, her relief evident in her bright smile. "So you were safe after all, Ed," she stated, her voice laced with concern. Ed, still catching his breath, offered a weak apology. "Yes, I'm sorry for making you worry." Tanya's expression shifted, a hint of suspicion in her eyes. "I knew you weren't someone who'd die so easily," she remarked, her tone thoughtful. Then, she revealed a more serious matter. Ed had received one of the magic engineering items he'd requested from her. Meanwhile, Jix, another acquaintance of Ed's, appeared, his expression questioning. He had been meticulously checking the facts surrounding Ed's situation, remaining calm and rational throughout. Jix's calm demeanor faltered slightly when he was asked if he was emotionally affected by the events. He admitted that he had been, though only slightly. He explained that while he remained composed, Tanya was very suspicious of the circumstances surrounding Ed's survival, prompting him to offer some harsh, but ultimately truthful, explanations to alleviate her concerns. He emphasized that no physical harm had been done. Lael, another of Ed's acquaintances, appeared, her eyes glowing with an unnatural light. She confirmed Jix's assessment, stating that Ed's survival was indeed unlikely. Lael concluded by stating that there was no way she would have ever thought Ed would die. Ed, the disowned villain protagonist, adjusted his collar, a nervous habit he hadn't realized he'd picked up. A young woman with vibrant pink hair leaned in close, her expression a mixture of amusement and something akin to predatory satisfaction. She commented that his current appearance put her at ease. The woman admitted to having been worried about him, a surprising confession given their circumstances, prompting her to remark that he had made her anxious. Ed simply replied with a non-committal yeah. The woman, undeterred, declared that nothing is free in this world, and demanded compensation for the anxiety he caused, a statement that left Ed utterly bewildered. Their feet touched briefly, a subtle interaction that seemed to hold a deeper meaning, causing the woman's eyes to widen in shock and confusion as the scene ended. A fierce struggle unfolded. A woman with vibrant pink hair, her face contorted in anger, unleashed a powerful blow against a smaller, white-haired girl, sending her sprawling to the ground. The impact echoed through the room, leaving a trail of energy in its wake. A man in a white shirt, his face etched with worry, rushed to the scene, his eyes widening in alarm as he cried out, "Lucy?" He knelt beside the fallen girl, gently lifting her into his arms. A sudden impact sent a jolt through him. The man's eyes widened in surprise as he registered the blow, a question mark forming in his mind. Lucy, still in his arms, let out a small yelp as she was thrown back. She landed awkwardly, her body crumpling to the ground. The pink-haired woman stood nearby, her gaze fixed on the fallen girl, a witch's hat lying discarded on the ground. Lucy's face was contorted in distress, sweat beading on her brow. A tremor ran through her body as she whispered, "No way." A concerned voice cut through the silence. "What's wrong, Lucy?" Lortel, her face pale, explained. Lortel was just saying she was worried. "There's no need to be like that." Her words seemed to soothe Lucy, but a blush crept onto her cheeks as she looked up at Lortel. Lortel's hand rested gently on Lucy's head, her expression one of quiet concern. "I understand that your emotions have finally calmed down, but..." Suddenly, Lucy's eyes widened in alarm. A gasp escaped her lips as she stared at something unseen. A silent scream of pure terror filled the air, expressed only through wide, fearful eyes and a single, frantic exclamation. Another girl, with long pink hair, appeared, her face flushed with a mixture of fear and embarrassment. She stammered, "Why, you're too close." She recoiled, her eyes wide with alarm as she stumbled backward. A blinding flash of light erupted from the center of the scene, leaving behind a trail of shimmering energy, revealing 4 young women standing before a disheveled young man. The women, each with distinct features and expressions, seemed to be confronting him. One, with vibrant pink hair, had her arms crossed, a look of stern determination on her face. Another, with pale blonde hair and a red bow, wore a concerned expression. A third, with silvery white hair, looked angry, her fists clenched. The fourth, with dark purple hair, seemed to be the most apprehensive of the group. Suddenly, the girl with the silvery white hair launched a swift kick towards the young man. But he managed to evade it with surprising agility. The young man, clearly bewildered by the sudden attack, could only stare at the women in confusion. A question mark floated above his head, reflecting his internal state of disorientation. Another young man, witnessing the scene, muttered in disbelief, "What the?" The pink-haired girl's eyes narrowed, her expression hardening further as she observed the unfolding events. The 3 other girls shared similar expressions of disbelief and anger, their gazes fixed on the young man. Suddenly, a confident smirk spread across the disheveled young man's face. He raised his fist, a mischievous glint in his eyes, and declared, "Excuse me." Ed, the disgraced villain, now a scholarship-seeking student living in the woods, found himself in a dire situation. He had underestimated the time constraints, a fact that weighed heavily on him. 2 of the female leads, injured and bleeding, lay at his feet. The gravity of the situation settled upon him. Ed's face was grim, his expression reflecting the weight of his predicament. He knew he had to act quickly. The Academy's arrival was imminent, and he had a plan, a desperate attempt to stay out of the spotlight while ensuring his survival. He had told everyone he would be hiding. Academy personnel arrived on the scene, their presence adding to the tension. The injured girls remained where they lay, their vulnerability stark against the backdrop of the approaching figures. Meanwhile, Lucy, another of the female leads, apologized to Clebius and Elvira, 2 other prominent characters in the game. Tanya, yet another female lead, had disappeared. Her absence added another layer of complexity to the already precarious situation. Lucy and the others decided to search for her, their concern palpable. Jix, another character, seemed troubled, his pensive expression hinting at a hidden worry. The narrative shifts, focusing on a pivotal event that occurred before the current storyline. A collective agreement is reached regarding the events that preceded the present. The scene depicts 2 figures bound and injured, one appears older, his face marred by cuts and bruises. They were instrumental in reversing the petrification that had afflicted everyone. The older man's eyes are closed, his expression one of exhaustion and pain. He slowly opens his eyes, a flicker of determination in their depths. This act of defiance, however, necessitates his disappearance from the Academy. The older man, still bound, is shown near a fountain at night. He had to vanish before his survival was discovered. He lies helpless, his escape a desperate gamble. The scene shifts to a nighttime sky, the moon a prominent feature. The narrative then jumps to a new character. A young man with dark hair and wide, startled eyes gasps, "Hup." Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the Game Extras Academy, awoke with a gasp. His body, previously battered and bruised, was miraculously healed. A wave of confusion washed over him as he touched his chest, marveling at the absence of pain. A question mark forming on his lips as he struggled to comprehend the situation. He felt a lingering disorientation, the world still blurry around the edges. Then, a sudden jolt of alarm shot through him as he registered his surroundings. What the? A young woman with fiery red hair, hanging upside down, addressed him with a sarcastic tone. "Why are you being so extra, idiot Clebius?" Ed's mind raced. Just what the hell is happening? Am I dead? He clutched his head in despair, his face contorted in a grimace of confusion and fear. The woman, seemingly unfazed by his distress, continued, explaining that Academy workers would soon arrive to hear his testimony about stopping Lucy, a powerful antagonist. Ed's eyes widened in disbelief as he realized the impossible task ahead. What? How am I supposed to say that I blocked that monster? The panel ends with a close-up on the woman's face, a hint of amusement in her eyes, as she observes Ed's predicament. The final narration box reads, "It's always fun to discover new things as an alchemist." Lucy, bowing her head respectfully, tended to Clebius's injuries. Meanwhile, Lortel wrote a guarantee for Ed Rothstaler, promising ample secret maintenance funds. Under a relentless downpour, Ed Rothstaler shielded a wounded individual from the storm. A day filled with unexpected events. Lortel, her face etched with worry, urged the injured man to rest. Another individual, distressed, questioned the unfolding events. The injured man lay on the ground, surrounded by rubble, as Lortel tended to him. He felt defeated by the turn of events, but it was revealed that Ed Rothstaler had blocked Lucy's attack earlier. Despite his victory, the injured man felt like an idiot for not being able to defeat Ed again. A mysterious woman's lips curled into a knowing smile as she uttered a single, cryptic name, Clebius. Ed, the protagonist, lay on the ground, his face obscured by his dark hair. He muttered to himself about life's hardships, a sentiment the unseen woman overheard. He weakly agreed with the woman's assessment that his life was indeed difficult, his eyes wide with a mixture of despair and resignation. The woman, her face now visible, smirked, confirming his assessment of his life's current state. Her crimson jacket and dark hair framed her face as she leaned in closer. Ed and the woman sat together, silently observing the night sky for a considerable time. The moon hung large and bright above them, casting a soft glow on the scene. The scene shifted to a dark, mountainous area, the night sky still visible in the background. Suddenly, a young woman with long, light-colored hair tumbled into a muddy puddle, her fall seemingly unexpected. Ed, the disgraced villain, stumbled through the forest, his legs burning with exhaustion. He muttered to himself, urging his aching limbs to carry him further. He knew he couldn't rest. One of the female leads, Tanya, was undoubtedly hot on his trail. The thought sent a fresh wave of panic through him. He couldn't afford to be caught. Tanya, however, was not pursuing him. Tears streamed down her face as she knelt on the forest floor, her clothes muddied and torn. She was alone, utterly distraught. Ed, meanwhile, continued his desperate flight. He was determined to clear his name of the murder accusations, and to do that, he needed to uncover the truth. The public believed Tanya was responsible for his death, but Ed knew better. He had to stay hidden, at all costs. Tanya's despair deepened. Her face was streaked with tears and dirt, reflecting her emotional turmoil. She was alone, and her anguish was palpable. Ed, observing from a distance, noted her distress. He wished someone would intervene, to stop her self-destructive behavior, but he knew it was impossible. The night sky offered no solace. A full moon hung high above, casting long shadows across the forest floor, a silent witness to Tanya's suffering and Ed's desperate flight. Tanya, fueled by grief and a desperate need for answers, ran blindly through the night, her muddy footprints marking her path. The investigation into Ed Rothstaler's death was nearing its conclusion. Authorities employed the use of thought magic to reconstruct the events. While a perfect recreation proved impossible, the witness testimony from Janica Failover corroborated the findings. The investigation revealed that Ed Rothstaler, the victim, had been stabbed by his vassals and subsequently fell from a cliff. This was confirmed. The Rothstaler vassals, identified as the culprits, were imprisoned in a facility located within the Academy's basement, although their punishment would be carried out at the royal palace. A formal report detailing the truth of the matter was still necessary. The investigators agreed that Ed Rothstaler's death was essentially confirmed, and they began to organize the facts for their report to the royal palace. The Sylvania Academy principal, Abel Forsooz, addressed the gravity of the situation. The Academy had to find a way to bring things to a close, no matter the cost. Examining a crystal orb that showed a scene of two students, one of whom was Ed Rothstaler. News of Ed Rothstaler's death had a far greater impact than anticipated. Lucy, in particular, was devastated by the news, leading to a chaotic evacuation of the students in the middle of the night. Abel mused that Ed must have been a student who had a profound influence on many others, as he examined a letter bearing Ed Rothstaler's name. And the situation was resolved when Lucy was found calmly sitting in the rose garden. Abel found the entire situation incredible. He decided that the Academy should formally commend Clebius for his quick thinking and actions. A disciplinary committee hearing was proposed for Lucy. The suggestion was made in a formal setting, within the hallowed halls of what appeared to be a prestigious academy. The scene shifted to a courtroom-like setting, where a figure, cloaked and hooded, sat before a panel of judges. The atmosphere was tense, heavy with unspoken accusations. A single thought bubble appeared, suggesting contemplation or uncertainty regarding the proceedings. The vice principal of Sylvania Academy, Rachel, was introduced. Her stern expression and imposing presence suggested a woman of authority and unwavering resolve. Two students, their faces etched with worry, reported having seen Lucy Merrill. Their testimony hinted at something significant having occurred. The extent of the damage caused by the incident was described. It included injuries to students Clebius and Elvira, and significant structural damage to the dorms, specifically Tanya's room. A visual depiction of the destructive force showed a powerful blast that caused widespread devastation. The aftermath of the blast was shown, revealing a large section of the building's outer wall completely destroyed. The narrator emphasized the scale of the destruction, listing the damaged areas: the opposite hallway, the office hall entrance, the rose garden's marble floor, and a gazebo. The damage was clearly significant. The scene opens with a view of a building under attack, though the narrator assures us that compared to the office hall occupation incident, the current damage is minimal. An older woman with silver hair, wearing a dark, ornate jacket, peers from behind a wooden surface, her expression one of worry and distress. Beads of sweat are visible on her forehead. The narration box explains that the situation would have resulted in a light punishment if not for one more incident. A young girl with long, white hair, wearing a witch's hat and a school uniform, stands before the older woman, her expression subdued. She seems to be awaiting judgment. The narration box informs the reader that Sylvania is considered the best educational facility, surpassing other institutions and even the royal family. The panel shows the same young girl, now radiating magical energy, standing confidently with a staff. The narration box states that this is used as an advertisement for the academy. The narration box emphasizes that expulsion is not an option for the girl. The older woman sighs, seemingly exasperated, while the young girl yawns. The older woman explains that she is trying to give the girl a light punishment, despite her lack of remorse and status as the top student. A disciplinary document detailing a 10-day suspension, revocation of student facilities, and a 2-rank reduction in practical exam scores was presented to Lucy. The document also stated that her eligibility to stay in Ophelia Hall would be revoked if she accepted the punishment. However, the narration box clarified that this seemingly harsh punishment held no weight for Lucy, as the Glock Scholarship Association had already covered her tuition in full. Lucy, with a nonchalant expression, simply stated her acceptance of the disciplinary action. Even a 2-rank drop wouldn't significantly affect her standing, as she maintained a considerable lead over Jix, who was ranked second, and she didn't utilize school facilities. Suddenly, a maid interrupted the proceedings. Her eyes widened in surprise. Introducing herself as Belle Maya, the maid in charge of Ophelia Hall, and stating her presence as a witness. Belle Maya, approaching the desk, respectfully requested a reconsideration of Lucy's punishment, arguing that the current punishment wouldn't lead to genuine reflection. She suggested adjusting the punishment's contents. Lucy, however, unexpectedly interjected, expressing her desire to sign the original disciplinary plan. Lucy, a young woman with white hair, was being escorted out of the office hall. Her expression was one of quiet defiance, though a hint of fear flickered in her eyes. But the maid escorting her, a woman with dark hair and piercing golden eyes, insisted it was not a punishment, but a reward. Lucy, however, pleaded for suspension from school, her voice laced with desperation. But the maid explained that instead, she would be placed under a probationary period within the dorms. A fiery scene unfolded as a group of maids from the office hall pledged their unwavering support, vowing to monitor Lucy around the clock. The senior maid, after considering the situation, declared a 30-day probation period for Lucy. And thankfully, there would be no permanent disciplinary records. Lucy, relieved, expressed her gratitude for their consideration. Lady Lucy, eyes wide with a mix of terror and manic glee, threw her hands up in a dramatic display of distress. Her face was contorted in a comical expression of exaggerated fear. Tears streamed down Lady Lucy's face as she pleaded, "Please, not that." A shadowy figure, her face obscured by darkness, spoke with chilling determination, "I will show you my ability to ensure you can't go outside at all." The shadowy figure loomed over Lady Lucy, her grip tightening. Later, in a grand hall, a formal announcement was made, "So Lucy is under probation for a while." A young woman with silver hair stood before a panel of stern-faced maids, her head bowed low. A voice commented, "The punishment definitely is light." Another voice, seemingly Ed's, added, "Although I'm sure Lucy must feel like dying." Ed, looking relieved, watched as a young woman prepared a meal. A young woman with long, braided blonde hair presented the finished dish with a triumphant flourish, announcing, "Tada." Ed, a disgraced Rothstaler and now a woodsman, prepared a hearty beef stew. It was a dish he often made back home, and he felt confident in its quality. He offered it to a young girl with long blonde hair, who seemed delighted by the aroma. She expressed her appreciation with a simple "oh" and a slight cough. Ed reflected on the girl's self-reliance, noting her independent handling of laundry, spirit classes, schoolwork, and even cooking. He wondered if this was the essence of true kindness. As he stirred the stew, Ed's thoughts turned to the upcoming student council elections, a pivotal moment in the game's timeline. 3 factors weighed heavily on his mind. First, Princess Phinia, the seemingly apathetic candidate for student council president, was a major concern. Tanya Roth-Taylor, the intended antagonist against Phinia, was missing. Lastly, Kadek and Knox, Ed's imprisoned vassals, presented another significant problem. Ed Rothstaler, a former noble and now disgraced villain, found himself contemplating his overwhelming tasks. His internal monologue revealed the weight of his responsibilities, even after being cast out of his family. A young woman, a farm girl, offered him a simple meal, her words highlighting the vast difference in their backgrounds and experiences. She explained her inability to offer him proper comfort, acknowledging her lack of understanding of his life and the limitations of her attempts to cheer him up. Her words carried a sincerity that transcended the superficiality of empty platitudes. She felt that insincere comfort would be meaningless. She reassured him that genuine comfort didn't require deep understanding, emphasizing that his presence had already been a significant help. Despite her words, she expressed a desire for him to not worry, admitting that her wish stemmed from her own selfish desire for his well-being. Another young woman, with a gentle smile, expressed her simple wish for him to feel better. Her words, though brief, conveyed a genuine concern for his well-being. Ed, overwhelmed by the unexpected kindness and concern from these women, felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Ed and Janica walked through a dark cave. A sudden, awkward silence fell between them as they walked. The quiet punctuated only by the crackling of a small fire. Janica reflected on their unusual companionship, noting that while not uncomfortable, it certainly felt strange. Ed expressed his gratitude to Janica for her concern, but immediately felt embarrassed by his own words. Janica, however, shifted the focus, reminding Ed of their shared concern for Tanya's whereabouts. Janica then mentioned a place where Tanya might have gone. Ed, meanwhile, was surprised by Tanya's current demeanor, which differed from his memories of her. In his memories, Tanya, the failed swordsman of Sylvania, was always strong, fearless, and proud. Despite this, Ed confirmed Tanya's toughness firsthand. And concluded that Tanya would be alright. The chapter opens with a close-up on Ed Rothstaler, the disowned villain protagonist, his expression unreadable. A silent contemplation washing over him as he thinks of someone else. He reflects that she is likely faring well, planning for the future, as she always does. The scene shifts to Tanya, a young woman with blonde hair, sitting alone and weeping silently. Tears stream down her face as she clutches herself. She lets out a pained groan, the sound echoing the turmoil within her. Tanya, now in a different outfit, vehemently denies giving orders to kill her brother. Her eyes, sharp and intense, convey a steely determination. Another woman, speaking to someone off-panel, reveals that she heard Ed Rothstaler had died before Tanya arrived. She explains that to manage her complicated relationship with Ed, she cancelled much of her work and advanced other projects. The scene shows a chessboard, and the woman continues her explanation, revealing that she wanted to find time to talk to Ed properly, but only has one day left. Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain in the game, found himself plummeting through the air, blood splattering across his once pristine white coat. His body was battered, a testament to his recent demise. The stark black panel declared the grim truth: Ed Rothstaler died. A single, chilling sentence that encapsulated his fate. Below, a caption added a layer of regret: if I'd been one day faster, this wouldn't have happened. A woman with long, silvery hair, her face etched with sorrow and regret, mourned his passing. She leaned over a desk, her hands clenched, frustration evident in her posture. The caption read, "Stopped me from doing that." Another caption revealed her thoughts: the goal I've been continuously preparing and gathering resources for since my enrollment. The woman's hands hovered over documents, plans meticulously laid out. The caption below read, "Becoming the student council president at Sylvania." A further explanation clarified her ambition, although it's weak compared to the power of the royal family. It would give her power within her own independent territory. The image showed a grand castle, Sylvania, looming large. The final caption summarized her motivation: I wouldn't end up as the third princess who only relied on the royal family. A young man and woman, possibly siblings, looked on. Ed Rothstaler, a disgraced villain from the game, now found himself in the very game he once scorned. He observed a chess match unfolding before him, the pieces representing the complex power dynamics of Sylvania Academy. The tension was palpable, the players, serious and focused, were clearly engaged in a high-stakes game. A young woman with blonde hair, her expression determined, made her move. Her internal monologue revealed her ambition to become Sylvania Academy's student council president, not through family connections, but on her own merit. Ed, meanwhile, was preoccupied with his own plans. He was determined to confront the darkness within the Rothtaler family and the royal family, a task he felt compelled to undertake. Suddenly, a young woman with purple hair and a mask appeared, her movements swift and decisive. She seemed to be searching for something, her certainty growing with each passing moment. She lunged forward, her actions suggesting a violent confrontation. The speed and force of her attack were evident. A moment of reflection followed, a single word hanging heavy in the air: I. The purple-haired woman confessed her belief that she was unfit to wield power, tears welling in her eyes. She clutched herself, her distress palpable. Princess Venia, another key figure, appeared, her own distress evident in her tearful expression. She addressed someone off-panel, her words suggesting a plea for help. A large, imposing figure, clad in dark armor, stood within a dimly lit room. He invited someone inside, his voice a low rumble. A young woman, her face obscured by a hooded cloak, entered, her breathing heavy and ragged. The armored man watched as the young woman, Claire, nervously shifted her weight. She seemed apprehensive, her body trembling slightly. A question hung in the air, unspoken but heavy with implication: Tanya Rothstaler? The scene shifted to a formal report, detailing the events surrounding the death of Ed Rothstaler. Although the specifics remained unclear, the Academy's investigation pointed towards a possible assassination by members of his own family. A young woman with striking, intense golden eyes stared down at something unseen, her expression grim and resolute. The report continued, highlighting the high probability that Ed had been murdered by Rothstailer family vassals. Excluding Ed, Tanya was the only remaining member of the family on Arkan Island. A chilling detail that underscored the gravity of the situation. Claire, her face now visible, trembled as she spoke, her voice barely a whisper. Doubt clouded her eyes as she questioned whether she would be believed. She vehemently denied any involvement in Ed's death, her hands stained with what appeared to be blood. A sharp intake of breath punctuated the tension. Tanya Rothtailor's eye, brimming with unshed tears, reflected the harsh reality of her situation. The violet iris, usually vibrant, was now dulled with despair. A stark contrast to the warmth of the embrace she received from a mysterious figure in a dark hooded cloak. The hug offered a fragile comfort in the face of overwhelming sorrow. The camera focuses on Tanya's legs, revealing the extent of her injuries. Bruises and cuts marred her skin, a testament to the suffering she had endured. "You've suffered, Tanya Rothtailor," a voice stated, acknowledging the pain she had silently borne. The words hung heavy in the air. Tanya, still clutching her mysterious rescuer, spoke, her voice barely a whisper. "I need to learn from my mistakes," she resolved, a flicker of determination in her eyes. "From now on, let's not make the mistake of drawing conclusions just from seeing the family name Rothtailor," she added, a clear indication of her past misjudgments. Princess Phenia, her blonde hair framing a tear-streaked face, offered a quiet declaration. "I've decided to believe you," she said, her voice soft but firm. A gesture of trust that extended beyond the immediate situation. She offered a haven to Tanya, a place of refuge from the storm. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Tanya expressed her heartfelt thanks. Thank you so much, Princess Phenia. I'm indebted to you." She stammered, her voice choked with emotion. Ed, the disgraced villain, now residing in the woods, found himself in a clandestine meeting. He declared his intention to take a certain action, assuring his companion that this location would provide temporary safety. Meanwhile, Princess Phenia, a gentle soul, was informed of a guest's arrival. She reflected on the unexpected nature of the situation, considering it unusual to engage in political conflict with someone so mild-mannered. She responded affirmatively to the summons. Princess Phenia, her expression serious, approached a bedroom where a figure was seated on the bed. The scene suggested a sense of urgency and perhaps a hidden tension. Her demeanor shifted, a subtle change in her posture indicating a growing determination. Elsewhere, a conversation unfolded. An inquiry about well-being was met with a somber reflection on Ed's unfortunate demise, described as a great loss. Despite the tragedy, the speaker emphasized the importance of continuing with the Academy's plans. The speaker then sought Princess Phenia's agreement on this course of action. Princess Phenia, however, questioned the reason for this unexpected visit, her curiosity piqued. The scene opens with a narration box, stating that only one person has completely analyzed and understood the situation. This individual, whose identity remains unknown, is shown to be observing a woman with vibrant red hair, who is calmly sipping tea. The red-haired woman, whose name is revealed to be Lortel Ketchum, is shown in a close-up. A thought bubble above her head reveals she wanted to ask why Ed was hiding Tanya. Lortel continued to sip her tea, her expression unreadable.